Chapter 1. The Overreaching Authority and the Heartless Empress. Your Majesty, I hereby impeach Duke Jiang Hao of Wei for colluding with foreign tribes, secretly recruiting troops, hoarding weapons, and conspiring to rebel. In the Grand Zhou dynasty, within the Taishan Hall, the morning court assembly was abruptly shaken by this startling proclamation from the Grand Censor. A wave of astonishment washed over the assembled officials, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Impeaching Duke Jiang Hao of Wei? Madness. In this realm, who was unaware of the Duke's integrity and uprightness. Since his ascension, he had reformed the 3 provinces and 6 ministries, fortified central authority, implemented civil and military examinations to select outstanding talents, established a rigorous oversight system, and punished corrupt officials severely. He advocated for light taxation and eased burdens on the populace, allowing the people to recuperate and thrive. In a mere few years, the national strength of the Grand Zhou dynasty had flourished, earning countless praises in his honor. Furthermore, the relationship between Duke Jiang Hao and the Empress was extraordinary. They had grown up together, sharing childhood bonds. The very reason the Empress was able to ascend to her position was largely due to Jiang Hao's significant contributions. When the previous emperor met an untimely demise, the royal princes vied for the throne. Yet, it was the 11th princess, Ji Luoyao, who emerged victorious, surpassing her numerous rivals. A pivotal factor in her success was Jiang Hao's strategic guidance, as he eliminated various contenders on her behalf. It was due to this unparalleled support that Jiang Hao, at a remarkably young age, rose to a position of supreme authority, becoming the foremost among civil and military officials, wielding great power, rectifying anomalies, and leading the Grand Zhou dynasty towards prosperity. Given this context, to impeach Duke Jiang Hao was akin to courting death, and the assembly shook their heads in disbelief. They considered the newly appointed Grand Censor to have lost his senses, anticipating his imminent disgrace and banishment to a rural life of farming. However, the subsequent developments unfolded in a manner that astounded everyone. Your Majesty, I impeach Duke Jiang Hao of Wei for corruption and embezzlement. I impeach Duke Jiang Hao for abusing power and committing acts of tyranny. I impeach Duke Jiang Hao for excluding dissenters and framing loyal subjects. I impeach Duke Jiang Hao for monopolizing state affairs and disrupting the governance. The Grand Censor's accusations acted as a clarion call for others, and soon, one by one, high-ranking officials stepped forward to echo similar condemnations, brandishing dubious evidence to support their claims. All eyes converged on Duke Jiang Hao of Wei. At this moment, other officials began to sense that something was amiss. The orchestrated nature of this spectacle became glaringly evident. A wave of trepidation coursed through the assembly. It was clear that an unprecedented storm was about to engulf the Grand Zhou court. Reflecting on this, all eyes instinctively turned to the young man standing at the forefront of the civil and military officials. He possessed an imposing grace, with striking features and a commanding presence. No wonder he was hailed as the most handsome man in the Grand Zhou dynasty, the current chancellor. Even in the face of numerous ministers vehemently denouncing him, he remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Like a solitary pine tree standing atop a snow-capped peak, impervious to the relentless assault of rain and wind, his demeanor commanded profound admiration. Instantly, many officials prepared to rise in his support. However, at that moment, a chilling voice resonated from above, imbued with an undeniable imperial authority. Jiang Hao, do you plead guilty? These 4 simple words unmistakably conveyed the ruler's stance. An eerie silence descended upon the grand court, as if a pin could be heard falling, with all officials rendered mute. Jiang Hao, too, trembled slightly, slowly raising his head to meet the gaze of the Empress, Ji Luoyao, seated upon the throne. Simultaneously, Ji Luoyao looked down upon him, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. In that instant, it felt as though time had reversed, transporting them back 20 years to their first encounter. Yet, the once warm and tender expression on Ji Liao's breathtakingly beautiful face had vanished. Her gaze was devoid of the softness it once held. It was cold. It was ruthless, like a mighty dragon surveying its insignificant prey. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Hao suddenly comprehended. The others were mere pawns. The one demanding his submission was the very Empress he had once helped ascend to the throne. When the birds have flown, the fine bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. Who would have thought it would come to this? Jiang Hao sighed deeply, lowering his head, a mocking smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He did not mock her, rather, he mocked himself. It was laughable that, having traversed 2 lifetimes and over 20 years in this world, he had remained diligent and earnest, refraining from forming cliques or pursuing personal gain, wholly devoted to the public good. He had believed that genuine intentions would foster genuine connections, creating a flourishing era, thereby leaving behind a tale of harmonious governance. He sought not to betray his second chance at life, but rather to repay her trust. Yet, he never anticipated that his arduous efforts would culminate in such a disheartening outcome. Observing the shift in Jiang Hao's expression, Ji Luoyao's eyes grew increasingly hostile. His self-deprecating smile struck her as particularly ironic. In Jiang Hao's eyes, she seemed forever the immature little princess. Unbeknownst to him, she had ascended to the pinnacle of power, the revered sovereign of the great Zhou dynasty. What she desired was absolute authority. She craved to command unwavering loyalty, with all bowing before her. No exceptions could be tolerated. Moreover, and most critically, Jiang Hao possessed knowledge of her many secrets. He had been there during her most vulnerable, powerless, and distressing moments. Each time she faced him, it felt as though she were confronting her own dark past. How could such a person remain within the court? For Ji Luoyao, the feeling towards Jiang Hao had long been akin to a thorn in her throat. In the past, she had reluctantly tolerated him, as she needed his assistance to stabilize the court. However, now that she believed she had seized control of the situation, there was no longer any reason to keep Jiang Hao, the proverbial splinter in her flesh. With this in mind, her gaze turned increasingly frigid. Now that the evidence is overwhelming, Jiang Hao, what further words do you have to offer? She spoke coldly, resolute in her determination to erase her final flaw today. Jiang Hao raised his head once more, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage before him, and suddenly found everything around him to be utterly insipid. To fabricate charges is to find an excuse with ease. If I truly desired rebellion, would I have waited until today? At these words, Ji Liao's expression abruptly sharpened. What do you mean by that? Meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity, Jiang Hao replied, If I were to harbor treachery, your majesty would be the most aware. Confronted by Jiang Hao's piercing eyes, Ji Luoyao momentarily faltered, feeling an unexpected sense of shame that made her hesitant to meet his gaze. Deep down, she understood that without Jiang Hao, she could never have ascended to her current position. In other words, had he truly harbored treachery, she would have long since met her demise, and today would not exist. Though this was the truth, there are moments when the most unbearable of all is indeed the truth itself. Ji Luoyao prided herself on being sagacious and formidable, aspiring to be a sovereign unlike any other in the history of the great Zhou, and could not permit such a dark chapter to exist. That fleeting sense of shame was swiftly supplanted by a fierce resolve. Perfect as she deemed herself, she could not allow such a flaw to remain. The heart of an emperor dictates, better to betray the world than to be betrayed by the world. A surge of murderous intent filled Ji Luoyao's eyes. Are you implying that I have wronged you? Jiang Hao maintained an expression of calm, as tranquil as still waters, offering no defense but stating, Since your majesty has made up your mind, the question of justice is irrelevant. I merely ask that, considering our years of connection, you grant me a swift end. Ji Luoyao felt as though her fist had struck against cotton, and instantaneously, fury ignited within her. Her eyes bore into Jiang Hao, her chest heaving with agitation. After a moment, she suddenly laughed coldly. Jiang Hao, your arrogance blinds you. You always presume too much. Do you believe that I cannot exist without you? Very well. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall not grant you that mercy. I will ensure you live to witness how I establish an unprecedented era of peace without your presence. When that time comes, you will understand who truly cannot do without whom. With an air of haughtiness, she rose slowly, casting a cold final command towards Jiang Hao. Bring forth my decree. Strip Duke Jiang Hao of his title and reduce him to a commoner. Imprison him in the depths of the heavenly prison, and let no one visit him without my express permission. Chapter 2. The System of Lying Flat. Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, imprisoned by the Empress. The news spread rapidly, creating a tremendous uproar both within the court and beyond. Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, is a figure of great renown. Even the children in the countryside are familiar with his name. In the wake of the unexpected demise of the late emperor, the situation in the great Zhou dynasty deteriorated, with barbarous factions sharpening their blades and ambitious individuals rising in rebellion, foreshadowing chaos for the imperial reign. It was Duke Wei Jiang Hao who stepped forward to stabilize the turmoil and restore order. He nearly single-handedly rescued the great Zhou dynasty from the abyss of despair, truly embodying the role of the savior of the empire. Moreover, over the years, Duke Wei Jiang Hao has advocated benevolent governance, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity, and nurturing a plethora of talented individuals. Consequently, the great Zhou dynasty has steadily progressed towards strength and prosperity. One could envision that, if this momentum continues in several decades, the great Zhou dynasty will burgeon to an astonishing extent, potentially ruling over the entire continent. However, it is precisely at this juncture that Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, has been imprisoned by the Empress on some unfounded charges. Shock, astonishment. For many, this news is indeed difficult to fathom. For the ambitious, however, the Empress's action undoubtedly offers them a monumental opportunity. Ha ha ha, the Empress is blind to talent. Imprisoning such a remarkable figure as Duke Wei. Although Jiang Hao is merely a scholar, devoid of martial prowess, he remains the greatest adversary of the king. Without him, the king's ambitions would face no hindrance. With the pillar of the great Zhou toppled, chaos is imminent. Heaven has perished, and the yellow sky shall reign. It is the year of the Jiazi, and fortune smiles upon the world. While the outside world is in turmoil, Jiang Hao has already been confined in the celestial prison. This prison is renowned as the most terrifying in the great Zhou dynasty, with defenses as formidable as those of the imperial palace itself. The 18th level of the celestial prison is particularly crucial, reserved for the most dangerous and threatening individuals. This marks the first time a non-threatening civil official has been incarcerated here, highlighting the Empress Ji Liao's apprehension towards Jiang Hao. Though she refrains from executing him directly, she has assigned him to the most secure confinement imaginable, clearly denying him any opportunity to escape, intending instead to imprison him until death. Clang, clang, clang. One heavy gate after another was locked with a resounding finality. Soon, the solitary cell contained only Jiang Hao. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the copper walls and iron barriers that enclosed him. Furthermore, the 18th level of the celestial prison lies deep underground, making escape nearly impossible, a true prison from which one cannot fly away. Of course, Jiang Hao harbored no thoughts of fleeing. He understood well that while many honored him outside, there were certainly just as many who wished for his demise. Setting aside the myriad local powers and ambitious individuals, the number of those offended by his reforms over the years is considerable. In the past, as the reigning authority, he predominantly resided in the imperial capital, safeguarded by formidable protectors, thus remaining untroubled by concerns for his personal safety. However, now that the Empress has stripped him of his position, such privileges are no longer available. Staying in other locales proves less secure than this prison. Contemplating this, the prison does not seem so bad after all. After years of relentless toil, he finds himself unencumbered by official duties, affording him the opportunity to rest thoroughly here. No longer must he fret over interminable bureaucratic affairs, nor must he grapple with the intricate web of factional struggles. He is free from the need to be wary of those ambitious individuals lurking about. Moving forward, even if the heavens were to collapse upon the great Zhou dynasty, it would bear no consequence for him. With this thought, Jiang Hao feels an unprecedented sense of ease. Accepting his current predicament, he becomes disinclined to ponder further and simply reclines on the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Perhaps it is the exhaustion accumulated over the years, or perhaps it is the absence of pressure that allows him such restful sleep. When he awakens, it is already the next day. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonates in his mind. Jiang Hao jolts awake, and in quick succession, a series of enigmatic voices echo within his consciousness. Congratulations, host. For comprehending the essence of life, you have successfully activated the lying flat system. Life and death are fated. wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. Rejecting the rat race. To lie flat is the highest realm of existence. For each day the host lies flat, a reward shall be granted. The longer one lies flat, the more substantial the rewards will be. Jiang Hao is taken aback, utterly bewildered. Comprehending the essence of life and activating the lying flat system, he merely took a nap. And now, he has awakened a system? No. Could it be that I possess a system? Jiang Hao murmurs to himself, his face a mask of astonishment. As a transmigrator, he is acutely aware of what a system entails. Yet, after years in this world, he has never realized the existence of such a system, believing himself to be devoid of one and reliant solely on his own efforts. Ironically, this system, the lying flat system, requires him to fully embrace idleness for activation. Thus, a vicious cycle is established. Without a system, he must depend on his own toil, but his efforts will not awaken the system. Were it not for the Empress's betrayal, casting him into the prison and leading him to resign himself to this fate, he would have remained oblivious to when this peculiar system would ever activate. Jiang Hao opens his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to convey his emotions. Ding. After lying flat for a day, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme physique, the Emperor's body. The system's notification rings out once more, leaving Jiang Hao no time for reflection as he is once again engulfed in shock. The Emperor's body? Unlike his previous life, this world possesses the art of cultivation. To his knowledge, those valiant warriors on the battlefield and the masters of martial arts are all formidable individuals who have attained significant mastery. In this world, those who can stand against thousands are truly unmatched in every sense. The essence of the path of cultivation lies fundamentally in one's innate talent. Those endowed with great talent progress at an astonishing pace, while those with lesser abilities struggle under great burdens. Previously, his own cultivation talent was rather mediocre, and despite dedicating a lifetime to it, he could hardly achieve remarkable success. Thus, he chose to pursue the path of a scholar official, assisting the Empress in establishing a prosperous era which could be deemed a worthwhile life. It was not his desire to play the role of a supporting character. Rather, it was a matter of lacking the requisite strength to firmly occupy a prominent position. The Empress, Ji Luoyao, belongs to the category of individuals with extraordinary gifts. Born with the physique of a human king, her cultivation yields results with half the effort, and her efficiency far surpasses that of ordinary people. Therefore, despite her youth, Ji Luoyao's personal strength is indeed remarkable. This is one of the vital reasons she can maintain her imperial throne. The physique of a human emperor is, in fact, an enhanced version of the human king physique. If Jiang Hao recalls correctly, the ancestor of the Ji clan who founded the great Zhou dynasty possessed the human emperor physique. It is said that this constitution is exceedingly powerful, endowed with various mysterious qualities, rendering its combat prowess invincible among peers. It was precisely by relying on this extraordinary human emperor physique that the Ji clan's ancestor was able to achieve a monumental legacy. So, I merely lay idle for a day and acquired the human emperor physique? Could this be true? Just as this thought flickered in Jiang Hao's mind, a surging and enigmatic power flooded into his body. This force rampaged within him like an invisible pair of hands, seemingly remolding him from within. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. In a state of daze, Jiang Hao experienced a transformative change akin to being reborn. From flesh to bones, from organs to blood and marrow, an unprecedented metamorphosis unfolded. If his original body could be likened to a decayed piece of wood unworthy of cultivation, then post-transformation, his form had become a masterpiece of celestial creation. Boom! The legendary human emperor physique emerged once again, swiftly resonating with the energies of this realm, as if stirring the very laws of nature. In an instant, extraordinary phenomena erupted. The primordial energies of heaven and earth converged wildly, enveloping the ancient capital. The previously clear sky was transformed, clouds swirling ominously, thunder crashing. The temperature plummeted suddenly, and within moments, heavy snow began to fall in June. Such a bizarre occurrence soon left countless citizens of the capital astounded. Just as the Duke of Wei had been released from prison, such a spectacle unfolded. Could it be a warning from the heavens? Chapter 3. The Empress. I am in the right. What is happening? How could it suddenly start snowing? Indeed, just moments ago, the skies were clear, and in the blink of an eye, snow began to fall heavily. This weather is truly peculiar. Snow in June must signal some grievance. In my opinion, it is highly likely connected to the imprisonment of the Duke of Wei. This must be the reason. Throughout the Great Zhou, who does not know the Duke of Wei's selflessness and dedication to the nation? Such a person could never rebel. He is undoubtedly slandered by petty individuals, suffering an unjust fate. Even the heavens can no longer bear to witness this. Tread carefully, for words may bring calamity. The Duke's imprisonment was a decree issued personally by Her Majesty the Empress. Why can't we speak the truth? With treacherous ministers in power and the Empress's incompetence, even virtuous officials like the Duke of Wei are persecuted. It appears our lives as ordinary citizens are about to come to an end. In the capital, countless taverns and tea houses buzzed with discussions. After all, Snow in June is an extraordinary sight, rare to behold in many years. Coupled with the Duke of Wei's recent imprisonment, one cannot help but see the connection between the two events. Loyal ministers wronged, the heavens send a warning. This notion quickly gained traction, spreading with astonishing speed throughout the imperial capital and beyond. Not only the common folk, but even court officials found themselves troubled by these coincidences. Could it truly be a divine warning? If so, should they not express their stance? Under such influence, petitions for the Duke of Wei's vindication soon began to flood the Empress's desk like falling snowflakes. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Within the palace, the Empress, Ji Luoyao, was seething with anger. Gazing at the pile of petitions strewn across the floor, her fury surged, as if a fire raged within her heart. Although she had anticipated that imprisoning Jiang Hao might stir some ripples, she never imagined the tumult would be so intense. However, rather than swaying her resolve, this only reinforced her belief that taking decisive action against Jiang Hao was indeed correct. His influence was evidently far greater than she had estimated. There is a saying, a common man is innocent, yet possessing a jewel brings guilt. Even if Jiang Hao himself were blameless, that unmatched influence alone is his greatest transgression. Loyal ministers wronged, the heavens send a warning? If Jiang Hao is a loyal minister, then what am I? A tyrannical ruler? What do you think? As she spoke, Ji Luoyao fixed her cold gaze upon the commander of the imperial guards, Cao Xiaoming. As the Empress's trusted confidant, Cao Xiaoming was feared by many outside. Yet in the face of Ji Luoyao's icy stare, he could not help but feel a shiver of trepidation. Swallowing hard and wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead, Cao Xiaoming responded with a tense expression, "These are merely the ramblings of the common folk. The majesty of your majesty, with profound wisdom and strategic insight, is beyond the comprehension of those ignorant peasants. Furthermore, it is likely that some nefarious individuals are stoking unrest for their own gain. If your majesty were to take offense, it would only serve their purpose." After hearing this, Ji Luoyao's mood calmed somewhat, though she sensed something amiss. After all, the sudden snowfall in June was indeed peculiar. However, she would never subscribe to the notion of celestial warning. She swiftly commanded, if that is the case, immediately arrange for an investigation. Identify those behind this turmoil, and eradicate their entire lineage. The menace in her tone was palpable. Cao Xiaoming, feeling a jolt of alarm, dared not hesitate, bowing deeply in acknowledgement, "As you decree." At that moment, a young eunuch hurried in, reporting, "Your Majesty, the esteemed Confucian scholar leads 3,000 students kneeling outside the Taiji Hall, requesting Your Majesty to release Duke Jiang Hao. They claim Duke Jiang has rendered great service to the court and should not be imprisoned. Only with Duke Jiang at the helm can the realm achieve peace. Otherwise, chaos will surely ensue." The esteemed scholar? What business does he have here? Ji Luoyao scoffed. Only with Duke Jiang in the court can there be peace? If he is truly that vital, what need is there for me? Absurd. Her expression darkened. The esteemed scholar was the head of the Imperial Academy, known for his rigid and dogmatic nature, yet he held great respect. Moreover, if Ji Luoyao recalled correctly, he had always steered clear of political matters, focusing solely on education. It was unexpected for him to intervene on behalf of Jiang Hao. Reporting, before Ji Luoyao could contemplate a course of action, another young eunuch rushed in. "Your Majesty, Prince Duan has sent word, stating that Duke Jiang is his close friend and he is willing to stake his life and fortune as a guarantee. Assuring Your Majesty that Duke Jiang harbors no rebellious intentions. He implores Your Majesty to reconsider and thoroughly investigate this matter, restoring Duke Jiang's honor." Prince Duan, Ji Luoyao's countenance darkened once more. Unlike the esteemed scholar, Prince Duan was her uncle, who had always shown her affection and was a crucial supporter in her rise to the throne. Furthermore, he held a significant position within the royal family, commanding immense respect. Yet, to her astonishment, he had not taken her side in this matter, but rather spoke in defense of Jiang Hao. Reporting. Just then, another young eunuch fell to his knees. Ji Luoyao's fury ignited. Speak. Who else has come to advocate for Jiang Hao? The young eunuch paused momentarily before hastily speaking. No. It is an envoy from the Golden Horde who seeks an audience. They claim that the Khan of the Golden Horde admires the Duke of Wei and wishes to emulate the ancient custom of exchanging lambskins for ministers. Proposing to exchange the Duke of Wei with your majesty. Lambskins for ministers? Ji Luoyao was almost amused by her indignation. These barbaric denizens of the steppes dared to intrude upon matters that did not concern them. Did they truly believe I would covet their meager offerings? Pray tell, what do they intend to offer in exchange for my minister? 200,000 war horses. What? Ji Luoyao's expression froze in astonishment. The young eunuch raised his head. Assuming the Empress had not comprehended, and carefully reiterated, they said they are willing to exchange 200,000 war horses for the Duke of Wei. 200,000 war horses. Even as the sovereign of the Great Zhou, Ji Luoyao could not suppress a sharp intake of breath at this proposition. Although the Great Zhou was vast and prosperous, its cavalry had always been lacking, primarily due to a scarcity of fine steeds. If they possessed 200,000 steeds from the steppes, how many cavalry could they train? The allure was undeniably immense. In that fleeting moment, even Ji Luoyao felt a flicker of temptation stir within her. However, she swiftly quelled this burgeoning desire, resolutely opting to decline. On one hand, she could not afford to lose face. On the other hand, the willingness of the Golden Horde to offer such a substantial number of war horses in exchange for Jiang Hao indicated that his value to them surpassed even that of the horses. Jiang Hao, must you persist in your obstinacy, even when confined to the depths of the dungeons? Ji Luoyao ground her teeth in frustration. The common folk regard you as a loyal minister. The civil and military officials see you as a pillar of strength. Esteemed scholars advocate on your behalf. And even my royal uncle stands by your side. And now these barbaric tribes are willing to exchange 200,000 war horses for you. Am I mistaken? This series of events ignited a flicker of doubt within Ji Luoyao. Yet, her gaze soon regained its resolute determination. No, I am not wrong. I am the sovereign of the Great Zhou, the sole sovereign. I can never be mistaken. She took a deep breath, rose to her feet, and proclaimed with unwavering clarity, "Convey my decree. The matter of Jiang Hao has been conclusively settled. Anyone who dares to petition on his behalf, regardless of who it may be, shall be punished as an accomplice." Chapter 4. The terrifying sovereign of horror. The tumultuous disturbances from the outside world did not penetrate the confines of the celestial prison where Jiang Hao resided. Time flowed indistinctly until he finally emerged from the enigmatic state that had enveloped him. It was then that he perceived the astonishing transformations that had taken place within his body, an extraordinary metamorphosis that was not merely superficial but profound in every aspect. Firstly, his stature had noticeably increased, previously standing at around 7 feet, which, while not short, paled in comparison to the towering figures of martial warriors. However, he could now intuitively sense that his height had soared to no less than 8 feet. Furthermore, the frail physique that had succumbed to years of bureaucratic toil now appeared revitalized, exhibiting an unprecedented vigor, his limbs brimming with newfound strength. He mused that he could now rend beasts as formidable as tigers and wolves with his bare hands. His breath had elongated, allowing him to run over 10 kilometers effortlessly. His vision now rivaled that of a hawk, sharp and penetrating. His hearing was remarkably acute, attuned to the faintest of sounds. His sense of smell had become remarkably discerning, capable of identifying individuals by their scent. Even his masculinity seemed to have subtly expanded, radiating an exuberant vitality. It was as though every organ within him had undergone a form of evolution, manifesting a plethora of changes. Yet, the most significant transformation was not external, but rather internal. For the first time in over 20 years, Jiang Hao glimpsed the interior of his own body, which now resembled an enigmatic treasure haul. Brilliant golden light shone incessantly, while arcane runes danced with mysterious luminescence. Blood flowed through him like a great river, and the sound of his heartbeat echoed like thunder. Moreover, A continuous stream of natural energy from the heavens and earth converged upon him from all directions. Without any conscious effort on his part, this vital essence permeated his body through every pore. Once inside, this energy gradually integrated into his sinews, bones, and flesh, enhancing his physiological capabilities in every conceivable way, propelling his body towards an ideal state of perfection. It could be said that even without any deliberate action, his physique was perpetually growing stronger. Is this truly my body? At that moment, Jiang Hao felt parched and disoriented, as if he were caught in a dream. Initially, he had contemplated the path of cultivation, for who would not desire to become formidable? Unfortunately, his lack of talent rendered his body akin to a sieve, incapable of retaining vital energy, and no amount of elixirs could remedy this. Subsequently, as he ascended to the position of the reigning authority, the burdens of governance consumed his time, leaving little room for dedicated practice. Moreover, managing a nation proved far more exhausting than he had anticipated, draining his mental faculties and leaving his body in a state worse than that of an ordinary individual. The phrase "unable to lift a chicken" may be an exaggeration, yet it was not far from the truth. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao acutely sensed that he had seemingly entered an entirely new fast lane, one where he could overtake others with finesse. The imperial body. Truly, it is terrifying. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, utterly astonished that merely possessing an imperial body could engender such profound transformation within him. Compared to his former self, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Yet, he was not an ordinary person. Although this change arrived rather abruptly, he swiftly subdued his tumultuous emotions and regained his composure. The successful awakening of the imperial body marked the most significant shift for him, transforming from a cultivation wastrel into a prodigious genius. And not just any genius, but one among the elite. Previously, due to circumstances, he had no choice but to abandon the path of cultivation, devoting himself entirely to the role of a civil minister, thereby realizing his self-worth. However, with the tide of fortune now turned, Jiang Hao was more than willing to embrace his newfound strength. Power is synonymous with authority. This truth remains immutable, regardless of the setting. To speak candidly, if he truly were a formidable adversary, even the Empress, sovereign of the great Zhou, would find it no easy feat to subdue him. To be even more audacious, had he possessed such innate talent earlier, whether the Empress could have ascended to her current position would remain an open question. Nevertheless, it is not too late. A flicker of brilliance shone in Jiang Hao's eyes. Currently, the imperial body had only just begun to merge with him, and he had not yet begun to unlock its full potential, yet it had already bestowed upon him a remarkable transformation. Should he continue on this path and truly harness the myriad wonders of the imperial body, the assistance it would provide would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. What once seemed insurmountable in the realm of cultivation now appeared less daunting. Given Jiang Hao's previous stature, as long as he was willing to seek understanding, there were few matters that could elude him. While he had not engaged deeply in cultivation, he possessed a thorough grasp of general cultivation knowledge. As far as he knew, the path of cultivation in this world is broadly divided into three major realms. The first major realm is the physical realm, which primarily focuses on the honing of the body. This realm is further subdivided into 6 levels: copper skin, iron bone, steel tendon, silver blood, golden organs, and jade marrow, collectively known as the 6 stages of the physical body. The copper skin and iron bone stages are relatively straightforward to comprehend. The steel tendon stage requires one to attain tendons as resilient as steel. The silver blood stage demands blood akin to liquid mercury. The golden organ stage involves organs as strong as precious stones. The jade marrow stage necessitates marrow as pure as jade essence. Mastery of the 6 stages of the physical body would result in an astonishing enhancement of one's physique. Such individuals would be unstoppable even amidst the chaos of battle, impervious to the attempts of ordinary soldiers to contend with them. The second major realm is the extraordinary realm. The extraordinary realm is subdivided into 5 stages: Dragon Gate, Earthly Fiend, Heavenly Gang, Law Manifestation, and Celestial Being, collectively referred to as the 5 stages of the extraordinary. In comparison to the 6 stages of the physical body, the 5 stages of the extraordinary are considerably more intricate, not easily conveyed in mere words. Any individual capable of entering this realm possesses extraordinary strength, at the very least qualifying them for the title of a formidable warrior. Should one attain the pinnacle of cultivation, dominating a realm would be but a trifling matter. Much like the formidable generals stationed in the court and the eminent martial artists of the rivers and lakes, nearly all are beings of extraordinary caliber. As for the third great realm, it is known as the realm of eternal life. In comparison to the preceding two realms, this one is shrouded in far greater mystery, with scant information circulating about it. Despite Jiang Hao's numerous inquiries, he garnered little insight. It is said that upon entering this realm, one can pursue true immortality. However, those who successfully breach this threshold are exceedingly rare, typically mythic figures, elusive as the legendary dragon. Throughout an entire era, one might not find even a couple of individuals who have ascended to this level. Yet, now that I possess the human emperor's body, perhaps I could set my sights on a different aspiration, such as eternal life? Jiang Hao lifted his gaze, as if his eyes could pierce through solid walls, their brilliance shimmering like the stars. Chapter 5. The Second Reward, Foundation Establishment Pill. The following morning, Jiang Hao awakened from his slumber. Despite the frigid confines of his cell, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, surpassing even the opulence of his former residence, the Duke's mansion, which sprawled over 100 acres with an abundance of servants and maidens at his beck and call. Upon rising, he was not only invigorated but also felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursing through him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Previously, he had no choice. Now, his singular desire was to grow stronger. Awash with unparalleled vitality, Jiang Hao was filled with an indomitable spirit, almost eager to dash 20 kilometers at once. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Jiang Hao was no stranger to the intricacies of cultivation. The initial phase of training, known as the 6 stages of the physical body, was not particularly complex. It primarily involved tempering the physique and circulating vital energy, thereby achieving a transformative metamorphosis of the body and spirit. However, being confined in a dungeon, the environmental conditions were severely limited and could not compare to the outside world. Thus, he needed to adapt his approach accordingly. Just as Jiang Hao brimmed with confidence, preparing to devise a comprehensive cultivation plan for himself, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! After lying flat for 2 days, congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of Foundation Establishment Pill. Lying flat for 2 days? A reward of a Foundation Establishment Pill? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had transformed from a cultivation novice into a prodigy, not only due to the human emperor body, but also thanks to the awakening of the system. Although the name of this lying flat system seemed somewhat dubious, its efficacy was undeniably impressive. The human emperor body, which he regarded as invaluable, was merely the first of the special rewards conferred by the system. According to the system's prompt, it appeared that if he continued to lie flat, he could receive an endless stream of rewards. So, does this mean I no longer need to strive? I merely need to continue lying flat? Jiang Hao hesitated. Throughout his past and present lives, his philosophy had always been that effort begets reward. One reaps what one sows. Now, being suddenly urged to reap without labor, merely lying flat and doing nothing, was a novel and somewhat uncomfortable adjustment for him. Perhaps it was best to examine this Foundation Establishment Pill first. He had certainly heard of its illustrious name before. Indeed, given his previous status, he had only heard whispers of it. He had never even laid eyes on the physical object, let alone sampled it. The Foundation Establishment Pill was an ancient artifact, known only to the arcane practitioners of yore, and the methods of its refinement had long since been lost to time. It was said that during ancient times, when the essence of heaven and earth was abundant, the cultivation environment far surpassed that of the present, and a myriad of spiritual treasures flourished, giving rise to the unique profession of qi practitioners. For reasons unknown, a great transformation occurred in the world, leading to a gradual thinning of the elemental energies in this land. The cultivation environment deteriorated significantly compared to the past, resulting in a scarcity and even extinction of many spiritual entities. Consequently, the profession of qi refiners gradually faded from the annals of history, supplanted by the more universally applicable warriors. It was through ancient texts that Jiang Hao came to learn of the existence of the Foundation Establishment Pill, a special elixir purportedly used by ancient qi refiners to aid in the forging of their foundational essence. For every qi refiner, this foundational essence is of paramount importance, even surpassing the value of life itself. Thus, The foundation establishment pill, which assists in this endeavor, is exceedingly precious, even in ancient times. The cultivation paths of warriors and chi refiners differ significantly. It is not a matter of superiority or inferiority. However, the foundation establishment pill, a miraculous concoction crafted from the essences of numerous spiritual materials, is certainly incomparable to ordinary pills, and its worth in the present day is beyond measure. Is this truly the foundation establishment pill? Jiang Hao opened his right hand, and with a thought, a white jade vial materialized in his palm. He uncorked the vial and peered inside, where he beheld several milky white pills shimmering with glimmers of light, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance wafting from the opening. In that instant, Jiang Hao felt invigorated. Every pore in his body seemed to expand rapidly, eagerly absorbing the fragrant essence as if wasting even a fraction of it would be a disgraceful act. Simultaneously, every cell in his body awakened, transmitting a sensation of hunger to his brain, igniting a profound urge within him to consume all 10 foundation establishment pills in a single gulp. Gasping in astonishment, Jiang Hao could hardly conceal his shock. Once a ruler of the great Zhou dynasty, he had encountered numerous miraculous elixirs, yet none could compare to the foundation establishment pill. Indeed, none had ever drawn his interest as profoundly as this one. Could it be that the foundation establishment pill not only forges the foundation of chi refiners, but also serves as a remarkable foundation for warriors? Feeling the urgency from within, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and promptly placed a foundation establishment pill into his mouth. In the next moment, an unimaginable surge of potent medicinal energy erupted from the pill. Though the effects of the foundation establishment pill were gentle, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. After all, it was a spiritual medicine designed for chi refiners to establish their foundations, far exceeding the realm of ordinary pills. In fact, even during ancient times, the foundation establishment pill was not intended for consumption by just any chi refiner. Only those who had attained the consummate stage of chi gathering, standing on the brink of establishing their foundation, could utilize the foundation establishment pill for this purpose, thereby achieving a monumental leap in their cultivation. At this moment, however, Jiang Hao had yet to even breach the 6 passages of the physical body, remaining leagues away from the consummate stage of chi gathering. If it were anyone else in his position, the only outcome would likely be a catastrophic explosion of their body. However, Jiang Hao need not fret over this matter. Although his cultivation realm is rather lowly, he possesses the extraordinary and enigmatic physique known as the human emperor body. Even though he is yet to fully unlock the myriad mysteries contained within this physique, its inherent strength endows him with an absorption capacity that far exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist. In an instant, it seemed as though every cell in his body had come to life, transforming his entire being into a colossal furnace, fervently absorbing the formidable medicinal energy emanating from the foundation establishment pill. Throughout this process, the various functions of his body experienced a rapid enhancement. Typically, the 6 realms of physical refinement progress step by step, from copper skin to iron bones, then steel tendons, followed by silver blood, golden organs, and jade marrow. Yet, for Jiang Hao, the trajectory is different. He does not ascend incrementally, but rather experiences a comprehensive enhancement, refining and honing all parts of his body simultaneously. Utilizing the abundant medicinal power provided by the foundation establishment pill as fuel, the human emperor body transforms into a mysterious furnace, allowing him to advance at an unimaginable pace. Unbeknownst to him, several hours slipped by. When the potency of the foundation establishment pill was entirely expended, Jiang Hao found himself not merely satiated, but rather yearning for more. Smacking his lips in delight, perhaps it would be best to simply continue reclining. At this moment, any lingering doubts within Jiang Hao's heart dissipated entirely. 4. The rewards bestowed by the system are truly bountiful. Given the exceptional effects of a single foundation establishment pill, what could the remaining 9 yield? Remarkably, this is merely the reward for a single day. Striving is no longer a possibility. He shall never exert himself again in this lifetime. Let others toil away. He shall remain in the celestial prison, contentedly at ease. Chapter 6. A day of lethargy in the grand palace of the great Zhou. Within the Taishan Hall, the Empress consort Luo Yao, adorned in imperial robes, was engrossed in state affairs. Her flowing tresses cascaded like a waterfall, and her delicate wrists shimmered like frost, yet her brow was furrowed with concern. Traditionally, most of these matters had been entrusted to Jiang Hao, allowing her merely to oversee the final stages. However, with Jiang Hao now imprisoned in the dungeons, she found herself without recourse. Driven by an unwavering ambition to become an unparalleled Empress of the Great Zhou, she realized that she could no longer delegate these responsibilities to others and was compelled to tackle them herself. Initially, she had presumed the task would be manageable, having observed Jiang Hao handle it with apparent ease. Yet, as she delved into the intricacies of governance, she discovered the labyrinthine complexities and entangled interests that left her utterly bewildered, struggling to make sense of it all. Reluctant to seek counsel from others, she pressed on, grappling with the challenges alone. After several days, she felt as though her hair had thinned considerably. If this continued, her lifespan might indeed be curtailed. These inept fools. They inquire about everything and seek my approval for the slightest matters. What purpose does it serve to sustain them with such generous salaries? She exclaimed, slamming a memorial onto the table in a fit of rage. Your Majesty, Lord Chao requests an audience, announced a female official at that moment. Taking a deep breath to quell her inner fury, Luo Yao restored her former air of composure and aloofness before responding. Let him enter. Moments later, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Cao Xiaoming, entered the hall. I pay my respects to your Majesty, he greeted with a bow. Indeed, Luo Yao replied, her expression impassive as she inquired, what has been the response following the issuance of the imperial decree? They merely seek to gain favor in this opportunity. Once your Majesty's decree was proclaimed, they would not dare to offend your esteemed presence, and thus they no longer advocate for Jiang Hao, Cao Xiaoming responded. His demeanor relaxed. He refrained from divulging the extent of coercion and manipulation employed behind the scenes, nor the number of individuals imprisoned or the families torn apart as a consequence of this upheaval. In contrast to Jiang Hao's cautious governance, Chao felt a newfound sense of liberation under Luo Yao's rule, her relative inexperience rendering her more approachable. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Luo Yao sighed in relief and asked, what news regarding the heavy snowfall in the imperial capital? Upon hearing this query, Cao Xiaoming felt a pang of anxiety. Despite deploying numerous personnel, he had unearthed no clues. The snowfall had arrived abruptly, devoid of any trace of human intervention, as if it were a divine warning from the heavens. However, he knew that such an explanation would be unacceptable unless he wished to relinquish his position as commander of the Imperial Guard. After pondering for a moment, he could only respond with a blend of speculation and vagueness. Based on the clues I have gathered, it is highly probable that the recent heavy snowfall is the result of the dark sorcery employed by the Black Witch sect. Their intention is likely to incite chaos within the imperial capital. If their scheme comes to fruition, they might even consider abducting Jiang Hao from the prison and conspiring with him against the throne. Upon hearing the last part, Ji Luyao's gaze suddenly sharpened. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such a possibility. The lunatics of the Black Witch sect may collaborate with anyone, but certainly not with Jiang Hao, Ji Luoyao asserted with unwavering conviction. Cao Xiaoping was taken aback, unable to restrain his curiosity. Why is that? Are you aware of how the Black Witch sect has fallen to its current predicament? Ji Luoyao chuckled lightly, a hint of self-satisfaction in her tone as she explained. Once upon a time, the Black Witch sect covertly supported the Crown Prince and nearly succeeded. Yet they stumbled at the final hurdle, thwarted by none other than Jiang Hao. Had it not been for him, the one seated on the throne today could very well have been the Crown Prince. And the Black Witch sect might have risen to become the state religion of the Great Zhou, rather than descending to the loathed state they find themselves in now. One cannot deny that Jiang Hao is indeed a mastermind of extraordinary cunning. In the past, the Crown Prince, the Third Prince, and the Seventh Prince were all far superior to me. Were it not for Jiang Hao, I would have never. As she spoke, Ji Luyao's voice suddenly faltered, and the pride on her face vanished in an instant. It was evident that she had just recalled that Jiang Hao was imprisoned by her own decree. To imprison someone who had once bestowed great kindness upon her, while she continued to boast, was a profound irony. In that moment, Cao Xiaoping felt an overwhelming urge to sever his own ears, hastily kneeling with his head bowed, not daring to utter another word. After a long silence, Ji Luoyao's voice finally broke the stillness. How has he been these past few days? Although she did not specify, Cao Xiaoping understood precisely who she was referring to. According to the reports from the prison warden, Jiang Hao has been exceedingly compliant, spending most of his time lying down and sleeping. Qiao Xiaoping replied with utmost reverence. Lying down and sleeping? Ji Luoyao was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Hao would possess such a calm demeanor, able to sleep soundly even after being cast into the dungeon. In contrast, she had been overwhelmed with the chaotic affairs of state, scarcely managing to obtain a full night's rest. The comparison ignited a fiery rage within her, and she gritted her teeth. He certainly has it easy. With nothing to occupy his time, he can only sleep. Qiao Xiaoping, bewildered, awkwardly concurred, yet he understood that remaining alive was already the greatest mercy bestowed by Her Majesty. Hearing this, Ji Luoyao realized the gravity of the situation. The esteemed chancellor of the Great Zhou had been reduced to a state where he could only sleep day after day. This indeed seemed to be the utmost form of punishment. Perhaps he is waiting for death in this manner, Ji Luoyao murmured, regaining her aloofness. Time passed day by day. While Ji Luoyao contemplated Jiang Hao, who seemed to be wholeheartedly awaiting his demise, the latter was enjoying an exceedingly pleasant existence. To be precise, in the entirety of his 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such ease and joy as he did during these days. Each morning, he awoke naturally from slumber. A dedicated jailer brought him meals and water. The spacious cell housed only him, devoid of any disturbances. Most importantly, he was required to do absolutely nothing each day. He merely had to lie down and embrace idleness to receive a unique reward. Ding! After lying flat for 3 days. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Earth-level technique Immovable King Technique. Ding! After lying flat for 4 days. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of spirit-nourishing pills. Ding! After lying flat for 5 days. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the human-level combat skill Solar Palm. Ding! After lying flat for 6 days. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000-year ginseng. Unbeknownst to him, the 7th day had arrived. Ding! After lying flat for a week, you have received a special reward. Congratulations to the host. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao abruptly rose. If his memory served him correctly, the reward from the first day, the emperor body, also belonged to the category of special rewards. It seemed that on particular significant days, special rewards were bestowed. This type of reward was evidently of a higher caliber than those received at other times. What, then, would the reward for lying flat for a week entail? Chapter 7. The Dark Sorcerers Accept Responsibility. A week has swiftly passed. For the common folk of the Great Zhou, the events that transpired within this brief span were more bewildering than those typically witnessed over an entire year. To begin with, the esteemed Grand Chancellor, Duke Jiang Hao, was unexpectedly imprisoned by the Empress on charges of treason. Following this shocking turn of events, the weather, typically blazing in the heat of June, took an inexplicable shift, as heavy snow began to fall, leaving the populace in a state of alarm and confusion. Subsequently, officials from both civil and military ranks, alongside various dignitaries, inundated the court with petitions for Jiang Hao's reprieve. Among them were esteemed figures such as the venerable Grand Scholar, the illustrious Duke of the 8 Virtues, and even the formidable Khan of the Golden Tents, who reigned over the steppes far beyond the borders. Many believed that the Empress would choose to compromise, or at least entertain a temporary concession, but to their astonishment, she issued a resolute decree forbidding any further appeals on Jiang Hao's behalf, threatening anyone who defied this order with the same punishment. Simultaneously, the Imperial Guard, clad in fine attire, swept through the city, ruthlessly detaining individuals to suppress any dissent. Soon after, the court publicly declared that the heavy snowfall was orchestrated by the Dark Sorcerers, intending to undermine the imperial authority, and had no connection to Jiang Hao's case. They announced that they had traced the sorcerer's whereabouts and were in the midst of urgent apprehensions. At this critical juncture, a faction within the Dark Sorcerers boldly stepped forward, claiming responsibility for the incident. They proclaimed that this was merely an appetizer, urging the usurping Empress to recognize her errors and willingly cede her throne to the rightful heir of the Great Zhou, the Crown Prince. They warned that should she refuse, their 800,000 followers would resist to the bitter end. Ironically, this unexpected turn of events catapulted the Dark Sorcerer's notoriety, albeit of a dubious nature. Yet for a sect such as theirs, even ill repute was preferable to obscurity, as it could attract the most nefarious of individuals. Conversely, a name lost to the annals of time could vanish without a trace. Other sects, witnessing this spectacle, keenly recognized the significance of public attention and eagerly sought their share of notoriety. Notably, the other two of the triumvirate of dark sects, the White Lotus and the Five Poisons, leapt forth, each asserting their dominance in this unfolding drama. A plethora of dark figures emerged, each vying for the spotlight, turning the imperial capital of the Great Zhou into a veritable cacophony of chaos. In a hidden underground palace, a gathering of dozens convened, where an elderly man in golden robes, visibly agitated, scolded vehemently. These shameless wretches dare to seize anything. They should take a good look in the mirror. Changing days and seasons, June snow, do they possess such power? Calm yourself, Protector Hong, interjected a portly elder seated at the head of the assembly, waving his hand with a chuckle. Let them have their moment. After all, we have already feasted. What remains is but scraps, which we can toss to them as if feeding dogs. As soon as he opened his mouth, the flustered elder in the golden robe immediately fell silent, obediently closing his lips. Although this portly gentleman spoke in a leisurely manner, exuding an air of amiability, those present were acutely aware that this was merely a fade. For this rotund elder was none other than the renowned archbishop of the Black Sorcery sect, whose fearsome reputation far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. To provoke his displeasure could lead to a demise so swift that one might not even comprehend it. Indeed, the individuals gathered in this hall were all core members of the Black Sorcery sect, each one a notorious fugitive sought by the imperial court in the outside world. However, it was indeed thanks to Protector Hong that they were able to seize this opportunity, had he not acted swiftly and urged a timely response. The Black Sorcery sect might not have garnered such prominence. The Dezhou court would never have anticipated that by placing the blame upon them, they inadvertently bolstered the sect's standing. For them, bearing the brunt of blame was not a matter of disgrace. Sometimes, it was a testament to one's capability. Upon hearing this, Protector Hong's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet he humbly replied, "Your Grace, you overstate my contribution. I merely mentioned it in passing. It is primarily due to your adept leadership." The archbishop chuckled lightly at this remark, shaking his head before turning to another senior member of the Black Sorcery sect, inquiring, "The recent heavy snowfall in the imperial capital is indeed peculiar. Have we discovered any clues these days?" "None," came the succinct reply. "According to our informants within the Jinui, the court has not uncovered any useful leads. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to place the blame upon us." Truly strange, the archbishop mused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Let us set this matter aside. After all, whether internally or externally, this great snowfall shall be attributed to the Black Sorcery sect. The assembly responded in unison, "Understood. I am also aware that the past years have been difficult for everyone," the archbishop continued earnestly. "However, there is no need for concern. I have long since devised a plan. As long as everything proceeds smoothly, our day of resurgence is not far off." His serious promise did not seem to be made in jest, and the members exchanged glances, their spirits momentarily lifted. Once, the might of the Black Sorcery sect was unparalleled, requiring no opportunistic measures to gain fame. However, their unsuccessful bet on the crown prince had led to severe losses, compounded by the rise of the Empress and Jiang Hao's ascendance to power, resulting in a targeted crackdown on the sect. Over the years, the Black Sorcery sect had suffered significant losses among its disciples, and even the senior members were regarded as pariahs. What plans does the archbishop have? Protector Hong hesitated before inquiring, unable to contain his curiosity. The others also looked on with eager anticipation. The archbishop pondered briefly before deciding to divulge some information. To fundamentally alter the circumstances of the Black Sorcery sect, we must enact a profound transformation. I shall not conceal from you that I have established contact with an individual of extraordinary stature who happens to share a profound dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. The failure of the Grand Prince's uprising can ultimately be traced back to his lack of military power. However, this individual is quite different. At this juncture, he chose to withhold further details. He then shifted his discourse, stating, "Yet, our Black Witch sect is not what it once was. To earn his trust, we must first demonstrate our worth." Upon hearing this, the assembly was swept by waves of excitement. They had long grown weary of their present circumstances, and in unison they implored, "What arrangements does the high priest have in mind? Please command us." The request from our counterpart is rather straightforward. He wishes for us to eliminate a certain individual. Remarkably, this person is also an enemy whom our Black Witch sect longs to eradicate. Indeed, this individual is none other than Jiang Hao. The high priest uttered the name through gritted teeth, his countenance devoid of any trace of mirth, as his dark eyes ignited with a fearsome intent to kill. Chapter 8. The Archbishop. I shall go personally. Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this name, not only did the Archbishop grit his teeth in anger, but every high-ranking member of the Black Sorcery sect present wore a countenance filled with hatred. The reason was simple. Jiang Hao was the principal culprit behind the current plight of the Black Sorcery sect. Had it not been for his malevolent deeds, the Crown Prince would likely have ascended to the throne, and the Black Sorcery sect could have reaped the fruits of victory, ultimately becoming the state religion of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet, after Jiang Hao came to power, he relentlessly pursued them, resulting in devastating losses for the sect, forcing them into a life of hiding and anonymity over the years. In summary, if one were to choose the individual most loathed by the Black Sorcery sect, 99 out of 100 would undoubtedly select Jiang Hao. Archbishop, while I too yearn to rend him limb from limb, he is not so easily slain, is he? Protector Hong hesitated slightly before speaking, for over the years, they had attempted to assassinate him countless times employing various methods. The specific number eludes me. Yet not a single endeavor has succeeded. Members of the Black Sorcery sect were, of course, not known for their benevolence. On the contrary, their ruthless and vindictive nature defined their modus operandi, which is precisely why they had earned the moniker of a demonic sect. Given their animosity towards Jiang Hao, how could they refrain from seeking vengeance? However, their attempts at retaliation had resulted in nothing more than futile endeavors, with countless personnel lost in the process, instilling a sense of fear that led them to harbor their resentment in silence. Historically, their failed assassination attempts stemmed from the fact that he was a highly esteemed duke of the state, capable of summoning numerous powerful protectors. Moreover, residing in the imperial capital made their efforts exceedingly challenging. Yet, the current circumstances were markedly different. He was no longer the influential duke, but merely a prisoner in the celestial prison. Although the prison was heavily guarded, with a nobleman's covert assistance, they might still find an opportunity. Most crucially, Jiang Hao himself was merely an unarmed scholar. Any one of us present could easily extinguish his life. Granted, we could approach him. Upon hearing this explanation, the eyes of those present suddenly gleamed with hope. Indeed, the current Jiang Hao was no longer the formidable figure he once was. Previously, they had struggled to even draw near him. Yet now, they found themselves presented with an opportunity. With their abilities, once they approached Jiang Hao, eliminating him would be a trivial matter. After all, it was common knowledge that while Jiang Hao was cunning and resourceful, he was fundamentally an unarmed scholar. Archbishop, allow me to go. Soon, someone volunteered loudly. Permit me. I lost this arm because of him. I dream of avenging this grievance. My 3 wives and 8 concubines perished due to Jiang Hao. Grant me this opportunity. I am adept in the art of assassination and well-versed in a myriad of torturous methods. Allow me to proceed. I shall make him wish for life, yet find no escape from death. The crowd quickly became animated, their faces flushed with fervor. Even the esteemed protectors, including Protector Hong, joined in the fervent discussion. On one hand, they yearned for personal retribution. On the other, they were enticed by the immense value represented by Jiang Hao's head. Given Jiang Hao's remarkable reputation, the one who could slay him would undoubtedly gain renown across the land. For a righteous individual, the acclaim might be akin to a score of 10,000. However, they were not righteous figures, and for them, it would surely equate to the same effect. Within the ranks of the Black Witch sect, one's status would instantly ascend several tiers. Enough of this bickering, the Archbishop interjected, commanding silence. The assembly turned in unison, assuming the Archbishop had already selected a candidate. Yet, in that moment, the Archbishop rose slowly, articulating with deliberate clarity, "This time, I shall undertake the task personally." The crowd was left in stunned silence. None had anticipated that the Archbishop himself would take the field. However, considering the Archbishop's formidable prowess, it hardly seemed an issue. At that instant, everyone's thoughts converged upon one singular notion: Jiang Hao was surely doomed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the celestial dungeon, an unexpected visitor arrived. Duke Wei. How long it has been, the newcomer greeted with a courteous bow. Jiang Hao, taken aback, scrutinized the visitor and replied, "It hasn't been long at all. merely 7 days. After all, just a week ago, we were both serving in the same court. Though only a fleeting 7 days had passed, it felt like an eternity to him. Before this, who could have imagined that even a hero like Duke Wei would find himself imprisoned? Alas, Jiang Hao paid little heed to the other's lamentation. He was no naive youth, well aware that the depths of human hearts often remain concealed. After all, their prior acquaintance had been minimal. With a cold gaze, he scrutinized the visitor while subtly probing. If memory serves, didn't His Majesty decree that no one was to visit me? Has Lord Jiang come here under the Emperor's orders? As the Minister of Justice, the celestial dungeon falls within my jurisdiction. It is only natural for me to conduct a routine inspection, Jiang Wenin replied with a smile. The surprise was evident. He was not here on the Empress's command. Thus, the purpose of his visit became intriguing. To be candid, I have come with a message for Duke Wei, Jiang Wenin said, taking a few steps closer. His gaze piercing as he leaned in to ask an atonement for Jiang Hao alone. Do you wish to leave this place? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression sharpened, and instead of responding, he inquired, Whose man are you, Lord Jiang? Jiang Wenin smiled faintly, People of the Great Zhou. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. He was naturally skeptical of Jiang Wenin's ambiguous response. However, he refrained from further inquiry, knowing that even if he asked, Jiang Wenin would likely remain reticent. He truly did not expect that the ever-reticent Jiang Wenin held another identity. It was indeed chilling upon reflection. In the past, Jiang Hao would have relentlessly pursued the truth. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to find peace. Yet now, it was of no concern to him. I have no desire to, Jiang Hao replied. Jiang Wenin was taken aback by his words. I have already answered your question. I do not wish to go out. Jiang Wenin looked perplexed and could not help but urge, Prince Wei, you are still so young, endowed with extraordinary talent and well-versed in the ways of governance. Is it not a pity to squander your prime years in this prison? With a placid expression, Jiang Hao inquired, what would it matter if I were to leave? Prior to this, I held a position of great authority. Upon my return, would I ascend the dragon throne once more? Jiang Wenin was momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly, and then casually remarked, regardless of your affiliations or the motives of those behind you in seeking me out, tell them that the affairs of the outside world no longer concern me. I now wish only to remain at ease in this celestial prison, indulging in idleness. Remaining idle in a celestial prison? At these words, Jiang Wenin's lips twitched slightly. He found it hard to fathom that such sentiments were expressed by the once diligent Prince Wei. However, seeing that Jiang Hao appeared earnest, he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words to persuade him. After a moment, he gazed deeply at Jiang Hao, then sighed heavily and clasped his hands in farewell. Prince Wei, take care. Chapter 9. Choose your own death. As Jiang Hao observed the figure of Minister Jiang Wenin striding away, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing an ulterior motive behind the man's visit. It was evident that the outside world was far from tranquil. Jiang Hao murmured to himself, yet he felt no surprise. After all, he had once been the helmsman of the vast Dezhou Empire, and few understood its intricate situation better than he did. The Dezhou Empire, a colossal entity dominating the fertile heartland of the Central Plains, boasted not only an expansive territory, but also a populace numbering in the hundreds of millions. Countless formidable figures thrived within its bounds. Among its vast expanse lay ancient clans with millennia of lineage, emerging wealthy families rivaling nations, deeply rooted sects, regional military lords, ambitious royal relatives, and clandestine forces like the Black Witch cults stirring the pot. These myriad factions were not isolated. Rather, they were interwoven, each existing within the others, creating a web of complex relationships among various interest groups. A single thread pulled could reverberate throughout the entire tapestry. Even with Jiang Hao's former prestige and cunning, he had to tread carefully, maintaining a delicate balance while subtly enacting change as if boiling a frog in warm water. Throughout this endeavor, he had burned the midnight oil and lost sleep, toiling with great concern, far from the ease imagined by outsiders. If Ji Luoyao believed that governing a nation was a simple task, she was gravely mistaken. Her aspiration to become the unrivaled empress would not come without challenges. At least from Jiang Wenin's demeanor, it seemed that not everyone was eager to serve as her sycophant. Overthinking and clever machinations could, at times, yield unfavorable results. With an expression of calm indifference, Jiang Hao harbored his suspicions yet regarded the matter as inconsequential. It was a case of not my circus, not my monkeys. He had distanced himself from the court, no longer involved in its affairs. Even if the sky were to fall, it would bear no significance for him. As for Empress Ji Luoyao, as the saying goes, one may witness her rise to grand heights, host lavish banquets, and then observe her inevitable downfall. For him, it sufficed to recline and patiently await the unfolding events. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Hao swiftly retrieved 2 elixirs, a foundation establishment pill and a spirit-nourishing pill. The foundation establishment pill could assist in forging an unparalleled foundation, while the spirit-nourishing pill could enhance and strengthen the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Taken together, their efficacy was magnified. In the outside world, both types of pills were priceless treasures, difficult to procure even for high-ranking officials. Yet for Jiang Hao, they appeared to be mere trifles. Carelessly tossing both pills into his mouth, he reclined languidly. Almost immediately, the extraordinary nature of his human emperor body became evident, operating autonomously without the need for his conscious effort in cultivation. His body seemed to transform into a blazing furnace, rapidly absorbing the potent essence emanating from the 2 precious pills. Every bit of the surging medicinal power was consumed without a trace of waste, continuously nourishing his flesh, bones, and internal organs, propelling his physical capabilities to unprecedented heights. Indeed, he was growing stronger even while reclining. Time slipped by unnoticed until evening fell. Suddenly, a series of muted footsteps echoed through the air, particularly in the stillness of the night, within the desolate confines of the 18th level of the prison. These unexpected sounds were strikingly out of place. Since Jiang Hao had integrated the imperial body, his physique had been changing almost daily. Not only had his senses sharpened, but his perception also surpassed ordinary levels. He sensed the disturbance almost immediately, snapping his eyes open, a flicker of suspicion flashing across his dark pupils. Although he had never dwelled in a prison, he was aware of its stringent management, especially at this critical level. Logically, aside from the prison guards responsible for the daily meals, no one else would venture here. Even those guards would only appear at designated times, possessing no authority to enter outside of those hours, let alone in the dead of night. Could it be that Jiang Wenin had come again at such an hour? Jiang Hao mused, unable to think of anyone else besides the Minister of Justice who had previously visited during the day. At that moment, the sound of chains being unshackled resonated, as a heavy door was pushed open from the outside. A gust of wind swept in, causing the flickering candle flames on the walls of the cell to sway, resembling countless ghostly figures dancing menacingly. Jiang Hao focused his gaze, and the first thing that met his eyes was a tall figure shrouded in a black cloak. Not Jiang Wenin. From the stranger's stature, Jiang Hao immediately dismissed his initial suspicion. However, despite the imposing figure, the footsteps were remarkably light. Had it not been for the peculiar environment and Jiang Hao's exceptional hearing, he might not have even detected their presence. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the individual was no ordinary person. He had long wished to meet the Duke of Wei, and at last, his desire was to be fulfilled today. The visitor stood silently before Jiang Hao's cell door, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke in a low tone. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed further in suspicion as he calmly inquired, "May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" The visitor chuckled softly and slowly removed his hood, fixing a gaze upon Jiang Hao that was both enigmatic and amused. "Are you acquainted with my esteemed self, the Duke of Wei?" As the hood fell away, an austere elder visage emerged before Jiang Hao. He furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the elder's face. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Jiang Hao's mind, compelling him to exclaim, "Are you the high priest of the Black Witch sect?" Although framed as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. In truth, Jiang Hao had never encountered the high priest before. However, he had seen the priest's portrait. After all, he had personally issued the bounty documents and the orders to eradicate the Black Witch sect. Over the years, the relentless stream of assassins from the sect was predominantly dispatched by the high priest himself. Therefore, while Jiang Hao could not claim familiarity with the high priest, he was certainly not a stranger to him. Little did he expect that after years of indirect confrontation, they would meet in this dungeon at such a moment. Reflecting on the high priest's notorious reputation in the martial world, as well as his own entanglements with the sect, Jiang Hao discerned the visitor's intentions without the need for further elaboration. The high priest, a figure of formidable renown, astutely perceived the shift in Jiang Hao's demeanor and broke into laughter, first softly, then escalating into a boisterous and audacious guffaw. "It appears I need not elaborate," he declared. "Given our tumultuous history, I ought to dismember you, Duke Wei, and scatter your ashes. However, recognizing your stature, I am inclined to offer you a swift end. Pray, choose your method of demise. Shall it be a length of white silk, or a cup of poison? Alternatively, I could personally sever your head from your shoulders. Rest assured, my movements are swift, and you will feel no pain." As he spoke, the high priest advanced ominously toward Jiang Hao, a malevolent glint in his eyes. Chapter 10. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Accompanied by a sinister laughter, the Grand Archbishop of the Black Witch cult advanced step by step towards Jiang Hao. Throughout this approach, his aura surged progressively, as if he had unshackled some internal seal within his being. A terrifying presence emanated continuously from him. Just from that astonishing atmosphere, it was evident that his cultivation prowess surpassed the mere 6 realms of the physical body. He was undoubtedly a formidable being who had transcended to the extraordinary level. If the martial artists of the 6 realms possessed exceptional combat abilities, then those who had entered the realm of the extraordinary had completely surpassed the mundane, each one of them capable of contending with thousands in battle, existing beyond the realm of humanity. Moreover, according to Jiang Hao's assessment, the Grand Archbishop of the Black Witch cult was clearly not an individual who had just stepped into the extraordinary realm. He had likely crossed the thresholds of the Dragon Gate and the earthly fiend, being at least a celestial warrior, if not a terrifying figure of the law image realm. No wonder he had been hunted by the court for years, yet still thrived. He truly deserved his place on the infamous blacklist, as his strength was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Hao couldn't help but express his admiration. However, upon hearing Jiang Hao's praise, the Grand Archbishop displayed no sign of pleasure. Instead, he wore a look of bewilderment. "I am about to strike you down, and yet you choose to compliment me? What manner of behavior is this? Surely you cannot be a fool." The Grand Archbishop harbored doubts, for in his memory, the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, was a man of unparalleled intelligence, and could not possibly be a simpleton. Now, exhibiting such audacity, did he possess some form of assurance? With this thought, he felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily halted his steps. As the saying goes, a person's reputation casts a long shadow. The name of Jiang Hao, Duke of Wei, indeed held immense deterrent power within the Black Witch cult. After all, countless strong members of the cult had perished due to Jiang Hao over the years. Even though the Grand Archbishop believed victory was within his grasp, he still harbored a degree of caution. With a shift in his thoughts, an invisible mental force rapidly spread outwards, like ripples suddenly disturbing a tranquil lake, meticulously searching through the entire 18th layer of the prison. However, regardless of how thoroughly he scoured the area, he found no trace of any powerful figures. It was evident that no formidable presence was concealed within. The Grand Archbishop cursed inwardly, yet breathed a sigh of relief as he raised his gaze back to Jiang Hao, a mocking glint in his eyes. He then taunted, "Do you truly believe that flattering me will spare your life, Duke of Wei?" Jiang Hao momentarily paused in surprise at the words, then chuckled lightly, too lazy to provide an explanation. Seeing this, the Grand Archbishop assumed Jiang Hao was at a loss for words, prompting him to laugh even more unabashedly, filled with an unprecedented sense of triumph and satisfaction. After all, this man before him had once wielded immense power, issuing a single command that had caused the Black Witch cult endless suffering. Yet, fortune has a way of turning. In the days of yore, Duke Wei, you were brimming with vigor, almost single-handedly elevating the Empress to her throne. Several princes, once deemed heirs to the imperial legacy, fell before your might, and with but a command, you rendered my Black Witch sect bereft of refuge. Yet, have you ever contemplated the fate that has befallen you? Have you envisioned meeting your demise at my hands? The Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect, his visage twisted with malice, approached Jiang Hao step by step. Upon ascertaining that Jiang Hao was devoid of any allies, he could no longer suppress the intense murderous intent swelling within him. To confront a defenseless scholar seemed to him a challenge no greater than slaying a mere chicken. Before long, the two stood face to face. At such a proximity, with his prowess, he could almost reach out and sever Jiang Hao's head from his shoulders. What truly took him aback, however, was that even at this juncture, Jiang Hao's countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather than flee, he calmly inquired, "Might you enlighten me on how you discovered this place? While your strength is indeed remarkable, given your status, I find it improbable that you could arrive here in silence. If my deductions are correct, someone must have aided you, yes?" Jiang Hao asked earnestly. At that moment, the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect was genuinely perplexed. Did this fellow not fear death? Even on the brink of expiration, he was preoccupied with such inquiries. After a brief, contemplative silence, the Grand Priest finally nodded. "You are indeed astute. Someone assisted me. Otherwise, I would not dare to intrude upon the dungeon alone, nor would I have so easily located you. Moreover, the one who truly desires your demise is not I, but another. Jiang Hao, should you persist in living, many shall find no peace. However, I shall not divulge the identity of that individual. Indeed, I intend for you to die unfulfilled." The Grand Priest's face contorted, a sinister grin creeping upon his features. As he spoke, without any forewarning, he thrust his right hand forward with lightning speed, a horrific aura enveloping Jiang Hao instantaneously, leaving him no chance of escape. In such dire circumstances, one could hardly expect even the most skilled of warriors to evade the lethal grasp. Even in the hunt for a mere rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. In this regard, the Grand Priest exhibited seasoned expertise, leaving no opportunity for his adversary. Just as his hand, imbued with terrifying power, was poised to strike Jiang Hao's chest, it halted mere centimeters away, as if an insurmountable chasm separated them. No matter how he strained, his hand remained immovable, as though it were not his own. The expression on the face of the Grand Archbishop of the Dark Witch cult suddenly froze. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a mere civil servant, devoid of any combat prowess, withstand his assault? Unless Jiang Hao was a formidable master, adept at concealing his true abilities. But how could that possibly be? He gritted his teeth and roared in fury, impulsively raising his left hand to strike at Jiang Hao once more. The ferocity of his attack was even greater than before, yet the outcome remained unchanged. His left hand soon halted midair, as if completely beyond his control, utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon Jiang Hao. Before he could take any further action, he swiftly realized that his entire body was gradually slipping from his grasp, as though an invisible shadow were seizing control of him. The Grand Archbishop quickly discerned that this was no mere illusion, for indeed, a strange and terrifying black creature was slowly emerging from within his own shadow. An unprecedented sense of panic began to fester within him. The Grand Archbishop abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Hao's inscrutable dark eyes, which remained unwavering, and his expression, unchanged, suggested that all of this was anticipated. "Now, could you enlighten me as to who that individual truly is?" Jiang Hao inquired calmly. Chapter 11. The Powerful Shadow Demon. The extermination of the Black Witch impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. What have you done to me? The Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect found himself forcibly bound by his own shadow, unable to move a single muscle, and could only scream at Jiang Hao in desperation. Even at this moment, disbelief was etched across his face. It was hardly surprising. Anyone faced with such an unfathomable twist of fate would likely feel utterly bewildered. "It seems you still have not grasped the reality of your situation. In that case, allow me to assist you." Jiang Hao shook his head at the sight and turned his gaze toward the eerie and contorted giant shadow looming behind the Grand Priest, issuing a direct command. This bizarre and twisted giant shadow was none other than the special reward he had received after a week of lying low: the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon is not an ordinary creature. It is an exceedingly rare and peculiar being that dwells within shadows, requiring no sustenance and thriving solely on the absorption of dark energy. The Shadow Demon Jiang Hao had acquired was not just any ordinary one. It had already matured to the 10th tier, a high-level entity that stood just a step away from becoming a demon king. In comparison to human warriors, the classification of demon beings is far more straightforward, ranging from the 1st to the 10th tier, followed by the demon king, making a total of 11 levels. This precisely corresponds to the 6 realms of physical cultivation and the 5 realms of transcendence in human practice. A 10th tier shadow demon is formidable enough to rival a human of the law manifestation realm. Should this shadow demon ascend to the rank of demon king, It would be on par with the celestial beings among humans. In this current era, celestial beings represent the pinnacle of existence. Moreover, unlike human warriors who excel in direct combat, the shadow demon, a peculiar creature that manipulates shadow powers from the darkness, poses a far more insidious threat. Take, for instance, the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect, who, despite being a strong practitioner of the law manifestation realm, could typically evade the might of 1,000 troops in the outside world. Yet, after being ambushed by the shadow demon, he found himself utterly defenseless. Following Jiang Hao's command, the shadow demon grinned wickedly. It then took control of the Grand Priest's hands and began to deliver a series of resounding slaps to his own face. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared as though the Grand Priest was striking himself, showing no mercy whatsoever. In a matter of moments, he had been reduced to a disheveled mess, leaving him utterly dazed. Enough. As the shadow demon prepared to continue its assault, Jiang Hao called for a halt. He then turned to the Grand Priest and, with a composed demeanor, inquired, "Are you ready to answer my questions now?" The Grand Priest, despite being a figure of considerable renown for many years, found himself grappling with a tumult of emotions, shock, embarrassment, and anger swirling within him. Ultimately, he came to terms with the reality of his predicament. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Jiang Hao and, with gritted teeth, remarked, "I never imagined that everyone would perceive you as defenseless, while you have concealed your true capabilities so profoundly. Jiang Hao, you are indeed as cunning as a fox. Everyone has been deceived by you. Today, I have fallen into your hands, and it is not unjust." At this point, a wave of hesitation surged within him. Even the smallest of creatures strive to survive, let alone someone of his stature. Ultimately, his eyes could not help but flicker with a glimmer of hope as he inquired, "If I reveal the identity of that individual, will you allow me to leave?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's gaze momentarily flickered. After a brief silence, he refrained from answering. This lack of response was, in itself, a response. The Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect had already discerned his cards. How could Jiang Hao possibly allow him to depart unscathed? He could guarantee that if he dared to let the Grand Priest go, the latter would not hesitate to expose his circumstances to the public. No matter how many assurances he offered, it would be futile. Within a few days, information regarding him would sweep across the land, and it was easy to imagine how many within the great Zhou dynasty would lose their peace over it. As a scholar with no means of defending himself, simply residing in the heavenly prison was already a cause for concern. There were those who secretly colluded with the Black Witch sect, wishing to expedite his demise. If it were to come to light that he possessed extraordinary powers, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the first to seek his downfall would likely be the Empress. Having just experienced her cold-heartedness, Jiang Hao had no desire to further test the depths of her ruthlessness. Thus, the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, he would face eternal unrest. The idea of remaining in the heavenly prison, languid and at ease, would become an impossibility. "I see. I had thought you might deceive me, but it seems." Observing Jiang Hao's reaction, the light in the Grand Priest's eyes gradually dimmed, and he closed them. Jiang Hao, however, dismissed such petty tricks. He spoke with utmost seriousness, well aware that a few words could not easily deceive an old hand like the Grand Priest. There was no need to squander time with unnecessary dialogue. Had he been dealing with a naive young soul, he might have entertained the notion, "Since the Duke of Wei is so forthright, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I can tell you that the individual harbors grand ambitions and fears you the most. Their identity is at this point." The Grand Priest abruptly opened his eyes. Within those aged orbs, a fierce brilliance erupted, akin to tangible bolts of lightning. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy surged forth from within him. Behind him, a grand and mysterious figure of law began to materialize. The ambient forces of heaven and earth converged frantically toward him. As a practitioner of the law image realm, the most formidable ability lies in invoking the powers of heaven and earth to coalesce into a figure of law. "I may have underestimated you," Jiang Hao thought, as his pupils constricted slightly, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of trepidation in his gaze. Meanwhile, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the High Priest of the Dark Sorcery sect. Although the precise nature of the High Priest's arcane techniques remained enigmatic, he could sense that if the priest successfully summoned the law image, the threat level would escalate exponentially. At that juncture, Even the innate abilities of the shadow demon might prove inadequate to control a law image realm powerhouse, unleashing their full potential. Furthermore, once the battle commenced, regardless of the outcome, the tumult would inevitably attract a multitude of prison guards. With this in mind, Jiang Hao harbored no hesitation and immediately commanded, "Eliminate him." Upon receiving Jiang Hao's order, the shadow demon acted without a moment's doubt, channeling the full extent of its dark shadow powers into a razor-sharp black blade that swiftly pierced the heart of the high priest. The high priest's eyes widened, filled with profound resentment. The frantically coalescing energy began to dissipate, and the forming law image gradually faded away. Only then did the high priest regain the ability to move, but it was evidently too late. He glanced down at the gaping wound on his chest, then raised his gaze to Jiang Hao. Acutely aware of his life force waning rapidly, an overwhelming hatred surging within him that he could not conceal. "The dark sorcery sect will avenge me." Jiang Hao.
"I await you below." With great difficulty, he uttered his final words before his body succumbed, collapsing uncontrollably. Thus,
a fearsome law image realm powerhouse met an unceremonious end within the confines of this prison. Chapter 12. The substituted life and the hidden mastermind in the realm of formidable beings, a figure of prominence, like a powerful practitioner of the Dharma, is not merely a name. Such individuals are often esteemed as titans in their own right. The sudden demise of such a distinguished powerhouse undoubtedly commands attention. However, in this frigid prison cell, as Jiang Hao gazes upon the lifeless form of the Grand Archbishop of the Black Witch sect, his demeanor remains as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any inner tumult. Over the years, countless formidable members of the Black Witch sect have perished at his hands. Thus, the Grand Archbishop's stature, while significant, holds little weight in his eyes. To Jiang Hao, the Black Witch sect poses little threat, save for the deeply concealed figure of the Pope. Once a formidable religious institution during the Great Zhou era, the sect suffered devastating losses due to their failed support of the Crown Prince's bid for power, subsequently facing years of persecution from the imperial court, leaving their strength considerably diminished. Yet, even a withered camel outweighs a horse. The Black Witch sect retains some degree of heritage, or else they would not dare to resurface. As long as he remains confined within the celestial prison, the sect is powerless against him, for their clandestine identity precludes them from deploying large numbers into the imperial capital, lest the court instill a lesson upon them. As for dispatching a handful of assassins, with shadowy guardians in place, such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. In contrast to the Black Witch sect, the true mastermind orchestrating their actions warrants far greater scrutiny. If Jiang Hao's deductions hold merit, the identity of this individual is likely to be extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for the Grand Archbishop to infiltrate the celestial prison so effortlessly. Undoubtedly, there exists a high-ranking official within the prison aiding him covertly. Jiang Hao contemplates the potential identities of this figure. Could it be the warden of the celestial prison, one of the two deputy wardens, or perhaps a certain official among the prison attendants? Although the celestial prison is the largest incarceration facility in the Great Zhou dynasty, the actual high-ranking officials number only a handful. Just as he prepares to methodically eliminate possibilities, a particular figure suddenly emerges in his mind. No, there is another individual who may bear greater suspicion, Minister Jiang Wonin of the Ministry of Justice. As the minister directly oversees the celestial prison, orchestrating arrangements would be exceedingly simple for him. Especially notable is the timing of Minister Jiang's visit. He arrived in the daylight, and by nightfall, the Grand Archbishop of the Black Witch sect had breached the gates. Such a sequence of events hardly seems coincidental. When these threads are woven together, clarity emerges from the haze, revealing a trail of connection. Thus, Minister Jiang's visit ostensibly to recruit Jiang Hao conceals ulterior motives. Should he succeed in his recruitment, all is well. Yet, should he fail, the Grand Archbishop of the Black Witch sect stands poised as their contingency plan. No wonder Jiang Wonin's gaze was so peculiar before he departed, urging me to take care. I mused upon his odd behavior, suspecting he deemed me unworthy, perhaps considering me already dead in his eyes. With this thought, Jiang Hao's expression swiftly turned frigid. Though he yearned for a life of ease and indifference, he was not one to turn a blind eye when danger approached. With enemies knocking at his door, how could he remain oblivious? However, Jiang Wonin, as the Minister of Justice, held a significant position within the court, undoubtedly surrounded by numerous guards. Thus, dealing with him would not be a simple task, especially given my current inability to leave the prison. Yet, the phrase not easy does not equate to impossible. Particularly upon gazing at the lifeless body of the dark sorcerer's archbishop, a plan swiftly formed in Jiang Hao's mind. He beckoned the shadow demon, whispering instructions. Moments later, the shadow demon possessed the body of the archbishop, effectively replacing him. The recently deceased archbishop of the dark sect was soon revived. In the darkness of night, a figure stealthily exited the prison. Indeed, it was the archbishop, now under the shadow demon's control. As for how he escaped the prison, he exited through the very path by which he had entered, as someone had conveniently reserved a special passage for him. After leaving the prison, the shadow demon made haste towards Jiang Wenen's residence. Although Jiang Hao and Jiang Wenen shared a rather ordinary relationship, he was still aware of the approximate location of the palatial abodes of high-ranking officials, scaling rooftops with agility. It took about the time it takes to burn an incense stick for the shadow demon to locate Jiang Wenen's estate. After a thorough search, he quickly pinpointed the loft where Jiang Wenen resided. The shadow demon made no effort to conceal his approach, soaring directly towards the loft. Who goes there? Be cautious. An assassin. Quickly, protect the master. The guards stationed at Jiang Wenen's residence were indeed formidable, and soon, a multitude of them converged towards the commotion. However, Jiang Wenen remained utterly unperturbed, particularly upon recognizing the face beneath the shadow demon's hood. He understood the situation perfectly. Without waiting for the guards to storm the loft, he dismissed them, inviting the shadow demon inside, and promptly locking the door behind him. What brings you to my residence? What if you are discovered? Jiang Wenen expressed his dissatisfaction, for he was a staunch official of the court. In stark contrast, the archbishop of the dark sect was a wanted criminal by the state. Should news of their association leak, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The shadow demon remained silent, primarily out of fear of revealing his true identity. Although he could inhabit the body of the dark archbishop, he was unable to mimic the man's speech. Uttering a word would surely expose him. Observing the silence, Jiang Wenen initially assumed the shadow demon was merely displeased. Given the circumstances, he was disinclined to press further and quickly inquired with impatience, "How did the task fare? Is Jiang Hao dead?" As soon as he opened his mouth, the shadow demon was utterly convinced that this individual was secretly manipulating the archbishop of the dark sorcery sect to conspire against its master. It could hardly restrain its urge to rush forward and sever the man's head from his shoulders. However, recalling its master's orders, the shadow demon suppressed its instinctual impulse and remained silent. "Why are you not speaking?" Jiang Wenen furrowed his brow, gazing at the archbishop with a perplexed expression. Observing the familiar face before him, he could hardly suppress the suspicion that this person might be mute, were it not for their prior dealings. Suddenly, a possibility struck him, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. "You haven't bungled the task, have you? This is a directive from His Highness, the Prince of Yan. I have painstakingly arranged matters in the prison. Do you have any idea how much effort that entailed? If you ruin this, His Highness will not spare you." The thought of the Prince of Yan's wrath seemed to ignite a sense of urgency in Jiang Wenen's demeanor. The shadow demon, of course, had no knowledge of who the Prince of Yan was. Yet, upon hearing the name from Jiang Wenen, it surmised that this prince was likely the mastermind referenced by its master. Thus, the task assigned by its master appeared to have a clearer context. Whether the prince would show mercy was uncertain, but as for Jiang Wenen, it seemed his days were numbered. At last, the shadow demon spoke, its voice imbued with a chilling resonance, an embodiment of villainy among villains. Jiang Wenen was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the figure before him was not the archbishop of the dark sorcery sect. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. However, no matter how swift his movements, he could not outpace the shadow demon. Just as he turned, a bloodied hand erupted from his chest. Chapter 13. The Empress's fury and the suppression of the black which cult the Minister of Justice, Jiang Wenen, was found dead in his own home. This news spread throughout the imperial capital the very next day. After all, in the presence of the emperor, even ordinary citizens fervently engage in discussions about current affairs, making such news travel particularly swiftly. Although Jiang Wenen's reputation and status were nowhere near that of Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, he was nonetheless a well-known official within the court. His sudden demise in his own residence naturally sparked widespread conversation. Upon receiving this news, the Empress was momentarily taken aback. losing her appetite even for the lavish breakfast before her. Since she had imprisoned Jiang Hao and taken on the reins of governance herself, it seemed that an array of unexpected events had been unfolding one after another. Just as she had barely quelled the recent snowstorm in the capital, yet another troubling matter arose. It was as if calamity followed closely upon the heels of the last. In that moment, she couldn't help but question whether she was indeed plagued by misfortune. Perhaps it would have been wiser to remain a mere auspicious symbol, allowing others to govern. Of course, such thoughts were fleeting, and she quickly dismissed them. Turning her gaze to the commander of the imperial guards, Cao Xiaoming, she spoke coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Speak. What transpired? How could Jiang Wenin have perished in his own home? Did he consume poison, or was he inebriated, or perhaps entangled with a woman? Sensing the ominous undertone in Ji Luyao's voice, Cao Xiaoming hesitated, swallowing hard before cautiously responding, I would not dare to deceive your majesty. In truth, Minister Jiang did not die of natural causes. He was assassinated. Assassinated? Hearing this, Ji Luyao's brow furrowed, her gaze sharpening with intensity. The esteemed Minister of Justice, right in the heart of the capital, within his own abode, murdered? It is said that the chivalrous often tread upon forbidden grounds. With so many martial experts in the Great Zhou, one could not escape the shadow of conflict, and even court officials occasionally found themselves caught in the crossfire. However, there exists a fundamental difference between ordinary officials and high-ranking ministers like Jiang Wenin. The assassination of a prominent court official within the capital was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the court, and how could Ji Luoyao, the Empress of the Great Zhou, tolerate such an affront? Who is responsible? A tempest of fury surged within Ji Luoyao as she yearned to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to provoke the authority of the court beneath her very gaze. The Black Witch cult. It is said that the Grand Bishop personally orchestrated this act. Cao Xiaoming reported urgently. Once again, the Black Witch cult. Ji Luoyao ground her teeth in frustration. Not long ago, they had seized the opportunity presented by the snowstorm in the capital to bask in the limelight. To think that so soon, they would conjure yet another disturbance. Did they truly believe that the court could not contend with them? However, before she could continue to express her fury, Cao Xiaoming swiftly interjected, Your Majesty, there is undoubtedly more to this matter, which is precisely why I have taken measures to keep it confidential. Speak. The Empress commanded, her voice laced with icy disdain. Cao Xiaoming, not daring to delay, promptly elaborated. Lord Jiang was assassinated in the dead of night yesterday. Upon receiving the news, I hurried to the scene, only to find Lord Jiang already deceased, and the assailant had fled. However, the guards of the Jiang residence engaged in a confrontation with the perpetrator and clearly recognized his features. It was undoubtedly the high priest of the Black Witch sect. Yet, I was perplexed. The Black Witch sect harbored no grievances with Lord Jiang, so why would they wish to kill him, especially with their high priest personally involved? This situation defies logic. Upon meticulously examining the surroundings, I ultimately uncovered a clue. Although Lord Jiang had succumbed, he left behind crucial information just before his demise, which the high priest overlooked in his hasty retreat. At this point, a flicker of hesitation crossed Cao Xiaoling's eyes, but after a firm resolve, he retrieved an object from his sleeve and raised it above his head with both hands. This is a blood letter left by Lord Jiang before his passing. It is of utmost significance, and I implore your majesty to review it personally. Ji Luoyao remained silent, merely casting a glance at the lady-in-waiting beside her. The lady-in-waiting immediately understood, stepped forward, and took the blood letter from Cao Xiaoling's hands. After a brief examination, she presented it to Ji Luoyao. This so-called blood letter was, in fact, a tattered piece of cloth torn from clothing, upon which a few chaotic characters were inscribed in blood. There were only 4 words, yet the content was shocking. The Yin Prince intends to rebel. Upon reading these 4 bloodied characters, Ji Luoyao's pupils dilated sharply. She sprang to her feet. Her gaze locked onto Cao Xiaoling. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from her, exerting a palpable pressure upon Cao Xiaoling, akin to the tumultuous waves of a surging sea. Caught off guard and too fearful to muster his energy in resistance, Cao Xiaoling's legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling on the ground, utterly disheveled. Yet, Ji Luoyao appeared oblivious to his plight, her face marred by a fierce expression as she coldly demanded, Is this blood letter genuine or not? I swear on my life, it is unequivocally true. Cao Xiaoling clenched his teeth, swearing an oath. However, Despite his assurances, Ji Luoyao's countenance darkened further. Who was the Yin prince? He was one of the vassal kings of the great Zhou. In terms of status, he was, like the Duke of Duan, her own uncle. Yet, unlike the ever-amiable Duke of Duan, the Yin prince had harbored grand ambitions since childhood, once even contending with his father for the throne. Though his bid for power ultimately failed, he managed to remain unharmed, thanks to the Empress Dowager's favor, and subsequently became one of the most powerful vassal kings of the great Zhou. Under the command of the Prince of Yan, his forces are undeniably robust. Yet his relationship with the court has been consistently strained. Fortunately, he has remained largely compliant in recent years. However, if this blood letter proves authentic, the ramifications of a potential rebellion by the prince would be immense. At this moment, Ji Luoyao felt her heart in turmoil. In the past, it was Jiang Hao who devised strategies for her, vanquished her foes, and resolved all her challenges. She merely needed to bask in the fruits of victory. But now, without Jiang Hao, it was evident that she had to rely on herself. I, Ji Luoyao, am the Empress of the Great Zhou. I need not depend on anyone. Taking a deep breath to quell her inner turmoil, she turned once more to Cao Shaoling and asked in a grave tone, "Who else is aware of this blood letter?" Cao Shaoling understood her unspoken concern and quickly assured her, "Aside from myself, no one else knows." Yet, Ji Luoyao remained reluctant to believe the gravity of the situation. Cao Shaoling opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, he need not speak further, as Ji Luoyao soon resumed her thoughts. Indeed, Jiang Wenan, who oversees the Ministry of Justice, had no association with the Black Witch sect, which bore him no grudge. Why then would they attempt to assassinate him? It was more likely that Jiang Wenan had uncovered the Prince of Yan's treasonous plot, prompting the prince to send the Black Witch sect to silence him. To ensure thoroughness, the sect's grand priest must have decided to intervene personally. This line of reasoning rendered everything coherent. With this realization, a fierce resolve burned in Ji Luoyao's eyes. Though lacking irrefutable evidence, some truths require no extensive substantiation. Firstly, the Prince of Yan has a history of ambition. Secondly, the Black Witch sect is known for its nefarious deeds. Their collusion was akin to kindling and flame, entirely plausible. As for Jiang Wenan, he was undoubtedly her loyal minister, a valiant man who sacrificed himself to uphold the integrity of the court. The Black Witch sect. Ji Luoyao clenched her teeth in determination. The situation with the Prince of Yan was complex and could not be addressed hastily. The implications were too vast, affecting the entire realm. Therefore, she would focus her efforts on the Black Witch sect first. Years ago, they had covertly aided the crown prince, opposing her at every turn. And now they conspired to assist the Prince of Yan, seemingly eager to incite chaos. Such treacherous factions must be eradicated. How could the populace find peace otherwise? With this conviction, Ji Luoyao promptly issued her orders. Cao Shaoling, heed my command. I task you with leading the Imperial Guards, the Divine Capturers, and the Hall of Offerings to unite in the eradication of the Black Witch sect. Ensure their complete annihilation in the shortest time possible. Should you fail, you shall present your head to me. The Imperial Guards were responsible for overseeing civil and military officials, gathering intelligence from across the realm. The Divine Capturers specialized in dealing with rogue sects and apprehending criminals. The Hall of Offerings was comprised of skilled martial artists tasked with confronting formidable opponents. Together, these three entities represented the might of the Great Zhou court, each having historically operated independently without interference. In this day and age, Ji Luoyao has granted Cao Shaoling the unprecedented authority to lead the three major institutions, even if only temporarily. This clearly illustrates her profound desire for vengeance against the Black Witch sect. Upon hearing this, Cao Shaoling was naturally elated, showing no hesitation whatsoever, and immediately responded with a resounding affirmation, as commanded. Chapter 14. A month of lethargy, pushing bodily limits. When Jiang Hao once again opened his eyes, the time had already advanced to the following morning. Despite a minor mishap occurring in the middle of the night, it did not detract from the quality of his slumber. Awakening from this repose, he felt invigorated and refreshed. After a night of circulating his vital energy, he seemed to have gained considerable strength. Ding! After lying flat for 8 days, congratulations to the host for receiving 10 dark spirit fruits. The system's reward arrived as expected. This state of languid repose appeared to be more of an attitude rather than a necessity to remain supine at all times. Jiang Hao pondered over this notion and then raised his right hand. Soon, a mysterious fruit as dark as ink materialized in his palm. Unlike ordinary spiritual fruits, this dark spirit fruit lacked any aromatic energy. Instead, it pulsed with an astonishing dark energy. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating how to utilize this dark spirit fruit when a figure swiftly emerged from his shadow. It was the shadow demon that had performed admirably the previous night. Like a cat sensing the scent of fish or a dog spotting a bone, the shadow demon emerged, eyes fixated on the dark spirit fruit in his hand, its grotesque and contorted visage brimming with insatiable desire. "Do you want it?" Jiang Hao inquired. The shadow demon eagerly nodded in response. "This serves as your reward. If you strive diligently, there will be more to come." Jiang Hao smiled as he tossed the dark spirit fruit to the shadow demon. With a peculiar cry, the demon opened its wide mouth and devoured the fruit in one gulp, its face alight with pleasure. After consuming the dark spirit fruit, the aura emanating from the shadow demon subtly intensified. Jiang Hao nodded inwardly, recognizing that the demon's assistance was far more significant than he had anticipated. If it successfully ascended to the rank of Demon King, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. The concepts of being on par with the law manifestation realm and the celestial realm are fundamentally distinct. However, relying solely on 10 dark spirit fruits to accomplish this endeavor may prove to be a formidable challenge. The shadow demon not only ensured Jiang Hao's safety, but also served as a conduit for gathering intelligence. Wherever darkness and shadows lingered, it could blend seamlessly, making it nearly undetectable, a veritable master spy. Through the shadow demon, Jiang Hao swiftly learned of the court's response following Jiang Wen's demise. First and foremost, at the Empress's command, the three formidable institutions, the Jianhui, the Divine Capture Department, and the Offering Hall, united to launch a campaign against the Black Witch sect, which found itself utterly unprepared and faced with annihilation. Although the Black Witch sect had previously been wanted by the court, the intensity of the manhunt had been relatively mild. This was largely due to the fact that, after years of pursuit, the youthful recruits had aged into mere remnants, losing their allure. Moreover, the court had numerous targets to monitor, far beyond just the Black Witch sect. As long as the sect's followers did not brazenly reveal themselves, the court was disinclined to dig deep to unearth them. However, this time, the situation was markedly different. Under the audacious maneuvers of Jiang Hao, the Empress, Luo Yao, harbors an unquenchable hatred for the Black Witch sect. She personally issues a decree compelling the three formidable institutions to exert their utmost efforts. Consequently, the Black Witch sect finds itself beset by calamity. Moreover, with the grand priest of the sect mysteriously absent, the remaining practitioners are like a scattered flock, rendering them even more incapable of resistance. Soon, their strongholds are uprooted one after another. In addition to the Black Witch sect, the Yen King also falls under the Empress's scrutiny. However, due to his considerable power and distinguished status, even the Empress refrains from overtly declaring war against him. Nonetheless, she employs numerous covert tactics. For instance, she issues a decree mandating the Yen King to send hostages to court and to pay tribute punctually. Simultaneously, she dispatches a multitude of envoys and spies to gather intelligence. These various measures, although perhaps not immediately effective, are sufficient to keep the Yen King occupied. At the very least, during this period, he is unlikely to harbor any intentions against Jiang Hao, allowing Jiang Hao to cultivate in peace for a while. However, the situation concerning Jiang Wen takes an unexpected turn. This individual, who is clearly a traitor, has now been hailed by the Empress as a paragon of loyalty, even receiving posthumous honors from the court. This leaves Jiang Hao somewhat speechless. Yet, considering that the man is already deceased, Jiang Hao finds little reason to dwell on the affairs of a corpse. The prison once again descends into tranquility. Jiang Hao resumes a life of leisure and indolence. Effort seems an unattainable endeavor. He believes he will never strive again in this lifetime. His days consist solely of eating, sleeping, or amusing himself with the shadowy spirits. Although life in the prison may be mundane and lacking in excitement, it spares him the intrigues of court life and the burdens of worry, an ideal respite for someone like Jiang Hao, who has recently traversed the tumultuous waters of political machinations. Moreover, he receives a special gift each day, akin to the anticipation of opening a blind box, thanks to the ceaseless rewards from the system and his innate divine physique. Jiang Hao experiences rapid advancement, growing stronger by the day, until one fateful day, he awakens from a deep slumber. A resounding echo reverberates within him, as if a mysterious ancient bell has been struck, its far-reaching vibrations causing his very soul to tremble. His body soon succumbs to a peculiar rhythmic cadence. In this enigmatic state, he undergoes yet another metamorphosis. Unlike the previous fusion with the divine physique, this transformation resembles a profound evolution of life itself. Jiang Hao focuses intently and soon notices the remarkable changes within his body. His skin appears as if cast from bronze, his bones seem forged from fine iron, and the strength of his tendons rivals that of profound steel. The blood coursing through him resembles liquid mercury, while his organs radiate a golden divine light. Even his marrow has taken on a hue akin to precious jade. Have I thus completed the cultivation of the 6 physical realms? With bronze skin, iron bones, steel tendons, silver blood, golden organs, and jade-like marrow, have I now reached the pinnacle of physical limits? Jiang Hao found himself momentarily dazed. On one hand, it was due to his lack of first-hand experience with such matters. On the other hand, it was because the pace of events was exceedingly swift. When contrasted with the formidable archbishop of the Black Witch sect, a being of the law manifestation realm, his physical realm seemed rather unremarkable. However, the crux of the matter was the brevity of Jiang Hao's training period. For an average individual, mastering the 6 stages of physical cultivation typically demands at least a decade, and that is under the most favorable circumstances. In reality, for the vast majority, even decades of effort might not suffice to reach the pinnacle of physical prowess. Even a prodigy like Ji Luoyao, who possessed the emperor's body, took several years to complete this arduous journey, if Jiang Hao's memory served him correctly. In stark contrast, his own journey had spanned a mere month. What was even more astonishing was that he had not subjected himself to rigorous training. He indulged in sleep until naturally awakened. And aside from taking medicinal herbs, he primarily relied on the self-operating nature of the emperor's body, emphasizing a sense of autonomy. Strangely, despite his laid-back approach, within just 1 month, he had astonishingly reached the limits of his physical capabilities, leaving even Jiang Hao himself feeling that it defied all reason. Nevertheless, finding himself in such an extraordinary situation was undeniably gratifying. Having reached the limit of his physical form, the next logical step was undoubtedly to transcend into the extraordinary realm. Just at that moment, a notification from the system suddenly rang out. Ding! Having relaxed for a month, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. Chapter 15. The Art of Longevity. Ascending to the extraordinary. Was it precisely 1 month? Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Hao suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, it was exactly 1 month. Moreover, this month, akin to the previous day and week, belonged to a unique cycle, thus entitling him to special rewards. With this thought, Jiang Hao was filled with anticipation. Ding! After a month of tranquility, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the longevity technique, the sleeping dragon technique. In that instant, Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The sleeping dragon technique? The longevity technique? Over the past month, aside from various elixirs, he had also obtained numerous martial arts techniques. As far as he knew, martial arts techniques could be categorized into 4 levels based on their rarity. Firstly, there were the ordinary techniques, which could only enable one to reach the 6th level of physical cultivation. The acquisition of such techniques was relatively easy. One could simply pay to learn them at a martial arts school, with virtually no barriers to entry, making them the preferred choice for the majority of ordinary individuals. Secondly, there were the human-level techniques, which were significantly superior to the ordinary ones, offering a genuine hope of transcending into the extraordinary realm. However, the difficulty of obtaining these techniques was considerably greater, as they were typically the foundational legacies of small families or factions, accessible only to direct descendants. Next came the earth-level techniques, which were even scarcer and solely possessed by powerful factions. Those who practiced at this level, provided their innate talent was sufficient and no major errors occurred during cultivation, could confidently break through to the extraordinary realm, albeit with varying durations of effort. Lastly, there were the heaven-level techniques, undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial arts. Even across the entire Great Zhou, their numbers were exceedingly rare. regarded as the most vital treasures of inheritance within those major factions, and could only be taught to core members. The dissemination of such techniques would inevitably incite chaos and bloodshed. As for the longevity technique, Jiang Hao realized he had never heard of it before. Yet, before he could delve deeper, a torrent of related memories began to flood his mind. Unlike the previous experiences of acquiring martial arts techniques, this time the content was remarkably abundant, each word a gem, revealing profound secrets that left one in awe. Even with Jiang Hao's current mental fortitude, absorbing such a plethora of foreign information at once was overwhelming. It took him a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. Indeed, as expected of the longevity technique, it surpassed ordinary techniques by an immeasurable degree. Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, he finally comprehended the significance embodied by the phrase longevity technique. It not only represented a level above the heaven-level techniques, but also indicated a pathway directly leading to the realm of longevity. Indeed, the realm of longevity. The 6 levels of physical cultivation, the 5 realms of the extraordinary, and beyond them lay the realm of longevity. In this contemporary era, the pursuit of immortality has become a mere fantasy. Among the extraordinary realms, the celestial being stage stands as a paragon of strength, akin to the esteemed figures of Mount Tai and the North Star. As for the realm of eternal life, it has transcended into a legendary existence. Yet, Jiang Hao has now acquired a cultivation manual that directly points towards the realm of immortality. The value of this technique is so precious that countless factions across the land would be driven to madness in its pursuit. Should this news circulate, it would not be long before a multitude of powerful beings would rush into the heavenly prison seeking to discuss the essence of life with him. Jiang Hao inhaled deeply, suppressing the exhilaration within. Although he possessed the emperor's body, a cultivation physique of the highest caliber, it merely provided him with an extraordinary foundation. The heights he could ultimately reach depended solely on his own efforts. In other words, the path he would carve out in the future required specific guidance. The Zhelong Sui Gong, a remarkable technique for attaining immortality, undoubtedly serves as a celestial avenue towards that end. Moreover, this technique is fundamentally distinct from conventional methods. After absorbing various memories, Jiang Hao grasped the origins of this technique. The Zhelong Sui Gong was conceived by a legendary figure, the ancestor Qin Tuan. The term Zhelong refers to a dormant dragon, akin to one that hibernates. The technique, crafted by ancestor Qin, emulates the nature of a hibernating dragon, which grows stronger merely through prolonged slumber. If a dragon can thrive in such a manner, why cannot a human? Thus, this technique diverges significantly from typical practices. It does not require a step-by-step approach to cultivation, but rather utilizes sleep as a means of practice. During the cultivation process, practitioners embody the essence of a sleeping dragon, their spirits unfettered, their minds tranquil yet alert, while their vital energy flows as usual, continuously strengthening in the subconscious. In simpler terms, it is a method of cultivation achieved through sleep. The notion that one can cultivate while sleeping might seem utterly fantastical to the average person. However, this technique genuinely accomplishes that aim, enabling practitioners to refine their abilities through sleep, often yielding results superior to traditional methods. In other words, after adopting this technique, one need only sleep to witness remarkable enhancements in strength. It feels as though this method has been tailor-made for me. Jiang Hao was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. Although the emperor's body could operate autonomously, it ultimately only facilitated the basic flow of vital energy, which paled in comparison to the extraordinary speed of those endowed with exceptional legacies. Yet, when combined with the Zhelong Sui Gong, this unique technique for immortality would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao could hardly contain himself. He promptly reclined on the bed once more, not merely to sleep, but to commence his cultivation. Despite having just awakened from slumber, he felt no fatigue. However, after beginning to practice this technique, he found that sleep came easily, even without the need for drowsiness. It was indeed a miraculous skill for sleeping. In a brief moment, his breathing gradually settled into a serene rhythm. As he lay upon the stone bed of his cell, he resembled a true dragon coiled in repose. A unique aura swiftly enveloped him, drawing forth the hidden shadowy specters, who could not resist peering curiously into the scene. Under the influence of this intangible energy, the surrounding essence of heaven and earth spontaneously converged, akin to fledglings returning to their nest, streaming into Jiang Hao's being. The absorption of this elemental essence for cultivation is a technique reserved for extraordinary beings. Although Jiang Hao was merely at the physical stage, he had remarkably grasped such an ability ahead of time. Yet, he had already reached the pinnacle of this physical realm, standing at the apex of his current phase. Once he integrated this celestial essence within, it swiftly coalesced into a distinctive force, propelling him to strive for a higher echelon. While the physical limit is formidable, it remains a mere mortal state. In contrast, the extraordinary realm belongs to the transcendent. The distinction between these two realms is stark. Thus, achieving such a transcendental leap is far from simple. The process of breaking through, though not necessarily fraught with peril, poses a significant risk should one fail. The likelihood of future success diminishes considerably. Consequently, even those who reach the limits of their physicality seldom dare to attempt such a venture lightly. At the very least, they would prepare extensively beforehand, acquiring various elixirs to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Yet, here was Jiang Hao, unexpectedly charging towards the extraordinary realm, entirely unaware of the gravity of his endeavor. Chapter 16. The Manifestation of Omens, the Empress's Fury after transcending the 6 physical realms. The extraordinary 5 realms are the Dragon Gate realm, Earthly Fiend realm, Celestial Gang realm, Law Manifestation realm, and Heavenly Being realm. The first of these realms is the Dragon Gate realm. To successfully transcend from the physical realm to the Dragon Gate realm, one must complete 4 steps. The first step is the metamorphosis of the spirit consciousness. This metamorphosis signifies the transformation of mental power into spiritual awareness. Only by giving birth to spiritual awareness can one summon the essence of the universe. It is this very spiritual awareness that empowers those at the law manifestation realm to harness the forces of heaven and earth to condense their laws. Spiritual awareness can be regarded as the dividing line between extraordinary beings and ordinary practitioners. The second step is the gathering of primordial energy. Once the spiritual awareness has undergone its transformation, it can invoke the essence of the universe. However, mere universal essence is insufficient, as it is too dispersed to form true power. Refinement within the body is necessary to condense this energy into a more potent and concentrated primordial force. The third step is the opening of the acupoints. After gathering the universal essence into primordial energy, one uses this energy to unlock acupoints. The more acupoints one opens, the greater the capacity for storing primordial energy, and naturally, the combat prowess will be significantly enhanced. At this juncture, the importance of one's cultivation method becomes evident. Ordinary methods may unlock a maximum of 36 acupoints, human tier methods up to 54, earth tier methods up to 72, and heavenly tier methods up to 108. Once an acupoint is opened, it cannot be altered, for this forms the foundation of every extraordinary practitioner. Thus, even among those at the Dragon Gate realm, differing cultivation methods lead to vastly different strengths. For instance, one who practices an ordinary method and opens 36 acupoints differs immensely from one who practices a heavenly tier method and opens 108, resulting in a threefold disparity in the energy they can harness. The fourth step is to leap over the Dragon Gate. This entails connecting all acupoints into a cohesive whole, forming a complete cycle of energy. In the heat of battle, one can draw upon the primordial energy from all acupoints simultaneously. Therefore, every extraordinary practitioner unleashing their full power becomes akin to a human-shaped nuclear bomb. This step is crucial in the process of transcendence, the leap over the Dragon Gate. Once accomplished, one can transform into a dragon. Under normal circumstances, this progression is taken step by step. However, for Jiang Hao, the situation is somewhat different. First and foremost, he possesses the human emperor body, endowing him with innate mental strength that has already transformed into spiritual awareness. This is also the reason he could previously perceive the conditions within his body. Additionally, due to the influence of the sleeping dragon technique, he has successfully invoked the essence of the universe. Furthermore, thanks to the furnace effect of the human emperor body, the universal essence entering his body is rapidly refined into primordial energy. Consequently, he has circumvented both the first and second steps. Even in the fourth step, after merging with the human emperor body, his physique had already achieved a harmonious unity, with all his meridians thoroughly opened. Once the acupoints were successfully activated, Connecting them posed no challenge whatsoever. Thus, for him, the only genuine task remaining was merely the third step. It can only be said that comparisons often breed envy. Moreover, the cultivation technique upon which Jiang Hao relied for his breakthrough was the extraordinary longevity method, sleeping dragon technique. The number of acupoints this technique opened far surpassed that of ordinary practices, elevating it to an unprecedented zenith. It encompassed all the prominent and hidden acupoints of the human body, totaling 360. For an average individual, there might be concern regarding the ability to fill such a multitude of acupoints. However, Jiang Hao, possessing the human emperor body, had no such worries. One must concede that the synergy between the human emperor body and the sleeping dragon technique is indeed a match made in heaven. Therefore, while Jiang Hao's breakthrough process cannot be said to be entirely devoid of difficulty, the challenges faced were remarkably minimal. After a single slumber, Jiang Hao successfully completed his advancement. The entire process as effortless and simple as partaking in a meal or sipping tea. At the very moment Jiang Hao ascended to the Dragon Gate realm, the human emperor body underwent an evolution. As the pinnacle of legendary physiques in the world, the human emperor body naturally possessed effects beyond mere appearances. It required gradual development to unveil the myriad mysteries of such a legendary constitution. In a sense, it could be said that Jiang Hao had hindered the potential of the human emperor body due to his own low cultivation level. He was unable to manifest its true power. Now, with Jiang Hao's successful breakthrough to the Dragon Gate realm, he had effectively elevated the upper limits, prompting the human emperor body to evolve in tandem. A magnificent spectacle re-emerged. His body seemed to transform once more into a supreme sanctuary, radiant with golden divine light. Mysterious runes appeared like gossamer threads, and an overwhelming divine might surged ceaselessly. Alongside this transformation, the 360 acupoints within him underwent astonishing changes. Each acupoint appeared as an entirely independent space, within which a miniaturized Jiang Hao sat cross-legged. Though devoid of consciousness, he emanated an air of authority, resembling a pantheon of deities. The 360 acupoints represented 360 divine entities. Crucially, these deities within the acupoints absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, refining it into primordial power stored within. This was tantamount to Jiang Hao possessing an additional 360 divine avatars aiding in his cultivation. Even though each divine avatar could not be compared to the real person, collectively, they significantly enhanced his cultivation efficiency to an unimaginable level. In an instant, the divine light within Jiang Hao radiated magnificently. The surging primordial power continuously coalesced, and even in the wake of his recent breakthrough, the astonishing might he exhibited far exceeded that expected of a Dragon Gate realm expert. Meanwhile, the imperial body resonated once more with the realms of this world. Laws of heaven and earth manifested in the boundless void. The vast imperial capital was once again enveloped in an inexplicable pressure. Numerous extraordinary phenomena emerged in succession. The inhabitants of the capital soon discovered that the scenes they had witnessed a month prior were now reappearing before their very eyes. In an instant, everyone was left utterly astounded. Another occurrence? Could it be that such events transpire monthly? Within the royal palace, the Empress Ji Luoyao also stared wide-eyed. Subsequently, her fury knew no bounds. This past month had been the most exhausting of her entire life. The myriad of governmental affairs had drained her both physically and mentally. Furthermore, the matters concerning the Prince of Yan had similarly left her weary to the core. After toiling tirelessly for a month, despite her pride and arrogance, she could hardly claim to have achieved any significant accomplishments, having merely managed to keep the court on a semblance of a proper course. Yet, she never anticipated that despite her relentless efforts, heaven would treat her thus. Before she could catch her breath, yet another spectacle erupted. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? At that moment, Ji Luoyao could no longer contain herself. With a single strike, she shattered the table before her, reducing a multitude of memorials to mere dust. She then ascended into the air, transformed into a streak of light, soaring upwards. Draped in her dragon robe, she stood suspended in midair, her captivating eyes fixed intently upon the astonishing phenomenon above, her fists involuntarily clenched, her entire being trembling with rage. Who dares to conjure such illusions? Show yourself. Chapter 17. the Grand Supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth appeared abruptly and dissipated just as swiftly. As Jiang Hao's realm stabilized and the might of the Emperor's body and spirit retracted, the laws of the universe lost their resonant counterpart, leading to the gradual vanishing of these anomalies. However, the profound impact these events had on the imperial capital and the ensuing unrest among the populace lingered for an extended period. After all, the occurrence of such bizarre incidents once could be attributed to mere coincidence, yet the repetition of such occurrences twice rendered the notion of chance implausible. Moreover, both incidents transpired during the reign of the Empress, Ji Luoyao, which imbued the events with significant implications that warranted careful contemplation. In contrast to the first occurrence, this time did not evoke a cacophony of chaos. Nonetheless, the undercurrents of intrigue and turmoil were no less intense, if not more so. From a certain perspective, the repercussions of this latest episode were far more perilous and formidable than the previous one. Although the Empress, Ji Luoyao, could not yet perceive these subtleties, her astuteness allowed her to discern the series of ramifications stemming from this incident. Upon her return to the palace, she sat in silence upon the dragon throne, emanating an aura that commanded distance, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. The female attendants and eunuchs surrounding her trembled in fear, terrified of inadvertently drawing her attention and becoming scapegoats for her wrath. After a considerable pause, Ji Luoyao finally lifted her head, a flash of fierce determination crossing her exquisite visage. In a low, commanding tone, she instructed, "Draft an edict. Summon the commander of the Jinhui, Cao Xiaoping, the chief of the Divine Capture Division, Wu Anbong, the Grand Offering of the Hall of Offerings, Daoist Qianji, and the Grand Supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau to enter the palace for an audience." Upon the Empress's decree, the summoned individuals swiftly arrived at the palace. Cao Xiaoping needed no introduction, for he was the Empress's most trusted subordinate. Wu Anbong, a robust and imposing figure, exuded the aura of a formidable warrior, his sharp gaze reminiscent of an eagle, as if no malevolent spirit could evade his scrutiny. Daoist Qianji, clad in a Daoist robe and wielding a whisk, despite having surpassed a century in age, retained an invigorating presence, embodying the essence of ethereal wisdom. As for the Grand Supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, he donned a starry robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet shrouded in an enigmatic aura, commanding respect and caution. "You must be aware of the purpose of my summons," Ji Luoyao stated, seated regally, bypassing pleasantries and addressing the matter directly. "As esteemed officials of the court, please elucidate the circumstances surrounding these events." The four individuals exchanged glances, hesitating to speak first. Observing the Empress's growing impatience, it was ultimately Cao Xiaoping, her foremost confidant, who broke the silence. "Your Majesty, it is my humble conjecture that this incident may be a retaliation from the Black Witch sect." "The Black Witch sect? Surely. Only a handful of them remain. Barely clinging to life, how could they orchestrate such a significant uproar?" Ji Luoyao replied, her expression one of skepticism, as she turned her gaze toward the chief of the Divine Capture Division, Wu Anbong, who stood nearby. "Your Majesty, please grant me a moment. I shall undoubtedly uncover the truth," Wu Anbong declared solemnly. His character was one of unwavering integrity, firmly rooted in the pursuit of evidence. And he was averse to conjecture without substantiation, unlike Cao Xiaoping. However, Ji Luoyao was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The situation had yet to escalate, and there remained an opportunity for redress. Once this window closed, it would be too late. She turned her gaze toward the Grand Offering of the Offering Hall, Daoist Qianji. Recognizing that evasion was futile, Daoist Qianji cleared his throat, carefully arranging his thoughts before speaking in a measured tone. "Your Majesty, I believe we should deliberate on this matter with caution." After an extensive discourse, his conclusion was essentially that he was as perplexed as everyone else. The convoluted ramblings elicited a frown from Ji Luoyao. A soft chuckle escaped from the head of the Astronomical Bureau, who could no longer contain his amusement. All eyes turned to him, yet he maintained an expression of composure and, rather than taking offense, continued with a smile, "Your Majesty, consulting them is akin to seeking wisdom from the deaf and guidance from the blind. What utility is there in that?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others darkened. Even the usually affable Daoist Qianji could not suppress a frown. Wu Anbong, resolute, directly inquired. Then, pray tell, what insights might the esteemed director possess? This matter is beyond human capability, the head of the Astronomical Bureau affirmed with conviction. Not only is it beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals, but even legendary beings who have attained the realm of immortality would find it exceedingly difficult. Oh, Ji Luoyao perked up at this revelation. If it were not of human origin, it might indeed be auspicious news for her. As anticipated, matters of expertise necessitate the counsel of specialists. She cast a glance at Cao Xiaoping and the others before pressing further. If it is not of human making, then what accounts for this sudden phenomenon? If it is not of humanity, then it is the work of celestial forces. The director replied earnestly. Ji Luoyao's brow furrowed at this statement. She was not one to indulge in superstition and certainly did not subscribe to notions of divine wrath. With a cold huff, she retorted, "Are you suggesting, like those common folk, that my governance is flawed, inciting the heavens to unleash their wrath upon us?" Her gaze was piercing as she scrutinized the director. Should he dare to acquiesce, she would ensure he comprehended the true meaning of imperial wrath. Fortunately, the director was not so foolish. He quickly shook his head and clarified, "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. This matter does not pertain to you, but rather to other forces that have invoked the laws of nature, resulting in such astonishing phenomena. Are you implying that a treasure has emerged?" Cao Xiaoping, ever the avaricious one, gasped, the first to react, instinctively posing the question, what caliber of treasure could possibly invoke the laws of nature? If one could obtain it, cough. If it could be offered to your Majesty, what a tremendous merit that would be. The chief of the Astronomical Bureau cast a glance at him, then spoke with a calm demeanor. If it were to appear only once, it might indeed signify the birth of a treasure. However, the occurrence of such an event on 2 consecutive occasions suggests that it is highly likely not a treasure, but rather a living entity. A living entity? Upon hearing this, all present were momentarily taken aback. What absurdity! What living being could invoke the laws of heaven and earth? Noticing the skeptical expressions on several faces, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau smiled faintly, then turned to the Empress, saying with a significant undertone, "If I recall correctly, your Majesty awakened the human sovereign body, which seemingly summoned a multitude of birds to pay homage, heralding auspicious signs. At that time, I was still quite young, and it appears there was indeed such an occurrence." Ji Luoyao was momentarily stunned, reflecting carefully before she nodded in agreement. Are you suggesting that others have awakened the human sovereign body, or similar talents? Yet, even if others had awakened the human sovereign body or comparable abilities, the omens would at most be akin to what I experienced back then. The peculiar phenomenon this time is evidently far beyond that level. It simply does not align, without allowing others to voice their opinions. Ji Luoyao shook her head in denial. The chief of the Astronomical Bureau, however, spoke in a contemplative tone. The human sovereign body or other talents might indeed not cause such a significant stir, but what if it were the legendary human emperor body? The human emperor body? Upon hearing those 3 words, the attendees froze momentarily. They quickly recalled the origins of the human emperor body. While the human sovereign body is indeed rare, history records several instances of its awakening. However, the human emperor body, according to records from the Great Zhou's history, has only ever been awakened by that ancestral figure of the Ji clan. It was precisely due to this legendary human emperor body that the ancestral Ji successfully established the Great Zhou dynasty, achieving the monumental legacy of a human emperor. The reason why descendants of the Ji clan, like Ji Luoyao, could awaken the human emperor body is precisely due to the bloodline passed down from that illustrious ancestor. At this moment, Ji Luoyao seemed to grasp something significant, her expression abruptly shifting. She quickly rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intently on the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, urgently inquiring, "Are you implying that someone has awakened the human emperor body?" Chapter 18. The dismantling of the feudal lords. It must be done. Are you suggesting that someone has awakened the emperor's body? Ji Luoyao fixed her gaze intently on the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, her voice cold and deliberate. Initially, she had felt a surge of joy upon hearing that the celestial phenomenon was not artificially induced. However, it now appeared that her elation had been premature. If this phenomenon were merely a man-made conspiracy, it would pose some challenges, but nothing insurmountable. Yet, if it were indeed a harbinger of the emperor's body, it could fundamentally undermine her reign. Her ascension to the throne as a female emperor was not solely due to the unwavering support of Jiang Hao. A significant factor was her possession of the emperor's body. This rare endowment marked her as a natural sovereign. In the absence of superior alternatives, the populace had reluctantly accepted her as the Empress of the Great Zhou, despite her gender. But now, with the emergence of another possessing a more legitimate claim to the throne, what was she to do? With a superior version of the emperor's body in play, who would still regard her own diluted incarnation with any seriousness? Would she, in such a case, be compelled to abdicate in favor of her rival? The mere thought of this sent Ji Luoyao into a frenzy. Although Cao Xiaoping and the others were initially slow to grasp the gravity of the situation, they quickly connected the dots, exchanging glances of concern before turning in unison toward the chief of the Astronomical Bureau. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Since the last celestial phenomenon, I have scoured numerous records. While the documentation on the founding emperor's body is scant, it is the only explanation that aligns with our current circumstances. Beyond this, I can conceive of no other possibilities. His words hung in the air, suggesting that his assertions were not without merit. As his statement echoed throughout the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the chamber. Ji Luoyao refrained from further comment, while the others remained tight-lipped. After what felt like an eternity, she lifted her head and asked, "Is it certain that the one who has awakened the emperor's body is of the Ji lineage?" Upon uttering the question, she shook her head and laughed bitterly. How foolish of me! Apart from the Ji clan, who else could possibly awaken the emperor's body? Yet, the others present dared not share in her mirth. They could perceive that the empress was not amused, but rather seething with rage. As she herself had articulated, it was indeed improbable for anyone outside the Ji lineage to awaken the emperor's body. Conversely, this revelation implied that the individual in question also possessed the legitimacy to claim the throne. Legally, the majority would likely not contest this. Ji Luoyao inhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of fierce determination, her dark eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Is there any way to identify the one who has awakened the emperor's body? If one cannot resolve the issue, then perhaps addressing the source of the problem could serve as a viable solution. Ji Luoyao, in her quest for power, ruthlessly eliminated Jiang Hao, who had once supported her rise. Now, faced with a person entirely unconnected to her threatening her throne, she would show no mercy. The human sovereign physique only manifests celestial phenomena under exceptional circumstances. Thus, unless the adversary reveals themselves or each individual is scrutinized, external identification proves exceedingly difficult. Then we shall examine them one by one. Ji Luoyao declared with unwavering resolve. Proclaim my edict. No one among the royal family is exempt. She acted decisively, immediately ordering the city to be sealed. Subsequently, she dispatched individuals to summon all members of the Ji clan to the palace, where she would personally oversee the inspections. However, the final results of the examination left her profoundly disappointed, as no member of the Ji clan with the awakened human sovereign physique was found. Suppressing her inner fury, Ji Luoyao coldly directed her gaze at the head of the Astronomical Bureau. How do you explain this? The head of the bureau, furrowing his brow, appeared equally perplexed. This should not be. How could there be none? Meanwhile, Cao Xiaoming, standing nearby, seemed to have an epiphany and stepped forward to remind her, Your Majesty, although the Ji clan members in the capital have all gathered, there are many others in different locales. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the Ji clan extended far beyond those in the capital, including the feudal princes who were not only members of the Ji clan, but also direct descendants. When it came to awakening the human sovereign physique, their probability was significantly higher than that of ordinary clan members. With this realization, Ji Luoyao turned her gaze back to the head of the bureau, understanding her intent. The head contemplated before responding. The capital is the ancestral land of the Ji clan and the epicenter of the great Zhou dynasty's fortune. Even if a member of the Ji clan awakens the human sovereign physique elsewhere, possessing the bloodline could still influence the celestial phenomena here. Alternatively, it is entirely plausible that someone secretly infiltrated the capital to harness its fortune for their own awakening. At this juncture, the head of the bureau paused before confidently asserting, While I cannot guarantee other matters, I can assure you, based on numerous calculations, that these two celestial anomalies are unequivocally caused by the fabled human sovereign physique. I would stake my life on it. Witnessing his unwavering conviction, Ji Luoyao felt her doubts dissipate. The anomalies were indeed instigated by the human sovereign physique, indicating that someone had awakened it. More specifically, it suggested a member of the Ji clan had successfully done so. Since this individual was not within the capital, they must reside beyond its borders. With this deduction, the likelihood of the feudal princes and their offspring being involved surged. The Yin prince at that moment, Ji Luoyao, could not help but recall the Yin prince, who had remained remarkably unassuming over the years. However, of late, King Yin has suddenly begun to stir with restless ambition. What could possibly account for such a transformation? Is it due to the awakening of the human emperor physique? Perhaps King Yin or one of his progeny has awakened this power, igniting thoughts that ought not to be entertained. The more Ji Luoyao pondered, the more she felt this possibility looming large. The king of Yin was already a formidable force, wielding great strength and holding a high position among the vassal kings, to the extent that even the court dared not act against him lightly. Should he gain the backing of the human emperor physique, he would undoubtedly become even more difficult to contend with, posing an even greater threat to her. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of trepidation washed over her. Having finally ascended to this position, she envisioned grand ambitions and aspired to become a timeless sovereign. How could she allow anyone to usurp her imperial throne? The vassals must be curtailed. It is imperative to curtail the vassals, Ji Luoyao declared through gritted teeth. As the illustrious empress of the great Zhou, how could she endure such constraints, nor allow herself to be threatened? Only by eradicating the root of the problem could she unfurl her ambitions without the shackles of others. Upon hearing her words, Chao Shouting and the others were left in a state of astonishment. Although they were mere warriors, lacking knowledge of governance, they understood the dire implications that the term curtailing the vassals represented. A misstep could very well incite turmoil across the realm, even leading to the collapse of the dynasty. Yet, witnessing the Empress's fierce determination, it was evident she was not seeking their counsel. Indeed, when the morning court convened the following day, Ji Luoyao announced her decree, sending shockwaves throughout the entire court. Subsequently, the entire great Zhou dynasty trembled in response. Chapter 19. The fragrance of today's feast. The Empress's decision to curtail the fiefdoms has stirred immense reactions both within the court and among the populace, even prompting whispers among the guards of the celestial prison. When Jiang Hao learned of this news from the mouth of the shadowy specter, he was taken aback. As a former ruler, Jiang Hao was acutely aware that the issue of feudal lords had long plagued the great Zhou dynasty. This predicament arose primarily due to the vast expanse of the Zhou territory, to suppress local power and ensure the dominance of the Ji clan. Successive emperors typically chose to bestow titles upon vassal kings. While this policy indeed contributed to the stability of the dynasty, the burgeoning strength of these lords gradually morphed into a formidable challenge. However, the great Zhou dynasty had endured for many years, and its internal woes were far from singular. For instance, the great sects held sway in various regions, aristocratic families monopolized local governance, and military outposts proliferated across the borders. Not to mention the rampant corruption among court officials. In Jiang Hao's perspective, these issues were far graver than that of the feudal lords. He found it perplexing why Empress Ji Luoyao would suddenly raise the banner of diminishing the fiefdoms at this juncture. If the sole aim was to counter the Prince of Yin, such a drastic measure seemed unwarranted. Of course, it was not that the reduction of fiefdoms was unfeasible. Rather, it was a matter of timing. Should the endeavor succeed, it would undoubtedly bolster central authority and enhance the monarch's prestige, yielding countless benefits. Yet, the feudal lords were not docile lambs awaiting slaughter. Despite their apparent reticence, should the court seek to uproot them, they would fiercely resist. A failure in this endeavor could lead to dire consequences, a significant loss of the court's prestige and a drastic decline in its influence over local affairs, potentially culminating in the collapse of the dynasty and widespread chaos. In a sense, the act of diminishing the fiefdoms was a high-stakes gamble. As for the court's odds in this gamble, based on Jiang Hao's estimations, absent the intervention of other forces, a comparison of strength between the court and the feudal lords suggested a probability of success around 70 to 80%. After all, having presided over the court for several years, he had amassed considerable resources. However, this was contingent on Empress Ji Luoyao refraining from meddling. From what Jiang Hao understood of her, if she insisted on taking direct command, the odds would dwindle to a mere 50%. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome. It was of no concern to him. Jiang Hao maintained a calm demeanor, not allowing this matter to weigh heavily on his mind. His singular focus was on seeking immortality. The method for achieving this was quite straightforward: sleep. More precisely, it entailed cultivating his skills while in slumber. The hibernating dragon sleep technique was indeed an extraordinary path to longevity, yielding astonishing results that made Jiang Hao yearn to immerse himself in it for 24 hours a day. Thanks to the remarkable efficacy of this technique, even after successfully breaking through the Dragon Gate realm and ascending to the status of an extraordinary being, his pace of advancement had not only remained unimpeded, but had actually accelerated significantly. Once again, the Emperor's body underwent a remarkable evolution, manifesting 360 divine avatars. These divine manifestations collectively assisted in refining the primordial energy of the heavens and the earth, allowing Jiang Hao's cultivation to progress as if aided by divine forces. The ceaseless flow of cosmic energy was transformed into primordial power, which was then infused into various acupoints, causing them to grow at an astonishingly visible pace. When these 360 acupoints reached their zenith, it would signify that Jiang Hao's cultivation had attained the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate realm. At that juncture, he would be poised to challenge the next level, the earthly fiend realm. Typically, for an ordinary individual to complete this process, even under the most favorable circumstances, it would require a minimum of several years of diligent effort. However, Jiang Hao estimated that at his current pace, he could achieve this in, at most, a month. With a stroke of fortune and the acquisition of additional elixirs and rare materials, it was likely he could accomplish it in even less time. Such a rapid pace of cultivation was indeed the envy of many. Keep striving for longevity. Jiang Hao encouraged himself before promptly lying back down, drifting into a deep slumber. As time passed unremarkably, evening approached. With a creak, the heavy prison door was pushed open from the outside, and an elderly jailer, somewhat hindered in his movements, limped into the room. He carried a large food container in his hands. This elderly jailer was the one who delivered meals to Jiang Hao each day. "Lord Wei Guogong, dinner is served," he greeted with a broad smile. As he spoke, he opened the food container and began to unveil the dishes within. There were crab roe lion's heads from the Tongqing building, shrimp tofu from the Little Snack House, a signature pot from Wang's establishment, ginger duck soup from Song Ernyang's home, and a flask of fine bamboo leaf wine. These were all your favorites. 3 dishes and a soup, consisting of both meat and vegetables, accompanied by a generous bowl of rice and a jug of wine. While it could not be deemed extravagant, it was certainly not lacking. Especially for a prisoner in a cell, such a feast seemed like a dream come true. Yet for Jiang Hao, it was merely standard fare. After all, who could forget that he was the illustrious Wei Guogong, regardless of the harsh treatment meted out to others? The guards of the celestial prison would never dare to slight him. Despite currently being imprisoned by the Empress, who could guarantee that he would not rise again in the future? At the very least, before the Empress ordered his execution, the guards would certainly not neglect him. "Old master, what a splendid day it is today, all my favorite dishes." Jiang Hao approached, his expression one of astonishment. "Hee, indeed today is a remarkable day. But please allow this old man to maintain a bit of suspense. You eat first, and once you have finished, I shall explain everything to you." The elderly jailer replied, his face adorned with a multitude of wrinkles from his beaming smile, as if he had encountered something particularly joyful. Observing this, Jiang Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head before lowering his gaze to the enticing array of food. He inhaled deeply. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air was simply irresistible. In this world of existence, one must never overlook the delights of exquisite cuisine. With this sentiment in mind, I shall indulge without reservation. As he spoke, Jiang Hao ceased his hesitations, accepting the bowl and chopsticks from the old man, and began to savor the meal with great enthusiasm. Jiang Hao's interests were few, yet his passion for food was undeniable. Although there were only 3 dishes and a soup before him, the portions were indeed substantial. As a formidable being, he felt no hunger from consuming the essence of the heavens and earth, yet when he allowed himself to fully indulge, his appetite was astonishing. Within the brief span of half a tea's brewing time, he had devoured everything placed before him. The old man stood quietly to the side, seemingly reluctant to interrupt, until Jiang Hao had finished his meal. Only then did he step forward with a genial smile, inquiring, "Did the Duke of Wei find the meal satisfactory?" "Indeed. Today's dishes were particularly fragrant. Jiang Hao set aside his utensils and wiped his mouth. Then, raising his gaze to the old man, he earnestly suggested, however, please refrain from adding unnecessary ingredients next time, as it does somewhat affect the flavor. Chapter 20. The Third Prince, Ji Xianjing. Next time, please refrain from adding extraneous ingredients. It somewhat affects the flavor, Jiang Hao suggested earnestly, raising his gaze towards the old tavern keeper. His demeanor and tone were so casual, akin to a diner recommending that a chef use less spice or omit cilantro. Upon hearing this, the tavern keeper's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricted, and his entire body tensed involuntarily. It was only when he noticed Jiang Hao's complete lack of agitation that he realized his reaction had been excessive. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice deliberately lowered and tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Have you discovered something? Of course, I have savored these dishes countless times. The moment I catch a whiff, I know precisely what flavors await, Jiang Hao replied confidently, embodying the qualities of a seasoned gourmet. Then why continue to eat? The tavern keeper asked, bewildered. Why not? Jiang Hao countered, fixing him with a steady gaze. These dishes are the signature offerings of venerable establishments. To finally indulge in them, especially after my incarceration, I cannot say when I shall have the pleasure again. Moreover, you have gone to the trouble of presenting them to me. To refuse would be to squander such culinary delights. Seeing Jiang Hao's earnestness, as though wasting such exquisite food were an unforgivable sin, the tavern keeper found himself at a loss for further words. It seemed they were not on the same wavelength, prompting him to abandon his probing inquiries. Perhaps you are correct. After all, whether you partake or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Ultimately, it is better to be a glutton in the afterlife than a starving ghost, he mused, regaining a semblance of confidence. Without awaiting Jiang Hao's response, he settled cross-legged before him, back straight, eyes level, shedding the previous air of humility and assuming a subtly superior demeanor. Since you have uncovered my secret, I shall no longer conceal it. Indeed, I have added certain substances to these dishes. In less than half a tea's time, the effects will manifest. Given your physical constitution, you shall not withstand it for long. Soon, you can peacefully depart this world. Consider it my utmost respect for you. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hao, seemingly eager to witness the reaction that would unfold upon hearing his words, perhaps astonishment, fear, or despair. Yet, to his disappointment, he found none of these emotions reflected on Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao remained as tranquil as ever, as though he had long since transcended the concerns of life and death, indifferent to when the poison within the meal would take effect. You just mentioned that today is a splendid day and that we should wait until I finish my meal to discuss matters. Now that I have dined, might we converse while there is still a moment to spare? The old man cast a profound gaze at Jiang Hao. Though perplexed by Jiang Hao's calm demeanor, he felt no inclination to refuse, for he indeed sought a confidant. In that instant, his expression grew exceptionally grave, his eyes reflecting a blend of sorrow and joy, an ineffable complexity. I had always regarded the notion of enduring humiliation and biding one's time as a jest. Yet now, witnessing my former adversary's self-destruct, I find that I need do nothing and can effortlessly behold their downfall. Is this not the most fortuitous news? Jiang Hao's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the old man, who was evidently not the true old man. After a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly formed a conjecture. The old adversary you speak of cannot possibly be the Empress, Ji Luoyao? The old man was momentarily taken aback. Observing his reaction, Jiang Hao felt a surge of certainty and continued. Thus, your true identity must be the third prince, Ji Xianjing? At this revelation, the old man was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that by merely divulging a fragment of information, Jiang Hao would accurately declare his identity. Indeed, he was the third prince, Ji Xianjing, who once vied for the throne against Ji Luoyao and failed. Ji Xianjing took a deep breath and regarded Jiang Hao once more. As expected of the astute Duke of Wei, to have been bested by you in the past was no shame. With his identity now unveiled, Ji Xianjing ceased his pretense, readily tearing away the human mask that concealed his face, revealing a visage marred by scars and deemed unattractive. In truth, merely based on this disfigured countenance, even if he were to proclaim his identity, few would believe him to be the third prince. For in the minds of the people, the third prince was known for his striking presence and charm, a stark contrast to this countenance. This was likely one of the reasons he had managed to escape death in the past. Jiang Hao was momentarily astonished. Compared to the first prince, Ji Xianming, who possessed a significant advantage yet was lacking in capability, and the seventh prince, Ji Xiantai, who was extraordinarily gifted yet egotistical, Ji Xianjing, with his comprehensive talents and adeptness for endurance, had always been regarded as his formidable foe. It now appeared that his initial assessment was indeed correct. Had Ji Xianjing not chosen to appear before him, he too would have been unaware that the prince still lived, even concealed under an alias within the imperial capital. Had it not been for your strategic guidance from the shadows, Duke of Wei, how could Ji Luoyao have ever posed a challenge to me? The irony is that you exerted tremendous effort to elevate her to the throne and painstakingly reorganized the court for her benefit, only for her to turn against you once stability was achieved, disregarding past favors. I wonder, do you harbor any regrets now, Duke of Wei? Ji Xianjing inquired, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. What difference does it make whether one regrets or not? The events have already transpired. He chuckled. The Duke of Wei truly possesses a benevolent disposition. Ji Xianjing scoffed at this remark, unabashedly revealing his inner scorn. Unlike Jiang Hao, he did not share such a tranquil mindset. Even in this very moment, he remained seething with indignation, spending each day steeped in hatred. However, what significance does it hold if Ji Luoyao successfully seizes the throne? Ultimately, she is merely an incapable puppet. Not only did she recklessly imprison a talent like the Duke of Wei, but she also foolishly endeavored to diminish the power of the feudal lords. I can assure you, her future is destined for short-lived success. Even if she manages to triumph this time, her downfall is inevitable. When that moment arrives, the higher she stands, the harder she will fall. I shall await her descent from that lofty position right here in the imperial capital. Ji Xianjing spoke through gritted teeth, his face twisted with hatred. He then turned his gaze towards Jiang Hao, his animosity unabated, and coldly declared, "For now, I cannot reach her, so I shall have to eliminate you, Duke of Wei. To assuage my wrath, am I merely a scapegoat?" Jiang Hao sighed in resignation. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "It seems that both you and I, Your Highness the Third Prince, are kindred spirits, both victims of Ji Luoyao's tyranny. Why must we turn against each other? Instead, might it be wiser for you to focus your efforts on confronting Ji Luoyao? Allow me to act as though I have not seen you this time. What do you think?" Jiang Hao regarded Ji Xianjing with a sincere expression, offering his counsel. Ji Xianjing was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Jiang Hao's suggestion, and he took some time to process the unexpected proposition. Then, as if recalling something, he furrowed his brow in confusion and remarked, "Wait, something seems amiss. Hasn't half a cup of tea passed? How come nothing has transpired?" Chapter 21. Is it not good to live well? Under the gaze of Ji Xianjing, filled with perplexity, Jiang Hao naturally comprehended the situation at hand. As he possessed the body of the emperor, he had long since become impervious to poisons. To be precise, his digestive capacity was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did the essence of the heavens and ordinary food swiftly undergo refinement within him, but even toxins were no exception. At least the vast majority of poisons struggled to inflict any adverse effects on him. Perhaps they could even enhance a portion of his cultivation. After all, those high-grade poisons were essentially concocted from rare and precious materials, which, to Jiang Hao, could also be regarded as a form of medicinal supplement. However, given the personal nature of this matter, Jiang Hao had no intention of elucidating the details to Ji Xianjing. Thus, he could only resort to casual remarks. "Could it be that you purchased counterfeit medicine?" "Impossible," Ji Xianjing exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was one thing to buy fake supplements, but how could poisons possibly be counterfeit? Was he to fear they wouldn't be lethal? Yet, observing Jiang Hao's unperturbed demeanor, he could scarcely attribute it to poison. Apart from the possibility of counterfeit medicine, there seemed to be no other explanation. Could it be that I truly obtained fake medicine? This wretched drug dealer. Seeing Jiang Hao remain unscathed, Ji Xianjing reluctantly accepted this explanation, inwardly cursing in frustration. Jiang Hao chuckled and shrugged, soon advising, "It seems fate has decreed this. Perhaps your highness might consider my earlier proposal. I understand you may be hesitant to trust me, so we could maintain our distance. You shall walk your sunny path, and I will traverse my narrow bridge." I swear to the heavens that I shall never disclose your highness's identity to anyone. What say you? Impossible. Ji Xuanjing's eyes blazed with fury as he unhesitatingly rejected Jiang Hao's proposition. Though I despise that wretched Ji Luoyao for usurping my throne, you are equally one of the culprits. Without you, how could Ji Luoyao have succeeded? Therefore, my animosity towards you is no less than that directed at her. Ji Xuanjing's face was a mask of resentment. Had it been the former version of himself, perhaps he would not have been so extreme. Yet, over the years, he had lived in hatred day after day. Especially when he beheld his disfigured visage, the hatred within him grew exponentially. Now that he had finally seized an opportunity, how could he easily let Jiang Hao slip away? At present, Ji Luoyao was singularly focused on weakening the feudal lords, and both the court and other factions were similarly preoccupied with this matter. This provided the perfect moment to act. Even if I were to kill you, I could ensure my own escape. Since poison cannot claim your life, I shall take matters into my own hands. As he spoke, Ji Xuanjing rose to his feet, an astonishing aura erupting from his being. As a prince of the great Zhou and a direct descendant of the Ji clan, his innate talent for cultivation, though not on par with the naturally gifted Ji Luoyao, was by no means inferior. However, due to years of evasion and the diminished conditions for training, his progress had been exceedingly slow. Nevertheless, he currently stands as a genuine powerhouse of the Dragon Gate realm, and moreover, he is a practitioner of the imperial celestial techniques. Should he unleash his full potential, he could even contend with an average expert of the earthly fiend realm. Faced with a scholar like Jiang Hao, who possesses no martial prowess, it seemed to him an effortless endeavor. Alas, is it not better to simply live in peace? Observing this, Jiang Hao let out a soft sigh. He truly harbored no desire to resort to violence, not out of compassion, but rather because he wished to avoid entangling himself in Ji Luoyao's troubles. Yet, he never anticipated that Ji Xuanjing would be so obstinate, disregarding his repeated attempts at persuasion, and relentlessly intent on eliminating him. Given the circumstances, Jiang Hao found himself with no alternative but to expedite Ji Xuanjing's departure. Boom. Having resolved to act, Jiang Hao did not hesitate. He too unleashed his cultivation. Although both were of the Dragon Gate realm, their levels of power were starkly dissimilar. Even though Ji Xuanjing trained in the imperial celestial techniques, he had only managed to open 108 acupoints. In contrast, Jiang Hao had opened a full 360 acupoints. The energies at their disposal were not even remotely comparable. Coupled with the human emperor physique, the disparity between them was astounding. As the saying goes, sometimes the gulf between individuals can be greater than that between man and dog. At the very moment Jiang Hao unleashed his cultivation, Ji Xuanjing, who had just moments ago radiated confidence, was suddenly akin to a small boat on a tumultuous sea, nearly capsized by the raging storm. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Ji Xuanjing froze, his eyes wide with disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets as if he had seen the sun rise in the west. His gaze was filled with unprecedented shock and incredulity. What was he witnessing? Wasn't the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, said to possess abysmal talent in cultivation? Wasn't he considered utterly defenseless? What, then, was the meaning of this spectacle? Who could possibly elucidate this for him? No, it cannot be. This is all a fabrication. Boom. Before he could finish his protest, a deafening explosion resounded, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall of his cell. Fortunately, the prison's 18 layers were fortified with impenetrable walls, for a lesser structure could not withstand such terrifying force. It was precisely the hardness of the wall that left Ji Xuanjing dazed and reeling, blood spurting from his mouth uncontrollably. Before he could regain his senses, Jiang Hao's figure materialized before him like a specter. "You are far too weak," Jiang Hao remarked coolly. The overwhelming advantage left Ji Xuanjing utterly powerless to retaliate. Jiang Hao seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Facing Jiang Hao's indifferent gaze, Ji Xuanjing felt a sudden tremor in his heart, as an unprecedented panic surged within him, casting a shadow over his entire being. He was afraid. He did not wish to die. Despite years of evasion and a life barely clinging to existence, living even worse than a dog, he still yearned for life. For as long as one breathes, limitless possibilities abound. However, death would mean a final, irrevocable end. "Please, spare me. I can cooperate with you. I can serve as your puppet. I will obey your every command. I implore you." Grant me my life." In his desperation to survive, Ji Xianjing pleaded incessantly, his voice wavering with emotion. Yet, Jiang Hao remained unmoved, his cold eyes betraying no sign of compassion. Having learned from the incident involving Ji Luoyao, he understood that the descendants of the Ji family were inherently treacherous. Given the slightest opportunity, they would strike back, rendering them utterly unworthy of trust. "I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me." Upon concluding his words, Jiang Hao exerted a sudden, forceful grip with his right hand. A sharp crack echoed as he effortlessly snapped Ji Xuanjing's neck, extinguishing his life completely. Gazing at the lifeless body of Ji Xianjing, Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, not out of discomfort from the act of murder, but rather due to the complications arising from the identity of this individual. Should anyone discover Ji Xuanjing's demise at his hands, his future would be far from tranquil. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao promptly summoned the shadow demon and commanded, "Dispose of this body." "Understood, master." The shadow demon replied with a sinister chuckle, swiftly entering Ji Xuanjing's corpse. In no time, it completed the possession. In an instant, Ji Xianjing was revived. Adorning a human skin mask, he transformed once more into the guise of an old jailer. After familiarizing himself with his new form, he grasped a square box and limped his way out. From the 18th level of the celestial prison to the uppermost tier, he encountered numerous obstacles along the way. Even extraordinary beings would find it challenging to escape. However, as an experienced jailer, he could effortlessly pass through the checkpoints with a mere display of recognition. Soon, he emerged from the celestial prison, only to find that darkness had enveloped the outside world. The shadow demon manipulated his body, leading him directly to a mass grave outside the city. The last time the shadow demon had visited this place was to dispose of the corpse of the Black Witch sect's archbishop. In a certain sense, Ji Xianjing had unwittingly become a neighbor to the archbishop. Moments later, the shadow demon vanished, leaving only Ji Xuanjing's body behind. Before long, a pack of wild beasts arrived, drawn by the scent. Chapter 22. The Collapse of the Situation. The Empress in a panic just as the death of the high priest of the Black Witch sect went unnoticed. So too did the demise of Ji Xianjing fail to attract any attention. The high priest, after all, was a renowned figure within the Great Zhou, whereas Ji Xianjing, disguised as an old jailer, merely held the position of an ordinary guard in the lowest echelons of the prison. Who would care about the death of a common jailer? Even if someone were to stumble upon his corpse and unveil the mask that concealed his disfigured face, they would never associate this ruined visage with the illustrious third prince, Ji Xianjing. It was widely believed that the third prince had perished amidst the chaos of rebellion long ago. Furthermore, the gaze of the entire nation was fixated on the Empress as she sought to diminish the power of the feudal lords. In comparison to this monumental event, the death of a mere jailer was as inconsequential as a speck of dust. Thus, after Jiang Hao dealt with the obstinate Ji Xianjing, the only change in his life was a new jailer assigned to deliver his meals. He continued his monotonous existence, indulging in the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping. Congratulations! After 38 days of inactivity, the host has obtained the exceptional treasure, the Qing Jiao sword. A new day dawned. Upon awakening, Jiang Hao was greeted once more by the system's notification. An exceptional treasure, the Qing Jiao sword? It seemed fortune smiled upon him today, filling him with delight. With a mere thought, a mysterious sword soon hovered before him, reminiscent of a legendary celestial blade. This sword, sheathed in a deep indigo casing measuring 4 feet and 3 inches, shimmered with a mystical luster, akin to fireflies dancing in the night. Grasping the sword's sheath in one hand and the hilt in the other, Jiang Hao swiftly drew the blade, revealing the Qing Jiao sword in all its glory. Compared to its sheath, the sword itself was far more striking, adorned with the vivid engraving of a Qing Jiao totem, its claws poised in a fierce display, as if the very essence of a living creature had been sealed within it. As Jiang Hao infused the sword with his inner energy, the lifelike Qing Jiao seemed to awaken, its eyes opening as a formidable aura emanated from it, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Following this, a sharp sword energy surged forth, filling the entire 18th level of the prison with a terrifying presence, creating a unique atmospheric domain. With a mere flick of his wrist, Jiang Hao could unleash an astonishing lethality from the Qing Jiao sword, making it exceedingly difficult for even extraordinary beings to withstand such an assault. Cleaving through gold and jade would be child's play. Truly, this was an exceptional treasure. Jiang Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. From what he understood, aside from the vast majority of ordinary weapons, there existed a select few crafted from rare mineral materials, specifically designed for the use of extraordinary beings. Ordinary weapons could not bear the infusion of an extraordinary being's energy. Should one attempt to forcefully channel it, the weapon would likely explode. However, the treasured weapons are entirely different. Firstly, these weapons are crafted from unique materials and are forged using secret techniques, a skill possessed only by specialized artisans. Secondly, each treasured weapon is inscribed with intricate runes that significantly enhance its overall performance, rendering them incomparable to ordinary arms. Depending on the number of runes inscribed, these weapons are classified into 4 distinct grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional. Weapons adorned with 1 to 12 runes are deemed inferior. Those with 13 to 24 runes are classified as medium. Those with 25 to 36 runes are considered superior, and those with 37 to 48 runes are recognized as exceptional. The Azure Flood Dragon sword in Jiang Hao's possession, as he observed, bears a remarkable 46 runes, undoubtedly categorizing it as a rare exceptional weapon. Among exceptional weapons, it stands out as a top-tier existence. What a magnificent sword! Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement. After all, how many men can resist the allure of an extraordinary sword? Clad in flowing white robes, wielding his sword, he envisioned himself singing songs of valor. With every 10 steps, he could slay a foe, leaving no trace behind across 1,000 miles. Or perhaps, his sword's energy could stretch for 30,000 miles, its gleam chilling 19 continents. In his youth, Jiang Hao once harbored a similar dream of becoming an unrivaled swordsman. Alas, circumstances did not permit, and he had to relinquish that aspiration. Yet now, he might just fulfill a fragment of that long-held desire. However, it seems I currently lack a top-tier sword technique. System, I trust you comprehend my meaning? I hope you do not mistake my intent, compelling me to kneel in supplication. He jested inwardly. Subsequently, Jiang Hao returned the Azure Flood Dragon's sword to the system's space. Though the sword is exquisite, without a corresponding sword technique, it remains merely an ordinary weapon. Time passed quietly in the days of the Sky Prison. However, the outside world was tumultuous. The Empress's attempts to curtail the feudal lords were proving to be challenging. Jiang Hao's suspicions were correct. The power-hungry Empress Luoyao was indeed reluctant to entrust such a significant matter entirely to others. She preferred to rely on her own judgment. Unfortunately, her series of meticulous commands not only failed to yield the desired results, but also significantly diminished the advantages held by the court. Given the disparity in strength between the court and the feudal lords, a concentrated effort should have easily overpowered them, if not guaranteeing victory, at least avoiding major blunders. Yet, the Empress had her own plans. She dismissed pleas from seasoned generals in the court and instead dispatched her trusted confidants to lead a light cavalry strike. She aimed to swiftly subdue the most powerful of the feudal lords, the Prince of Yen, in order to intimidate the others. Her ambition was to sweep across the nation like autumn leaves in a gale, accomplishing the task of curtailing the feudal lords in the shortest time possible. Though her vision was commendable, the execution proved to be fraught with difficulties. Firstly, as the most formidable among the vassal kings, the Prince of Yen is not easily subdued. In the days when her father was still alive, the Prince of Yen was indeed a formidable force, strong and well-equipped. Though he did not experience significant growth afterward, his power remained largely intact. However, after Jiang Hao ascended to power, he kept a close watch on the Prince of Yen, who, daunted by Jiang Hao's reputation, refrained from any rash actions, and thus, a tacit balance was maintained between the two, until Luoyao unexpectedly imprisoned Jiang Hao, setting off a series of events that left the populace in a state of unrest. The Prince of Yen believed the moment had come and promptly began clandestine preparations. Consequently, the contingent dispatched by Luoyao collided directly with the well-prepared forces of the Prince of Yen, leading to predictably dire outcomes. Even though there was no outright defeat, the losses were substantial, forcing a reluctant retreat while awaiting reinforcements. This shift transformed what was initially anticipated as a lightning campaign into a protracted siege. While seemingly minor, this change squandered a considerable amount of precious time and provided the Prince of Yen with a much-needed respite. During this interval, He intensified his military readiness and simultaneously sent envoys to persuade the other vassal kings. Naturally, the other kings understood the principle of mutual dependence in times of peril. Especially following the Prince of Yan's successful defense against the first wave of the imperial army, it appeared that the imperial forces were not as formidable as initially thought. Given this situation, 7 vassal kings swiftly responded, and together with the Prince of Yan, they instigated the rebellion of the 8 kings. In an instant, the political landscape was shaken and the northern situation deteriorated. The Empress was finally in a state of panic. Chapter 23. Only one person can turn the tide in the grand palace of the great Zhou dynasty, the esteemed Jiang Hao. What should have been an orderly morning assembly resembled the cacophony of a bustling marketplace. The officials, both civil and military, expressed their opinions fervently, resulting in a tumultuous din. The ramifications of the failed suppression of the feudal lords were indeed profound. Particularly, the news of the 8 kings' rebellion sent shockwaves throughout the court and beyond. Moreover, it was not merely the northern 8 kings who were rallying forces. Other regional lords were also stirring restlessly. Some audacious individuals had even gone so far as to imprison the officials dispatched by the court. Although they had not yet outright rebelled, it was evident that if the conflict between the court and the northern 8 kings did not unfold favorably, a widespread insurrection among the lords would inevitably follow. In a fleeting moment, the once prosperous great Zhou dynasty bore an ominous portent of impending turmoil. Your Majesty, I propose that we promptly summon the border armies to the capital. Utilizing their strength to eradicate those treacherous lords, suggested a seasoned general. The territory of the great Zhou was vast, and its military forces were numerous. However, in terms of combat prowess, the border armies were undeniably the most formidable. Despite the northern 8 kings assembling a formidable force of 1 million, seemingly invincible and teeming with strength, the general was confident that once the border armies descended, the rebels would be no match. Absolutely not. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a civil official vociferously opposed him. This man harbors nefarious intentions, seeking to disrupt the realm. Your Majesty, I implore you to execute him at once. Scoundrel, what do you dare to say? The general erupted in fury, his demeanor fierce and intimidating. The civil official, unfazed, raised his chin defiantly and proclaimed with moral authority, "Humph, the brutality of the border armies is known to all. They are more fearsome than wolves or tigers, especially at a time when the court's prestige is in decline. Should we summon a large contingent of border troops to the capital, there is no guarantee that some ambitious individuals will not exploit the situation, leading to unspeakable consequences." As soon as he finished speaking, a number of officials quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, while the situation is dire, it has not yet reached the point of necessitating the mobilization of the border armies. I too do not advocate for their deployment. A small detachment would be of little use, while a large one could pose a significant risk should problems arise at the borders. Though the border armies possess great strength, they are distant water that cannot quench a nearby fire. We must seek alternative solutions. The court officials had always been wary of the border troops. After all, throughout history, whenever military men seized power, it was the civil officials who found themselves at their mercy. I suggest we directly dispatch the imperial guards to confront the threat, striking decisively while the northern 8 kings are still unsteady. The imperial guards are tasked with protecting the capital. If they were to leave in full force, what would remain to defend the city should trouble arise? None of these plans seem viable. Are we to merely watch as those treacherous rebels seize this opportunity to grow in power? Matters of state should never be treated lightly, especially in these turbulent times. Prudence is paramount. This issue warrants careful deliberation. The assembly erupted into a cacophony of opinions, with each individual passionately voicing their perspective, the air thick with fervor and contention. Meanwhile, the Empress, Ji Luoyao, remained silent, perched gracefully above, her cold gaze surveying the tumultuous scene, leaving none to discern her inner thoughts. As time passed and the clamor showed no signs of abating, Ji Liao's expression darkened, her heart ablaze with indignation. She understood all too well that the failure to curtail the feudal lords had not only diminished the court's prestige, but had also tarnished her own authority as empress. In days gone by, such insolence from the court's officials would have been unthinkable. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising fury, she finally spoke, her lips parting with deliberate calmness. "Have you all finished?" As her voice resonated, She summoned her formidable power, a chilling aura rising behind her, enveloping the grand hall in an oppressive silence. In that instant, all present were jolted into awareness, regardless of their own prowess. None dared to confront the sovereign of the great Zhou in such a public setting. Faced with her wrath, they fell silent, their demeanor shifting to one of reverent submission, as if the reverence of old had been restored. Yet, Ji Luoyao was acutely aware that her authority was merely a temporary imposition over her officials. Though she could suppress them in this moment, it would not last indefinitely. If the current turmoil remained unresolved, she would inevitably face the repercussions. However, for now, she had little choice but to navigate the chaotic waters, akin to a patchworker mending a fraying tapestry. In truth, she recognized that she was not yet a competent ruler. At least, not in terms of capability. This self-awareness compelled her to refrain from unilateral decisions and instead seek counsel from others. With rebels sowing discord and threatening the stability of the state, it was imperative for the nation's pillars to collaborate earnestly. What sort of decorum was this bickering? With a stoic expression, she admonished the assembly before turning her gaze to the individual standing foremost in the court. Right, Chancellor, do you have any strategies to propose? Your Majesty is most wise. We shall heed your directives, came the reply. And you, Left Chancellor? This matter of military strategy is not within my expertise. I dare not overstep my bounds. Perhaps it would be prudent to consider the counsel of the Privy Councillor. The Privy Councillor? Would it not be better to summon the military commanders to the capital to rally support? After consulting several prominent ministers, Ji Luoyao found their responses increasingly unsatisfactory, igniting her ire further. These individuals were hastily elevated after the dismissal of Jiang Hao, and in many respects, they were her most trusted confidants. It was through their support that she swiftly consolidated her power, silencing dissent within the court. However, it now appears that these individuals are ultimately nothing more than sycophants, adept at flattery in their daily interactions, yet utterly ineffective when confronted with actual circumstances. Old Minister, I wonder if you possess any means to resolve this crisis? In desperation, Ji Luoyao could only turn her gaze towards an elderly statesman. Although this venerable figure was crowned with white hair, his eyes remained remarkably sharp. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and stated, I do not wish to deceive your Majesty. In my humble opinion, the current predicament is far more perilous than one might assume. The rebellion of the feudal lords is merely the beginning, and the ensuing repercussions are the true threat. The border troops have always been unstable, and now they cannot be entrusted with significant matters. Numerous factions, both great and small, are lurking in the shadows, waiting for the court to exhibit any signs of weakness, at which point they will pounce like ravenous wolves. Ultimately, it has not been long since the late emperor's passing, and the nation's stability remains precarious. Even with diligent governance in recent years, the populace's contentment is but a temporary facade, and the court's accumulated strength is exceedingly limited. His insinuation was clear. The Empress should refrain from diminishing the feudal powers at this juncture, for it has rendered everyone rather passive. This was, in essence, a pointed rebuke. The Empress's countenance darkened upon hearing these words. However, given the gravity of the situation, particularly concerning the imperial body, she could not afford to explain herself and could only suppress her indignation to earnestly inquire, does the old minister possess any strategies to break this deadlock? None. The bluntness of this response left the civil and military officials speechless. What a revelation. Truly remarkable. It seems age has its wisdom. After such a scathing critique, to deliver such a reply was unexpected. Even if the Empress had a good temperament, she would likely find it intolerable. Ji Luoyao indeed struggled to contain her frustration. Had this old minister not been a veteran of 3 reigns, she would have unhesitatingly expelled him from the court. Yet, at that moment, the old minister spoke once more. Although I have no solutions to offer, I am aware that there is one person who surely possesses the means to effect change, or rather, in this world, there is but one individual capable of turning the tide. As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze piercing as it met the Empress's. There was no need to utter that person's name, for all present knew precisely to whom he referred. In an instant, every gaze in the room turned toward the Empress. Yet, as she faced the scrutiny of the officials, Ji Luoyao found herself engulfed in a prolonged silence. Chapter 24. The Empress enters the prison. Ji Luoyao, was acutely aware of the identity of the individual the old minister referred to as the one who could turn the tides. In fact, before the minister could finish his words, the name Jiang Hao had already materialized in Ji Luoyao's mind. If Jiang Hao were still present, would she have to be so troubled? Ji Luoyao could not help but question herself. Not long after she ascended to the throne, the realm was rife with rebellion, and the chaos of that time was far more severe than the present. It was Jiang Hao who, through his astute military strategies and deft governance, quelled the turmoil in just a matter of years. Following several years of diligent administration, he had bestowed upon her a great Zhou dynasty that enjoyed the people's favor. With both literary and martial prowess, Jiang Hao was regarded by many as a true statesman and the backbone of the nation. Even when surveying the extensive history of the great Zhou, few could rival his accomplishments. It was precisely due to these contributions that Jiang Hao commanded such high esteem within the empire. Had he still been alive, she would have merely needed to issue a command and await the eventual triumph. Alas, Jiang Hao was no longer, and she had been the one to cast him into the depths of the prison. For the first time in a long while, Ji Luoyao felt a twinge of remorse. Yet, this fleeting regret quickly vanished, for she did not believe she had erred. As the sovereign of the great Zhou, should she merely be a puppet? Could she not govern directly? Should she not possess her own aspirations and ambitions? Thus, she was in the right. The one at fault was Jiang Hao. His fault lay in being too exceptional. Facing the expectant gazes of the civil and military officials, Ji Luoyao understood their desires. However, she could not acquiesce to their demands. Court is dismissed, she declared coldly, her lips barely parting to utter the words. Without regard for their reactions, she swept away with a flick of her sleeve. Upon returning to the palace, Ji Luoyao found her heart still tumultuous and restless. It had been nearly 2 months since Jiang Hao's imprisonment. She reflected on her actions throughout this period. First and foremost, she had found the burden far heavier than before. When she observed Jiang Hao managing state affairs, it seemed effortless. Yet, when it fell upon her shoulders, she discovered the myriad complexities and intricacies far exceeded her expectations. Though unspoken, she understood clearly that she had likely become the source of many laughable blunders during this time. Moreover, the issues surrounding the princes had proven to be a monumental headache, leaving her utterly perplexed about how to address them. Coupled with a series of ensuing problems, if she mishandled matters going forward, the future of the great Zhou could spiral into an exceedingly perilous direction. Contemplating this, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She should not have rashly decided to diminish the power of the princes. Her impulsiveness had been ill-advised, and regrettably, it was too late now. Am I truly inferior to him? Ji Luoyao could not help but murmur to herself. She was utterly reluctant to accept this reality. As the destined empress of the great Zhou, endowed with the physique of a sovereign, how could she possibly be lesser than a mere subject? Yet, the undeniable facts before her rendered her speechless. Suddenly, she turned to the young female attendant beside her and asked earnestly, "Qinger, do you think I am in the wrong?" This young attendant, known as Shang Wanqing, was no ordinary maid. She had grown up alongside Ji Luoyao and remained by her side ever since her ascension to the throne, serving as her most trusted confidant. In many respects, she was perhaps the one who understood Ji Luoyao the best. Faced with this seemingly nonsensical question from Ji Luoyao, Shang Wanqing, with a knowing glance, gently shook her head. "Your Majesty, your heart is in turmoil." "Indeed, my heart is in disarray. From the very beginning, it has been chaotic." At this juncture, Ji Luoyao's exquisite features were marred by a deep-seated resentment. "My own uncle has conspired against me. The officials I personally promoted have deceived me one after another. Even the heavens seem to mock me at every turn. What have I done wrong?" She gritted her teeth and demanded, "In such circumstances, how can my heart remain undisturbed? Your Majesty, while I may not grasp the profound principles of the world, I have heard it said that only after the storm can one see the rainbow. All hardships are but stepping stones to success." After a brief pause, she continued, gazing at Ji Luoyao, "Even the Duke of Wei, whom you have long held in your thoughts, if I recall correctly, also made numerous mistakes in his early days, yet he swiftly corrected them and learned from his experiences. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the great Zhou, you stand at the pinnacle of the populace. Your position is far superior to others, and naturally, the path to grand achievements is fraught with greater challenges. However, I believe that as long as you learn from these experiences, with your extraordinary talent, You will undoubtedly become a legendary emperor. In time, these tribulations may even transform into tales of valor." Shang Wanqing playfully winked and offered her flattering words. Seeing this, Ji Luoyao could not help but smile. "Indeed, it is you, Qing'er, who knows how to speak. After hearing your counsel, my spirits have lifted considerably. Yet," Shang Wanqing shook her head repeatedly, "I would not dare to claim any credit, nor do I possess the capability to advise your majesty. I merely reflected upon your circumstances." Ji Luoyao chuckled softly in response, gently tapping Shang Wanqing's hand. There were certain truths she understood without the need for articulation. At this moment, her heart felt unburdened, and she soon rose to her feet. "Prepare the carriage. Where does your majesty intend to go?" Shang Wanqing promptly inquired. Ji Luoyao's eyes glimmered with an unusual intensity as she took a deep breath and pronounced deliberately, "To the prison." Shang Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to respond. Observing her reaction, Ji Luoyao chuckled. "Is there anywhere in this vast realm of the Great Zhou that I cannot venture? After all, beneath the heavens, all land belongs to the sovereign." Shang Wanqing, her face pale with trepidation, hurriedly clarified, "No, that is not. I did not mean it that way." Ji Luoyao waved her hand dismissively. "Indeed, I was initially hesitant to approach, but I have come to a realization. What of the sky prison? What of Jiang Hao? I shall go wherever I desire." She then lifted her gaze towards Shang Wanqing. Finally comprehending, Shang Wanqing promptly called out, "The Empress is departing. We shall proceed to the sky prison." The preparations for the Empress's outing were naturally extensive. However, her sudden decision to visit the sky prison took everyone by surprise. After a flurry of commotion, the Empress soon settled into her royal palanquin, accompanied by a multitude of imperial guards as they made their way to the sky prison. Upon the arrival of the imperial procession at the prison, the warden, Tao Gongwang, along with several high-ranking officials, awaited at the prison gates. Although they were uncertain as to why the Empress had chosen to inspect the prison unexpectedly, they dared not show any disrespect. "We humbly welcome your majesty." Chapter 25. Is your majesty seeking my assistance? The Empress, adorned in her dragon robe, gracefully descended from her imperial sedan chair, casting a curious gaze upon the surroundings of the prison. Setting aside her identity as the Empress of the Great Zhou, she herself was an exquisite beauty. Standing before the prison gates like a celestial goddess descended to the mortal realm, creating a stark contrast with her surroundings. At that moment, there was no need for the Empress to issue commands, as Shang Wanqing proactively stepped forward, looking down upon the prison warden, Tao Gongwang, and directly instructed, "Your Majesty wishes to visit the 18th level of the prison. You shall lead the way." Though Tao Gongwang was indeed a significant figure in his own right, in the eyes of Shang Wanqing, a trusted confidant of the Empress, he was no more than a minor official. He felt no resistance to her command. Rather, he felt immensely honored. Upon hearing the mention of the 18th level, he immediately understood that the Empress intended to visit someone of great importance. It was only natural. For while the prisoners in the dungeon held various notable statuses, who else but the Duke of Wei, imprisoned on the 18th level, would warrant such a personal visit from the Empress? Without daring to utter a word, Tao Gongwang promptly bowed in acknowledgement. "As you command." Once he spoke, he swiftly turned and proceeded to lead the way in silence. The other guards of the prison, at that moment, were not even afforded the privilege to accompany them. At this juncture, the security of the prison had been entirely taken over by the imperial guards, allowing the trio to traverse the path to the lower levels unhindered. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the exterior of the 18th level of the prison. However, just as they approached, the Empress, Ji Luoyao, suddenly halted. "How has he fared during his time in the prison?" Ji Luoyao inquired, looking up at Tao Gongwang. Taken aback by her question, Tao Gongwang momentarily faltered, unable to discern the Empress's underlying sentiment. Was she concerned that the Duke of Wei was enduring hardships, or was she worried that he was living too comfortably? This seemingly simple question bore significant weight, for a misstep in his response could very well cost him his position as the prison warden. In that brief moment, it felt to Tao Gongwang as if centuries had passed, his mind racing through countless thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to answer truthfully, for this matter could not be concealed. "Your Majesty, since the Duke of Wei's imprisonment, aside from his 3 meals a day, he has spent most of his time sleeping. Is that truly the case?" Ji Luoyao responded, momentarily taken aback, recalling the report from the commander of the Jinhui, Chao Shaoling. A hint of doubt crept in as she pondered, with so much sleep, can he truly find rest? That, I cannot say for certain, Tao Gongwang replied awkwardly with a smile. However, judging by the Duke of Wei's demeanor, he seemed to be sleeping quite soundly. Sleeping soundly. Ji Luoyao's eyes narrowed slightly, involuntarily recalling her own predicament and contrasting it with Jiang Hao's situation, causing her expression to grow cold. While she did not expect Jiang Hao to weep daily, she certainly did not wish to hear that he was experiencing such comfort. Ji Luoyao's state of mind is an enigma, even to herself. However, at this very moment, she is decidedly not pleased. It seems that he has been quite comfortable in this prison. Ji Luoyao commented with a hint of indifference. Despite Tao Gongwang's apparent foolishness, he could discern that the Empress's words were not complimentary. Startled, he recoiled, uncertain of what he had said to provoke her displeasure, and thus fell silent. Ji Luoyao, feeling a wave of boredom, lost interest in further inquiries and simply extended her right hand, coolly instructing, "Hand me the key, you need not enter." Naturally, Tao Gongwang dared not refuse, promptly relinquishing the key to the 18th level of the prison. As for Shang Wanqing, she possessed a clear understanding of both the Empress's prowess and Jiang Hao's capabilities. In her mind, Jiang Hao posed no threat to the Empress, and thus she harbored no concerns. With a series of metallic clinks, the heavy chains were unfastened, and the imposing prison door was soon pushed open. Ji Luoyao stepped inside, instinctively surveying her surroundings. The overall environment was not too shabby, considering that Jiang Hao was the only occupant. Yet, in comparison to the outside world, it certainly paled, especially for someone like Ji Luoyao, who had been accustomed to a life of luxury in the palace. She couldn't help but frown. However, she quickly dismissed these thoughts as she raised her gaze and met Jiang Hao's dark eyes. At that moment, he sat calmly on the bed, observing her with an expression of tranquility. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to stand still, memories flooding her mind. Unlike their previous encounter, Jiang Hao appeared completely unruffled, as if her sudden arrival had stirred not a single ripple within him. "How did your majesty come to this place?" Jiang Hao inquired, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were merely performing a routine inquiry. Sensing his unwelcome demeanor, Ji Luoyao, despite having mentally prepared herself, felt a surge of irritation and retorted sharply. "Is there any land under heaven that does not belong to the king? Am I not allowed to come here?" Jiang Hao chuckled derisively, nodding with feigned seriousness and responding dismissively. "Of course, your majesty is the sovereign of the great Zhou. There is no place you cannot go. However, the conditions here are rather humble, and I beg your pardon for my inability to offer proper hospitality. Please, make yourself comfortable." With that, he lost interest in further conversation with Ji Luoyao. Though he could not fathom why she would abandon the palace to visit him in prison, it did not imply he would extend a courteous welcome. After all, he was not a servant of some dynasty to bow in gratitude. Observing Jiang Hao's reaction, Ji Luoyao was instantly consumed by fury. Even though she had been reprimanded by the old minister previously, her anger had never reached such heights. However, recalling the purpose of her visit, she ultimately had to forcibly suppress her fury. Taking a deep breath, she looked down at Jiang Hao, slightly raising her chin to exude imperial authority, and spoke in a tone that was both haughty and indifferent. "It seems that during these days, the Duke of Wei has not recognized his errors." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened. The languid demeanor he had previously displayed vanished in an instant, akin to a slumbering lion awakening abruptly. Confronted by that piercing gaze, the Empress felt a chill run down her spine, as though she had encountered a formidable adversary. A sense of unprecedented danger washing over her, prompting her to instinctively retreat several steps. Yet, this sensation was fleeting when Ji Luoyao focused her attention once more. Jiang Hao had reverted to his previous nonchalant state, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. Ji Luoyao could not help but furrow her brow slightly. Being of the royal lineage, her perception was typically acute, and there was no reason for her to feel mistaken. However, Jiang Hao, after years of acquaintance, she understood him all too well. Perhaps he was astute and possessed exceptional talents, yet he posed no threat to her. It seemed that the fatigue of recent times had led her to this misperception. Ji Luoyao shook her head internally, dismissing the matter from her mind. Turning her gaze back to Jiang Hao, she spoke again. "Jiang Hao, putting aside other matters, I shall ask you this. Do you wish to leave this place? Not at all. Jiang Hao replied succinctly. Any hesitation would be a sign of disrespect to the system. What a jest. He was comfortably lounging here, enjoying every moment. Why would he want to leave and toil outside like a beast of burden? Ji Luoyao was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response from Jiang Hao. Even more surprising was the fact that he didn't even pause to consider it. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, standing awkwardly in place, unable to advance or retreat. Observing her discomfort, Jiang Hao began to chuckle, as if coming to a realization. If I am not mistaken, Your Majesty has come to seek me specifically regarding the matter of the fief reductions, it seems. The process is not going smoothly, although phrased as a question. Jiang Hao's tone was imbued with certainty. Ji Luoyao paused, her expression cooling. You seem to know quite a bit. Even the guards were discussing it, indicating the magnitude of the situation. Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Ji Luoyao's demeanor remained steadfast, yet internally, she felt a sense of relief. This spared her the need for lengthy explanations. She then spoke with an expressionless face. Since you are already aware of this matter, you must have a strategy to break the deadlock. Do share it, and I shall listen. Jiang Hao was taken aback by her words. Even if he had lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first instance he had encountered someone articulating a request for guidance in such a refreshingly unconventional manner. How thick must one's skin be to utter such words? Jiang Hao could not help but scrutinized Ji Luoyao from head to toe several times, his peculiar gaze akin to that of one observing a rare creature. It was only when Ji Luoyao could no longer endure his scrutiny that Jiang Hao finally spoke in a soft tone. So, Your Majesty, are you seeking my assistance? Chapter 26. You shall remain here until death. Is Your Majesty pleading with me? Jiang Hao inquired with a melancholic tone as he gazed at Ji Luoyao. Upon hearing his words, Ji Luoyao's pupils widened in disbelief, as if she had encountered something utterly preposterous. Instantly, she looked at Jiang Hao with incredulity. Jiang Hao, are you aware of what you are saying? I plead with you? What kind of joke is this? Jiang Hao, it appears you have become muddled during your time in this dungeon. You are utterly nonsensical. Ji Luoyao retorted with a mixture of anger and ridicule, dismissing his suggestion without a second thought. As the revered sovereign of the Great Zhou, she embodied the pinnacle of authority. How could she possibly lower herself to beseech a mere prisoner? Regardless of Jiang Hao's past accomplishments, he remained her subject, and currently, he was merely a captive. Moreover, as an empress, how could she ever stoop to solicit assistance? It was a ludicrous notion, a farce. Ji Luoyao regarded Jiang Hao with a look of disbelief, akin to a summer insect incapable of comprehending ice. Yet, observing her animated reaction, Jiang Hao's smile only grew brighter. The more pronounced her response, the more it indicated the truth of the matter. Undoubtedly, he had struck a nerve with her. Indeed, the esteemed Empress of the Great Zhou, so noble and proud, had never bowed to anyone, nor would she ever. Even if she were to seek help, she would never voice it. It seems I have misjudged the situation. If that is the case, Your Majesty, perhaps you should take your leave. There is nothing of interest for you here. Jiang Hao remarked nonchalantly, signaling for her to depart. Ji Luoyao momentarily faltered. Gazing at Jiang Hao's ambiguous smile, she felt as though he had pierced through her innermost thoughts, igniting a profound sense of indignation within her. She yearned to flee at once. However, considering the current turmoil of the Great Zhou, she was compelled to suppress her impulsive feelings. Although the situation had not yet escalated to utter chaos, it was perilously close. Most critically, should the turmoil of the 8 kings not be resolved swiftly, the ensuing repercussions could ensnare the court in the quagmire of war. At that juncture, resurrecting the court would be an arduous, if not impossible, task, risking complete collapse. For Ji Luoyao, this was an intolerable prospect. Thus, at this pivotal moment, she dared not err in her choices. Aside from the astutely calculating Jiang Hao, she could hardly place her trust in anyone else. Yet, Jiang Hao was unwilling to assist her. She had personally come to the dungeon to see him. Was that not sufficient? A torrent of resentment brewed within Ji Luoyao. Jiang Hao, given our relationship, how could you treat me thus? Ji Luoyao inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hao. She seemed utterly incredulous that the man who once wholeheartedly aided her had transformed into someone so cold-hearted. He has changed. He has truly changed. Ji Luoyao silently cried out within. From the moment the emperor cast me into the dungeon, Our connection ceased to exist. Jiang Hao wore a smile, yet his words were resolutely final. Ji Luoyao's heart jolted at his response. A pain she could scarcely articulate surged within her, accompanied by an undeniable sense of betrayal. Indeed, she could accept the initial trials, but he must not escalate them further. Enraged, Ji Luoyao gritted her teeth and demanded, "So, you insist on forcing me into this?" Hearing this, Jiang Hao sighed deeply, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, speaking with serene composure, "To wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. This is all your own choice, your majesty." Witnessing Jiang Hao's unyielding demeanor, Ji Luoyao felt an overwhelming fury. Particularly in contrast to the deteriorating situation of the great Zhou, his calmness was all the more infuriating. "Jiang Hao, regardless of the circumstances, you are a citizen of the great Zhou, a part of its dynasty. I do not ask you for much. Yet can you truly stand idly by as the great Zhou plunges back into chaos? Can you bear to watch innocent citizens displaced? Can you remain indifferent as countless families are torn apart?" Ji Luoyao, shedding her usual regal air, earnestly implored him. Yet Jiang Hao remained unmoved. "This is your affair. After all, for you are the sovereign of the great Zhou." Ji Luoyao widened her eyes. "Jiang Hao, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be so heartless." "No, it is not just I who misjudged you. Countless commoners have too, never anticipating you would become such a person." No matter how passionately she spoke, Jiang Hao exhibited no reaction. Moral coercion? Apologies, but that is a tactic he has long since abandoned. In the past, who did not engage in moral manipulation? Ji Luoyao's efforts were utterly insufficient. She could not even stir his emotions. "I regret that I am powerless. I can only disappoint your majesty." Jiang Hao reiterated his inability to assist. Ji Luoyao found herself utterly at a loss. Yet, in matters like this, unless Jiang Hao spoke willingly, she could not compel him in the slightest. Resorting to punishment or other means, who could predict whether his words would reveal a clever strategy or a malicious plot? Thus, she found herself entirely at his mercy. Beseeching him was her only recourse, but how could she lower herself to such a degree? With Ji Luoyao's pride, she would never stoop, especially before Jiang Hao. The current situation had not yet reached a point of no return, at least. She should not have to abandon her dignity as an empress to secure her survival. Faced with the obstinate Jiang Hao, the empress finally exhausted her patience. Her gaze gradually turning cold. "Jiang Hao, you truly are oblivious to the favors bestowed upon you." Jiang Hao wholeheartedly agreed. "Your majesty speaks aptly. I have indeed failed to recognize the worth of others. My eyes have long since been blinded." In response to this sarcastic retort, Ji Luoyao, who had just managed to suppress her anger, felt it surging anew. After this visit to the dungeon, she felt as though her lungs were about to explode with rage. Pointing her trembling finger at Jiang Hao, she was so incensed that she could barely utter a word for quite some time. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, Ji Luoyao finally regained her composure. "Jiang Hao, may you remain in this dungeon until death, never to emerge again." With that final statement, Ji Luoyao stormed away. Yet, observing her hurried departure, she seemed more like someone fleeing in disarray. "So be it. I thank your majesty for your generosity." Jiang Hao called out loudly. Ji Luoyao stumbled momentarily, nearly falling to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Hao could not help but smile silently. However, as he continued to smile, his expression gradually deepened into one of contemplation. "Ji Luoyao, is it the realm of law manifestation?" Chapter 27. Observing Success and Failure. Engaging in warfare, the emperor's physique inherently possesses the ability to conceal divine artifacts. Once its brilliance is reined in, not a trace of aura escapes, rendering the individual indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even if an adversary's cultivation level surpasses that of Jiang Hao, it remains exceedingly challenging to uncover his true state without a close and meticulous examination. This quality is precisely why Jiang Hao has been able to maintain the secrecy of his cultivation thus far. To others, he appears merely as an unremarkable individual devoid of any cultivation prowess. In stark contrast, Empress Ji Luoyao, in moments of fury, allows her aura to surge uncontrollably. And without any deliberate restraint, she inadvertently reveals her cultivation level to Jiang Hao. Despite her tender age of merely 20-something, Ji Luoyao has already ascended to the realm of Dharma image. Even if one were to consider all the various factions within the Great Zhou dynasty, It is unlikely that any other Dharma image cultivator could claim to be younger than she. When compared to her governance capabilities, Ji Luoyao's innate talent for cultivation is indeed unparalleled. If her training continues at this pace, it is highly probable that within a few years, she will break through to the celestial realm. Upon reflection, this is entirely reasonable. Ji Luoyao awakened the human sovereign body at a remarkably early age. Setting aside the legendary nature of the human emperor body, the human sovereign body itself is already among the foremost cultivation physiques of the age. After ascending to the throne as the singular empress of the Great Zhou, the resources at her disposal are beyond imagination. Coupled with her extraordinary innate talent and comprehension, these cumulative factors lead to her rapid advancement in cultivation. Furthermore, Ji Luoyao practices the royal family's secret techniques and is safeguarded by various treasures, making her actual combat power far superior to that of an ordinary Dharma image cultivator. In comparison, the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect, who barely broke through at over 100 years of age, is unworthy of even carrying her shoes. Once, the Shadow Demon could easily manipulate the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect, yet when confronted with Ji Luoyao, the lurking Shadow Demon hesitated to act, sensing a lethal threat emanating from her. If I were to intervene in support, perhaps we could achieve a victory probability of 50 to 60%. Considering the information relayed by the Shadow Demon, Jiang Hao pondered deeply. Although his current realm is merely that of the Dragon Gate, his foundation is exceptionally profound, and possessing the human emperor body allows him to suppress Ji Luoyao's human sovereign body. Moreover, with careful planning, his chances of success could be significantly enhanced. His only shortcoming lies in his limited combat experience. Facing an opponent of lesser strength, like Ji Xianjing, would be manageable, as he could simply dominate with his comprehensive advantages. However, encountering a formidable adversary like Ji Luoyao presents a challenge. Even with the Shadow Demon's assistance, the odds would at best be 50 to 60%. Nonetheless, having a 50 to 60% chance against a gifted cultivator of the Dharma image realm is, in fact, quite commendable. Ultimately, Jiang Hao refrained from acting rashly. On one hand, a 50 to 60% chance still felt insufficiently secure. Even if one were to capture Ji Luoyao, what would it truly signify? This is the imperial capital, where the strong abound. Not only would the formidable beings of the law manifestation realm be cautious, even those of the celestial human realm wouldn't dare to act with great arrogance. Furthermore, as the Empress of the Great Zhou, Ji Luoyao is accompanied by a legion of elite troops, and undoubtedly, there are powerful guardians in the shadows. Unless Jiang Hao is resolute in exchanging himself for her, any attempt to act against her would likely lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Jiang Hao believes that simply subduing her would ultimately serve her interests. On this matter, he shares a perspective with Ji Xianjing. Ji Luoyao is intent on becoming an unparalleled empress of the Great Zhou, yet she lacks the requisite skills and capabilities. Her impatience and desire for rapid success will inevitably lead to her downfall. The turmoil of the Eight Kings is merely the beginning. Mishandling it could result in far graver issues. The more reckless actions Ji Luoyao takes, the swifter her demise will be. Thus, the longer she remains in her position, the greater her suffering will be. For Jiang Hao, what could be a more fitting form of retribution? At this moment, he realizes that he need only observe the unfolding events without intervention. He suddenly comprehends the sentiments that Ji Xianjing must have felt when the opponent is lackluster. The challenge is diminished. There is no need for action. One can merely await the inevitable collapse of the adversary. Jiang Hao is convinced that the day of the Empress's downfall is not far off. When that day arrives, he will stand before Ji Luoyao and inquire if she regrets her initial decisions. He hopes she can endure just a little longer. As he watches the silhouette of Ji Luoyao vanish through the prison door, he murmurs to himself, for he still requires time to strive toward the legendary realm of eternal life. Meanwhile, Ji Luoyao has emerged from the celestial prison. After facing repeated setbacks with Jiang Hao, she has not only failed to achieve her objectives, but has also been driven to the brink of fury. However, she has no one to confide in, forced to swallow her grievances in silence, which only amplifies her inner turmoil. Thus, upon exiting the prison, she exudes an aura of icy disdain that clearly signals her displeasure. Those around, including Tao Gongwang and her closest confidants, dare not utter a word, fearing her wrath. It is not until she reaches the entrance of the celestial prison that she halts, her expression inscrutable as she glances back. Within her heart, she solemnly vows never to return to this wretched place again. Prepare to return to the palace. With those words, Ji Luoyao ascends her imperial palanquin, escorted by her retinue of elite guards as she makes her way back to the palace. Upon her return, she does not linger but immediately issues a decree summoning the high-ranking civil and military officials. I have decided to mobilize 500,000 troops from the surrounding states and recruit an additional 500,000, mustering 1,000,000 strong to wage an all-out campaign against the Northern Eight Kings. Upon the arrival of numerous high-ranking officials, Ji Luoyao wasted no time in articulating her meticulously devised plan. Since Jiang Hao was unwilling to offer her counsel, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. 1,000,000-strong army? The astonishing figure left the assembly of officials utterly astounded. Although the 8 northern kings boasted of gathering 1,000,000 soldiers, such claims were merely exaggerated rhetoric. In reality, having 1/3 of that number would be commendable. After all, within the Great Zhou dynasty, a competent soldier was expected to have at least reached the threshold of cultivation, specifically, a martial artist at the 6th stage of physical prowess. In stark contrast, the Empress's demand for 1,000,000 troops was evidently devoid of any embellishment. This was precisely why the attendees were struck with profound astonishment. Your Majesty, might you reconsider such a monumental undertaking? Before others could voice their concerns, the Minister of Revenue could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to express his dissent. Ji Luoyao arched her brows, her sharp eyes gleaming with intensity. The situation is urgent. What is there to deliberate? Should we allow our adversaries to grow even stronger? The Minister of Revenue felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly bowing in fear, yet he mustered the courage to respond. The national treasury is currently strained. We may not be able to sustain such exorbitant expenses. While the notion of 1,000,000 soldiers was indeed daunting, the associated costs were equally frightening. Merely maintaining their presence, without any engagement, would incur astronomical daily expenses for provisions. Should the war falter and prolong, it could very well spell doom for any dynasty. Then we shall raise taxes. The Jiangnan region is the wealthiest. We will impose taxes there, Ji Luoyao declared without hesitation. In order to fortify her dynasty, the citizens of Jiangnan would have to endure hardship. However, someone interjected, but Jiangnan just suffered from a flood last year, leaving countless citizens displaced. The Duke of Wei had previously granted a 3-year tax exemption for the region. The mention of the Duke of Wei seemed to strike a nerve within Ji Luoyao, igniting her fury. She erupted, I am the sovereign of the Great Zhou. What significance does the Duke's promise hold? I shall raise taxes, and who dares to defy my command? The assembly fell into a profound silence. Though they longed to express their concerns about the court's breach of trust potentially alienating the populace and inciting unrest, Ji Luoyao's resolute demeanor rendered them speechless. They exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to comply with her decree in silence. Chapter 28. A breakthrough once again, the Spirit card. The Empress's extensive conscription and tax increases undoubtedly created quite a stir. However, no matter how great the commotion, it failed to reach the confines of the celestial prison where Jiang Hao resided. He continued to enjoy his daily routine of meals and slumber. Although the Empress faced setbacks in her dealings with him, her pride would prevent her from divulging such matters to others. Would she not care for her dignity? The prison officials, including Tao Gongwang, remained blissfully unaware. Even if they harbored suspicions, they dared not act independently. After all, the mere fact that the Empress would lower herself to visit Jiang Hao in the prison spoke volumes of his exceptional status. Thus, unless the Empress herself issued an order, their demeanor towards him would remain one of respectful distance, neither daring to approach too closely nor to offend him. Everyday life adhered to its established rules, and Jiang Hao was content with this arrangement, free from disturbances that allowed him to leisurely cultivate his skills. During this period of repose, his prowess steadily advanced, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of the Dragon Gate realm. One day, after several days had passed, Jiang Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of uncontainable joy illuminating his gaze. It had taken him slightly less than a month, just over 20 days, to ascend from a recent breakthrough to the completion of the Dragon Gate realm. Focusing inward, he discovered that all 360 acupoints within him had expanded to their utmost potential, each brimming with astonishing primal energy. This was more than tenfold the strength he possessed at the moment of his initial breakthrough. Moreover, with 360 divine avatars anchoring his essence. It was as if he commanded a constellation of radiant stars, each shimmering with divine brilliance. With a mere thought, he could summon forth this surging primal energy, unleashing a force so formidable that even those of the same realm, let alone the higher earthly fiend realm, would find it difficult to withstand his full might. Though he still felt a long way from being a battle-hardened warrior, the notion of being a one-punch hero increasingly resonated with him. The next step was to break through into the earthly fiend realm. Transitioning from the Dragon Gate realm to the earthly fiend realm required the infusion of fiendish energy into one's body. While others might need to seek out special geologic sites to collect this energy, Jiang Hao found himself free from such obligations. The 18th level of the celestial prison, where he currently resided, lay deep beneath the Earth's surface. Moreover, what kind of place was the celestial prison? It housed countless prisoners each year, with many meeting their demise within its walls. Over the years, this location had naturally evolved into a unique treasure trove, akin to an artificially created fiendish pit. Coupled with the immense allure of the human emperor's physique, he could merely draw upon the subterranean fiendish energy to attempt his breakthrough. With this in mind, Jiang Hao hesitated not for a moment. Soon, he reclined once more, a mysterious aura subtly emerging, as if he had transformed into a slumbering giant dragon. The sleeping dragon technique inherently contained numerous paths to breakthroughs. Jiang Hao merely needed to recite the teachings step by step, adhering to the enigmatic principles recorded within, making the process of breakthrough as effortless as water flowing naturally. The incessant, malevolent energy from the depths was absorbed into his being, gradually merging with the primordial force residing in his acupoints. As this process unfolded, the gateway to the earthly fiend realm progressively opened before him. Compared to the transition from the 6 mortal realms to the Dragon Gate realm, the leap from the Dragon Gate realm to the earthly fiend realm was evidently far more straightforward. Likewise, this breakthrough did not provoke a further evolution of the Emperor's body, as the transition from the 6 mortal realms to the Dragon Gate realm represented a shift from the mundane to the extraordinary. In contrast, both the Dragon Gate and earthly fiend realms were already part of the extraordinary 5 realms, lacking any fundamental transformation, which naturally precluded the metamorphosis of the Emperor's body. According to Jiang Hao's conjecture, should he one day transcend from the celestial being realm to the legendary longevity realm, it might once again incite the transformation of the Emperor's body. Upon successfully breaking into the earthly fiend realm, Jiang Hao's rate of progress finally exhibited a slight deceleration. After all, as one advances further in cultivation, the challenges intensify, and a reduction in speed is a normal occurrence. However, unlike others, Jiang Hao's progress merely slowed a little. This was due to the substantial accumulation of earthly fiend energy in the depths of the prison over the years. For an ordinary person residing here, it wouldn't be long before they would succumb to its effects, suffering from ailments such as back pain, illness, and various negative afflictions. Yet, for Jiang Hao, this place was a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. It was precisely because of the continuous influx of earthly fiend energy that his cultivation speed remained largely unaffected, still advancing at an astonishing pace. Should other earthly fiend realm practitioners learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of astonishment. Of course, other practitioners, even if imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, would be shackled with special restraints, sealing their powers, rendering them incapable of absorbing the earthly fiend energy within for cultivation. In contrast, Jiang Hao, an ordinary individual, required no such constraints, allowing him to thrive effortlessly. In summary, while others regarded the celestial dungeon with trepidation, Jiang Hao found himself increasingly at ease within it. From nothing to something, he ascended to the extraordinary realm in the span of a month. Following that, the transition from the Dragon Gate realm to the earthly fiend realm took him just over 20 days. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent nearly 2 months within the dungeon. The arrival of the 2-month mark filled Jiang Hao with anticipation. Although he received constant rewards from the system, acquiring some special grand prizes still necessitated aligning with such unique occasions. At last, one day he awoke, and the system notification arrived as expected. Ding! After reclining for 2 months, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an heroic spirit card. A heroic spirit card? What is this? In that instant, Jiang Hao could not help but be taken aback. In the past 2 months, he has received a plethora of rewards from the system, ranging from miraculous elixirs and martial techniques to extraordinary spirit pets and even the legendary human emperor physique. The variety of rewards is indeed astounding, encompassing an array of items. However, most of these rewards fell within the scope of his understanding. Yet, this time, the reward in the form of a heroic spirit card was entirely unfamiliar to him, a concept he had never encountered before. Jiang Hao focused his gaze and soon beheld a mysterious card floating within the system's space. An inexplicable intuition stirred within him, suggesting that this card was unlike the others. It could not be carelessly extracted into reality. For once extracted, it would signify usage, and its essence could not revert to its original form. Concurrently, numerous thoughts regarding this heroic spirit card surfaced in his mind. It became apparent that this so-called heroic spirit card was a manifestation of the power of rules, not a genuine card in the conventional sense. Utilizing this heroic spirit card would enable him to summon heroic spirits from alternate dimensions. Upon their summoning, these ethereal beings would materialize as tangible entities, serving as his allies and support. With this realization, Jiang Hao's attention sharpened. He swiftly noticed an inscription upon the golden heroic spirit card that read, "The heavens have perished. The yellow heaven shall rise." A flicker of recognition ignited within him, prompting a surge of speculation. Without further hesitation, he chose to employ the heroic spirit card. The moment Jiang Hao activated the card, it transformed into a radiant brilliance, as if the invisible power of the rules connected him to another realm. Subsequently, 3 figures emerged sequentially before him. "Poor Taoist Zhang Jiao, I pay my respects to the master," the foremost figure declared, stepping forward to offer his greeting. The remaining 2 followed suit. "Poor Taoist Zhang Liang, I pay my respects to the master." "Poor Taoist Zhang Bao, I pay my respects to the master." As Jiang Hao beheld the trio before him, he found himself momentarily bewildered. He had been correct in his assumptions, yet not entirely so. One heroic spirit card summoned 3 individuals? Thus, could this be interpreted as a buy 1, get 2 free offer? Chapter 29, The King of Yen, alas. He cannot be of service to me. The Empress has summoned an army of 1,000,000. The reactions of others remain uncertain for the moment. However, the King of Yen is undeniably alarmed. He clearly did not anticipate that his niece would be so ruthless. The court, having merely suffered a minor defeat, has resorted to such drastic measures, which is utterly unreasonable. The coalition of the 8 kings amounts to only 300,000 soldiers. If the Empress truly gathers 1,000,000 troops to march forth, it is likely that a single spit could drown him. The phrase "to sever the river's flow" is no mere jest. What shall be done? The King of Yen took a deep breath, striving to maintain his authority. Yet his frantic eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Not only the King of Yen, but also the civil and military officials who had risen alongside him were equally fraught with anxiety. 1,000,000 troops. Merely the thought of such a force would send shivers down one's spine. It is crucial to note that this 1,000,000-strong army is not akin to the armies of ancient times as known to Jiang Hao in his previous life. Each soldier within this army is a warrior of 6 physical realms, their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Agile as a galloping horse, strong enough to lift a cauldron, such warriors abound in this grand army. Clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp weapons, it is trivial for them to face 100 foes single-handedly on the battlefield. Furthermore, not all in this 1,000,000-strong army are mere warriors. The commanders and generals are undoubtedly extraordinary beings. Even those of the celestial realm would hesitate to charge into such a formidable army alone, lest they be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. If such a 1,000,000-strong force were indeed to descend upon them, what could they possibly use to defend themselves? For a moment, silence enveloped the assembly. Even more distressing, some began to ponder, is it too late to surrender to the court? Yet, at that moment, a man below erupted into laughter. The crowd turned to see a diminutive figure, rather unremarkable, standing inconspicuously among them. "Yao Zhijia, with the lords currently deliberating, what folly compels you to laugh so heartily?" Indeed, while everyone else is deep in thought devising strategies to repel the enemy, you alone find mirth, which is wholly inappropriate. This man must be a spy for the court. Invigorated by the news, "Your Highness, please detain him first." Soon, many recognized his identity and began to shout in outrage. Yao Zhijia, hailing from a humble background as a failed scholar, naturally did not fit in, were it not for the King of Yan's appreciation of talent. He would have no right to stand there. The king of Yin, observing this, could not help but furrow his brow. Although he did not immediately command his arrest, his expression remained stern, and he inquired in a deep voice, "Scholar Yao, why do you laugh?" Yao Zhijia, unfazed, stepped forward and bowed to the king of Yin. "I laugh because that empress is digging her own grave. Soon, your highness shall reign supreme over the realm," which is indeed a cause for celebration. Upon hearing this, not only was the king of Yin taken aback, but all present were left in stunned silence. Were they dreaming? Or was this man lost in reverie? The imperial court's million-strong army is on the verge of attacking. Instead of contemplating strategies for resistance, how can one maintain an air of imminent victory? Yao Zhijia observed the expressions of those around him, his gaze laced with disdain. A mere assembly of ineffectual individuals. Were it not for their noble lineage, they would possess no right to stand alongside him. He then spoke with a loud and clear voice. Throughout history, a commander capable of leading an army of 100,000 is already considered a talent of great merit. Yet, those who can command 1,000,000 troops are exceedingly rare, even when surveying the extensive chronicles of the Great Zhou. Moreover, the resources required to sustain such a vast army are staggering. An ordinary soldier, with 6 levels of physical fortitude, requires at least 3 bowls of rice and half a pound of meat per meal. The daily consumption would amount to astronomical figures. Even if the imperial treasury has some reserves, how long can they endure? Therefore, the prince need not take any action. He merely has to retreat within the city walls and wait for this million-strong army to collapse from within. In that eventuality, this army will become the very specter of doom for the imperial court. It must be said, Yao Zhijia is indeed a remarkable individual. In times of peace, his name remained obscure. Yet, amid the current turmoil, he finds an opportunity to shine. The atmosphere shifted as the assembly buzzed with renewed vigor. The king of Yin regarded Yao Zhijia with gleaming eyes, as though he had discovered his own strategic partner. However, not all present were mere inept sycophants. Soon, someone raised a pertinent question. All that Scholar Yao has stated hinges upon the assumption that no one is capable of commanding this million-strong army. But what if someone does emerge to lead them, wielding their might with a thunderous force? How then shall we resist? If there is no commander, indeed, the million-strong army presents numerous challenges. But if there is a leader to unify them, they would undoubtedly be an unstoppable force. Yao Zhijia smiled lightly and shook his head. The Empress has recently engaged in reckless actions, promoting her sycophants. How could she possibly attract such a formidable talent to assist her? Moreover, within the Great Zhou, there exists but one individual capable of commanding 1,000,000 troops and altering the course of fate. Yet this very person has been cast into the dungeons by the Empress. Hence, I assert that she is digging her own grave. Even Yao Zhijia, with his pride, felt a somber gravity at the thought of that individual, Wei Guogong Jiang Hao. In that moment, many in attendance involuntarily recalled the name. Indeed, it was Wei Guogong Jiang Hao, who, as a civil servant, commanded the military, conquering lands and restoring stability to the chaotic Great Zhou within a few short years. He governed both the military and state affairs adeptly. If one were to compare Wei Guogong Jiang Hao to a historical figure, he would undoubtedly resemble Zhuge Liang of the Eastern Han or Wang Meng of the former Qin, both of whom were equally proficient in both civil and military domains. However, this martial prowess refers to strategic acumen rather than personal combat strength. His individual martial capability may well be the sole shortcoming of Wei Guogong Jiang Hao. It is precisely this flaw that allowed the Empress to easily subdue him. Alas, he cannot be utilized for our cause. The king of Yin let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with regret. Even with the assistance of a strategist like Yao Zhijia, he still pales in comparison to the multifaceted Jiang Hao. By the way, news has arrived from the imperial capital that the Empress recently visited the dungeon. Could it be that she sought the emergence of Duke Wei Jiang Hao? Suddenly, someone recalled a particular matter. As soon as the words were uttered, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Not only the others, but even Yao Zhijia couldn't help but wear a look of astonishment. To summon Duke Wei Jiang Hao from seclusion? If Duke Wei truly emerged, coupled with the army of 100,000, what chance would they have? It would be wiser to retire early for the night. Could it be that Duke Wei has already been reinstated? Someone immediately inquired anxiously. No, according to the news from the capital, Duke Wei Jiang Hao remains imprisoned in the dungeon, and it seems the Empress left in a foul mood. indicating that negotiations either fell through or were outright rejected. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Yao Zhijiao remained furrowed in thought and promptly advised Prince Yan. Duke Wei is notoriously cunning, capable of outsmarting his adversaries. His current demeanor might well be a ruse to lower our guard. Should he reveal himself once the army is fully assembled, it would spell disaster for us all. Indeed, as I understand it, the Empress shares a unique bond with Duke Wei. If she were to genuinely seek his assistance, it is conceivable that any prior animosity could be forgotten, a situation we must remain vigilant against. Quickly, others nodded in agreement. The prince, who had just relaxed, found himself anxious once more. What should be done? He immediately turned to Yao Zhijiao for counsel. A glint of resolve flashed in Yao Zhijiao's eyes. Although Duke Wei is formidable, he possesses a crucial vulnerability, which must be exploited for a lasting resolution. Though unspoken, the prince immediately grasped the implication. He had already made arrangements regarding this matter. However, he was at a loss regarding the grand priest of the Black Witch sect, who had inexplicably turned the tables on Jiang Hao and vanished without a trace. Following the Empress's targeted actions and the subsequent demotion of the fief, the prince found himself overwhelmed with concerns, leaving no time to address this issue. Yet now, it was evident that delay was not an option. A decisive action was imperative. Determined, the prince inhaled deeply and then focused on a figure clad in black robes in the hall. He Lian, this time, it rests upon you. This matter concerns the survival of us all. I hope you do not disappoint me. This individual, He Lian Feng, is the grand priest of the Black Witch sect. Previously, the sect had faced relentless pursuit from the three major violent factions of the court, suffering heavy casualties, and now only a handful remained. Sheltered under the prince's banner to escape calamity, He Lian Feng had no choice but to re-emerge. Otherwise, the Black Witch sect would surely perish. In light of the prince's command, He Lian Feng understood he had no right to refuse. After all, the revival of the Black Witch sect depended solely on the prince's success. Thus, the prince must not fail. Thus, the Duke of the nation, Jiang Hao, must meet his demise. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Rest assured, Your Highness. He Lian Feng's expression remained tranquil, yet his words resonated with unwavering confidence. The assembled crowd mirrored this trust, for this Hellion pontiff was indeed a genuine entity of celestial stature. Chapter 30. The arrival of the celestial being. Upon accepting the mission, He Lian Feng wasted no time. He swiftly took to the skies on a peculiar beast, making his way to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Departing in the morning, he arrived by nightfall. As the city lights illuminated the evening, he successfully infiltrated the capital. Despite being on the notorious wanted list and a primary target of the court, a being of his caliber, belonging to the realm of celestials, was not easily subdued unless surrounded by a formidable army. Nevertheless, the prison was no ordinary place. Even someone as powerful as He Lian Feng did not dare to venture in alone, despite possessing the ability to do so. The true challenge lay in the vastness of the prison. Once inside, locating his target was not guaranteed. If a battle were to ensue, attracting numerous strong adversaries, even if he managed to escape, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. At that point, eliminating Duke Wei Jiang Hao would become exponentially more challenging. Fortunately, the Prince of Yan had been quietly cultivating his influence for years and had ample support even within the capital. Soon, 3 individuals arrived to assist him. I am Wei Yulong, honored to meet you, Senior He Lian. I am Fu Quan, honored to meet you, Senior He Lian. I am Jiang Wenhuo, honored to meet you, Senior He Lian. The trio quickly introduced themselves. He Lian Feng acknowledged them with a slight nod, his demeanor proud. As a celestial being, he naturally possessed such entitlement. Although the other 3 were not as formidable as he, they were nonetheless exceptional in their own right. Indeed, all 3 were practitioners of the law manifestation realm. In this endeavor to successfully eliminate Jiang Hao, the Prince of Yan had dispatched his strongest personnel from the capital, a true gamble. Wei Yilong belonged to the Five Poisons sect, holding the position of protector. Fu Quan was affiliated with the White Lotus sect, currently serving as its incense master. Both the Five Poisons sect and the White Lotus sect found themselves in a predicament akin to that of the Black Witch sect, having been branded as evil cults by the court and collectively referred to as the 3 major demonic sections. Their only hope for redemption lay in aligning themselves with the Prince of Yan. Though the term three major demonic sects may sound imposing, who would genuinely wish to be associated with such dark paths? In terms of attracting disciples, they paled in comparison to legitimate sects, often recruiting only the most undesirable candidates. The unfortunate reality was that power resided in the hands of the court, leaving them with no real choices. Thus, aiding the Prince of Yan was their only avenue for resurgence. As for Jiang Wenhua, he was the younger brother of the deceased Minister of Justice, Jiang Wenin. The brothers, one scholarly and the other martial, had both secretly allied with the Prince of Yan in their youth. It was precisely due to the prince's clandestine support that they could ascend to prominent positions. Ironically, both brothers were deemed traitors. Yet Jiang Wenin was regarded by the Empress as loyal and valiant, and Jiang Wenhua benefited from his brother's legacy, receiving promotions and rewards. If given a choice, Jiang Wenhua would have preferred to remain within the court, enjoying the advantages left by his brother's demise. However, he found himself ensnared by the Prince of Yan, having signed a pact of allegiance long ago. Now, with the prince's command, he could not remain uninvolved. Can you lead me to Duke Wei Jiang Hao? Helian Feng's gaze quickly settled upon Jiang Wenhua. In stark contrast to the other two individuals of the martial world, it was evident that only an official like Jiang Wenhua possessed the requisite authority. Had my elder brother still been alive, as the Minister of Justice, he could have traversed the depths of the prison with ease. However, I am merely a general of the Imperial Guard, operating within a distinct system from that of the prison, and the warden may not extend any courtesy towards me. Jiang Wenhua spoke candidly. What shall we do? Helian Feng furrowed his brow and responded coldly. The King of Yan has issued a strict command. In order to prevent prolonged complications, the task must be accomplished tonight. The three exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before swiftly devising a plan. In that case, we shall locate the warden of the prison and initially entice him with promises of profit. If that proves futile, we shall resort to threats of force, compelling him to lead us to Duke Wei, Jiang Hao. Once the matter is resolved, we will leave the capital at once. The trio had already prepared for their escape. Should they commit this audacious crime, not only would they face peril, but even a formidable being like Helian Feng might not guarantee their safety. If they did not evacuate the capital promptly, they would undoubtedly face the court's relentless pursuit. Thus, they must complete their task in the shortest time possible and seek refuge in the territory of the King of Yan to ensure their safety. After deliberating over the details for a while, they set their plans in motion. Jiang Wenhua took the lead, with the other three acting as his protectors, and they made their way directly to the prison. Upon arrival at the prison, when the jailer reported Jiang Wenhua's request for an audience, Tao Gongwang, the warden, was momentarily taken aback. Although he was puzzled by Jiang Wenhua's unexpected visit, he recognized him as the younger brother of an esteemed superior and a general of the Imperial Guard. Thus he felt obliged to extend some courtesy. Without overthinking, he promptly instructed his subordinate to escort Jiang Wenhua to his office. I wish to meet Duke Wei. May I inquire if Warden Tao has any means to facilitate this? Jiang Wenhua stated his intention directly upon their meeting. This, Tao Gongwang's eyes revealed hesitation. Observing this, Jiang Wenhua seized the opportunity, fabricating a ruse. To be frank, I suspect my brother's demise is linked to Duke Wei, as he had just met with him in the daytime, only to be attacked by assassins that very night. Therefore, I seek to question Duke Wei directly to ascertain if he possesses any pertinent knowledge. I implore the warden to consider my brother's reputation and grant me this favor. As he spoke, Jiang Wenhua produced several substantial gold notes from his robe and gently placed them in Tao Gongwang's hand. Tao Gongwang examined the notes before raising his gaze to Jiang Wenhua, internally wrestling with indecision. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly pushed the gold notes back. Esteemed Lord Jiang, I beg your understanding. It is not that I wish to decline your request, but His Majesty has explicitly ordered that no one is permitted to visit Duke Wei. Moreover, His Majesty himself visited the prison just days ago, and at this moment, I cannot dare to contravene His Majesty's command. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenhua took back the gold notes, shaking his head in resignation towards the three behind him. If Tao Gongwang is willing to cooperate, it would indeed be the most fortuitous outcome. In this manner, they could conceal the matter for a while longer. However, since Tao Gongwang is unwilling to comply, they have no alternative but to proceed with the previously devised plan and resort to force. The group of four consists of one being of celestial rank and three at the level of In contrast, Tao Gongwang, as the warden of the celestial prison, although a remarkable figure, is merely at the Dragon Gate level and stands no chance against their combined might, lacking any capacity for resistance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tao Gongwang quickly recognized the stark reality of his situation. Under the duress of the four, he had no choice but to obediently lead the way. Although he was reluctant to defy the edict of the Empress, he undeniably prioritized his own safety above all else. With Tao Gongwang, the warden of the celestial prison, guiding them, their path was undeniably unobstructed. Master Jiang and esteemed companions, the Duke of Wei is just ahead. Here is the key to the prison. Afterward, you may render me unconscious, and I assure you I shall utter not a word. Please, do not take my life. I would not wish to sully your hands. Tao Gongwang trembled as he retrieved a key from his waist, his face a portrait of earnest entreaty. The four exchanged glances. Seasoned as they were in the ways of the world, they did not seize the key but instead gestured to Tao Gongwang, urging him to unlock the door. Reluctantly, he stepped forward, unfastening the numerous heavy chains of the 18th level of the celestial prison, and with a great effort, he pushed open the imposing cell door. However, the moment the door swung open, they were all taken aback by the sight before them. For within the prison's confines, not only was the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, present, but there were also 3 other Taoists. At that moment, it appeared that Jiang Hao was engaged in an animated discussion with the 3 Taoists, their camaraderie palpable. The 4, led by Hellion Feng, instinctively turned their gaze toward Tao Gongwang, the warden. Yet, they soon realized that Tao Gongwang seemed even more astonished than they were. As he blurted out without a second thought, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Chapter 31. 3 celestial beings in that fleeting moment. Tao Gongwang was utterly astounded. As the warden of the celestial prison, no one understood the formidable vigilance of its guards better than he did. Even a powerful being of the celestial realm might be able to forcefully breach the prison, but it was utterly inconceivable that they could do so without making a sound, let alone infiltrate the 18th level of the celestial prison. Yet, these 3 figures appeared before him without any prior indication, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Such an occurrence was simply beyond comprehension. "Who are you? How did you enter?" Tao Gongwang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired urgently. However, no one responded to his question. The Zhangjiao brothers exchanged glances, all turning their attention to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, instead of addressing Tao Gongwang, focused on the 4 individuals behind him, Hellion Feng and his companions. Though he was unable to leave, the shadow demon could traverse freely. With the shadow demon covertly monitoring their surroundings, Jiang Hao was already aware of the imminent arrival of these individuals. Yet, he chose not to instruct the Zhangjiao brothers to hide in advance. To him, this presented a splendid opportunity. Initially, he had been troubled by how to discreetly extricate the Zhangjiao trio, but now, fate had provided him with a perfect solution. "Who are you?" Jiang Hao directed his question towards Hellion Feng and his companions. Jiang Wenhua was about to speak when Hellion Feng, with a dismissive wave, pushed him aside. "Do you recognize this esteemed presence?" Hellion Feng raised his chin, fixing a cold gaze upon Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment as if sifting through his memories. Soon, he reached a conclusion. "You must be the Pope of the Black Witch sect, Hellion Feng?" Compared to the Grand Bishop of the Black Witch sect, Jiang Hao was certainly far less familiar with this elusive pope, who usually operated from the shadows. However, as a being of the celestial realm, Hellion Feng undoubtedly served as the true stabilizing force of the Black Witch sect. Jiang Hao had not anticipated that merely over a month after dealing with the Grand Bishop, the enigmatic pope would present himself before him. Could this be interpreted as a smaller adversary paving the way for a larger one? "Have you come to exact revenge for the Grand Bishop of the Black Witch sect?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. A chilling glint flashed in Hellion Feng's eyes upon hearing this. "So he indeed fell at your hands?" Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then he shrugged, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It seems you were unaware of this? Alas, how foolish of me. I must have been somewhat dazed. However, this is not a significant issue. Since you are not here for the Grand Bishop, what, pray tell, is your purpose for this visit?" His gaze soon fell upon Jiang Wenhua, as if a thought had sparked in his mind. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Jiang Wenhua, the younger brother of the Minister of Justice, Jiang Wenin, who previously held the position of a captain in the Imperial Guard." In the presence of Jiang Hao, Jiang Wenhua. A court official felt a tinge of trepidation and instinctively replied, I am now a Zhonglong general. A wry smile played on Jiang Hao's lips as he remarked with a hint of profundity, Is it because of your elder brother? It was only then that Jiang Wenhua realized, his face flushing with embarrassment. You need not speak, I understand. You must have been sent by the Prince of Yen with a mission to take my life, correct? It seems the prince harbors an extraordinary wariness towards me, repeatedly dispatching individuals for this purpose. Pray tell, with such profound favor, how should I repay him? Jiang Hao inquired earnestly, as if genuinely deliberating the matter with them. Helian Feng and the others furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss, yet they could not quite articulate their unease at that moment. Stop wasting time with him, eliminate him, and let us retreat swiftly, exclaimed Wei Yulong, the enforcer from the Five Poisons sect, with an impatient demeanor. As he spoke, a venomous centipede, shimmering with an eerie blue glow, emerged from his sleeve. With a swift flick of his right hand, the centipede shot towards Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning. Those from the Five Poisons sect are masters of toxins, and as a guardian of the sect, Wei Yulong's centipede was particularly lethal. A mere bite could spell doom even for the most formidable of beings. However, before the centipede could reach Jiang Hao, a large hand suddenly extended from the side, seizing the creature mid-flight. It was none other than Zhang Bao, standing beside Jiang Hao. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he proceeded to pop the venomous centipede into his mouth, crunching it a few times before swallowing it whole. Jiang Hao, intrigued by the spectacle, could not help but ask, How does it taste? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bao replied, Not bad, though a bit small, not quite enough to satiate my appetite. Zhang Jiao quietly interjected, My younger brother's cultivation technique is unique. Ordinary toxins serve as a great tonic for him. Jiang Hao nodded and turned to Wei Yilong, saying, Did you hear that? If you have any more, do bring a few more for my friend here. Wei Yilong was left speechless, his gaze fixated incredulously on Zhang Bao, unable to fathom that his meticulously nurtured centipede had been casually consumed as a snack. To add insult to injury, after devouring the centipede, Zhang Bao not only remained unscathed but appeared even more invigorated, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger, as if yearning for more. This left Wei Yilong trembling with rage. Meanwhile, Helian Feng, a powerful being of the celestial realm, began to sense something unusual and cautiously inquired of Zhang Bao, Might I ask if you are a celestial realm expert? Yet, Zhang Bao merely cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing him entirely. In contrast, he seemed far more intrigued by Wei Yilong. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Helian Feng could not suppress his indignation, his expression darkening considerably. As a formidable being of the celestial realm, he was accustomed to standing above others. Even the likes of the Prince of Yen regarded him with utmost deference. However, at that moment, Zhang Jiao stepped forward, his demeanor exuding respect as he addressed Jiang Hao, saying, My lord, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. Would it not be prudent for my brothers and me to eliminate them? Jiang Hao nodded, showing little inclination to elaborate further. Then it shall be entrusted to you. With that declaration, Jiang Hao retreated several paces, wholly ceding the battlefield to the trio of Zhang Jiao. Brandishing his 9-section staff, Zhang Jiao advanced once more. In an instant, a tempest surged within the confines of the heavenly prison, his robes billowing and his long hair dancing wildly in the wind, as if the very fabric of reality revolved around him. Every onlooker felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the cosmos, causing their bodies to involuntarily sink, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. You too are of the celestial realm. No, you are at its pinnacle? In that moment, Helian Feng set aside his rage, gazing at Zhang Jiao in astonishment. He had believed that Zhang Bao was the most formidable adversary he would encounter in this endeavor, only to discover that Zhang Jiao's prowess exceeded that of Zhang Bao. Just then, Zhang Liang stepped forward, seemingly teleporting to their rear in an instant. Simultaneously, a chilling aura of terror surged from within him. Empowered by the forces of the universe, his presence escalated with each passing moment, resembling an imposing mountain that obstructed any potential retreat. Another being of the celestial realm? 3 celestial beings? At this juncture, Helian Feng was utterly numbed. The other individuals present were rendered speechless by their shock. The 4 of them, united in purpose, included 1 from the celestial realm and 3 from the law manifestation realm. A formidable coalition indeed, capable of traversing any domain. Even an incursion into the imperial palace to assassinate the Empress seemed to bear a reasonable chance of success. Entering the heavenly prison to eliminate a defenseless Jiang Hao should have appeared straightforward. Yet now, it seemed that what was easily attainable was not Jiang Hao, but rather their own demise. Chapter 32. The Power of Zhang Jiao and the Tragic Demise of the Celestial Beings. 3 celestial beings? How could there be 3 celestial beings here? Where did these 3 celestial beings emerge from? At this moment, Helian Feng and his companions were shouting in their minds, utterly shocked beyond measure, even more so than when they faced the notorious Tao Gongwang of the celestial prison. It is essential to recognize that celestial beings are not commonplace. In this era, those who have reached the celestial realm are indeed the pinnacle of existence. In the realm of martial arts, each celestial being can be regarded as a towering figure of immense stature. Those at the law manifestation level can summon the powers of heaven and earth to condense their law manifestations, thereby amplifying their combat prowess. In contrast, celestial beings possess the ability to directly manipulate the forces of heaven and earth to enhance themselves, rendering them impervious to harm and tireless in battle. They could engage in combat for 3 days and nights without fatigue, resembling true celestial beings. Such formidable individuals, when fully unleashed, can effortlessly carve through any encirclement, regardless of the multitude of adversaries they face. It can be stated that unless a celestial being invites their own demise, it is incredibly challenging for them to meet their end. At the very least, they possess the means to escape unharmed. Therefore, each celestial being serves as a stabilizing force, capable of supporting a significant power. Take Helian Feng, the leader of the Black Witch sect, as an example. It was precisely because he was a celestial being that the Black Witch sect ascended to become one of the foremost sects in the Great Zhou. However, following a failed investment in the Crown Prince and subsequent suppression by the court, the sect fell into dire straits. Even when considering all the celestial beings among the major factions of Great Zhou, their numbers are limited, akin to a carrot in a single hole. Yet, the sudden appearance of these 3 celestial beings left them feeling utterly bewildered, as if they had sprung forth from the cracks of stone. Notably, one among them had already reached the terrifying peak of the celestial realm. Helian Feng's gaze fixated on Zhang Jiao, who wielded a 9-section staff, and a hint of uncontrollable terror flickered in the depths of his eyes. As a celestial being, he naturally harbored his own pride. Otherwise, he would not have dared to undertake the daunting task assigned by the Prince of Yan, nor would he have recklessly ventured into the imperial capital alone. However, in this very moment, regret consumed him. He lamented his overconfidence, questioning why he accepted this mission, why he rashly infiltrated the celestial prison, and why he had not exercised greater caution. This was far from a mere prison. It was evidently a den of dragons and tigers. Altogether, let us first eliminate Duke Wei Jiang Hao. As Zhang Jiao and his companions made their move, Helian Feng could no longer afford to delay. He bellowed in anger. His targeting of Jiang Hao was not out of a death wish to complete the task. He was no martyr, one who would recklessly risk everything for the Prince of Yan. Rather, he discerned that the 3 celestial beings before him shared an extraordinary bond, their cooperation remarkably seamless, leaving no apparent vulnerabilities in their united front. Thus, they could only target Jiang Hao, an ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation, employing a strategy reminiscent of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. At this juncture, whether they could eliminate Jiang Hao became inconsequential. What truly mattered was dismantling the formidable triad formation of Zhang Jiao and his companions, for only then would they possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Wei Yilong and his 2 companions, formidable beings of the law manifestation realm, were prominent figures in the outside world and swiftly comprehended Helian Feng's intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their full powers. In this critical moment, only through their collective strength could they grasp a sliver of chance to escape. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them charged towards Jiang Hao, resembling 4 ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Seeking death, Zhang Jiao observed this with a cold, indifferent gaze, his heart brimming with murderous intent. In a past life, the 3 brothers had perished, and it was Jiang Hao who had condensed their unwilling spirits and brought them into this world, granting them a new existence. To him, Jiang Hao was not merely their sovereign, but also the progenitor who bestowed upon them a second life. Now, As Helian Feng and his companions advanced with murderous intent aimed at Jiang Hao, Zhang Jiao felt a deeper rage than if the threat were directed at himself. Thunderstrikes. Zhang Jiao roared, his arms outstretched, exuding the terrifying aura of a peak celestial realm expert. No, from the perspective of Helian Feng and the others, this was far more formidable than any celestial peak they had encountered. As Zhang Jiao's furious voice echoed, the very heavens and earth seemed to fall entirely under his dominion, forming a completely enclosed, independent world. Within this realm, the outside world remained a silent prison, while inside, everything was ruled by Zhang Jiao. In this entirely sealed world, not only could Wei Yilong and his companions no longer harness any celestial powers, but even Helian Feng, a celestial realm expert, lost control over the forces of nature. More alarmingly, at this moment, the powers of heaven and earth suddenly became wildly chaotic. Dark clouds gathered, and bolts of purple lightning materialized from thin air, crashing down upon the four of them like a torrential storm. Witnessing this terrifying scene, the four were on the brink of insanity, summoning lightning from the void. Was this the ability of a celestial realm expert? It felt more akin to the ancient techniques of primordial alchemists. Although they were all extraordinary beings, they were still flesh and blood. How could they withstand such a deluge of lightning? In mere moments, Wei Yilong and his companions were reduced to charred remains, devoid of any breath. Only Helian Feng remained, barely sustaining a defensive barrier through the substantial essence of a celestial realm expert, managing to hold on, yet it was only just barely. At this moment, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, and then their figures vanished from sight. A fist and a kick simultaneously struck Helian Feng. Compared to the mage-like Zhang Jiao, they appeared much more like warriors. This singular punch and kick not only encapsulated the profound essence of martial arts cultivated over a lifetime by the two individuals, but also harnessed the unparalleled and tempestuous forces of nature. A thunderous explosion echoed, and in an instant, flesh and blood were scattered. Helian Feng, unable to summon the forces of the universe to counteract, was brutally annihilated by the two. A renowned expert of the celestial realm met a tragically wretched end at their hands. Undoubtedly, the true architect of this overwhelming force was Zhang Jiao. Had it not been for his ability to control the battlefield, even the combined might of Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang might not have easily vanquished Helian Feng. This confrontation allowed Jiang Hao to clearly perceive the formidable prowess of the Zhang brothers. United, the trio could dispatch an ordinary celestial realm expert with the ease of slicing through vegetables, leaving Jiang Hao in awe. "How is it that you can summon lightning?" Jiang Hao inquired curiously, gazing at Zhang Jiao. "Because I have grasped a fragment of the principles of lightning, and with the aid of the powers of nature, I am able to invoke it," Zhang Jiao explained after a moment of contemplation. Since his arrival in this world, he had naturally comprehended many truths. He continued, "If the master wishes to transcend to the realm of immortality, one must first master the power of the rules. This power is akin to a key. Only by mastering it can one unlock the great door." Jiang Hao was taken aback by this revelation. In that moment, his mind raced with thoughts. Why had the age of immortals not manifested, with no legendary experts of the immortal realm appearing for countless years? Could it be related to the power of these principles? "So does that mean you can soon break through to the immortal realm?" Jiang Hao promptly asked. Zhang Jiao shook his head. "I have merely grasped a fragment of the principles of lightning. I am still far from true mastery. When I will achieve a breakthrough remains unknown to me." Jiang Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, though it was tempered by the realization of the Zhang brothers' unexpected strength. After all, with one purchase yielding two, what more could he desire? He could not help but acknowledge that the value of this heroic spirit card exceeded his expectations. "Master, should we eliminate this fellow?" At that moment, Zhang Liang approached, carrying the unconscious Tao Gongwang in one hand, striding towards them. Chapter 33. The Three-Corpse Brain Divine Pill. Upon witnessing Tao Gongwang, the warden of the celestial prison, held in Zhang Liang's grasp, Jiang Hao and Zhang Jiao exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Jiang Hao, possessing the physique of an emperor, exhibited an extraordinary level of perception, while Zhang Jiao, a formidable being of the celestial realm, was equally astute, missing no nuance in the atmosphere. It was evident to both that the man was feigning unconsciousness. Even Zhang Liang was not oblivious to this charade, though he chose to play along. Since he remains unresponsive, let us proceed with his demise. Jiang Hao declared with deliberate volume. Agreed. Zhang Liang echoed, his voice equally loud. As he spoke, he carelessly tossed Tao Gongwang to the ground like a mere sack of sand. The impact left Tao Gongwang feeling as though his spine might shatter. Yet, in that moment, he disregarded his pain, hastily opening his eyes and scrambling to his feet, exclaiming, I am awake. I am awake. Please, Duke Wei, and esteemed Taoist, do not take action against me. I am innocent. Oh, you are awake? Jiang Hao remarked with a dispassionate glance, then waved his hand nonchalantly. Awake or not, death awaits. Tao Gongwang trembled, his face draining of color, having witnessed the gruesome demise of Hellion Foam and his companions. He harbored no doubts regarding the lethal intent of those before him. After all, even a celestial realm powerhouse like Hellion Foam had been swiftly dispatched. What was he? A mere warden of the celestial prison, a practitioner of the Dragon Gate realm, but insignificant in comparison? Duke Wei, I beseech you. I implore you to spare my life. I have done nothing, truly nothing at all. I am not affiliated with them. I was coerced into this. I had no desire to be involved. Tao Gongwang pleaded, tears and snot mingling as he spoke. Words could not fully convey his despair. He quickly recounted the events that had transpired. He had been peacefully enjoying tea at the government office when unexpectedly, Jiang Wenhua had sought him out. Merely encountering that individual had plunged him into this dire predicament. Duke Wei, since your imprisonment began, I have treated you with utmost fairness, never resorting to any underhanded tactics. I beg you, in light of my diligence during these days, grant me mercy and release me. Tao Gongwang's voice was laced with desperation. Were it not for Zhang Liang's icy stare, he would have gladly prostrated himself before Jiang Hao. It seems you are indeed innocent, Jiang Hao mused, contemplating. Just as Tao Gongwang thought he had narrowly escaped death, Jiang Hao's tone shifted. However, you possess knowledge of these matters. If you were to betray me upon your release, who would I turn to for justice? No, this is unacceptable. Indeed, only the dead can truly keep silent. My lord, perhaps it would be best for me to eliminate him. If we frame this on the heads of these individuals, the court shall never trace it back to us. Zhang Bao's eagerness to act was palpable, his fists clenched in anticipation. Terrified to the core, Tao Gongwang hastily exclaimed, No, no, I assure you, once I step outside, I will not utter a single word. I swear by the heavens, I will not speak a word more. What a ludicrous notion. Before him stood 3 formidable beings of celestial stature. What did that imply? Even if he reported to the court, how many men would they need to dispatch to capture 3 celestial beings? Should they fail, even if he sought refuge in the prison of the heavens, he could not evade their vengeance. It would lead to his inevitable demise. Only a fool would engage in such a thankless endeavor. He was not an ancient immortal looking to end his own existence out of a desire for a shorter life. However, Jiang Hao shook his head. Vows hold no weight. Especially for someone like you, Tao Xiu. If you can be coerced once, you can be coerced again. If someone threatens you again in the future, would you not betray me once more? Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Tao Gongwang was on the verge of tears. Lord Weigua, you must tell me what to do. As long as you spare my life, I will comply with any demand. If that is your stance, I might have a solution, Jiang Hao replied. I possess a potion known as the 3-corpse brainworm pill. This concoction contains 3 types of corpse worms that, once ingested, will lie dormant within the brain. While they remain undisturbed, there will be no outward signs. However, every year during the Duanwu festival, if the corresponding antidote is not consumed, these worms will break free. I believe you can guess the dire consequences that would ensue. At this point, Jiang Hao opened his palm, revealing a gleaming black pill that soon appeared in his grasp. It was indeed the 3-corpse brainworm pill. This was one of the rewards he had previously acquired, lying unused in his system space. Now, it was perfectly suited for Tao Gongwang. While this fellow might not be a villain of grand proportions, he was certainly no paragon of virtue either. The critical concern was that Tao's resolve was too weak. Without proper control, he could easily betray Jiang Hao. Conversely, with the aid of this potion, Tao Gongwang, as the warden of the celestial prison, could provide immense convenience to Jiang Hao, who was intent on lounging and avoiding any exertion. At the very least, if he required something or craved a delicacy, he need only issue a command. This was precisely why Jiang Hao chose not to eliminate Tao Gongwang. The 3-corpse brainworm pill. Tao Gongwang's expression froze as he gazed at the pill in Jiang Hao's hand. Deep down, He understood that agreeing to consume this pill would mean relinquishing his autonomy entirely. His life and death wholly dictated by Jiang Hao. Yet, should he refuse to take it, he might well face death at that very moment. One option was the forfeiture of freedom, the other, the forfeiture of life. Regardless of how others might choose, Tao Gongwang resolutely opted for life, for living, even in a wretched state, was preferable to death. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the 3-corpse brainworm pill from Jiang Hao's hand and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole. Lord Wei Gua, from this moment forth, I am at your service, Tao Gongwang said, his face a mask of despair. Jiang Hao smiled as he patted his shoulder, reassuring him, do not fret. I generally have little to concern myself with and shall not interfere excessively in your affairs. You remain as you always were. For now, please attend to the disposal of those corpses. In the past, the sudden appearance of 4 additional bodies would have posed a significant inconvenience for Jiang Hao. However, with the assistance of Tao Gongwang from the prison, the task became considerably more manageable. Tao Gongwang, understanding the gravity of the situation, obediently set about handling the bodies of Helian Feng and the others. Jiang Hao then turned his attention to the Zhang Jiao brothers and inquired, what are your plans moving forward? The trio exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed, before they spoke in unison. We shall, of course, follow our lord. Jiang Hao shook his head. I intend to remain here in the prison for the time being. Are you all planning to accompany me in confinement? The Zhang brothers were taken aback, unable to comprehend why Jiang Hao would choose to stay. Given that even the prison had submitted to him, and with their protection, he could effortlessly leave without drawing attention. However, unable to fathom his reasoning, they quickly expressed, as long as our Lord requires it, we are willing to remain here with you. There is no need for that. Jiang Hao chuckled in decline. His purpose for being in the prison was to indulge in idleness, and having grown accustomed to this place, he had little desire to relocate. In contrast, the Zhang brothers had no such obligation. Their capabilities rendered it a considerable waste for them to linger in the prison alongside him. Now that you have been granted a new lease on life, venture forth and explore. Although this world diverges from your previous one, it too harbors a yellow turban army. Perhaps you might discover new aspirations there, compensating for the regrets of your past lives, Jiang Hao suggested thoughtfully. Indeed, there existed a yellow turban army within the Great Zhou dynasty, yet it had failed to gain significant traction. Even the court had shown little interest in confronting them, as the vast territories of the Great Zhou were teeming with diverse factions. While the former Yellow Turban Army had lacked momentum, the addition of Zhang Jiao, a master of rebellion, could surely alter the landscape. Jiang Hao was curious whether Zhang Jiao, with his prior experience of failure and formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, could successfully instigate a Yellow Turban revolution in this world. Such an event might very well astonish the Empress. At this juncture, Jiang Hao was suddenly reminded of someone, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The Empress could wait for now, but another individual, who had repeatedly sought trouble, truly believed him to be an easy target. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. He mused. Before you venture there, I would need you to extend my regards to someone. Chapter 34. 3 Ordinary Taoists. Yongsui City nestled in the northern reaches of the Great Zhou. Yongsui City stands as a towering metropolis and the long-established stronghold of the Prince of Yan. Following the uprising led by the 8 kings, this city has become their main base of operations. Upon learning of the Empress's intent to mobilize a 1,000,000-strong army to subdue them, the insurrectionists, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastened their recruitment efforts, preparing to defend the city to the last breath. Nevertheless, as the imperial forces have yet to arrive, Yongsui City remains vibrant, with a steady stream of merchants and travelers passing through its gates daily. Amidst this bustling throng, 3 Taoists blend in, marking their inaugural entry into this grand northern city. Brother, this Yongsui City is truly vast. Though it cannot compare to the imperial capital, it far exceeds Luoyang and Chang'an. Zhang Liang quietly conveyed to Zhang Jiao, his tone imbued with astonishment. As a renowned general, his worldly experience is considerable, having traveled extensively with his elder brother. However, since arriving in this realm, he has been continually awed by its wonders. Indeed, Zhang Jiao replied with a smile. In this world, martial arts are accessible to all, and there are countless warriors capable of leaping several zhang with ease. If a city were not sufficiently grand, It would require no siege engines. A single charge from the army could suffice to conquer it. How, then, can such a city be defended? These three Taoists are none other than the illustrious Zhang Jiao and his brothers from the imperial capital. They have been dispatched here at the behest of Jiang Hao. Despite the thousands of leagues separating the imperial capital from Yongsui City, the footspeed of those in the celestial realm is unparalleled, enabling them to arrive in just 4 to 5 days, even with some delays due to their unfamiliarity with the route. Comparatively, their journey was considerably slower than that of the Black Sorcery sect's leader, Helian Feng, who had arrived in merely half a day. Brother, shall we proceed directly to seek out the Prince of Yin? Zhang Bao inquired at this juncture. Let us go forth directly, Zhang Jiao replied, his demeanor unperturbed, as if the Prince of Yin were of little consequence to him. In fact, he found himself far more intrigued by the Yellow Turban Army in this world, for it represented the ideals and endeavors he had devoted his life to. The sooner we resolve this matter, the quicker we may investigate the Yellow Turban Army as our master instructed. I can hardly wait. Your Highness, 3 Taoists have arrived, claiming to bring news of Helian Feng and his companions, announced a servant as he entered the residence of the Prince of Yin. News of Helian Feng and his companions? Excellent, excellent. At last, we have awaited their tidings. The Prince of Yin sprang to his feet, his face alight with joy. Since Helian Feng had departed for the imperial capital, there had been no word from him, and even Wei Yilong and the others had gone missing alongside him. Even though King Yin harbored confidence in the prowess of the 4 individuals, he could not suppress a nagging suspicion. Had they perhaps encountered failure in their mission, or worse, fallen into the clutches of the court? Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that such notions were unfounded. The 4 had received their orders only recently, making it implausible for the court to have anticipated their actions. Furthermore, each of them possessed at least the cultivation of the Dharma manifestation realm, with Helian Feng, the leader, being a formidable figure in the celestial realm. Even if discovered by the court, leading to a potential failure in their endeavor, they would have the means to escape and could not be so easily captured. Fortunately, news had finally begun to trickle back. Although King Yin found it perplexing that this information was relayed by 3 Taoists, he set aside his musings and promptly commanded, "Quickly, bring them forth." However, at that moment, Yao Zhijia interjected, raising his voice unexpectedly. "Mr. Yao, what troubles you?" King Yin queried, his expression one of confusion as he turned to Yao Zhijia. Since the events of their last encounter, King Yin had developed a profound admiration for Yao Zhijia, promoting him to the position of military strategist and frequently seeking his counsel. Indeed, while King Yin may not be perfect, he truly valued talent. His persistent desire to eliminate Jiang Hao stemmed, in part, from an overestimation of Jiang Hao's capabilities. "My lord, there may be something amiss," Yao Zhijia replied, furrowing his brow, unable to articulate his exact concerns at that moment. Perhaps it was the instinctual intuition of an astute mind. He felt a lingering sense of unease. How could the news of Helian Feng and his companions be brought by 3 Taoists? Before King Yin could respond, Yao Zhijia turned his gaze to the messenger and inquired solemnly, "Do those 3 Taoists possess any peculiar traits?" The servant, taken aback by the question, instinctively shook his head and replied, "They are merely 3 ordinary Taoists. In the grand estate of the Yin family, where learned scholars mingled and commoners were seldom seen, even the gatekeepers had their perspectives elevated. To them, compared to the dignitaries, the plainly dressed Zhang Jiao and his companions appeared quite ordinary." Upon hearing this, King Yin chuckled. "Mr. Yao, it seems you are overthinking this. You must remember, I am not a mere scholar like the Duke of Wei, but rather a genuine cultivator in the Dharma manifestation realm. How could 3 ordinary Taoists possibly pose a threat to me?" Having once dared to partake in the fierce struggle for the throne, King Yin undoubtedly possessed his own capabilities, though years of luxury had dulled his combat prowess. His cultivation in the Dharma manifestation realm remained legitimate. With his assertion, Yao Zhijia found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Nevertheless, he advised, "In this critical moment, it would be wise for you to exercise caution, my lord. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon Commander Liu and his men to stand by, just in case." Commander Liu serves as the chief guardian of the Yin royal residence. Though he does not possess the strength of the celestial realm, he is nonetheless a formidable force, having reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. After all, It is inconceivable for a celestial realm expert to be tasked with mere household protection, even if that individual is the renowned Yin Wang. Commander Lu, a peak practitioner of the Dharma aspect realm, remains in the service of the Yin Wang out of gratitude for the great kindness shown to him in years past. The Yin Wang, being receptive to counsel, is currently open to the good intentions of Yao Zhijia, and he promptly sends for Commander Lu to bring his entourage. Moments later, Commander Lu arrives with a retinue of elite guards. Surely, this will suffice, the Yin Wang muses, casting a smile towards Yao Zhijia. With Commander Lu, a peak practitioner of the Dharma aspect realm, stationed here, alongside a cadre of skilled guards, and with the Yin Wang himself being a practitioner of the same realm, the situation appears secure. Furthermore, this is the residence of the Yin Wang, should any trouble arise. Holding out for but a moment would summon a multitude of soldiers to encircle the premises. At such a time, even a celestial realm expert would find themselves ensnared. With this assurance, Yao Zhijia finally feels at ease and nods in acknowledgement towards the Yin Wang. Haha, Mr. Yao is commendable in all respects, yet somewhat timid. The Yin Wang chuckles. This is Yongshui's city and my own residence. What rogue would dare to cause mischief here? He shakes his head, perceiving Yao Zhijia's concerns as somewhat exaggerated. He then turns to a servant with a smile, instructing, quickly summon those 3 ordinary Taoists to come in. Chapter 35 The Death of the King of Yan. Upon receiving the King of Yan's permission, Zhang Jiao and his companions swiftly entered the royal residence. The grandeur and opulence of the palace left them utterly astonished. Everywhere they looked, gold and jade adorned the surroundings, and exquisite carvings were omnipresent. In their eyes, this place rivaled the imperial palace itself. Without a guide, an ordinary person might become utterly bewildered by the intricate architectural layout, making it nearly impossible to locate the king in a short span of time. However, though they had a guide, they traversed through 7 or 8 corridors and navigated 4 or 5 courtyards before finally reaching the king's quarters. Upon arrival, they were scrutinized under the watchful eyes of numerous guards and warriors. After a thorough inspection to ensure they bore no concealed weapons, they were at last granted an audience with their intended target, the King of Yan. Towering in stature, the king possessed a formidable presence. Once a valiant general capable of leading troops into battle. Although years of indulgence had rendered him somewhat corpulent, his commanding aura remained unmatched, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who met his gaze. His broad face exuded authority, and the intensity of his tiger-like eyes could intimidate the most ordinary of souls. As Zhang Jiao and his companions appraised the king, he too scrutinized them in return. The king prided himself on his keen perception, otherwise, he would not have recognized the talents of Commander Lu and Yao Zhijia. Yet, the trio before him emanated an inscrutable essence. To the casual observer, they appeared unremarkable, dressed in humble attire and bearing the signs of travel. Had they not arrived with news of Helian Feng and his associates, their appearance alone might have rendered them unworthy of entering the royal estate. Yet, beyond their humble garb, they exuded a steadfastness akin to 3 immovable mountains. As if nothing in the world could shake their resolve. This paradox of being both ordinary and extraordinary left the king perplexed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the king furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Yao Zhijia and Commander Lu, who stood beside him. The two, one a sage of strategy and the other a peak practitioner of the law of forms, possessed discerning eyes. Yet, at this moment, confronted with the king's questioning gaze, both men shook their heads in unison, equally unable to discern the true nature of these 3 Taoists. Dare I ask, are you the king of Yin? At that moment, before anyone could speak, Zhang Jiao stepped forward and asked directly. Although they had successfully located their target, he felt it imperative to confirm the identity of the king. After all, they had never encountered him before. If they had traveled all this way only to misidentify their subject, it would be a grave error indeed. Boldness. Commander Lu's expression darkened at this, and he immediately rebuked, "What are your identities to address His Highness so directly? Kneel and pay your respects at once." As he spoke, he stepped forward, an imposing aura rising around him, and a magnificent figure of law subtly manifested behind him, instilling a sense of dread in those present. For an ordinary individual, the sheer intimidation might have prompted an instinctive response of kneeling. However, the Zhang Jiao brothers were no ordinary men. Not only were they formidable beings of the celestial realm, but in their past lives, they had nearly toppled a vast dynasty. Thus, they would not bow. Not even before the Empress of the Great Zhou. There was but one person worthy of such reverence. Consequently, the trio remained indifferent, offering no reaction. Well, the visitors are guests. The three Taoist priests have traveled a long way and need not stand on ceremony. The Prince of Yin gestured nonchalantly. Observing the unchanging expressions of the Zhang Jiao brothers, he felt increasingly convinced that they were no mere priests. Yet, he did not dwell on this notion. As he had previously stated, in Yongshui City, within the walls of his royal residence, his true stronghold, he doubted any rogue would dare to cause trouble. Not to mention the presence of the Peak Master Lu, along with other elite guards surrounding him. I am Ji Yuanchong, he proclaimed with a hint of pride. In the vast Great Zhou, who would dare impersonate me? The Prince of Yin then turned his gaze to the Zhang Jiao brothers, inquiring curiously, "May I ask where you three cultivate your practices?" "We currently have no place to settle," replied the brothers. Oh, upon hearing this, the prince's interest was piqued, and his inclination to recruit them surfaced. He swiftly extended an invitation. "How about residing in my royal mansion for the time being, if you do not mind?" "That may not be suitable," Zhang Jiao responded, slightly taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. "Why not?" the prince asked, perplexed. Instead of answering, Zhang Jiao posed a question. "Does the prince not wish to know the whereabouts of Helian Feng and the others?" The prince was momentarily speechless. Having been captivated by the brothers, he had momentarily forgotten the pressing matter. He quickly inquired, "Where are they now?" "They have already returned to the 9 Springs." Zhang Jiao replied. "How can this be possible?" The prince abruptly rose, incredulous. "At whose hands did they meet their demise?" "It was by our hands," Zhang Jiao answered earnestly. At that moment, even the prince, known for his composure, could not help but widen his eyes in shock. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Jiao, incredulity turning to rage as he asked with a mocking smile, "Are you jesting with me, Taoist?" Zhang Jiao slowly shook his head. "The reason I have shared so much with you, my lord, is that I am entrusted by my master to convey his regards to you, ensuring you understand the gravity of the situation, for after all, it is only proper to reciprocate a visit." The phrase "to come without purpose" is impolite lingers in the air, as thoughts of the master of your house arise. Could it be that your master is Wei? This connection brings to mind the mission of Helian Feng and his companions. The name of an individual involuntarily surfaces in the mind of the king of Yin, his eyes brimming with dread. Yet, before he can utter this name, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure erupts from within Zhang Jiao, crashing towards them like an unstoppable torrent. The oppressive aura of Commander Lu, a pinnacle figure of the law image realm, is indeed formidable, yet it pales in comparison to this force, which utterly crushes him to mere dust in an instant. More alarming still, 2 additional waves of pressure follow closely behind, each as catastrophic as the first. The terror of a celestial-level expert's might is beyond comprehension. The combined force of 3 such beings generates an intensity that is nothing short of appalling. Not even Commander Lu, a peak figure of the law image realm, possesses any means of resistance. In that fleeting moment, all present are rendered immobile. As if tethered to the ground by an invisible force, a cacophony erupts, echoing like the onset of a tempest. Lightning flashes and blood-red light flickers incessantly. When the storm finally subsides, Zhang Jiao and his companions have vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a grim tableau of lifeless bodies. Among them lies the renowned king of Yin, his face a mask of unwillingness as he breathes his last upon his throne. Chapter 36. The Empress. This was not my doing. The death of the Prince of Yin swiftly stirred a tempest in Yongshui City. No, it was more than just a tempest. Yongshui City had been the stronghold of the Prince of Yin for many years. In a certain sense, he was the very essence of Yongshui City. For many, the demise of the prince was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky, or perhaps the very heavens themselves had collapsed. Simultaneously, this news disseminated with astonishing rapidity. The first to arrive were the 7 other princely lords who had risen alongside the Prince of Yin. Was it true that the prince had indeed perished? Upon entering the prince's residence and witnessing the chaotic scene, the 7 lords were struck with disbelief. Initially, upon hearing the news, they had dismissed it as a cruel jest. After all, the prince was a figure of immense stature, always accompanied by a formidable retinue, and he himself was no weakling. How could he be so easily assassinated? Moreover, this attack had taken place within the very walls of Yongshui City. To them, it seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the lifeless body of the prince, they could no longer deny the grim reality. Who would dare to assassinate a princely lord in broad daylight? Among the 7 lords, the Duke of Lu, whose stature rivaled that of the prince, immediately demanded answers with a fierce voice. All gazes swiftly turned to the lord of Yongshui City. He was not only a confidant of the prince, but also the second most influential figure in Yongshui City. Such a monumental event placed an undeniable burden of responsibility upon him. Faced with the menacing stares of the 7 lords, the lord of Yongshui City was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that failure to provide a satisfactory explanation could lead to his own demise alongside the prince. Your Highnesses, I assure you, this matter is entirely unrelated to me, he stammered, swallowing hard. According to information gathered from the servants of the palace, the assailants appeared to be 3 Taoist priests who infiltrated the city this morning, deceiving His Highness to gain entry into the residence, where they seized the opportunity to commit their vile act before vanishing without a trace. Upon receiving the dreadful news, I immediately dispatched personnel to seal off the entire city, yet regrettably, I arrived too late to apprehend them. The lord of Yongshui City explained, his expression fraught with anxiety. Upon hearing his account, the lords furrowed their brows, clearly dissatisfied with his explanation. However, they refrained from voicing further objections and instead turned their attention to an elderly gentleman accompanying them. The elder wasted no time and approached to meticulously examine the prince's remains, while the nearby commander Lu and Yao Zhijia did not overlook the opportunity either. A moment later, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he took a deep breath before slowly speaking. Given the circumstances at the crime scene, it is evident that within this mansion, over 100 individuals were utterly defenseless before their demise, slaughtered in mere moments. If my observations are accurate, it must have been 3 celestial realm experts acting in concert. Thus, it is indeed unjust to hold the city lord accountable. Even with a vast army gathered, capturing 3 celestial realm experts would be an arduous task. What? 3 celestial realm experts? Are you asserting that they acted simultaneously? Upon hearing this, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. Even the city lord of Yongshui wore a face of sheer terror. He had initially believed that among those 3 figures, there was perhaps 1 celestial realm expert, or at most 2, but never did he imagine that all 3 were of that caliber. In that instant, he felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had not confronted those 3 figures. Otherwise, he would surely be beyond salvation now. Meanwhile, the others fell into silence. If it were indeed the case that 3 celestial realm experts had joined forces, then everything would fall into place. Yet, this raised a new question. From whence did these 3 celestial realm experts emerge? Or rather, what merit did the Prince of Yin possess to provoke a coalition of 3 celestial realm experts to assassinate him? Each celestial realm expert is a renowned figure, a veritable force in the martial world, their status scarcely inferior to that of these feudal lords. Aside from Hellion Feng, the leader of the Black Witch sect, who willingly served the Prince of Yin to revitalize his sect, the other celestial realm experts were all sovereigns in their own right. Even if these feudal lords were to speak, they might not receive due respect. Such individuals would never willingly debase themselves to become assassins. If word got out, would not other celestial realm experts mock them mercilessly? They could not afford such disgrace. Therefore, who exactly were these 3 figures? Once more, the crowd turned their gaze toward the elder, a seasoned celestial realm expert himself. However, the elder shook his head. Though I have not encountered every celestial realm expert within the Great Zhou, I possess a general acquaintance with most, save for a few exceptions. Yet, I cannot match any of these 3 figures to anyone I know. According to the descriptions provided by the palace attendants, these 3 figures must undeniably be of Zhou descent. Seeing this, the city lord of Yongshui hastily assured the assembly. In an instant, furrows of concern adorned their brows. Who, indeed, were these 3 figures? There was no need for speculation. At that moment, the Prince of Xing, who shared a close relationship with the Prince of Yan, seethed with fury, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, since no such individuals exist in the martial world, these 3 figures must surely have originated from the court, or rather, they are undoubtedly celestial realm experts secretly cultivated by the royal family. The current outcome is abundantly clear. It is undoubtedly our dear niece who has orchestrated this heinous act, employing methods so ruthlessly savage that they are truly appalling. Such a person could hardly be deemed worthy of ruling the great Zhou. What? The king of Yin has perished? And 3 formidable beings of the celestial realm? They were dispatched by us. In the imperial palace. As she observed the report being delivered by the commander of the imperial guards, Cao Xiaoping, the Empress Ji Luoyao found herself utterly bewildered. The sudden demise of the king of Yin was, of course, fortuitous news for her. Yet, the issue at hand was that she had not sent anyone to carry out an assassination. What on earth was transpiring? Ji Luoyao immediately turned to Cao Xiaoping and inquired. Naturally, Cao Xiaoping dared not delay, promptly reciting all the intelligence gathered by the imperial guards. Upon concluding his account, Ji Luoyao fell into a contemplative silence. At this moment, she was plagued by the same queries that haunted the 7 vassal kings. From whence did these 3 celestial beings emerge? However, after pondering for a considerable duration, she found no answers. One thing was certain. These 3 individuals were certainly not affiliated with the court, nor were they part of the royal family. What is the situation outside? Ji Luoyao took a deep breath and once again looked towards Cao Xiaoping. The king of Yin has bowed his head, and the outside world is in great upheaval. Many vassal kings have been terrified into submission, hastily submitting letters of repentance. Your Majesty's fortune is truly vast. This is indeed remarkable news. Cao Xiaoping immediately extolled. Yet, Ji Luoyao remained unmoved. She was no longer the inexperienced ruler she once was. Through her trials during this period, she had become significantly more astute, acutely aware that matters were not as simple as they appeared. She inquired with a grave tone, if there is good news, then there must also be bad news. This. Cao Xiaoping hesitated in his response. Speak. Ji Luoyao uttered the word coldly. Cao Xiaoping flinched, fearing further concealment, and quickly stated, the king of Yin was indeed assassinated, and it was executed by 3 celestial beings simultaneously. The outside world is circulating rumors that your Majesty acts with excessive cruelty, employing ruthless tactics, unfit to be a sovereign. Although some vassal kings were intimidated into pleading for mercy, a greater number were incensed, choosing to unite, and other factions have also covertly offered their assistance. At this point, Cao Xiaoping dared not continue. Instead, he cautiously raised his gaze towards the Empress. As expected, Ji Luoyao's expression had darkened significantly. Presently, although the turmoil among the 8 kings raged fiercely, it was, in essence, merely an internal strife within the Ji family. The Empress sought to diminish the power of the vassals who opposed her, naturally leading to a confrontation. In the end, it would be the might of the fists that dictated whose words would carry weight. However, with the Empress employing celestial beings for a direct assassination of the king of Yin, the situation had undoubtedly taken a turn for the worse. First and foremost, this breached the established norms. If everyone resorts to employing celestial beings for assassinations, how can anyone expect to live in peace henceforth? If you possess celestial beings, do you assume I lack them? Moreover, it is truly difficult to accept that the sovereign of the Grand Zhou dynasty resorts to the path of assassination. Ultimately, how can one not feel apprehensive when one treats even a beloved uncle with such ruthless severity, executing him without so much as a glance? This inevitably instills fear among the other vassal kings. While some may be intimidated, many others are likely to plunge headlong into chaos. After all, considering the fate of King Yin, even if they choose to surrender, their survival is far from guaranteed. It may be wiser to embrace risk and fight with all they have. Thus, the death of King Yin not only failed to quell the unrest among the vassal kings, but instead intensified the turmoil. Yet, she remains inactive, merely serving as a scapegoat. How could Ji Luoyao's spirits be anything but low in this moment? Who could it possibly be? Ji Luoyao could not help but cry out in her heart. Chapter 37. The Demon King's Ascendancy. The Shadow Demon's promotion. The demise of the Yin Wang has undoubtedly cast a significant shadow. After all, he was the first feudal lord to courageously stand against the Empress. In a sense, he was the vanguard among the feudal lords. However, his death did not quell the turbulent situation in the Great Zhou. On the contrary, his sacrifice incited fury among the other feudal lords. Like adding fuel to fire, the flames of unrest within the Great Zhou grew ever more fervent. Although the court swiftly proclaimed that this assassination was not orchestrated by them, expressing condolences for Yin Wang's death and vehemently condemning the heinous act against a feudal lord, their insincere statements were met with skepticism. The reality is that the number of celestial beings is limited, since the three individuals responsible were not from the common realm. Who else could have quietly nurtured three celestial beings but the imperial family of Great Zhou? Not only did others harbor disbelief, but even those within the court shared the same sentiment. There was a collective instinct to attribute the act to the Empress, who, on one hand, possessed the motive, and on the other, the capability. In a fleeting moment, Ji Luoyao found herself unable to defend her innocence. When the entirety of the kingdom believed her culpable, regardless of the truth, she was destined to bear the blame. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious Empress of Great Zhou would one day be relegated to the role of scapegoat? Ironically, even she found it incomprehensible where these three celestial beings had emerged from, as if they had sprung forth from the very crevices of stone. Little did anyone suspect that the true architect behind these events was languishing in the celestial prison, blissfully asleep. Initially, Jiang Hao had no intention of taking action against Yin Wang. After all, Yin Wang's troubles with Ji Luoyao could be perceived as a means of avenging his grievances. He was rather pleased to witness their conflict, hoping they would engage in a fierce battle, perhaps even to the point of madness. Yet, Yin Wang, much like the third prince Ji Xianjing, seemed to embody the iron-willed nature of the Ji family, persistently sending individuals to provoke him. The last attempt by the high priest of the Black Witch sect had failed to eliminate him, and this time, Yin Wang dispatched a formidable quartet, one celestial being and three with formidable law manifestations. To the outside world, Jiang Hao was merely an unassuming scholar. Yet Yin Wang's considerable mobilization of power demonstrated an intense desire to eradicate him at any cost. Jiang Hao could hardly fathom what sort of force Yin Wang might assemble should this endeavor fail. Although he doubted that Yin Wang could summon more celestial beings, he dared not gamble on such uncertainties. Thus, in a bid to avert potential peril, he resolved to strike first, eliminating Yin Wang to resolve the issue at its root, thereby bringing closure to the turmoil. It has been proven that his method of problem-solving is indeed remarkably effective. The impact of the demise of the King of Yin is a matter for another time. At the very least, for an extended period following his death, no one dared to trouble him. After all, to assassinate him within the heavily guarded depths of the 18th level of the celestial prison requires not only immense courage, but also formidable strength. Thus, a substantial threshold remains. Moreover, the Empress has been overwhelmed by the various changes and circumstances brought about by the King of Yan's death. Coupled with her prior humiliation at the hands of Jiang Hao, she vowed never to enter the celestial prison again, and for the foreseeable future, she would not wish to slap her own face. Jiang Hao relished the tranquility, finally able to lie quietly and languidly within the celestial prison. The 18th level of the celestial prison. Jiang Hao awoke from his slumber. Ding! After 3 months of idleness, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation of a demon king. Has it really been 3 months? Time in the mountains is elusive. One can hardly perceive the passing of years. This languid existence has indeed flown by. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months have elapsed. Jiang Hao shook his groggy head and quickly regained clarity. However, this time's reward. The cultivation of a demon king? Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, exhaling in disappointment. In truth, he had hoped for another heroic spirit card. After all, the previous heroic spirit card had granted him considerable advantage. A buy-one-get-two deal. In addition to Zhang Jiao, a peak celestial realm powerhouse, he also received Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, both of whom were celestial realm experts. To be frank, had Jiang Hao not been intent on idleness, with the assistance of the Zhang brothers, he could have stealthily exited the celestial prison and caused quite a commotion. Of course, even though he currently harbors no intent to create a disturbance, the immense value represented by the heroic spirit card remains extraordinary. At the very least, it would allow him to make some early arrangements. In comparison to rewards like the human emperor physique and the slumbering dragon technique, which require time to realize their full potential, the heroic spirit card is undoubtedly far more straightforward and immediately applicable. In contrast, this time's special reward is evidently lacking in comparison. However, it cannot be deemed inferior. The cultivation of the Demon King realm can indeed create a formidable being from nothing. A Demon King-level powerhouse could rival the celestial realm experts among humans. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. He is human, not a demon. Should he forcibly absorb this Demon King cultivation, Any misstep could lead to irrevocable regret. It seems this advantage shall have to be relinquished. As he pondered, Jiang Hao's thoughts stirred. The shadow beneath his feet began to writhe. Shortly thereafter, a distorted figure emerged from his shadow. It was the shadow demon. Upon receiving the summons from its master, the shadow demon appeared to be in high spirits, grinning widely with a fearsome visage that left Jiang Hao feeling a bit dismayed. Compared to its initial arrival, the shadow demon's aura had evidently strengthened significantly, a result of consuming those dark spirit fruits. However, it remains a considerable distance from the realm of the Demon King. Just as there exists a stark divide between the realms of the law manifestation and the celestial being, the shadow demon, as a 10th-tier creature, finds it equally challenging to transcend into the domain of the Demon King. In truth, the ascent of a demon is even more arduous than that of a human. Desiring this transformation, Jiang Hao raised his right hand, and a mysterious orb of light swiftly materialized within his palm. Upon sensing the astonishing energy contained within this sphere, particularly the way its essence resonated harmoniously with his own, the shadow demon could not help but become restless. Observing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, not intending to prolong the anticipation. He promptly offered the orb to the shadow demon. The instant the orb entered its mouth, it transformed into an unending stream of cultivation energy. There was no need for the shadow demon to consciously refine it. The energy seamlessly integrated into its core. Subsequently, it accelerated the enhancement of the shadow demon's cultivation prowess at an astonishing pace. Under normal circumstances, it would take the shadow demon several decades, if not centuries, to accumulate sufficient energy for a breakthrough. Yet now, merely a few breaths of time sufficed for this accumulation to occur. The shadow demon then began its ascent uncontrollably, launching itself towards the realm of the Demon King. Chapter 38. Breaking through the celestial realm, the shadow demon's ascension was remarkably more effortless than anticipated. On one hand, the shadow demon was an illustrious 10th-tier demon, having consumed a considerable quantity of dark spirit fruits, thereby amassing significant power. In terms of strength, it could rival the most formidable practitioners among humans in the realm of magical manifestations. On the other hand, the extraordinary rewards bestowed by the system in the form of demon lord cultivation were indeed exceptional. As Jiang Hao understood, this cultivation could forge a demon lord-level powerful being from naught, even for one merely stepping into the threshold of demon lord status. The efficacy of such cultivation was nothing short of astounding. When paired with the already formidable capabilities of the shadow demon, the results were even more remarkable. In contrast, for an ordinary human to break through to the celestial realm, the spectacle would undoubtedly be grand. However, as a creature of shadows, the shadow demon's breakthrough did not invoke the forces of heaven and earth, resulting in a significantly subtler commotion. In just over an hour, when the shadow demon re-emerged, it had successfully completed its breakthrough. Following this triumph, there was little change in its physical form, as it possessed the ability to alter its appearance at will. Yet, the aura it exuded was profoundly different. At this moment, every movement of the shadow demon seemed capable of effortlessly harnessing shadow energy, especially in the depths of darkness. It resembled a sovereign of the night. Having ascended to the rank of demon lord, the shadow demon was now one of the world's most elite hunters. When it concealed itself in the shadows, it blended seamlessly with its surroundings, becoming even more elusive than before. Even a celestial realm expert, with their formidable perception, would find it challenging to detect even the slightest indication of its presence. In a certain sense, the shadow demon in this state was inherently invulnerable, with the ability to launch attacks or retreat at will, a far cry from the capabilities of ordinary celestial realm practitioners. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. After conversing with the shadow demon and sensing its current prowess, Jiang Hao couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With the shadow demon's ascension to the demon lord realm, his safety had been further assured. After all, no matter how loyal a guardian might be, they could not match the shadow demon's capacity to remain vigilant without rest or sustenance. Moreover, the shadow demon's concealment rendered it nearly undetectable to the average person. Even in the event of an assault by celestial realm experts, the shadow demon's covert protection was ample to guarantee his security. Furthermore, the shadow demon's elevation to the demon lord realm would also aid him in another endeavor. Following his breakthrough to the earthly fiend realm, Jiang Hao's rate of progress had slightly diminished. Nevertheless, it had not slowed significantly overall. After all, within the depths of this dungeon, there was an unceasing supply of fiendish energy available for him to harness. Compared to others, his rate of advancement could be deemed nothing short of miraculous. After more than a month of rigorous cultivation, he found himself once again on the brink of breaking through. Indeed, he was poised to attempt a new ascension. Had others been aware, they would undoubtedly be astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The astonishing cultivation speed of Jiang Hao is indeed a challenge to their conventional understanding. Following the earthly fiend realm comes the celestial gang realm. Just as the earthly fiend realm requires the absorption of malevolent energy to transcend, so too does the celestial gang realm necessitate the assimilation of gang energy for advancement. The so-called celestial gang realm is fundamentally about mastering the power of the celestial gang. However, there exists a crucial distinction. Malevolent energy is born from the depths of the earth, originating in specific locales such as dungeons or malevolent caverns. In contrast, gang energy is birthed high above, in the heavens. Upon successfully breaking into the celestial gang realm, one can naturally draw upon the gang energy that drifts in the air for cultivation. Yet, prior to this achievement, those in the earthly fiend realm lack such capabilities, necessitating the preliminary acquisition of gang energy to aid in their breakthrough. Aside from a few perilous peaks where one might obtain a meager amount of gang energy, only those in the celestial being realm possess the ability to procure a complete essence of gang energy. This is because only celestial beings can momentarily take flight, ascending to great heights to collect a full measure of gang energy. Nevertheless, the environment at such altitudes is vastly different, even for a celestial being. This task is far from trivial. It may require 10 days, half a month, or even longer to successfully gather a single portion of gang energy. Given the esteemed status of celestial beings, it is a rarity for them to lend their strenuous assistance, leaving the common folk without the privilege to solicit such efforts. Therefore, the preciousness of gang energy far exceeds that of malevolent energy. For an ordinary individual to successfully transcend into the celestial gang realm, unless they possess the right connections, they must expend vast wealth to acquire even a portion of gang energy. However, Jiang Hao finds himself unperturbed by this dilemma. The Shadow Demon, despite potentially being somewhat inferior in direct combat compared to other celestial beings, surpasses the average celestial being in nearly every other aspect. Flight, for instance, is a trivial matter for the Shadow Demon. Before long, another half-month slipped by. Through the tireless efforts of the Shadow Demon, Jiang Hao successfully amassed 15 portions of gang energy. Indeed, in half a month, he gathered 15 portions, exactly one per day. The efficiency of the Shadow Demon is enough to make even the celestial beings blush with embarrassment. Jiang Hao could not help but ponder that with the Shadow Demon's capability to collect gang energy, should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could likely amass great wealth solely through the trade of gang energy. Yet, such thoughts were merely whimsical. With Jiang Hao's prowess, even in adversity, he would not need the Shadow Demon to toil, for wealth is readily within his grasp. At this juncture, Jiang Hao had successfully completed his accumulation in the earthly fiend realm, achieving its pinnacle. With the earthly fiend realm now perfected, he could naturally attempt to break through to the celestial gang realm. Although Jiang Hao's foundation vastly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, he now possessed a total of 16 portions of gang energy, which should suffice for the endeavor. Without further hesitation, Jiang Hao instructed the Shadow Demon to conceal itself and monitor the surroundings, then reclined upon the stone bed of the prison. He commenced the dormant dragon sleeping technique, formally initiating his assault on the celestial gang realm. The formidable energy placed beside him was swiftly absorbed by Jiang Hao, one wave after another. Simultaneously, the 360 meridians within him radiated resplendent divine light, and his numerous avatars exerted themselves to channel their vital force. A mystical aura surged, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. The robust and surging vital energy resembled the relentless tides of the ocean, crashing against the intangible boundaries. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Hao was enveloped in a myriad of luminous halos, and the entire celestial prison was transformed into a realm reminiscent of divinity. Within him, it felt as if a vast world had been conjured. The frenzied energy, upon entering his being, swiftly clashed with the cold and sinister malevolence, the two forces perpetually engaging in conflict and gradual amalgamation. Accompanying this process, Jiang Hao's cultivation underwent a remarkable transformation, as if an invisible membrane had been ruptured. With a resounding thud, the scene before Jiang Hao shifted dramatically. The entire world appeared to blossom into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Tendrils of energy intimately encircled his form, no longer repelling him, but instead becoming his closest companions. Jiang Hao understood that this was the realm of the celestial force. From this moment onward, he would stand as a formidable warrior wielding the power of the celestial force. Chapter 39. The intruder. Although Jiang Hao had just recently achieved a breakthrough, his prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary celestial warrior. Setting aside the myriad advantages conferred by the Emperor's physique, the mere fact that he absorbed a total of 15 portions of vital energy to attain this breakthrough was something that no other celestial warrior could compare to. In contrast to directly absorbing vital energy, the process of extracting the ambient vital energy from the atmosphere was indeed significantly less efficient. Jiang Hao estimated that one complete portion of vital energy was equivalent to a month of diligent, focused training with the ambient energy. Thus, even excluding the essential portion required for a normal breakthrough, Jiang Hao had absorbed a staggering 14 additional portions of vital energy, which translated to an extra 14 months of cultivation results. Of course, this extraordinary feat was made possible by Jiang Hao's Emperor's physique, his opening of 360 acupoints, and the assistance of 360 divine avatars. Had it been anyone else, even with such ample preparation, they would have found it nearly impossible to absorb that much vital energy in such a short span. This stark comparison allowed Jiang Hao to recognize the vast disparity between the two methods of cultivation. For any celestial warrior aspiring to accelerate their accumulation of power, the most effective approach was undoubtedly the direct absorption of vital energy. However, the scarcity of vital energy posed a significant challenge. Even with the aid of celestial beings to gather it, it would take them 10 days to half a month to procure just one portion, which would only save a month of training time. Half a month for a month. At first glance, it might seem somewhat advantageous. Yet, the reality was that the time of celestial beings was far more precious, as they too required time for their own cultivation. They could hardly afford to spend their days gathering vital energy for others. Even among family, few would be inclined to offer such assistance. However, for Jiang Hao, the situation was considerably more favorable. After all, the shadow demon was far more efficient in gathering vital energy. Although collecting vital energy at such heights was arduous for the shadow demon, it was a necessary sacrifice for Jiang Hao's rapid advancement. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Hao declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. "With your toil today, I can save a month. If you endure for just a month or two, I could potentially save several years." He looked expectantly at the shadow demon, estimating that a brief period of labor would bring him closer to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The shadow demon, as a creature of the shadows, could indeed fly. However, soaring high under the scorching sun to gather vital energy was far from pleasant. Yet, confronted with Jiang Hao's eager gaze, it could not bear to refuse. No matter the cost, it could not let its master down. With a determined nod, it resolved to persevere a little longer. Just then, it seemed to sense something, and its form flickered slightly. "Master, there are two little thieves infiltrating the celestial prison. It appears they are targeting you." The shadow demon spoke in a low, resonant tone. After ascending to the realm of the Demon King, its articulation seemed to have become significantly more fluid. "Two little thieves?" Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow at the mention. "You will see for yourself." The shadow demon wasted no time, gesturing with a wave of its hand. The surrounding mist began to writhe, and dark energy swiftly coalesced into a mirror, revealing a vivid scene within its depths. The image depicted a particular level of the celestial prison. Two figures clad in black, akin to spiders, clung to the ceiling, inching forward with deliberate slowness. They appeared to have mastered a unique technique, exhibiting extraordinary agility, their presence suppressed to an extreme, making not a single sound throughout their endeavor. Furthermore, given that it was the dead of night, even with the numerous guards present, their vigilance was somewhat lax, allowing the uninvited guests to remain undetected. "Master, should I dispose of them?" The shadow demon inquired promptly. With its current strength, it could effortlessly eliminate the two without a trace. "Can you discern their exact strength?" Jiang Hao turned his gaze toward the shadow demon. Relying solely on the projection, he could not ascertain their capabilities. However, the shadow demon was different. having successfully ascended. Its perception range had significantly expanded. It could not only sense the approach of the two cloaked figures in advance, but also clearly gauge their strength. According to your human cultivation standards, they are both at the celestial gang's level, and they should have only recently broken through, it responded. Just celestial gangs? Jiang Hao felt a pang of disappointment. However, he quickly recalibrated his thoughts. The celestial gang's level was not to be underestimated. More accurately, it could be regarded as quite formidable. After all, those at the human celestial level were esteemed as titans in the outside world, while those at the law manifestation level were considered significant figures in their own right. Even within the grand powers, celestial gangs' cultivators were core strongholds, and in smaller factions, they wielded absolute authority. Two celestial gangs working in tandem could hardly be deemed weak. The primary reason for Jiang Hao's disillusionment stemmed from his recent encounters with law manifestation and human celestial powers, which had inadvertently diminished his perception of celestial gangs' cultivators to mere inconsequential figures. Do not obstruct them, let them enter. I am eager to see which faction finds me displeasing enough to send me on my way. As the saying goes, great skill breeds great audacity. And with his heightened strength, Jiang Hao's courage had also magnified considerably. Had they been human celestial cultivators, he might have exercised some caution. Yet, two merely newly ascended celestial gangs posed little concern, even without the shadow demon's covert protection. Before long, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds, the intruders seemed to have prepared adequately, swiftly unlocking the prison door. Junior sister, that scoundrel Jiang Hao is within. Once we enter, let us strike together and avenge our master. A male voice proclaimed. Senior brother, Jiang Hao is surely deep in slumber. If we kill him now, he will be utterly unaware. Wouldn't that be too merciful? A female voice retorted with bitterness. It does seem rather lenient, yet this man is cunning and treacherous. Should he awaken, unforeseen complications may arise. To avoid any untoward incidents, let him perish in his dreams. Very well, let us, as brother and sister, join forces to send this rogue to his demise. The two quickly reached a consensus. They then stealthily made their way into the 18th layer of the dungeon. However, just as they were about to strike, they discovered that the bed was entirely vacant. Instead, a figure stood nearby, exuding an air of tranquility, gazing at them with keen interest. Who else could this person be but Jiang Hao? In that fleeting moment, both were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 40. You are too weak. The two individuals had certainly endured their share of hardship on their journey, arriving late at night, and were uncertain of the purpose behind their visit to Jiang. Jiang Hao, with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking, inquired about their intentions. The pair of siblings found themselves momentarily bewildered. The current scenario starkly contrasted with the image they had envisioned. They had anticipated that, having infiltrated under the cover of night, Jiang Hao would be soundly asleep, allowing them to silently dispatch him and abscond with his severed head. However, the reality was that Jiang Hao stood before them, exceedingly alert, as if he had been waiting specifically for their arrival. Such a notion, however, was utterly implausible. The two exchanged glances, quickly dismissing the absurd thought that Jiang Hao could have known of their approach. Firstly, it was inconceivable that Jiang Hao could foresee their arrival. Secondly, had he indeed possessed such foresight, he would not have remained here, passively awaiting his demise. Hence, the only logical conclusion was that Jiang Hao was merely feigning ignorance. With this realization, their anxiety dissipated, and they regained their composure. You need not put on an act, Jiang Hao. Your death is inevitable today, the leading man declared coldly. The woman beside him followed suit, her teeth clenched as she spat. Jiang Hao, I initially thought it would be too merciful to let you perish in your slumber. However, it appears that fate has intervened, ensuring you do not meet your end too easily. Listening to their relentless insults, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed, as if he were not the target of their vitriol. Instead, he curiously inquired, Might I ask what grievances you hold against me? Years ago, you commanded an army that slaughtered my master, the Bone Elder, annihilating our lineage, the Bone Sacred Sect. Today, my sibling and I have come to avenge the thousands who perished under your hand, they declared with faces etched in hatred. The Bone Sacred Sect? Jiang Hao mused, quickly recalling the name. It was merely their appellation. The true name of their sect was the Bone Demon Sect. In the tumultuous aftermath of the former emperor's demise and the ascendance of the Empress, the Great Zhou dynasty had descended into chaos, with all manner of fiends emerging. Jiang Hao had no choice but to rally his forces to combat these threats. During this endeavor, numerous factions were subdued, and the Bone Demon sect was among them. Unlike typical sects, the Bone Demon sect was a genuine den of iniquity. For instance, they practiced a technique known as the Bone Demon Claw, which involved cultivating power using the heads of living individuals. This was but one of many such abhorrent practices. Had the nation enjoyed peace and stability, they might have tempered their excesses. However, during such disorder, the Bone Demon sect acted without restraint, abducting countless innocents for their vile rituals. Upon learning of these atrocities, Jiang Hao saw no reason to extend them courtesy, swiftly mobilizing his army to eradicate their stronghold. Although the White Bone Demon sect possesses considerable strength, how could it withstand the onslaught of a great army? In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to a river of blood, and even its doctrinal lineage was utterly obliterated in that battle. It was unexpected that remnants of the White Bone Demon sect, such as the two of you, had managed to escape. Upon realizing their identities, Jiang Hao's gaze turned cold. Had they hailed from another faction, he might have harbored a modicum of curiosity. However, the White Bone Demon sect was undeniably deserving of its fate, and in his mind, he had already condemned the two to death. Unbeknownst to them, they remained oblivious and instead wore expressions of triumph. We, the disciples of the sacred White Bone sect, are the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. The moment you led your army to assault the mountain, we had already slipped away through a secret passage, living in hiding to evade the court's pursuit. Only recently, after achieving great mastery in our skills, have we ventured forth once more. It is fortuitous that we learned of your imprisonment by the Empress. This is monumental news for us, a veritable double delight. To be candid, we have two objectives in our return. One is to avenge our sect, and the other is to restore the sacred White Bone sect. These two goals can be achieved simultaneously. By eliminating you, we shall undoubtedly gain fame, and thereafter, re-establishing our sect will be a trivial matter. As they envisioned their promising future, excitement illuminated their faces. Jiang Hao, witnessing their exuberance, merely chuckled coldly and shook his head, stating bluntly, "You are unlikely to achieve either of your goals." As he spoke, a chilling aura began to emanate from within him. Under its influence, visible streams of energy spiraled around Jiang Hao, forming a colossal vortex centered on him. The sight left the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the White Bone Demon sect utterly bewildered. "Why you possess cultivation?" they stammered. "But you were supposed to be powerless." Their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an astonishment they had never encountered before. They had never imagined that Jiang Hao, known far and wide as a cultivation failure, could possess such formidable power. "There is much you remain unaware of," Jiang Hao replied. "Weren't you intent on avenging your master? What are you waiting for?" His expression remained impassive as he beckoned them forward. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the two realized that retreat was no longer an option. "Jiang Hao, do not grow too complacent. Though you have hidden your strength well, we are no ordinary opponents after years of hidden cultivation. Today, let us demonstrate the might of the sacred White Bone sect." With a furious roar, the Holy Son transformed his hands into chilling bones, exuding a strong scent of blood, and charged towards Jiang Hao with lightning speed. While Jiang Hao may have lacked combat experience, he was exceptionally astute. He refrained from taking the initiative, opting instead for a steadfast approach amidst the chaos. It was only when the adversary closed in on him that he unleashed a ferocious surge of power. Although both were at the celestial realm, the force that erupted from Jiang Hao in that fleeting moment surpassed the opponents by an astounding tenfold. Even formidable figures of the law manifestation realm could not compare to such exaggeration. In the face of this overwhelming advantage, the prowess of the Bone Demon sect's Holy Son mattered little. At such a close range, there was no time for evasion, nor any strength to counter. A thunderous explosion resonated as the violent energy forcefully breached his defenses, striking his chest with tremendous force. In the next instant, he was sent flying. The Bone Demon sect's Holy Maiden, rushing in behind, was left momentarily dumbfounded. However, Jiang Hao showed no mercy, regardless of her appealing appearance. He was no tender-hearted man. With no thoughts of women in his mind, he drew his blade with divine resolve. A tempestuous surge of elemental energy coursed through his palm, igniting as if ablaze. Without hesitation, he delivered a decisive strike, utilizing the human rank battle technique, the fiery sun palm. which he had recently acquired. To be fair, human rank techniques are not particularly strong, at least not among the extraordinary. Yet, Jiang Hao's inherent strength was astonishingly formidable. The might of the human rank technique in his hands was far more terrifying than that of earth rank techniques. As his palm descended, it was akin to a blazing blade cleaving through the air, aimed directly at the bone demon sect's holy maiden. Her frantic defenses shattered, and she too was sent reeling, bloodied and battered, in just a single punch and a palm strike. The newly empowered Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Bone Demon sect found themselves utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Jiang Hao could not help but feel a profound disappointment. The reason he allowed them entry was not only to discern their origins, but also to hone his skills and gain combat experience. Yet this battle was a mere display of overwhelming force, devoid of any sense of challenge. You are simply too weak. Jiang Hao sighed heavily, disappointment etched on his face. Upon hearing this, the two on the ground were again infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Yet, Jiang Hao showed no intention of sparing them, commanding the shadow demon, finish them off, and then summoned Tao Gongwang to collect the remains. The concealed shadow demon sprang into action immediately. Before the two could comprehend their fate, they were engulfed by an endless tide of darkness. In the next moment, their lives were extinguished completely. Chapter 41. The uprising of the yellow turbans and the Empress's dismay. In the early hours of the morning, a swift steed burst into the imperial capital, causing a stir throughout the city. How could Ji Province have suddenly fallen? Was I still dreaming, or had I misheard? Hadn't Ji Province been stable until recently? The chaos of the 8 kings. Oh no, the Yen King has already been eliminated by the Empress's agents. It should now be the rebellion of the 7 kings. But wasn't that conflict confined to the north? How did it suddenly involve Ji Province? I have heard whispers of a group called the Taiping Dao causing turmoil there. Could they have revolted? Another rebellion? How did the realm of the great Zhou descend into such chaos? The 8 Kings rebellion remains unresolved, and yet another faction brazenly occupies a major province? What does this signify? Perhaps unrest will soon reach our imperial capital. It was far better when Duke Wei was around. During those times, the nation thrived in peace, and the world was harmonious, devoid of such disarray. Ultimately, all of this turmoil stems from the misdeeds of our Empress. Caution is warranted. The Jinhui are apprehending individuals left and right. It is said that even the prisons are nearing capacity. Do you dare to speak ill of her? Beware of the court's watchdogs seeking you out for a chat. Humph. Can the voices of the populace truly be silenced? Guarding against the words of the people is far more challenging than stopping a flood. One day, the great Zhou dynasty may very well perish at the hands of the Empress. In an instant, citizens of the capital engaged in fervent discussions. And despite the Jinyui's widespread actions, they could not quell the voices of the masses. Meanwhile, the court was equally tumultuous. What is truly unfolding? In the Taishan Hall, Ji Luoyao was seething with rage. At this moment, her chest heaved with emotion, and the jeweled curtain on her forehead swayed incessantly, as if she could barely contain her inner turmoil. Gazing at the latest intelligence report that had just arrived in her hands, her eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. After painstakingly assembling an army of 1,000,000, she intended to quell the 8 Kings rebellion in the shortest time possible and then govern the nation effectively, restoring everything to its rightful course. Alas, her plans had gone awry. Although the 1,000,000-strong army had been assembled, the 8 Kings rebellion was not so easily subdued. On one hand, there was the issue of leadership. The Empress was reluctant to entrust this formidable force to any one individual, and no one in the court possessed the capability to command such an army. Consequently, it had to be divided into several factions, each operating independently, which significantly diminished its deterrent power. On the other hand, the death of the Yen King had infuriated the remaining 7 vassal kings, who ceased their individual conflicts and united instead. With the covert assistance of other factions alongside the vassal kings, they managed to withstand the imperial army, resulting in a stalemate once more. However, given the sheer scale of both sides, Ji Luoyao believed that if the court persisted a little longer, victory would ultimately be theirs. At such a critical juncture, it is utterly unexpected that Jizhou should descend into such chaos. It is important to note that Jizhou is the very heartland of the Great Zhou, a region burdened with heavy taxation and a substantial population. Its fall would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the court. Chief Minister, pray enlighten us on this matter. Ji Luoyao's gaze bore down intently on the high-ranking military official within the court. The chief minister's complexion paled, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "I have previously submitted reports concerning the matters of the Taiping Dao." Ji Luoyao was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, she recalled that this was indeed the case. However, her thoughts at that time were solely focused on quelling the turmoil of the Eight Kings Rebellion, as she had amassed an army of 1,000,000, consuming an immense amount of resources daily. Previously, she was unaware of the costs of provisions, but now, as the one in charge, coupled with the incessant reminders from the Minister of Revenue, she could hardly afford to delay. In comparison, the antics of a band of petty thieves seemed trivial. Yet, she never anticipated that these seemingly inconsequential brigands would escalate into such a significant disturbance. Nevertheless, at this moment, Ji Luoyao would not readily admit her faults. Acknowledging such a blunder would only tarnish her already fragile reputation further. Thus, the blame must fall upon others. She coldly reprimanded. The Privy Council is responsible for overseeing military affairs and maintaining local stability. The emergence of this band of rebels under the court's very nose is your failing. In response to the Empress's rebuke, the chief minister's lips twitched slightly. While it is true that the Privy Council nominally oversees military matters, this is, after all, merely a FAOD. For instance, when you mobilize 1,000,000 troops, do you require our consent? However, he dared not voice this thought. Opting instead for a more measured explanation, the Taiping Dao, also known as the Yellow Turbans, initially comprised nothing but a ragtag group of insignificant bandits. Yet, recently, they have inexplicably surged in strength, spreading rapidly throughout Jizhou. Upon receiving this news, I promptly reported to your majesty and dispatched forces to quell them. At this point, he cautiously glanced at the Empress. However, your majesty, you had previously requisitioned troops from various surrounding provinces, leaving Jizhou with a deficit of no less than 150,000 soldiers, which has rendered the region vulnerable, allowing the Taiping Dao to seize this opportunity. Are you suggesting that this predicament is to be blamed on me? Ji Luoyao's voice turned icy, with each word meticulously articulated. The chief minister felt a chill run down his spine and quickly knelt in supplication. The fault lies entirely with me. However, the Taiping Dao has now grown formidable. Not only have many cities in Jizhou been captured, but numerous sects have also surrendered to them. I beseech your majesty to dispatch troops promptly, lest we face endless calamities. The sects within Jizhou have already capitulated? Ji Luoyao's expression shifted at this revelation. She had initially believed it to be a mere uprising of bandits, taking advantage of Jizhou's vulnerabilities. Yet, if the Taiping Dao had managed to subdue those sects, the situation would undoubtedly take a grave turn. Although the influence of the sects in Jizhou is not particularly vast, it is certainly not insignificant. Take the Divine Blade sect, for instance, a premier sect under the aegis of a celestial being, known for its unyielding arrogance. Can the Taiping Dao truly subdue them? Ji Luoyao remained skeptical. It is said that Taiping Dao is governed by three principal figures: the General of Heaven, the General of Earth, and the General of Humanity. The Divine Blade sect, led by the General of Humanity, has the formidable Yellow Turban warriors at its command, who could sweep away foes in a single night. Upon hearing this, all the officials, both civil and military, collectively gasped in disbelief. The illustrious Divine Blade sect, though not among the top 3 sects or 6 gates, ranks as one of the finest in the realm, with disciples numbering in the thousands and celestial beings safeguarding their ranks. How could they have been vanquished overnight? What is even more astounding is that the adversary mobilized merely 1 General of Humanity and 3,000 fierce warriors. This clearly illustrates that the upper echelons of Taiping Dao possess strength that cannot be underestimated. Yet, the court is currently focused on addressing the challenges posed by the Northern King, leaving no resources to assemble a large army to besiege them. Of course, it is not entirely devoid of strength. The real dilemma lies in the fact that a smaller army may lack the capacity to annihilate the enemy, while a larger force would impose an overwhelming burden on the court. After all, there are still 1,000,000 troops in the north that require sustenance. The court is not affluent at present, and if it were to engage in a two-front war, it could hardly sustain itself for long. Ji Luoyao understood this predicament all too well. Observing the prostrate privy councillor and the silent officials, her heart was heavy with despair. She felt utterly fatigued, truly exhausted. In that moment, She yearned to relinquish all responsibilities. Just then, a guard approached with urgent news. Report. An envoy from the Golden Tent Khanate has arrived, seeking an audience with your majesty. At this pronouncement, the countenance of the officials shifted dramatically. The Golden Tent Khanate, neighboring the Great Zhou dynasty, has always harbored ambitious designs and has been a persistent thorn in the court's side. With the turmoil of the Eight Kings Rebellion and the issues of Taiping Dao yet unresolved, could it be that the Golden Tent Khanate intends to take advantage of the chaos? Chapter 42. The Guest from the Prairie. The Khan of the Golden Horde. At this moment, the Golden Horde unexpectedly dispatched envoys, an action that could hardly be perceived as benevolent. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Golden Horde is a formidable power. To refuse their formal request for an audience would imply a certain fear of their intentions. The Great Zhou, esteemed as a nation of propriety, could not afford to lose face or become the subject of ridicule in this regard. Taking a deep breath, Ji Luoyao swiftly quelled the tumult of emotions within her and commanded in a steady voice, "Announce the envoy from the Golden Horde to present themselves." A moment later, a delegation from the Golden Horde was ushered into the Taishan Hall. Leading them was a man of foreign descent, clad in traditional attire with his hair styled in small braids. He bowed slightly and addressed the Empress. "Long live the heavens. I am Baldan, wishing the Empress eternal longevity." "Thank you for your kind words," Ji Luoyao replied with an impassive expression, then directly inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Baldan surveyed the hall, taking in the expressions of the civil and military officials of the Great Zhou. Before responding coolly, "It has come to my attention that the Great Zhou is currently experiencing internal turmoil, and the situation is far from stable. As brothers, the Golden Horde has always offered mutual assistance, and thus our Khan expresses his willingness to send troops to aid your majesty." "Absolutely not," Ji Luoyao interjected, refusing without hesitation before he could finish. What a farce! Though the Great Zhou faced unrest, it had yet to reach a point of desperation. Moreover, even if it were to come to that, she would never seek military aid from the Golden Horde. Their ambitions were as clear as day, and their designs on the fertile lands of the Central Plains had been apparent for quite some time. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. Allowing the forces of the Golden Horde to enter the realm would render it exceedingly difficult to expel them later. Baldan seemed to anticipate the Empress's refusal, displaying no surprise, and continued, "Since your majesty is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, I come bearing another proposition." "What is it?" "I have heard that your majesty remains unmarried, and my Khan is a paragon of heroism. It would be a match made in heaven for the two to unite in marriage. Might I inquire as to your majesty's thoughts on this?" His words fell like a drop of water in a pot of boiling oil, instantly igniting the court into uproar. Every official present, without exception, was filled with indignation. While the Golden Horde was certainly a powerful entity, they were still regarded as mere barbaric outsiders. The suggestion that their Khan, a leader of such a lowly status, would seek to wed the Empress of the Great Zhou was akin to a toad aspiring to feast upon swan meat. "Clear the way. Let me wake him up with a splash of cold water," they exclaimed, brimming with disdain for such audacity and arrogance. "Your Majesty, I implore you to permit me to expel this ruffian from the court. This barbaric nation exhibits an utter lack of decorum." At this moment, the sentiments of the civil and military officials were remarkably aligned. The scholars erupted in vehement denunciation, while the warriors rolled up their sleeves, preparing to engage in combat. As for the Empress, Princess Luoyao, her fury was palpable. Her gaze was like ice, fixed intently upon Baldan, as she coldly inquired, "Do you wish to perish?" As her words echoed, a terrifying aura surged forth from her being, crashing towards Baldan like a cataclysmic tide. Baldan's expression shifted slightly. However, he was not a subject of the Great Zhou and felt little trepidation towards the Empress. Instead of retreating, he summoned his strength to confront her directly. As an envoy of the Golden Horde, his power was formidable, being a practitioner at the law manifestation level. Yet, despite both being of the same realm, the disparity between them was starkly evident. He could not withstand the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Empress. His face flushed crimson, and his legs trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing before the grandeur of the Taishan Hall. In this critical moment, a seemingly unremarkable red-robed lama stepped forward from behind Baldan. With a single stride, he positioned himself directly in front of Baldan. His hands were clasped together, and though he appeared to do nothing, his mere presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Instantly, the terrifying aura dissipated, as if it had been swallowed by the void. Simultaneously, an intangible force radiated outward, enveloping the entire Taishan hall, rendering all present acutely aware of a suffocating pressure, each feeling as though burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. In that instant, the gazes of all in attendance shifted perceptibly towards the red-robed Lama, a transcendent being. Undoubtedly, the Lama possessed the power to subdue the entire assembly alone, confirming him as a practitioner of the transcendent realm. However, this was the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, the very heart of the dynasty, and it was only natural that there were transcendent beings stationed here. Soon, two military leaders emerged from the side halls, akin to ferocious storms suddenly erupting upon the sea, or like terrifying dragons rearing their heads, charging towards the red-robed Lama from opposing directions. These two military leaders were the highest commanders of the elite Tiger Ben Guard and the Feather Forest Cavalry, the twin pillars safeguarding the palace of the Great Zhou. The terrifying auras of the three transcendent beings clashed, stirring up fierce winds within the Grand Hall. The commotion of their confrontation was immense. In this court of the Great Zhou, all three held reservations and dared not unleash their full might. Nevertheless, the red-robed Lama managed to stand his ground against two adversaries without faltering, even if only for a brief moment, revealing the sheer strength of his prowess. Jilo Yao's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on the red-clad Lama, solemnly inquiring, "May I ask how to address the esteemed master? I am Samo, a humble monk, and I have the honor of meeting her imperial majesty." The red-robed Lama restrained his imposing aura, bowing respectfully yet with dignity. It turned out that he was the royal master Samo of the Golden Tent Khanate, a realization that dawned upon Jilo Yao. No wonder he possessed such remarkable prowess. As she was aware, he was renowned as a rare prodigy in cultivation, having transcended to the celestial realm decades ago. After being appointed as the royal master by the Khan of the Golden Tent, he devoted himself to rigorous training, and now, she was curious as to how he had arrived in the Great Zhou. As the Empress of Great Zhou, Jilo Yao felt no need for subterfuge, and thus directly asked, "What brings the royal master to our lands?" "I have labored in seclusion for many years, with little progress to show. Hearing of the vastness and richness of the Central Plains, I came to witness it for myself. It appears that there are indeed many formidable warriors here," Samo remarked, eyeing the two leaders of the Tiger and Feather Forest with a hint of eagerness. Jilo Yao suppressed a smile. She had long heard of Samo's obsession with martial prowess, and it appeared that the rumors were indeed true. "Does the envoy have further matters to discuss?" Jilo Yao turned her expressionless gaze to Baldan. In contrast to the Celestial Realm Master, her demeanor towards Baldan was far less cordial. Baldan, realizing he had offended Her Majesty, hesitated to be audacious and dared not present his two demands prematurely. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Might Her Imperial Majesty have considered our previous proposal?" "What proposal?" Jilo Yao's brow furrowed slightly. 200,000 warhorses in exchange for Duke Jiang Hao. Baldan reiterated the old proposition. "What?" The suggestion of exchanging 200,000 warhorses for the Duke of Wei sent shockwaves through the assembly of civil and military officials, especially among the generals, who understood the significance of cavalry. Their eyes gleamed with fervor. In ordinary times, even a few thousand warhorses would incite fierce competition among them. What then could be said of 200,000? If such a number were indeed available, the court could swiftly establish an immensely powerful mobile force, thereby easily resolving their current predicaments. With this in mind, everyone present turned their attention to the Empress, though no one voiced their thoughts. Their expressions revealed a collective inclination towards agreement. They valued substance over superficiality. After all, the offer was undeniably substantial. At that moment, Jilo Yao found herself enveloped in contemplation. Several months prior, when the Golden Tent Khanate first proposed this trade, she had unhesitatingly declined. Yet, today, she found herself wavering. After all, retaining Jiang Hao seemed of little utility. Perhaps it would be more prudent to exchange him for the 200,000 warhorses? However, she remained silent, concealing her thoughts from all. After a considerable pause, Jilo Yao finally lifted her head once more, directing her gaze towards the envoy of the Golden Tent Khanate, Baldan. She neither nodded in agreement nor outright declined. Instead, with a profound implication, she remarked, You may visit the celestial prison to inquire of Jiang Hao himself whether he is willing to exchange. Chapter 43. The Duke of Duan after the court adjourned. Baldun and his companions were not immediately taken to the dungeon to meet Jiang Hao. Instead, their audience was scheduled for the following day. Before that, however, another individual arrived at the dungeon. This person was none other than the current Empress's uncle, Jiang Hao's closest friend, and the man known as the Duke of Duan, Ji Yuanheng. In stark contrast to other princes, who were either engrossed in indulgence or driven by ambition, Duke Ji Yuanheng represented a refreshing stream among the vassal lords. He was not only intelligent and eager to learn, but also courageous in his responsibilities and possessed an impeccable character. He never abused his power to oppress others. Rather, he often recommended talented individuals from humble backgrounds and advocated for the rights of the common folk, embodying the essence of virtue to the fullest. Remarkably, he harbored no aspirations for the throne and did not seek to cultivate any personal power. Both the late emperor and the current empress placed immense trust in him, allowing him to serve as the head of the Ancestral Affairs Office. In many ways, he was a paragon of virtue, whether among the civil and military officials, the common populace, or the royal family. He enjoyed an outstanding reputation and held great esteem. Your Highness, what brings you here? Upon seeing the Duke unexpectedly appear on the 18th level of the dungeon, Jiang Hao feigned surprise. Of course, this astonishment was merely an act, as he had been informed of the Duke's arrival shortly after he stepped into the dungeon by his concealed shadow demon. However, the Duke seemed oblivious to Jiang Hao's performance and smiled with evident satisfaction. Are you truly surprised? You haven't lost an ounce of weight in these few months. It appears you've been rather comfortable in this dungeon. As he spoke, the Duke set down a food box and began to unveil a series of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses and clearly crafted by a master chef. If my memory serves me right, these should all be your favorites. Come, let us dine and converse. Faced with the Duke's invitation, the enticing aroma stirred Jiang Hao's appetite. Being old friends, he felt no need for pretense. Soon, he took a seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to indulge heartily. What brings you to my humble abode today? Jiang Hao inquired casually as he savored his meal. The Duke paused in his actions, looked at Jiang Hao, and sighed deeply. You may not be aware, but in the months since your imprisonment, the world outside has undergone tumultuous changes. To be honest, even I find it difficult to recognize the current de Zhou dynasty. Jiang Hao maintained his composure and refrained from responding, seemingly engrossed in his food. Seeing this, the Duke felt compelled to speak earnestly. Jiang Hao, de Zhou needs you. Jiang Hao raised his head, glanced at him, and with a slight smile, shook his head. I am but a mere prisoner now. What use is there in discussing such matters with me? Upon hearing these words, Duke Duan's expression momentarily froze, a hint of bitterness creasing his lips. I understand that you harbor resentment. After all, you have toiled tirelessly and contributed immensely to the great Zhou. Yet, due to the slander of a few malicious individuals, you have been misunderstood by His Majesty and cast into the dungeons. Rest assured, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure your name is cleared. At this, Jiang Hao could not help but let out a laugh. Duke Duan, are you treating me as a child? Do you truly believe I am unaware of the reasons for my imprisonment? He gazed at Duke Duan with exasperation, adding candidly, to speak frankly, given my previous standing in the court, aside from the emperor you mentioned, who could possibly affect me? Duke Duan was left speechless. He was no naive newcomer to the political arena and was well aware of the truth in Jiang Hao's words. However, once certain matters were laid bare, they became increasingly difficult to resolve. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Jiang Hao, when the late emperor met his untimely demise, it was you who stepped forward, staunchly averting disaster and saving the great Zhou dynasty. Everyone regarded you as a savior. Now that the great Zhou finds itself in turmoil once more, do you not wish to intervene? How can I intervene? Jiang Hao set down his chopsticks, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired. What difference would it make if I were to take action again? Ultimately, the great Zhou belongs to your Ji clan. What influence can an outsider like me wield? Once more, Duke Duan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the great Zhou was undeniably the realm of the Ji family. Regardless of Jiang Hao's efforts, he was merely laboring for others. Furthermore, the greater one's contributions, the more they incited jealousy. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. When the enemy's state falls, the strategist perishes. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Having once experienced such betrayal, Jiang Hao was disinclined to endure it a second time. Duke Duan parted his lips, yet certain sentiments remained unspoken. The turmoil in the northern Eight Kings had yet to settle, and the uprising in Jizhou's Taiping Dao had stirred additional unrest. The court faced immense pressure, with strife flaring in every direction, and at this critical juncture, the Golden Tent Khanate sent envoys to the court. They have offered to exchange you for 200,000 war horses. As he spoke, Duke Duan raised his gaze to Jiang Hao. 200,000 war horses? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the figure. This was no trifling sum. In the Central Plains, each warhorse bore considerable value. 200,000 was an astronomical figure. Even in regions known for their plentiful horses, such a quantity represented unimaginable wealth. The Khan of the Golden Tent was indeed generous, willing to part with 200,000 horses for him. To be honest, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Hao felt a twinge of emotion stir within him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sentiment, for he understood that in this world, no affection existed without reason, especially given that he had never met the Khan and there was no prior relationship between them. For the Khan of the Golden Horde, this was merely a transaction. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Every business endeavor is fundamentally driven by profit. The willingness of the other party to expend such considerable resources in exchange for him inevitably signifies their intention to gain even more. Has Her Majesty the Empress decided to consent to this deal? Jiang Hao inquired, raising his gaze. The Duke shook his head. She neither assented nor rejected. Rather, she has entrusted the decision to you. If you are inclined, you may agree. If you are disinclined, no one can compel you. Jiang Hao scoffed. As a mere prisoner, when have I ever possessed the luxury of choice? The Duke's eyes reflected a sense of resignation. Regardless of your thoughts, Jiang Hao, I wish to convey one thing. You are a subject of the great Zhou, and I hope you will not act in a manner that betrays your homeland. After speaking, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Hao before taking his leave without further delay. Watching the Duke's retreating figure, Jiang Hao instinctively narrowed his eyes. He sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. Furthermore, regarding the Duke, previously, he had believed this individual to be akin to himself, a person of no remarkable prowess. Yet, after their close encounter today, under the perceptive awareness of the Emperor's physique, he discovered that the Duke not only concealed his strength, but possessed an alarming level of power. He was at the celestial realm. Moreover, he was a formidable master at the pinnacle of that realm. Among the celestial realm practitioners Jiang Hao had encountered, aside from Zhang Jiao, who had grasped a sliver of the laws, none, including Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, could possibly be compared to him. This fellow has hidden himself so deeply. What could his true intentions be? A facade of loyalty concealing treachery? Or a guise of treachery veiling loyalty? Jiang Hao could not help but murmur to himself. Chapter 44. Do nobility and power not have their origins? Few individuals can elude Jiang Hao's perceptive gaze, and Prince Yuan Heng is undoubtedly one of them. Initially, he believed this man to be merely a benevolent ruler. However, it now appears that he may not be as straightforward as he seemed. The conundrum lies in the fact that, based on his past actions, he does not exhibit the traits of an ambitious schemer. After all, attaining the rank of prince is akin to reaching the pinnacle of feudal authority. He possesses both renown and status. And unless he were to rally rebellion like others such as Prince Yin, there is little anyone could do to undermine him. Apart from the exalted imperial throne, there exist no further advancements for him to pursue. Strangely, during several opportunities to vie for power, Prince Yuan Heng has remained passive. For instance, when the late emperor met an untimely demise, as the most esteemed uncle of the emperor, he had ample opportunity to seize the moment. Yet, he chose inaction, instead restraining other feudal lords in his capacity as a member of the imperial ancestral hall and wholeheartedly supporting Ji Liao's ascendance, thereby swiftly stabilizing the chaotic Zhou dynasty. Such actions leave Jiang Hao perplexed. Ultimately, if he remains an enigma, so be it. Regardless of his intentions, they bear no relevance to him. As long as his leisurely existence remains undisturbed, even if he were to shake the heavens, it would concern him not. Jiang Hao resolutely abandoned any plans for further investigation and promptly returned to his repose. Half a month had elapsed since his breakthrough into the celestial realm. Through the diligent efforts of the shadow demon, he was now able to harvest a portion of vital energy daily. Each fragment, once absorbed and refined, equated to a month's worth of cultivation. Moreover, he could also draw from the ambient vital energy in the air. Consequently, his rate of progress over the past 15 days had been remarkably pleasing. In comparison to other practitioners at the celestial realm, his advancement was nothing short of astonishing. He estimated that he had completed nearly half of the required cultivation for the celestial realm. With the shadow demon's continued diligence over the next few weeks, he anticipated reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm in due time. However, this was not the most significant matter at hand. More crucially, with another fortnight having passed, he had now spent nearly 4 months in this prison. Calculating the days, he realized that tomorrow would mark the completion of 4 months. 4 months should yield a special reward, which filled him with anticipation. For Jiang Hao, cultivation was merely a secondary endeavor. His primary vocation was to embrace leisure. With hopeful expectations, he soon drifted back into slumber. When Jiang Hao awoke once more, the sun was already high in the sky. Whereas others would have long since commenced their daily tasks, he had only just risen. Since his incarceration, he had been accustomed to waking naturally, making this a regular occurrence. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed a lavish breakfast laid out on the nearby table, clearly prepared in advance by the diligent jailer, Tao Gongwang. Since consuming the Sanchi brain god pill, he has exhibited an extraordinary diligence. For more than a month now, each day has been consistent in this regard. However, this time, Jiang Hao did not rush to indulge in breakfast. Instead, he sat upon his bed, seemingly awaiting something. He did not have to wait long, as the system's prompt soon arrived as expected. Ding! After lying flat for 4 months, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heroic spirit card. A special reward. A heroic spirit card. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's face immediately brightened with joy. Unable to contain his excitement, he focused intently. Before him, a mysterious card quietly floated within the system's space. Drawing from his previous experience, Jiang Hao understood that this card was forged by the power of rules, and upon usage, it would instantly summon a heroic spirit from another time and space. Observing closely, he noticed that the inscription on this heroic spirit card differed from the last. Previously, the card bore the phrase "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise," which had summoned the Zhang Jiao brothers. This time, however, it read, "Do nobles and commoners not possess the same essence?" Could it be? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The instant he saw those words, conjectures flooded his mind. After all, in his past life, this phrase had wielded tremendous influence, shaping countless dynasties. Was the system plotting something? Just after summoning the rebellious Zhang Jiao brothers, was it about to call forth the progenitor of rebellion? The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. While he sensed that the system was indeed up to something, he found himself thoroughly enjoying it. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to activate the heroic spirit card. As before, the moment Jiang Hao extracted the heroic spirit card, it transformed into an invisible force of rules. A dazzling radiance illuminated the space, as if connecting him to another realm. In a mere instant, 2 projections materialized within the confines of the dungeon. These projections swiftly solidified into 2 men. They were neither imposing nor tall, and appeared somewhat gaunt, clad in exceedingly simple hemp garments. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the lower-class farmers. Yet, to Jiang Hao, these 2 men exuded an aura akin to 2 dragons escaping their confines, their presence rivaling that of Zhang Jiao's in its intensity. If Zhang Jiao had been a deep pool, obscuring its depths, then these 2 men radiated sharpness, compelling one to pay heed. At that moment, they slowly opened their eyes. Upon their arrival into this world, they instinctively grasped many truths, such as their past lives' demise and their rebirth in this new existence. For them, this was indeed an unprecedented experience. Subsequently, the 2 men raised their heads to gaze at Jiang Hao and, without prior agreement, stepped forward to pay their respects. Chen Sheng of Yangqing pays homage to the master. In the summer of Yangxia, Wu Guang paid homage to the sovereign. Indeed, they were 2 remarkable heroes. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Although he had harbored suspicions, it was only upon hearing their self-introductions that he could truly confirm his thoughts. Before him stood the legendary figures who, in the annals of history, first raised the banner of rebellion. They were the initiators and pioneers of the peasant uprisings, and it was their audacious actions that consigned the first great unified dynasty to oblivion. They dared to lead the world. Countless firsts were realized through their endeavors. Setting aside individual prowess, even though this world's history is more ancient than that of the past, few could be compared to these two. After their rebirth in this realm, they received an unprecedented second chance at life. Now, they stood as peak cultivators of the celestial realm. Moreover, if Jiang Hao's intuition served him correctly, they too, like Zhang Jiao, had grasped a fragment of the power of the laws. In other words, they had acquired the keys to the realm of immortality. Perhaps, at some point, they would unlock that great door and transcend the boundaries of existence. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. In this world, you shall undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats. Jiang Hao spoke with utmost sincerity. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged knowing smiles. Though not blood brothers, their bond surpassed that of kinship. Particularly after experiencing the failures and regrets of their former lives, they cherished their camaraderie even more. In unison, they declared, "We, as brothers, shall heed the sovereign's every arrangement." Chapter 45. The conditions of the Khan of the Golden Tent. My lord, a group of individuals has arrived outside. They are likely the envoys from the Khanate of the Golden Tent mentioned by that old man yesterday. At that moment, the shadow demon appeared abruptly, delivering news to Jiang Hao. The old man referred to by the shadow demon unmistakably pointed to the Duke of Duan, who visited yesterday. Jiang Hao, having anticipated this, instructed Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, "You two should retreat to the 17th level of the dungeon for a while. Do your utmost to remain undetected. Should anything arise, I will have the shadow demon inform you." Chen Sheng and Wu Guang readily acquiesced, taking the keys from Jiang Hao and proceeding to open the gates of the prison, heading towards the 17th level of the dungeon. As for how a prisoner like Jiang Hao could possess the keys to the cells, one could argue it was rather reasonable. Approximately half a cup of tea later, the envoys from the Khanate of the Golden Tent, led by the jailer Tao Gongwang, arrived at the 18th level of the dungeon. "My lord, we require a private audience with Duke Wei," Bardun stated, casting a glance at Tao Gongwang. Taken aback, Tao Gongwang shook his head in refusal. "That may not be entirely appropriate. We merely wish to converse briefly, without any ulterior motives. This is a direct instruction from Her Majesty, your Empress. We hope you can make an exception." As he spoke, Bardun discreetly produced several gold notes from his attire, subtly placing them in Tao Gongwang's hand. Tao Gongwang cast a sideways glance at Jiang Hao, and upon seeing him nod slightly, he accepted the gold notes, adopting a serious demeanor. "Since it is Her Majesty's command, you may converse privately, but do remember not to engage in any perilous actions. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to exit the dungeon." With that, Tao Gongwang departed the 18th level of the dungeon with his subordinates. As for his concerns regarding Jiang Hao's safety, what a jest! With so many corpses having been transported from the 18th level, could they possibly be fabrications? Rather than worrying about Jiang Hao, he ought to be more concerned about the safety of the envoys from the Khanate of the Golden Tent. Unbeknownst to Bardun, Tao Gongwang's thoughts were far from his own. Satisfied with his successful bribery, a smug smile crept across Bardun's face. He then turned to Jiang Hao, greeting him. "I am Bardun, envoy of the Khanate of the Golden Tent. It is an honor to meet you, Duke Wei. Has the Khan sent you here solely for my release?" Jiang Hao, foregoing pleasantries, directly inquired. Bardun appeared somewhat taken aback, evidently surprised that Jiang Hao, confined within this dungeon, was aware of external affairs. However, this was fortuitous, as it spared him the need for elaborate explanations. "To be candid, Duke Wei, we have been dispatched by the Khan with 3 directives. Firstly, to request military assistance for the Great Zhou. Secondly, to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Empress of Great Zhou. And thirdly, to persuade you, Duke Wei, to join the Khanate of the Golden Tent." The first 2 propositions had not been disclosed to Jiang Hao by the Duke of Duan, which was understandable, as family embarrassments should remain concealed. Hearing this all at once, Jiang Hao could not help but feel a wave of astonishment. On one hand, one might consider the Khan of the Golden Horde to be akin to a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. If memory serves correctly, the Khan appears to have surpassed the age of 50. Although this age is trivial for extraordinary beings, the notion of such an elderly gentleman desiring to wed the youthful Ji Luoyao seems akin to an old ox courting tender grass. On the other hand, one cannot help but marvel at the Khan's insatiable appetite. His ambitions extend beyond merely marrying Ji Luoyao. He seeks to seize the entirety of the Great Zhou. Yet, based on Jiang Hao's understanding of Ji Luoyao, Her restraint in not immediately demanding the execution of Baldun is already a considerable act of forbearance. Given her meticulous nature, this incident will undoubtedly remain etched in her memory. While she may currently lack the means to confront the Golden Horde, it is certain that she will seek retribution against the Khan when the opportunity arises. At present, it seems that the first two endeavors are exceedingly challenging, leaving only the third as a glimmer of hope. Jiang Hao regarded Baldun with a meaningful gaze and remarked, "This third endeavor requires your consent, Duke Wei, does it not?" Baldun wore a beaming smile, his demeanor reflecting even greater respect than when addressing the Empress. The reason was straightforward. Although the Empress held a position of high status, she would not be able to influence him in the future. In contrast, Jiang Hao's potential agreement to join the Golden Horde would undoubtedly elevate his standing above Baldun's, prompting him to earnestly seek favor. In response to Baldun's flattery, Jiang Hao remained non-committal, instead pivoting the conversation. "Your Khan has offered the Empress a price of 200,000 warhorses. I presume he has also set conditions for me?" It is said that Duke Wei possesses remarkable foresight, and it appears to be true. Baldun's eyes widened in admiration as he praised, "To be candid, before my lord's arrival in the Central Plains, the Khan repeatedly instructed me that as long as you, Duke Wei, are willing to join the Golden Horde, all conditions are negotiable, and he is prepared to grant whatever is desired." He paused momentarily, discreetly gauging Jiang Hao's reaction. However, Jiang Hao remained unmoved. "Let us speak more concretely, rather than dwelling on these superficial matters." With a resigned expression, Baldun glanced around before leaning closer to Jiang Hao and lowering his voice. "My Khan has stated that should you assist him in achieving his goals, he can grant you the title of a co-regent." "Achieve his goals?" Jiang Hao's gaze deepened, seemingly puzzled as he inquired. "Your Khan is already the ruler of the Golden Horde, commanding boundless grasslands and a formidable army. What further goals could he possibly pursue?" Baldun chuckled. "Though the grasslands are vast, they cannot compete with the riches of the Central Plains. My Khan's ultimate ambition is to establish dominion over the Central Plains, and he believes that only you, Duke Wei, can aid him in this endeavor. But I am a Zhou person. How can I assist an enemy nation?" Jiang Hao replied, his expression impassive. "What does it matter that you are from Zhou?" Baldun nonchalantly remarked, "You have accomplished such great feats in the Great Zhou, yet you still find yourself imprisoned by the Empress, reduced to a mere prisoner. Since she can so readily cast you into the abyss, why should you still show her any courtesy?" At this juncture, he took a deep breath and, with a serious expression, continued, "My Khan has also stated that, should you assist him in seizing control of the Central Plains, I can grant you the region of Jiangnan, allowing you to govern it independently, free from the constraints of others. Is this not your long-standing aspiration?" Faced with such a promise, even Jiang Hao could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Setting aside whether the Khan's pledge could ultimately be fulfilled, the mere audacity to propose such terms was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. In comparison to the Empress, the Khan appeared to possess genuine visionary prowess. At least in terms of attracting talent, the Khan surpassed the Empress by several leagues. If one dared to ask, he would indeed deliver. "How does the Duke of Wei contemplate this?" Baldun inquired with unwavering confidence. To him, such advantageous conditions meant that as long as Jiang Hao was not foolish, he would inevitably agree. After all, within the Great Zhou, he could only remain a mere prisoner, with the constant threat of the Empress's capriciousness possibly leading to his execution, leaving his very life in jeopardy. In contrast, joining the Golden Horde would not only bestow him with wealth and luxury, but also the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder as a king, with the potential to eventually command the Jiangnan region. The disparity between the two options was stark. Any rational individual would recognize the clear choice before them. Yet, Jiang Hao was far from a typical individual. "Your Khan is indeed magnanimous, and I find these terms quite enticing. However, I regret to inform you that I currently harbor no ambitions. I am solely inclined towards a life of ease and complacency. Thus, I fear I must disappoint your Khan," Jiang Hao replied with serene composure. What? Baldun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Hao, seemingly wanting to question whether he was jesting. Chapter 46. The point of no return. "Are you jesting with me, Duke Wei?" Baldun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao shook his head, his demeanor serious as he replied, "No, I am speaking the truth. But you are still so young. How can you lack ambition and instead desire to merely lie back and let things be. Although Bolton was unfamiliar with the phrase lie flat, he could discern its general meaning. It was precisely this that deepened his confusion. In the prime of youth, to forego struggle in favor of a life of complacency, especially from someone as renowned as Duke Wei. After all, you are Duke Wei. Bolton couldn't help but exclaim, his face a portrait of incredulity, as if an ordinary worker had encountered a legendary emperor of labor. You are my idol. How can you not strive for greatness? Precisely because I am Duke Wei, Jiang Hao explained earnestly. I have experienced all that life has to offer and savored every pleasure. What more could I possibly want? No, I lack nothing. So why should I toil so fervently? It is far better to recline in this prison and let life unfold. Bolton opened his mouth, eager to counter, yet he found himself at a loss for words, as Jiang Hao's reasoning appeared sound. Indeed, if one has experienced everything and enjoyed all that life provides, what is the purpose of relentless effort? Perhaps it is wiser to simply lie back and take life as it comes. As long as I remain unmarried, childless, and without a house, I can live freely and easily, regardless of whether I earn 5,000 or even 3,000 a month. No one can impose upon me. But what if the Empress wishes to execute you? Bolton interjected, a spark of realization igniting in his gaze as he fixed a penetrating look on Jiang Hao. Even if you find comfort in this prison, you lack true freedom. The Empress could end your life with a mere word. If the Empress seeks to kill me? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, a glint of intrigue flashing through his dark orbs. He chuckled softly, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked nonchalantly, if she wishes to slay me, let her do so. In 18 years, I shall rise again. At this, Bolton was rendered speechless. As an envoy of his nation, he was typically eloquent, possessing a remarkable ability to persuade. Do you wish to own a home? Do you desire a car? Would you like to marry and have children? He could effortlessly tailor his arguments to resonate with each individual's circumstances. Yet, in the face of Jiang Hao's unwavering desire to embrace complacency, he found himself devoid of words and strategies. No matter what he said, Jiang Hao remained unmoved. This was the epitome of iron will. Bolton turned to glance at the king of Samo behind him, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. He, too, could hardly fathom how one could be so despondent and devoid of ambition. Even his elderly father, while past his prime, was still striving to ascend to greater heights in martial arts. How could a talented young man like you squander such a promising youth? Although King Sumo possessed formidable martial prowess, he was far from being a mastermind. Even Barton found himself at a loss for solutions, let alone him. If all else fails, we shall resort to our contingency plan. Barton, with a sense of resignation, nodded and turned his gaze back to Jiang Hao, his demeanor shifting noticeably as he spoke in a flat tone. Since you, Duke Wei, are unwilling to cooperate, we shall have no choice but to take you back to the Golden Tent Khanate. Take me back to the Golden Tent Khanate. Jiang Hao paused, seemingly perplexed, and could not help but interject, setting aside whether you can successfully break out of the celestial prison. Even if you do, the imperial capital's celestial prison is at least 10,000 miles from your Golden Tent Khanate. With such a vast distance to traverse, how could you safely return with me? Barton remained silent for a moment before nodding, affirming Jiang Hao's assessment. It was indeed highly improbable, for the influence of the great Zhou court in these central lands was overwhelmingly strong, with the Jianyi and Divine Capture Division having numerous eyes and ears everywhere. Even if we had arranged for reinforcements in advance, we might still not return safely. However, the Khan had issued a strict order before departing. We must either return with you or with your lifeless body. Either way, one of these outcomes is imperative. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Barton dropped the pretense and laid bare his intentions. To be frank, our Khan has reached a conclusion. If you, Duke Wei, are willing to assist us, you shall be our greatest asset in our endeavor to establish the Golden Tent Khanate in the Central Plains. Conversely, should you choose not to ally with us, you may very well become our most significant obstacle. If I cannot transform you into our greatest asset, then I shall certainly not allow you to become our greatest hindrance. Now, can you comprehend my meaning, Duke Wei? Barton's countenance was etched with a chilling determination. A messenger is, after all, both a spy and a death warrior. If he could bring Jiang Hao back to the Golden Tent Khanate, it would be splendid. If not, when the time came, he would not hesitate to exchange his life for Jiang Hao's. He deemed that to trade his life for the renowned Duke Wei would be worth it. And what if I refuse to accompany you? Jiang Hao suddenly lifted his head and inquired. Barton blinked and scrutinized Jiang Hao before bursting into hearty laughter. Duke Wei, you are indeed a statesman of unparalleled capability. A rare talent in governance that one encounters once in many years. Your prowess in both military and civil affairs is beyond my reach. However, every individual possesses strengths and weaknesses. Perfection is a myth. No matter how capable one may be, it cannot obscure the undeniable truth of personal inadequacy. Have you ever heard the saying, a scholar encountering a soldier? Thus, what can you do if you are unwilling? Though I am merely an envoy, I am also a formidable practitioner of the law manifestation realm. To speak candidly, with but a single finger, I could. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist landed squarely on his chest. An overwhelming force erupted with terrifying intensity. In that fleeting moment, Baldun could distinctly hear the sound of his own ribcage shattering. Crack, crack. In the next instant, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall of the cell, leaving an indentation in the shape of his body, as though he were embedded within the wall. Indeed, the physical resilience of a practitioner in the law manifestation realm is astonishing. Nevertheless, Baldun did not perish at that moment. Instead, he gazed at Jiang Hao with wide eyes, as if encountering him for the first time, his expression filled with unimaginable shock. In contrast, Jiang Hao appeared utterly unfazed as he retracted his fist, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Then, with a serious demeanor, Jiang Hao inquired, "What was it you just said? That you could crush me with a single finger?" Chapter 47. Your opponent is not me. In that fleeting moment, everyone within the confines of the 18th level of the celestial prison, including Baldun who was embedded in the wall, stood as if turned to stone. A multitude of wide-eyed gazes reflected sheer astonishment, their expressions as incredulous as if they had witnessed the sun inexplicably rising in the west. Duke Wei Jiang Hao not only enjoyed unparalleled prestige in the Great Zhou, but he was also a figure of considerable renown in the Golden Tent Khanate. The Khanate had long conducted extensive studies on him, even dispatching numerous intelligence agents to the Great Zhou to gather information about him. Thus, everyone was acutely aware of a singular truth. While Jiang Hao excelled in governance and military strategy, he was, in the realm of cultivation, a veritable failure. Of course, being a cultivation failure was not an isolated phenomenon. Many individuals possessed mediocre talent for cultivation. Among the common folk, it was likely that 8 out of 10 had rather ordinary abilities in this regard. If everyone were a cultivation genius, who would tend to the fields in peace. However, the fact that this shortcoming was attributed to Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, stood in stark contrast to his other remarkable skills, rendering it exceedingly conspicuous and regarded as his greatest vulnerability. During his tenure as the Chancellor of the Great Zhou, he had surrounded himself with formidable allies, even more so than those who stood by the Empress, Princess Luo Yao. Had it not been for this, he would have long perished under various assassination attempts, both overt and covert. Yet now what did they behold? Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, astonishingly sent Baldun flying with a single punch. Though this occurred while Baldun was completely unprepared, it was nonetheless astounding, for Baldun was a formidable figure in the realm of the law manifestation, second only to the celestial realm among the extraordinary 5 stages. Whether in the Great Zhou or the Golden Tent Khanate, breaking through to the law manifestation stage marked one as a top-tier powerhouse. Yet here was a figure of such prominence, being hurled away by a well-known cultivation failure. Such an occurrence was nothing short of a challenge to the collective worldview. Thus, one might ponder, you are not merely a cultivation failure, but rather a powerhouse of the law manifestation? No, your cultivation is not merely at the law manifestation stage, but at the celestial gang stage. Moreover, you have not even reached the pinnacle of the celestial gang stage. What on earth is happening? The same Dharma King, ultimately a powerhouse of the celestial realm, possessed a keen eye. Previously, when Jiang Hao concealed his emperor body to the utmost, he had not sensed anything amiss. However, as Jiang Hao chose to reveal his true power, the king immediately deduced the approximate level of Jiang Hao's cultivation. Upon his pronouncement, the crowd was plunged into deeper astonishment. If Jiang Hao's true cultivation had not even reached the pinnacle of the celestial gang stage, how then had he managed to send Baldun, a law manifestation adept, flying with a single strike? Kill him, quickly kill him. At that moment, Baldun finally regained his composure. Regardless of how Jiang Hao had attained such astonishing prowess, or how he had sent Baldun flying while wielding the strength of the celestial gangs. He now grasped one undeniable truth. Jiang Hao possessed the cultivation of the celestial gangs, and was not the cultivation failure that the masses had presumed. In truth, his initial weakness in personal strength had been Jiang Hao's most glaring shortcoming. However, the greatest weakness has now vanished. This undoubtedly signifies that Jiang Hao is now more perilous than ever before. For the Golden Horde, there could be no worse news. The only solution is to eliminate him preemptively, to eradicate future troubles entirely. Samo the Dharma King, act swiftly and slay him. Baldun bellowed. At his fierce exhortation, the others finally regained their composure. This group, hailing from the Golden Horde, consisted of formidable emissaries. Each possessed considerable prowess, with even the weakest among them having attained the Dragon Gate realm. The mightiest, Samo the Dharma King, was a transcendent figure in the celestial realm, distinguished even among his peers. Otherwise, he would not have been able to confront both the commanders of the elite forces, Tiger and Yulin, in the Taishan Hall yesterday. Though he hesitated to use overwhelming force against the weak, the command of the Khan left him no choice but to act decisively. I hope the Duke of Wei can forgive my actions, Samo the Dharma King said with an indifferent expression. Regardless of whether Jiang Hao's cultivation was at the celestial or Dharma image realm, it made no difference to him. As he spoke, he prepared to strike. At that moment, however, Jiang Hao remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness as he replied, "Your opponent is not me." No sooner had he spoken than a series of thunderous sounds erupted, followed by the great door of the cell being forcefully pushed open. Two formidable men clad in simple garments strode in, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of terror. It was as if two celestial dragons had suddenly plunged into a tranquil pool, shattering the serene environment and stirring tumultuous waves. Confronted by this palpable pressure, not only did the others tremble, but even Samo the Dharma King, a being of the celestial realm, felt a jolt of alarm. He acutely sensed that he was locked onto by two immensely powerful presences. Any sign of resistance would invite a tempest of wrathful retribution. These two were indeed celestial realm experts. Samo the Dharma King was profoundly astonished, although he was aware of the numerous strong individuals in the Central Plains. The sheer number of celestial realm figures exceeded his expectations. Encountering two celestial realm experts in the royal palace could be rationalized, given that it was the heart of the great Zhou dynasty, where such guardianship was to be expected. Yet, how could two celestial realm experts appear in a prison cell? Had the number of celestial realm experts in the great Zhou reached such a magnitude that even a mere dungeon was under the watch of two? Samo the Dharma King was utterly perplexed, but understood one thing. These two celestial realm experts were far more formidable than the ones he had encountered the previous day. As the national master of the Golden Horde, Samo the Dharma King was among the most elite of celestial realm beings. Facing ordinary celestial realm adversaries posed no challenge for him. Yet, confronted by these two unfamiliar, formidable beings of the celestial realm, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Each of them required his utmost effort to contend with, let alone facing both simultaneously. In an instant, his breathing became labored, and his nerves were taut with tension. "May I inquire how you are addressed?" the Samo King managed to ask through gritted teeth, all the while striving to withstand the terrifying aura emanating from the two. However, his inquiry went unheeded, as both Chen Sheng and Wu Guang merely turned their gazes towards Jiang Hao. With an expression devoid of emotion, Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "A band of barbaric outsiders. Their existence serves no purpose. Let us eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang instantly comprehended the directive. Consequently, they ceased their dialogue, and in the next moment, their formidable auras surged forth, unleashing two terrifying tempests that charged towards him from either side. Chapter 48. The young monk's willingness to fall in light of the circumstances. The young monk could no longer be courteous. The king of Samo's eyes blazed with fierce combativeness as he bellowed in a deep, thunderous voice. He was inherently a martial enthusiast, having ventured to the Central Plains with the intent of challenging its heroes, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. Although this impending battle caught him somewhat off guard and was not of his own volition, he would not cower or retreat in the face of unavoidable conflict. Discarding his trepidation, he summoned the power of heaven and earth without hesitation. In an instant, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light, resembling a bodhisattva. and advanced boldly towards Chen Sheng. Seeking death, Chen Sheng was no ordinary man. Despite his humble origins, he had boldly proclaimed his lofty ambitions in youth. A hero of exceptional stature. With his indomitable spirit and rebellious nature, he would never regard a mere foreign monk with any seriousness. As the king of Samo approached, he met him head-on with a formidable punch. An overwhelmingly terrifying force surged through his strike, the ferocious wind generated capable of shattering all obstacles in its path. The earth-shattering sound reverberated through the air, even with three celestial beings channeling the powers of the cosmos to create a barrier. The collision still caused the heavenly prison to tremble slightly. The king of Samo gleamed with golden light, his defenses seemingly invincible, while Chen Sheng's raw strength shattered finesse with relentless vigor. The clash unfolded with one attacking and the other defending in perfect opposition. As the two engaged fervently, Wu Guang refrained from joining the fray immediately. Following Jiang Hao's orders, he deftly dealt with the others present, as effortlessly as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Although the remaining members of the Jinzhong Khanate possessed considerable strength, it was merely formidable relative to ordinary fighters. Against Wu Guang, a peak celestial being, they had no means of resistance. One by one, they fell before him. During this tumult, some sought to drag Jiang Hao down with them. For instance, Baldun exhibited a reckless determination, willing to perish if it meant taking Jiang Hao along. Alas, this was merely his own misguided notion. Before he could reach Jiang Hao, a lurking shadow demon sprang into action, swiftly dragging him into the abyss. With a piercing scream, this formidable figure of the law manifestation realm quickly perished, utterly lifeless. In but a fleeting moment, the entourage from the Jinzhong Khanate that had entered the 18th layer of the heavenly prison was reduced to the king of Samo alone. Yet, faced with Chen Sheng's relentless onslaught, the king found himself on the defensive, relying solely on his golden body secret technique to withstand the assault. At that moment, Wu Guang called out, "Chen Sheng, cease your games." Upon hearing this, even the king of Samo, with all his composure, nearly succumbed to despair. Games. After such a prolonged battle, the opponent was merely toying with him? What a farce. The king of Samo could scarcely bring himself to believe such words. However, before he could utter a word, Chen Sheng suddenly halted, then spoke softly. "Your strength is quite commendable. It has sufficiently entertained me for a moment. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a swift end." As his words echoed, a formidable aura enveloped Chen Sheng, much like Zhang Jiao of yore. The forces of heaven and earth promptly responded to his call, creating a unique domain centered around him. Within this extraordinary realm, he stood as the unparalleled sovereign, with all the power of the cosmos swirling around him. Concurrently, a tempest erupted, morphing into terrifying blades of wind, each seemingly rivaling divine weaponry. The mere essence of their sharpness instilled a profound sense of trepidation. Chen Sheng had comprehended the principles of the wind, and thus, in battle, he was as relentless as a tempest, unstoppable. Beside them, Wu Guang elucidated the situation to Jiang Hao, choosing not to engage directly. He had discerned that although the Dharma king of Samo possessed considerable prowess, he lacked an understanding of the principles of power. This distinction was of paramount importance for beings of the celestial realm. Therefore, even without Wu Guang's assistance, Chen Sheng alone was more than capable of subduing the Dharma king. Moreover, with the shadow demon lurking in the background, even if the Dharma king were granted wings, escape was impossible today. "What principles have you comprehended?" Jiang Hao inquired with curiosity. "I have grasped the principles of rain, equally adept in offense. If I were to join forces with Chen Sheng, we would unleash a tempest of wind and rain, rendering us invincible among the celestial realm." Wu Guang replied with serene composure. Yet his calm demeanor belied an abundance of confidence. Both individuals were peak beings of the celestial realm, having each grasped a fragment of the laws of power, a rarity among their kind. Should they unite, they would indeed be formidable. According to Jiang Hao's assessment, even the trio of Zhang Jiao would likely fall before them. After all, only Zhang Jiao had reached such heights among his brothers. At this moment, as Chen Sheng wielded the principles of power, the outcome of the battle between him and the Dharma king of Samo swiftly became apparent. The Dharma king, employing his secret golden body technique to its fullest, exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. Even 1,000 troops would struggle to inflict a scratch upon him. Yet, he had the misfortune of facing Chen Sheng, a master of the wind, whose forte lay in offense. With a mere strike, Chun Sheng transformed his palm into a blade, shattering the Dharma King's proud golden body in an instant. A gaping wound, deep enough to reveal bone, appeared upon the Dharma King's chest, crimson blood gushing forth relentlessly. The Dharma King stared vacantly at the wound on his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He seemed utterly unable to fathom that the fruits of years of arduous cultivation had been so effortlessly dismantled by another. This strike not only shattered the defenses of King Sumo, but also crushed his pride and confidence that he had nurtured for many years. Chun Sheng was acutely aware of this, yet there was no trace of compassion in his eyes, nor did he pause in his advance. He continued to step forward, raising his right hand, ready to reap the life of King Sumo. At that moment, however, King Sumo suddenly knelt down, gazing up at Jiang Hao, and exclaimed, "I, the humble monk, am willing to surrender." The three onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Chun Sheng found himself at a loss for how to respond, turning instead to Jiang Hao for guidance. Jiang Hao stepped forward and inquired, "Why do you wish to surrender?" He perceived that this King Sumo was not the type to fear death. In response to Jiang Hao's question, King Sumo lifted his gaze toward Chun Sheng. The eyes that had been dim just moments before now sparkled with newfound brilliance. Though it is said that one may die contently after gaining enlightenment, the monk had only just glimpsed the path ahead and was unwilling to perish so easily. "As long as this benefactor is willing to guide me forward, I am prepared to do anything." King Sumo was indeed unafraid of death, yet he was resolute for the sake of his martial aspirations. Jiang Hao regarded King Sumo with a slight furrow of his brow. It was his first encounter with someone so obsessed with martial arts. However, considering the other man's status and strength, sparing his life seemed a reasonable choice, one without detriment. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao promptly retrieved a 3-corpse brain elixir and tossed it over. "First, consume this pill, and then we shall converse." Unlike the hesitant Tao Gongwang from before, King Sumo did not utter a single question and immediately swallowed the pill without hesitation. Chapter 49. You do not understand the Empress. Do you not wish to inquire about the nature of the pill you just ingested? Jiang Hao asked, his expression one of astonishment as he observed the Sumo swallow the pill without so much as a question. The Sumo appeared momentarily taken aback, as if recalling the matter for the first time, and then inquired, "Was that poison?" Jiang Hao smacked his forehead, his face a canvas of exasperation. "Not merely poison, but a lethal one at that." As he spoke, Jiang Hao proceeded to elucidate the general details of the 3-corpse brainworm pill to the Sumo. Once consumed, the brainworms would lie dormant in the skull. If the antidote were not administered promptly, when the worms activated, even a transcendent being would find it nearly impossible to survive. After all, the worms directly assault the brain. Though transcendent beings possess immense powers, they cannot train their minds within their own brains, rendering them defenseless against the onslaught of the worms. However, upon hearing Jiang Hao's account, the Sumo did not appear overly concerned. "It matters not. As long as this humble monk follows the directives of the Duke of Wei, I trust he will not unjustly seek my life." He waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant expression adorning his face. In fact, at that moment, he seemed rather pleased. His gaze fixed intently on Chun Sheng, akin to a child mesmerized by a novel toy. His unabashed admiration made Chun Sheng feel quite uncomfortable, as if he were being scrutinized by a man far too intense. He wanted to vociferously declare, "I am not inclined that way." Simultaneously, he cursed himself for not acting more swiftly earlier. Had he been quicker, he might have dealt with the Lama directly, thus avoiding the current complications. Enough of that. Discussing how Chun Sheng can assist you can wait. Before that, the situation here requires some arrangement. As he spoke, Jiang Hao surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the dungeon floor. With so many dead within the imperial prison, it was imperative to cover up this incident, lest he face unrest in the days to come. Fortunately, with the Sumo and Tao Gongwang as his insiders, the explanations would be much easier to fabricate. Before long, Jiang Hao summoned Tao Gongwang and prepared 2 sets of explanations, instructing them to respectively pacify the Empress and the Khan of the Golden Tent. He then waved his hand, dismissing the 2. Tao Gongwang was indifferent, taking each day as it came and obediently following Jiang Hao's orders. However, the Sumo, still unfamiliar with Jiang Hao, could not help but ask, "Duke of Wei, will you not accompany me as we depart?" Fearing Jiang Hao might misconstrue his intent, he hastily clarified, What I mean is, since the Khan of the Golden Tent is willing to pay handsomely for your redemption, you could seize this opportunity to escape. If you successfully leave the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, would you not be free once more, without the necessity of going to the Golden Tent Khanate? Jiang Hao paused slightly, taken aback. Initially, he had deemed the sumo to be rather obtuse. It now appeared he had misjudged him. The Samo-Dharma king is not devoid of intellect. Rather, he is simply so engrossed in martial pursuits that he neglects to employ his mind. To speak candidly, he is by no means a fool, this Grand Master of the Golden Tent Khanate. The stratagem of the Golden Cicada shedding its shell is undoubtedly a clever escape plan. Should Jiang Hao choose to leave clandestinely and later be discovered, the Empress would undoubtedly scour the land, determined to find him, alive or dead. At that moment, the Jinui, the divine captains, and even the Hall of Offerings would be mobilized entirely. Their keen noses are far more acute than one might imagine, possessing an array of secret methods for locating individuals. Even if he were to hide in the depths of mountains and forests, he would likely be found. However, if he were to be openly redeemed by the Golden Tent Khanate, as the Samo-Dharma king suggested, and then seize an opportunity to depart midway, there would be no issue. Even Chen Sheng and Wu Guang could not restrain their enthusiasm, exclaiming that as long as their lord left the imperial capital, they would naturally soar like fish in the vast sea and fly like birds in the high sky, eager to follow him and achieve great deeds together. The two looked at Jiang Hao with fervent excitement. As the saying goes, it is easier to change a country's landscape than to alter one's nature. Neither of them possessed a temperament for complacency, or they would not have risen in rebellion in their past lives, becoming pioneers in insurrection. Especially in this newfound existence. Both wielded extraordinary power, akin to possessing sharp blades that stirred the desire for action. They were naturally eager to make their mark. However, in the face of the three hopeful gazes, Jiang Hao shook his head. You do not understand the Empress. The three were left in a state of confusion. Seeing their bewilderment, Jiang Hao smiled and elaborated. Surely you do not naively believe that she genuinely intends to allow me to travel to the Golden Tent Khanate? Just yesterday, in the court, she unequivocally assured us. The Samo-Dharma king looked incredulous, asserting that as the sovereign of the Great Zhou, she could not possibly go back on her word. As he recounted her response, Jiang Hao's expression grew increasingly resolute. She merely inquired whether I would consent to the proposal, but did not indicate that she would necessarily grant it. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Though she is the ruler of the Great Zhou, she is still a woman. She may disregard others, but as for me, Jiang Hao paused momentarily, then spoke with profound significance. If I agree to accompany you to the Golden Tent Khanate, I fear I would not survive the confines of this celestial prison, meeting a fate without burial. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang's expressions shifted. Their eyes narrowed, and they responded with fervent indignation. With the two of us to protect you, who could harm our lord? We would simply fight our way out. I refuse to believe that anyone in the imperial capital could stand against us. I harbor no doubts regarding your prowess. Yet the number of formidable individuals within the imperial capital is truly overwhelming, coupled with the presence of hundreds of thousands of elite troops. No matter how strong you may be, in the end, two fists cannot contend with a multitude of hands. Moreover, even if we manage to break through, once you reveal your full strength, you will undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Empress. And even other factions of the Great Zhou will subsequently set their sights on you, making it increasingly difficult to find peace. More critically, there is simply no necessity for such peril. Everything is well at present, so why must we put ourselves at risk? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were rendered speechless. Jiang Hao then turned his gaze towards the still skeptical sumo king, and without further elaboration, simply smiled and said, You might as well step outside the prison, and you will surely understand my meaning. Then I shall go and see. The sumo king, known for his decisive nature, wasted no time and strode directly towards the upper levels of the prison. He encountered no obstacles along the way. Moments later, he arrived at the first level of the prison. However, unlike the bustling scene he had encountered upon his entry, the place now appeared utterly deserted, with neither guards nor prisoners in sight. The sumo king furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, emboldened by his prowess, he pressed on without fear, making his way outside. In an instant, he pushed open the great door of the prison. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Even his composed demeanor faltered, as his pupils involuntarily contracted and a trace of astonishment crossed his face. The area outside the prison was now surrounded by an overwhelming number of elite soldiers, creating an impenetrable barrier. The massive iron shields, forged from solid steel, stood like walls, blocking all avenues of escape. Gleaming iron spears sparkled in the sunlight, forming a formidable array. Behind them, a multitude of archers stood poised, their arrows trained in this direction. Additionally, numerous large crossbows were drawn and set at critical positions. Furthermore, a host of formidable warriors with considerable prowess glared menacingly at him. Among them were the leaders of the elite Tiger Guard and Feather Forest Cavalry. No longer within the confines of the Imperial Palace, they now unleashed the full terrifying pressure of their celestial realm strength without restraint. The collective might of the army created an atmosphere akin to a grim hell. Even a top-tier celestial realm expert like the Sumo King felt a chill in his heart at that moment. Though powerful, the celestial realm still inhabited a mortal form. Once surrounded by an army, death was a tangible possibility, not to mention the numerous strong adversaries watching with keen eyes. It was indeed akin to a den of dragons and tigers. At this moment, the Sumo King finally comprehended Jiang Hao's message. You do not understand the Empress. Or rather, the Empress's proposition was, in essence, a trap. Chapter 50. The secret execution of Jiang Hao. In this moment, even a formidable figure like King Sumo could not suppress the rising tension within him. While succumbing to defeat at the hands of a rival of equal prowess was something he could reluctantly accept, perishing at the hands of these nameless soldiers was a humiliation unfathomable for someone of his celestial stature. Moreover, having just glimpsed a glimmer of hope before him, he was loath to meet his end so soon. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly quelled the tumult in his heart and spoke with a commanding voice. I am the Grand Master of the Golden Tent Khanate, dispatched as an envoy to the Great Zhou by His Majesty the Khan, at the behest of your Empress. I have come to the Celestial Prison to visit Duke Wei. Might I inquire the intentions behind your actions? Are you truly contemplating the assassination of a foreign envoy? The commanders of the Tiger Bravery and Feather Forest elite troops exchanged glances, and then the Tiger Bravery commander stepped forward, his expression impassive as he replied, Do not worry. Esteemed envoy, we are merely executing orders to apprehend a wanted criminal. May I ask, where is Duke Wei? Duke Wei remains within the Celestial Prison. He has declined our proposal and refuses to accompany us to the Golden Tent Khanate, Sumo proclaimed. As he uttered these words, he keenly sensed that many present had quietly released their breaths, and even the overwhelming aura of hostility had significantly diminished. At this juncture, the outcome was abundantly clear. The Empress's proposal was indeed a trap. Rather than testing their resolve, it was a trial for Jiang Hao. Should Jiang Hao have the audacity to accept the invitation from the Golden Tent Khanate and step out of the Celestial Prison, a river of blood would surely flow that day. Conversely, if he were to refuse the invitation and remain within the confines, they would be absolved of any further action. Though the Empress's command was not to be defied, many present felt an innate reluctance to engage in a violent conflict against the renowned Duke Wei, particularly not wishing for his demise to occur at their hands. However, at that moment, the Feather Forest commander stepped forward with an ominous demeanor, his gaze fixed intently upon King Sumo, and with an air of menace inquired, Why is it that among your party, only you emerged from the Celestial Prison? Might the envoy provide us with an explanation? King Sumo maintained his composure. They intended to forcibly abduct Duke Wei, to avert conflict between our nations. I had no choice but to intervene. Their bodies now lie within the Celestial Prison. This was the explanation they had prearranged. Naturally, upon returning to the Golden Tent Khanate and facing the Khan, King Sumo would present an entirely different narrative. It was a matter of speaking appropriately to each audience, crafting tales to suit both sides. Upon hearing this, the Tiger Bravery and Feather Forest commanders exchanged another glance, instinctively sensing something amiss. Yet, observing King Sumo's unwavering conviction, they could not articulate precisely what felt wrong. They promptly dispatched men to investigate the Celestial Prison. Moments later, their scouts returned with confirmation that Duke Wei indeed remained inside, while the envoys of the Golden Tent Khanate lay lifeless. Judging by the residual aura surrounding the corpses, it appeared they had indeed met their end at the hands of a celestial being. In that vast celestial prison, it seemed that aside from King Sumo, no other celestial beings were present. Thus, It appears that King Sumo personally took it upon himself to cleanse the ranks. The commander of the Tiger Bin and the commander of the Feather Forest exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. In the Imperial Palace, a lady-in-waiting soon reported news from the dungeon. Ji Luoyao nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, before dismissing the reporting lady with a wave of her hand. Uncle, it seems you were mistaken. He has not accepted the invitation from the Khaganate of Jinjiang and remains confined in the dungeon. A hint of smug satisfaction graced Ji Luoyao's exquisite visage. The individual seated across from her was none other than Prince Duan, Ji Yuaneng. His expression remained unchanged, lacking any sign of error, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He raised his head, nonchalantly stating, "He has not emerged from the dungeon. Your Majesty appears quite pleased." Taken aback by his words, Ji Luoyao momentarily froze, then reined in her smile, her face adopting a stony demeanor as she replied, "I merely feel a slight sense of solace. Although he has committed numerous transgressions, he has ultimately not forgotten his roots nor resorted to treachery." Prince Duan shook his head, refraining from further exposing the Empress, and instead inquired, "If he were to truly emerge from the dungeon, would your Majesty execute him?" Ji Luoyao fell silent for a moment, then raised her head, her expression icy as she declared, "A traitor must naturally be put to death, regardless of who that individual may be. Under those circumstances, I implore your Majesty to clandestinely execute Jiang Hao." Prince Duan suddenly made this grave request. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Prince Duan. "Uncle, how can it come to this? Is not the Duke of Wei your close friend? You previously beseeched me to restore his honor. Why now do you ask me to execute him in secret?" Ji Luoyao found herself perplexed by Prince Duan's sudden shift in stance. With serene composure, Prince Duan elucidated, "Circumstances change with time. Had your Majesty pardoned him then, there would have been room for redemption. However, at this very moment, it is too late. You are correct. The Duke of Wei is indeed my esteemed friend. I cherish his talents and respect his character, yet personal affection pales in comparison to the dynasty of the Ji family. It is precisely because of our close friendship that I am acutely aware of his potential threat. Though he is physically weak, he possesses the power to sway fortunes. Any faction that gains his support can swiftly endanger the dominion of the great Zhou. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain." Faced with the piercing gaze of Prince Duan, Ji Luoyao felt a surge of anxiety and could not help but retort, "But he has not yet committed treachery. How can he be slain without just cause?" At the Empress's words, Prince Duan appeared utterly bewildered, barely able to maintain his composure. "Slain without just cause? Is this not your own doing? Fabricating charges to imprison the Duke of Wei in the dungeon. Do you truly believe the world is filled with fools?" Yet, despite being his niece, she was currently the sovereign of the great Zhou. The Duke did not directly refute her. Instead, he earnestly remarked, "Your Majesty, by the time that moment arrives, it may already be too late." Ji Luoyao opened her mouth, yet words eluded her. Deep down, she comprehended the truth in the Duke's words. Indeed, if that day were to come, it would be too late. Moreover, after the setback with Jiang Hao, she had come to realize that he would no longer assist her as he once had. Given this, keeping Jiang Hao alive served no purpose and posed a significant threat. It would be far wiser, as the Duke suggested, to covertly execute him, thus eliminating future troubles once and for all. However, the notion of simply killing him left her with an unsettling sense of reluctance. Ji Luoyao's mind wavered in turmoil. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply and finally spoke. "Rest assured, my dear uncle, I shall arrange for increased guards at the prison, ensuring he has no opportunity to escape. Furthermore, he is an astute individual and will undoubtedly remain compliant within the confines of the prison, never daring to take unnecessary risks." Upon hearing this, the Duke's expression shifted slightly, and he could not help but urge her once more, "Your Majesty, you." Yet Ji Luoyao, having lost interest in further discussion, waved her hand to interrupt him. "That is enough, my uncle. This matter need not be revisited. I have my own resolutions." Observing her resolute stance, the Duke let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "To hesitate in making a decision may lead to chaos. I only hope that, when that time comes, your Majesty will not show mercy." Ji Luoyao's gaze hardened as she coldly replied, "If such a day truly arrives, I shall personally see him off." Chapter 51. The Empress breaks through to the sovereign body. With the demise of the envoys from the Golden Tent Khanate, the proposed negotiations came to an abrupt halt. Their party arrived in the Great Zhou, yet ultimately, only King Samofa returned safely. Furthermore, a subtle transformation had occurred within King Samofa's camp. Ostensibly, he remained the national master of the Golden Tent Khanate, but in reality, he had assumed the guise of Jiang Hao. Should the Khan become aware of this, one can only speculate on his reaction. In any case, the Khan's schemes had undoubtedly failed, resulting in the loss of both his allies and resources. For Jiang Hao, King Samofa was merely a pawn, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. As tranquility returned to the celestial prison, Jiang Hao decided not to keep Chun Sheng and Wu Guang any longer. Their natures were not conducive to remaining docile. After some contemplation, he dispatched them to the southern regions. Over the past few years, the south had suffered immensely, and the Empress, in her quest to amass a million-strong army, had imposed heavy taxes, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. Unlike the fierce northern folk, the southern citizens had historically been more submissive, enduring hardships with quiet resilience. This may well explain the Empress's audacity in levying such taxes in the south. By sending Chun Sheng and Wu Guang to the south, Jiang Hao positioned them in an environment conducive to their rebellious inclinations, akin to a mouse in a grain bin. It was not long before they ignited a significant uprising in Dace Township. This spark swiftly escalated into a conflagration, spreading rapidly throughout the southern territories, transforming the landscape into one of turmoil and strife. Under the leadership of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, the typically passive southern populace revealed their fangs for the first time against the Great Zhou dynasty. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. What more can be said of men? The Great Zhou dynasty found itself beset by turmoil, with the chaos of the Eight Kings' rebellion unresolved and the Taiping Dao yet to be subdued. When a new crisis emerged in the south, Empress Ji Luoyao was overwhelmed, scrambling to patch together her unraveling realm, akin to a hapless plasterer. In the wake of these events, various factions within the Great Zhou stirred restlessly, and the court's grip over the provinces weakened significantly. At this juncture, it was evident to all that the Great Zhou dynasty was ensnared in a perilous predicament. While they managed to hold on, it was only by a thread. A single misstep could plunge them into the abyss. However, for Jiang Hao, ensconced within the celestial prison, these developments bore little consequence. His days continued in a rhythm of eating and sleeping, aided by the shadowy creatures that gathered vital energies, allowing his cultivation to progress remarkably. Almost every day brings new changes, and the completion of the celestial rank seems ever closer. On this particular day, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. But suddenly the heavens transformed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, the once bright sky became shrouded in dark clouds. The essence of the celestial rank descended from above, while the earthly essence surged from the depths below. The convergence of these forces above the imperial capital set the winds and clouds into turmoil. In that moment, countless individuals in the capital could not help but reveal their astonishment. Even Jiang Hao, confined in the celestial prison, sensed an unusual occurrence. Indeed, this celestial phenomenon was not instigated by him. Although the commotion was far less than that of his previous two instances, it was not to be underestimated. More importantly, this was not merely a celestial anomaly. The astonishing convergence of energies seemed to blend yin and yang, allowing all accomplished martial artists to feel an immense pressure. Someone was on the verge of breaking through to the human realm. The number of strong practitioners in the capital was staggering, and soon, experienced elders made their assessments. In an instant, powerful figures appeared atop pavilions and towers, gazing into the distance with anticipation. In this era, where longevity remains elusive, the human realm represents the ultimate goal for the majority of martial artists. Achieving this breakthrough signifies entry into the highest echelon. Should one venture into the martial world, they would undoubtedly become a formidable leader. If they were to join the court, titles and honors would be easily attained. No faction would refuse the allegiance of a practitioner of the human realm. Once they join, endless wealth and glory await. Thus, witnessing the emergence of a practitioner of the human realm naturally attracted the attention of countless individuals in the capital. Thunder rumbled as energies collided. In that moment, the might of heaven and earth seemed to reach its zenith, causing hearts to tremble. It felt as if they were not facing a mere martial expert, but a supremely exalted primordial deity. And at that moment, the source of these phenomena was finally revealed. Above the palace, a graceful figure stood suspended in midair. Draped in a dragon robe and adorned with a crown, her garments fluttered in the wind, and her gaze was commanding. She seemed to belong to another realm, flawless and untouched by the mundane world. Like a celestial being descending to earth, each of her movements exuded an ethereal grace. Tall and strikingly beautiful, she possessed a celestial elegance that rendered flowers envious, coupled with an unparalleled aura of dominance. The fusion of these qualities created an extraordinary and unparalleled charm. As she stood there, the heavens bowed before her. As she stood there, the people humbled themselves before her. As she stood there, the mountains and rivers were captivated by her presence. It was the Empress. She was actually breaking through to the human realm. At such a young age, she was on the verge of this monumental achievement. My goodness, a practitioner of the human realm in her 20s, rivaling the ancestors of the Ji clan, a truly prodigious talent. At such a tender age, she has already transcended into the celestial realm. Should she continue her cultivation for a few more years, who could possibly stand as her rival? Countless individuals are left in astonishment. Indeed, the one currently breaking through is none other than the esteemed Princess Luo Yao of the Great Zhou. In contrast to her administrative prowess, her innate talent for cultivation is undoubtedly remarkable. Although the situation in the Great Zhou deteriorates, her personal strength continues to ascend with unwavering momentum, as if she has harnessed the very fortune of the realm for herself. In a bold leap, she now dares to challenge the celestial realm. For others, such a breakthrough is fraught with insurmountable difficulties, yet for her, it appears as if destiny favors her, requiring merely a gentle bound to effortlessly surpass that threshold. The royal body. At this critical juncture, an unimaginable and formidable power erupted from within her. In that fleeting moment, Ji Luo Yao not only successfully breached the celestial realm, but also experienced a transformation of her royal body. She became enveloped in a terrifying energy, and an overwhelming aura of pressure shrouded the entire imperial capital. Faced with such unparalleled dominance, throngs of spectators instinctively bowed their heads, as if in the presence of a born sovereign, compelled to pay their respects. Even those of the celestial realm were not exempt from this reverence, save for one Jiang Hao, imprisoned in the dungeon. The convergence of formidable energies and the intertwining of yin and yang. These conditions seem remarkably conducive for my own breakthrough. Jiang Hao murmured to himself. He felt a stir of ambition, yet hesitated, wary of causing too much commotion. However, before he could decide, the royal body seemed to react to an unseen stimulus and began to operate of its own accord. Chapter 52, Rising with the Momentum, the Realm of Law Manifestation. At this very moment, Jiang Hao had not yet attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm. However, it was not a prerequisite to achieve complete mastery of the celestial realm in order to attempt a breakthrough into the realm of law manifestation. As evidenced by the current circumstances, the convergence of celestial energies and the interplay of yin and yang, spurred by the Empress Ji Luoyao's ascension, enveloped the entire imperial city in an astonishing force of nature. For Jiang Hao, this was indeed the most opportune environment for a breakthrough. Transitioning from the celestial realm to the realm of law manifestation is inherently challenging. Under normal circumstances, one must first cultivate to the fullness of the celestial realm and then utilize the power of consciousness to guide the integration of celestial energy, a process that typically requires numerous attempts before success is achieved. Each failed attempt necessitates a considerable period of recuperation before one can try again, rendering the process quite cumbersome. Yet, in this moment, a breakthrough could be pursued without such complications. If the difficulty of a typical breakthrough is rated a 10, then at this moment, it might not even reach 1, as the air was saturated with the harmonious merging of celestial energies. Thus, Jiang Hao felt an irresistible urge to act. Although his cultivation speed had always been swift, who could resist the allure of accelerating that pace even further? This was also facilitated by the fact that Jiang Hao possessed the human emperor body, which allowed him to directly absorb the volatile energies of the heavens and earth, granting him the privilege of taking this shortcut. In contrast, for others, unless they were formidable beings of the celestial realm, most would be too intimidated to approach, let alone absorb such ferocious celestial power. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao harbored reservations, fearing the commotion that might ensue. Yet, just as he wavered, the human emperor body, spurred by the presence of the human king body, took the initiative to make a decision for him. What a jest it would be for the human king body to flaunt its arrogance while the human emperor body remained silent. In an instant, the human emperor body began to operate autonomously. Initially flustered, Jiang Hao soon experienced the exquisite sensation of his power surging as the inexhaustible energies of the heavens and earth were absorbed into his being. All his hesitations were cast aside. The time for concern had passed. He would revel in this experience first. At this juncture, Jiang Hao remained oblivious to who was breaking through to the celestial realm outside the confines of his cell, as he was cut off from the external situation. He only knew one thing. He could harness the environment created by another's breakthrough to ride the waves of opportunity. With a mindset that it would be foolish not to seize a favorable chance, Jiang Hao unabashedly began to absorb the celestial energies that lingered in the void. Within him, his 360 avatars of divine essence worked in unison, diligently refining the ceaseless influx of foreign energy. This energy was transformed into pure primordial force, which then filled and permeated his body's meridians. Through this process, Jiang Hao's cultivation soared, and in mere moments, he achieved what would normally take several days of arduous practice. Unbeknownst to him, he quietly reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Having reached this peak, Jiang Hao did not pause. Instead, he gathered his momentum and charged forth towards the realm of law manifestation. In the grand palace of the great Zhou, Ji Luoyao remained suspended in midair. Unbeknownst to her, others were seizing the opportunity of her presence to make their own breakthroughs. She too was immersed in the profound insights accompanying her ascension to the celestial realm. Within the confines of the royal palace, guarded by a multitude of formidable warriors, she felt no apprehension regarding her personal safety. Indeed, even in the absence of such guardians, her current prowess rendered her unafraid of challenges from other strong opponents, including seasoned celestial realm masters. Possessing the body of the human king, even with her recent breakthrough, her strength was already on par with any veteran celestial realm expert, as she sensed her power surging dramatically with the forces of heaven and earth at her command. The possibility of cleaving mountains and severing rivers with her full might seemed entirely within reach. Ji Luoyao found herself deeply enraptured by this feeling. In stark contrast to the chaotic political affairs and the dire state of the world at this moment, she truly felt as though she had mastery over all. This was the essence of the sovereign great Zhou Empress she aspired to be. Thus, this was the path I must tread. A sudden clarity dawned upon her. She was, after all, not Jiang Hao, nor could she handle various political matters and interpersonal relationships with the same effortless grace, managing everything with impeccable order. She had to concede that in these respects, she was indeed inferior to Jiang Hao. Yet, she possessed an unparalleled advantage that Jiang Hao could not rival: her extraordinary cultivation talent and formidable personal strength, a rarity that appeared once in a century. As long as her power was sufficiently strong, no matter how many uprisings arose, she could suppress everything with her overwhelming personal might. Whoever dared to show their face, she would eliminate. When one's personal strength reaches a certain pinnacle, everything else becomes inconsequential. The realm of immortality. I must break through to the realm of immortality. A sudden and intense impulse surged within Ji Luoyao. Merely being in the celestial realm was insufficient for her to achieve this goal. After all, when considering the world, the number of celestial realm masters was not insignificant. Even though she possessed the body of the human king, one or two might not stand a chance against her. However, when faced with a sufficient number of opponents, she would struggle to maintain control over the situation. Only by breaking through to the legendary realm of immortality could she ensure that no one in the world could rival her, allowing her to suppress all with her unparalleled martial prowess. Only then would she truly embody the singular and unparalleled great Zhou Empress. Surveying the world, who could rival me? As this thought crossed her mind, Ji Luoyao was filled with pride, her gaze emanating an air of condescension. With a mere thought, she summoned the power of the body of the human king. In an instant, the visible forces of heaven and earth coalesced, faintly intertwined with the vibrations of the laws of power. Although she had yet to comprehend any laws of power herself, the body of the human king endowed her with such strength. This exemplified the innate advantages of a formidable physique. While it could not guarantee her comprehension of the laws of power, the probability of her success was significantly greater than that of other celestial realm masters. At that moment, an inexplicable wave began to ripple through the air. The power of the heavens and earth, which she had previously commanded with absolute certainty, suddenly felt as though it was slipping from her grasp. Ji Liao's gaze sharpened, bolstered by the strength of the human king. She could scarcely believe that anyone could contest her dominion over the forces of nature. Yet, the outcome proved futile, no matter her efforts. The surrounding energy of the heavens and earth continued to wane, as if it were vanishing into thin air. Shortly thereafter, the mysterious wave intensified. Before Ji Luoyao could react, the very void trembled, and a terrifying surge of energy surged forth, causing the forces of nature to converge wildly. In the midst of this chaos, an unimaginably colossal was gradually coalescing within the void. Someone is breaking through to the... Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Luoyao was not the only one left in a daze. Every formidable figure within the imperial city, without exception, stood agape in astonishment. How could someone possibly transcend to the oppressive presence of an expert? What a farce. Chapter 53. The Reversal of Heaven's Polarities. The Empress spits blood. The pressure exerted by a transcendent being of the celestial realm is nothing short of staggering, particularly in the case of Ji Luoyao, a newly ascended celestial realm cultivator. Her aura is imbued with the lingering might of heaven and earth, rendering it terrifyingly formidable. Furthermore, as a prodigious talent possessing the physique of a human king, her oppressive presence can envelop the entire imperial capital. Under this unimaginable and fearsome pressure, not only ordinary cultivators, but even other celestial realm experts must bow their heads in submission before her. Yet astonishingly, someone is daring to break through to the law manifestation realm amidst such overwhelming force. Observing the gradually coalescing ethereal law manifestation, countless powerful beings within the capital find themselves momentarily rendered speechless, as if transformed into lifeless wooden puppets, standing frozen in place. Their eyes, however, widen in disbelief, filled with an unimaginable shock. What unfolds before them challenges the very fabric of their long-held perceptions. How can such a being exist in this world? To break through the law manifestation realm under the pressure of a celestial realm expert. This is not merely a provocation. It is an audacious challenge. In a sense, this feat is even more arduous than a typical leap across realms. Is there truly a talent for cultivation within this imperial capital that surpasses the unparalleled genius of Empress Ji Luoyao? With this thought, all eyes instinctively turned toward Ji Luoyao, eager to inquire about her current feelings. Ji Luoyao, however, is seething with anger. Everything was proceeding smoothly for her today. At just over 20 years of age, she had achieved a breakthrough to the celestial realm, becoming the youngest celestial realm cultivator in the land, a matter that sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Once this news spreads, the morale of the court will surely soar, and those other restless forces will have to reconsider their ambitions. After all, who can predict the heights to which a celestial realm expert in their 20s might ascend? If she were to be provoked to the point of storming in alone, who could possibly stand in her way? Yet now, with someone audaciously interrupting her moment, the resultant impact on her burgeoning reputation will undoubtedly suffer a significant blow. To obstruct one's path to fortune is akin to slaying one's kin, especially in matters of such national consequence. In an instant, Ji Luoyao's stunning visage turned frigid as ice, her dark eyes glinting with a barely concealed murderous intent, and she shouted with fury, "Who dares?" Her voice rang out like thunder, resonating for miles, yet no one answered. The ethereal law manifestation continued to coalesce undeterred. "Very well, if you choose to remain concealed, I shall compel you to reveal yourself." Ji Luoyao's teeth clenched, her murderous resolve intensifying. Instantly, she summoned the forces of heaven and earth, and within moments, an extraordinary and colossal law manifestation materialized behind her. Just as law manifestation realm experts can manifest their law, so too can those of the celestial realm. Moreover, the adeptness with which a transcendent cultivator wields the forces of heaven and earth is unparalleled, resulting in a manifestation of immense power. With a thunderous roar, under Ji Luoyao's command, the formidable manifestation behind her took a formidable stride forward, raising its fist to strike fiercely at the ethereal manifestation. Should the ethereal form be shattered, the one who sought to break through would undoubtedly be gravely affected, ensuring an absolute failure in their endeavor. If the consequences were to worsen, Their very spirit could suffer a devastating blow, potentially extinguishing all hope for future advancements. The question loomed, could Ji Luoyao, a transcendent cultivator, annihilate the manifestation of one who had only recently attained the realm of manifestation? To the onlookers, this was hardly a question worth pondering. Despite both parties being recent breakthroughs, one belonged to the transcendent realm while the other was merely at the manifestation stage. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. The spectators believed the outcome was already predetermined. The audacity of the opponent to attempt a breakthrough at such a moment, while commendable, was ultimately a recipe for self-inflicted adversity. However, in a turn of events that defied expectations, the mysterious ethereal manifestation did not shatter as anticipated. Instead, it solidified under the onslaught of heavenly forces. In a startling transformation, it expanded dramatically, swiftly towering to 100 feet, resembling a colossal giant. The crowd was left in awe. Typically, manifestations conjured by cultivators at the manifestation stage reach a maximum size of around 30 feet. Even Ji Luoyao, a transcendent cultivator endowed with the physique of a king and myriad advantages, could only manage a manifestation of slightly over 30 feet. Yet, the manifestation before them, having only just formed, had ballooned to an astonishing 100 feet, a phenomenon that defied logic and surpassed all expectations. Though larger does not always equate to superiority. In this case, size was indeed advantageous. Who would not desire to be grander when given the opportunity? Yet, the question arose, how could this entity's manifestation be so immense? Had it consumed some rare elixir or invoked an extraordinary secret technique? Such enormity must surely harbor a fade of weakness. As the crowd pondered these enigmas, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of space, as the formidable forces of heaven and earth surged forth. The two manifestations had collided head-on. Yet the outcome was astonishing. Ji Luoyao's manifestation, despite its advantages, was forced to retreat repeatedly. The onlookers, while taken aback, also found a semblance of rationality in the situation. After all, one manifestation was over 100 feet in size, while the other barely exceeded 30 feet. The disparity in size, a full threefold, naturally indicated a stark difference in power. However, the astounding reality was that the 100-foot manifestation belonged to a cultivator at the manifestation stage, one who had only recently attained this level before their very eyes. Conversely, Ji Luoyao, a prodigious talent of the transcendent realm, found herself at a disadvantage. This outcome left countless spectators in utter disbelief, their astonished eyes wide with incredulity. Was this not a reversal of celestial order? How could a dignified, transcendent cultivator falter against one of the manifestation stage? Is this the way of the world? Even in the realm of mere magical manifestations, such an outcome remains utterly intolerable. The proud and haughty Empress Ji Luoyao is momentarily rendered speechless. Just at that instant, before she could make any move, the colossal magical manifestation glanced at her and then dissipated into thin air within moments, vanishing as pure energy without leaving a trace. It was as if I gently waved my sleeve, taking away not a single wisp of cloud. Watching the adversary's manifestation disappear and gazing into the empty void, Ji Luoyao trembled with rage. To finish a round and flee is indeed the height of shamelessness. Consequently, she found herself bereft of any opportunity for revenge. She knew all too well that her opponent had successfully completed their breakthrough and thus retreated in triumph, leaving her standing alone in a most awkward predicament, unable to vent her fury upon anyone. In that moment, Ji Luoyao could no longer contain herself, nearly spitting blood from her frustration. The unprecedented sense of suffocation ignited her anger. The previously uplifting mood of her breakthrough dissipated entirely. Proclaim my decree, initiate a citywide search, and bring me this person. Ji Luoyao promptly issued her command. Soon, a multitude of formidable warriors set forth, as the entire imperial capital stirred into action. For all were curious to uncover the identity of the individual who had inflicted such a significant loss upon the Empress. The fact that a newly ascended magical manifestation expert could achieve such a feat left them in awe. Chapter 54, At last. I have found you. As the outside world buzzed with excitement over recent events, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes within the confines of the celestial prison. Sensing the transformation in his cultivation, a subtle smile graced his lips. Under normal circumstances, He would require approximately 10 days to half a month to attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Subsequently, transitioning from that stage to the law manifestation realm would necessitate a gradual fusion of the celestial energy, likely taking an additional month or two. Altogether, this would amount to a minimum of 2 months. However, seizing the opportunity and riding the winds of fortune, he had effortlessly expedited his progress by 2 months, merely by drawing upon another's enhancement. How could Jiang Hao not feel elated? In comparison to the celestial realm, the power within the law manifestation realm was undoubtedly far superior. On one hand, the transformation of his divine consciousness allowed him to harness the external forces of nature, culminating in the manifestation of law, a true arcane art capable of vanquishing foes and breaching formations with ease. On the other hand, the energy within his body underwent significant alterations. After integrating the celestial energy, his current reserves were equivalent to several times their former potency, greatly amplifying his strength. In summary, the disparity in power between the celestial realm and the law manifestation realm was at least tenfold. Following his successful ascent to the law manifestation realm, Jiang Hao now faced the gradual process of amassing energy. Both his internal energy and divine consciousness needed to meet specific criteria before he could aspire to break through to the transcendental realm. However, there was no rush, as he had only just crossed the threshold into the law manifestation realm. With his advancement, his shadow demon could finally take a respite, no longer required to brave the scorching sun each day to gather celestial energy for him. Although the shadow demon claimed to fear no toil, Jiang Hao felt it was unjust to overwork his companion, despite the creature's somewhat ferocious disposition. Unexpectedly, the individual who had broken through to the transcendental realm was none other than her. At that moment, Jiang Hao had fully comprehended the identity of the person making waves outside. He had not anticipated that it would be Ji Luoyao. Even more astonishing was the fact that the two had exchanged blows from afar using their respective law manifestations. Relying upon the advantage of her royal body, he had managed to gain the upper hand in a fleeting exchange. The most amusing aspect of it all was that he had inadvertently benefited from Ji Luoyao's breakthrough, allowing him to successfully rise to the law manifestation realm. All of these developments were indeed a cause for celebration for Jiang Hao. Since his imprisonment, he had never felt as jubilant as he did today. Although she had fumbled in governance, her prodigious talent and cultivation was undeniable, advancing at an astonishing pace. Remarkably, she had already reached the transcendental realm. Jiang Hao could not help but marvel. If his memory served him correctly, Ji Luoyao was merely 23 or 24 this year, at the peak of her youthful vitality. For others at this age, it was likely they would still be diligently honing their physical prowess through the 6 realms. Even the rare few with elite backing would only have just breached the extraordinary realm, still hovering around the Dragon Gate stage. In contrast, Ji Luoyao, of the same age, has already ascended to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, the celestial being. It is not merely the younger generation that pales in comparison. Even the seasoned warriors of the older generation have been left far behind by her. Truly, it is said that comparison begets frustration. Such prodigious talent indeed warrants the title of a remarkable genius. However, when Jiang Hao reflects upon his own circumstances, having spent merely a little over 4 months in imprisonment, he seems to have smoothly advanced to the law manifestation realm. In comparison, Ji Luoyao's cultivation speed appears not to be remarkably swift. The status of the longevity realm remains somewhat unclear for now, so he resolves to set a modest goal for himself, to surpass Ji Luoyao comprehensively within 3 months. Jiang Hao encourages himself internally, feeling confident in achieving this modest ambition, provided the system grants him a touch of assistance. At the command of the Empress, the 3 major departments, Jinyui, the Divine Capture Division, and the Worship Hall, mobilized all personnel to scour the imperial capital, digging deep to locate the enigmatic law manifestation powerhouse. However, the prison remains eerily quiet, for no one would suspect that this exceptionally gifted law manifestation expert is, in fact, an inmate. Furthermore, no one would associate this mysterious figure with Jiang Hao, the widely acknowledged cultivation failure. Hence, after a long day of searching, aside from unexpectedly uncovering a few hidden court criminals in the imperial capital, they failed to locate the individual the Empress sought. Naturally, this incited her wrath. What had initially appeared to be a flawless breakthrough on her part was something she had mentally prepared to widely publicize. eager to reap a significant wave of prestige. After all, since assuming power, despite her belief in her own righteousness, she has been plagued by misfortune and frequent incidents, leading to widespread turmoil throughout the Great Zhou and a corresponding decline in her reputation. At such a time, even garnering prestige through personal martial prowess was of utmost importance to her. Yet, an unknown individual has audaciously interfered, marring her otherwise impeccable breakthrough endeavor. It can be likened to a single drop of poison ruining a pot of porridge. Moreover, countless witnesses had observed the scene, even if she wished to suppress the news. It was beyond her capability. As the word of the Empress's breakthrough to the celestial being spreads, it will undoubtedly be accompanied by mentions of that extraordinarily mysterious law manifestation expert. Consequently, the Empress, who was to be the centerpiece of this narrative, finds herself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, resulting in a significant diminishment of the promotional impact. Each time Ji Luoyao contemplates this, she cannot help but feel an intense frustration, overshadowing any joy she might have derived from her breakthrough to the celestial being. "Search. I command you to search," she declared vehemently. "Even if you must turn the imperial capital upside down, you shall find this person. If you fail to locate him, do not dare to present yourselves before me." Ji Luoyao ground her teeth in fury as she spoke. How could it be that such a singular person eludes them? The commander of the Jinyui, Chao Xiaoming, and others, rendered speechless with fear, dared not utter a single word, but could only obediently resume their search. However, just as the entire city was engulfed in a storm of frantic searches, a solitary figure approached the gates of the celestial prison. This individual was tall and austere, clad in a robe adorned with celestial patterns, with long, dark hair cascading chaotically over his shoulders. Though his appearance suggested a lack of refinement, his obsidian eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the stars themselves. He seemed enveloped in layers of mist, rendering him enigmatic and difficult to discern. This person was none other than the extraordinarily mysterious head of the Astral Monitoring Agency. His origins were scarcely known, and he rarely graced the presence of others, spending the majority of his time within the confines of the agency, only emerging during occasional ceremonial events. At this moment, he held a compass in his hand, emanating a peculiar surge of power. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the needle of the compass spinning incessantly. It was only when he stood before the gates of the celestial prison that the needle finally came to a halt. At this juncture, the head of the agency also paused, lifting his gaze toward the imposing entrance before him. "At last, I have found you." A profound smile, laden with meaning, emerged at the corners of his icy lips. Chapter 55. Duke Wei, you hide deeply. "Sir, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Upon learning of the sudden visit from the esteemed director of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, Tao Gongwang, the warden of the prison, promptly stepped forward to greet him. He was genuinely perplexed. Why would this solitary and proud official leave the confines of his esteemed bureau to venture into the ominous realm of the prison? This place, notorious for harboring the most nefarious criminals, was hardly suitable for someone of his stature. A glint of caution flickered in Tao Gongwang's eyes. Ever since he had been coerced by Jiang Wenhua, he had become more astute. He no longer welcomed visitors into his office, but rather chose to meet them at the prison gate. He could hardly believe that anyone would dare to force him in such a public space. Should anyone attempt to lay a hand on him, a mere shout would summon the guards, who were not idle by any means. "I simply wish to take a look around the prison. May I trouble you for assistance, warden?" the director of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau requested. Tao Gongwang hesitated for a moment before firmly shaking his head. If it were a high-ranking official whose wrath he could not afford to incur, he might have considered granting an exception. However, regarding the director of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, he felt no trepidation in rebuffing him. The crux of the matter was that the director was shrouded in mystery, and with his own conscience burdened, he dared not get too close. "I regret to inform you that this prison is a place of severe confinement. Unless you possess a decree from the Ministry of Justice or a direct order from His Majesty, no unauthorized individuals may enter. This is a directive from His Majesty himself," Tao Gongwang declared with an air of righteous authority. Though he was outright rejected, the director's demeanor remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. Just as he turned to depart, he suddenly halted and said, "Warden, look into my eyes." "What?" Tao Gongwang instinctively looked up, only to find his gaze locked with that of the director. In that fleeting moment, An unusual gleam ignited within the director's pupils. Caught off guard, Tao Gongwang felt his resolve wane, as if entranced. He lost all prior wisdom and caution. "Can I enter now, Warden?" "Yes, and I would appreciate your guidance." "Of course." Their exchange flowed seamlessly, giving the impression of an extraordinary camaraderie. Under the lead of Warden Tao Gongwang, the director of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau smoothly entered the prison. Once inside, he continued to hold a compass in his hand, his eyes frequently fixated on the needle, restlessly traversing the various chambers of the prison. Such peculiar behavior soon caught the attention of the lurking shadows. "Master, awaken. Please, wake up. There's a peculiar individual outside." The shadow demon quickly reported to Jiang Hao. Stirring from his slumber, Jiang Hao yawned and scolded with palpable displeasure. "How many times must I reiterate? I am not merely sleeping. I am diligently cultivating." "Yes, yes, master. Your dedication is unparalleled," the shadow demon replied with feigned enthusiasm. "But you must see this strange fellow outside." With a casual nod, the shadow demon swiftly summoned his powers, coalescing dark energy into a luminous screen that revealed the outside scene. "Truly, you are increasingly disregarding my commands," Jiang Hao grumbled. After ascending to the rank of Demon King, the shadow demon had evidently grown more astute, his demeanor increasingly resembling that of a typical human. However, having spent countless days lurking in the shadows of the dungeon, observing the prisoners and guards, he had picked up undesirable habits, leading his character to deviate slightly from the norm. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. Jiang Hao quickly redirected his gaze to the image projected on the shadow demon's screen. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed with keen observation. He discerned that Tao Gongwang's current state appeared somewhat amiss. That individual is the chief of the Astronomical Bureau? What brings him here? Could Tao Gongwang's condition be related to him? The primary duty of the Astronomical Bureau was to observe celestial phenomena and calculate seasonal passages, traditionally serving the emperor. Even during Jiang Hao's governance, he had minimal interactions with this department. He was only vaguely familiar with the chief, knowing him to be somewhat reclusive and rarely engaging with court officials. Given his expertise in celestial studies, it was understandable that he possessed eccentricities, which few paid heed to. Yet, Jiang Hao found it perplexing that this individual would venture into the dungeon. As the chief of the Astronomical Bureau continued his descent towards the dungeon, systematically eliminating layers as if in search of someone or something, Jiang Hao was struck by an intense intuition. This man was likely seeking him specifically. With this thought, he immediately glanced at the shadow demon. Without the need for words, a mere exchange of glances conveyed his intent. The shadow demon promptly vanished into the darkness, concealing himself. As anticipated, after approximately a stick of incense had burned, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, accompanied by Tao Gongwang, arrived at the 18th level of the dungeon. Is this truly the final level of the dungeon? Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, is confined here? Yes. The chief of the Astronomical Bureau fell silent for a moment before issuing a command, then unlocked the cell door. Understood. Tao Gongwang, akin to a marionette, complied entirely with the chief's orders. Swiftly retrieving a specialized key from his waist, he meticulously unlocked the chains and the heavy door. With a series of audible clinks, the cell door swung open, and the chief of the Astronomical Bureau stepped inside alone. Upon entering, he first surveyed the surroundings, meticulously examining the environment to ascertain that no one else was present before shifting his gaze towards Jiang Hao. He then lowered his eyes to the compass in his hand, observing that the needle had come to a complete standstill. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he gradually raised his head, fixing his gaze entirely on Jiang Hao. "Duke Wei, you conceal yourself well." The chief of the Astronomical Bureau inhaled deeply, seemingly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and spoke deliberately. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze to meet him, an expression of confusion evident in his eyes as he inquired, "What do you mean by that, sir?" The chief of the Astronomical Bureau chuckled, shaking his head with a sardonic look directed at Jiang Hao. "At this juncture, having already tracked you down, do you still intend to feign ignorance?" "I still do not comprehend your words," Jiang Hao replied, his face a picture of bewilderment. Every aspect of his demeanor, from his expressions to his reactions, exhibited no flaws, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. However, the chief of the Astronomical Bureau remained unfazed, as if he had already concluded certain matters within his heart. He smiled and remarked, If I were to inform Her Majesty the Empress that Duke Wei is the bearer of the Emperor's physique, what do you suppose her reaction would be?" At these words, Jiang Hao abruptly lifted his head, his gaze instantly transforming into one of sharp intensity. Chapter 56. The Source Blood, the possessor of the human emperor body? Jiang Hao fixed a cold gaze upon the head of the Qintian monitor, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Sir Monitor, are you jesting? My cultivation aptitude is known to all. Moreover, the human emperor body is unique to the ancestors of the Ji clan. Only those of Ji bloodline have the potential to awaken it. How could an outsider like me possibly possess the human emperor body? Even if you were to convey this absurdity to the Empress, do you truly believe she would take it to heart?" Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, a flicker of doubt crossed the monitor's eyes. Logically, he found Jiang Hao's argument compelling. Across the realm, only the Ji bloodline could potentially awaken the human emperor body. In contrast, Jiang Hao was widely recognized as a cultivation failure. How could he possibly awaken such a supreme physique? Yet, glancing at the compass in his hand, a new possibility dawned upon him. Could it be that Duke Wei is, in fact, a member of the Ji clan, possessing Ji blood within him? The monitor suddenly lifted his head, shock etched upon his face as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, utterly bewildered, was taken aback by this outlandish theory. How could he, in any way, be associated with the Ji clan, who had concocted such a family lineage for him? Yet the monitor seemed to have found the answer he sought, his gaze now filled with conviction as he chuckled heartily. "Aside from this explanation, I cannot fathom any other possibility. Only you, Duke Wei, could be of the Ji lineage, thus possessing the Ji blood, which enables you to awaken the human emperor body. This is unequivocally the case. You need not conceal it any longer." "Huh, I have uncovered the truth." Jiang Hao opened his mouth, staring at the monitor who was convincing himself. He realized that no matter what he said, the other party would likely remain incredulous. Ironically, despite the monitor's wild speculations being erroneous, one truth stood firm. He indeed possessed the human emperor body. The deduction was flawed, yet the conclusion was accurate. This was somewhat frustrating and left Jiang Hao at a loss for words. Moreover, he found it perplexing how the monitor had stumbled upon this insight. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising ire, Jiang Hao asked in a deep voice, "Sir Monitor, irrespective of whether I am indeed a member of the Ji clan or possess Ji blood, what leads you to be so certain that I possess the human emperor body? Admit it, Duke Wei. Under my discerning gaze, you cannot hide." The monitor replied with a triumphant smile. "To be honest, I had an inkling during the first celestial phenomenon that it was connected to the human emperor body. When the second phenomenon occurred, I was utterly convinced. Alas, I searched the entire city for members of the Ji clan, yet none matched the criteria. I squandered 2 months in pursuit, but fortune favors the diligent, and at last, I found you, Duke Wei." At this juncture, he raised the compass in his hand, a unique artifact meticulously crafted from the blood of the Empress. With the royal lineage of her body, it possesses the power to subdue anyone, yet only before the Emperor's physique will it bow in submission. Thus, I am assured that I will not misidentify the individual in question. Now, I wonder, do you have anything further to say, Duke Wei? Jiang Hao found himself rendered speechless. If his opponent were a simpleton, he might concoct some excuse to deceive him. However, the Grand Supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau was evidently a person of remarkable intellect. Otherwise, he would not have been able to locate him amidst a vast sea of people. To deceive him would be nearly impossible. Consequently, only one course of action remained. If the problem could not be resolved, then one must eliminate the source of the problem. A chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, as the vital energy from the 360 acupoints within his body began to stir discreetly. The hidden shadowy specters, too, received his silent cue and commenced their stealthy maneuvers. Although Jiang Hao was reluctant to leave the auspicious confines of the celestial prison, the exposure of his secret compelled him to act preemptively to prevent the Empress from tearing off the mask of diplomacy and sending an army to hunt him down. Just then, the Grand Supervisor spoke. "Duke Wei, I understand your current trepidation, but there is no need for concern. I can assure you that this secret is known exclusively to me. Others, including Her Majesty the Empress, are unaware of your possession of the Emperor's physique and are oblivious to the fact that the previous 2 celestial phenomena were connected to you." Jiang Hao suddenly lifted his gaze, astonished as he regarded the Grand Supervisor. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. Instinctively, he narrowed his eyes and, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, "It seems you have your own demands. May I ask what you desire?" "Source blood, a single drop." The Grand Supervisor's eyes gleamed intensely as he fixated on Jiang Hao, raising a solitary finger. His tone remained unremarkable, yet the fervor in his gaze betrayed the excitement swirling within him. Clearly, this so-called drop of source blood held immense significance for him. "What is source blood?" "I possess none," Jiang Hao replied, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. This time, he was not feigning ignorance. He truly had never heard of such a thing, nor did he possess any. "No, you have source blood, and only you possess it." The Grand Supervisor smiled slightly, quickly offering clarification. "The Emperor's physique is the most exceptional legendary constitution in existence, and with each birth of an Emperor's physique, 3 drops of source blood manifest within. Of course, interpretations may vary. Some refer to it as the essence of one's life force. Source blood has myriad applications, whether in medicinal concoctions, artifact crafting, or talisman drawing. Nevertheless, the most significant benefit of source blood lies in its ability to enhance one's constitution. Even an ordinary person consuming a single drop could undergo a transformation akin to rebirth. With that, he refrained from further explanation, his gaze fervently fixated on Jiang Hao. "My current request is rather simple. Grant me a drop of source blood, and I shall keep your secret." This demand should not be deemed excessive, should it? Although the other party spoke lightly, Jiang Hao did not let down his guard. The effort they expended in searching for him suggested that their intentions were far more profound than merely acquiring a drop of source blood. Given the rarity of source blood, with only 3 drops in existence, forcibly extracting even a single drop would likely have significant repercussions on my own well-being, would it not? "Lord Wei, you are a clever man. I shall not conceal the truth from you. To claim that there would be no impact at all would be disingenuous. There would undoubtedly be some effect, such as temporary weakness." The chief of the Astral Observatory spoke earnestly. "However, this concern is minor. As long as subsequent nourishment is adequate and ample precious medicines are consumed to restore vitality, the lost drop of essence can indeed be replenished, if you trust my words. I can assist you with this matter." Jiang Hao gazed deeply at him, yet shook his head, then asked expressionlessly, "Is it to restore my health, or to facilitate the continuous extraction of source blood?" The chief of the Astral Observatory was momentarily taken aback, meeting Jiang Hao's penetrating gaze as if it could unveil his very soul. He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to explain, but ultimately refrained. He then shook his head and smiled wryly. The challenge of dealing with a perceptive individual lies in the fact that certain matters are discerned before they are even spoken. Indeed, I do seek a continuous acquisition of source blood. After all, the human sovereign body is exceedingly rare. If I can obtain sufficient source blood, I might transform my own physique into one that could rival the might of the human sovereign. At this point, the chief's heart burned with fervor, and his gaze towards Jiang Hao resembled that of a connoisseur admiring a priceless treasure. He then abandoned any pretense and spoke in a cold tone. "From the moment I appeared here, your fate, Lord Wei, was already sealed. The only choice left to you is whether to obediently surrender the source blood or compel me to forcibly extract it from your body." Chapter 57. Vulnerable to a single blow. What if I choose not to select at all? At this moment, Jiang Hao gazed upon the head of the Astronomical Bureau, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling the look one might cast upon a lifeless corpse. Under the weight of Jiang Hao's icy indifference, it felt akin to being scrutinized by a legendary beast of prey. The head of the Astronomical Bureau involuntarily trembled, a primal fear rising from within. Yet, he swiftly suppressed this inexplicable sensation, his ire boiling over. It appeared that awakening the human emperor's physique had indeed imbued Duke Wei with considerable confidence. Taking a deep breath, the head of the Astronomical Bureau's eyes gleamed with mockery as he scoffed disdainfully. He believed Jiang Hao was still oblivious to his current predicament. Ultimately, who was the hunter, and who was the prey? Jiang Hao, however, remained unperturbed, coldly inquiring, "My lord, would you care to test your mettle?" Utterly nonsensical. The head of the Astronomical Bureau scoffed derisively, asserting with certainty, "We martial practitioners endure the harshest of trainings, braving the cold of winter and the heat of summer, persevering through countless battles to achieve our current prowess. In stark contrast, Duke Wei, you are merely a fortunate soul. Surely you do not believe that awakening the human emperor's physique will instantly elevate you to a pinnacle of strength? Huh, how naive you are. If I am not mistaken, the mysterious phenomenon that manifested last night was your doing, was it not? After all, only the legendary human emperor's physique could summon such an astonishing phenomenon. How laughable that Her Majesty the Empress is scouring the city. What would her reaction be if she discovered that you, Duke Wei, were the source? Jiang Hao silently smiled, offering no explanations. Yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid as he remarked, "My lord, have you ever heard the adage? The more one knows, the more swiftly one meets their demise." Swift demise? Huh. Do you believe that by breaking through to the phenomenon realm, you have secured victory over me? The head of the Astronomical Bureau laughed bitterly in his fury. Nonetheless, one must admit, the human emperor's physique is indeed a rare gift, a well-known cultivation failure. Suddenly awakening this physique, and in such a short time, successfully breaking through to the phenomenon realm. How profoundly unfair this world is. At this juncture, the head of the Astronomical Bureau could not suppress his envy and resentment. Over the years, he had endured countless hardships and poured immense effort into reaching his current cultivation level, diligently striving without a moment's respite. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao, once recognized as a cultivation failure, had idled away his days in the dungeon, yet had quietly achieved a breakthrough to the phenomenon realm. This stark comparison left him feeling profoundly imbalanced. Yet, even if one had broken through to the phenomenon realm, what of it? In this dungeon, would Duke Wei dare to summon the phenomenon? Unless you wish for your identity to be revealed, at which point, the Empress would undoubtedly not spare you. Thus, you would not dare to summon the phenomenon. As he spoke, the head of the Astronomical Bureau approached Jiang Hao with an air of triumph. The most formidable ability of a practitioner in the realm of the law image is the summoning of the law image itself. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao is unable to summon such an entity. Should he do so, it would not only unveil his identity to himself, but also reveal it to the world. For a law image towering 100 zhang is indeed breathtaking and unparalleled. Thus, in the eyes of the Qintian supervisor, Jiang Hao appears to be merely a practitioner with superficial cultivation. Though he has barely breached the realm of law image, he remains incapable of unleashing his most potent abilities. Posing little threat, the Qintian supervisor approaches with unwavering confidence, dismissing Jiang Hao entirely. As he strides closer, his aura intensifies. He too possesses the cultivation of law image but has ascended to its pinnacle, even qualifying to challenge the realm of the celestial being. Yet, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Empress Luo Yao, who effortlessly crosses that threshold into the celestial realm. He is, without a doubt, among those of limited potential. Despite being perilously close to the celestial realm, that distance is as daunting as an insurmountable chasm, forever out of reach. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that he will never attain such heights in his lifetime. At this juncture, he discovers the existence of Jiang Hao, the embodiment of the emperor's physique. For him, Jiang Hao represents a unique opportunity, the key to ascending to the celestial realm and beyond. Rest assured, once I have captured you, I shall not end your life. Rather, I will provide for you lavishly, and once I have extracted sufficient source blood, you will witness my ascent to the pinnacle of the path of cultivation. The Qintian supervisor's face contorts with ferocity as he can no longer contain himself, unleashing his full cultivation and lunging at Jiang Hao like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Jiang Hao, having anticipated this, refrains from immediate action, waiting until the supervisor is upon him before launching a fierce counterattack. Simultaneously, all 360 of his acupoints are activated, and his myriad divine avatars radiate with an unfathomable brilliance, channeling an extraordinary torrent of primal energy into his arm. With a single punch, a fearsome gust of wind accompanies him, and his overwhelming power surges forth like a runaway stallion, unstoppable. Adapting to the ever-changing circumstances, he then overwhelms with sheer force, culminating in a punch that transcends humanity. This is the combat style Jiang Hao has meticulously chosen for himself, aptly termed the three axes. It perfectly circumvents his lack of combat experience while maximizing his advantages. The Qintian supervisor, underestimating Jiang Hao's rare emperor physique, mistakenly believes that the summoning of the towering law image is his most formidable technique. Yet, he has gravely miscalculated the extraordinary nature of the emperor physique. Moreover, Jiang Hao is not merely endowed with this physique. The longevity technique known as sleeping dragon also furnishes him with immense support. To have opened 360 acupoints is not something an ordinary individual can compare to. Not to mention, Jiang Hao receives daily rewards from the system, having consumed an innumerable variety of miraculous elixirs. In the eyes of the ordinary, treasures such as the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Spirit Nourishing Pill are invaluable. Yet for him, they are no different from commonplace objects, significantly solidifying his foundation. The confluence of various advantages has forged the current Jiang Hao. The head of the Astral Monitoring Bureau mistakenly believes him to be a fortuitous individual who has unexpectedly awakened the Emperor's physique, a gross miscalculation. Soon, he would pay a severe price for this error. In this direct confrontation, Jiang Hao remained steadfast, while the head of the Bureau, struck hard, was compelled to retreat repeatedly. After staggering backward for several steps, he barely regained his footing. Following this clash, his arms trembled uncontrollably, as if they had lost all sensation. Blood flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving erratically, and his visage turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. However, even more pallid than his countenance was his current state of mind. How is this possible? Did you not just break through to the law manifestation realm? How can you wield such terrifying prowess and possess such astonishing strength? You cannot possibly be the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao. Who on earth are you? The head of the Bureau abruptly raised his gaze towards Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with unimaginable shock and trepidation. Undoubtedly, the unfolding events had completely surpassed his expectations. He had believed he could easily dominate Jiang Hao, but upon actual combat, he realized that it was he who was being dominated. With such limited strength, what audacity do you possess to act arrogantly before me? Is it bestowed upon you by Liang Jingru? Jiang Hao's eyes were rife with disdain. As his words echoed, his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. Though he did not employ any particular movement technique, his terrifying physical prowess endowed him with unimaginable agility and speed. In an instant, he materialized before the head of the Bureau. The latter's expression drastically changed, and he hastily attempted to dodge to the side. Yet at that moment, Jiang Hao unexpectedly altered his approach, transforming his fist into a kick, delivering a swift sidekick akin to a steel whip. A resounding thud reverberated as his leg forcefully impacted the bureau chief's waist. The intense pain contorted the man into a hunched figure, resembling a large shrimp. But this was not the end. Another whip-like kick followed. With no means of evasion, the overwhelming force erupted, sending him flying like a punching bag. He crashed violently against the wall of a nearby cell and then rolled onto the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao's voice echoed ominously, truly. A pitifully feeble opponent. Chapter 58. The half-demon, what did you say? The words of Jiang Hao reached the ears of the head of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, igniting an immediate fury within him, causing his eyes to blaze crimson. He gritted his teeth and struggled to rise from the ground. A well-known cultivator of little merit, unexpectedly awakened as a fortunate bearer of the human emperor's physique, dared to claim he was worthless. This was the gravest insult imaginable. Despite Jiang Hao's current transformation, the deeply ingrained perception of his past weakness lingered, difficult to eradicate. It was precisely this reason that led the head of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau to disregard Jiang Hao from the outset. Even knowing Jiang Hao had awakened the human emperor's physique, he still subconsciously underestimated him. Now, hearing Jiang Hao declare him feeble was intolerable. Jiang Hao's words struck a deep wound in his pride, igniting a furious tempest within him. An unprecedented rage surged in his chest, nearly overwhelming his reason. Jiang Hao, you have forced my hand. This is all you're doing. Today, I shall personally sever your head, forcing you to see clearly who the true weakling is. Disheveled and ragged, the head of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau appeared as a madman. Amidst his frantic roar, a terrifying energy, long concealed, erupted from within him. This energy was starkly different from the martial prowess of ordinary cultivators, imbued with an ominous aura. As this power coursed through his limbs, the previously weak head of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau experienced a resurgence, quickly surpassing his former peak. In that moment, he no longer resembled the enigmatic and proud figure he once was. Instead, he was now enveloped in a malevolent presence. Even his physical appearance underwent a significant transformation. A layer of black fur emerged upon his skin, Jagged fangs appeared in his mouth, and sharp claws sprouted from his hands. Most terrifying of all were his eyes, glowing with a malevolent crimson light, exuding a savage, bloodthirsty essence, akin to a ferocious wolf. These changes unequivocally indicated one truth: you are of the demon race. Witnessing such a bizarre transformation, even Jiang Hao felt a momentary tightening of his expression. This was wrong. If you were truly of the demon race, you would have been discovered long ago. Moreover, your transformation is not complete. Therefore, you are a half-demon. Jiang Hao quickly deduced. Although the great Zhou occupied the fertile central plains, it was not the sole sovereign of the realm. Other formidable forces existed that could rival Great Zhou. For instance, the Golden Yurt Khanate, which dominated the endless northern steppes, was one such power. Likewise, in the distant eastern wastes, a formidable nation known as the Demon God Empire thrived. As its name implies, the Demon God Empire was entirely governed by the demon race, with humans relegated to the status of slaves. Their civilization may not rival that of Great Zhou in splendor, yet their might was not to be underestimated. Over the years, although both parties have maintained a wary distance, their clandestine skirmishes have been far from few. The Golden Horde, at the very least, remains a faction of humanity, whereas the demon race constitutes an entirely different species. Consequently, the Great Zhou exercises stringent vigilance against the demons. Upon discovering their presence within its borders, it shows no mercy, particularly towards those of high standing. Jiang Hao never anticipated that the esteemed head of the astronomical bureau before him was, in fact, a deeply concealed half-demon. At this moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind the other's consistently low-key demeanor and solitary nature, rarely engaging with others, and often retreating to the bureau. The true motive was likely to prevent the revelation of his identity. Originally, he had no intention of exposing himself, yet he found himself compelled to this extent. Now that his true nature has been uncovered, it seems he cannot afford to let you live. A human emperor's physique is exceedingly rare, a tragic loss indeed. However, should I successfully extract the 3 drops of source blood from within you, it should suffice for me to break through to the celestial realm. The head of the astronomical bureau wore a sinister expression, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Hao, those otherworldly eyes gleaming with a chilling, bloodthirsty ferocity. After unleashing his inner demon power and combining it with his own cultivation, he had not directly breached the threshold of the celestial realm, but had neared the level of a half-celestial. At his tier, even the slightest discrepancy could lead to vast differences in strength. A half-celestial would effortlessly overpower an ordinary practitioner of the law manifestation realm. Having never engaged with demons before, Jiang Hao dared not underestimate the situation. He raised his hand, summoning the exquisite Qingjiao sword, which swiftly materialized in his grasp. The head of the bureau was momentarily taken aback, but posed no inquiries, as he knew that once Jiang Hao was slain, all of this would belong to him. With no need for further words, the two soon erupted into combat once more. With the shadow demons covertly supporting him, Jiang Hao remained remarkably composed, devoid of any tension. Rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. Likewise, upon revealing his half-demon identity, the head of the bureau no longer held back. Not only had his cultivation seen significant advancement, but the bloodline of the demon race endowed him with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary human warrior. The two exchanged blows with fervor, their contest escalating dramatically. Aside from the tacit understanding not to summon their respective manifestations, they unleashed a plethora of techniques. Jiang Hao thrived on his solid foundation and robust energy, coupled with an extraordinarily powerful physique, engaging in battle with boldness and abandon. In contrast, the head of the bureau excelled in superior cultivation, seasoned combat experience, and the agility of a wolf demon, managing to hold his ground without directly clashing with Jiang Hao. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 strikes, although neither had summoned their manifestations. The intensity of their battle gradually drained the color from the head of the bureau's face. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, having only recently breached the law manifestation realm, appeared unfazed. As he found his rhythm in combat, he grew increasingly exhilarated, his resolve strengthening with each encounter, yearning to engage in battle for 3 days and nights. Damn it! Is this fellow made of iron, utterly devoid of fatigue? The supervisor of the astronomical bureau inwardly cursed vehemently. At this moment, he finally regained his composure. Jiang Hao's prowess indeed exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. He understood that it was unlikely for him to subdue Jiang Hao. Continuing the battle could very well lead to his own demise. Although he felt an immense sense of unwillingness at this juncture, he had no choice but to seek an escape route. It seemed he could no longer remain in the imperial city, but before departing, "I will surely expose your true identity. Jiang Hao, prepare yourself. Henceforth, you shall know no peace. The body of the emperor, if I cannot possess it, neither shall you have an easy time." Before his words could fully dissipate, the supervisor of the astronomical bureau retreated abruptly, fleeing at a remarkable speed towards the confines of the celestial prison. Jiang Hao remained stationary, refraining from pursuit, his gaze icy and unyielding, as if he were regarding a lifeless corpse. The supervisor, filled with profound confusion, was suddenly enveloped by an eerie black mist that materialized before him. Before he could react, it swiftly shrouded him, a terrifying pressure descending upon him. In that instant, he felt as if he had plummeted into an abyss of ice, his entire being rendered frigid. The thought of celestial being briefly flickered in his mind before darkness consumed him entirely. Moments later, the shadow demon emerged, its countenance adorned with a fawning expression as it gazed at Jiang Hao. "Master, did I perform admirably? Please commend me." Chapter 59. The massacre at the Qintian Monitoring Bureau. Faced with the shamelessly flattering shadow demon, Jiang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. He reached out to pat its head, only to find nothing but emptiness. This pet, the shadow demon, was indeed wonderful in many respects. Yet it possessed one significant flaw: it could not be petted. If given the chance, he would still like to raise a cat to fill this void. "You've performed admirably. I commend you verbally." Jiang Hao offered praise. The shadow demon had modest expectations and was instantly satisfied, its face alight with joy. In truth, this was hardly a burden for it. After all, the head of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau was nearly drained by Jiang Hao, while the demon had been secretly preparing for quite some time. With its cunning and the disparity in their cultivation levels, there was hardly any difficulty involved. It was tempted to remark that, compared to this, gathering astral energy in the heavens was far more arduous. "What is happening to me? This is bad, Duke Wei. Be careful. Duke Wei, are you all right?" At that moment, with the death of the head of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau, Tao Gongwang, the jailer, quickly regained his senses. Realizing the gravity of his actions, he was struck with alarm. Scrambling into the cell, panic etched across his face as he shouted. His primary concern was that Jiang Hao might truly have perished. Who would he turn to for the antidote? Would he not then be doomed to follow Jiang Hao into death? Even for the sake of his own life, he must do everything possible to ensure Jiang Hao's safety. Ironically, he had inadvertently brought a dangerous individual before Jiang Hao, thus endangering his own life. "All right, I'm fine. There's no need for concern." Jiang Hao rolled his eyes at the overly agitated Tao Gongwang, thinking that had he waited for a reminder, he would have long since met his demise. He would prefer to have his corpse collected instead. Only after Tao Gongwang explained did Jiang Hao comprehend the situation fully. He was equally astonished to learn that the head of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau possessed such a bizarre secret technique, capable of bewitching Tao Gongwang's mind with merely a glance. Although Tao Gongwang's power was average, he was still a formidable figure at the Longmen realm. That he could fall prey without uttering a word was indeed perplexing. The demon clan is truly an extraordinary race, Jiang Hao mused. His regard for the demon race elevated a notch. Although, like humanity, they had their strengths and weaknesses, some inherently weak demons were even inferior to humans. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that certain exceptionally gifted and powerful demons were indeed quite formidable. Even a half-demon like the head of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau possessed such bewitching methods. One could only imagine how much more challenging it would be to contend with truly powerful demon lords. Duke Wei, although the head of the Qintian Monitoring Bureau is dead, there should still be many loyal disciples remaining within the Bureau. Might they know your identity secret? Tao Gongwang seemed to have remembered something and quickly offered a warning. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, and then he couldn't help but furrow his brow. It must be said that Tao Gongwang's conjecture indeed held a certain degree of plausibility. Of course, this does not imply that they were necessarily aware of Jiang Hao's identity secret, which seemed rather improbable. After all, it was only after the guidance of the compass that the chief of the Bureau of Astronomy confirmed that Jiang Hao possessed the emperor's physique. However, The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the chief of the Bureau of Astronomy had been secretly conducting research for an extended period, and it was difficult to guarantee that he had not left behind some crucial information clues. If others were to replicate a similar compass following his methods, would Jiang Hao not be living in constant fear of being sought out? Contemplating this, a cold glint flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he immediately turned to Tao Gongwang and the Shadow Demon, instructing them, "I leave this matter in your hands." "Understood, Master, Duke of Wei." Both the man and the demon responded in unison. Tao Gongwang sought to redeem his past mistakes and seize the opportunity to make a display of his capabilities. Meanwhile, the Shadow Demon simply wished to venture out for a stroll, indifferent to the specifics of their undertaking. Before nightfall, the Shadow Demon possessed the deceased chief of the Bureau of Astronomy, donned some clothing for modesty, and swaggered out of the prison. Tao Gongwang met up with it halfway. Having lived in the imperial capital for many years, he was well aware of the Bureau of Astronomy's location. The Bureau was not a critical department, merely a benign institution, situated in a somewhat obscure area with relatively few personnel. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived near the Bureau of Astronomy, concealing themselves in a corner to observe. However, they found that no one had entered or exited the Bureau for quite some time, living up to its reputation as a quiet establishment. "What should we do next?" the Shadow Demon inquired, controlling the body of the deceased chief, its gaze fixed on the Bureau of Astronomy not far away. It was responsible for the execution, while the strategic planning was left to Tao Gongwang. After pondering for a moment, Tao Gongwang replied, "To my knowledge, the Bureau of Astronomy comprises fewer than 100 individuals. Typically, they have little to do and spend most of their time in the office engaged in quiet cultivation. Among these individuals, there should not be many who are close confidants of the chief. However, I am uncertain as to which of them are the chief's trusted disciples. Therefore, to be on the safe side, the best course of action is to leave no one alive. After we finish, we shall set a fire to incinerate the place, erasing all traces. One must admit that when humans resort to ruthlessness, they can be equally formidable." Upon hearing this, even the typically vicious Shadow Demon could not help but cast a curious glance at Tao Gongwang, wondering how he was so familiar with such tactics. Did he learn from the prisoners of the dungeon? Yet, Tao Gongwang was ultimately not Jiang Hao, and the Shadow Demon did not share such intimacy with him. Aware of the solution to their predicament, it refrained from further chatter and swiftly commenced their operations. The fearsome creatures of the Demon King's realm posed no resistance whatsoever to ordinary humans. The Shadow Demon manipulated the corpse of the chief of the Qintian Supervisory Office, entering the official premises with an eerie grace. After discarding the lifeless body to one side, it melded into the surrounding darkness. Within the Qintian Supervisory Office, shadows began to writhe and twist, coalescing into grotesque tendrils of dark energy. Many disciples within the office were caught unawares, ensnared by these sinister appendages that swiftly claimed their lives, one after another. Only a handful of exceptionally gifted disciples, having reached the extraordinary realm, managed to react, either fighting back with all their might or fleeing in terror. Yet, their numbers were few, and as the Shadow Demon focused its attention on them, they too succumbed without resistance, following the fate of their unfortunate comrades. In less than the span of a single tea brewing, the Qintian Supervisory Office was left devoid of life, nearly 100 souls extinguished in a single, merciless sweep. What surprised the Shadow Demon, however, was the realization that among the deceased, many were half-demons. The others had also undergone clandestine transformations through the secret arts of the demon clan, rendering them far from pure humans. Clearly, over the years, the entire Qintian Supervisory Office had been gradually corroded by its chief. It had transformed into a covert stronghold for the demon race within the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Although they belonged to the same demonic lineage, they were not of the same clan. The Shadow Demon harbored no excess sympathy, showing no mercy as it carried out its grim task. Once the Shadow Demon concluded its grim business, Tao Gongwang wasted no time, igniting a fierce blaze. Soon, the vast premises of the Qintian Supervisory Office were engulfed in roaring flames, and both Tao Gongwang and the Shadow Demon seized the opportunity to make their escape. The demise of the entire Qintian Supervisory Office could not be concealed. It quickly drew the attention of the Empress. Chapter 60. Shall Your Majesty acknowledge a mistake? Although the Qintian Supervisory Office is merely a mundane establishment, It remains a formal department directly under the court, thus holding a relatively high rank. The chief of the Xintian Supervisory Office serves directly the emperor and the royal family. The recent massacre of the Xintian Supervisory Office, resulting in the tragic demise of nearly 100 individuals, has undoubtedly caused quite a stir. The occurrence of such a monumental case in the imperial capital, right beneath the court's very nose, is almost beyond belief. In no time, the Xintian Supervisory Office was besieged by troops, sealed off to the point where not a drop of water could pass through. Various law enforcement agencies, including the Jiang Hao, the Divine Capture Division, the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Censorate, dispatched their most capable personnel to form a special task force dedicated to the investigation of this case. Even the Empress, Ji Luoyao, personally arrived at the Xintian Supervisory Office after court. Is this the chief of the Xintian Supervisory Office? Ji Liao's piercing gaze fixed on a corpse on the ground before she raised her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she coldly inquired. At her words, the assembled crowd fell into an uneasy silence, none daring to respond. It was not the gruesome nature of the chief's death that left them speechless, nor the peculiar circumstances surrounding it, but the stark contrast between his current appearance and his former self. Whether it was his dark hair, the menacing fangs, the sharp claws, or his eyes that glimmered with an otherworldly ferocity, these features were glaringly conspicuous without any concealment. They all revealed the true identity of this chief, who was not merely a human but a half-demon of mixed blood. The fact that a half-demon managed to infiltrate the court of the Great Zhou dynasty and even ascend to the position of chief of the Xintian Supervisory Office is nothing short of absurd. Far more serious than the massacre itself. Who was the one that recommended him for this position? Ji Luoyao seethed through clenched teeth. The Great Zhou has always maintained a stringent vigilance against demons. Upon discovery, they are either captured or executed. Yet, it is astonishing that a half-demon has successfully penetrated the court and risen to high office, frequently meeting with the sovereign. Indeed, it is Ji Luoyao herself who had repeatedly convened with the chief, completely oblivious to his true nature. Reflecting on the last time she had ordered a citywide search for the so-called emperor's body under his guidance, doubt crept into her mind. Was there even an emperor's body to begin with? If it were all a fabrication spun by him, then her insistence on dismantling the feudal lords, despite the counsel of her ministers, would indeed render her a laughingstock. In that moment, Ji Luoyao felt a tumult of anxiety, realizing how foolish she had been to be manipulated by a half-demon without awareness. Her inner shame and fury blazed like an uncontrollable fire, impossible to suppress. At that instant, she wished fervently to reduce the corpse before her to ashes. Yet, even such a fate seemed too lenient for him. She could only gaze coldly at the assembled crowd, determined to uncover who had recommended this half-demon for the esteemed position of the director of the Astronomical Bureau. She was resolute in making them pay for their actions. After a prolonged silence, no one dared speak. Eventually, it was Cao Xiaoming, the commander of the Jiang Hao, who raised his head in resignation and remarked, "It appears that the late emperor personally appointed him as the director of the Astronomical Bureau." Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on her breath as her face flushed crimson. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, she had the power to trouble anyone. Yet, when confronted with the late emperor, her father, she found herself utterly powerless. The principal had already passed away. The one who had made the recommendation was also her father, now deceased. What more could she say? Even in her frustration, she could only swallow her grievances in silence. But what of these corpses? Ji Luoyao swiftly turned her attention to the other bodies. As the vitality dissipated, the unmistakable traits of the demon race became apparent, igniting her fury. Who could enlighten her as to when the Astronomical Bureau had transformed into a stronghold of the demon clan? How had no one noticed this over the years? The crowd remained silent, their heads bowed in shame. "Your Majesty, now is not the time to assign blame. We have uncovered intelligence documents in the underground chamber. Please take a moment to review them," Cao Xiaoming said, carefully presenting a scroll with both hands before the Empress. Ji Luoyao cast a frosty glance at him before taking the scroll and perusing its contents. However, as she read, her brow furrowed and her expression grew increasingly grim. Though Tao Gongwang and the Shadow Demon had acted ruthlessly, swiftly dismantling the Astronomical Bureau, they were ultimately not professionals. In contrast, upon the arrival of experts like Cao Xiaoming, A thorough investigation quickly revealed the hidden secrets of the Bureau. Yet, these classified documents bore no relation to Jiang Hao or the human emperor's body. Instead, they pertained to the various confidential matters of the Great Zhou court. Particularly alarming were the meticulous records detailing troop and grain distributions across the eastern states, counties, and major cities and fortresses of the Great Zhou. The mere collection of such information by a half-demon could not have been for personal gain. If it were not for himself, then it could only be for the forces behind him. At this point, there was no need for conjecture, as there were letters within linking the director to the demon god empire. Moreover, there were more than a dozen such letters, indicating that the correspondence had been ongoing for quite some time. Especially infuriating was the promise from the demon god empire to elevate this half-demon to the status of national teacher should they take control of the Central Plains. Ji Luoyao's anger surged uncontrollably. What she had initially perceived as the heinous acts of a villain now revealed itself as the audacious deeds of a righteous patriot. If not for this hero, she would have remained oblivious to the enormous pest lurking within the court. Ji Luoyao seethed through clenched teeth. Despite significant gains, her spirits remained subdued. The Great Zhou was already beset by internal strife and external threats, with the situation precarious at best. Should the demon god empire choose this moment to reveal its fangs and take advantage of the chaos, it would spell utter disaster for the Great Zhou. Contemplating this, even with her resolute disposition, she could not help but feel a deep-seated anxiety. With little inclination to delve into the monumental case at hand, she entrusted the matter to Cao Xiaoming and others, allowing them to handle it as they deemed fit, and hurriedly made her way back to the palace. Upon her return, she promptly summoned the old chancellor. Although the chancellor was known for his forthright nature in times of crisis, besides this venerable minister who had served 3 emperors, Ji Luoyao was at a loss as to whom she could trust. When the chancellor arrived at the palace, Ji Luoyao wasted no time. She handed him the intelligence report and briefly recounted the events leading up to the current predicament. Upon learning that it involved the demon god empire, the chancellor's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Although the situation in the Great Zhou was unstable, the disturbances caused by the 8 Kings Rebellion, the Taiping Dao, and the Jiangnan uprisings were ultimately mere trifles. As long as the court proceeded with caution, there remained hope for resolution. However, should the demon god empire decide to launch a full-scale invasion at this juncture, the ramifications would be drastically different. The demon god empire was a formidable entity with strength on par with that of the Great Zhou. Should they mobilize their forces, the scale of their assault would undoubtedly be substantial. The Great Zhou could only muster its full efforts to withstand such an onslaught. Thus, it was imperative to swiftly quell domestic unrest before fully preparing to confront the potential invasion from the demon god empire. Otherwise, the situation could spiral uncontrollably. With a grave demeanor, the chancellor remarked, "I, too, wish to resolve the internal turmoil swiftly, but the question remains, how do we achieve this?" Ji Luoyao's countenance darkened as she inquired. The chancellor, equally at a loss, felt powerless. If he had a solution, he would not be standing there, uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, he could not help but offer a suggestion. "Your Majesty, I know you may not wish to hear this, but I must reiterate. In the vastness of the realm, there is but one individual capable of turning the tide." At this, he cast a discreet glance at the Empress and earnestly proposed, "Perhaps Your Majesty could consider humbling yourself and acknowledging a mistake to him." Chapter 61. The gentleman can be deceived by reason. What did you say? Upon hearing the old minister's suggestion, Ji Luoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she sprang to her feet in indignation. She stared incredulously at the old minister, as if he had uttered something utterly unimaginable, and enunciated each word carefully. "You want me to bow my head and apologize to him? What nonsense is this? A ruler lowering themselves to their subject? That is a reversal of the heavens. How can such a thing exist in this world?" The old minister, however, wore an indifferent expression. Having already spoken his mind, he was not afraid of the Empress's wrath. Instead, he earnestly advised, "Your Majesty, do not act impulsively. This is all for the stability of your reign. A mere acknowledgement of a mistake can safeguard the empire. Is there a more beneficial arrangement than this? No matter how significant your pride, can it surpass the heavens? Furthermore, as long as you remain silent, who will know of your humble apology, correct?" After hearing the minister's audacious remarks and his self-deceiving rationale, Ji Luoyao felt a surge of rage. as if a Buddha had descended and ascended to the heavens. Were it not for the fact that this individual was the old minister, she would have wished to slap him into silence. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to restrain the intense impulse within her and declared emphatically, "Impossible. I shall never bow my head and apologize to him. It will never happen." With that, she cast a cold glance at the old minister, stating, "If you wish to go, then go. I absolutely will not follow." The old minister sighed, realizing that one cannot have both substance and appearance. Such opportunities are rare. If it were possible, he would not mind losing face. However, he had no personal ties with the Duke of Wei, nor did he possess the necessary leverage. Suddenly, he thought of someone, and his eyes brightened. He exclaimed urgently, "Perhaps there is one person who could persuade him." Ji Luoyao paused, hesitating momentarily. She gazed into the distance at the scenery, seemingly indifferent, before casually inquiring, "Who is it?" The old minister, uninterested in the Empress's coy demeanor, promptly revealed a name: the old Confucian. The old Confucian? Ji Luoyao frowned slightly. The old Confucian was the head of the Imperial Academy and one of the foremost figures in the literary circles of the Great Zhou. When she had imprisoned Jiang Hao, the old Confucian had led the students to plead for Jiang Hao's release. Thus, she was familiar with him. However, recently, when the Duke of Duan had sought Jiang Hao's return from imprisonment, Jiang Hao had refused without hesitation, even with some acquaintance. Could the old Confucian's influence surpass that of the Duke of Duan? It seemed a futile endeavor. The old minister shook his head with a smile, quickly providing clarification. No matter how close the Duke of Duan may be to him, it is merely personal friendship. The old Confucian, on the other hand, has rendered him great kindness. To be precise, the old Confucian once saved the lives of his parents. Although the Duke of Wei's parents have since passed away, the debt of gratitude remains, and he cannot simply disregard it. Moreover, the Duke of Wei is known for his clear distinction between gratitude and enmity. He repays kindness and avenges grievances. One must consider that if the venerable master himself were to personally invite him back into action, given the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by his parents, could he possibly refuse? Ji Luoyao pondered for a moment. Based on her understanding of Jiang Hao, he indeed possesses the character that reciprocates even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. The reason Jiang Hao exerted himself so diligently to assist her was that, amidst the skepticism surrounding him, she had granted him an opportunity and placed her utmost trust in him, thus providing a platform for this unassuming young man to showcase his talents. In turn, the rewards he returned to her were astonishingly beyond her expectations. Previously, she had merely been a princess with commendable cultivation talent, never once imagining that she would ascend to the throne and become the unparalleled Empress of the Great Zhou. Their journey together had been one of mutual reinforcement. Reflecting upon their past, Ji Luoyao found herself momentarily lost in thought. She could not help but question whether, with Jiang Hao's unwavering nature, he would remain steadfast if she did not take the initiative. She was uncertain, yet she understood that people change. No one remains entirely the same. Different circumstances yield different thoughts. Even she had transformed, so how could Jiang Hao remain unchanged? Regardless, the significance of change is now moot. It is too late to dwell on such matters. From what I know, the venerable master has always been obstinately traditional and remarkably rigid. If he were to leverage past kindness to coerce others, he would likely prefer to perish rather than comply with our wishes. Ji Luoyao contemplated this and soon spoke again. The old minister nodded, expressing agreement with the Empress's assessment. The venerable master is indeed such a person. Not only would I hesitate to request his assistance, but even if your majesty were to issue a decree, he would categorically refuse. Throughout his life, he has devoted himself to teaching and nurturing, earning impeccable moral standing. He is a paragon of virtue, never indebted to others, only having others indebted to him. At this point, a flicker of pity crossed the old minister's eyes. He sighed helplessly, stamping his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "Having lived my life with integrity, I never anticipated that in my old age I would still have to scheme against someone like him. It is truly a travesty." Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's expression darkened. However, the old minister's intentions were to assist her, and she felt unqualified to protest. This elderly gentleman may possess a cantankerous temperament and a sharp tongue, yet one undeniable truth remains: his unwavering dedication is solely for the benefit of the Great Zhou. After a brief pause, the old minister ultimately proposed a solution. while a direct appeal to him would be futile. Enlisting the common folk to petition him could prove effective. 4. A gentleman can be swayed by propriety. A gentleman can be swayed by propriety? Ji Luoyao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she instinctively inquired whether this approach would be effective with Jiang Hao. The old minister looked up at her, shaking his head. The Duke of Guard may not be a petty person, yet he can hardly be deemed a gentleman. As the saying goes, compassion does not govern armies. Should he harden his heart, the lives of the common folk would merely be figures in his eyes. Attempting to morally bind him may yield some hope in another life. Ji Luoyao wore an expression of disappointment, involuntarily recalling her last experience in the dungeon. No matter what she said, Jiang Hao remained unmoved, indeed possessing a heart of stone. Then I shall entrust this matter to the old minister. I will issue orders for others to offer their full support. The old minister nodded, and after completing his bow, he trudged wearily towards the exit. His talent for cultivation was mediocre, much like Jiang Hao in his earlier days, and he was far from being a martial arts master. With nearly a century behind him, his frail body could scarcely endure for much longer. As she watched his retreating figure, Ji Luoyao felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy rise within her. There were already few whom she could trust in the court, and if even the old minister were to be gone, she truly wondered whom she could rely upon. A solitary soul. At this moment, she finally grasped the meaning of that term. She sat quietly, gazing at the sky outside, where suddenly winds and rain lashed violently, the cold wind howling mournfully. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if she were the only one left in the world. In the icy palace, a faint whisper echoed. If I had not taken this position, would everything have been different? Chapter 62. The Old Philosopher at the Academy. The old philosopher sat in the academy with a sullen expression, while the old minister faced him with a smile. I am aware that my actions in this matter were less than honorable, yet I had no alternative. When he remained silent, it was bearable. However, as soon as he spoke, the old philosopher's demeanor changed, and he began to scold him vehemently. Pointing at the throng of commoners outside, "Is it your only recourse to stir trouble for me? To rouse these ignorant citizens? Where is your conscience? Have you fed it to the dogs? Sinyong Wang, I never expected you to be the kind of person who would resort to such tactics. Do you believe that by inciting these people to beseech me, I will capitulate? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. The more you persist, the less I shall grant you what you desire. The prospect of my inviting the Duke of Wei to return to action is utterly impossible. You might as well dream." Despite being spat upon, the old minister remained unfazed, wiping his face casually before responding with a chuckle. "Of course, I know you are not one to yield easily. Our decades of friendship should have made that clear. However, you are mistaken on one point. These citizens outside were not incited by me. They came of their own volition. Admittedly, I did perform a minor role by merely suggesting to them that if they ask you, the Duke of Wei might return to the fold, and thus they came. Why? Was it because of me? I do not possess such influence, nor, I dare say, do you. It is their heartfelt desire for the Duke of Wei to return, even if only for a glimmer of hope. They are willing to try, as they yearn for stability in Dezhou and a peaceful existence." The old minister spoke with sincerity, yet the old philosopher remained unmoved, responding with a cold smile. "So, you intend to coerce me, and in turn compel me to pressure the Duke of Wei? No matter how grandiloquently you express it, the intrinsic nature of your actions remains unchanged. Do you recall how the Duke of Wei labored tirelessly for Dezhou and the Ji dynasty? He worked diligently, sacrificing sleep and sustenance. Yet how did you repay him? You feared his accomplishments would overshadow yours, terrified of threats that never materialized, fabricating baseless charges, and disregarding the opposition of all to cast him into the depths of a dark dungeon. Now, with the Duke absent from governance, Dezhou falters, and you are in a hurry to summon him back to assist you. I truly wish to inquire, what audacity do you possess? Or do you realize your own disgrace, which prompts you to incite these uninformed citizens to rectify your missteps?" The old philosopher, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at the old minister and demanded, "Do you comprehend the depths of your current depravity?" The old minister felt the weight of these words, his spirit dampened, even though he had prepared himself. He still underestimated the potency of the old philosopher's scathing rebuke. After such an outpouring of fury, he found himself in a state of despair. How many years have we been friends? Completely disregarding the past affections, he unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. This reveals the depth of the old scholar's anger. The elderly minister fell into a prolonged silence, and after a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head once more. You are indeed correct. My actions have been despicable. I have manipulated them, and I have manipulated you, with the intention of leveraging the Duke of Wei as well. My sole aim was to fulfill a final wish of this aging man on the verge of the grave. At the very least, before I depart from this world, I do not wish to witness the collapse of the great Zhou. Otherwise, how could I face the ancestors of the great Zhou? In that moment, the old minister appeared to age a decade in an instant. His already frail body seemed to stoop even more. Even while seated, he emanated an aura of decay. His spirit appeared to diminish significantly. Observing his old friend's condition, the scholar opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further censure. Primarily, he feared that if he continued to berate him, it might lead to the latter's demise. Thus, he decided to temper his words. Nonetheless, the scholar's stance was resolute. Regardless of what you say today, I shall not beseech the Duke of Wei. If he desires to emerge from his seclusion, he will do so on his own accord. Otherwise, no one can compel him, for he owes nothing to the great Zhou. In fact, it is the great Zhou that owes him. The scholar's words resonated with authority. Hearing this, the old minister nodded in understanding and ceased his attempts to persuade. Very well, I comprehend your position. However, the citizens outside have gathered for your sake. You should inform them yourself. Upon hearing this, the scholar furrowed his brow, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately rose to his feet. He promptly made his way toward the outside. By this time, the courtyard was already teeming with numerous citizens who had come upon hearing the news. When they saw the scholar emerge, their eyes sparkled with unprecedented hope. Elder, they say that if we find you, the Duke of Wei will be safe. Is that true? Elder, if the Duke of Wei appears, shall we not have to go to war anymore? My son has been conscripted to the north, and there has been no word from him for months. I sincerely hope he returns soon. Elder, I implore you to bring back the Duke of Wei. Without him, what has become of our great Zhou? Those corrupt officials are tormenting us in every conceivable way. With the various taxes imposed, we can scarcely endure our lives. Elder, you are esteemed and revered. Please urge Her Majesty the Empress to release the Duke of Wei. He is a celestial figure, a star of culture descended to earth. How can such a person be imprisoned in a celestial dungeon? Such treatment invites divine retribution. Before the scholar could respond, the throng of citizens spoke over one another, filling the once quiet courtyard with an overwhelming clamor. Yet, amidst this cacophony, the scholar showed no sign of disdain. He was acutely aware that, regardless of how despicable those rulers were, the ordinary people were innocent, and at this moment, they all sincerely hoped for the return of the Duke of Wei. Faced with those pairs of hopeful eyes, the old scholar opened his mouth, but found himself utterly unable to utter a word of refusal. Just moments ago, he had mercilessly berated the old minister, but before these simple folk, he could not bring himself to let them down. After struggling for a while, he let out a deep sigh. He then turned to the old minister and, with an unprecedented tone of indifference, said, "Is this your true intention? Congratulations, you have succeeded. Tomorrow morning, I shall go to the dungeon, but I cannot guarantee success." Having spoken, the old scholar turned on his heel and walked away, not casting another glance at the old minister. The old minister stood rooted in place, rendered speechless. His scheme had indeed succeeded, yet he felt no joy within, for he knew all too well that he had lost a friend forever, a companion of decades. Was it worth it? He did not know. He merely wished to protect the great Zhou to the best of his ability. Chapter 63. Why not take the lead? The venerable Confucianist was true to his word. Early the next morning, he arrived at the gates of the dungeon. Though he held an utter disdain for the former minister's coercive tactics against the common folk, he was a man of principle, committed to fulfilling his promises. With the assurance given, he would undoubtedly see it through. Meanwhile, the Empress had already taken the liberty of notifying the authorities at the dungeon in advance. Upon learning of the Confucianist's arrival, the warden, Tao Gongwang, promptly came forth to welcome him. "Esteemed scholar, you have graced us with your presence. It is indeed an honor that elevates our humble abode," he exclaimed with fervent hospitality. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the cold formality he had exhibited towards the chief of the Celestial Observatory. "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed warden. I am but a mere scholar, unworthy of such grand gestures," the Confucianist replied with a stiff tone. Tao Gongwang's expression faltered slightly. He had long known of the old scholar's stern disposition, which made interactions quite challenging. Now, witnessing it firsthand, he found it to be undeniably true. Given his own status, there was little reason for him to be so subservient. Even with the Empress's prior endorsement, his role merely required leading the scholar inside without further embellishment. However, having heard of the Confucianist's close ties with Jiang Hao, he chose to lower his own stature in hopes of fostering goodwill. A few kind words from the Confucianist in Jiang Hao's favor could perhaps smooth his path in the days to come. Preparing for future contingencies, indeed, Tao Gongwang, a seasoned figure in his position, remained unperturbed by the Confucianist's brusque demeanor and maintained his enthusiasm. You, esteemed scholar, are of such repute that no ordinary scholar can compare. Your humility is truly commendable. Moreover, my distant cousin's eldest nephew happens to be one of your students. In truth, I too could be considered a half-student of yours. Today, as you visit my domain, I wish to ensure you feel as if you have returned home. Please, do step inside. Having spent the better part of his life in academia, the Confucianist was unaccustomed to such audacious displays of flattery. The incessant attempts to forge connections left him quite exasperated, compelling him to acquiesce and be led into the dungeon by Tao Gongwang. Warden, I have come to seek an audience with Duke Wei. The Confucianist swiftly articulated his purpose. Understood, understood. I have already instructed someone to notify, no, to inform, the Duke. Let us proceed at once. Tao Gongwang hastily corrected himself, and the Confucianist furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something peculiar about the man. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that this visit might be his only opportunity to engage with the warden, and he would likely not return to the dungeon again soon. Under Tao Gongwang's personal guidance, the Confucianist soon arrived at the 18th level of the dungeon. As he entered, Jiang Hao had already risen early, preparing tea in anticipation of his guest. The Confucianist had few passions, but tea was indeed a cherished delight. Sensing the delightful aroma of tea wafting through the air, his eyes sparkled with intrigue, though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind. Was life in the prison truly so pleasant that one could indulge in such fine tea? It made him contemplate the prospect of staying a few days longer. Noticing the old sage's bewilderment, Jiang Hao smiled and explained, I had someone prepare this upon learning of your esteemed visit. Without further regard for the old sage's presence, he turned directly to Tao Gongwang, instructing, your presence is no longer required here. You may step outside. Tao Gongwang nodded eagerly. Of course, I shall wait outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. With that, he hastily exited, closing the cell door with care to afford the two a moment of privacy. The old sage's confusion deepened. After all, the head of the prison was a figure of considerable authority, and it seemed rather humble to defer to a mere prisoner. Regardless of the latter's renowned status as the Duke of Wei, it appeared that the sage had many inquiries, so Jiang Hao suggested, why not take a seat? We can sip tea and converse. I assure you I shall speak freely. He gestured invitingly, revealing that the Duke's life here appeared to be far more agreeable than he had anticipated. The old sage accepted the invitation. Approaching the table and accepting the cup of tea Jiang Hao offered, he took a gentle sip, closed his eyes to savor the flavor, and finally reopened them, exclaiming, what exquisite tea! Jiang Hao grinned at the compliment, pleased that his efforts to prepare it were not in vain. I have some tea leaves remaining that I seldom consume. You might consider taking some with you when you depart, lest they go to waste in my possession. Were it anyone else, I would decline, but for you, Duke of Wei, I shall graciously accept your company. Their eyes met, and laughter erupted between them, a rare moment of camaraderie. In a world where few commanded Jiang Hao's genuine respect, the old sage was undoubtedly among the select few. This reverence stemmed not only from the sage's vast knowledge, but also from his unwavering dedication to the noble pursuit of educating others, a calling he had devoted his life to. Their bond transcended mere acquaintance. The sage had saved Jiang Hao's parents, and they shared a profound friendship. Untroubled by the constraints of age, I trust you can surmise the reason for my visit? The old sage set down his cup and broached the subject. Jiang Hao nodded. There was no need for conjecture. The mere fact that the Empress had dispatched someone to speak with Tao Gongwang made the situation clear. It appears I have inadvertently complicated your life, he continued, reflecting on how, had it not been for him, the sage's tranquil existence would not have been disrupted. Others might revel in the Empress's attention, seizing the opportunity to elevate their status, but that was not Jiang Hao's way. However, The venerable master is acutely aware of Jiang Hao's character. If he genuinely sought wealth and status with his level of knowledge, he would not have remained in poverty until now. I find it easy enough, but I fear it may be challenging for Duke Wei. The venerable master sighed, then looked up at Jiang Hao, his expression earnest as he stated, "Therefore, my primary message to Duke Wei is to never let my influence sway you. The past favors have long faded into mere memories, and you should act according to your own judgment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The venerable master's words were indeed unexpected. "I had thought you would at least attempt to persuade me, old sir." Jiang Hao chuckled softly, realizing that the person who sought out the venerable master likely never anticipated such a disregard for convention. The venerable master recalled a certain individual, snorted coldly, and replied tersely, "Although I am advanced in age, I am far from foolish. Those individuals merely wish to exploit both you and me. To speak bluntly, even if Duke Wei were to leave, what would it matter? Do they truly believe they would allow you to reclaim authority? Are they not fearful that you might seize this opportunity to turn against them? If their minds were truly so expansive, they would not have imprisoned Duke Wei in a dungeon to begin with." Jiang Hao curiously inquired, "So, is the venerable master advising me not to leave?" "No." The venerable master shook his head, "Quite the opposite. If given the chance, I would indeed hope for Duke Wei to escape the dungeon, but not for those individuals. Rather, it is for the common people of the realm." As he spoke, a different light suddenly sparkled in his eyes, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Jiang Hao. And then he declared, "There is no rule that the ruler of the realm must be of the Ji clan. You possess the ability and can treat the populace with kindness. Why not seize the opportunity to take their place?" Chapter 64. The time has not yet come. Why not seize the opportunity? These 6 words contain a weight of meaning so profound that it could lead to the downfall of countless individuals. In this moment, even the composed Jiang Hao could not help but be taken aback. He abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the venerable sage before him. He even discreetly summoned his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the figure, seeking to ascertain whether this person was merely an impostor or had been possessed by some malevolent entity. However, after a thorough examination alongside the shadow demon, he concluded that the man before him bore no signs of disguise. He was indeed the sage he had always known. It was precisely because of this undeniable truth that Jiang Hao felt an even deeper shock. He would not have been nearly as astonished had those words come from any other mouth. Hearing them from the sage was truly beyond his expectations. After all, in his mind, the sage had always been a man of modest means, content to pursue knowledge and shun worldly affairs, truly someone who turned a deaf ear to the happenings outside and devoted himself solely to the study of the classics. For such a man to advocate for seizing power, this revelation was more astonishing than the sun rising in the west, leaving Jiang Hao utterly incredulous. It seemed that the sage's words were indeed startling, leaving the Duke of Wei momentarily unable to accept the implications. Observing Jiang Hao's astonished expression, the sage could not help but chuckle softly. He then reassured, "Rest assured, Duke of Wei, I am not testing you, nor am I probing for the sake of others." Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I trust in your character, esteemed sage. Furthermore, I am already imprisoned in this dungeon. What purpose would there be in testing me? Unless they intend to kill me, what more can they do? When a person's situation has deteriorated to its lowest point, it is undoubtedly also when that individual feels the least constrained. For even if circumstances worsen, there is little further to fall, and thus one can only rebound from the depths." The sage nodded in understanding and continued, "The reason for my startling statement is indeed significant. You should know that my ancestral roots lie in Jiangnan. Although I have not returned for many years, I have always held a deep concern for that region. Recently, the land of Jiangnan has been tumultuous due to uprisings, and among the rebel forces, there is a rallying cry that resonates with me. Do nobles and generals possess any inherent superiority? I wholeheartedly agree. In this world, there are no truly born nobles. Even the ancestors of the Ji clan, who founded the great Zhou dynasty, were once mere commoners. If the Ji clan could not secure their dynasty, why should we not consider elevating a more capable individual to that position? At the very least, this would ensure that the common people could lead stable lives, rather than descending into chaos, with their lands ravaged and their nation trampled upon by foreign invaders." Jiang Hao opened his mouth, at that moment utterly at a loss for words. He never anticipated that the two illiterate commoners, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, would unknowingly influence the esteemed Confucian scholar, Laozi, who was renowned for his vast literary knowledge. Ironically, it was these two individuals who emerged from his teachings, only for Laozi to find himself swayed by their actions, ultimately persuading him in return. Indeed, the world operates in a cyclical manner, returning to its origins. The concept of fate is truly ineffable. Although Laozi typically shunned complications, he understood the principle that the rise and fall of a nation rests upon the shoulders of its citizens. Presently, the only individual capable of salvaging the lives of the common people is none other than Duke Wei. If you genuinely harbor grand ambitions, despite my humble abilities, I have educated many students over the years and would be willing to lend my support to Duke Wei. Laozi fixed his penetrating gaze upon Jiang Hao. The significance of his promise should not be underestimated. As a luminary in the literary world and a master of Confucian and Taoist thought, Laozi has imparted wisdom to countless students, whose influence spans far and wide. Many prominent figures, deemed powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, respectfully address him as teacher. As the saying goes, when a master has affairs, the disciples must bear the burdens. Although he himself lacks power and influence, should he choose to speak, the collective strength he commands would surpass all expectations. By making this decision, Laozi undoubtedly placed a substantial portion of his reputation upon Jiang Hao's shoulders. Should Jiang Hao's uprising fail, he too would be branded a traitor, forever deprived of redemption, let alone a legacy. In that moment, Jiang Hao felt profoundly moved. However, he shook his head and softly uttered 4 words. The time is not ripe. Currently, although the Great Zhou faces internal strife and external threats, it still commands millions of elite troops dispersed across the realm. While the court's influence wanes, it remains the preeminent power in the Central Plains. The various departments and institutions under the court not only boast the greatest number of martial experts, but also possess an unparalleled concentration of top-tier talents compared to other factions. At the very least, as Jiang Hao knows, the Celestial Realm experts affiliated with the court and the Great Zhou royal family exceed the count of 10. As for any concealed forces, even he cannot guarantee their existence. In summary, the profound heritage accumulated by the Great Zhou dynasty over the years is incomparable to that of any other faction. Even with the Empress's misguided schemes, this foundation has not been entirely squandered. Of course, this is merely one reason. Additionally, Jiang Hao himself was not adequately prepared. Did he truly aspire to ascend to the exalted position of the 9-5 Supreme? To be frank, he did not possess an overwhelming desire for it. Primarily, having once wielded dominion over the realm, he understood that occupying such a position was far from the ease one might envision. Once seated upon that throne, freedom and leisure would be a distant memory. In contrast, he currently enjoys a life of leisure within this prison, free from thoughts and responsibilities, living in comfort. In light of this comparison, it is evident that Jiang Hao does not harbor an urgent longing for such ambitions. It is better to observe the world's changes first, adopting a stance that allows for both offense and defense, thus securing an unassailable position. The old gentleman might as well return and concern himself with nothing. Continuing his scholarly pursuits, other matters remain uncertain. The only assurance I can offer is that as long as I am here, the common folk of the Central Plains shall never suffer the humiliation of foreign oppression, Jiang Hao declared with resolute conviction. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, compelling involuntary belief. The old scholar felt a shiver run through him. Though merely an ordinary man, his insights were far from limited. He keenly sensed that Jiang Hao's demeanor was extraordinary, far from the fragile image others might perceive. Coupled with the attitude of the warden Tao Gongwang towards Jiang Hao, he quickly deduced the truth. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead exhaling a sigh of relief and replying with a smile, with the assurance of Duke Wei. I feel somewhat reassured. To be honest, these matters are indeed ill-suited for me. It is often said that a scholar is of little use in times like these. As a mere pedant, I am better suited to the noble task of teaching. Jiang Hao also chuckled. Dear sir, do not underestimate your worth. Educating the young is a matter of great national significance, with effects that resonate through the ages. Without dedicated individuals like you, who have devoted themselves to teaching for a decade, how could the nation cultivate talents to govern the realm and ensure lasting peace? The old scholar felt a surge of gratification, increasingly convinced that this journey was worthwhile. Soon, he departed the prison with the tea leaves gifted by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, untroubled by this encounter, thought it better to catch up on sleep rather than fret. After all, the rewards from the system could not be interrupted. For him, nothing was more crucial at that moment. Meanwhile, the Empress soon received word that the old scholar returned empty-handed. In an instant, her expression darkened. She contemplated imprisoning him and delivering a harsh lesson to Jiang Hao for repeatedly rebuffing her. Did he truly believe she would hesitate to take a life? However, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately restrained this impulse, for doing so would only confirm her ongoing interest in the matter and her desire for Jiang Hao's assistance. Wrath simmered within her, yet she found herself powerless, gnashing her teeth in silence. Jiang Hao, one day, I will make you regret this. Chapter 65. The Millennium Vermilion Fruit. After the old master returned empty-handed, the Empress had completely lost hope in Jiang Hao. After all, if even someone as esteemed as the old master could not persuade him, who else could? Unless, as the old minister suggested, she were to personally lower her head and admit her faults. Perhaps Jiang Hao might grant her a favor, but that was merely a possibility. The true dilemma lay in the fact that, given the Empress's pride, asking her to do so was akin to asking her to embrace death. Thus, the situation had reached a stalemate. Although Jiang Hao was reluctant to take action, the issues at hand required resolution. The world would continue to turn regardless of any individual. Without the butcher Jiang, would they resort to eating unplucked pigs? Clearly, that was not an option. Unable to sway Jiang Hao into action, the Empress decided to take matters into her own hands, for 3 unskilled cobblers could equal 1 zhuge liang. With the collective wisdom of her ministers, the Empress quickly devised a relatively satisfactory strategy and began mobilizing her forces. On one front, she intensified the suppression of the northern 7 kings, the Jizhou Taiping Dao, and the Jiangnan rebel army. On another front, she implemented a series of adjustments to the border troops in eastern Zhou, aiming to prevent the demon god empire, which possessed a wealth of intelligence, from seizing the opportunity. The specific outcomes of these maneuvers remained to be seen, as time was needed for verification. However, the rapid development of the Jizhou Taiping Dao and the Jiangnan rebel army during this period was nothing short of astonishing. The Zhang brothers, who had risen through preaching, were already experienced in this domain. Now endowed with extraordinary power, their insurrection was progressing with remarkable ease. The Taiping Dao not only flourished in Jizhou, but also spread to Qingzhou and Yuzhou. The number of yellow turban warriors continuously grew, and under the leadership of Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, they captured city after city, proudly raising the yellow turban banner atop each. As for the uprising led by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang in Jiangnan, it spread like wildfire, garnering responses from various regions in Jiangnan, who rallied together to support their cause. In a short span, their forces amassed over 1 million strong. While 1 million individuals did not equate to 1 million seasoned soldiers, the sheer momentum was indeed formidable. Under such circumstances, numerous powerful figures sought to align themselves with the movement, while local garrisons faced continual defeats, plunging the Jiangnan situation into further disarray. Of course, none of this had any bearing on Jiang Hao. After all, he was the illustrious Duke of Wei. How could he possibly be connected to these notorious rebels? He continued to lie back in the prison, enjoying a leisurely existence, receiving a small gift each day, relishing his carefree life. Ding. After lying down for 142 days, congratulations to the host for receiving a bowl of restorative soup. Ding. After lying down for 143 days, congratulations to the host for receiving a rejuvenating pill. Ding. After lying down for 144 days, congratulations to the host for receiving the Earth-level combat skill, Spirit Fox Technique. Thus, time passed day by day, compared to the earlier stages. After advancing to the law manifestation realm, Jiang Hao's cultivation speed had indeed slowed considerably. However, with the assistance of various elixirs provided by the system, it was not excessively slow. Compared to other formidable practitioners of the law manifestation realm, his progress rate is certainly not slow. However, even so, at this pace, it would likely take him at least a year or 2 to transcend to the celestial being realm. This is partly due to the immense difficulty in bridging the gap between the law manifestation and celestial being realms, to accumulate the necessary foundation. Even for an individual who enjoys a smooth path, decades of arduous cultivation are typically required. A prodigy like the Empress Luo Yao took 6 or 7 years, even with ample resources at her disposal. Furthermore, this is also because Jiang Hao's foundation is exceedingly solid. After all, he has opened a staggering 360 acupoints, which enables him to possess a total amount of vital energy that far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Even a formidable figure like the supervisor of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, upon awakening his half-demon bloodline, possesses strength comparable to that of a half-step celestial being. However, he pales in comparison to Jiang Hao, who nearly drained him of energy in their previous encounter. Conversely, filling these 360 acupoints is equally a laborious task for Jiang Hao. Thus, he endures both suffering and joy in this endeavor. Just as Jiang Hao believed that achieving his modest 3-month goal was an insurmountable challenge, fate took an unexpected turn, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. Ding! After 5 months of idleness, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a 1,000-year vermilion fruit. On that morning, the sudden announcement caused Jiang Hao to widen his eyes in astonishment. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten the significance of this 5-month cycle. This special reward was neither a heroic spirit card nor a technique or spirit pet, but rather a rare celestial treasure, the 1,000-year vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit is no ordinary spiritual item, and the 1,000-year variant is truly extraordinary. Even during the flourishing era of ancient vitality, a 1,000-year vermilion fruit could be deemed priceless. In today's age, it is a legendary item of unparalleled rarity. The worth of such a celestial treasure cannot be measured in gold or silver. If utilized in alchemy under the skilled hands of a master alchemist, there exists the potential to concoct a miraculous elixir capable of revitalizing the deceased. However, for Jiang Hao, such complexities are unnecessary. Possessing the physique of a human sovereign, any medicinal materials or spiritual items that enter his body are wholly absorbed, leaving no waste whatsoever. A 1,000-year vermilion fruit. Marvelous. Jiang Hao could not help but exclaim with delight. In terms of value, this 1,000-year vermilion fruit may not compare to the 2 heroic spirit cards, nor can it be matched with the human sovereign physique or the longevity technique, the sleeping dragon art. Yet, some treasures are not evaluated by their worth, but rather by their necessity. For Jiang Hao, this 1,000-year vermilion fruit is precisely what he urgently requires, bringing him far greater joy than the heroic spirit cards. Subsequently, without hesitation, he instructed the shadow demon and then retrieved the 1,000-year vermilion fruit, not even pausing to inspect it, before promptly placing it into his mouth. It was as if Zhu Beiji were to devour the ginseng fruit, chewing and swallowing it in mere moments, without ever truly savoring its essence. Yet, the energy encapsulated within this crimson fruit was astonishing, far surpassing that of foundational elixirs and restorative broths. Indeed, it should be said to exceed those by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Such an extraordinary surge of energy could potentially overwhelm another, causing their very being to rupture under the strain. However, Jiang Hao possessed an insatiable capacity within his physique. He was not only unharmed, but rather invigorated instantaneously. The 360 acupoints within him resembled hungry children, having followed Jiang Hao as their father, perpetually famished. Now, presented with a sumptuous feast replete with color, aroma, and flavor, they could scarcely contain their eagerness. The 360 incarnations of divine spirits operated their techniques with fervor, transforming into boundless black holes, voraciously consuming the pure energy released from the millennium-old crimson fruit. This energy seemed inexhaustible, allowing the 360 acupoints to absorb it with reckless abandon, continuously replenishing itself. This process persisted for several hours until the sun began its descent, at which point Jiang Hao finally assimilated the last vestige of energy. Despite his possession of the human emperor's physique and an extraordinary appetite, he felt slightly overindulged this time. After all, he was still merely a practitioner at the law imagery realm, his human emperor body not yet fully matured, and thus his capacity was ultimately finite. Nevertheless, upon completely digesting the energy of the millennium-old crimson fruit, Jiang Hao experienced a significant elevation in his cultivation level, soaring from a recent breakthrough in the law imagery realm to the pinnacle of that very realm. Indeed, a single millennium crimson fruit had propelled Jiang Hao to the completion of the law imagery realm. At this moment, He was undeniably qualified to transcend into the realm of celestial beings. Chapter 66. Breaking through the celestial realm, the astonishing effects of this millennium-old vermilion fruit left Jiang Hao breathless. While he had anticipated that the fruit would possess remarkable properties, he had not expected it to be this extraordinary. Just one fruit had propelled him directly to the pinnacle of the law manifestation stage. For an ordinary individual, this would equate to saving decades of arduous cultivation. Such value transcends mere gold and silver. In truth, this is largely due to Jiang Hao's exceptionally solid foundation. Having opened a total of 360 acupoints, the energy required for him to complete the cultivation of the law manifestation stage is significantly greater than that of others. In contrast, those who have opened merely a handful of acupoints in the law manifestation stage require far less energy to advance. Consequently, this single vermilion fruit not only enables them to reach full law manifestation, but also holds the potential for a direct breakthrough into the celestial realm. When assessed, the worth of this millennium-old vermilion fruit should be comparable to that of the previous Demon King's cultivation, capable of fostering an average celestial realm practitioner. However, the Demon King's cultivation is limited to Demonkin, whereas the vermilion fruit imposes no such restrictions. For Jiang Hao, the latter holds far greater value. So, can I attempt to breach the celestial realm now? The mere thought of it left Jiang Hao with a surreal feeling. After all, the celestial realm represents the zenith of martial prowess in the present age. A successful breakthrough would immediately elevate him to a status akin to that of a renowned powerhouse. Yet, he had only been cultivating for a mere 5 months. Just 5 months ago, he was a mere novice, utterly powerless. And now, merely 5 months later, he finds himself on the verge of attempting to challenge the celestial realm. The pace of his progress is astonishing. Such rapid advancement may not be unprecedented, but it is certainly unparalleled in history. Given his foundational conditions, it appears he need not make any special preparations. He could break through at any time. Jiang Hao has no inclination to suppress his own strength. If a breakthrough is within reach, it is prudent to pursue it without delay. No matter how formidable the law manifestation stage may be, it pales in comparison to even a fraction of the celestial realm. Once he successfully breaks through, his advantage as a human sovereign body will allow him to rival seasoned celestial realm experts. Conversely, should he remain stagnant in the law manifestation stage, regardless of how powerful he becomes in various aspects, he would hold no advantage against celestial realm practitioners. Merely escaping from such encounters would be a testament to his capabilities. The only concern is that attempting a breakthrough into the celestial realm will undoubtedly attract significant attention. Just recently, when Ji Luoyao broke through, it drew countless spectators throughout the imperial capital, creating an undeniable commotion. However, as the Empress of the Great Zhou, Ji Luoyao resided within the imperial palace. Surrounded by a multitude of formidable guardians, no foolhardy individual dared to provoke her. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao lacked such favorable conditions for his breakthrough. Although he possessed the physique of a human emperor and surpassed Ji Luoyao in every aspect, should he achieve his breakthrough in the imperial capital, the ensuing commotion would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. It is conceivable that, at that time, even if he hid within the depths of the celestial prison's 18th level, it would be impossible to remain undetected by others. If he could accomplish the breakthrough in a short span, that would suffice. Yet, if he were to falter midway and be confronted by a cadre of celestial beings, the scene would be. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down one's spine. Despite Jiang Hao's self-assuredness, he was not so brazen as to disregard the prowess of other celestial beings before he had even made his breakthrough. To speak frankly, in this current era, those capable of successfully breaking through to the celestial realm are all individuals of exceptional talent. The celestial being he had encountered, the Black Witch Church's leader Hellion Foam, appeared utterly powerless solely because he was targeted by the combined might of the Zhangjiao trio. In reality, in a one-on-one confrontation, he would not be so feeble. Even a dilapidated ship has 3 nails, let alone celestial beings, each of whom is a force to be reckoned with. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to seek a secluded place to quietly undergo his breakthrough. Achieving it in the imperial capital was out of the question. Given the overwhelming number of powerful individuals there, no matter where he hid, he would not escape notice. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was well versed in the surroundings of the imperial capital. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly identified an appropriate location. To the east of the capital, approximately several hundred miles away, lay a desolate wilderness, rarely trodden by human feet. If he were to break through there, it would likely go unnoticed. With this in mind, Jiang Hao wasted no time and summoned the shadow demon to find Tao Gongwang to make the necessary arrangements. Once nightfall descended, Jiang Hao, accompanied by the shadow demon, stealthily exited the celestial prison. This marked Jiang Hao's first departure from the prison in 5 months. Upon stepping out, he quickly made his way to an unobserved corner. Soon, the shadows behind him began to writhe, and 2 wings formed entirely of dark energy rapidly coalesced. Utilizing these wings, he soared skyward with remarkable velocity. For a being of his caliber, the hundreds of miles were hardly a challenge, especially with the assistance of the wings created by the shadow demon. With the wind at his back, in just over an hour, Jiang Hao reached his destination and plunged into the depths of the ancient forest. After a thorough search, he soon selected a natural cave located halfway up a mountain as his site for the breakthrough. This cave had originally belonged to a black bear, which, upon encountering this unexpected guest, assumed it was a late-night snack and promptly charged at Jiang Hao with a roar. Through a cordial exchange with Jiang Hao, the black bear swiftly recognized its misjudgment. Not only did it willingly surrender its lair, but it also generously offered a pair of bear paws to enhance Jiang Hao's meal. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Jiang Hao seated himself in a meditative posture, channeling his energy to adjust his mental state. With shadowy specters assisting in his protective endeavors, he felt no reservations and quickly immersed himself in the process. Visions of various methods to break through to the celestial realm from the sleeping dragon technique emerged in his mind. Gradually, he entered a state that was neither fully asleep nor entirely awake, an ethereal plane. Just as Jiang Hao had previously surmised, given his foundational conditions, there was no need for elaborate preparations. He soon sensed the presence of the bottleneck. If someone with his qualifications could not breach the celestial realm, it was likely that few in the world would possess the eligibility to do so. Let the journey commence. Jiang Hao inhaled deeply and then fully closed his eyes. He channeled the techniques of the sleeping dragon technique with unwavering focus. The vital energy within his 360 meridians surged into motion. All manifestations of his spirit entered a peculiar state, and a formidable force of consciousness was summoned forth. Under the influence of this potent consciousness, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth were rapidly drawn in, with the area of effect expanding and the influx of celestial power increasing. It is unclear how much time passed, but when the concentration of the heavenly and earthly energies in this region reached an astonishing level, Jiang Hao was finally prepared. He immediately summoned all his vital energy and consciousness, launching a full-scale assault toward the celestial realm. Chapter 67. The Emergence of the Human Sovereign, the most profound transformation from the law manifestation realm to the celestial human realm lies within one's own metamorphosis. The term celestial human realm essentially denotes the embodiment of a celestial being. What, then, constitutes a celestial human? It signifies a harmonious union with the heavens, a severance from worldly ties, an alignment of lifespan with the divine, thereby transcending the 5 elements and escaping the cycle of reincarnation, ultimately ascending to become a true immortal among mortals. However, this remains merely a lofty aspiration. Even the ancient alchemists of yore were far from achieving such heights, let alone the martial practitioners of the present era. The very notion of aligning one's lifespan with the heavens is an exceedingly elusive goal. Thus, the martial interpretation of a celestial human is but a diluted version of the true celestial being, primarily indicating a comprehensive elevation of one's spirit, engendering an internal transformation that concurrently alters one's consciousness. If the practitioners of the law manifestation realm merely leverage their consciousness to harness the forces of nature, a process akin to using a feather to lift 1,000 pounds, then those in the celestial human realm possess the ability to directly manipulate these forces. Whether augmenting themselves with the power of the heavens or unleashing formidable techniques through it, they wield immense might. The distinction between the two realms is fundamentally profound. To directly control the forces of nature necessitates not only a consciousness of considerable strength, but also a body significantly fortified, as it serves as the foundation that bears all. Only then can one withstand the ferocity of the cosmic forces. However, these considerations pertain to ordinary martial artists. For someone like the Empress Ji Luoyao, Endowed with the royal human body, both her consciousness and physical prowess far exceed those of typical warriors, thus significantly diminishing the difficulties she faced during her breakthrough. Conversely, individuals like the supervisor of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, despite having reached the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm, find themselves unable to elevate their consciousness and physical strength due to their inherent potential limitations, making it exceedingly challenging to cross the threshold into the celestial human realm. As for Jiang Hao, his capabilities rival and perhaps surpass those of Ji Luoyao. Possessing the royal human body, he is unafraid of the forces of nature, rendering the breakthrough into the celestial human realm relatively manageable for him. Of course, the ease referred to here assumes he remains fully committed and does not encounter any unforeseen complications along the way, as the process of transcending the celestial human realm is fraught with peril. Any unexpected incidents could have dire consequences, potentially leading to death and annihilation. Jiang Hao is acutely aware of this reality and remains vigilant, for even when hunting a rabbit, a lion exerts its full strength, let alone in matters of such critical importance concerning life and destiny. As Jiang Hao exerts his utmost efforts, the inexhaustible forces of nature are drawn to him, flowing into his being. Under the nurturing influence of these celestial energies, his body undergoes an astonishing transformation at an unprecedented pace. From within, every organ, every bone, every meridian, as well as his flesh and skin, and even the countless cells are continually evolving and metamorphosing. However, the most significant transformation lies within the 360 acupoints. Initially, during the cultivation phase in the Dragon Gate realm, these acupoints had already been expanded to their utmost limits by Jiang Hao. Now, during the breakthrough into the celestial realm, these acupoints have begun to expand once again, and at an astonishing rate, as if they are evolving into independent worlds. Each avatar deity residing within these acupoints is also experiencing rapid growth. The process of breakthrough is indeed a chain reaction, affecting every aspect of his being. As these avatar deities flourish, the human sovereign body is reactivated. The forces of heaven and earth act as the keys to unlocking the human sovereign body. And in an instant, the celestial energies within 100 miles are forcibly drawn in, consumed voraciously by the human sovereign body like a whale devouring its prey. Consequently, the human sovereign body radiates divine brilliance, as if it has attained further growth, quickly invoking the laws of this world, accompanied by various celestial phenomena. The magnitude of this commotion far exceeds any previous occurrences. Had it not been in this secluded mountain forest, it would certainly leave countless onlookers astounded. Jiang Hao's body swiftly ascends, breaking through the top of the cave, soaring into the high sky, without the hindrance of the cave's rocky confines. The celestial energies rush into Jiang Hao's body with even greater fervor. The might of the human sovereign body erupts once more, and Jiang Hao's transformation becomes increasingly profound. Unlike the fleeting mystical occurrences experienced previously, this time, Jiang Hao's body undergoes a genuine metamorphosis. Even his blood subtly flows with golden divine light, each drop seemingly imbued with an extraordinary vitality, gradually aligning towards the notion of rebirth through blood. Vital organs such as the heart are significantly strengthened. With every heartbeat, it resonates like the roar of a mighty beast. Breathing in and out feels akin to a colossal whale consuming the sky and the sun. Remarkably, even his lifespan is greatly extended during this process. Martial artists do not enjoy the same longevity as Qi practitioners. Their lifespans are not particularly lengthy. After all, martial artists excel in combat and are adept at killing, often neglecting the nurturing of their own health and longevity. Even the pinnacle of the celestial realm can expect a lifespan of merely 300 to 500 years. And that is contingent upon a lifestyle of minimal conflict and a focus on health. However, most celestial realm warriors cannot adhere to this path, as their journeys are rife with battles, resulting in the majority living only 200 to 300 years, just marginally surpassing the longevity of foundational Qi practitioners, yet still far inferior to higher-tier Qi cultivators. Although Jiang Hao is also a true martial artist, the activation of the human sovereign body substantially extends his lifespan, reaching over 1,000 years. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. As the human sovereign body continues to evolve, this lifespan limit will further ascend. This, undoubtedly, is a most fortunate development, Only with a sufficiently long lifespan can one have the ample time to pursue higher realms. Conversely, should one's life be too brief, even the mightiest combat prowess would merely be ephemeral. Time passes inexorably, second by second. Jiang Hao's journey of breakthrough steadily progresses, its influence expanding ever wider. At last, he reaches the pivotal moment of his ascension, and his spirit elevates to an unparalleled zenith. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the boundless forces of the universe erupt. Jiang Hao's ears resonate with a thunderous echo, his entire being seemingly enveloped by the cosmic energy, as if he has completely merged with the very fabric of existence. In this moment, he transforms into a colossal sphere of light, radiating an undeniable grandeur. The mountains and rivers tremble, the heavens and earth celebrate in unison. At this instant, regardless of the distance that separates them, countless powerful beings across the continent simultaneously lift their gazes. All are acutely aware of an unprecedented celestial might descending upon them, and a singular thought inexplicably arises in their minds. This is the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity. Chapter 68. The Empress in fear in the moment when Jiang Hao successfully transcended to the realm of the celestial being. He harmonized with the heavens and merged with the earth, standing majestically above the 9 heavens. The bell of the great Tao resonated, echoing as if it had existed since time immemorial, immortal and eternal, transforming him into a true celestial being in essence. Every gesture he made was imbued with immense divine might, capable of causing mountains to crumble and rivers to dry with a mere thought. An indescribable, towering embodiment of the law stood behind him, no longer an ephemeral illusion, but rather a vivid manifestation of a divine entity. This figure bore a crown atop its head and wielded the emperor's sword, its presence solemn and divine, resembling a deity. Upon closer inspection, its visage was strikingly similar to that of Jiang Hao. The Emperor of Humanity re-emerged in the world, garnering the reverence of the populace and the submission of all spirits. Even the heavens and the earth celebrated in response, creating awe-inspiring phenomena that left onlookers breathless. Despite being in a desolate wilderness, the surroundings were ablaze with radiance. Divine light enveloping the land, birds dancing joyfully, and beasts prostrating in homage, akin to a realm of celestial beings. Such an earth-shattering spectacle may not have evoked intense feelings among ordinary people. However, for those formidable beings capable of perceiving the essence of heaven and earth, the experience was vastly different. The unprecedented spiritual impact seemed to unfold before their very eyes, as if they were witnessing the extraordinary phenomena firsthand, while simultaneously experiencing an indescribable, terrifying pressure permeating their beings. Even those formidable experts who had reached the pinnacle of the celestial being realm could not help but reveal astonishment, bowing their heads involuntarily beneath the overwhelming force of this oppressive might. What they faced was not merely the might of heaven and earth, but the unparalleled presence of the Emperor of Humanity. The combination of these two forces rendered anyone incapable of confronting him directly. At least for this moment, no one could stand against him. Is this the Emperor body? How could another such formidable Emperor body arise in this era? The ancestors of the Ji clan achieved the Emperor body through a series of fortuitous events. Yet many of those conditions are impossible to replicate in the present age. But now, what on earth is happening? Has the Ji clan given birth to an extraordinary prodigy capable of shaking the ages, coincidentally breaking through to the celestial being realm at this very moment? It is unclear whether this is a blessing or a curse. With the emergence of another new emperor body, it seems the continent is destined for chaos once again. One can only wonder if this emperor body can save the great Zhou. This, I shall eagerly await. The hearts of the powerful were inevitably stirred, reminiscent of the ancestor of the Ji clan who founded the great Zhou dynasty. For the last emergence of an emperor body was indeed that of the Ji ancestor. Interestingly, the Ji ancestor's origins were rather unremarkable, but upon awakening the emperor body, he ascended step by step, embarking on a legendary life. At that time, the cultivation environment of the continent surpassed the present considerably, with the number of formidable beings far exceeding today and countless disordered factions. The ancestors of the Ji clan can be said to have carved their path through a sea of blood, claiming the lives of countless formidable adversaries along their ascent. The establishment of the great Zhou dynasty rests upon this mountain of accumulated bones. The emergence of yet another human emperor's physique naturally stirs the thoughts of many. Even if this human emperor cannot replicate the overwhelming might of the Ji clan's forebear, the mere existence of such a physique commands respect and caution. However, not all are engulfed in worry and despair. Some individuals have subtly discerned the source of this breakthrough anomaly and secretly rejoice. For instance, the Zhangjiao brothers of the Yellow Turban Army in Jizhou are currently brimming with excitement, with their leader achieving the realm of the celestial. Akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, there is no longer anyone who can threaten his safety. They can now devote themselves entirely to advancing the Yellow Turban cause. Far away in the south, Chunsheng and Wu Guang exchange smiles, sharing in their leader's rapid progress. They resolve not to lag behind and hasten to seize the southern territories as a tribute to their master. Meanwhile, the returned King Sumo of the Golden Tent Khanate also harbors an inkling of the identity of this breakthrough individual. His sentiments are undoubtedly more intricate than those of Zhang Jiao and his compatriots. After all, during their previous meeting, Jiang Hao was merely at the celestial pole realm. And in such a short span, he has successfully transcended to the realm of the celestial. Such a pace of advancement is indeed astonishing. In contrast, his own reputation as a rare talent in the Golden Tent Khanate seems trivial. Yet, it is precisely such unparalleled individuals who are worthy of his sincere allegiance and who possess the qualification to lead him. With a human emperor to guide his path, how could he falter in achieving greatness? The monk, in this life, seeks neither immediate enlightenment nor ascension to paradise. He merely yearns to witness the splendor at the pinnacle of martial prowess. To realize this ambition, he would not hesitate to descend into the depths of hell. Taking a deep breath, his gaze solidifies with determination. As the saying goes, 100 kinds of rice nourish 100 kinds of people. Each individual harbors unique aspirations and ambitions. However, the most intense reaction does not come from the hidden ambitious figures or those like Zhang Jiao, who wholeheartedly follow Jiang Hao, but rather from the Empress Ji Luoyao, situated within the imperial palace. Now a formidable presence at the celestial realm, Ji Luoyao has ascended to the ranks of the continent's elite. Although it may not yet be realistic for her to suppress the world single-handedly, with her current strength, she fears no one. Even against those terrifyingly powerful beings who have reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, relying on the advantages of the human emperor physique, she can retreat with composure should the need arise. Indeed, the human emperor physique deserves its reputation as the apex of physical forms, not only accelerating cultivation but also endowing its bearer with superior physical capabilities, purer spiritual power, and a greater ease in mastering the laws of the universe. The benefits are innumerable. Yet, despite its myriad advantages, the one drawback of the human emperor physique is that upon encountering a human emperor, it is immediately and comprehensively restrained. It is akin to a younger brother encountering an elder sibling or a trickster meeting a true hero. Naturally, one feels diminished in stature. This illustrates why Ji Luoyao was so eager to eliminate the human emperor body before. The human emperor body posed an overwhelming constraint upon her, one that was all-encompassing. Thus, she disregarded the opposition of her ministers and insisted on diminishing the feudal lords. However, following the incident with the obliteration of the Qintian Bureau, she uncovered the true identity of the Bureau's chief and believed she had been deceived. In reality, there was no human emperor body at all, and she lamented this misconception. It was only at this very moment that she confirmed the chief had not misled her. Indeed, someone had awakened the human emperor body. And this individual had successfully transcended the celestial realm. Had the opponent's cultivation remained beneath the celestial realm, she could have relied on her superior prowess to suppress them. Yet now, as they had both ascended to the celestial realm, her confidence evaporated in an instant. The existence of such a human emperor body rendered her aspirations to subjugate the world through force nothing but a farce. Contemplating this, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Who, exactly, could this human emperor body be? Chapter 69. Visitors from the demon clan. In the midst of the wilderness, 3 figures approached from the east. They traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, moving adeptly despite the rugged mountain paths, as if treading upon level ground. Each stride seemed to cover an impressive distance, surpassing that of a galloping horse by a significant margin. This scene alone revealed the extraordinary capabilities of the trio. However, What was most astonishing was the complete absence of any fluctuation of elemental energy emanating from them. Instead, they exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. Indeed, these three individuals were not human warriors, but formidable beings from the Eastern Wilderness Demon God Empire. Unlike the deeply concealed half-demons of the Qingtian Monitor, they were purebred demon warriors, and thus their demonic energy was difficult to mask. This was undoubtedly the reason they opted for the secluded mountain paths, traveling under the cover of night. It has been years since I've endured such hardships, Your Highness the Peng King. I believe we should have flown directly to the vicinity of the great Zhou imperial capital from the outset. With the central plains in such chaos, the human warriors might not even detect our presence, remarked a corpulent demon warrior, unable to restrain his complaints. Your Highness is merely exercising caution. I must say, old pig, you are just too lazy. Look at how much you've let yourself go. There is a saying among humans, born in adversity, perish in comfort. You ought to heed this advice, teased another demon warrior, notably leaner in stature. What nonsense. Can we trust what humans say? They themselves do not believe it. If they truly held that saying dear, how could the great Zhou have descended into such disarray? Scoffed the rotund demon with a derisive smirk. Indeed, the great Zhou was not always like this. The Duke of Wei was quite capable, even earning praise from His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Alas, his strength was too feeble. With a mere command from the Empress, he was easily imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Had it been one of our rebellious kin from the Demon God Empire, they would have turned the empire upside down before ceasing their unrest, replied the lean demon, shaking his head. As the conversation progressed, a thought seemed to spark in his mind, and he could not help but propose, what if, after we capture the human emperor, we also bring the Duke of Wei to our side? He could govern the Demon God Empire for us. Who knows, in just a few years, our empire might flourish and thrive. As he spoke, he glanced at the leader of the trio, the Peng King. The Peng King stood tall, exuding an air of pride and strength, his presence the most formidable among them. Such a notion is not without merit. I have heard of the Duke of Wei. Even His Majesty the Demon Emperor regards him as a talent for governance. It is likely true, the Peng King nodded in agreement. Our Demon God Empire is indeed splendid. Yet we lack capable leaders for governance. While these individuals excel in battle, few possess the aptitude for ruling. Thus far, aside from the royal court, our other territories are even less prosperous than the ordinary towns of the Great Zhou, which is truly a disgrace to the name of the Demon God Empire. If this Duke of Wei could rectify the situation, I might even bestow upon him the bloodline of a half-demon. The two, upon hearing this, were taken aback, then could not help but chuckle in flattery. It seems that Your Highness, the Prince of Peng, genuinely admires him, willing to grant him half-demon blood? Indeed, with the nobility of your bloodline, should you choose to personally bestow this gift, that human would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude and willingly serve our cause. The Prince of Peng nodded with an air of arrogance, as if all of this were a matter of course. After all, could a mere fallen human dare to act haughty before him? However, it must be noted that such a bestowed half-demon bloodline is not easily granted. Excessive bestowals could indeed compromise one's foundational essence. Particularly for someone of his extraordinary lineage, it is generally uncommon for such individuals to engage in this practice. From a certain perspective, this does reflect a degree of significance. As for whether Jiang Hao would appreciate such regard, that remains to be seen. This matter is not urgent at the moment. First, we must locate the human emperor's body. As it is a direct command from His Majesty the Demon Emperor and the objective of our mission, which must not be compromised. The significance of the human emperor's body is paramount, especially one that has only recently awakened. It is a rare opportunity that must be secured within the grasp of our Demon God Empire. When discussing serious matters, his demeanor shifted to one of increased gravity. He then recalled another issue and could not help but frown. However, what could be the reason for that half-demon's silence? He has yet to respond to us, and it remains uncertain whether the human emperor's body has been located. Indeed, such a lowly bloodline as that of a half-demon proves to be of little value. Were it not for the lack of capable individuals within our Demon God Empire, a mere half-demon would hold no right to converse with us. The half-demon he referred to was evidently the chief of the Qingtian Observatory. It was precisely because the chief had discreetly relayed information that they were forewarned of the existence of the human emperor's body. However, It is likely that the chief himself did not anticipate the extent to which the demon god empire would prioritize this matter, sending agents from afar, even intending to abduct the human emperor's body to our realm. Naturally, the current chief of the Qingtian Observatory is unable to comprehend this, as he has already met his demise, and even his remains have been reduced to ashes. Indeed, this was a command issued personally by Her Majesty the Empress. According to the map, we should be nearing the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Once we arrive, we shall contact him. I hope there are no discrepancies on his end, for if there are, I will make him truly aware of the profound differences between the demon race and humans. We are not as easily swayed as they. A glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a fierce countenance. In this unfamiliar territory of the Great Zhou, he found himself at a loss, compelled to suppress his inner agitation for the moment, planning to settle the score with the other party at a later time. At that very moment, the heavens and the earth trembled, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The three individuals were taken aback, instinctively halting their steps and simultaneously gazing upwards. Was it possible that someone was breaking through to the celestial realm? The astonishing spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the legendary human emperor physique. It was not merely a resemblance. It was unequivocally that. The manifestation was precisely as described by His Majesty the Demon Emperor, a perfect match to the human emperor physique. Moreover, it appeared that this individual was not far from them. They exchanged glances, momentarily incredulous. On one hand, they had not anticipated that the human emperor physique had already transcended to the celestial realm, contrary to what the chief of the astrological bureau had reported, which suggested it had only recently awakened. On the other hand, they were astonished that, having just arrived in this desolate wilderness, they had unexpectedly encountered the human emperor physique. Such fortune was simply remarkable, like finding a treasure amidst the rubble, effortlessly acquired. Soon, the three could not suppress their joy, feeling as though they had been struck by fortune from the heavens. Although the strength of the human emperor physique was somewhat unexpected, they regarded it as inconsequential. After all, their selection by the demon emperor for this extraordinary mission indicated they were no weaklings. Quite the contrary, even in a realm teeming with formidable beings. They were renowned as formidable warriors. All three had surpassed the realm of demon kings, equating their strength to that of the celestial realm in human terms. Furthermore, due to their exceptional lineage and mastery of innate abilities, their power surpassed that of ordinary celestial realm practitioners. It seemed their esteemed human emperor physique was on the verge of a successful breakthrough. Let us go and present him with a grand gift, declared King Peng with a hearty laugh. The other two joined in, laughter echoing around them. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio ascended into the air. Their formidable demonic energy erupted, conjuring 3 gusts of dark wind as they surged forth at astonishing speed towards the source of the phenomenon. Chapter 70. The 3 Great Demon Kings. My lord, a formidable presence approaches. The voice of the shadow demon swiftly echoed in Jiang Hao's ears. At that moment, Jiang Hao had successfully completed his breakthrough. He was with his eyes closed, absorbing the nuances of the celestial realm and the myriad transformations of the human emperor body. The distinctions of the celestial realm need not be elaborated upon. However, the human emperor body, with his ascension, seemed to have been thoroughly awakened, and various profound effects began to manifest. Beyond the significant transformations in his physical form, there were also notable enhancements in his intrinsic abilities. Among these changes, one particularly captured Jiang Hao's attention. The activation of the human emperor body appeared to greatly enhance his instinct for combat. While the notion of an improved combat intuition may seem ordinary, its actual implications were anything but, especially for someone like Jiang Hao, who possessed limited combat experience. Such a gift was exceedingly precious. Typically, combat experience is accumulated through repeated battles and failures. Thus, seasoned warriors are often those who have faced countless trials. However, there exist rare exceptions, individuals who exhibit extraordinary combat instincts from their very first engagement. When confronted by an adversary's assault, these individuals respond with instinctual reflexes, requiring no conscious thought. Such talents can rapidly evolve into formidable fighters without extensive training. It must be acknowledged that some geniuses in this world possess an innate understanding. Now, having acquired a similar gift, how could Jiang Hao not feel elated? Yet, before he could delve deeper into the ramifications of these changes, the voice of the shadow demon interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Hao promptly opened his eyes and gazed in the direction indicated by the shadow demon. Soon, he could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, someone was approaching. To avoid being disturbed during his breakthrough, he had specifically chosen this location, surrounded by desolate mountains and wilderness, typically devoid of human presence. Especially at this hour, when darkness enveloped the land, ordinary individuals would not venture into such remote forests. The sudden emergence of three extraordinary figures naturally perplexed Jiang Hao. Moreover, upon closer observation, it appeared that these three individuals were not human. The sinister aura emanating from them was unmistakable, and they made no effort to conceal it. Anyone with functioning eyesight could easily perceive it. Demon Clan warriors. How could three Demon Clan warriors suddenly materialize near the imperial capital? Jiang Hao's confusion deepened. If these were three human warriors, he might find it comprehensible. However, Demon Clan warriors of such caliber could typically only be encountered in the Eastern Wilds Demon God Empire. How could they suddenly appear in the heart of the Great Zhou? Truly the human emperor body. It seems that traversing the world brings no obstacles, and fortune comes effortlessly. It appears that fate has indeed favored the three of us. With this, the task entrusted to us by His Majesty the Demon Emperor can be completed ahead of schedule. Truly, a cause for celebration. At that moment, the three kings of the Peng clan arrived, riding the winds of the demon realm. As they drew near and sensed the lingering aura of the human sovereign emanating from Jiang Hao, they confirmed their suspicions. The individual before them was undeniably a human sovereign. It is no surprise they were concerned, for the human sovereign had not made an appearance for many years. Even the demon emperor only knew of the human sovereign through ancient texts from the demon god empire. Observing from a distance, the three dared not fully affirm their beliefs. Yet, in this moment, doubt vanished from their hearts, replaced by overwhelming joy, causing them to erupt into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao regarded these three unexpected fools with a bewildered expression. However, from their fragmented words, he gathered that these three formidable demon beings had come in the name of the demon emperor, likely drawn specifically to him, or, more precisely, to the human sovereign. As for how the demon emperor learned of the human sovereign's existence, Jiang Hao quickly recalled the treacherous prefect of the astronomical bureau. It was highly probable that he had covertly communicated this information. Through such reasoning, Jiang Hao swiftly pieced together the situation with remarkable accuracy. As he gazed upon the three demon lords, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Three demon kings. Surely they were not nameless figures, even within the demon god empire? The ambition of the demon emperor was indeed substantial. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao chose not to flee. Though with the speed of the human sovereign and the assistance of the shadow demon, he had a considerable chance of escape. Furthermore, if he were to reach the imperial capital, these three demon beings would undoubtedly refrain from pursuit. After all, with their powerful auras, they would stand out like three bright lanterns, attracting the attention of countless strong individuals within the capital. At that point, even if they were demon kings, once surrounded by numerous foes, they would inevitably face severe consequences. Should the number of celestial realm warriors be sufficiently large, it would not be impossible to capture them entirely. The reason Jiang Hao refrained from fleeing was simple. He had no need to escape. Despite having just broken through, the might of the human sovereign rendered him unafraid of any adversaries of equal rank. Even in the presence of three demon kings, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. Quite the contrary. At this moment, the 360 acupoints within him began to resonate with energy surging throughout his being. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he found himself in a state of peak condition. How could he possibly retreat without a fight? He was in dire need of a sharpening stone. You three have arrived at the perfect moment. Jiang Hao spoke calmly, his dark eyes igniting with a fierce battle spirit. What did you say? The three members of the Peng Wang were momentarily taken aback, but soon their smiles vanished, replaced by cold, piercing gazes fixed on Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao showed no inclination for idle chatter. With a swift step, he vanished from sight, heading directly towards the most formidable among them, the Peng Wang. Seeking death, the Peng Wang's fury erupted upon witnessing this audacity. A torrent of demonic power surged from within him, conjuring fierce gusts of wind, and his aura transformed into something terrifyingly lethal. In the next moment, he raised his right hand, summoning a pitch-black, fearsome scythe of energy, aimed ruthlessly at Jiang Hao. In the past, Jiang Hao would have either evaded the onslaught or countered with brute strength, leaving no alternative approach. However, this time, as if imbued with divine assistance, he instinctively evaded the lethal strike in that critical moment. This was not merely due to the surge in his speed following his breakthrough, but also because the complete activation of the human emperor physique significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly closed the distance to the Peng Wang, delivering a punch imbued with the ferocity of a celestial river in reverse. Despite the Peng Wang's considerable strength, he was caught off guard and unable to muster an equivalent force, having underestimated Jiang Hao. In an instant, it felt as if he had been struck by a freight truck, his body jolted backward. Yet, before he could regain his footing, Jiang Hao's relentless assault followed closely behind. A descending scythe of energy crashed down, forcefully driving the Peng Wang into the ground. A thunderous explosion resonated as dirt erupted, creating a massive crater. The Peng Wang was deeply ensconced beneath the earth. The rapid succession of clashes left onlookers bewildered. In mere moments, the battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. The other two demon kings stood in stunned silence, not for lack of desire to intervene, but simply due to the overwhelming speed of events. Chapter 71. The Tear of the Demon Peng. Is this truly the fabled human emperor physique? The two great demon kings, one stout and the other slender, were struck with profound astonishment. It is vital to note that the Peng King is no ordinary demon lord, with an extraordinary lineage and formidable combat prowess. Even among the numerous demon kings in the demon god empire, his overall strength ranks within the top 10. Otherwise, the demon emperor would not have entrusted him with such a significant task, nor would the two of them have chosen to follow his lead. Unlike humans, the demon race does not indulge in frivolities. They place paramount importance on strength. The more powerful one is, the greater their influence and respect. Yet, in such a brief span of time, they found themselves unable to comprehend how the Peng King had suffered defeat. Although they could discern that his carelessness played a substantial role, the prowess exhibited by this human emperor physique was far beyond their expectations. Having only recently achieved breakthrough to the celestial realm, he demonstrated an alarming strength that belied his status as a novice. Exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, the two prepared to join forces against Jiang Hao. In a one-on-one confrontation, they harbored doubts about their chances. However, in a two-on-one scenario, their confidence surged. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the depths below, icy and resolute. "Do not interfere. Today, I shall personally eliminate him." In an instant, a shadow surged skyward, revealing none other than the Peng King, who had just been hurled into the earth by Jiang Hao. Though he appeared utterly disheveled, he bore no serious injuries, only a seething fury. At this moment, his aura was a tempest of rage, and his demonic eyes brimmed with a terrifying wrath that could instill dread. Jiang Hao remained unfazed by the Peng King's reappearance. He had not anticipated anything less. After all, the Peng King was a demon lord, an entity at the apex of the biological hierarchy in this world. Moreover, compared to humans, demons were indeed more resilient and formidable. If he were to perish in just a few blows, Jiang Hao would suspect that the opponent was merely feigning defeat. "Eliminate me?" Jiang Hao chuckled lightly. A look of disdain plastered across his visage as he uttered three words. "Just by you?" These words, coupled with his contemptuous demeanor, ignited the Peng King's fury to its zenith, transforming his embarrassment into blazing anger. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, "You shall die?" Without hesitation, he unleashed his full might, striking without mercy. Waves of ferocious demonic energy surged forth, akin to a tempest, aimed ruthlessly at Jiang Hao. Yet, Jiang Hao remained composed. His combat instincts heightened to their peak as he effortlessly executed the recently acquired agile technique, the spirit fox movement. He seemed to transform into an incredibly nimble fox, darting and weaving through the air, effortlessly evading the relentless onslaught of the Rock King. Despite the Rock King's attacks surging like a tide, he could not land a single blow on Jiang Hao. In his eyes, Jiang Hao resembled a slippery loach, evading capture and inciting his wrath. "Human, is evasion all you can do? As the esteemed human emperor, do you not dare to confront me directly?" The Rock King seethed through clenched teeth. "Just as you wish." A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes as he seized the opportunity, suddenly charging close to the Rock King. Almost immediately, A blazing fiery palm strike descended with no forewarning. The Rock King's eyes widened in terror as he sensed the dreadful power of this move. It was not merely Jiang Hao's long-prepared killing strike. It contained an extraordinarily violent essence of the fire principles. Indeed, although he had just recently broken through, Jiang Hao had already grasped a fragment of the principle's power. This was not solely due to his remarkable comprehension, but rather the inherent advantages of the human emperor physique. The human emperor physique, known also as the body of 5 elements and 5 virtues, naturally granted him insight into the elemental principles when he ascended to the celestial human realm. Although he had only grasped a sliver of each principle and was far from mastering them, this understanding significantly amplified his combat prowess. This was one of the reasons he dared to confront the 3 demon kings, bolstered not merely by the concealed assistance of the shadow demon. Conversely, while the Rock King was formidable, he had yet to comprehend any principle's power. In truth, only a minuscule number of celestial human realm experts successfully grasped the principle's power. Aside from special talents like the human king and human emperor physiques, only seasoned old monsters who have deeply immersed themselves in this realm, or those with extraordinary comprehension, could hope to achieve such understanding. The human emperor physique truly lived up to its legendary status, enabling Jiang Hao to perceive the principle's power upon his breakthrough, encompassing all 5 elemental forces. Among them, the fire principle was renowned for its ferocity, enhancing the destructive force of his fiery palm strike to an unfathomable extent. Even as the Rock King reacted with utmost speed, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the assault, suffering a grievous blow in an instant. Yet, this time, the Rock King was unwilling to concede defeat. Instead, he roared in fury and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. In the next moment, a chilling aura of demonic energy erupted, and he transformed into a terrifying demon rock several meters in length. Die! The demon rock bellowed, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If his earlier threats to eliminate Jiang Hao had merely been expressions of anger, now, fully engulfed in rage, he undoubtedly sought to annihilate Jiang Hao without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed his innate divine ability. With a powerful flap of his wings, a tempest of black winds surged forth, infused with an astonishing lethality, resembling countless blades slicing through the air, hurtling towards Jiang Hao. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened. Faced with the desperate struggle of the monstrous rock, he did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly summoned the power of the Earth's principles and simultaneously channeled the vital energy within him, conjuring a series of earthen shields that enveloped him completely. However, it was not in Jiang Hao's nature to adopt a purely defensive stance. With his profound foundation, he was fully capable of multitasking. While fending off the rock's frenzied assaults, he also invoked his own law manifestation. The forces of heaven and earth surged wildly, and in an instant, a majestic took shape behind Jiang Hao. Although the size of the did not significantly increase, its refinement far surpassed that of his previous manifestation. With a stature exceeding 100 feet, it was already astonishing in itself. In comparison, the terrifying rock, merely a few feet in size, resembled a small sparrow. Before the rock could evade, 2 colossal hands, like pillars of heaven, descended from above. In this moment, the rock finally felt fear and immediately flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. The 2 other demon kings also acutely sensed that something was amiss. They no longer dared to heed the Rock King's previous command to remain idle and rushed over, shouting in unison, "Stop!" As they bellowed, both made their way towards the scene with urgency. Yet, they were ultimately a step too late. Before they could intervene, the 2 gigantic hands had already seized the rock's wings and ruthlessly yanked them apart. The sound echoed like fabric being torn asunder. In an instant, the rock's wings were violently ripped away, and blood rained down like a deluge, accompanied by anguished cries that reverberated through the air. Chapter 72. Are you the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao? Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the 2 approaching demon kings were momentarily rendered speechless. It was not their first encounter with bloodshed. On the contrary, both were well acquainted with the harsh realities of life and death, having witnessed even more horrifying spectacles. What truly left them astounded was the identity of the victim in this horrific ordeal. This individual was none other than the renowned Peng Wang, a figure of immense prestige and extraordinary strength. Even within the vast expanse of the demon god empire, he was counted among the elite echelon of formidable beings. Yet now, Such an exceptional demon warrior was being treated like a mere puppet, having his wings brutally torn off by a human. The sheer impact of this scene was staggering and brutally violent, leaving the two kings in disbelief. However, despite their incredulity, the undeniable truth lay before their eyes, forcing them to accept it. Soon, their hearts swelled with overwhelming rage. How dare a mere human treat one of their kind with such disdain? Moreover, this affront occurred right before their eyes, an insult and provocation of the highest order. Human, you truly deserve death. I shall crush your skull today. The two demon kings roared in a fit of fury, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Just as Peng Wang had reacted moments earlier, they too cast aside the tasks entrusted to them by the demon emperor. At this moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. They must eliminate the human before them. Until this individual was dealt with, their wrath could not be quelled. In the next instant, the two demon kings charged towards Jiang Hao from either side. While they may not have matched Peng Wang's prowess, they were still bona fide demon kings. No matter how weak a demon king might be, they were never to be underestimated. Moreover, although their strength might not be top tier, they were certainly not weak by any means. Their terrifying demonic power erupted, unleashing a barrage of formidable combat techniques. They flanked Jiang Hao, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Just then, the shadow demon, which had been lurking in concealment, suddenly sprang into action without warning. Illuminated by the moonlight, it seized the shadows of the two kings, causing their movements to falter abruptly, even interrupting the energy flowing within them. In an instant, it was as if they had been ensnared by a binding spell, rendered immobile. In terms of direct combat ability, the shadow demon was indeed lacking. However, when it came to the art of sabotage, it was unrivaled. Naturally, against two demon kings, the shadow demon could not fully restrain them. At this moment, it merely capitalized on their unpreparedness to maintain a tenuous control for a brief period. Though this duration was not extensive, it was more than sufficient for Jiang Hao. He did not rush to attack the two intact individuals. Instead, he first dealt with the severely injured Peng Wang. Indeed, even after having his wings brutally torn from him, Peng Wang did not succumb to death, continuing to struggle in defiance. Given sufficient time, he might even have been able to restore himself to his former glory. Such is the indomitable vitality of a demon king-level powerhouse. Jiang Hao, however, would not grant him that opportunity. Seizing the moment of his weakness to deliver the fatal blow was the most prudent course of action. To let a tiger return to the mountains and leave future troubles, such folly is reserved for the simple-minded. Once the decision to strike was made, it was imperative to eradicate the threat completely. With a cold gaze, Jiang Hao immediately commanded the manifestation of power, clenching his fists tightly before bringing them down upon the demon Peng with tremendous force. The sheer size of the manifestation, towering at 100 zhang, made the impact of those two fists akin to two mountains crashing down, the force behind them nothing short of cataclysmic. Witnessing this scene, the already grievously wounded Peng Wang felt his heart sink into despair. At that moment, how could he possibly withstand such a ferocious and merciless assault? In the incredulous eyes of the two demon kings, the illustrious Peng Wang, renowned among the demon race, was brutally obliterated by Jiang Hao's manifestation. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving not a single intact piece behind. He was utterly and irrevocably destroyed. With the strongest adversary vanquished, Jiang Hao finally turned his gaze toward the other two demon kings. Faced with his utterly indifferent stare, the two previously furious demon kings felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, abruptly awakening them to their grim reality. If Peng Wang could be so swiftly annihilated, how could they possibly stand a chance against this human? Perhaps with 2 against 1, they might have had a glimmer of hope. Yet, the enigmatic creature that had just hindered them was clearly aligned with Jiang Hao. With a demon king-level entity aiding him, they had no prospect of overcoming their opponent. Rather, they would undoubtedly be defeated one by one. Having attained the status of demon kings, neither was a fool. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously reached a decision. Let us go. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. And for the demon race, vengeance is pursued from dawn till dusk. As long as they returned to the demon god empire and reported the news to the demon emperor, their vendetta would surely be avenged. Even the human emperor's body, when faced with the full might of the demon god empire, would find itself with no path but death. The two demon kings, in perfect synchrony, swiftly vanished into the forest, each choosing a distinctly different route of escape. One transformed into a massive boar demon, charging through the underbrush like a tank, while the other morphed into an extraordinarily agile monkey demon, deftly navigating the treetops and vines with rapid leaps. Jiang Hao signaled the shadow demon to pursue the more nimble monkey demon, while he himself remained suspended in the air, coldly locking onto the rampaging boar demon in the forest. Throughout this encounter, Jiang Hao's aura surged steadily, climbing to its zenith in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, he summoned all the primordial power within him, and the radiance of the golden principle shimmered in his grasp, swiftly coalescing into a fearsome golden spear. This spear epitomized his most formidable attack at that moment. As Jiang Hao hurled the spear with all his might, it transformed into a streak of golden lightning, seemingly piercing through the void as it impaled the boar demon, nailing it forcefully to the ground. Though the boar demon would not perish immediately, the relentless erosion of the principle's power would gradually sap its vitality. Death was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Jiang Hao pursued the monkey demon ensnared by the shadow demon. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's arrival, the monkey demon instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation, a flicker of despair crossing its eyes. It ceased its flight, neither opting to flee nor to surrender, but instead inquired, "Before I meet my end, may I know your esteemed identity?" Even in the face of death, it yearned for clarity. Jiang Hao, sensing its resolve, regarded the creature's unwavering gaze for a fleeting moment before he spoke. "The one who shall take your life is Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao. The monkey demon murmured the name, as if to engrave it upon its memory. Should there be a next life, upon encountering this name, it would retreat in trepidation. Yet at that moment, a sudden realization dawned upon it. Its eyes widened in shock as it urgently questioned, "Are you the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao?" Jiang Hao nodded expressionlessly. In that instant, the monkey demon's countenance shifted like a dying fabric, alternating between shades of blue and red. Recollecting its earlier proposal and the condescension of the Peng King, and then observing the dire fate that now befell them, it felt an overwhelming sense of irony. So, the esteemed Duke of Wei is indeed Jiang Hao. Our defeat is not without reason. We have not suffered unjustly. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly powerless Duke of Wei possessed the extraordinarily rare physique of an emperor? Ha ha ha, truly a grand jest. All have been deceived by you. Not just us. Amidst a bout of self-deprecating laughter, it unleashed all its demonic power, charging headlong at Jiang Hao. A mere incense stick's duration later, Jiang Hao had twisted its neck, extinguishing all vitality from its body, which soon crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Thus, all three demon kings met their demise at the hands of Jiang Hao. Chapter 73. The Tremor of the Demon Clan. Your Majesty. The soul lantern of the King of Peng has extinguished. A powerful guardian, responsible for overseeing the ancestral temple, hurriedly approached to deliver the news within the palace, rich with the essence of otherworldly culture. At that moment, the demon emperor, engrossed in his reading, let the tome slip from his grasp, yet remained oblivious to the action, his countenance frozen in astonishment as he gazed at the messenger. In stark contrast to the youthful and vibrant Empress of the Great Zhou, this demon emperor, having weathered the passage of time, exhibited a crown of white hair and the unmistakable signs of age. It is well known that the lifespan of the demon race far exceeds that of humans, particularly for one so formidable as he, whose existence is further prolonged by his extraordinary power. Yet, the sight of his frail form belied the reality of his advanced years, suggesting an age far beyond common comprehension. How could this be, given the strength of the King of Peng? A flicker of sorrow ignited in the depths of his aged eyes, as he murmured in disbelief. The prowess of the King of Peng was well within his understanding. Otherwise, he would never have entrusted such a critical mission to him. However, he could scarcely fathom that this undertaking would lead to the loss of life. Although venturing into the heart of Great Zhou was fraught with peril, the current state of chaos within the realm, marked by incessant disputes among various factions, should have allowed for a cautious approach. If they had exercised prudence and avoided being surrounded by numerous powerful adversaries, they could have completed their mission and returned unscathed, especially considering the King of Peng's lineage. Imbued with the blood of the demon Peng, he possessed the ability to soar into the skies at the first hint of danger, evading pursuit with ease. How could he have failed to escape this time? Unbeknownst to the emperor, it was not the King of Peng's desire or ability to flee that was thwarted. Rather, he had been mercilessly stripped of his wings, akin to an ordinary person rendered immobile by the severance of their legs. The revelation was profoundly shocking, even to the demon emperor. Before he could gather his thoughts, two more dire tidings swiftly followed. Your Majesty, the soul lantern of the King of Swine has extinguished. Your Majesty, the soul lantern of the King of Monkeys has also extinguished. At this, the emperor opened his mouth, but for an extended moment, words eluded him. Taking a deep breath, he could not suppress the urge to close his eyes. Upon closer inspection, his hands trembled ever so slightly, betraying the tumult of emotions roiling within him. They are gone. All of them gone. He had never anticipated that the three demon kings he dispatched to Great Zhou would meet their demise simultaneously. Had it been merely the king of Peng who perished, he might have borne the loss with some semblance of acceptance. However, the death of all three was a catastrophic blow to the very foundation of the demon empire. Though demons possess longer lifespans, the path to advancement and breakthrough remains exponentially more arduous compared to humans. Thus, each demon king stands as a vital pillar of the demon empire. The simultaneous loss of three such figures, especially those directly affiliated with the royal court, plunged the emperor into an abyss of anguish, rendering him breathless with despair. Unlike the unified regime of the Great Zhou, the demon god empire is a collective of the demon clan royal court and various prominent demon tribes, resembling a makeshift community coexisting together. Although the demon clan royal court possesses the greatest strength, the other tribes are by no means weak. Moreover, the demons are known for their fiery tempers. A mere disagreement can lead to conflict. Today you strike me, tomorrow I retaliate, creating a lively atmosphere where farming is neglected, often disregarding the commands of the demon clan royal court. It is only due to the formidable authority accumulated by the current demon emperor over many years that he can maintain order most of the time. Otherwise, the demon god empire might descend into greater chaos than the current state of the Great Zhou. However, given the magnitude of the recent events, even the demon emperor cannot act unilaterally. He promptly summoned a council of demon kings to deliberate. What? The Rock King is dead? He is a bird of the skies, capable of flight. How could mere humans possibly catch him given his speed? This is preposterous. I refuse to believe he is truly dead. As for the Pig King, that fellow has tough skin and resilient flesh. The last time I clashed with him, I struck him dozens of times, and he appeared unscathed. I find it hard to believe anyone could kill him. The Monkey King is similarly elusive. His movements are as agile as a monkey. Indeed, he is one. Capturing him is no simple feat, let alone slaying him. How could he have easily perished? The assembly of demon kings found it difficult to accept this grim reality. It must be acknowledged that the three individuals chosen by the demon emperor were indeed meticulously selected, each possessing unique attributes. The Rock King could soar through the skies. The Pig King could withstand tremendous punishment, and the Monkey King was remarkably nimble. Together, they formed a formidable trio without apparent weaknesses. Yet now, all three have perished simultaneously. A shocking revelation. With their soul lamps extinguished, it was evident they had met their demise, and the timing of their deaths was alarmingly close, suggesting they were likely not killed in isolation but rather as a collective. To eliminate all three, it would take more than 1 or 2 human experts in the celestial realm. At least 3 to 5 would need to collaborate for a chance of success. The demon emperor swiftly articulated his conclusion and turned to the gathered demon kings. Naturally, the majority present were brutes who only knew how to fight, with only a select few capable of strategic thinking. Thus, most of the demon kings looked towards the Fox King, the Deer King, and a handful of others. Your Majesty, I believe the deaths of the Rock King and the others may have been the result of a trap set by the Great Zhou. The Fox King spoke, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. As you have surmised, to slay the Rock King and his companions, it would require at least 3 to 5 celestial realm experts to unite. To ensure they had no chance to escape, even more would be needed. Only a meticulously laid web could achieve such a feat in the Central Plains. The only force capable of executing this is the Great Zhou court. Moreover, the half-demon who has been in contact with us has recently gone silent, leading me to speculate that he has either met with an untimely demise or has secretly betrayed us, thus alerting the Great Zhou court to set this trap. Upon hearing this deduction, many demon kings present nodded in agreement, albeit with a sense of unspoken understanding. Your Majesty, do you know the identity of the human emperor's body? At that moment, the Deer King unexpectedly interjected. I am uncertain. According to the information relayed by that half-demon, the human emperor's body should have only recently awakened, remaining concealed from discovery. This half-demon must indeed be suspect. However, before the demon emperor could finish his thought, the Deer King asserted with unwavering certainty. What do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that the human emperor's body is a fabrication? The demon emperor furrowed his brow. The human emperor's body is certainly not a falsehood. The recent tremendous tremor resonating through heaven and earth was unmistakably a sign of the human emperor's body breaking through the celestial realm. Even a prodigious human emperor's body would require a considerable span of time to transition from non-existence to the celestial realm. After all, it is hardly conceivable for someone to achieve such a breakthrough in just a few months, is it? Thus, the individual in question cannot possibly be as recently awakened as the half-demon claimed, but rather must have awakened long ago. Upon hearing this, even the demon emperor found himself nodding in agreement, acknowledging the merit in this reasoning. Regardless of how astonishing the cultivation speed of the human emperor's body might be, it is implausible for one to break through the celestial realm just months after awakening. Such a monster could not possibly exist in this world. Consequently, it follows that the half-demon is indeed questionable. The thought of having been deceived by a mere half-demon, resulting in the loss of 3 demon kings, ignited the demon emperor's fury, compelling him to wish for the creature's utter obliteration. Unbeknownst to him, however, someone had already taken care of that matter. Yet at this moment, the Deer King continued, stating, furthermore, the existence of the human emperor's body is such that each breakthrough is invariably accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that only those of the Ji clan possess the potential to awaken the human emperor's body. Thus, the scope of our search has significantly narrowed. How could we possibly fail to identify this individual? So, are you suggesting we have been deceived? The demon emperor inquired, his expression darkening. Indeed, it is highly probable that from the very beginning, this has been an elaborate ruse. The current circumstances are abundantly clear. There is indeed a human emperor's body that has awakened within Great Zhou, and this individual has now transcended to the celestial realm. Reflecting on the Ji clan's talents that have emerged over the years, there is but one individual who aligns with the characteristics of the human emperor's body. At this point, the Deer King raised his gaze to the assembly and pronounced, with deliberate clarity, the human emperor's body is, without a doubt, that illustrious Empress of Great Zhou. Chapter 74. Is the human emperor body the Empress of the Great Zhou? Upon uttering these words, the Deer King left the assembly of numerous demon kings in a state of astonishment. Hearing such a declaration, they instinctively sensed something amiss, yet upon reflection, it appeared to be the most fitting conclusion. After all, the Empress of the Great Zhou is a direct descendant of the Ji clan, naturally meeting the conditions for awakening the human emperor body, and is indeed one of the most probable candidates for such an awakening. Moreover, the Empress has been recognized as a prodigy since her youth, renowned for her extraordinary talents, even exhibiting numerous phenomena indicative of awakening an extraordinary body. Although she publicly claims to have awakened the human king body, the average person cannot discern the subtle distinctions between the human king body and the human emperor body. Given her exalted status, common folk have neither the opportunity nor the means to investigate or verify. Furthermore, her ability to ascend as the sovereign of the Great Zhou while possessing a female form raises considerable suspicion. If the human emperor body truly belongs to the Empress, she could effortlessly mobilize the forces of the Great Zhou court, thus explaining the inability of the 3 Peng kings to escape. This clarifies the mystery of their total annihilation, leaving them without even a chance to flee. All these circumstances aligned perfectly, and the more they contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Each individual experienced an epiphany, quickly coming to a profound understanding, and soon became resolute in their belief. Indeed, I finally grasped the truth. If it weren't for the Deer King's analysis, I would have remained oblivious. Humans are indeed cunning and deceitful, starkly contrasting with our demon race, who are always forthright and sincere. Who could argue otherwise? She is undoubtedly the human emperor body, yet she deliberately misrepresents herself as the human king body to obfuscate the truth. It is preposterous to think that the Great Zhou could have such fortune, alternating between the human king body and the human emperor body, as if all good fortune were theirs to claim. Thus, the consensus emerged that the Empress of the Great Zhou must indeed be the human emperor body. Only she could orchestrate events to ensnare the three punk kings. It is no wonder they failed to escape. Their demise was truly tragic, and vengeance must be sought on their behalf. However, some remain skeptical. Yet, was there not recent news indicating that the Empress of the Great Zhou made a breakthrough within the palace? Not long ago, the human emperor body had only just attained the celestial realm. This seems somewhat incongruous. Could she truly achieve two breakthroughs in such quick succession? While consecutive breakthroughs are indeed improbable, the question remains, who can definitively prove that the individual who achieved a breakthrough in the palace was the Empress of the Great Zhou? It is true that humans are sly and treacherous. Perhaps she is merely feigning confusion to extricate herself from the identity of the human emperor body. I concur, they argued. Setting aside other matters, the demise of the three punk kings serves as the most compelling evidence. Who, if not the Empress of the Great Zhou, could ensure they were deprived of even the opportunity to escape? Soon, many voices rose in vehement rebuttal. Subsequently, the attention of everyone present turned unerringly towards the demon emperor. In the end, it was still up to him to make the decision. Meeting the gazes of the assembled crowd, the demon emperor remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he raised his head and spoke slowly. Initially, I was uncertain, but now, after such discourse, I find myself pondering the current circumstances of the Great Zhou with considerable skepticism. Merely 6 months ago, the nation was thriving and peaceful. How could it have devolved into such chaos and ceaseless conflict in such a short span? Even if the Empress is indeed a prodigal, her incompetence should not have been sufficient to ruin a kingdom so swiftly. Furthermore, the Duke of Wei, who has always enjoyed the Empress's deep trust and whose relationship with her is extraordinary, I would not have been surprised had they united in marriage. Yet, the great Zhou Empress suddenly imprisoned the Duke in the celestial prison. Does she not realize she is digging her own grave? The crowd was left in a state of confusion. This line of reasoning indeed rendered the series of actions taken by the opposing side difficult to comprehend. They quickly inquired, could it be that the chaos in the Great Zhou is merely a fade? If that is the case, does it not mean we have all been deceived? They were eager and prepared to seize control of the central plains. It should not be a fabrication, for certain events cannot be feigned, the demon emperor replied, shaking his head. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. However, at that moment, the demon emperor shifted his tone, his expression grave. Precisely because of this, the adversary's terrifying nature becomes all the more evident. The great Zhou Empress seems utterly indifferent to such matters. She is clearly orchestrating a grand scheme. If I am not mistaken, all of this is likely her deliberate design, aimed at achieving her ultimate objective. The sense of relief among the crowd was swiftly replaced by renewed anxiety, as countless eyes fixated on the demon emperor, collectively inquiring, what is her objective? She likely aims to emulate her ancestor of the Ji clan, planning to dismantle the current order in order to establish a new one, employing overwhelming military force to subjugate the realm and become the true emperor of humanity. Ultimately, she aspires to harness the entire continent's fortune to transcend the legendary realm of longevity. The true emperor of humanity? To transcend the realm of longevity? Such grand ambitions. Upon hearing this, the assembly could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The so-called true emperor of humanity would undoubtedly mean becoming the sovereign of the entire continent, rather than merely wielding power limited to the central plains, as had been the case with previous rulers of Great Zhou, who were perpetually constrained by myriad local forces. Only through dismantling the existing order could all obstacles be eradicated. As for the legendary figures of the longevity realm, none had appeared for years. In fact, with the continual depletion of the world's elemental energy, the number of strong individuals has dwindled, and the prospect of ascending to that fabled realm of longevity now seems nearly impossible. If the Empress of the Great Zhou were to truly accomplish all that the Demon Emperor had foretold, she might indeed harness the fortune of the continent's populace to achieve a monumental breakthrough. After all, she possesses the physique of an emperor, which provides her with a solid foundation. With an additional push, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for her to ascend to that elevated realm. However, such an outcome would inevitably signify that they would be subjugated beneath her heel in the future. Contemplating this prospect, the faces of those present turned ashen, and they collectively exclaimed, "We must not allow her nefarious scheme to come to fruition." The Demon Emperor, with a grave countenance, nodded in agreement. I had previously underestimated the Empress of the Great Zhou, perceiving her as merely fortunate for having encountered a prodigious talent like the Duke of Wei, which facilitated her ascent to power. Yet now, I realize how gravely mistaken I was. This woman possesses not only extraordinary cultivation talent, but also a depth of cunning far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. If she were to succeed in her ambitions, it would be exceedingly difficult for our demon clan to reclaim any semblance of power in the future. At this juncture, he abruptly rose, an ominous and terrifying aura emanating from his being, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. She has been scheming for a considerable time, and with the profound heritage of the Great Zhou, it is unlikely that we, as the demon clan, can thwart her plans without forming alliances with other forces across the continent, be it the Golden Tent Khanate of the northern steppes, the Witch clan of the southern lands, or those bald monks of the western deserts. He paused momentarily, a flicker of unmistakable disdain crossing his eyes. The demon clan's greatest adversary is not the Great Zhou, but rather the Buddhist nation of the western deserts. Their enmity has endured for countless years, a deep-seated grudge that is impossible to resolve. Nevertheless, in this critical moment, the demon emperor restrained his inner revulsion and resolved to prioritize the larger issue at hand. It is imperative to inform them of this intelligence so that all factions can unite, ensuring that the Empress of the Great Zhou does not succeed in her schemes. The demon emperor declared resolutely. As his command was issued, it was not long before the various forces received the news. What? The Empress of the Great Zhou possesses the physique of an emperor? Upon learning this unexpected revelation, all factions found themselves momentarily stunned. Chapter 75. The Samo Law King. She is terrifying. Various powers across the continent swiftly received intelligence from the demon clan. Naturally, they felt the profound impact of the astonishing celestial phenomena that had recently transpired, recognizing it as the breakthrough of a human emperor into the realm of celestial beings. However, the true identity of this human emperor remained an enigma to them. Although they had discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, time was still too short for any news to surface. Suddenly, the demon clan boldly declared that this human emperor was none other than the Empress of the Great Zhou, leaving them in utter shock. When did the demon clan become so astute in gathering information? Moreover, wasn't the Empress of the Great Zhou said to be of the human king body? How had she suddenly transformed into a human emperor body? Could such a thing even evolve? Skepticism arose among the various factions, particularly given the demon clan's inherent nature of restlessness, which often rendered their information unreliable. Yet this time, the demon clan spoke with unwavering certainty, asserting that this revelation was a monumental secret acquired at the cost of the lives of 3 demon sovereigns. They claimed that had it not been for the stability of the continental structure, they would never have divulged such information to outsiders. The lives of 3 demon sovereigns. This declaration carried far more weight than any oath or promise, for within any faction, beings of such caliber represent the very backbone of their strength. A monumental secret acquired at such a steep price was indeed worth its weight in gold. Consequently, other factions found themselves caught in a web of half-belief and doubt. If the demon clan's information were accurate, the identity of the Great Zhou Empress, coupled with the human emperor body, was a cause for genuine concern. After all, the progenitor of the Ji clan, who achieved the monumental feat of becoming a human emperor, did so by stepping over countless corpses, almost validating his path through slaughter. If the Great Zhou Empress sought to emulate that figure, they might very well find themselves on her list of targets. If that were the case, should they not act preemptively? Of course, prior to any action, thorough investigation and confirmation were imperative. In no time, the major factions began to stir, causing a tempestuous upheaval across the continent. Among these powers, the most pronounced reaction came from the Golden Tent Khanate, which dominated the northern grasslands. The reason was simple. Like the demon clan, the Golden Tent Khanate had long covertly set its sights on the fertile lands of the Central Plains. Summoned the national master. Within the royal tent, the Golden Tent Khan spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Before long, the Samo Law King, who had just returned from the Great Zhou, stood before the Golden Tent Khan. The Golden Tent Khan was an imposing figure, nearly 3 meters tall, robust, and powerful, resembling a bear. Seated upon his throne, crafted entirely of gold, he appeared as a small mountain. An aura of ferocity emanated from him, causing all who beheld him to tremble. The Golden Tent Khanate, much like the Demon Empire, operated under a code devoid of excessive decorum, favoring the language of might. The reason why the Khan of the Golden Tent could ascend as the sovereign of the grasslands was due to the might of his fist, which was larger than that of others. All who dared to oppose him met their demise. Upon the arrival of the Sage King, he slightly bowed, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. As a formidable being of the celestial realm, he possessed the qualifications for such poise. The Khan, instead of expressing anger, greeted him with a broad smile, acknowledging the efforts of the national master, stating, "I have summoned you for a particular matter I wish to inquire about." "What commands does the Khan have?" the Sage King inquired. "Let us not rush. First, take a look at this." The Khan gestured, handing him a dossier of intelligence. The Sage King's expression turned quizzical. He had devoted himself to solitary cultivation, seldom concerning himself with the affairs of the Golden Tent, and had ventured to the Central Plains primarily to seek a breakthrough opportunity. He found it perplexing that the Khan would consult him on significant matters. Nevertheless, he was not one to engage in excessive speech, and since the Khan wished him to peruse the document, he obliged with a glance. Observing the Sage King's reaction, the Khan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The Sage King was powerful, yet showed no lust for authority, thus posing no threat to him. As an individual in a position of power, he favored such qualities and grew increasingly trusting of the national master. "This, the human emperor body, belongs to the Empress of the Great Zhou?" At that moment, having finished reading the contents of the intelligence, the Sage King was struck with astonishment. The human emperor body belongs to the Empress of the Great Zhou? Then what of the Duke of Wei? Could it be that there are two human emperor bodies in this world? His mind became a tempest of confusion. This revelation was most likely true, as this intelligence had been procured at the cost of the lives of the three demon kings, the King of Peng, the King of Swine, and the King of Monkeys. The Khan spoke earnestly. The kings of Peng, Swine, and Monkeys? The Sage King's mind was increasingly muddled. He had indeed heard of these three demon kings, who were renowned as powerful figures under the demon god empire. If this intelligence was indeed traded for their lives, it bore a significant likelihood of veracity. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Jiang Hao possessed the human emperor body, something he had witnessed with his own eyes, making it unfathomable for it to be false. So where exactly was the discrepancy? The Sage King was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. The Khan, believing his shock stemmed from the intelligence's content, was not affronted. After all, his own reaction upon first encountering this information had been no less intense than that of the Sage King. "I have summoned you today to inquire about your impression of the Empress of the Great Zhou, as you had the opportunity to meet her personally on your last visit." The Khan asked earnestly. The Sage King furrowed his brow slightly. What impression did he have of the Empress of the Great Zhou? Instinctively, he felt inclined to respond that he had no impression, although he had indeed met her previously, and had even engaged in a tussle with her. However, at that time, the Empress was merely at the level of the law manifestation realm, and how could she possibly capture the attention of the Samo? His focus was primarily on the two formidable leaders, Tiger Ben and Yu Lin, who were truly his worthy adversaries. Nevertheless, given the gravity with which the Khan of the Golden Tent posed his inquiry, it would be unacceptable for him to respond with ignorance. The Samo found himself compelled to explore other avenues. He could not help but recall the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao. To him, Jiang Hao was undoubtedly an enigma. Not only had he once, with his prowess at the Celestial Gang's realm, sent the law manifestation realm's Baldun flying with a single punch, but he also ascended to the Celestial Being realm in a remarkably short span of time. Such astonishing speed of cultivation was unparalleled and unheard of. Yet, this remarkable figure, the Duke of Wei, was cast into the dungeons at the mere command of the Empress. As he pondered this, the image of the Empress in his mind swiftly crystallized into something vivid and multifaceted. The Empress of the Great Zhou is indeed formidable. The Samo lifted his head. Seriousness etched upon his face as he responded. Upon hearing this, the Khan of the Golden Tent's gaze sharpened, and he murmured, "Even you, the national master, find her terrifying. It seems she is far more complex than I had previously imagined, likely bearing ambitions as vast as the demon tribes profess." The Samo was taken aback. "Wait, I merely uttered that in passing, intending to placate you. Do you truly believe it?" However, the Khan of the Golden Tent not only believed it, but held it with unwavering conviction. Initially, He had planned to march directly into the Central Plains, but it now appeared that a more cautious approach was warranted. At least for the moment, he could not act recklessly. The Khan of the Golden Tent soon raised his gaze towards the Samo and suddenly inquired, "If I were to ask you to lead a contingent to the Central Plains to aid the 7 kings of the north, would the national master be willing to undertake this task?" The Samo instinctively wanted to decline, considering how much time it would consume from his cultivation. However, he suddenly recalled the Duke of Wei far away in the Great Zhou, and the words that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. After some contemplation, he acquiesced, "I am willing to share the Khan's burdens." The Khan of the Golden Tent's eyes brimmed with trust, and he immediately burst into laughter, saying, "Excellent, excellent. With the national master's assistance, what do I have to fear in claiming dominion over the Central Plains?" Chapter 76. Indeed, effort proves futile. Jiang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that his slaying of the 3 members of the Peng clan had instigated a series of subtle yet significant shifts in the continent's political landscape. It can be said that the most lethal factor lies in the realm of unspoken assumptions. The demon race has consistently proven unreliable in this regard. This assertion is not merely hearsay, but a conclusion drawn from numerous bloody realities. At present, history appears to be on the verge of repeating itself, as the demon's misguided conjectures have propelled events in an unforeseen direction, leaving one to ponder who might ultimately fall into this perilous pit. Regardless of who that individual may be, it bears no consequence for Jiang Hao. In this moment, he has already departed, leaving the desolate mountains where the remains of the 3 demon kings lie entombed, and returned to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Although it was the dead of night upon his exit, by the time he returned, dawn had already broken. Despite spending several months imprisoned, the name Jiang Hao, Duke of Wei, still resonated with remarkable prominence within the capital. Naturally, he dared not make a grand entrance. Instead, he subtly altered his physique and appearance through the control of his muscles. While it was not a complete transformation, it was sufficient to deceive the casual observer. Subsequently, he sought out a breakfast stall, consuming an astonishing 28 buns, 16 flour rolls, 9 tea eggs, 8 fried dough sticks, 6 rice cakes, along with 3 bowls of tofu pudding, 4 bowls of congee, and 5 pounds of marinated beef. Indeed, he barely managed to satiate himself to a satisfactory degree. For after a long night's toil, his hunger was undeniable. At last, amidst the astonished gaze of the vendor, Jiang Hao calmly settled the bill and took his leave. What? Where did he acquire the funds for his meal? Naturally, they were graciously provided by the 3 members of the Peng clan. Jiang Hao himself possessed not a single piece of silver. Without their contributions, he would have been left to rely on the goodwill of strangers for sustenance. Whether it would be deemed humiliating for a demon of such stature to engage in such acts was of no concern to Jiang Hao. After all, the embarrassment of the shadow demon paled in comparison to that of its master. Wouldn't you agree? He then meandered around the vicinity, finding little of interest, before leisurely returning to the heavenly prison. It felt akin to a casual stroll back home. Indeed, the heavenly prison was his abode. However, upon his return, and after a prolonged wait, Jiang Hao found himself devoid of the anticipated sound. Where were the system rewards today? He was taken aback. Ordinarily, at this hour, the system's notifications would arrive punctually. Although today was not a particularly significant day, even the mundane rewards should not be neglected. He waited patiently until nearly noon, observing as the prison guards delivered lunch, yet still, the system rewards did not materialize. Jiang Hao soon comprehended that today, perhaps, there would be no rewards. Was it because he had not taken a break yesterday? A flicker of realization dawned upon him. In truth, he had not been idle yesterday. Rather, he had exerted considerable effort. After receiving a special reward in the form of a millennium red fruit for a 5-month cycle in the morning, he eagerly consumed the fruit and subsequently achieved a perfect breakthrough to the law manifestation realm. Later that evening, he stealthily escaped from the celestial prison and ventured into the wilderness to make a breakthrough into the human ascendance realm. Following his accomplishment, he unexpectedly encountered the 3 members of the Peng royal family, leading to a fierce battle. By the time everything concluded, it was already the following morning when he returned to the celestial prison. Reflecting on the previous day, it was evident that he had indeed exerted himself throughout, without any inclination to rest. Given his dedication, naturally, there would be no additional rewards. However, what truly concerned Jiang Hao was whether this would affect his future system rewards. With such apprehension, he refrained from further exertion and decisively activated the sleeping dragon technique to enter a state of slumber, allowing the imperial body to operate autonomously while he merely awaited the final results of his cultivation. By the following morning, upon awakening, the system notification resounded once again. Ding. After resting for 151 days, congratulations to the host for acquiring the heavenly tier martial skill, Aurora, sword technique. Accompanying this notification, an intricate memory flooded Jiang Hao's mind, encompassing numerous aspects of the heavenly tier skill, the Aurora sword technique. Though it transpired in an instant, Jiang Hao felt as if years had passed in that brief moment. His familiarity with the sword technique blossomed as if he had practiced it for many years. With minimal effort, coupled with the exceptional Qingjiao sword, it was certain to unleash astonishing power. Jiang Hao felt a profound sense of relief. This undoubtedly indicated that occasional efforts over a few days would not hinder subsequent rewards. However, such occurrences were unpredictable, as a few isolated instances do not establish a definitive pattern. Thus, it was wiser to avoid exertion whenever possible. With this in consideration, Jiang Hao did not hastily practice the newly acquired sword technique, but instead indulged in the breakfast delivered by the prison guards. Once he satisfied his culinary cravings, he leisurely began to study the sword technique. The notion of resting does not imply complete idleness. In truth, the system does not impose rigid restrictions, primarily revolving around one's mindset. Regardless of the circumstances, maintaining a tranquil mindset is essential. One must not harbor thoughts of overexertion or work excessively. It is far more vital to savor life rather than cultivate anxiety. Jiang Hao's current state, doing as he pleased regardless of being in a celestial prison, could indeed be considered a form of rest. Yet, having grown accustomed to the confines of the prison, he was reluctant to change his surroundings for the time being. Moreover, he had yet to attain invincibility. A sudden disappearance would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of complications. Hence, to avoid any troubles, Jiang Hao decided to remain in this space for a while longer. With this episode behind him, Jiang Hao's life gradually returned to a state of tranquility. After ascending to the celestial realm, his cultivation speed significantly diminished once more. He found himself at a loss, for the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to enhance one's cultivation, a truth that applies universally, not just to him. In fact, his rate of advancement remains notably swifter compared to others. After all, he consistently reaps rewards from the system, which often include elixirs capable of elevating his prowess. Yet, despite these advantages, he harbored no certainty about when he might achieve perfection within the celestial realm. At his current pace, barring unforeseen circumstances, it seems nearly impossible to fulfill this task within a few years, unless he were to acquire another 10 or 8 millennium red fruits. Ordinary elixirs and spiritual items would hardly facilitate a transformative leap. This is because celestial realm practitioners represent the pinnacle of existence in this world. Progressing beyond this point is akin to breaking through the heavens. Many celestial realm masters find it exceedingly difficult to attain perfection even after a lifetime of cultivation. Thus, it becomes evident just how arduous it is to elevate to this realm. As for the subsequent eternal life realm, Jiang Hao currently has no clear direction. He can only seize moments of leisure to contemplate the newly comprehended laws of the 5 elements, hoping to master them in due course. If Zhang Jiao's words hold true, the power of these laws may very well be the key to transcending into the eternal life realm. Chapter 77, Wu Anbong and Chao Xiaoping. As time passed day by day, Jiang Hao's existence within the confines of the dungeon remained uneventful. Conversely, the outside world was fraught with turmoil. The demon god empire was the first to take action, swiftly mobilizing troops and positioning an army of 100,000 at the borders of the Great Zhou. Faced with the looming threat of the demon god empire, the Great Zhou could not afford to be complacent. They promptly amassed their own formidable forces at the border, ready to confront the impending danger. Meanwhile, the Khan of the Golden Tent appeared to have forged an alliance with the 7 northern kings. Shortly thereafter, he dispatched a contingent of powerful warriors, led by the formidable Sumo Law King, to join the ranks of the 7 kings. Once on the verge of defeat against the imperial army, the northern kings quickly regained their footing with this newfound strength, not only stabilizing their position, but also launching a counteroffensive against the imperial forces. Other factions across the continent remained relatively quiet. Yet the actions of the demon god empire and the golden tent khanate were already enough to send shockwaves through the great Zhou. Under such circumstances, the morale that had barely been rekindled due to the Empress's breakthrough into the celestial realm plummeted once more. The recently recovering Great Zhou dynasty found itself once again teetering on the edge of an abyss, as if a single misstep could send it plummeting into despair. In the face of such dire circumstances, both the Empress and the court were in a state of frenetic activity, each individual spinning like a top, unwilling to allow even the slightest relaxation. Not only in other regions, but even the atmosphere in the imperial capital had grown markedly tense. The air was thick with the scent of impending conflict, as though war was imminent. Amidst this looming threat, one might wonder why the chief of the Divine Capture Division, Wu Anbang, had found the time to visit me today, at the Jiang Wei headquarters. The commander Cao Xiaoping regarded the unexpected arrival of Wu Anbang with a look of surprise. As the Empress's foremost confidant, Cao Xiaoping had thrived in the court since her ascension. However, he was acutely aware that few among his peers held him in high regard, resulting in a lack of close allies. Wu Anbang, a man of integrity who had risen through merit, was one of those who regarded him with disdain. Thus, Wu Anbang's uncharacteristic visit caught Cao Xiaoping off guard. I have come not without purpose. Today, I sought an audience with you, Commander Cao, regarding the case of the extermination of the Tianjin Monitoring Office. His Majesty has entrusted this matter to you, and I have stumbled upon some crucial leads. Hence my visit to discuss them with you, Wu Anbang stated courteously. However, rather than feeling elated at this unexpected civility, Cao Xiaoping furrowed his brow, instinctively becoming wary. No one offers unsolicited kindness without ulterior motives. Although his capabilities might be average, he possessed the necessary cunning. Otherwise, he would not have secured his position as the commander of the Jiang Wei for this long. His Majesty has already given directives concerning this case. Given the imminent threat we face, it is prudent not to expend excessive energy on it. At this juncture, he lifted his gaze to Wu Anbang, subtly reminding him that the identity of that supervisor is likely known to the chief inspector as well, along with the individuals from the Astronomical Bureau. Despite bearing the title of the Bureau, to speak candidly, it has long since become a stronghold for the demon clan. Although His Majesty does not voice it, he secretly harbors gratitude towards the perpetrator, for the latter has, in a manner, assisted the court in cleansing its ranks. However, due to considerations of face, certain matters remain unsaid. Even if the chief inspector were to uncover the culprit, what difference would it make? Do you truly believe His Majesty would bring him to justice? The most probable outcome would be leniency, ultimately leading to a quiet resolution. Thus, Chief Inspector, it would be wise to conserve your efforts. Observing Cao Xiaoping's dismissive demeanor, Wu Anbang's expression turned resolute. He has never tolerated half measures. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Perhaps the actions of the perpetrator, in a roundabout way, indeed aided the court in purging its ranks, yet that does not alter the fundamental nature of the act. Regardless, the Astronomical Bureau is a legitimate department of the court, and now, having been eradicated, the ramifications are dire. If a thorough investigation is not conducted, others may follow suit, executing justice at their whim, leaving the court's authority in tatters. This incident clearly illustrates that the two men are not of the same ilk. Wu Anbang, with his unyielding integrity, believes that even if a prince commits a crime, he should be held to the same standard as a commoner. In contrast, Cao Xiaoping is flexible in his principles, adept at reading the political winds. To him, the truth of the case holds little significance. What matters is whether His Majesty deems it correct, for that alone validates it. Conversely, if His Majesty finds it erroneous, then the truth itself becomes false. It is precisely due to their differing natures that Wu Anbang, after diligently toiling for the better part of his life, now finds himself subordinate to the fortunate Cao Xiaoping. This irony cannot be overlooked. However, Wu Anbang is not a young man, brimming with naive fervor. He refrains from confronting Cao Xiaoping directly and swiftly shifts the topic to another matter. To be candid with you, Commander Cao, I have followed His Majesty's orders to lead a team to the north, clandestinely investigating the collusion between the Golden Horde and the Seven Kings, and inadvertently uncovered a significant secret. Oh, what significant secret? Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaoping's previous indifference transformed into intrigue. After all, the Seven Kings of the North have been a thorn in the court's side, while the Golden Horde poses a grave threat. If he could find a solution to this dilemma, it would undoubtedly earn him considerable favor in the eyes of the Empress, potentially advancing his own position. Compared to the Emperor's apparent indifference towards the eradication of the Astronomical Bureau, this matter represents a true accomplishment. Noticing the shift in Qiao Xiaoping's demeanor, Wu Anbang discerned his thoughts with disdain, yet maintained a composed facade, promptly stating, "The secret surrounding the death of the Yin Wang." The death of the Yin Wang? Qiao Xiaoping furrowed his brow, instinctively inquiring, what connection does the Yin Wang's demise have with this? Initially, I believed there was no connection. However, I later discovered that not only was there a connection, but it was also profoundly significant. Wu Anbang stated earnestly. Qiao Shaoling's curiosity was instantly piqued. He straightened his posture and, with enthusiasm, remarked to Wu Anbang, "Ah, look at me, utterly preoccupied. You, the chief constable, have traveled such a distance, and yet I have not even offered you a cup of tea. Please, have a seat. I shall have someone bring tea at once." The corners of Wu Anbang's lips twitched slightly, as he genuinely recognized Qiao Shaoling's nature, one who waits for the rabbit before releasing the hawk. Nevertheless, he waved his hand dismissively and said with a calm demeanor, "There is no need for such trouble. The tea is of little consequence. It is imperative that we address the matter at hand. Indeed. Let us discuss the pressing issue." Qiao Shaoling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, "Chief Constable, what is the connection between the two?" Wu Anbang, having investigated cases for the better part of his life, possessed a keen insight into human nature, though he often disdained employing certain tactics. Presently, with a slight maneuver, he had effortlessly ensnared Qiao Shaoling's interest. Without a hint of arrogance, he soon adopted a serious tone and declared, "The death of the Prince of Yin is of grave consequence, in a certain sense. It marks the onset of chaos within the Great Zhou. Should we manage to uncover the truth behind this matter, we might resolve the issue at its source. According to my investigations, this source lies in an unexpectedly revealing location." At this juncture, Wu Anbang abruptly lifted his gaze towards Qiao Shaoling, and within his dark eyes, a sharp glimmer of insight ignited. Chapter 78. The great secret hidden in the dungeon confronted by the piercing gaze of Wu Anbang. Akin to a fiery eye of judgment, Qiao Shaoling felt an immediate chill envelop him, as if stripped bare and exposed to scrutiny. In the presence of such an experienced investigator who had devoted decades to unraveling mysteries, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Overwhelmed by unease, he instinctively turned his face away, swallowing hard as he did so. He harbored an unsettling conviction that the unsavory deeds of his past were laid bare before this man, perhaps already unearthed in their entirety. After a moment's respite to steady his nerves, he turned back, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Chief Investigator, your words lack substance. What value do these vague assertions hold? Might we not delve into something more tangible?" Wu Anbang offered a silent smile before responding with a measured tone. "This matter, once broached, cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Its implications are profound, touching upon the very safety of the Great Zhou. Are you truly prepared to hear it, Commander Qiao?" Qiao Shaoling, emboldened by the gravity of the situation, declared, "Given the significance of this affair, my desire to know is even greater. Though I may not possess great talent, I am willing to share in the burdens of His Majesty. Speak freely, and I shall bear the weight of whatever is revealed." Having piqued Qiao Shaoling's curiosity, Wu Anbang proceeded without further delay. "To be forthright, my recent journey to the north involved the covert apprehension of several individuals, among whom were trusted confidants of the Prince of Yin. From them, I gleaned a wealth of information regarding the prince. This tale must begin before the prince's rebellion. Despite his ambitious nature, he was initially deterred by the formidable might of the court. However, this did not preclude him from taking precautionary measures, including the elimination of those he deemed to be significant threats." As he spoke, Wu Anbang raised his gaze to meet Qiao Shaoling's. Instantly, a name surged into Qiao's mind, prompting him to ask almost reflexively, "Duke Wei?" "Indeed." Wu Anbang nodded, sharing a rare moment of understanding with Qiao Shaoling. The Duke of Wei had always been a source of great trepidation for the Prince of Yin. Recognizing the Duke as his greatest obstacle in his quest for rebellion, the prince seized the opportunity presented when the Duke was imprisoned in the dungeon. He clandestinely dispatched assassins, intending to infiltrate the dungeon and eliminate the Duke, selecting none other than the High Priest of the Black Witch cult for this nefarious task. "The High Priest of the Black Witch cult?" Qiao Shaoling pondered briefly before responding. This individual is a notorious fugitive, listed among the most wanted by the court. However, he seems to have vanished for quite some time. Even during our recent joint efforts to eradicate the Black Witch cult, he did not make an appearance. One wonders where he has taken refuge. Or perhaps he has perished, Wu Onbong suggested enigmatically. Cao Shaoling paused, recognizing the deeper implications of Wu Onbong's words, his keen mind quickly grasping the unspoken truths. The Prince of Yen dispatched the Grand Archbishop of the Dark Sorcery sect to assassinate the Duke of Wei. However, the Duke remains unscathed, while the Grand Archbishop has vanished without a trace. This situation seems rather peculiar. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Cao Xiaoping shook his head in disbelief, asserting that although the Grand Archbishop is a formidable practitioner of the law manifestation realm, infiltrating the heavily guarded celestial prison is no simple feat, let alone descending to the 18th level to assassinate the Duke of Wei. It is entirely possible that he never even managed to enter the prison. As for his disappearance, individuals of his ilk often vanish like mice. Such occurrences are not uncommon. While it is true that he might not have been able to infiltrate the celestial prison on his own, the circumstance changes significantly considering that he was acting under the orders of the Prince of Yen. Given the prince's considerable power and the influence he has cultivated over the years, could it not facilitate the Grand Archbishop's entry into the prison? Cao Xiaoping furrowed his brow. Although he found some merit in Wu Onbong's assertions, he remained unconvinced that the Grand Archbishop of the Dark Sorcery sect was truly dead, or even if he were, it would not necessarily implicate the Duke of Wei. In his view, the connections drawn were rather tenuous. Perhaps everything was simply a matter of coincidence. Wu Onbong, undeterred, continued, stating that although the Grand Archbishop's assassination attempt on the Duke of Wei had failed, the Prince of Yen did not relent. Following his revolt, he quickly organized another attempt on the Duke's life, this time employing none other than the Pope of the Dark Sorcery sect, Helian Feng. Helian Feng, the Pope of the Dark Sorcery sect? Cao Xiaoping was taken aback. He was a practitioner of the celestial being realm, and yet he disregarded his own status. Although he was indeed a powerful figure, the Dark Sorcery sect had been suppressed by the court for many years, leaving him in a state of utter destitution. Naturally, he would be inclined to take a gamble to rise again, serving the Prince of Yen. However, that was not the crux of the matter. More significantly, in addition to Helian Feng, there were 3 other practitioners of the law manifestation realm lending their support. Wei Yilong, the protector of the 5 Poisons sect, Fu Quan, the incense master of the White Lotus sect, and Jiang Wenhua, the lieutenant general of the Imperial Guards. Wait, Cao Xiaoping keenly recognized a familiar name and interjected, questioning. Isn't Jiang Wenhua an official of the court? How could he be entangled with the rebellious faction of the Prince of Yen? Though Jiang Wenhua was indeed a court official, in reality, he was aligned with the Prince of Yen. This matter has been verified multiple times, without a shadow of a doubt. Wu Onbong paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, even his elder brother, the late Minister of Justice, Jiang Wenan, was covertly aligned with the Prince of Yen. The 2 brothers have long been in the prince's employ. Jiang Wenan was also allied with the Prince of Yen. Cao Xiaoping was astonished. As far as he knew, it was Jiang Wenan who had initially reported the prince's treason, even at the cost of his life. After all, he was personally involved in the matter, delivering the blood letter to the Empress herself. How could he possibly be unaware of the intricacies? Moreover, according to the testimonies from the Jiang household, Jiang Wenan had met his demise at the hands of the Grand Archbishop of the Dark Sorcery sect. Yet, peculiarly, the Grand Archbishop was also an ally of the Prince of Yen. What could possibly be the truth behind this enigma? In that fleeting moment, Cao Shaoling felt his mind entangled in a chaotic web, the intricacies of relationships rendering him momentarily incapable of clarity. Suddenly struck by a thought, he abruptly raised his head and inquired, could it be that Helian Feng and the others have also vanished? Meeting his incredulous gaze, Wu Onbong slowly nodded. Indeed, the 4 of them, a celestial realm individual and 3 from the law manifestation realm, have all inexplicably disappeared thereafter, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say, they perished. The revelation of a celestial realm individual and 3 from the law manifestation realm all meeting their demise sent a buzzing sensation through Cao Shaoling's mind. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Wu Onbong continued. Moreover, just days following this incident, the King of Yen was approached by 3 unfamiliar Taoists. Subsequently, the king met with an untimely death, and those 3 Taoists departed without leaving a trace, the entire affair devoid of any lingering aftermath. Upon hearing this, Cao Shaoling abruptly lifted his head, his expression one of disbelief as he questioned. Surely you do not mean to suggest that these 3 Taoists were sent by the Duke of Wei to exact vengeance? Wu Wanbang responded, I too find that notion implausible. While the Duke of Wei is undeniably talented, he remains merely a civil servant, devoid of martial prowess and presently stripped of power. How could he possibly command such formidable beings? However, the crux of the matter is that the entire situation stems from the Duke of Wei, rendering him inextricably linked to it. What I truly wish to convey is that the celestial prison may harbor significant secrets. Wu Wanbang raised his head, articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. Chapter 79. Joining forces to enter the celestial prison. Does the celestial prison conceal a great secret? Cao Xiaoping continuously echoed the words of Wu Wanbang. Although he appeared outwardly calm, a tempest raged within him. From Wu Wanbang's narrative, he swiftly grasped the essence of the situation. Setting aside the matters concerning the brothers Jiang Wenin and Jiang Wenhua for the moment, it was evident that the king of Yen had covertly dispatched assassins to the celestial prison on 2 occasions to eliminate Duke Wei. The first attempt involved a formidable figure, the grand priest of the Black Witch sect, a master of the law manifestation realm. The second involved He Lianfeng, the pope of the Black Witch sect, a being of the celestial realm, accompanied by 3 additional masters of the law manifestation realm. Yet, both assassination attempts ended in failure, as Duke Wei remained unharmed. In contrast, the assassins sent by the king of Yen vanished without a trace, or rather, met their demise. Furthermore, before the king of Yen could make a 3rd attempt, he was confronted by 3 unfamiliar Taoists. These mysterious figures displayed terrifying prowess, directly slaying the king of Yen within his own residence, an event that caused a significant uproar. As Cao Xiaoping pieced together the events, he sensed that the matter was far from ordinary, particularly with Duke Wei Jiang Hao involved, which made him uneasy. Having previously served under Duke Wei, he held a certain trepidation towards him, one that overshadowed even his fear of the Empress. If possible, he would prefer not to enter the celestial prison to meet Duke Wei, even if, as Wu Wanbang suggested, he was currently merely a powerless prisoner. Ultimately, this was merely one side of the story, lacking substantial evidence, rendering it difficult to draw any conclusions. Cao Xiaoping raised his head and turned to Wu Wanbang. Wu Wanbang nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing this point. However, the matter was not so straightforward. Not long ago, an envoy from the Golden Tent Khanate entered the celestial prison. Yet only the king of Sumo emerged alive, while the others perished within. Although the king of Sumo claimed that he was responsible for their deaths, this assertion seemed inherently illogical. Subsequently, I dispatched an autopsy specialist to examine the bodies. According to the autopsy report, while the deceased had indeed succumbed to the hands of a celestial realm expert, the assailant was not the king of Sumo. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaoping sprang to his feet, eyes wide in astonishment, and asked, Are you suggesting that there are other celestial realm experts concealed within the celestial prison? Wu Wanbang shook his head, indicating his own ignorance on the matter. The real question was, why did the king of Sumo choose to lie? Cao Xiaoping's brow furrowed even deeper. Wu Wanbang continued, Moreover, the case of the extermination of the Astronomical Bureau, which I previously mentioned, is directly related to this. The last place the bureau chief visited before his demise was also the celestial prison. Upon returning to the Astronomical Bureau from the prison, not only did he die under mysterious circumstances, but every individual within the bureau also perished in a short span of time. Even more alarming is the fact that, according to the coroner's assessment, the director of the Astronomical Observatory had already perished prior to this moment. However, he seemed to return to the observatory unscathed before collapsing. Coupled with his suspicious behavior over the past few days, seemingly in search of something, it raises doubts about whether he uncovered something within the celestial prison, thus courting disaster. Upon hearing this, Cao Shaoling felt a chill run down his spine, akin to listening to ghost stories in broad daylight. What was merely a celestial prison, as described by Wu Wanbang, appeared to be a terrifying hell shrouded in countless secrets. Once one entered, the risk of untimely death loomed large. At this juncture, Wu Wanbang continued to narrate compellingly. Every individual, every occurrence, was intrinsically linked to one singular location, the celestial prison. Hence, I assert that the celestial prison likely conceals a monumental secret. Indeed, even the sudden turmoil engulfing the great Zhou may very well be intertwined with this matter. Upon hearing this, Cao Shaoling's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, he finally comprehended why Wu Anbang had unusually sought him out. For this issue was indeed far more grave than he had initially presumed. The celestial prison was not merely associated with the death of Prince Yin, but also entangled with the emissaries of the Golden Tent Khanate, the king of Samos, and the formidable empire that stood behind them. Furthermore, it implicated the director of the astronomical observatory and the demonic empire that supported him. If one were to include Duke Wei in this equation, it would undoubtedly send shivers down anyone's spine. The celestial prison resembled an invisible net, ensnaring all within its grasp. It is no wonder Wu Anbang suggested that the celestial prison could be the origin of the chaos in the Great Zhou. At this moment, even Cao Shaoling believed that profound secrets indeed lay hidden within the celestial prison. Then why do you not directly report this to His Majesty? Cao Shaoling inquired, perplexed. Given the gravity of the situation, should you not address it directly with the Emperor? Why seek me out? On one hand, some matters are ultimately mere conjectures on my part, lacking definitive evidence. How could I dare disturb His Majesty? On the other hand, and most crucially, His Majesty is currently not in the imperial capital. His Majesty is not in the capital? Cao Shaoling paused, taken aback, then looked at Wu Anbang in astonishment. How do you know this? The armies of the demonic empire are pressing at our borders. His Majesty, concerned for the safety of that region, departed the capital yesterday and clandestinely journeyed to the frontier to oversee the situation. I am aware of this because His Majesty summoned Tai Wuxia to accompany him. Tai Wuxia, being Wu Anbang's adoptive son, shared a character akin to Wu Anbang, both forthright individuals. However, his cultivation talents surpassed even those of Wu Anbang, having achieved a breakthrough into the realm of transcendent beings several years ago. Were it not for the Empress, he would be the most outstanding genius within the court. Upon hearing Wu Anbang's response, Cao Shaoling found himself at a loss for words. After all, who could argue with the merits of having such an accomplished son? The pressing issue now was that with the Empress absent from the imperial capital, what course of action should be taken? What do you think we should do? Cao Shaoling, wearing a look of helplessness, turned to Wu Anbang and inquired, without entering the tiger's den, how can we capture the tiger cub? It would be prudent for us to venture into the celestial prison together and explore the depths. When His Majesty returns, we shall be prepared. Wu Anbang, evidently having contemplated this matter long before, revealed his intentions. It dawned on Cao Shaoling that, after all this time, this individual was intent on dragging him into peril. Just the two of us? He asked, his countenance darkening. According to your assertion, there may very well be formidable beings within the celestial prison. Even a terrifying powerhouse like Hellion Feng could have met with misfortune upon entering. With our mere Dharma manifestation cultivation, how can we ensure our safety? Shaking his head in disbelief, he proposed, why not mobilize the army to seal off the celestial prison, regardless of the dangers lurking within? Facing an army of thousands would render any malevolent spirits insignificant. However, Wu Anbang, upon hearing this, firmly rejected the notion. At present, we are unaware of the true situation within the celestial prison. If we escalate this matter, we might uncover nothing and, in the process, lose this crucial lead. Should the adversary conceal themselves, it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them again. What do you propose then? Relying solely on the two of us is far too perilous. I refuse to partake, Cao Shaoling declared without hesitation. He had always been quite averse to risking his life. Although he yearned for achievement, he would not jeopardize his safety for it. While we cannot mobilize the entire army, bringing along a few capable individuals should be feasible. Most of our elite from the Divine Capturing Division are dispatched on tasks, yet your Jiang Wei is different. You are the Emperor's personal guard. His Majesty left in haste this time and did not bring you along. Surely, the 3 tigers and 5 bravest are present, right? It is said that they practice a formation capable of subduing celestial beings. With their aid, we need not fear unexpected occurrences. Wu Anbang proposed. Cao Shaoling regarded him with a profound gaze. It appears you are quite knowledgeable about the affairs of our Jiang Wei. However, merely bringing them along does not guarantee safety. How about this? We shall visit the Hall of Offerings. If we can enlist the aid of Daoist Qianji, we would indeed be in a position of great security. Among the 3 formidable institutions of the court, Jiang Wei primarily undertook intelligence gathering and oversight of officials, while the Divine Capturing Division focused on apprehending criminals. Only the Hall of Offerings truly housed a congregation of formidable individuals, tasked specifically with confronting powerful martial artists. As the grand offering of the hall, Daoist Qianji possessed extraordinary strength. Not only was he a being of celestial realm, but he had also transcended to such heights decades ago, making his presence sufficient to suppress any nefarious entities. Chapter 80. The Daoist of the Offering Hall. Are you asking me to accompany you both to the dungeon? Upon learning the intentions of Cao Xiaoping and Wu Anbang, the Daoist of the Offering Hall, Qianji was taken aback. While the three had known each other for quite some time, their relationships were rather tenuous. As the saying goes, fellow travelers are often foes. The three formidable institutions, the Jiang, the Divine Capture Division, and the Offering Hall, were all directly governed by the court, leading to overlapping functions and, inevitably, conflicts. Fortunately, most disputes occurred among their subordinates. While the three high-ranking officials maintained a semblance of civility, unwilling to sacrifice their dignity for trivial gains. The true reason for their strained relations lay in their stark personality differences. For instance, Cao Xiaoping was the epitome of a sycophant, ingratiating himself with superiors while oppressing those beneath him, earning him widespread disdain. In contrast, Wu Anbang was characterized by his unyielding integrity. He could not tolerate dishonesty, resulting in a scarcity of friends. As for Qianji, he was regarded by the two as a cunning survivor, reluctant to engage unless absolutely necessary, preferring to coast through life. In summary, the three regarded each other with mutual disdain, which naturally precluded any camaraderie. Thus, when Cao Xiaoping and Wu Anbang arrived together, Qianji's reaction mirrored that of Cao Xiaoping not long ago. He too wondered if the sun had risen in the west. After some explanations, Qianji finally grasped the situation. The dungeon harbors a significant secret? So, you fear encountering danger, and thus wish for my company? Qianji observed the two with a knowing smile. Wu Anbang, wearing a serious expression, implored, "We have already conveyed the gravity of the situation to the Daoist. This matter concerns the safety of Dezhou, and we sincerely hope you can set aside past grievances and collaborate with us." Qianji's gaze flickered momentarily before he responded with a touch of resignation. "If you both have come personally to request my assistance, how could I possibly refuse? However, I recently engaged in a confrontation and sustained some internal injuries. My condition has yet to improve, and I fear I may be of little help. Moreover, His Majesty instructed me to guard the capital vigilantly against any potential disruptions. How could I abandon my post? Thus, it is not that I do not wish to assist, but rather that I am unable. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable?" Upon hearing Qianji's reluctance, Wu Anbang's expression turned helpless as he instinctively glanced at Cao Xiaoping. However, Cao Xiaoping remained unfazed, raising a finger and stating, 10,000 taels in gold notes for the Daoist to enjoy tea, and we ask for your accompaniment. What say you?" Qianji chuckled in surprise and waved his hand dismissively. "Commander Cao, you misunderstand. It is not a matter of money." Yet, Cao Xiaoping remained undeterred, raising 2 fingers. 20,000 taels in gold notes. Qianji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "Commander Cao, you truly misinterpret my intentions. I am not one to be swayed by greed. 30,000 taels in gold notes, along with shared accolades, represents the utmost offer we can tender." Cao Xiaoping's gaze was intensely fixed on Daoist Qianji as he spoke. "If the Daoist remains unwilling, we must graciously accept your high regard. After all, it merely entails accompanying us to the prison, without even needing to depart from the capital. I am certain there are many who would be intrigued." Upon hearing this, the hesitation in Daoist Qianji's eyes vanished in an instant, and he promptly rose to his feet. In truth, it was not merely a matter of wealth. It was primarily due to the respect bestowed upon him by the two gentlemen. Today, the Daoist was prepared to accompany them on this venture. He was eager to witness what demons and spirits lurked beneath the imperial throne. Perhaps today, he would undertake a quest for righteousness. Observing Daoist Qianji's sudden fervor, which starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor, Wu Anbang could only stare in astonishment. He was not naive enough to believe that Daoist Qianji was moved by their appeal. The shift in his attitude stemmed solely from the compelling offer presented by Cao Xiaoping. Wu Anbang had underestimated Daoist Qianji's motives. Was the Taoist South allegiance to the court driven by a noble aspiration for the prosperity of the Zhou dynasty? What a farcical notion. His ambitions were far less grandiose. Rather, he had joined the court for the sake of enjoying a life of ease. As the grand offering of the Hall of Offerings, his status had peaked, and his cultivation had plateaued. His singular desire was to relish the comforts of life, which naturally required substantial finances. After all, in this capital where every inch of land is precious, every basic necessity incurs a cost. High-quality indulgence demands high expenditure, which elucidates why Cao Xiaoping spoke directly of monetary matters. Only wealth could sway the man before them. All other discussions were futile. Do you require any preparations? If not, shall we depart at once? Taoist Qianji inquired promptly after receiving the gold notes from Cao Xiaoping, his professional demeanor now evident. He no longer broached the topics of injury or dereliction of duty. Cao Xiaoping and Wu Anbong exchanged glances and nodded slightly, affirming, "We have nothing to prepare. Let us proceed." The trio set forth, and within half an hour, they arrived near the prison, where 8 individuals awaited their arrival. "We pay our respects to the commandant." Upon seeing Cao Xiaoping, the 8 men immediately approached to offer their greetings. These 8 were Cao Xiaoping's most capable subordinates, the elite among the Jinyue, known as the 3 Bravados and 5 Tigers. Each of the 3 Bravados had reached the pinnacle of the law aspect realm, while the 5 Tigers were in the later stages of the same domain. More importantly, they had trained in a unique formation that allowed their combined strength to subdue even the formidable beings of the celestial realm. While they could only restrain the more ordinary practitioners of that realm, their prowess was nonetheless formidable. It appears that the 2 individuals are indeed well prepared. With the presence of these 8, it is likely that the venerable Taoist need not intervene. Naturally, Taoist Qianji is familiar with the 3 Biao and the 5 Tigers, and he promptly chuckled. However, let it be stated clearly that regardless of whether he intervenes or not, the gold notes shall not be returned. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaoping's lips twitched involuntarily. If the Taoist involvement is unnecessary, that would be the most favorable outcome. Rest assured, no matter the circumstances, as long as the Taoist accompanies us on this expedition, the gold notes shall belong to him, Cao Xiaoping assured. Taoist Qianji secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, and his smile broadened. Merely accompanying them to the prison would yield him 30,000 taels of gold notes. To him, this was an effortless gain. He had never engaged in such an easy transaction in his lifetime. Let us proceed to the prison. As he spoke, he took the lead, eagerly making his way towards the prison. Chapter 81. Nothing at all. Cao Xiaoping and his entourage of 11 swiftly entered the celestial prison. Given their esteemed status, the ordinary guards of the prison dared not obstruct them. After all, the Jinyue, the Divine Capture Division, and the Hall of Offerings were all notorious for their fearsome reputations. While the celestial prison also bore a certain level of infamy, it paled in comparison to these 3 formidable institutions, which rendered it almost benign in contrast. Most of the prisoners within the celestial prison had been apprehended by these 3 entities, and only the living were sent here. In stark contrast, those who perished at the hands of these 3 institutions were undoubtedly tenfold in number. Upon entering the celestial prison, the first task for Cao Xiaoping and his companions was to locate the warden, Tao Gongwang, and subdue him. Although they were uncertain if Tao had any affiliations with the clandestine forces within the prison, it was prudent to secure him, the authority of the celestial prison, as a precautionary measure. "Why is this happening?" Tao Gongwang stammered, gazing at the menacing group before him. Ever since Jiang Hao had entered the prison, his tenure as warden had been plagued with misfortune, constantly facing intimidation and feeling utterly humiliated. He was acutely aware that he could not contend with any of these individuals. Not only were they immensely powerful, with even the weakest among them being a formidable figure of the law manifestation realm, but their statuses were equally extraordinary. Cao Xiaoping, the commander of the Jinyue, Wu Anbong, the chief of the Divine Capture Division, and Qianji Taoist, the chief of the Hall of Offerings, were among them, accompanied by 8 others, all infamous members of the Jinyue. Although Tao Gongwang held sway within the celestial prison, he was merely a tyrant in his limited domain. Once he stepped outside the confines of the prison, he lost all authority. In stark contrast, the 11 individuals before him wielded genuine power, with a mere command. They could bring ruin upon countless households. The sudden convergence of the leaders of the 3 violent institutions left Tao Gongwang feeling dizzy and disoriented. Upon recognizing their identities, he feared that his own transgressions had been uncovered, even contemplating a swift end to his own life to seek a quick release from his predicament. However, Tao was not one to take such drastic measures and lacked the resolve to end his own life, trembling in fear as he faced the imposing group. Seeing his disheveled state, Cao Xiaoping and his companions could not help but express their disdain, lowering their guard against him. "We require a temporary inspection of the celestial prison. We kindly ask the warden to guide us," Wu Anbong stated, his expression devoid of emotion. "A temporary inspection of the celestial prison?" Tao Gongwang let out a silent sigh of relief, though confusion clouded his mind. He instinctively blurted out, "What is there to inspect in the celestial prison?" At his words, Cao Xiaoping's gaze turned icy, his smile devoid of warmth as he inquired, "Are you certain you wish to know?" Confronted by his sinister stare, Tao Gongwang felt a chill run down his spine and hastily shook his head. "I do not wish to know. Not at all. Please, esteemed lords, do not speak of it." Cao Xiaoping immediately commanded, "If you do not wish to know, then hasten your steps and lead the way." Yes, yes, I shall guide you at once," the timid Tao Gongwang replied, scrambling to his feet and hurriedly proceeding ahead. Though perplexed by the sudden fervor of these individuals, he understood that a wise man avoids immediate peril. After all, it was merely a matter of leading them, and as long as his life remained intact, all else could be negotiated. Under Tao Gongwang's guidance, Cao Xiaoping and his entourage of 11 commenced their thorough inspection of the prison, both within and without. As the most extensive incarceration facility in the Great Zhou, the prison housed numerous inmates, including several notable figures. Yet, regardless of their prior renown, they were now reduced to mere prisoners, shackled with heavy chains, some even specifically designed for martial experts, rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. Thus, none could escape the keen scrutiny of Cao Xiaoping and his companions' mental probes. With 11 formidable individuals at the peak of their powers engaged in a systematic examination, the search was far more exhaustive than digging 3 feet into the ground. However, after descending through several layers, they found no signs of their sought-after objects or individuals. Everything within the prison appeared exceedingly normal. Nothing at all. The Taoist Qianji questioned, casting a bewildered glance at Cao Xiaoping. Although he had anticipated a relatively effortless mission, the ease of it all left him almost embarrassed. In response to Qianji's gaze, which seemed to regard him as a fool, Cao Xiaoping's expression darkened. Despite his considerable wealth, it was hard-earned, accumulated through countless schemes, and he had yet to extort enough to recover the 30,000 taels of gold he had invested. He had hoped to achieve great merit and earn favor before the Empress, but it seemed he was destined to suffer a complete loss. Unable to voice his discontent, he merely cast a displeased look at Wu Anbong, the true instigator of this endeavor. Wu Anbong, equally perplexed, questioned, "Nothing at all? That cannot be right." He then turned to the leading Tao Gongwang and inquired, "How many more layers are there below? How many prisoners are detained?" As the warden of the prison, Tao Gongwang was well versed in all its details. Without hesitation, he replied, "We are currently on the 14th level of the prison, with 4 more levels below. The 15th level holds 16 inmates, the 16th level houses 9, the 17th level contains 4, and the 18th level has 1 inmate. Is the prisoner on the 18th level the Duke of Wei?" Cao Xiaoping suddenly interjected. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tao Gongwang's eyes. But knowing this information could not be concealed, he considered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the Duke of Wei." Cao Xiaoping made no significant response, merely stating, "Since it is so, let us proceed. We have come this far, and regardless of the outcome, we ought to complete our examination of the lower levels." The others, lacking any objections, swiftly resumed their previous endeavor. The 15th level of the dungeon, the 16th level, the 17th level, one level after another. They conducted their inspections with greater meticulousness than before, leaving no stone unturned. They even scrutinized the prisoners for disguises and examined the surroundings of the dungeon for any hidden chambers. Yet, the results remained unchanged. There seemed to be no presence of any formidable beings from the celestial realm. Before long, they arrived at the exterior of the 18th level, their hopes thoroughly extinguished. For the 18th level housed but a single individual, the renowned Duke of Wei. It was widely known that the Duke possessed a woefully inadequate talent for martial cultivation. Having long since abandoned the path of combat, reduced to a mere scholar incapable of even harming a chicken, Such a person could hardly be deemed a powerful entity from the celestial realm. It appeared that the old Taoist had foolishly gained 30,000 taels of gold tickets today, which left him feeling rather guilty. Shall we not return? He suggested with a chuckle. Cao Shaoling, letting out a sigh, proposed the same course of action, primarily due to his reluctance to confront the Duke of Wei. However, Wu Anbong remained undeterred. Since we are already here, why not pay a visit to the Duke? Perhaps we might uncover some clues. Without waiting for others to respond, he stepped forward. The others, seeing this, had no choice but to follow suit. Chapter 82. Confrontation. At this moment, it was precisely noon, shortly after a meal. Jiang Hao was not asleep. Instead, he reclined leisurely in a rocking chair sent by Tao Gongwang, indulging in a book to alleviate his boredom. His demeanor exuded a sense of tranquility, starkly contrasting with that of a typical prisoner confined in the notorious Tianlao, particularly when compared to the other inmates. Upon witnessing his relaxed state, Cao Xiaoming and his companions couldn't help but fixate their gazes upon him, their instincts as professionals igniting a sense of unease. Nonetheless, upon further contemplation, they found his disposition entirely reasonable. After all, the man before them was the illustrious Duke of Wei, who had recently wielded significant influence over the realm and had even played a pivotal role in rescuing the entire Dezhou from peril. Shouldn't he, the Duke of Wei, be shackled? One of the 5 tigers inquired, his curiosity piqued. Given his esteemed status, it was understandable that he might be afforded certain privileges. Moreover, with the Duke's formidable prowess, the necessity of restraints seemed moot. Could he possibly escape from this heavily guarded fortress? Without waiting for Tao Gongwang to respond, one of the 5 tigers stepped forward to clarify. Indeed, a scholar devoid of martial skill would struggle to flee from such a heavily fortified prison, even if given the chance. However, it appeared that the regulations of the prison were not as straightforward. Wu Anbong, with a stoic expression, turned his gaze towards Tao Gongwang. The latter, momentarily taken aback, pondered before responding. When His Majesty visited last, it seemed there were no objections raised. Wu Anbong found himself speechless. If even the Empress perceived no issue, what could he possibly argue? No matter how formidable he was, could he surpass the authority of Her Majesty? Ultimately, this world was not one of equality. The privileged classes were ever present. Reflecting for a moment, he stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he announced, "I am Wu Anbong, Chief of the Divine Capture Division, honored to meet the Duke of Wei." Despite his earlier scrutiny, he held no personal grievances against the Duke. In fact, he had long admired him. From the outset, he believed it unjust for the Empress to confine such a talented and accomplished individual to the depths of a prison. Alas, his voice held little weight, and the Empress had disregarded his counsel. Seeing this, Cao Xiaoming, the commander of the Jinyui, followed suit, bowing as he stated, "I am Cao Xiaoming, commander of the Jinyui and Grand Offering of the Qianji Hall, honored to meet the Duke of Wei." The remaining members of the 5 tigers seemed to lack even the standing to offer their respects. The name of a man is but a shadow of his stature. This was the lingering influence of the once greatest figure in Dezhou. Even stripped of power and influence, his presence still commanded reverence. Upon hearing their formal greetings, Jiang Hao set aside his unfinished book with a hint of resignation, raising his gaze to address them. "I am but a mere prisoner now. You all hold esteemed positions. There is no need for such formality. Have you come for a specific matter?" The crowd exchanged glances, and it was ultimately Wu Anbong who spoke first. "We have come here today to discuss certain matters with Duke Wei." "Very well, feel free to inquire. As long as I, Jiang, am aware, I shall speak candidly." Jiang Hao replied with an agreeable expression. Observing this, Wu Anbong took a deep breath, and his gaze quickly sharpened, as if he had returned to his usual demeanor of interrogating criminals. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was no longer the renowned Duke Wei, but merely an ordinary prisoner. "May I ask, Duke Wei, did you encounter the High Priest of the Black Witch sect 5 months ago?" As he posed the question, Wu Anbong's eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Hao, seemingly unwilling to overlook any subtle hint. Not only he, but also Cao Xiaoping and others, were similarly focused on Jiang Hao's expressions, akin to a multitude of bright bulbs illuminating the dimly lit prison, rendering it almost blinding. Had it been another person in such a situation, they might have instinctively panicked. Yet Jiang Hao was no ordinary individual. With an expression of calm, he replied with a hint of confusion, "The High Priest of the Black Witch sect? When did he come to the prison?" "While I have been here, His Majesty has decreed that no one is allowed to visit. Oh, but I recall that Lord Jiang, the Minister of Justice, did come once to inspect the prison. We merely exchanged pleasantries. This is something Lord Tao should be aware of. As for the High Priest, I regret to inform you that I have never encountered such a person. Wu Wanbang glanced at Tao Gongwang, then continued his inquiry with an impassive demeanor. And what of the church leader Helian Feng, the protector Wei Yilong of the Five Poisons sect, the fragrance master Fu Quan of the White Lotus sect, and the Lieutenant General Jiang Wenhua of the Imperial Guards? Surely, you have never met these individuals either? I have not. Jiang Hao pondered briefly before shaking his head again. Are you aware, Duke Wei, that Jiang Wenhua and Jiang Wenin are brothers, and they have secretly allied with Prince Yin? The individuals I just mentioned were all sent by Prince Yin to assassinate you. So, when Jiang Wenhua sought you out, was it truly just to reminisce? Wu Wanbang's gaze grew increasingly piercing. Jiang Hao, however, merely smiled slightly. What else could it be? By your reasoning, is he also here to assassinate me? If that were the case, would I still be standing here? Wu Wanbang's expression momentarily faltered. This exchange undoubtedly ended in his complete defeat. Ultimately, Jiang Hao's situation was entirely distinct from the criminals he had faced previously. Jiang Hao had once wielded authority over the masses, having led troops to pacify the realm. He was a figure of great stature. Such a person had a heart as firm as iron. Even if multitudes perished before him, he would remain unflinching. And how could he be thrown into disarray by mere words? To find a flaw within him would be an exceedingly arduous task, unless some peculiar methods of coercion were employed. However, upon glancing at Chao Xiaoming and Master Qinji beside him, Wu Wanbang abandoned the thought. For none dared to inflict any harm upon the Duke of Wei. At least until the Duke inadvertently revealed any weaknesses, no one would dare act against him. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Empress. Despite the Duke currently being confined in the celestial prison, his relationship with the Empress remained extraordinary. Her true sentiments were shrouded in mystery, and naturally, no one dared to act against him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wanbang shifted the conversation. The emissaries from the Jinjiang Khanate entered the celestial prison, seeking to persuade the Duke of Wei to join their cause. Surely, he must have encountered these individuals at some point, yet they perished within these confines, leaving only the Wang of Samo to survive. What explanation might the Duke offer regarding this? Upon hearing this inquiry, Jiang Hao immediately sensed an unsettling shift. According to their earlier arrangement for a favorable testimony, the responsibility had fallen upon the Wang of Samo. After all, he was the state master of the Jinjiang Khanate, and the great Zhou would certainly not take any action against him. On the other hand, upon reaching the Jinjiang Khan, the Wang would likely present an entirely different narrative. In essence, both sides were merely playing their parts. However, it appeared that Wu Wanbang had unearthed some clues, otherwise he would not have posed such a question. Nonetheless, this was quite reasonable, as the flaws in their story were rather conspicuous, and they had merely attempted to gloss over the matter. To be honest, I am somewhat unclear about this affair. While they were with me, they behaved amicably, and I expressed my gratitude for the esteem shown by the Jinjiang Khan. Yet, as a citizen of the Great Zhou, I could not serve a foreign power, thus I ultimately declined their goodwill. However, what transpired after they departed from the 18th level of the celestial prison remains unknown to me, and no one has taken the time to inform me. Regardless of the inquiries made, Jiang Hao maintained a steadfast facade of ignorance. Wu Wanbang's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Jiang Hao's audacity. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless, for coercion was not an option. He was even disinclined to inquire about the matters concerning the director of the Astronomical Bureau, as he could foresee that Jiang Hao would feign ignorance, leading to the same inevitable outcome. At that moment, however, Master Qinji unexpectedly stepped forward and spoke. It has come to my attention that the Duke of Wei has been in poor health. As it happens, I possess a modest understanding of traditional medicine. Why not seize this opportunity for me to conduct an examination for the Duke? Chapter 83. Curiosity killed the cat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao turned his face towards Daoist Qinji. He was not particularly familiar with Daoist Qinji. Typically, his guards were primarily composed of formidable individuals specially selected from the Imperial Guard. As for the Hall of Offerings, it was more inclined to recruit individuals from the martial world, which Jiang Hao found somewhat untrustworthy. Thus, his interactions with the Hall of Offerings were infrequent. Even when there were tasks, he would directly issue orders, and naturally, someone would relay them. In his impression, Taoist Qianji, the esteemed figure of the Hall of Offerings, had always been rather indifferent, rarely putting forth any effort, resembling Jiang Hao's own current state of complacency. At that moment, Jiang Hao could not fathom why this man was suddenly so proactive. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he quickly smiled and inquired, "I didn't expect the Taoist to possess medical knowledge. How does your skill compare to that of Physician Zhang?" Physician Zhang? Taoist Qianji's eyes revealed confusion, clearly unaware of the esteemed physician Zhang's significance. Cao Xiaoping, standing nearby, interjected. Physician Zhang is a disciple of the medical sage and has served as the chief physician of the imperial hospital. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qianji's face turned crimson. He considered himself merely a barefoot doctor, with medical skills at best of a mediocre level. How could he possibly be compared to such a distinguished figure in the medical field? That would be an insult to his own profession. I fear I may fall short, Taoist Qianji awkwardly replied. "Ah, I see. Then there is no need to trouble you, Taoist," Jiang Hao graciously declined. Though he did not explicitly state it, everyone present could discern his evident disdain for Taoist Qianji's medical abilities. It was only natural to think so. With the status of the Duke of Wei, he had always been treated by renowned medical experts like Physician Zhang. Even though he had fallen from grace, it was hardly the time to showcase such inadequate skills, lest he inadvertently cause harm. Just when everyone assumed Taoist Qianji would abandon the idea, he unexpectedly appeared resolute. As the saying goes, each has their strengths and weaknesses. While my medical skills cannot be compared to those of Physician Zhang, I do possess some unique medical techniques that may yield extraordinary results. Why not allow me to give it a try, Duke Wei? I say, there is no need for that. Jiang Hao immediately suppressed his smile, fixing Taoist Qianji with a stern expression. As one who once held the power over the lives of millions, Jiang Hao's countenance, when serious, commanded great authority. The pressure was palpable among those present. However, Taoist Qianji seemed fueled by an unwavering determination, adamantly insisting, "What if I say that I must examine Duke Wei today?" The two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. At this moment, those present began to sense that the atmosphere had shifted. The behavior of Taoist Qianji was strikingly different from his usual demeanor. Had he perhaps discovered something? Upon reaching this point, the gazes directed towards Jiang Hao transformed significantly. The Duke of Wei and Taoist Qianji, harboring good intentions, suggested that he grant them a favor. After all, allowing a brief examination would pose no issue and might even prove beneficial. Cao Xiaoping promptly interjected with encouragement. Indeed, Taoist Qianji is known for his warm-heartedness and steadfast nature. If you deny him this inquiry, he may very well find it impossible to rest easy. So it would be prudent for you, Duke Wei, to permit the examination. Wu Wanbong similarly chimed in, his expression eager and supportive. Jiang Hao regarded the two men, then turned his attention to Taoist Qianji and suddenly broke into a smile. Have you ever heard the saying, "Curiosity killed the cat"? Although Jiang Hao spoke lightly, an inexplicable chill swept through the assembly upon hearing his words, prompting involuntary glances towards Taoist Qianji. Taking a deep breath, Taoist Qianji candidly revealed, "To be frank, I, as an old Taoist, once unexpectedly acquired a secret technique that enables me to perceive the depth of a person's essence through the focus of my spirit in my eyes, thus gauging the magnitude of any potential threat. However, in the case of the Duke of Wei, this technique seems to have inexplicably failed, which has never occurred before." The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback, before they collectively remarked, "Isn't this rather normal?" The Duke of Wei is a refined gentleman, and naturally, he would not exude any sense of threat. In essence, a refined gentleman implies one who is incapable of causing harm. How could he possibly emanate a sense of danger to a formidable being such as yourself? Yet, Taoist Qianji shook his head, asserting, every living being can present a threat, albeit of varying degrees. Even a fly or a mosquito can pose a fatal risk at times. Yet with the Duke of Wei, I sensed nothing at all. Upon hearing Taoist Qianji's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood, their gazes shifting back to Jiang Hao, now tinged with an air of peculiarity. Jiang Hao comprehended the situation. It was due to the emperor's physique, which completely concealed his aura. While this effectively masked his cultivation, it was not always advantageous, particularly in this instance. Nevertheless, in response to the odd looks from the crowd, Jiang Hao chose not to clarify, merely stating, "It seems, Taoist, that you are determined to uncover the reason behind the failure of your secret technique. If that is the case, I suggest you conduct your examination personally. However, do not blame me for not forewarning you. One must take responsibility for their actions. Once certain lines are crossed, opportunities for regret may vanish. Faced with Jiang Hao's veiled threat, Daoist Qianji appeared to regain some composure, a faint sense of regret creeping into his heart. If he were to uncover something significant, it could be manageable. However, if nothing were discovered, the potential repercussions from the Duke of Wei would certainly be formidable. Despite Jiang Hao's current confinement in the heavenly prison, he had numerous loyal disciples and those who had benefited from his kindness. While they may be powerless against the Empress, did they not possess the ability to contend with him? At this moment, he found himself in a precarious situation, unable to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly approached Jiang Hao. My apologies, esteemed Duke Wei. If my vision has indeed failed me, I shall certainly offer my sincerest apologies later. However, Jiang Hao remained silent, his cold gaze fixed upon him. Though that indifferent stare sent a chill down one's spine, Daoist Qianji still placed a hand upon Jiang Hao. Subsequently, he summoned a fragment of his spiritual consciousness, extending it into Jiang Hao's being. As a seasoned transcendent being, Daoist Qianji possessed formidable spiritual power. Even a mere fraction of it was not to be underestimated. Not to mention ordinary individuals, even accomplished, extraordinary beings would find it challenging to withstand such an intrusion. Yet, inexplicably, Jiang Hao's body seemed exceptionally unique. The moment Daoist Qianji's spiritual consciousness infiltrated Jiang Hao, it dissipated instantaneously. Daoist Qianji frowned, refusing to be deterred, and promptly amplified his spiritual power tenfold, disregarding any potential harm it might inflict upon Jiang Hao, and thrusting it into him with abandon. This time, his spiritual consciousness successfully penetrated the defenses surrounding Jiang Hao's being and entered his inner sanctum. However, before he could conduct a thorough examination, the moment his consciousness entered Jiang Hao, he was met with an unforgettable sight. It was as if he had stepped into an unparalleled divine hall, where the heavens were adorned with countless stars. Brilliant divine light shimmered incessantly, accompanied by a formidable aura. Rivers of crimson flowed and meandered, while colossal stars shone resplendently. The roars of dragons and tigers, the growls of lions and bears, and myriad wondrous phenomena left one in awe. In but an instant, his fragment of spiritual consciousness was crushed into nothingness. Simultaneously, he suffered a backlash. Not only was his consciousness severely wounded in an instant, but tears of blood also streamed from his eyes. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his eye sockets and crying out in agony. Chapter 84. The great array of yin and yang. The sudden turn of events left Wu Onbong, Chao shouting, and the others momentarily stunned. They had eagerly awaited the results from Daoist Qianji, having made numerous preparations in their fervent anticipation. However, the absence of any discoveries was a bitter pill for them to swallow. The prospect of finding a breakthrough with Jiang Hao was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Yet they could not have anticipated that Daoist Qianji, instead of revealing findings, would instead cry out in despair. The sight of blood tears streaming down Daoist Qianji's face instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Their gazes towards Jiang Hao shifted, now filled with trepidation, as if confronting not a mere mortal, but a demon clad in human skin. Wu, Duke Wei, what have you done? Wu Onbong, forcing down his inner turmoil, stepped forward and shouted. I have done nothing, Jiang Hao replied, maintaining an expression of calm. He rose slowly from his rocking chair and approached Daoist Qianji, a sly smile playing on his lips. What have you seen that instills such fear in you? Daoist Qianji abruptly lifted his head, instinctively retreating at the sight of Jiang Hao, his expression morphing through a myriad of emotions. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. The horrifying vision he had encountered was unlike anything he had ever faced. He struggled to articulate the terror that had gripped him. The image of such ghastly horrors within a human body was beyond his comprehension. He covered his eyes with trembling hands, wiping away the incessant flow of blood tears, while battling the overwhelming negative reactions caused by his injured spirit. In a state of panic, he shouted, "Seize him! Quickly seize him! He is undoubtedly problematic." Chao shouting and Wu Onbong exchanged glances, their minds swirling in confusion. As they had yet to grasp the situation fully, they hesitated to act. However, before they could deliberate further, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. They quickly looked up, only to witness Taoist Qianji being hurled back violently, crashing against the walls of the dungeon like a rag doll. The ferocity of the impact resulted not only in blood streaming from his eyes, but also in a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. In the place where Taoist Qianji had stood, another figure emerged. It was none other than Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao radiated a terrifying aura that sent chills down their spines. His white robe billowed ominously, and his long, raven hair danced in the wind. His pitch-black eyes glimmered with a mesmerizing yet horrifying light. Compared to the previous incarnation of himself, now he exuded a radically different presence, as if he were an entirely different being. Witnessing this scene, Wu Anbang and the others finally comprehended the truth. They had been deceived. Wei Guogong Jiang Haogan is far from being a mere scholar lacking the strength to swat a fly. On the contrary, he possesses formidable cultivation that is nothing short of terrifying. Stop! As Jiang Haogan appeared poised to strike again at Taoist Qianji. Both Wu Anbang and Qiao Xiaoping's expressions changed dramatically, prompting them to rush forward without a moment's hesitation. Although they were not cultivators of the celestial realm, their powers had reached the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. After all, they were key figures in two of the imperial court's most formidable institutions. Such strength was essential to maintain order. In the grand scheme of things, practitioners of the celestial realm were indeed a rarity, while those at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm were considered among the elite. Furthermore, their combat experience was extensive. Faced with the enigmatic Jiang Haogan, they dared not show any mercy and thus unleashed their full might from the outset. They charged forward like two howling tempests, their potent elemental energy swirling around them, their bodies shimmering with a radiant glow, akin to wolves and tigers converging upon Jiang Haogan. Utterly foolish. Jiang Haogan scoffed, halting his steps. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight as if he had simply ceased to exist. It wasn't that he had truly disappeared into thin air. Rather, his speed surpassed the limits of the naked eye. In that moment, Wu Anbang felt a chill run down his spine. Years of honed battle instincts compelled him to instinctively evade to the side. His reflexes were indeed quick, yet in the face of Jiang Haogan, he was still a beat too slow, or perhaps Jiang Haogan's movements were simply too rapid. With a single palm strike, Jiang Haogan effortlessly shattered Wu Anbang's defenses, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that sent him crashing over 10 zhang away. Watching from the side, Qiao Xiaoping's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He understood Wu Anbang's strength very well. He was undoubtedly superior to Qiao. Yet, against Jiang Haogan, he had not even managed to withstand a single exchange. Were it him in Wu Anbang's place, he would have fared even worse. At that moment, Jiang Haogan's gaze shifted toward him, causing Qiao Xiaoping to hastily retreat, shouting, "Quick, form a formation. We must work together against him." If a solo effort was futile, then they must unite in their assault. Upon receiving his command, the 3 fierce beasts and 5 tigers charging from behind immediately responded with fervor. Centered around themselves, they intertwined their spiritual energies, swiftly mobilizing the elemental force within their meridians. In an instant, the 8 of them seemed to merge into one, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy, with spectral images of the law manifestation flickering behind them. Then, with a series of rapid flashes, they surrounded Jiang Haogan in a tight formation. Jiang Haogan raised an eyebrow, astutely discerning that the 8 were executing a rare combined assault formation. However, before he could react, vibrant streams of energy erupted from their hands, resembling chains that ensnared him. In an instant, Jiang Haogan found himself completely immobilized, unable to move, as if his consciousness and elemental power had been forcibly sealed and confined. The strength of the 8 individuals is inherently formidable, and when combined through the array, their powers merge into an indomitable force that should not be underestimated. The notion of subduing a celestial being is no mere jest. As Jiang Hao found himself besieged by the collective might of these 8, Qiao Shaoling finally exhaled a sigh of relief and proclaimed loudly, "This is the Qian Kuan Bagua Great Formation, devised by 8 of the most formidable figures of the law image realm. You stand no chance of resistance. It would be wise to surrender unconditionally." The Qian Kuan Bagua Great Formation indeed carries an imposing reputation. Jiang Hao chuckled softly, surveying the 8 surrounding him. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he simultaneously activated the 360 acupoints within his body. The forces of heaven and earth responded to his summons, and in that moment, the entire celestial prison seemed to fall under his dominion. While this so-called Qian Kuan Bagua Great Formation may suffice to suppress an ordinary celestial being, it could never contain one of his caliber. With a thunderous roar, an explosive surge of celestial power erupted, manifesting as an unfathomable shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The eight were caught off guard, suffering considerable damage before being flung back in unison. Zhao Xiaoling, who had intended to seize the fruits of victory, found himself abruptly halting in his tracks, his eyes widening in terror. Upon looking up, he beheld Jiang Hao emerging unscathed, a relaxed expression on his face as he remarked, "It seems your Qian Kuan Bagua Great Formation is nothing extraordinary after all." Chapter 85. There is no medicine for regret. The so-called Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams formation, despite its ostentatious name, proved to be remarkably effective. When the 8 individuals joined forces, they could bind their opponent's body, seal their vital energy, and suppress their consciousness. The most formidable abilities of a celestial realm expert lie in their transformed physique and powerful consciousness, enabling them to effortlessly manipulate the forces of heaven and earth. However, if one's body is restrained and their consciousness is subdued, it follows that they can no longer wield such power. Furthermore, with their vital energy also sealed, the potential for resistance is utterly extinguished. Thus, the suppression of a celestial being becomes an inevitable outcome. Nevertheless, employing such methods against Jiang Hao was evidently insufficient. For Jiang Hao was no ordinary celestial realm expert. In terms of physical strength, total vital energy, and the potency of his consciousness, he far surpassed the standards expected of his peers. In every regard, he was not someone that a mere 8-law manifestation realm experts could easily suppress. Hence, with a mere exertion of his vital energy from 360 acupoints, he effortlessly shattered the so-called Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams formation. Although Zhao Xiaoping was unaware of the intricacies involved, he grasped one undeniable truth: Jiang Hao's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. Terrifying, this individual was truly fearsome. Having concealed his prowess so deeply, he was undoubtedly a celestial realm expert. The 11 of them had entered with a formidable array, but now, observing the aftermath, it was evident that their situation had drastically deteriorated. Daoist Qianji had suffered a backlash, Wuanbong had been sent flying by a single palm strike, and his 3 tigers and 5 lions were all gravely injured. In the blink of an eye, he was the sole survivor, utterly unscathed. Zhao Xiaoping assessed his own strength and felt an even deeper sense of despair. Undoubtedly, even if he wagered his life, he could never hope to match Jiang Hao. While he did not fear sacrifice, he recognized the futility of a meaningless demise. As long as one preserves the Green Mountains, they need not worry about a lack of firewood. If he could escape alive, he would still be a man of valor. Quickly persuading himself, Zhao Xiaoping harbored no intentions of confronting Jiang Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee, abandoning all others. Yet, before he could escape the prison cell, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Soon after, a series of sharp clicks ensued. Not only had the heavy cell door been shut, but chains and locks were also secured anew. Given the quality of the prison door and the robustness of the chains, even a celestial realm expert would find it laborious to break free. Zhao Xiaoping, in that moment, was left with no time to spare. He could only widen his eyes in sheer despair as he gazed upon the impenetrable prison door. Tao, Gong, Wang. Zhao Xiaoping's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he roared in fury. Indeed, this entire operation was the handiwork of Tao Gong Wang. Everyone had underestimated him, yet none had anticipated such a cunning maneuver. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, he had quietly slipped away. Then he waited until now. As the situation became increasingly dire, he swiftly executed a decisive move, effectively sealing off all escape routes for everyone present. Ha ha ha. Commander Zhao, were you not seeking Duke Wei? Now that you are here, why the haste to depart? Tao Gong Wang, with the demeanor of a petty man reveling in his fortune, laughed heartily with his hands on his hips. Zhao Xiaoping trembled with rage, silently cursing himself for not eliminating this scoundrel at the outset. Just then, Jiang Hao had already taken action against him. Jiang Hao had no intention of wasting words. To him, Zhao Xiaoping was merely a trivial figure, unworthy of any consideration. The power of heaven and earth swiftly converged in his palm, transforming into a beam of sword light that descended directly upon Qiao Xiaoping's head. Feeling the terrifying might contained within this sword light, Qiao Xiaoping's heart sank in fear, and he dared not hold back. He immediately summoned all the elemental energy within him to resist with all his might, even forcibly calling forth his law form. Although the space in this celestial prison was limited, and with Jiang Hao manipulating the power of heaven and earth, he found it challenging to exert significant strength even with the summoned law form. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to be concerned with such limitations. He unleashed every means at his disposal. Nevertheless, even with all his efforts, his makeshift defensive line crumbled like paper under the weight of Jiang Hao's imposing sword light. With a tearing sound, all his defenses shattered, and the sword light struck mercilessly at Qiao Xiaoping's chest. Blood sprayed forth as he was violently cleaved away. Jiang Hao, witnessing this, felt no pity and prepared to deliver another strike. However, at that moment, a sudden alertness surged within him, prompting him to instinctively shift aside. A thunderous explosion erupted as a fearsome attack landed precisely where he had just stood. Jiang Hao looked up to find that Taoist Qianji, having somehow suppressed his injuries, had arrived at this location. Surrounded by an astonishing aura, the power of heaven and earth encircled him, every movement imbued with extraordinary strength. Unlike his previously pitiful state, he now truly embodied the presence expected of a celestial realm expert. Rather than feeling anger, Jiang Hao found himself amused. Although Wu Anbang and Qiao Xiaoping were formidable in their own right, they were still too weak for him. If he were to take them seriously, they would not withstand even a single strike. In contrast, Taoist Qianji was not only a celestial realm expert, but also a seasoned one, making him a fitting opponent for Jiang Hao to practice the Aurora sword technique he had recently mastered. As the Qingjiao sword materialized from the system space into his hand, Jiang Hao's aura transformed, radiating a fierce energy akin to a drawn sword. This fellow, how could he possibly? Taoist Qianji's expression shifted slightly, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Hao had already launched his full assault. With unrelenting ferocity, radiant sword lights swiftly illuminated the depths of the 18-layered celestial prison. Each beam of light harbored an overwhelming lethality, and combined with the Aurora sword technique's unparalleled speed, they surged forth like a tempest, howling towards Master Qianji. Given Jiang Hao's formidable cultivation level, coupled with the exquisite Qingxiao sword in his possession and the pinnacle of celestial battle arts he wielded, the resulting power unleashed was truly beyond imagination. Even a veteran like Master Qianji, a seasoned celestial realm expert, found himself in a dire predicament, exacerbated by the lingering injuries to his divine sense that had yet to heal. In mere moments, he bore numerous sword wounds upon his body. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. However, it was predominantly Jiang Hao on the offensive, while Master Qianji was relegated to a defensive stance. As is often the case, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. With his enhanced combat instincts, Jiang Hao swiftly seized an opportunity, suddenly appearing at Master Qianji's side. Taking advantage of the moment's inattention, he delivered a devastating downward strike. With the sharpness of the Qingxiao sword and Jiang Hao's formidable strength, the blow was executed seamlessly and with unstoppable force. Master Qianji's right arm was severed in one fell swoop, rendering him completely devoid of combat capability. He soon collapsed into a pool of his own blood. With a visage marred by terror, Master Qianji gazed at Jiang Hao, his earlier confidence utterly shattered, replaced by an ocean of regret. He had initially believed this mission to be a trivial endeavor, an effortless opportunity to amass 30,000 taels of gold. Yet, it now became painfully clear that those 30,000 taels were, in truth, the price of his life. At that moment, he harbored an intense hatred towards Qiao Xiaoping and Wu Anbang, for had it not been for their involvement, he would never have ventured into the celestial prison, nor encountered Jiang Hao, and thus would have avoided this calamity altogether. Please, spare me, Duke Wei. You possess great magnanimity. Grant me this one reprieve. I promise to heed your every word henceforth. With unwavering loyalty, Master Qianji pleaded, his voice faltering. Despite having lived for over a century, he found himself unwilling to embrace death, for a celestial realm expert like him still had half a lifetime of glory and riches to savor. Yet, Jiang Hao's gaze remained cold and unyielding, showing no intention of mercy. I have warned you beforehand. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. In this world, remedies abound. Yet there is no elixir for regret. Remember this in your next life. With that, Jiang Hao swung his sword, and a flash of crimson light sliced through the air. Master Qianji's eyes widened in disbelief, lingering with profound unwillingness, as the spark of life within him gradually extinguished. Chapter 86. Foolish loyalty. The esteemed Taoist Qianji has met his demise, struck down beneath Jiang Hao's blade. A single stroke severed his head, leaving no possibility for survival. Those who bore witness to this harrowing scene within the celestial prison were engulfed by despair. Initially, they harbored a flicker of hope, a final glimmer embodied by the venerable Qianji. After all, he was a formidable being of the celestial realm, a seasoned expert who had traversed this path for decades. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao, though comparable in age to the Empress, could not have concealed his extraordinary talent for long. It was evident that he had only recently ascended to this level, given his youth. The disparity was glaring. One had triumphed for decades, while the other had barely scratched the surface of his potential. In their minds, a victory for Qianji might not have been beyond reach. Should he prevail, not only could they secure their freedom, but they might also capture Jiang Hao, thereby earning monumental accolades. Yet, such aspirations were swiftly dashed. Not only did Qianji falter, but he also paid the ultimate price with his life. The silent, unexpected demise of such a renowned figure left a profound sorrow in their hearts. Even a being of Qianji's stature fell victim to Jiang Hao's ruthless blade. What mercy could they expect? As the grim reality set in, the thought of soon following in Qianji's footsteps, perishing quietly within these prison walls, filled Cao Xiaoping with an unprecedented sense of resentment. He hastily knelt before Jiang Hao, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, exclaiming, "Duke Wei, I did not seek you out. It was Wu Anbong who incited me, claiming that the celestial prison harbors great secrets. Everything was orchestrated by him. He is the true mastermind. As for Taoist Qianji, it was that old rascal who insisted on confronting you. He presents himself with a facade of righteousness, yet countless innocent maidens have suffered at his hands, and he has frequently usurped the accomplishments of others. His death at your hands is indeed a cause for celebration. I alone am the true victim here. I have always held you in the highest regard and never wished to disturb you or oppose you. It was they who compelled me to act. All of this is their doing, and I am in no way implicated. Are you finished?" Jiang Hao inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Cao shouting, however, dared not to halt. His speech quickened. "Duke Wei, I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you loyally. Having overseen the Jinyui for many years, I hold countless secrets of officials in my grasp. Should you desire, I could even mobilize the Jinyui to assist you in insurrection, overthrowing that tyrant from the throne. At that juncture, you may do as you please with him." As Cao shouting seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, the other three fierce tigers joined in unison. "Duke Wei, we too can aid you. Indeed, Duke Wei, we are all willing to follow you. Together, we shall replace the Empress, and you shall become the sovereign of the great Zhou." Their words flowed like a harmonious chorus, envisioning a radiant future. Yet, in stark contrast to their vivid dreams, Jiang Hao's demeanor remained remarkably indifferent. With an expression devoid of emotion, he waved his hand and commanded, "Kill them all." Upon receiving Jiang Hao's order, the shadow demons, long concealed in the dark, emerged. Dark energy manifested into countless tendrils, swiftly ensnaring their bodies and constricting their throats. In a mere moment, Cao shouting and the others met their untimely demise. Against the might of the shadow demon, they, already grievously wounded, possessed no capacity for resistance. Ultimately, only Wu Anbong remained, his eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The sudden appearance of the shadow demon, along with its enigmatic powers, afforded him clarity on many matters. For instance, the reason the Grand Priest of the Black Witch sect sought to target Jiang Wenin, the identity of the unknown celestial being in the dungeon, and the enigma of why the head of the Qintian Bureau, long deceased, still appeared alive until collapsing at the Bureau's office. In the instant he beheld the shadow demon, all these questions found resolution. However, gazing at the carnage around him, Wu Anbong, now utterly alone, could only manage a bitter smile. At this juncture, what did it matter if he had discovered the truth? He was trapped in the dungeon, facing imminent death. This secret would remain buried forever. "Duke Wei, you truly concealed yourself well. Everyone has been deceived by you." Wu Anbong looked at Jiang Hao, Astonishment etched upon his face. The hidden puppet master? Jiang Hao paused momentarily, then shook his head, stating, "You may not believe it, but all I have done was merely for self-preservation. Yet, some individuals seem intent on courting their own demise." He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Wanbong, and added, "Like you, for instance, is that not the case?" Wu Wanbong opened his mouth to contest, but found no words, suddenly struck by an epiphany. Indeed, from the outset, they had willingly sought their own end. Had he not insisted on investigating the dungeon? Had he not insisted on descending to the 18th level to greet Jiang Hao? Had not Taoist Qianji, inexplicably, sought to assist Jiang Hao in examining his health? Had it not been for his and Chao Shaoling's glimpse of hope, fervently advocating for Jiang Hao to submit to the examination by Master Qianji, all of this would have been a self-inflicted demise. In contrast, Jiang Hao, having done nothing, chose instead to endure and persuade, yet they remained obstinate in their refusal to heed his counsel. A most profound irony. It is true that kind words cannot persuade the damned, and great compassion cannot awaken the self-deceived. Wu Wanbong wore a bitter smile, then turned to Jiang Hao, saying, "Your Grace, please proceed." However, Jiang Hao refrained from acting, pausing thoughtfully before inquiring, "Are you willing to work for me?" Wu Wanbong was momentarily taken aback, quickly lifting his gaze to Jiang Hao, blinking in disbelief, unsure if he had misheard. Despite having committed numerous wrongdoings without begging for mercy like Master Qianji or Chao Shaoling, Jiang Hao is offering him clemency. Why? Unable to contain his confusion, Wu Wanbong asked, "You have dealt ruthlessly with them. Why do you spare me?" "Because you are a talent, while they are merely refuse," Jiang Hao replied. Although this predicament likely stemmed from Wu Wanbong himself, it did not diminish Jiang Hao's regard for him. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Jiang Hao held him in even higher esteem. Furthermore, Wu Wanbong's integrity and dedication made him a rare asset in Jiang Hao's eyes. Faced with Jiang Hao's unexpected favor, Wu Wanbong felt a flicker of joy, but it was swiftly accompanied by a moment of hesitation. He understood that by merely nodding in agreement, he could secure his life and perhaps even a promising future. Yet, after a brief internal struggle, he quickly suppressed that thought. Although he wished to survive, his character would not allow him to act otherwise, just as he had refrained from pleading for mercy like Chao Shaoling and the others. "Your Grace, please grant me a swift end," he implored, closing his eyes thereafter. Jiang Hao sighed, recognizing his choice. In this world, there are always individuals who cling to their convictions. Wu Wanbong was indeed a foolishly loyal man, not necessarily to the Empress or to the Great Zhou, but perhaps more so to the unwavering belief he had held for decades. Jiang Hao chose not to argue further, instead raising his sword once more. A flash of light from the blade marked his final journey. Chapter 87. Aftermath. Lord Wei, shall I dispose of these corpses? As the matter drew to a close, Tao Gongwang swiftly re-entered the prison cell, a sycophantic expression adorning his face as he turned to Jiang Hao. His notion of disposal was undoubtedly akin to his prior actions, stuffing the bodies into sacks and incinerating them at a remote location, ensuring that no trace remained, allowing the divine and the ghostly to remain oblivious. Upon witnessing his obsequious demeanor, Jiang Hao felt a wave of apathy wash over him. He was a coward who feared the strong, that much was evident. "If you eliminate these corpses, how will you account for their absence later?" Jiang Hao inquired. Tao Gongwang's expression stiffened at these words, realization dawning upon him. The individuals before him were starkly different from those he had previously dealt with. The former had been of questionable repute, and erasing their existence posed no threat to him. However, the likes of Chao Shaobing and his associates were well known. Many had witnessed their entrance into the celestial prison. Should they vanish without a trace, the court would undoubtedly trace it back to him, rendering any explanations futile. "What then shall we do?" Tao Gongwang stammered, his anxiety palpable as he looked to Jiang Hao for guidance. Jiang Hao, too, found himself in a quandary. While eliminating these individuals had been straightforward, managing the aftermath presented a formidable challenge, considering their distinguished statuses. Wu Wanbong, for instance, was the chief of the divine captors, wielding authority over the entire agency. Qianji Taoist served as the grand patron of the sacrificial hall, leading its operations. Chao Shaobing and his formidable subordinates represented the entire Jinyue. Thus, he had inadvertently ensnared the leadership of the three major violent institutions of the court. Each of these individuals held significant power, their sudden disappearance would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, and the collective vanishing of such figures would surely send tremors through the court. These wretches deserve their fate. Jiang Hao couldn't help but express his ire. It was precisely their troublesome identities that had deterred him from taking action previously, as he had hoped they would simply depart quietly. Such a scenario would have been beneficial for all parties involved. Alas, they were heedless of counsel and chose their own demise. Once Jiang Hao had made the decision to act, he had shown no mercy, apprehending them all to prevent any leaks of information. Yet now, the pressing issue remained: how to navigate the aftermath. This daunting task would have to be entrusted to you. Jiang Hao turned to the shadow demon, his tone earnest. The shadow demon had no objections, as it was quite familiar with such endeavors. However, upon observing a few dismembered corpses, its expression soured. "Master, could you refrain from severing heads so readily? It complicates matters for me." Jiang Hao's lips twitched at this remark, acknowledging the weight of his responsibility. "I shall be more mindful in the future." Fortunately, with Tao Gongwang's assistance, the situation was not insurmountable. Although Tao Gongwang possessed a rather pliable physique, he was adept in numerous skills, including the intricate art of suturing corpses. With his assistance, the lifeless bodies swiftly regained their former integrity. Suddenly, the shadow demon's figure shimmered and astonishingly divided into 11, transforming into 11 phantoms that each entered the respective cadavers. Following this, the 11 corpses opened their eyes as if resurrected. Tao Gongwang, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, could not help but express his astonishment internally. Under his guidance, and with the shadow demon's covert manipulation, these 11 corpses moved as if they were living beings, emerging from the prison before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Subsequently, the shadow demon returned each cadaver to the 3 major government offices before discreetly vanishing. Naturally, this incident could not remain concealed for long. That very night, the chief of the Divine Capture Department, Wu Wanbong, was discovered by others. Following him, officials such as Chao Shaoling from the Jinyue, along with their high-ranking peers, met with calamity. Once one was found deceased, the rest were swiftly uncovered. Ultimately, the grand offering of the offering hall, Daoist Qianji, was the last to be found, though it was only by the following morning. Remarkably, in a single night, the heads of the 3 foremost violent institutions of the court had all perished within their official domains. The news sent shockwaves throughout the imperial capital. Given the domineering nature of these 3 powerful organizations, they were known for instigating trouble for others. Who would dare confront them? Yet now, their leaders had all been slain within their own offices, which was utterly astonishing. It is crucial to recognize that these individuals were not only of high status, but also possessed formidable prowess, each a formidable figure at the law manifestation realm. With Daoist Qianji being in existence at the celestial realm, the fact that they had been quietly assassinated, without a trace of commotion, instilled profound terror. To exacerbate matters, the Empress was currently absent from the capital, leaving the ministers in a state of utter disarray. In the end, amidst the blame shifting, the monumental case landed squarely on the shoulders of the newly appointed Minister of Justice. The consensus was that this was not merely due to his lack of seniority. After all, the Justice Department was renowned for handling such matters. If not him, then who? "Sir, what should we do now?" asked an official, gravely regarding the 11 neatly arranged corpses in the hall of the Justice Department. The newly appointed Minister of Justice, succeeding Jiang Wenin, bore a grim expression. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this case. After all, each of the deceased was no ordinary individual. Yet, they had all met untimely ends overnight, and the perpetrator could not possibly be an ordinary person. At the very least, the death of Daoist Qianji indicated that the assailant was at least a celestial realm powerhouse. The simultaneous demise of so many suggested that the responsible party was likely a profoundly terrifying organization. How could a newly appointed Minister of Justice bear such a heavy burden? To speak candidly, if nothing is uncovered, it is one thing. However, should anything come to light, the Minister of Justice may very well find himself at the end of his tenure, likely meeting the same fate as the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. Yet, faced with this predicament, he cannot afford to remain idle. With this in mind, he hesitated only briefly before making a decisive choice. On one hand, he promptly dispatched someone to report to His Majesty, seeking guidance. On the other, he instructed his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation. Remember, it must be a comprehensive inquiry. There can be no half-hearted efforts, nor can there be a lackadaisical approach. Do you grasp my meaning? The Minister of Justice solemnly cautioned. The subordinate officials immediately understood, confidently thumping their chests as they proclaimed, "Understood, my lord. Leave this matter to me. I will personally oversee their efforts to ensure they do not take this lightly." Such a monumental case must be meticulously examined, allowing no detail to escape scrutiny. It will undoubtedly take a year or more to arrive at a conclusive result. The Minister of Justice smiled, visibly pleased, and nodded in agreement. A promising pupil indeed. However, a year or more is unnecessary. Several months will suffice. Given the current tumultuous circumstances, who can predict the situation months hence? Moreover, significant events unfold each month. In my estimation, after a few months, the fervor surrounding this matter will have subsided, at which point we can conveniently identify a few scapegoats to resolve the case, thus bringing it to a close. Chapter 88. The unruly demonic clan strongman in the eastern region of the Great Zhou, at the border fortress, the Empress, Jiang, remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the imperial capital. At this moment, she donned a military uniform, accompanied by a cadre of distinguished officials and warriors. As they conducted an inspection of the fortifications along the border, her visit was hasty, and she had brought only 4 companions, yet these individuals were far from ordinary. Besides the trusted commanders, Yulin and Hubin, there was also her chief bodyguard, Tai Wuxia. Indeed, all 3 were formidable beings of the celestial realm. Additionally, there was an elderly eunuch who had served 3 emperors of the Great Zhou, now the chief eunuch of the palace, who was also a peak celestial realm expert. Thus, this entourage of 5 comprised nothing but celestial beings. Upon their arrival at the border fortress, Ji Luoyao's first order of business was to seek out General Zhendong, who commanded an elite force of 300,000 troops, and engage in a friendly sparring match with him. Like many other generals, Zhendong was proud and domineering, having ruled his domain with an iron fist, bolstered by his command of an elite army and his own might as a celestial realm warrior. With such power at his disposal, it was no wonder he exuded arrogance. However, after a friendly exchange with Ji Luoyao, during which he was soundly defeated, he promptly adjusted his demeanor. Not only did he face the formidable presence of the Great Zhou Empress, but he also recognized that his own soldiers would not remain loyal if he could not secure his own safety. The 5 celestial beings led by Ji Luoyao could easily claim his life amidst a sea of soldiers. "Your Majesty," he reported, following your decree, "troops from several neighboring provinces have begun to gather. We currently have amassed a total of 600,000 soldiers at the border fortress. While this number pales in comparison to the 1 million troops of the Demon God Empire, the advantage of our fortifications and siege weaponry mitigates this disparity. I cannot guarantee other matters, but as long as supplies remain sufficient, we can certainly hold off the Demon God Empire for a year and a half without issue." General Zhendong asserted with unwavering conviction. Ji Luoyao, contemplating his words, responded, "If the general can successfully lead our forces to repel the invasion of the Demon God Empire, the court will undoubtedly reward you generously. Not only titles of nobility, but the prospect of securing the eastern frontier for generations to come is also open for discussion." Upon hearing such a promise from the Empress, General Zhendong was taken aback, as if struck dumb by the enormity of her words. While the title of nobility was one thing, the idea of securing the eastern frontier for future generations was beyond his wildest dreams, for it bore a striking resemblance to the autonomy of a feudal lord. In fact, given the vast distance from the emperor, it would afford him even greater freedom and authority to decide matters at will. More importantly, with the endorsement of the imperial court, this legacy can be passed down to future generations. This is the most alluring aspect. He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly as he couldn't help but raise his head, urgently asking, "Is what your Majesty says truly the case?" Ji Luoyao gazed thoughtfully, her smile affirming as she nodded, then responded with resolute clarity. "The sovereign speaks not in jest. The valiant soldiers of the 3 armies can attest. Under normal circumstances, she would never have made such a promise. Traditionally, those of different surnames were not permitted to be conferred titles of nobility in the Great Zhou. Even Jiang Hao, with his monumental contributions, was granted only the title of duke. However, in the current tumultuous times, faced with both internal strife and external threats, the stability of the court was precarious. If she did not instigate change, The day of national ruin would surely be upon them. Although this commitment would undoubtedly lead to numerous challenges in the future, for the time being, it served as a necessary salve for their dire circumstances. Indeed, after receiving the Empress's assurance, General Zhendong was immediately invigorated, eager to engage in battle with the demon race at any moment. After all, one was the foundation of the court, while the other was his own legacy. His mindset was vastly different. He quickly thumped his chest and boldly guaranteed, "Your Majesty need not worry. As long as the city stands, so shall its people. Unless I perish, I will ensure that those vile creatures do not cross the border by even a single step." No sooner had he spoken than the thunderous sound of war drums erupted, accompanied by the earth-shaking cries of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they turned their eyes to the city walls. They beheld a multitude of demon soldiers, having gathered in the distance, marching towards the border fortress of the Great Zhou. In truth, as long as the demon race possessed pure bloodlines, they bore little distinction from humans in appearance. However, due to their demonic heritage, these soldiers were taller and possessed greater strength. Furthermore, the fierce demon energies surged with their assembly, creating an overwhelming aura of menace. Their only flaw lay in their lack of discipline. Especially now, with countless troops congregating, the chaos was palpable. Yet, imperfections do not overshadow their prowess. The demon race is inherently valiant and battle-hardened, and now, assembled en masse, they exuded an even more aggressive demeanor. The thousands of demon soldiers rushed forth like a tidal wave, and even from a distance, their presence sent shivers down the spine. In the blink of an eye, the vast army of demons descended upon the fortress, with formidable demon warriors charging towards the walls, roaring in defiance, seemingly disregarding the heavily fortified border city altogether. Seeking death, Ji Luoyao's gaze turned icy at this sight. Wanting to establish her authority before the assembled soldiers, she immediately channeled her energy and leapt into the air. With a mere gesture, under the influence of her invisible mental force, she effortlessly seized the spear from the hands of a nearby military officer. Grasping it firmly in her palm, under the dreadful infusion of primal energy, the seemingly ordinary spear swiftly transformed into an extraordinary weapon, erupting with astonishing might in an instant. A single thrust shot forth like a bolt of black lightning. Those rushing forward from the demon clan were instantly pierced through, with dozens of them plummeting to the ground like dumplings. Witnessing such a spectacle, the morale of the defenders surged, and they erupted into cheers. Yet, Ji Luoyao did not relent. She swiftly reclaimed the spear and plunged single-handedly into the ranks of the demon army. Wherever she passed, she encountered no worthy adversary. After all, she was a transcendent being, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The attacks of ordinary demon soldiers were akin to mere tickles against her, utterly incapable of breaching her defenses. Even the demon generals, comparable to human extraordinary warriors, could not withstand a single round against her formidable prowess. Observing her unstoppable advance, the demon kings stationed within the army could not turn a blind eye, particularly upon recognizing her as the Empress of the Great Zhou. And recalling the mission entrusted to them by the demon emperor before his departure, their eyes reddened with fury, as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. She was the Empress of Great Zhou. She was the one who had slain the 3 members of the Peng royal family. To prevent the demon race from future enslavement, she must be eliminated. There was no need to discuss any code of conduct with a treacherous individual like her. They would strike together. A glance exchanged among the demon kings quickly forged a consensus. In the next moment, they soared into the air simultaneously, charging towards Ji Luoyao with astonishing speed. 5 demon warriors launched their assault together, disregarding martial ethics. They unleashed their innate divine abilities right from the outset. Waves of terrifying brilliance illuminated the sky. And before Ji Luoyao could even react, she was engulfed by the overwhelming tide of energy. Chapter 89. The Emperor's Sword. In that fleeting moment, Ji Luoyao was indeed taken aback. Though one may encounter all manners of circumstances on the battlefield, she never anticipated that these formidable demon clan warriors would act so unscrupulously. It was one thing for 5 demon kings to collaborate in their assault against her alone. What truly astonished her was that they launched their innate divine abilities right from the onset. Was this not an utter disregard for the principles of combat? Innate divine abilities are akin to ultimate moves, often employed only once during a battle. typically reserved for the most critical of moments. After all, when faced with peril, lacking a powerful move for self-preservation could lead to dire consequences. Who, in their right mind, would initiate a confrontation with their most potent skill? Yet here she was, confronted by 5 such abnormal adversaries. Before she could regain her composure, Ji Luoyao found herself engulfed in the furious tempest of their unleashed energies. Under ordinary circumstances, a cultivator of the celestial realm might have perished in such a manner. However, Ji Luoyao was no ordinary cultivator. On one hand, she possessed the physique of a human sovereign, endowing her with abilities that far surpassed those of her peers, including enhanced resistance, defense, and vitality. On the other hand, as the Empress of the Great Zhou, she was not merely an average player. She was a formidable force in her own right. The overall prowess of a martial artist is gauged not only by their cultivation level, but also significantly influenced by their weapons and equipment. Just as Jiang Hao had easily slain Daoist Qianji due to their disparity in strength, and the fact that he wielded the formidable Qingjiao sword, Ji Liao's situation was even more advantageous. Not only was her armor of the highest quality, but she also adorned herself with several invaluable protective treasures. When faced with life-threatening attacks, these treasures would instinctively form a defensive barrier, safeguarding her from external energy incursions. Thus, while the surprise assault from the 5 demon kings had left Ji Luoyao somewhat disheveled, it did not pose an immediate threat to her life. Surrounded by a radiant aura, she soared skyward from the maelstrom of energy. Meanwhile, the great Zhou warriors became acutely aware of Ji Liao's perilous predicament, especially the 4 celestial realm cultivators who had accompanied her from the imperial capital, who immediately rushed to her aid. However, their distance, compounded by the throng of combatants on the battlefield, hindered their timely convergence. Conversely, the 5 demon kings, situated near Ji Luoyao, were taken aback to find her unscathed. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Despite their flagrant disregard for combat etiquette and their immediate deployment of innate divine abilities, how could she remain entirely unharmed? She was indeed the human sovereign. At this moment, they increasingly believed that their judgment was correct. If it were not for the human emperor physique, how could one possess such remarkable prowess? The more they thought this way, the less they could allow their opponent to escape easily. After all, should they miss this opportunity, who could say when they would have another chance to capture her? Once the human emperor physique fully matured, even if they all joined forces, it was likely they would merely be delivering themselves as a meal. At that point, the entire demon race would probably be trampled beneath her feet. Contemplating this, their murderous intent intensified. Kill. Utilize every tactic at their disposal. They absolutely could not let her flee. With a furious roar, the 5 demon kings went mad, unleashing their full strength upon Ji Luoyao. Each one disregarded their own lives, determined to bring Ji Luoyao down with them. As the saying goes, even a clay figure has some fire left in it. Ji Luoyao was never one to be trifled with. Targeted repeatedly by these adversaries, she was thoroughly enraged, flames of fury erupting in her eyes. Do you truly think I am a sickly cat simply because I do not roar like a tiger? While her innate strength was indeed insufficient to match the 5 demon kings, as the human sovereign physique, despite her recent breakthrough, she possessed her own means of support. The exquisite armor and protective treasures adorning her were merely part of her arsenal. Human Emperor's sword, come forth. With a fierce shout, Ji Luoyao hurled the spear from her hand and raised her arm in a commanding gesture. In the next instant, the void trembled and the heavens quaked. A resplendent beam of golden light seemed to pierce through the endless void, its brilliance so dazzling that it was nearly blinding. In the blink of an eye, this golden light tore through the fabric of space, appearing in Ji Luoyao's grasp, transforming into a mysterious sword of golden hue. This sword emanated an unparalleled and terrifying pressure, far exceeding the level of even the most powerful celestial beings. Upon its emergence, it became the focal point of the battlefield, overshadowing even the Empress herself and causing countless hearts to quiver in trepidation. Such a formidable pressure was clearly not something an ordinary treasure could possess. Even the most exceptional weapons could not reach this magnitude. This sword was not merely an extraordinary weapon, but an unparalleled divine artifact, one of the profound legacies of the Ji clan that had endured for countless years. In truth, it was the sword bequeathed by the ancestor of the Ji clan who founded the great Zhou dynasty, known as the Human Emperor's Sword. Legend has it that only the human emperor physique can truly wield this sword. Although Ji Luoyao was not of the human emperor physique, she was of the human king physique, and with the Ji bloodline coursing through her veins, she could, through years of research by her clan, unleash a fraction of the sword's divine might. You dare to defy the sovereign of the demon race. I grant you death. Ji Luoyao glared with fury, standing tall with her sword, her presence augmented by an overwhelming aura, as if a deity had descended. This sight caused the demon warriors to tremble in their resolve. There was an overwhelming impulse to revere her. However, Ji Luoyao did not reciprocate their courtesy. She immediately channeled her inner energy into the human emperor's sword. As this relentless stream of energy surged forth, the sword was truly awakened, revealing an increasingly astonishing power. Not good. We must stop her. The 5 demon kings acutely sensed an unprecedented threat and immediately rallied their forces. All the powerful beings of the demon race surged forward toward Ji Luoyao, unleashing an array of formidable techniques and spells. Does a speck of dust dare to contest the brilliance of the full moon? Ji Luoyao's demeanor was haughty, her gaze disdainful, as if she regarded these assaults with utter indifference. With a mere flick of her wrist, she wielded the human emperor's sword, unleashing a terrifying beam of sword light stretching over 100 feet. Under this unimaginable and dreadful sword light, the advancing demon warriors fell like moths to a flame. Regardless of their strength, they were instantly reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, at least 100 extraordinary beings from the demon race perished. Ultimately, this fearsome sword light struck the 5 demon kings. Though they united their strength to resist, they were unable to withstand the onslaught, and all 5 suffered grievous injuries. The one positioned at the center was cleaved in twain by the remaining sword light. In that moment, the vast battlefield seemed to plunge into silence. All eyes turned to the Empress of Dezhou, standing with her sword raised in the air, filled with a profound sense of terror. Chapter 90. The Empress in Wrath. Unwavering belief after a day and a night. The great battle finally reached its conclusion. The conflict ended in a resounding victory for the Great Zhou, with at least 100,000 demon soldiers perishing in the fray. The number of injured, those who fled, and the captured demons was incalculable. The once formidable army of the demon god empire, comprising 1 million troops, suffered nearly a 50% loss in this encounter alone. This figure pertains solely to the ordinary soldiers. The mid to high-ranking demon warriors also faced grievous casualties. Remarkably, among the 5 demon kings commanding this vast army, 2 were lost in the battle. One was slain by Ji Luoyao on the spot, while the other fell victim to the relentless pursuit led by Tai Wuxia and his companions. As for the remaining 3 demon kings, although they narrowly escaped under the direct intervention of the demon emperor, they were gravely injured, particularly by the strike of the human sovereign's sword, which severely damaged their foundations. Even with the recovery capabilities typical of demon kings, it is estimated that they will find it exceedingly difficult to regain combat readiness in less than a year and a half. This unfortunate circumstance was largely due to Ji Luoyao not participating in the subsequent pursuit. Had she chosen to strike again, it is likely that the 3 remaining demon kings would have met a similar fate. It was not that Ji Luoyao lacked the desire to continue the hunt, but rather that her current strength only permitted a single strike. This limitation elucidated why she refrained from summoning the human sovereign's sword from the outset. While the sword's might was indeed formidable, obliterating hundreds of extraordinary beings with a single blow and inflicting severe injuries upon the 5 demon kings, one of whom was cleaved in twain, such power came at an immense cost. For Ji Luoyao, the burden was still too great. Following her singular strike, she found herself devoid of further combat strength, compelling her to exercise caution in wielding the divine weapon. Your Majesty, this message has been urgently transmitted from the imperial capital. Just as Ji Luoyao was reveling in her recent triumph, Tai Wuxia rushed forward with a confidential letter. As she gazed at the missive in his hands, a sense of foreboding inexplicably gripped her heart. Nevertheless, she raised her hand to accept it, quickly opening the document for inspection. In mere moments, the joy of her recent victory evaporated, her countenance darkening visibly. The chief of the Divine Capture Bureau, Wu Anbong, had met an untimely demise. The esteemed Taoist Qianji, a high-ranking member of the Temple of Offerings, was also reported dead. Moreover, Chao Shaoling, the commander of the Jinyue, along with his 3 elite subordinates, had all perished. In the span of a single night, 11 of the court's most formidable figures had fallen. The cause of their deaths remained unclear. As she clutched the letter, Ji Luoyao trembled with rage, emanating an aura of palpable tension. Her fury was not solely attributed to the loss of these 11 eminent warriors. Although the weight of the 11 formidable individuals is considerable, in the grand scheme of the Great Zhou court, it does not amount to a critical blow, nor should it provoke such a loss of composure. The true reason lies in the extraordinary identities of these 11. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they also serve as heads of the 3 major violent institutions of the court. The Jianhui, responsible for monitoring the civil and military officials and gathering intelligence from across the realm. The Shinbusi, tasked with dealing with the sects of the martial world, apprehending thieves and criminals. The Gongfengtang, charged with eliminating enemy leaders and specifically targeting those who are martial arts masters. Each of these 3 departments has its own specialized function and is indispensable, particularly in these tumultuous times, serving as a crucial stabilizing force for the realm. However, with the untimely demise of all 3 leaders, chaos is undoubtedly imminent within these institutions. Even if she were to immediately appoint successors, the transition would require time for the newcomers to acclimate, necessitating a period of adjustment for all involved. Hence, the repercussions of this upheaval will far exceed initial expectations, potentially exacerbating the already precarious situation of the Great Zhou. Contemplating this, how could Ji Luoyao not be enraged? As the sovereign of the Great Zhou, she has fought valiantly and risked her life to achieve a hard-won victory, only to find her own domain engulfed in turmoil before she could even savor her triumph. At this moment, her heart is ablaze with fury. Yet, anger resolves nothing. She takes a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She then turns her gaze toward Tai Wuqiu, as if struck by a sudden thought, and directly hands him the intelligence document. You may take a look. Tai Wuqiu's eyes widen with confusion, unsure of the Empress's intent, yet he refrains from questioning further and quickly accepts the document to peruse its contents. Upon reading the line that states Wu Anbong has met with an untimely demise, his pupils contract sharply. Typically composed, he cannot help but display a drastic change in expression at this moment, for Wu Anbong is his adoptive father, the one who raised him and guided him to this day. It is fair to say that without Wu Anbong, he would not be the person he is today. I beseech your majesty to allow me to return to the capital to investigate this matter, Tai Wuqiu declares through gritted teeth, his face ashen. I am indeed contemplating such a course of action, Ji Luoyao replies, her gaze drifting toward the distant camp of the demon clan. Although the recent battle resulted in a catastrophic defeat for the demons, a significant portion of their army, over half, still remains. Most critically, the demon emperor himself has arrived on the battlefield. Despite his advanced age, none would doubt the formidable strength of this venerable ruler who has dominated the demon empire for centuries. He is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying warriors of the present age. Even someone as proud as Ji Luoyao would hesitate to claim she could contend with the demon emperor without the emperor's sword in hand. Despite her anxiety regarding the situation in the capital, Ji Luoyao remained steadfast at the border fortress, for she was the only one capable of confronting the demon emperor. Upon her return, she would seek the help of the duke, who would address this matter. Ji Luoyao took a deep breath and instructed Tai Wuqiu, who responded respectfully. I shall obey. He then retreated into the shadows. Meanwhile, within the demon tribe's encampment, a conversation was unfolding, centered around the Empress Ji Luoyao. Observing the pale and weak demeanor of the 3 demon kings, the demon emperor's gaze reflected sorrow, not for them, but for the 2 fallen demon kings. Recently, the demon god empire had already suffered the loss of 3 demon kings, including King Peng, and now, yet another 2 had perished. In such a brief span, 5 demon kings had been lost, an occurrence unprecedented in many years. Even though the demon god empire was grand, it could not withstand such losses. Until now, the demon emperor had been unaware of Ji Liao's covert arrival on the battlefield. Had he known, he would have hastened his arrival. Had he intervened, those 2 demon kings might have been spared. However, it was too late for such regrets. Have you confirmed whether that Empress of the Great Zhou is of the human sovereign body? The demon emperor inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner turmoil, before raising his head to inquire. The 3 demon kings exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they replied in unison, she is undoubtedly of the human sovereign body. The demon emperor was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What makes you so certain?" The three demon kings promptly explained. "She withstood the combined might of our 5 extraordinary powers without a scratch, which is clearly abnormal. Moreover, the sword she wields possesses astonishing power. If our assumptions are correct, it is most likely the fabled human sovereign sword. It is said that only one of the human sovereign body can wield the human sovereign sword. Given the tremendous force she displays, if she is not of the human sovereign body, then who is?" Upon hearing this, even the demon emperor found himself at a loss for words to refute their claims. Indeed, if she was not of the human sovereign body, then who could claim that title? It seemed their previous assessment was accurate. Empress Ji Luoyao was indeed of the human sovereign body. In that moment, the demon emperor held an unwavering conviction in this realization. Chapter 91. Iron Wuqiu. In the past, King Yin was able to provide Hellion foam with exotic beasts for transportation. Thus, the imperial court naturally possessed such rare creatures. However, the carrying capacity of these beasts was limited, allowing only a select few to utilize them. Firstly, one's cultivation must reach a certain level, demonstrating resilience against the biting cold winds at high altitudes, in order to master these extraordinary mounts. After receiving the Empress's command, Iron Wuqiu employed one of these beasts and returned to the imperial capital with utmost speed. Departing in the evening, he arrived by the following morning. Upon his return, Iron Wuqiu did not take the time to rest at home. Instead, he made his way directly to the office of divine captors. Prior to serving as the Empress's chief bodyguard, he had been one of the premier captors in the office, well-versed in the art of criminal investigation. In fact, had the position of chief captor not been held by his adoptive father, Iron Wuqiu possessed the capability and strength to assume that role himself. The Empress's intention in sending him back was not only to investigate the current case, but also to prepare him to take over the office of divine captors. As Iron Wuqiu appeared with an imposing presence at the office, the captors were taken aback, expressing their astonishment and greeting him with respect. "Bring me all of my adoptive father's belongings," Iron Wuqiu commanded flatly, his mood far from pleasant, devoid of any pleasantries. The captors, fully aware of his identity and prowess, dared not refuse. In a brief moment, all of Wu Anbang's possessions were gathered into a box and presented before Iron Wuqiu. The reason these items had not been claimed by others was due to the specific instructions from the Minister of Justice, as the investigation was progressing at a glacial pace. Still lingering at the stage of the autopsy, leaving no one to care for these belongings. Gazing at the familiar items before him, Iron Wuqiu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet he steeled himself against the grief within, meticulously examining each piece. He understood his adoptive father well. Wu Anbang was not only cautious by nature, but also always planned before taking action, unless confronted by an unforeseen incident that left no time for reaction. He would undoubtedly have left behind clues. Sure enough, within half a tea's time, Iron Wuqiu discovered a secret letter hidden in an inkstone. This letter was not addressed to anyone else, but specifically meant for him. "My son Wuqiu, by the time you read this letter, I fear I may have already met with misfortune. This journey is perilous, and I have long prepared myself. However, one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. As the chief captor of the office, bearing the hopes of countless citizens, how could I act with trepidation?" Upon reaching this point, tears involuntarily streamed down Iron Wuqiu's face. A man may bleed but does not weep, yet the time for sorrow had arrived. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and continued to read on. The subsequent content of the letter detailed various circumstances Wu Anbang had been investigating, along with a series of his speculations. Of course, the letter did not elaborate in depth, merely touching upon key points, given the constraints of space. Wu Anbang was not particularly astute. When he left behind this secret letter, he did not ponder it deeply, merely leaving a contingency plan out of habit, just in case. Little did he anticipate that this letter would indeed prove useful. The Celestial Prison. Upon reading this missive, Tai Wuqiu's mind immediately fixated on this location. If his conjecture was correct, it was likely the destination his adoptive father intended to visit. Although he remained unaware of the secrets harbored within the Celestial Prison, the unexpected demise of his adoptive father was likely connected to this place. However, he did not rush into action. Instead, he adhered to the Empress's instructions and sought out the Duke of Duan first. "Your Majesty summoned me for what purpose?" The Duke of Duan, currently within the royal residence of the imperial capital, was quick to receive Tai Wuqiu upon learning that he had been sent by the Empress. The Empress indicated that the Duke would resolve this matter. Tai Wuqiu promptly reiterated the Empress's words. The Duke of Duan understood precisely what the Empress was referring to and let out a resigned sigh. What a troublesome season this is. I had no desire to involve myself in such affairs, yet the winds of change are relentless. He then turned to Tai Wuqiu, inquiring, You mentioned that prior to visiting me, you went to the Divine Capture Division. Did you uncover any useful clues there? This is a letter left by my adoptive father. I beseech you to review it, my lord. Without hesitation, Tai Wuqiu produced the secret letter from his bosom and handed it to the Duke. The Duke accepted the letter and examined it for a considerable time. After a while, he raised his head, uttering 2 words, Celestial Prison? Tai Wuqiu nodded earnestly. Indeed. I suspect my adoptive father's death is closely tied to this location. The Duke of Duan narrowed his eyes slightly, involuntarily recalling an old acquaintance imprisoned within the Celestial Prison. Though this individual was a friend to him, he was not necessarily viewed as such by the Ji clan. After all, the Empress's treatment of him was quite unscrupulous. Should this person harbor resentment, it would be entirely understandable. Unfortunately, his capabilities were formidable, possessing the power to transform decay into vitality and to invert the heavens and the earth. This situation was worrisome indeed. Otherwise, he would not have suggested to the Empress that this individual be secretly executed, a proposal that she ultimately rejected. Suddenly, he realized that the Empress was presently absent from the imperial capital, having entrusted him entirely with the handling of this matter. Might he consider, if tasked with eliminating a person, an extraordinary individual, would you be willing? The Duke of Duan suddenly posed this question to Tai Wuqiu. This seemingly nonsensical inquiry left Tai Wuqiu perplexed, prompting him to furrow his brow and ask, Is this related to my adoptive father's death? It may or may not be connected, but should you eliminate him, I could avenge your adoptive father. So, are you willing or not? The Duke stated plainly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tai Wuqiu's eyes. Had it been any other time, he would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation. After all, his adoptive father's teachings had always emphasized the importance of discernment, ensuring that no good person was wronged and no innocent soul implicated. His adoptive father had consistently adhered to this principle, never having unjustly accused any virtuous individual, which earned him the reverence of the common people as a true master of justice. However, the unfortunate reality was that his adoptive father had met an untimely demise. Given this circumstance, should he still tread the same path as his father? Contemplating this, a surge of wrath welled up within Tai Wuqiu. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Prince Duan, coldly inquiring, Whom would you have me kill? Upon hearing this response, Prince Duan could not help but laugh. He had grasped Tai Wuqiu's choice. In his eyes, Tai Wuqiu was exceptional, possessing unparalleled talent and boundless potential, yet he was excessively rigid, much like his adoptive father. Wuanbong. Fortunately, unlike Wuanbong, Tai Wuqiu appeared to be salvageable. You must be quite fatigued after your journey back. You should rest well. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally escort you, Prince Duan said with a smile, patting Tai Wuqiu's shoulder. Before proceeding, he intended to dispatch someone to investigate the matter at hand, for it would be unwise to approach the case blindly. Nevertheless, he regarded the case as trivial. In his mind, he was already plotting to cultivate Tai Wuqiu's abilities. With Tai Wuqiu's talent, as long as he remained loyal to the Ji family, they would gain a devoted ally. Indeed, merely a compliant servant. The Ji family needed nothing more than obedient followers. In contrast, Jiang Hao and Wuanbong, in his view, were far from compliant. Thus, both deserved their fate. Chapter 92, The Hero of Chaos and the Spirit Card. Has the court still not dispatched anyone to investigate the previous events? As evening descended upon the 18th level of the dungeon, having finished the sumptuous dinner brought by Tao Gongwang, Jiang Hao raised his head and inquired. Tao Gongwang, standing beside him, also bore a look of confusion but shook his head in response. No, they have not sent anyone yet. Could it be that they have already sent someone, but you were not alerted, hence you did not notice? Facing Jiang Hao's skeptical gaze, Tao Gongwang's eyes widened as if deeply insulted, and he immediately thumped his chest in assurance. That is impossible. I have been keeping a close watch. If they had sent someone, whether openly or covertly, it would not escape my notice. After all, I have served as the warden of this dungeon for many years. While I cannot guarantee the same for other places, within this confined territory of the dungeon, Nothing has eluded my vigilance. Seeing him so steadfast in his conviction, Jiang Hao couldn't help but internally scoff. He felt tempted to say that the shadow demons could easily deceive him. However, the shadow demons were indeed an exception. Under normal circumstances, any arrival would find it quite difficult to evade the keen eyes of Tao Gongwang. This is not right. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows, grappling with his confusion. It has been quite some time since the incident. Could it be that those individuals are truly so inefficient? With so many prominent figures having perished, this is bound to send shockwaves through both the court and the populace. Even if they attempted to cover it up afterward, there should still be someone sent to the dungeon to investigate the situation. He had even coordinated his testimony with Tao Gongwang for this very purpose. Yet now, it seems as though they were casting glances at a blind man. The prolonged absence of any investigation feels decidedly irregular. Could it be due to Her Majesty not being present in the imperial capital at this moment? Tao Gongwang conjectured. She is not in the capital? Jiang Hao asked, astonished. Tao Gongwang nodded. I heard from someone not long ago that it seems the demon god empire has dispatched a 1,000,000-strong army to the borders, and Her Majesty, concerned about potential turmoil, rushed there overnight. Indeed, she is currently absent from the capital. As for the investigation, it appears the court has assigned it to the Ministry of Justice. I fear drawing attention, so I have refrained from inquiring further. However, this morning, someone reported seeing Tai Wuching hastily return. Given his position, he will likely pursue this matter with utmost diligence. Tao Gongwang swiftly relayed all the information he had to Jiang Hao. Tai Wuching. Jiang Hao pondered briefly before recalling who he was. A gold medal detective from the Ministry of Justice. He is also a formidable being in the realm of transcendent beings. More importantly, he is the adopted son of Wu Anbong, the head of the Ministry of Justice. With Wu Anbong currently facing an unexpected situation, Tai Wuching's hurried return likely indicates that he will not rest until he uncovers the truth. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao felt no pangs of guilt regarding this matter. After all, Wu Anbong had gone to great lengths to investigate him. He was not a mere lump of clay to be shaped at will. He certainly would not refrain from striking back. Moreover, he had indeed bestowed upon Wu Anbong opportunities, yet the latter was unwilling to accept them. Ultimately, their divergence stemmed solely from differing stances, devoid of any absolute right or wrong. In the realm of adulthood, there exists a spectrum far beyond mere black and white, good and evil. As for Tai Wuk, had it been in the past, Jiang Hao might have exercised some caution, considering his opponent was a formidable figure at the Celestial Realm. However, after having vanquished 4 Celestial Realm experts in succession, Jiang Hao had come to a profound realization of his current prowess. Ordinary Celestial Realm warriors no longer commanded his regard. Should they refrain from provoking him, a semblance of peace could be maintained between them. Yet, if they were intent on courting their own demise, he would have no choice but to facilitate their reunion in the afterlife. A flicker of enigmatic light danced in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he soon dismissed such thoughts. After all, an abundance of lice does not burden one, and debts do not crush the soul. There would inevitably come a day when the flames could no longer be concealed. When that time arrives, he would meet force with force and water with earth. Rather than fretting over this or that, it would be far wiser to indulge in a bit more slumber, or rather, to engage in further cultivation of the sleeping dragon technique, thereby enhancing his abilities. Although the progression within the celestial realm is notoriously slow, even incremental advancements are worthwhile. Without accumulating small steps, how can one traverse 1,000 miles? While Jiang Hao may seem to recline in idleness, he would never concede to relinquishing his own potential. With this thought, he swiftly set aside such concerns, dismissed Tao Gongwang, and advised the shadow demon to exercise caution during this period before once again surrendering to slumber. In the realm of dreams, or rather, during the time of cultivation, time seemed to flow with remarkable swiftness. Before he knew it, yet another night had passed. Upon awakening, a new day awaited him, accompanied by the familiar sound of the system's notification. The mechanical voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation, resonated in Jiang Hao's ears with an exquisite melody, akin to the most harmonious sound in the world, warm and pleasing. Ding! After 6 months of idleness, you have been awarded a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have received an epic hero card. Although it was not the coveted celestial treasures that would significantly accelerate his training, the epic hero card appeared to be a commendable reward nonetheless. While Jiang Hao had no immediate plans for action, this did not preclude him from laying the groundwork in advance. From the profound lesson learned during his imprisonment by the Empress, he understood the critical importance of never allowing his fate to rest in the hands of others. There were certain things he could forego, but he could never be without that. As for future endeavors, while he had yet to form a clear strategy, there were matters he could arrange ahead of time. The Epic Hero card represented one or more extraordinary heroes, capable of manifesting remarkable effects in various scenarios. Previous summons, such as the Zhang Jiao brothers and Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, had not disappointed him. Yet, he pondered, which hero would he summon this time? Surely it couldn't be the likes of Li Zicheng or Zhang Xianzhong, those infamous insurrectionists? If he were to summon more rebel leaders, his abode might well transform into a den of insurrection. Jiang Hao mused inwardly as he focused his attention. Before him, a black card floated serenely within the confines of the system's space, exuding an aura of mystery, its radiance shimmering with the power of rules. As Jiang Hao's cultivation and strength continuously advanced, his spiritual awareness grew increasingly potent, allowing him to perceive the extraordinary nature of this heroic spirit card, an almost divine creation of the heavens and earth. Much like the previous two heroic spirit cards, this one also bore an inscription. Upon closer inspection, the words swiftly captured his attention. Hero of the chaotic era. In that instant, Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened, involuntarily conjuring thoughts of Prime Minister Chao. After all, the most renowned description of him is that he is a capable minister in times of peace and a hero amidst chaos. Moreover, when he summoned Zhang Jiao, he had also brought along his two brothers, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. Similarly, upon summoning Chen Shang, he had included Wu Guang. Thus, if he were to summon Prime Minister Chao, would it not be possible to bring forth his renowned civil and military subordinates as well? The mere thought of the illustrious figures under Chao's command made Jiang Hao's mouth water. He did not consider himself greedy. He merely desired the likes of Su Chu, Duke Wei, Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Chao Run, Chao Hong, Chao Chun, Zhang Liao, Su Huang, Zhang He, Li Jin, and Eugene. Oh, it seems they are all military generals. Perhaps he should add a few more civil strategists. Wu Jia, Sun Yu, Shi Jitsai, Jia Su, Su Yu, Cheng Yu, Sima Yi, and Lu Yi. Is this too much? Not at all, Jiang Hao asserted, feeling no pangs of greed. Chapter 93. The Rotund Dong. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao swiftly activated the spirit card. However, the figure that materialized before him was not the longed-for Chancellor Chao. Moreover, none of the esteemed civil and military officials under Chao's command appeared either. As the radiance of the rule's power faded away, he found himself confronted by a corpulent man. His face bore a stern expression, his hair was sharply styled, and his physique was imposing, broad-shouldered and stout. Standing there, he resembled a massive ball of flesh, akin to a slumbering bear. An aura of barbaric dominance emanated from him, with every gesture exuding an air of menace. In short, this figure was anything but benevolent, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. It was he. Jiang Hao's expression shifted as he instantly recognized the identity of this man. He too was a chancellor. Yet not Chancellor Chao, but the infamous Dong Zhuo, known colloquially as the Rotund Chancellor. It is worth noting that Cao Cao once served as his subordinate, though it seemed the disparity in their capabilities was rather pronounced. When one mentions Cao Cao, he is often lauded for his literary and martial prowess. A military genius whose talents are rare even within the annals of China's 5,000 years of history. In stark contrast, the collective impression of Dong Zhuo is one of wolfish ambition, brutality, and cruelty, burning, pillaging, and disregarding human life, indulging in excesses of wine and women. Is there even a single commendatory term among these? Yet, having summoned him, there was no possibility of retreat. The system did not offer refunds. Indeed, reality often diverges from one's ideals. Jiang Hao sighed helplessly, resigning himself to his fate, and then turned his gaze to the figures standing behind Dong Zhuo. Just as in the previous two summons, this spirit card came with additional companions, and this time it had bestowed upon him a total of 3 individuals. One was a slender scholar, adorned with a feather fan and a silk cap, embodying the essence of a literatus. Beside him stood a robust figure with a simple demeanor, appearing to be a martial general. Finally, the last individual loomed at an impressive height, muscular and striking, with a face of striking angles and eyes that sparkled like stars. His entire being radiated a potent masculinity, perfectly exemplifying the term heroic bearing. Indeed, he was none other than the illustrious warrior of the Three Kingdoms, El Bu, also known as El Fengxian. As for the first two figures, Jiang Hao quickly discerned their identities. They were Li Ru and Niu Fu, both sons-in-law of Dong Zhuo. With El Bu as Dong Zhuo's adopted son, they formed a close-knit family. This was likely the reason they accompanied Dong Zhuo to this realm. None of these four individuals were paragons of virtue. A sense of unease settled in Jiang Hao's heart. In the previous two summons, whether it was the Zhang Jiao brothers or the duo of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, although they were leaders of rebellion, they did not embody pure malice, at least. They were not of the most heinous sort, yet the four individuals before him. As for Dong Zhuo, there is little to be said. A tyrant in chaotic times, that alone suffices as an epithet. In Jiang Hao's view, Li Ru is more deserving of the title of poisoner than Jia Su. For whether it was the dethronement of the Han Emperor, the assassination of the young emperor, or the arson of Luoyang, each malevolent scheme bore his mark. Although El Bu is renowned as the foremost warrior of the Three Kingdoms, unparalleled in martial prowess, he is also shadowed by the notorious moniker of a three-surname servant, having slain both of his adoptive fathers. Thus, being his adoptive father is undeniably one of the most perilous professions. As for Niu Fu, his fame pales in comparison to the previous three, yet he possesses an array of peculiarities, such as wielding military tokens for divination and indulging in fortune-telling and other superstitions, not to mention his avarice and lust. In summary, these four are hardly virtuous individuals. As the brilliance faded and countless memories melded, Dong Zhuo and the others gradually regained their senses, their gazes inevitably drawn to Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao remained silent, and they dared not speak. The five exchanged glances in the vast, silent prison, and the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Jiang Hao could no longer bear such tension. After all, five grown men staring at one another could easily lead to misunderstandings. He swiftly took the initiative to shatter the impasse. How do you all feel? Upon hearing Jiang Hao finally speak, Dong Zhuo and the others collectively sighed in relief and stepped forward to pay their respects. We are feeling quite well, my lord, they declared. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Despite the four currently appearing harmless, he was well aware of their past lives and did not let his guard down. He quickly inquired again, "What are your thoughts on this rebirth? Or do you have any plans?" At this, Dong Zhuo and the others exchanged glances, their emotions becoming somewhat complex. The experiences of their past lives were not mere illusions, but rather a tangible journey from life to death that they had genuinely undergone. Yet, it was precisely because of this that, having experienced so much, they now approached their new lives with greater clarity. Even Dong Zhuo and El Bu, once bitter enemies, could now sit calmly together without exchanging hostile glances or cries for violence. The matters of our past lives are ultimately behind us. Now that our Lord has granted us a new beginning, we shall naturally heed his arrangements, Dong Zhuo declared promptly. The others nodded in agreement. One must concede that Dong Zhuo is indeed a clever man. However, one must also consider that had he not possessed such wit, he could not have secured his position in his former life. After all, during the era of the Three Kingdoms, every warlord and hero hailed from noble families. Even Liu Bei, the one with the most humble origins, bore the title of imperial uncle and quietly attracted numerous talents. It is Dong Zhuo alone who truly emerged from poverty, originating from the mixed region of Chang and Huanlongxi, a place long scorned by the people of the Central Plains. In this context, Dong Zhuo, a crude warrior hailing from humble origins, ascended to the esteemed position of prime minister, ultimately governing a significant portion of the Eastern Han Empire at the height of his power. Such a feat is hardly comparable to that of an ordinary individual, had he not succumbed to rapid decline and indulgence in pleasures. Perhaps the history of the Three Kingdoms would have been rewritten. Although he possessed certain flaws, one cannot deny his capabilities. Conversely, figures such as El Bu, Li Ru, and Niu Fu are similarly complex. These historically significant individuals are not easily categorized. At least in Jiang Hao's observations, the prowess of these four men is extraordinary. Aside from Li Ru, whose scholarly strength is somewhat lacking, the other three possess formidable powers at the celestial realm. Among them, Niu Fu ranks the lowest, only qualifying as the least capable within the celestial realm in Jiang Hao's view, with Dong Zhuo following closely. The mightiest is El Bu, Recognized as the foremost warrior of the three kingdoms and one of the most formidable martial figures throughout 5 millennia of Chinese history, with few who can rival him. In this alternate world, his gains in strength are unparalleled, not merely reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm, but having also comprehended the power of the laws at this apex. Naturally, even when peers such as Zhang Jiao or Chun Sheng share the same cultivation level, they would likely fall short against him. After all, Elbu's decades-long military career has seen him engage in countless battles, honing his combat skills to an unparalleled level. In a sense, he epitomizes the zenith of this realm. Perhaps, if Chun Sheng and Wu Guang were to join forces, they might contend with him, but it would only amount to a fleeting struggle. The outcome remains uncertain, and Jiang Hao harbors a faint premonition that Elbu may very well be the first among his ranks to transcend into the realm of immortality. There is no specific reason for this feeling, save for the fact that he is named Elbu, also known as El Fengxian. While one may question his character, his martial talent is beyond reproach. Chapter 94. The arrivals bear malice. It was unexpected that the sovereign, much like my family, had once wielded authority over the governance of a nation, merely a step away from the illustrious dragon throne. Dong Zhuo gazed at Jiang Hao in astonishment, his eyes brimming with a sense of agreement. The realm of the great Zhou far surpassed that of the Han, and as for the dragon throne, it was rather inconsequential. Whether one sat upon it or not made little difference. Jiang Hao, with a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze, waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. Who would have thought that the sovereign possessed such remarkable prowess, capable of turning the tides with a mere flick of the wrist, single-handedly rescuing the entirety of the great Zhou? Such grandeur is akin to the legendary sages of antiquity. Li Ru, on the other hand, placed greater emphasis on Jiang Hao's scholarly and martial accomplishments, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Merely a display of technique, a trivial achievement, hardly worthy of mention. Jiang Hao replied humbly, seemingly indifferent to the acclaim. May I inquire, Sovereign, my memories tell me that this world is teeming with formidable beings. Is that truly the case? Compared to the first two, Elbu was evidently more invested in the martial arts of this realm, his fists clenched and gaze intense as he posed the question. Indeed, this world is rife with foes aplenty, and individuals like you and me, possessing extraordinary capabilities, will surely engage in earth-shattering battles. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous adversaries. Jiang Hao affirmed with a confident expression. Even Niu Fu could not restrain himself from stepping forward, cautiously asking, Sovereign, may I inquire if the people of this realm truly possess the art of divination? Hearing this, Dong Zhuo's eyes widened in disbelief. Niu Fu, what manner of individual do you take the sovereign to be? Such trivial arts, you may study in private, but to present them before the sovereign is a disgrace. Jiang Hao raised his hand to halt Dong Zhuo's reprimand, then turned to Niu Fu with a warm smile. Indeed, this realm harbors numerous secret arts. To my knowledge, the shamans of the southern wilderness excel in this craft. Their enigmatic sorcery possesses abilities beyond comprehension. Should you be intrigued, you may seek them out for further discussion. Upon hearing this, Niu Fu was elated. Not just he, but the others, upon learning what they yearned to know from Jiang Hao, could not help but display eager expressions. Dong Zhuo aspired to ascend to greatness, earning the reverence of the masses. Li Ru sought to strategize from afar, securing victory with his intellect. Elbu yearned for glorious battles across the realm, aiming for the pinnacle of martial supremacy. As for Niu Fu, his ambitions were modest. He merely wished to pursue his personal interests. Through this exchange with the four individuals, Jiang Hao gradually set aside his prejudices against them. In truth, he was not one to possess a fastidious character, nor did he expect his subordinates to be paragons of virtue. Quite the contrary, such individuals are exceedingly rare. The majority possess their own distinctive traits, each with their share of shortcomings. As the saying goes, no one is perfect, including Jiang Hao himself. The same holds true for Dong Zhuo and the others. They too possess both flaws and merits, for no one is inherently inclined towards malevolence. Often, they are merely influenced and compelled by their external circumstances. To speak frankly, individuals like those from Shiliang, in the society dominated by scholars during the Eastern Han Dynasty, had little alternative but to carve out their own path through sheer force. It is not that they did not aspire to be virtuous. Rather, they were left with no options. With this in mind, Jiang Hao ceased to view them through a lens of prejudice. Their flaws may be numerous, Yet when placed in appropriate positions, they could undoubtedly unleash extraordinary potential. Master, someone has arrived at the dungeon. At that moment, the shadow demon suddenly appeared, reporting to Jiang Hao. Dong Zhuo and the others were baffled, instinctively displaying wariness. The quickest to react, El Bu, immediately rose and clenched his fists. Observing their reactions, Jiang Hao waved his hand, explaining, "There is no need for alarm. This is merely a pet of mine." Pet. The onlookers were bewildered by the powerful aura emanating from the shadow demon. Especially Li Ru, the weakest among them, shivered in fear at the sight of the demon of such formidable prowess. In his mind, pets were typically small cats or dogs. Who would possess a pet so terrifying? Sensing the mixture of shock and trepidation in their gazes, the shadow demon grinned mischievously and, eager to showcase its abilities, raised its hand. Dark energy coalesced into a luminous screen, projecting an image of the first level of the dungeon. The spectators were astounded, truly experiencing the marvels of this world. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's attention was fixed upon the screen, where he observed two figures entering the dungeon. One was his old friend, Prince Duan, Ji Yuanheng. The other was a familiar face, the adopted son of Wu Anbang, Tai Wuqi. As the two arrived unexpectedly, Tao Gongwang, the dungeon warden, hastily approached to greet them. "Greetings to Prince Duan and the Iron Constable." Prince Duan acknowledged him with a smile and a nod, maintaining his impeccable reputation as the virtuous king before outsiders. "We have merely come to take a look. Allow the others to withdraw." "Warden, please guide us," commanded Prince Duan. "Of course, it is my honor to escort you both." Tao Gongwang promptly agreed, dismissing his many guards. Soon, they arrived at the first cell, where Tao Gongwang stepped forward to open the heavy door. Tai Wuqi glanced at Prince Duan, who signaled him with a nod. A flicker of hesitation crossed Tai Wuqi's eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned steely. He followed Tao Gongwang into the cell, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. In an instant, he drew the blade. Its gleam as brilliant as snow. The prisoners inside the cell, caught unawares, were decapitated in a single stroke, meeting a swift and gruesome demise. Witnessing this bloody scene, Tao Gongwang trembled, completely taken aback. He retreated several steps, then looked up at the Duke with a stammering inquiry. "My lords, what is the meaning of this?" However, the Duke merely gazed skyward, offering no explanation. In his helplessness, Tao Gongwang turned to Tai Wuqi for guidance. With an expression of cold indifference, Tai Wuqi stated, "The deaths of numerous high-ranking officials within the prison indicate that it must be a den of corruption. Given this, why not conduct a thorough investigation? Why resort to violence? Are they truly the culprits?" Tao Gongwang remained perplexed. He had assumed that with the arrival of these two, he would only need to repeat his previous duties. Yet, the palpable aura of hostility emanating from them suggested otherwise. In this critical moment, the court lacked the resources for a meticulous inquiry. Thus, it seemed far more expedient to cut through the chaos decisively. After all, the inmates of the prison were all deserving of their fate. If they were all executed, that would certainly resolve the matter. Tai Wuqi spoke coldly. "Execute them all." In that instant, Tao Gongwang was rendered speechless. He could not fathom whether he had misheard or if the other had misspoken. To annihilate all the prisoners? What purpose would they serve thereafter? Was his role as the prison warden coming to an end? Looking at Tai Wuqi, Tao Gongwang instinctively remarked, "Surely, Captain Tai is jesting. If all the prisoners are to be executed, it would take until nightfall to complete the task." Tai Wuqi furrowed his brow slightly. "Are there truly that many prisoners?" Tao Gongwang nodded vigorously. "In total, there are over 2,000. Although Tai Wuqi was the chief of the constabulary, he was not privy to the specific circumstances of the prison. Over 2,000 prisoners, each confined to different cells. At such a pace, if he were to act alone, it would take not just a day and a night, but perhaps 3 days and nights to finish the task." Tai Wuqi immediately turned to the Duke, who, having not anticipated this situation, pondered for a moment before finally stating, "In that case, we shall begin with the most serious offenders at the bottom. After all, they are the most suspicious." With the Duke's command, Tai Wuqi turned to Tao Gongwang. "Lead the way. We shall first visit the 18th level of the prison." But the 18th level housed the notoriously infamous Duke of Wei. Tao Gongwang was struck with profound alarm and hastily interjected. However, Tai Wuqi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had been prepared for this all along, and coldly replied, "You may either lead the way, or I will take your life, and find another guide. The choice is yours. Chapter 95. I am El Bu of Jiyuan, my lord. These two individuals likely bear ill intentions. If my conjectures hold true, they have undoubtedly come specifically for you. Li Ru, the most esteemed strategist, exhibited remarkable perceptiveness. Even through mere projection, he instantly sensed the foreboding atmosphere. After articulating his thoughts, he promptly raised his gaze towards Jiang Hao. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao maintained an expression of calm, as if he had anticipated this encounter well in advance. However, Dong Zhuo and his companions were incensed upon hearing Li Ru's words. How dare they? Niu Fu was the first to rise, shedding his previous demeanor of simplicity, his eyes glinting with menace. He was, after all, a warrior forged through countless battles in Shilyang. The notion of being harmless was only applicable in Jiang Hao's presence. He was unyielding and ruthless against foes. As soon as you command, my lord, I shall swiftly take their heads, Niu Fu declared with bravado, his tone so casual it was as if he were merely fetching watermelons from the field. Here, you have no say, Dong Zhuo interjected, slapping Niu Fu's head with a hand as large as a fan, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Yet, Niu Fu dared not protest. After all, it was the natural order for a father-in-law to discipline his son-in-law. Dong Zhuo's imposing figure suddenly straightened, akin to a slumbering bear jolted awake, emanating an aura of palpable terror. The fiery intensity radiating from his tiger-like eyes made it difficult to gaze upon him directly. My lord, in my prime, I was a valiant warrior on the battlefield. However, I succumbed to indulgence, which took a toll on my health. Now, having regained my vitality, my body is not only restored but stronger than ever. Allow me to stretch my limbs. I wish to witness whether the formidable powers of this world are as formidable as they are reputed. The fervor of battle ignited in Dong Zhuo's eyes as he earnestly requested. His prowess was comparable to that of elite celestial beings, making him one of the few formidable forces in the realm. If it were merely Tai Wuqiu, he would have no qualms in facing him alone. However, Tai Wuqiu was accompanied by the Duke of Duan, Jiyuan. Even Jiang Hao found it challenging to fully discern the depths of the Duke's capabilities. Nonetheless, he was aware that the Duke was undoubtedly a peak-level celestial being of extraordinary strength. It was clear that even with Dong Zhuo alone, or even with the combined might of Dong Zhuo and Niu Fu, they would likely struggle against the Duke. Among the assembly, aside from Jiang Hao, only El Bu possessed the strength to rival him. These two warriors were exceptional, and only Wen Ho could be assured of victory against them. As the conversation unfolded, Jiang Hao turned his gaze toward El Bu, who was equally eager for battle. However, he had been preempted by Niu Fu and Dong Zhuo, and his pride deterred him from contending with them. Yet now, with Jiang Hao calling upon him, El Bu felt no trepidation. He promptly clasped his fists and inquired, My lord, do you wish for them to perish, or shall they remain alive? He did not inquire whether it was possible to capture him, but instead asked Jiang Hao whether the target should be alive or dead. In truth, capturing a living being is far more challenging than simply ending a life. This also illustrates El Bu's immense confidence. Meanwhile, Niu Fu and Dong Zhuo could not help but grit their teeth in silence. This fellow was clearly flaunting his superiority over them. It was true that they could not match El Bu in the past, but now, everything was uncertain. After all, since arriving in this world, each of them had experienced a significant surge in potential. If they seized the opportunity, there was no telling when they might catch up. Whether the outcome was life or death mattered little. What did Wen Ho think of this individual? Jiang Hao pointed at the projection of Tai Wuqiu and asked, His skills are commendable, and his swordsmanship is exquisite. In my previous life, I fear I would not have been his match, but now, alas, if only my Fong Tianhua Ji were here. With it, one strike would suffice. Upon hearing this, not only Dong Zhuo and the others, but even Jiang Hao could not help but be taken aback. El Bu was famously unyielding and dismissive of others, and today, he truly witnessed it firsthand. This display of bravado was on par with his own. Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. While I may not possess the Fong Tianhua Ji, I do have another fine spear in my possession, which is also a superior weapon. For now, let Wen Ho make do with it. As he spoke, Jiang Hao retrieved a long spear from the system space and tossed it directly to El Bu. It was merely one of the rewards he had previously acquired. Of little use to him since he already wielded the Qingjiao sword, and thus, the spear had remained stored away. Of course, only rewards obtained from the system could be kept in the system space. Other items were not permitted. An excellent spear, Elbu exclaimed as he grasped the weapon, keenly sensing the formidable power it contained. Although it did not resonate with him as the Fang Tianhua Ji did, in terms of sheer strength, it far surpassed his previous weapon. After all, no matter how powerful the Fang Tianhua Ji was, it was ultimately forged from mortal iron. In contrast, this spear was a superior artifact, inherently superior in quality. Elbu, filled with excitement, swung it repeatedly. For a warrior of his caliber, a weapon was akin to a second life, and he felt increasingly elated in this new world. If given the chance in the future, I would love to forge a Fang Tianhua Ji. Elbu could not suppress his yearning. There will indeed be such opportunities. Jiang Hao nodded in affirmation. He then pointed to the projection of the Duke of Duan and cautioned, "This person is the true adversary, deeply concealed. We must not underestimate him. Rest assured, with this spear in hand, he could never be my match. I shall confront them now." As he spoke, Elbu, clutching his newly acquired spear, strode forth with the excitement of a child who has just received a new toy. Meanwhile, the Duke of Duan and Tai Wuqiu, under the guidance of Tao Gongwang, arrived at the entrance of the 18th level of the Celestial Prison. Ahead lay the 18th level of the Celestial Prison. After Tao Gongwang finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment but could not help but remind them. The Duke of Wei is, after all, a person personally entrusted by Her Majesty the Empress. If anything were to happen to him, it would be difficult to explain to Her Majesty. In truth, he was not genuinely concerned for Jiang Hao's safety. Rather, he wished to avoid having the Duke and the others follow in the footsteps of those who had previously met unfortunate ends. It was not that he possessed an abundance of compassion, but the matters concerning those earlier individuals had yet to be resolved. Should Iron Wuck and the Duke find themselves imprisoned in the celestial dungeon in such a brief span, the situation would spiral beyond control. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, the celestial dungeon would truly come to be equated with a hellish abyss. Unbeknownst to the Duke and his companions, who assumed he was merely sympathizing with the Duke of Wei, they shook their heads and laughed. "This matter does not concern you. Rest assured, if Her Majesty inquires, I shall take full responsibility," declared the Duke. He then cast a glance at Iron Wuck, who immediately prepared to snatch the key from Tao Gongwang's hands to unlock the door. However, at that very moment, the heavy gate of the 18th layer of the celestial dungeon suddenly swung open on its own. A tall and formidable young martial general emerged from within, wielding a black long spear. Upon witnessing his unexpected arrival, the Duke and his companions were momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, "Who might you be?" Lu Bu fixed his gaze upon the two, his eyes narrowing slightly, and arrogantly replied, "I am Lu Bu of Jiuyuan." Chapter 96, A Spear. Elbu of Jiyuan. Upon hearing Elbu's response, Duke Duan and Tai Wuqiu exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Given their distinguished status, they were no strangers to the world, yet at this moment, they found themselves utterly perplexed. The name Elbu was entirely unfamiliar to them, as was the place Jiyuan. Neither held any recognition in their minds. Could it be that Jiyuan lies beyond the borders of the Great Zhou, or is it merely an obscure locale of little consequence? Duke Duan, puzzled, turned to the side and quietly inquired of Tao Gongwang. Was it not said that the 18 layers of the heavenly prison held only Duke Jiang Hao? How could there be another person here? To his surprise, Tao Gongwang appeared even more astonished, utterly unable to fathom how another individual could have suddenly materialized in their midst, and could only respond with a bewildered expression, "I do not know." In that moment, even Duke Duan's composure was nearly shattered. The heavenly prison was confined to such a small space, and with its stringent security, how could someone have infiltrated the 18 layers without detection? Was this not sheer incompetence? Yet, this was not the time for accountability. His gaze swiftly returned to Elbu. Although he had never encountered this individual before, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, as if he were not confronting a mere man, but rather a fearsome beast of the wilderness, an immensely powerful beast king, radiating an aura of danger. It was evident that Elbu was no ordinary warrior. His presence here warranted serious contemplation. "Might I inquire as to why you are here?" Duke Duan took a deep breath and asked directly. Elbu smirked disdainfully, his spear firmly planted on the ground, and replied with an air of nonchalance, "I have come to take your lives." Upon hearing this and perceiving the indifference in his tone, as though he were merely undertaking a trivial task, Both Duke Duan and Tai Wuchia found their mouths agape, their inner fury surging uncontrollably. Both were individuals of remarkable restraint, typically unprovoked easily. However, faced with El Bu's audacity, they could no longer contain their emotions. It was primarily El Bu's haughty demeanor and the arrogance with which he regarded them, as if they were mere trifles in his presence, that incited their ire to its peak. "My lord, stand aside. Allow me to teach this man a lesson, so he may understand the proper way to speak." Tai Wuchia's eyes blazed with fury as he spoke through gritted teeth. Already burdened with resentment over his adoptive father's death, the encounter with this insufferably arrogant El Bu pushed him to the brink of explosion. His patience was all but exhausted. However, before the Duke could utter a word, El Bu boldly declared, "You are not my match. Why not have both of you come at me together?" This provocation was enough to stir Iron Wuchio, who could barely contain himself. As Iron Wuchio's eyes began to redden with fury, the Duke ceased to restrain him. Even Jiang Hao, who had been observing from the shadows, could not help but shake his head in disbelief. El Bu was indeed a figure that elicited animosity, and it was no wonder he had few friends in his past life. Caution is paramount. This individual's strength should not be underestimated. The Duke warned as he stepped back 2 paces. Iron Wuchio nodded in acknowledgement. He was not a naive novice. As a formidable warrior of the celestial realm, his combat experience was extensive, and he would not belittle any opponent. Moreover, El Bu made no attempts to conceal his prowess. His very demeanor radiated a powerful aura, as if he relished the idea of others recognizing his extraordinary strength. Thus, despite his anger, Iron Wuchio maintained his focus, swiftly grasping the blade at his waist, his aura escalating with intensity. What was unexpected, however, was that El Bu showed no inclination to interrupt Iron Wuchio's build-up. Instead, he remained calm and awaited his onslaught. Arrogance. A mere nobody believes himself to be invincible? He shall soon pay for his ignorance. Iron Wuchio's face turned a deep shade of anger. As a warrior of the celestial realm, being so openly disdained was infuriating. Yet, rather than retreating, he seized the moment to channel his inner energy. Simultaneously, he summoned the forces of nature to enhance his own power, elevating his aura to an unprecedented peak. Such encounters between top-tier warriors were exceedingly rare. Typically, engagements at their level were swift as lightning, leaving no time for prolonged build-up. It was uncommon to have the luxury of adjusting oneself to peak condition gradually. Yet, under El Bu's deliberate provocation, Iron Wuchio managed to achieve this with composure. At this moment, instead of seeing any hint of regret on El Bu's face, he was met with a look of disappointment as he shook his head. "Is this the best you can do?" El Bu inquired calmly. At this juncture, Iron Wuchio could no longer restrain himself. How much can one endure? Time and again provoked. Did El Bu truly believe him to be made of clay? Seeking death, Iron Wuchio bellowed in fury, holding nothing back, unleashing his ultimate technique from the outset. In his current state, executing his signature move brought forth the full extent of his power. With a single strike, he unleashed a blade of light, akin to a thunderclap. The brilliant white light cleaved through the void, hurtling towards El Bu with unimaginable speed. Now, this was intriguing. In that fleeting moment, El Bu finally made his move. His movements, seemingly slow yet remarkably swift, resembled the precision of countless rehearsals, reaching an apex of speed. With a single thrust, he unleashed an unparalleled force. Wielding a technique that transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, effortlessly striking the frigid blade. The 2 weapons collided midair, igniting a cascade of sparks as 2 formidable powers intertwined in a fierce embrace. Yet, the outcome defied expectation. Despite having no prior preparation, El Bu effortlessly deflected the long knife wielded by Tai Wuchio. In the next moment, the long spear traced an uncanny arc in the air, evading all obstructions at an astonishing angle before descending with lightning speed. It was a display of remarkable ingenuity. This seemingly simple strike vividly showcased El Bu's transcendent martial prowess. It was not that Tai Wuchio was weak, but rather that El Bu's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. With that one thrust, the victor and vanquished were determined in an instant. With a resounding clatter, the long knife fell from Tai Wuchio's grasp, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Soon, his body crumpled to the ground, a crimson line appearing at his neck. In a mere thrust, a celestial realm warrior met his demise. Chapter 97. The Old Thief. Dare you insult me? Tai Wuqiu is dead? The sight of Tai Wuqiu's lifeless body falling to the ground was a shocking revelation. The crimson stains on his neck soon became apparent, and blood gushed forth, swiftly saturating the ground in a deep scarlet hue. The Duke was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could such a thing occur? He muttered to himself in astonishment. Despite his high regard for Bu, he had greatly underestimated the latter's power. It is worth noting that Tai Wuqiu was no ordinary powerhouse, but a remarkably gifted celestial realm warrior. Though his breakthrough had not occurred long ago and his overall prowess was not among the elite in the celestial realm, he was undeniably a genuine force to be reckoned with. Yet, this formidable celestial realm warrior was slain in an instant, leaving the Duke unable to offer assistance. Furthermore, the adversary was not some renowned and terrifying figure. If it had been the likes of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Emperor or the Western Region Buddha Lord, he could have accepted it. The issue lay in the fact that the opponent was merely an obscure young general. Bu of Jiuyuan. He had never even heard of him. And yet, this unknown individual, emerging from some forgotten corner, had effortlessly dispatched his prized enforcer, whom he had intended to cultivate for the Ji clan. To the Duke, it felt as though the heavens were playing an outrageous prank on him. Truly, the illustrious Wen Ho Bu lived up to his reputation. On the other hand, Jiang Hao's reaction was entirely contrary to that of the Duke. Admiration illuminated his features. Through the projection of the shadow demon, he had a clear view of the confrontation, and astonishment flickered in his eyes. Though Bu had boasted that dealing with Tai Wuqiu required only a single strike, Jiang Hao had not taken it to heart at the time. After all, who does not indulge in bravado? However, upon reflection, it became evident that Bu was not merely boasting. He was indeed exceptional. Such an unparalleled martial prowess, akin to the elusive horns of an antelope, left no trace behind. Even across the vast realm, few could rival his skill. Who, pray tell, is this remarkable being? The Duke soon inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and raised his gaze to Bu, articulating his inquiry with deliberate precision. Such terrifying strength could not belong to an unknown individual. He refused to believe that the name Jiuyuan Bu was indeed the true identity of his opponent. Observing the skepticism in the Duke's eyes, Bu could not help but furrow his brow slightly. With his pride, how could he resort to deception in such matters? He remained steadfast in his identity, Fengxian of Jiuyuan. My lord has remarked upon your considerable prowess. If that is the case, why not strike? I am eager to see how many of my attacks you can withstand, Bu declared, stepping forward, his spear pointed directly at the Duke, his tone laced with arrogance. Upon witnessing his discourteous demeanor, the Duke of Dun's expression immediately darkened. As the renowned prince of the 8 virtues, he was accustomed to receiving respect wherever he went. Yet, in the presence of Bu, he was treated like an ordinary passerby, seemingly disregarded entirely. However, one cannot entirely fault Bu. After all, to him, the Duke of Dun possessed little fame, differing from a stranger only by virtue of his superior strength. Nevertheless, amidst Bu's words, the Duke astutely detected a peculiar term, your master. Who is your master? The Duke inquired gravely. Initially, he had not regarded the matter of the prison too seriously. The imperial capital had been a bastion of stability for many years, and despite the presence of some malevolent spirits, none were capable of causing significant upheaval. To him, this was likely the work of a few rogue elements seizing an opportunity to create trouble. Although many lives had been lost, the true orchestrators seemed too timid to reveal themselves. However, after witnessing Bu's prowess, his perspective swiftly shifted. The ability to command such a formidable force indicated that the puppeteer behind the scenes was certainly no ordinary figure. He gazed up at the 18 levels of the prison behind Bu, and the image of Duke Jiang Hao of Wei involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Although he did not believe Duke Jiang Hao to be the mastermind, given the inconsistencies, such as Jiang Hao's lack of exceptional martial talent, his absence of personal power, and his unyielding compliance while imprisoned, he could not help but draw connections in his mind. If, indeed, Duke Jiang Hao were the one orchestrating events from the shadows, the situation would be dire. Given the opponent's capabilities, should they decide to act, it was unlikely to be a mere skirmish. Contemplating this, the Duke's mood grew increasingly somber. Looking up at Bu, he felt a sudden urge and spoke. You possess unparalleled martial prowess. Such a talent should serve the nation. As the saying goes, a noble bird chooses its roost wisely, and a worthy minister selects their master judiciously. With your abilities, to align with such petty and insidious individuals is truly a disservice to your gifts. By joining the court of the great Zhou, not only would wealth and honor be at your fingertips, but divine steeds and weapons would also be within reach. Anything else you desire can surely be arranged. Indeed, the Duke was attempting to persuade Elbu to yield. Yet, upon hearing these words, Elbu's countenance transformed. He could not help but recall Li Su and Wang Yun. Had it not been for these two, how could his illustrious life have descended into such disarray? How could he ever escape the title of a mere servant to 3 families? Each time he pondered this, he was filled with regret. Had it not been for the demise of those 2 individuals, he would have relished the opportunity to reduce them to ashes. Now, the Prince of Duan audaciously resorted to his old tricks once more. For Elbu, this was an affront of the highest order. As though the annals of history were unfolding before him anew. Unable to suppress his seething rage, he exclaimed, "How dare you insult me, you old scoundrel? Do you perceive me, Elbu, as a craven wretch who would sell his soul for glory? Witness as I rend you to shreds." In a fit of fury, Elbu roared, simultaneously channeling his inner energy into the long halberd he wielded. As his formidable energy reached its zenith, the halberd erupted with astonishing power, akin to a roaring dragon. He then swung the weapon with tremendous force, directing a fierce strike toward the Prince of Duan. The prince, evidently bewildered by Elbu's sudden transformation, was nonetheless cautious in the face of such an all-out assault. After all, the grim fate of Tai Wuqiu loomed large in his mind. Although his strength paled in comparison to that of Tai Wuqiu, any lapse in vigilance could lead to a disastrous defeat. Ignorant fool, truly lacking in discernment. Once I subdue you, the truth shall be revealed. The Prince of Duan, equally incensed, retreated with agility to evade Elbu's deadly strike. With a swift motion, he drew a sword as delicate as a cicada's wing from his waist. Simultaneously, he unsealed a mysterious power within himself, unleashing an aura that rivaled Elbu's own. Like a surging river, his energy surged forth, transforming the atmosphere around him dramatically. Indeed, the Prince of Duan was a formidable peak-level practitioner of the celestial realm, having comprehended the principles of the wind. However, unlike Chen Sheng's fierce and unstoppable tempest, his understanding emphasized the wind's lightness and swiftness. Empowered by this principle, his movements became ghostly, vanishing from sight in an instant. Soon, 4 identical figures emerged, each remarkably lifelike. As if they were real, these 4 phantoms then converged from 4 distinct directions, launching a coordinated assault on Elbu. Chapter 98. Talismans. The Duke of Duan indeed concealed his true prowess beneath the facade of an unassuming, delicate prince, yet in reality, he possessed a terrifyingly formidable martial strength. Furthermore, his skills in combat were equally impressive. His execution of various intricate techniques appeared effortless, devoid of any trace of awkwardness. This alone indicates that he must have diligently honed his abilities in private and undoubtedly experienced numerous battles. While he may pale in comparison to seasoned veterans like Elbu, whose battlefield experience is unparalleled, their fighting styles are fundamentally distinct. Elbu embodies the archetype of a battlefield warrior, with all his training and techniques tailored for warfare. When he engages in combat, his strikes are grand and powerful, each blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, enabling him to vanquish generals and seize flags, standing firm against legions. In contrast, the Duke of Duan follows the path of the martial world, excelling in agility and one-on-one combat. He strives to evade direct confrontation, instead seeking opportunities for decisive strikes through constant maneuvering. The soft sword in his hand, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, resembles a venomous serpent. Each strike emanates a lethal threat. Moreover, his comprehension of the principles of wind further enhances his prowess, rendering him nearly elusive. For an ordinary person, predicting his position is no simple feat. Any moment of carelessness could lead to a swift demise at his hands. For Elbu, such opponents are particularly vexing. Akin to relentless flies, they are difficult to swat away or strike, demanding utmost concentration and vigilance, lest one fall prey to their cunning. However, Elbu is no ordinary warrior. His greatest strength lies not merely in his exceptional combat skills or his terrifying mastery of martial arts. which has reached the pinnacle of human potential, but rather in his unparalleled innate talent and insight. Though initially unacquainted with the Duke's fighting style, Elbu swiftly adapted after exchanging dozens of blows and discovered an effective strategy: control the battlefield. By employing a series of techniques, he forced his opponent into a direct clash, drawing the Duke into his realm of expertise. This is akin to a game of chess, where strategic maneuvers lead to the opponent's ultimate demise. Although Elbu is not proficient in chess, he possesses an instinctive understanding of combat, earning him the title of a true martial genius, a testament to his status as the foremost warrior of the three kingdoms. Boom! The forces of heaven and earth stirred the void as a lightning-fast spear descended, empowered by the principles of strength, rendering it virtually invincible. Under Elbu's relentless pressure, the Duke found himself with no avenue for escape. Surrounded by the forces of nature, he had no choice but to confront Elbu head-on. However, in such a direct confrontation, how could his soft sword contend with Elbu's fearsome spear? Despite his utmost resistance, he was struck, forced to retreat repeatedly. The sheer force instantaneously tore through his outer robe, revealing a striking black inner armor beneath. Despite the overwhelming force cascading down upon this black inner armor, it merely settled like a stone bull submerged in the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Similar to Ji Luoyao, the Duke was also a wealthy player. In addition to the expensive soft sword in his hand, the black armor he wore was worth its weight in gold, rendering even Elbu's war spear momentarily incapable of breaching its defenses. Upon witnessing this, Elbu's gaze sharpened. Though he was unaware of the armor's exact grade, he could surmise that it was likely as rare a treasure as the war spear he wielded. If one attempt failed, he would try twice. If two attempts failed, he would try thrice. It was merely a piece of armor, and he was determined to see if it could withstand several of his assaults. Elbu's eyes gleamed with defiance. Although one strike had proved ineffective, he refused to relent. Instead, he intensified his assault, wielding his spear with fervor and summoning the forces of nature, unleashing a tempestuous barrage upon the Duke. At that moment, the Duke truly grasped Elbu's terrifying might. He had initially believed that his long-concealed strength would allow him to easily subdue Elbu. However, as the seconds ticked by, his advantages were gradually eroded by Elbu's relentless onslaught, transforming him into little more than a target, left with the sole ability to endure blows. Under Elbu's tempestuous attack, he felt akin to a fragile boat on the vast ocean, uncertain of when it might capsize. At this juncture, the notion of defeating Elbu had vanished from his mind. He was now solely focused on evading capture. Elbu's extraordinary power was indeed a rarity in his life. While he had not personally experienced the prowess of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Emperor or the Western Region Buddha Lord, he suspected that even these apex-level beings might not surpass the unassuming figure before him by much. Boom! Another strike landed. The Duke staggered back 3 steps, his face betraying a noticeable flush. While the exquisite armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities, it could not entirely negate the force of every attack. He still bore a significant portion of the impact himself. For an ordinary individual, such force would be trivial. After all, he was a celestial realm expert whose physical resilience, though not on par with that of the Demon Kings, was not to be underestimated among typical martial artists. Yet Elbu's strength was simply overwhelming. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he had also comprehended the laws of strength. This combination elevated his might to unfathomable heights. Even a fraction of his power landing upon the Duke was not to be dismissed lightly. With each successive and increasingly rapid strike, the Duke found it increasingly difficult to endure. Even if the armor remained intact, he could very well be shaken to death. No, this cannot continue. If this persists, I shall inevitably perish at his hands. Although the Duke was loath to admit this truth, the deterioration of his condition compelled him to alter his strategy. The individual before him exuded an aura of terror, and it was evident that his own capabilities would likely render him no match for such a formidable opponent. In light of this realization, he was compelled to seek assistance from external forces. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he contemplated this course of action. Indeed, the soft sword in his grasp and the inner armor adorning his form constituted such external aid. Had it not been for these 2 exquisite pieces of equipment, one for offense and the other for defense, he would have undoubtedly fallen to Elbu long ago, and would not have persisted until this moment. Nevertheless, It was clear that these items alone would not suffice to secure his victory. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed his features, quickly replaced by resolute resolve. He then took a step back, retrieving a piece of yellow paper from his garments, inscribed with numerous runes that emanated an extraordinary energy. Upon seeing this, Elbu furrowed his brow, for he was unfamiliar with its nature. He was still a newcomer to this realm, and despite the infusion of memories shaped by the laws of heaven and earth, he was unable to fully comprehend them at this moment. Had a powerful figure from the Taoist sect, such as Jiang Hao, been present, he would have surely recognized that this yellow paper was a high-level talisman. Indeed, a talisman. Only those skilled in chi refinement could craft such a talisman. In the context of this era, it was nothing short of legendary. Even for someone of the Duke's esteemed status, acquiring this invaluable high-level talisman required navigating through extraordinary channels. He had treasured it as a life-saving artifact, carrying it closely yet hesitating to use it in times of peril. However, at this critical juncture, he had no choice but to employ it, regardless of his reluctance. With a sharp sound, the talisman was activated by the Duke's mental energy before Elbu could advance. In an instant, the talisman ignited without wind, releasing a mysterious force. A brilliant golden light erupted, rapidly expanding outward. Although Elbu attempted to evade, he was nonetheless enveloped by the golden radiance. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling light transformed into a golden cage, completely sealing him from all directions. Yet Elbu was not easily subdued. Despite encountering such a tactic for the first time and losing the initiative, he quickly reacted. He summoned his primordial energy to resist, forming an enormous sphere of light within moments. The clash of these two distinctly opposing forces resulted in a stalemate. Perceiving this, the Duke furrowed his brow slightly, keenly discerning that even with his full assault, he would struggle to overpower Elbu anytime soon. Thus, he resolved to address a more pressing concern. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward the 18th level of the prison, his eyes brimming with palpable murderous intent. In the next heartbeat, he charged fiercely toward the depths of the prison. Chapter 99, Jiang Hao's Doom. To the Prince of Duan, the might of Elbu is indeed formidable. Yet at the end of the day, he remains merely a common man. No matter how extraordinary an individual's strength may be, it cannot possibly undermine the dominion of the great Zhou dynasty. Much like the previous Iron Wuqiu, who, despite being able to slay over 2,000 prisoners confined within the celestial prison for 3 days and nights, could not alter the fate of the empire. In stark contrast, the vast multitude that constitutes the great Zhou dynasty is beyond Elbu's capacity to eradicate, even if he were granted the chance. However, Jiang Hao is a different entity entirely, a perilous figure capable of maneuvering between military and political realms. He possesses the true potential to upend the great Zhou dynasty. Just as he once single-handedly salvaged the empire, the Prince of Duan had previously regarded Jiang Hao's capabilities with trepidation, never truly believing he could orchestrate so much. It was merely a caution born of instinct, a safeguard against the unforeseen. Yet the circumstances have shifted dramatically. If Jiang Hao is indeed the mastermind behind this series of events, as the prince suspects, the situation has escalated to a perilous juncture. Thus, even if he were to spare Elbu, he must seize this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Hao. Even if he were mistaken and Jiang Hao were not the architect of this chaos, it would be better to err on the side of caution than to allow him to escape unscathed. With Elbu ensnared by the power of talismans, there is no one left to thwart him. What? You mentioned Tao Gongwang. That coward has long since hidden away, trembling in fear. Yet, even if he possessed the cultivation of the Dragon Gate, he would likely falter against the Prince of Duan in a single exchange, should he muster the courage to confront him. At this moment, the Prince of Duan dismisses such insignificant figures from his mind, his form flashing as he plunges into the 18th layer of the celestial prison. Upon breaching its threshold, he quickly perceives the presence of 3 unfamiliar individuals, alongside Jiang Hao. The prince's pupils constrict sharply, an acute sense of danger surging within him, particularly after having just faced Elbu, leaving him on edge. If a nameless Elbu could instill such dread, what if these 3 possessed strength to rival his? Would he not be walking into a trap? Yet, this thought is fleeting. Such a scenario seems implausible. Surely there are not that many top-tier warriors. His gaze swiftly zeroes in on Jiang Hao, his ire barely contained, and he coldly demands, Jiang Hao, was it you who orchestrated all of this? In response to his accusatory tone, Jiang Hao remains remarkably composed, a light chuckle escaping him as he replies with nonchalance. Does it truly matter whether it was I? After all, you have come here with the intent to take my life, have you not? Just as the Prince of Duan has come to understand Jiang Hao. The latter is equally astute in discerning the prince's character. Aside from initially being unaware of his extraordinary martial prowess, Jiang Hao is well acquainted with the prince's personality. Beneath a veneer of humility lies an overwhelming arrogance and pride. Yet, one must concede that he possesses the grounds for such pride. For his talents are indeed remarkable in every respect, capable and shrewd. If he were to assume the role of the sovereign of the great Zhou, he might indeed be more suited than the Empress herself. However, the Duke only cares for the Ji clan and its imperial reign. Everything else, in his eyes, seems insignificant. Although the two are old friends, their positions have diverged from the very beginning. Therefore, Jiang Hao felt no surprise at the Duke's willingness to turn against him. Jiang Hao, you are undeniably astute. You speak the truth. Regardless of whether you orchestrated these events, it makes little difference now. Your very existence threatens the stability of the great Zhou. As a friend, I advise you to remember this in your next life. Sometimes, being too clever is a curse. Having uttered these words, the Duke wasted no further time. The uncertainty of when Elbu might escape loomed large, and he needed to act swiftly to eliminate Jiang Hao before that occurred. As he spoke, he advanced step by step toward Jiang Hao, simultaneously channeling the power of heaven and earth to bolster himself, his imposing aura surging forth, filling the entire dungeon with a foreboding presence. Seeking death, Dong Zhuo and the others were instantly incensed at the sight. Without hesitation, they charged forward. Aside from Li Ru, both Dong Zhuo and Niu Fu had attained the celestial realm. Dong Zhuo wielded dual blades, while Niu Fu brandished a long spear. It was not that they preferred different weapons, but the current circumstances dictated that they utilize whatever Jiang Hao had provided. Indeed, their weapons were spoils from Jiang Hao's previous rewards, as he had languished in this dungeon for 6 months, earning diverse rewards daily. Dong Zhuo led the charge, resembling a ferocious bear. Though his physique was imposing, his movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, he swung his dual blades toward the Duke's head with a terrifying momentum, reminiscent of the fierce dance of a battle god. Even the Duke found himself momentarily shaken by the spectacle. In his estimation, while Dong Zhuo's strength may not rival that of Elbu, the terrifying aura he exuded was undeniably formidable. He too embodied the essence of a demon king. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have relished the opportunity to engage such an opponent in a lengthy battle. Yet, at this moment, time was not on his side. With a sudden thrust, his soft sword shot forth, clashing with Dong Zhuo's dual blades midair. Drawing upon his superior cultivation and the power of the laws, he barely managed to repel the blades. Rather than continue to grapple with this formidable opponent, he executed a swift maneuver, maximizing his speed to circumvent Dong Zhuo's colossal form. Old dog, do you think I am invisible? At that moment, Niu Fu charged in from the side. Compared to Elbu and Dong Zhuo, Niu Fu's prowess might not be particularly distinguished. Yet he too has led a life steeped in warfare. Having endured an innumerable array of battles, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood as a valiant general of Shiliang, rich in combat experience, he swiftly sealed the breach, his spear resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, darting towards the chest of the prince with the swiftness of lightning. Another being of the celestial realm, the prince inhaled sharply, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. How few are the masters of the celestial realm in the court? Moreover, which of these esteemed figures lacks a reputation that precedes them? Yet here, within this meager celestial prison, he unexpectedly encountered 3 formidable beings of the celestial realm, each possessing extraordinary strength. Faced with Niu Fu's perfectly timed thrust, the prince found himself unable to evade. Gritting his teeth and relying on the formidable defense of his inner armor to withstand the blow. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his flexible soft sword, which danced like a whip. Ultimately, the gap in cultivation between the two was vast, and the power of the natural world they could summon was incomparable. Even though Niu Fu had the upper hand, he was still violently repelled by the strike of the soft sword. Of course, the prince endured the impact of that fierce thrust, which was no easy feat. However, at this moment, he had no time to recuperate. His gaze locked onto Jiang Hao. At last, there were no obstacles in his path. As for Li Ru, he was not timid like Tao Gongwang, having originated from a place like Liangzhou. Even a scholar could not be utterly defenseless. He prepared to confront the adversary. Nevertheless, considering the rarity of having a strategist among his ranks, Jiang Hao raised a hand to prevent him from recklessly advancing. Should the prince slay him with a mere stroke of his sword, there would be no time for lamentation. At this juncture, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated, stepping forward to face the advancing prince head-on. Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. Jiang Hao bore a calm expression, while the prince wore a look of triumph, for he could already envision the moment of Jiang Hao's demise beneath his blade. "Jiang Hao, meet your end," he bellowed. With a sudden tautness of his soft sword, he unleashed a strike akin to a lightning bolt. The speed of this sword was unparalleled, reaching Jiang Hao's chest in an instant, as if it would pierce through him and extinguish his life entirely. Chapter 100. The true great boss in this moment. The heart of the crown prince was exhilarated, filled with joy and fervor. After all, he was in the act of personally extinguishing a globally renowned prodigy, eliminating a formidable threat to the reign of the great Zhou. Simultaneously, he was also taking the life of an old friend, one with whom he had shared both enmity and camaraderie over the years. Such a tangle of complex emotions swirled within him, making it difficult for even his resilient spirit to remain calm. His journey thus far had been fraught with trials, akin to overcoming 5 obstacles and slaying 6 foes. The entire process had been exceedingly arduous. He had first caught El Bu off guard with a talisman, then deftly evaded Dong Zhuo with his agility. Following that, he had exchanged injuries with Niu Fu, ultimately arriving before Jiang Hao. It felt as though he had endured countless tribulations, and now, at long last, he was on the verge of achieving his ultimate goal and realizing his aspirations. With victory so tantalizingly close, how could his spirits not soar? He possessed absolute confidence in the potency of his strike. Although in this precarious moment, he was far from exerting his full strength. What need had he to do so against Jiang Hao? After all, he was a pinnacle warrior of the celestial realm, one who had comprehended the power of the laws. Even a casual thrust from him would yield extraordinary force. It was not merely Jiang Hao, a scholar with no means to defend himself. Even extraordinary beings would find no escape from the might of his sword. Thus, from the instant his blade was unleashed, Jiang Hao's fate was sealed. For, in the entire expanse of the world, no one could save him at that moment. In the blink of an eye, the cold edge of the sword was poised before Jiang Hao's chest. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, it would pierce through him, splattering blood and extinguishing his life. He could almost envision the sight of Jiang Hao collapsing, along with the look of resentment in his eyes before death, questioning him with a silent why. "Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your own excellence." Even at the final moment, the crown prince felt no hesitation, nor an ounce of mercy. Instead, he intensified the force behind his thrust, driving the sword fiercely toward Jiang Hao's heart. Yet, the sound that reached his ears was not that of blade piercing flesh. Rather, it resembled the clash of metal against metal. His sword appeared to have lodged itself within an unyielding substance. No matter how he exerted himself, it would not advance an inch. A jolt of trepidation surged through the crown prince. Raising his gaze, he beheld Jiang Hao still standing resolutely before him. The soft sword that should have sliced through flesh had not penetrated his chest. Instead, it was caught between 2 fingers. Where had those fingers come from? The crown prince's eyes widened, and in that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage. At this juncture, how audacious of someone to attempt to obstruct him. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that these 2 fingers belonged to Jiang Hao. In that instant, the crown prince seemed to be ensnared by a spell of paralysis, his entire being rendered motionless, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented shock and disbelief. His reaction mirrored that of witnessing an utterly unimaginable event. Not only had Jiang Hao survived his strike, but he had also managed to grasp the sword with merely 2 fingers? What a farcical jest. This sword strike was one that even ordinary extraordinary warriors would struggle to withstand, let alone the seemingly defenseless Jiang Hao. How could someone of Jiang Hao's caliber possibly counter such a blow, especially with just 2 fingers? How could this be? In that fleeting moment, the crown prince felt as if he were on the brink of madness. After all his arduous efforts and struggles, he had finally reached Jiang Hao, believing he was on the verge of reaping the fruits of victory. Yet, who could have anticipated that fate would play such a cruel trick on him? It was as if the heavens were mocking him, asking, "Are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" At this moment, his emotions were palpable. "You have been concealing your true strength?" The crown prince glared fiercely at Jiang Hao, enunciating each word with gritted teeth. He was not a fool. It was evident to him what the situation entailed. His gaze toward Jiang Hao was now filled with an inferno of wrath, his heart consumed by the indignation of being deceived. "Do not look at me with such eyes. After all, you have deceived me as well, have you not? So, in truth, we are even." Jiang Hao responded with a smile. The crown prince opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. For Jiang Hao's assertion held a semblance of truth. Although Jiang Hao had deceived him, he too had similarly misled Jiang Hao. When all was said and done, they were indeed on equal footing. However, with your cultivation talent, how could you possess such strength? The crown prince remained incredulous. "This is a question I wish to pose to you as well. As far as I am aware, your cultivation talent should be rather mediocre. Certainly not sufficient to propel you to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, let alone comprehend the laws of power. Is there some hidden secret behind this?" Jiang Hao scrutinized the crown prince, his eyes alight with curiosity. Upon hearing this, the crown prince's expression shifted dramatically. Without awaiting Jiang Hao's next words, he erupted in fury as if a cat had its tail stepped on. "If you wish to know, go to the underworld and inquire with Yama." As his words hung in the air, the crown prince launched another assault. Unlike his previous casual strikes, aware now of Jiang Hao's extraordinary prowess, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Not only did his cultivation surge, but the power of the heavens also augmented him, accompanied by the force of the laws. As this sword was thrust forth, it transformed into a celestial array of stars, enveloping the entire sky, and then descended upon Jiang Hao in unison. Such a formidable strike. Even a typical celestial realm expert would find it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. Yet, Jiang Hao remained composed, having quietly mobilized his cultivation. In that fleeting moment, the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, simultaneously activated, seemingly forming a grand formation around his body. All the sword lights surged forth, yet were entirely thwarted by this 5 elements formation. If even this formation could not be breached, it was futile to expect any harm to befall Jiang Hao. In contrast, Jiang Hao stepped forward, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike with astonishing velocity. At this very moment, the Duke of Duan found himself at his weakest, having just expended his strength without yet regaining it. Faced with such terrifying aggression, his countenance shifted dramatically. Compared to Jiang Hao in his prime, the Duke, having endured continuous battles, was in a dire state, able to exert only about 60 to 70% of his full potential. Naturally, even at that diminished capacity, he remained remarkably powerful. However, the adversary before him was anything but ordinary. 5 distinct powers of the laws. Jiang Hao had astonishingly comprehended all 5. In that instant, the Duke's astonishment was beyond articulation. How could such an anomaly exist in the world? For most, grasping even a single law is a rare fortune. Yet, he had mastered 5? Was he even human? The Duke had previously thought Lu Bu's strength was already formidable, but it was only upon confronting Jiang Hao that he realized who the true formidable foe was. Having traversed myriad challenges, congratulations, you may now face the true boss. However, the outcome of this challenge was, with a resounding crash, a single palm strike sent the Duke flying. Chapter 101. The death of the prince. A fiery palm strike descended, crashing violently against the chest of the prince, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling through the air. He struck the wall of the celestial prison with the helplessness of a mere punching bag. Despite the protective armor encasing him, the sudden and ferocious impact left him dazed, blood spilling from his mouth. To be candid, the walls of this 18-layered prison had seen better days. Ever since Jiang Hao's arrival, they had endured unmerited suffering, repeatedly subjected to brutal assaults. Had these walls not been forged from exquisite iron, they would have surely crumbled into ruins long ago under such relentless punishment. "Did you not intend to kill me? This level of strength is inadequate," Jiang Hao remarked with a hint of derision. He had no intention of sparing the prince so easily. On the contrary, his gaze was icy and laced with unmasked malice. Though the prince appeared to be in a state of disarray, Jiang Hao understood all too well that for a being at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, these injuries were hardly life-threatening. A mere moment of respite would allow his opponent to regain his combat prowess. Therefore, without hesitation, Jiang Hao advanced, his figure nearly vanishing from sight. When he reappeared before the prince, he wielded a sword radiating a chilling brilliance, the Qingjiao sword. The luster of the golden law danced along the sharp blade, and as he infused it with a continuous flow of primordial energy, the sword's power surged to terrifying heights. Not only did a frigid sword light flicker and pulse, but the roar of a dragon could be faintly heard, as if the sword had come alive in that very instant. Without a trace of mercy, Jiang Hao swung the sword down upon his adversary, mirroring the prince's earlier ruthlessness. At that moment, fate had turned its tide. It must be acknowledged that the bond between the two, forged through shared traits, both concealing their true strengths and being equally ruthless, had merit, albeit neither regarded the other as a true friend. Then came a piercing sound. The Qingjiao sword, a supreme treasure, wielded far greater might than the spear of El Bu. Enhanced by the power of the golden law, its destructive capability reached an astonishingly fearsome level. The already battered inner armor could no longer withstand the assault. Despite being a top-tier protective gear, it was not an indestructible artifact and ultimately had its limits. With a shrill noise, the runes inscribed upon the exquisite inner armor shattered under the onslaught of the Qingjiao sword's blade, swiftly torn asunder. In that fleeting moment, the prince's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking into profound dread. Bereft of the armor's protection, he felt as if he had been stripped bare, devoid of any semblance of safety. Especially in the presence of Jiang Hao, there was no sign of retreat or capitulation. His sword fell once more with a chilling gleam, akin to a steel needle piercing through the air, causing a sharp sting against his skin. At this critical juncture, the Duke did not choose to flee. He was acutely aware that neither Dong Zhuo nor Niu Fu, who were lurking nearby, nor the likely liberated El Bu outside would grant him an escape. His only glimmer of hope lay in Jiang Hao. At this moment, embracing death was his only chance for survival. If you seek my life, then you must accompany me on this journey today. The Duke, his hair disheveled and appearing almost frenzied, let out a desperate roar, his eyes filled with madness. In an instant, he leaped into the air, maximizing his agility and evading Jiang Hao's deadly sword strike with an utterly irrational maneuver. His soft sword then struck like a venomous serpent, swiftly aiming for Jiang Hao's throat. It was undeniable that, even in such dire circumstances, the Duke's ability to mount a counterattack was truly astonishing. In terms of temperament, reflexes, and combat prowess, he surpassed ordinary transcendence by several tiers. Even Jiang Hao found himself momentarily taken aback. However, Jiang Hao was no longer the naive youth of yesteryear. Over the past 6 months, he had undergone a profound transformation, particularly following the complete activation of his imperial human body, which had significantly heightened his combat instincts. Faced with the Duke's unexpected assault, his body reacted almost reflexively. He swiftly stepped back with his right foot, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, then seized the cold blade with his left hand, disregarding the blood flowing from his palm. In this critical moment, he hurled the Qingjiao sword forward. The Qingjiao sword instantly transformed into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing from Jiang Hao's grasp. It then surged forth like a ferocious azure dragon, lunging at the Duke. With a resounding thud, the Duke, who had just taken flight, was abruptly brought crashing down to the ground once more. This time, he found himself utterly powerless to rise again, as the Qingjiao sword had pierced through his body, pinning him like a nail to the earth. Vivid crimson blood flowed down the sword's edge, and the Duke's countenance quickly turned pale. Despite the tenacity of a transcendence life force, being impaled by a superior weapon and losing copious amounts of blood rendered him barely able to sustain himself. He struggled to prop himself up with trembling hands, laboriously lifting his gaze to Jiang Hao, his eyes brimming with profound unwillingness. Yet, Jiang Hao remained indifferent to it all, approaching the Duke with an impassive demeanor, and inquired, "Might you now reveal to me how you attained such remarkable cultivation?" Upon hearing these words and observing Jiang Hao's lofty demeanor, Prince Duan immediately clenched his teeth and retorted, "Do you truly believe I would divulge such information?" Seemingly not satisfied, he further exclaimed in anger, "Traitorous scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. May you meet a most untimely demise." Jiang Hao, unfazed by the prince's response, appeared to have anticipated such a reaction. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "In truth, whether you choose to inform me or not bears little significance, for if the Ji clan were to fall, What use would these secrets serve you? You dare. Upon hearing this, Prince Duan's expression shifted dramatically. The Ji clan represented his Achilles heel, the very purpose for which he devoted his life. As the royal decree of the ancestral hall, his existence had been dedicated to the preservation of the Ji clan. Jiang Hao's ambition to obliterate the Ji clan undeniably struck at his most sensitive core, challenging the boundaries he had set. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Jiang Hao, incapable of even resorting to desperate measures. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Hao. Had his eyes possessed lethal intent, Jiang Hao would have long since been reduced to mere fragments. You shall not succeed. Jiang Hao, you will forever remain unsuccessful. The Ji clan's legacy, spanning millennia, had always been the celestial force of the Great Zhou. No one could ever disrupt the Ji clan's dominion, including you. All who dare to threaten the Ji clan's supremacy shall inevitably meet a tragic end. Prince Duan cried out in anguish. Jiang Hao refrained from engaging in further debate and stepped forward. He grasped the hilt of his sword and drew the Qingjiao sword from his chest. With a swift motion, the head of Prince Duan fell to the ground. Even in his final moments, his eyes remained wide open, filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. There will come a day, Jiang Hao stated coolly as he sheathed his sword, but alas, it seems you will not witness it. Chapter 102. No one dares to investigate my lord. You have severed his head once more. At that moment, the shadow demon emerged unexpectedly, its countenance filled with sorrow as it spoke. Jiang Hao paused at the remark, glancing at the headless corpse of the duke, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, and immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he vowed, next time, I shall surely remember. The shadow demon muttered, I fear that if you continue in this manner, it seems you have developed a penchant for decapitation, which is hardly a commendable habit. Jiang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Faced with such jest from his pet, he could only pretend not to hear. As the battle concluded, others began to gather around, including El Bu, who had previously been ensnared by talismans. At that moment, he had managed to free himself, though his expression was far from pleasant. After all, he had boldly accepted this task in front of Jiang Hao, only to eliminate a single opponent. And that was the weaker one at that, while the stronger adversary had effortlessly bypassed him and stormed into the prison. Though Jiang Hao was unscathed and the others had sustained no injuries, for the prideful El Bu, this was an undeniable humiliation, especially since it marked his inaugural battle in this realm, and he had not achieved complete success. My lord, this was my oversight. I beg for your punishment. El Bu soon approached Jiang Hao, willingly admitting his fault. Jiang Hao, however, did not take it to heart and merely offered a gentle reminder. Fengxian, you possess extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength. You are a general among millions. Yet, do not underestimate the heroes of this world, for it is vastly different from the one you hail from. If we were to merely compare physical prowess, the Duke would certainly be no match for you. It was solely due to the disparity in equipment that he managed to endure so long against you. As for the talismans, it was your first encounter with them that led to your inadvertent misstep. This is a testament to the differences between our worlds. In the Eastern Han realm, supernatural powers are seldom revealed. Battles are determined by sheer martial strength. Yet in this realm, beyond martial prowess, there exist myriad enigmatic and peculiar techniques. And if one is unprepared, even the mightiest may find themselves in dire straits. Lord Wei, are you unharmed? As the tumult subsided, Tao Gongwang emerged from an unknown corner. Upon seeing this timid and cowardly fellow, Jiang Hao could only shake his head in exasperation, too weary to engage with him. Having long understood his nature, he held no expectations of him, and thus, disappointment was not an issue. However, it must be noted that had Tao Gongwang not been so fearful, he would not have been so easily controlled by Jiang Hao with a single 3-corpse brain god pill. Lord Wei, who are these individuals? Tao Gongwang inquired, glancing curiously at El Bu and the others. You need not concern yourself with that. First, take care of these 2 corpses, particularly that of the Duke. You must also perform the necessary stitching. Jiang Hao refrained from providing excessive explanations, instead directing his attention to the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Is the Duke of Duan also deceased? Tao Gongwang was immediately struck with astonishment. Previously, he had only witnessed Tai Wuqiu being slain by El Bu's spear, and never imagined that the Duke of Duan would also succumb to the cold embrace of death. Gazing at the 2 corpses lying side by side, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, His legs weakened to the point of almost collapsing to the ground. The death of Tai Wuqiu was one thing. Although a formidable figure of the celestial realm, his status was not excessively prominent. However, the Duke of Duan was an entirely different matter. He was the emperor's own uncle, held in high regard by the sovereign. Not only was he a distinguished royal relative, but he also held the esteemed position of the minister of the imperial clan, renowned as the illustrious king of the 8 virtues. The fact that he had perished within this prison was a catastrophe of monumental proportions. In that fleeting moment, Tao Gongwang even contemplated abandoning his post and fleeing. Yet, the vastness of the world left him pondering where he could possibly escape to. More critically, if he chose not to flee, there was a chance he might remain undetected. However, should he attempt to escape, it would be tantamount to self-betrayal. If captured by the court, he feared that death would not be his only fate. He would surely endure a fate worse than death. As this thought crossed his mind, he involuntarily shuddered and immediately turned to Jiang Hao. At this juncture, he felt he was irrevocably entwined with Jiang Hao's path. Even without the threat of the 3 corpses brain god pill, he dared not entertain any treachery. Rather, clinging to Jiang Hao's side was his only chance of survival. Lord Wei, what shall we do now? Tao Gongwang stammered, swallowing hard. What to do? Let it be. Jiang Hao replied with an air of composure. When fate beckons, and one's mother remarries, what could he do if these 2 insisted on courting death? The same adage applies. A plethora of lice does not itch. An abundance of debts does not worry. He had resigned himself to the situation entirely. Whatever may come, he would simply pack up and leave if it came to that. After all, relocating to a different place would still yield rewards. Thus, he had long since come to terms with it, shedding any remnants of pressure. He soon instructed, "Handle it as we did last time. No one came to investigate then. Perhaps it will be the same this time." Tao Gongwang contemplated this and found some merit in Jiang Hao's words. He sensed that the current court was markedly different from the one he had known before. What if they could not trace it back to him? With no better alternatives, he resolved to follow Jiang Hao's orders, treating the situation as a last-ditch effort. Before long, he and the Shadow Demon collaborated, having grown accustomed to their roles. While the Shadow Demon adeptly maneuvered the Duke of Duan and Tai Wuqiu's bodies out of the prison. This time, Tao Gongwang remembered the lessons from their previous encounter. He did not instruct the Shadow Demon to return the bodies to the Duke's residence or the Divine Constabulary, nor did he allow the 2 corpses to vanish into thin air. Given their exceptional identities, a sudden disappearance could potentially invite even greater complications. Thus, Tao Gongwang instructed the shadowy specter to transport their corpses directly outside the city. It was not until several days later that the bodies of the 2 individuals were finally discovered. By the time they were found, their remains had been so ravaged by wild beasts that identifying the cause of death became an arduous task. This incident naturally stirred a tempest in the imperial capital. Just as Tao Gongwang had foreseen, while the demise of Tai Wuk was regrettable, the unexpected death of Prince Duan truly sent ripples through the court, with repercussions far surpassing the previous affair. A few days prior, Prince Duan had dispatched someone to the Ministry of Justice to retrieve the case files from the last incident. Could it be that he was targeted for investigating this matter? The same could be said for the renowned Tai Shinbu. On this occasion, he had returned to the imperial capital at the behest of His Majesty, not only to assume command of the Divine Capturing Division, but also specifically to investigate this case. The fact that he and Prince Duan met with the same fate likely correlates with this investigation, the Minister of Justice remarked. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered officials shifted dramatically. The previous case had yet to yield any results, and now with the deaths of Tai Wuk and Prince Duan, the situation had escalated beyond comprehension. This was a veritable crisis. No, it had already spiraled into chaos. All eyes turned toward the Minister of Justice, who was met with a chorus of inquiries. This case has been under investigation for so many days. Is there truly no progress? The minister replied bluntly. Such a monumental case is not easily unraveled. At the very least, the Ministry of Justice alone lacks the capacity to pursue this matter effectively. Unless, of course, one of you is willing to take it on. We in the ministry would be prepared to offer our full cooperation. After delivering this statement, the minister scrutinized the assembly, as if eager to identify any willing volunteer. However, faced with his gaze, the attendees recoiled in trepidation. What folly! This case had already claimed so many lives, each of whom held significant status and formidable power. In the current scenario, Who would dare to grasp this hot potato? A misstep could very well lead to their own undoing, especially with the three principal departments lacking leadership. Consequently, no one dared to take on the investigation. A moment of silence enveloped the room as the officials exchanged glances, none willing to speak up. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. It would be best to report to Her Majesty, allowing her imperial judgment to prevail. With no one willing to bear the blame, the burden would inevitably fall upon the Empress. Chapter 103. The target is Shiliang. While a multitude of court officials conspired to cast blame upon the Empress, Ji Luoyao remained steadfast at the eastern border fortress. Though the recent clash with the demon god empire had resulted in a resounding victory for the Great Zhou dynasty, decimating nearly half of the million-strong demon army, this did not signify the end of hostilities in the east. Were it any ordinary faction, suffering the loss of tens of thousands of elite troops, including two formidable beings of the celestial realm, would indeed bring them to the brink of collapse. Yet, the demon god empire was no common power. It was a colossal entity with a legacy that rivaled the Great Zhou dynasty. Although the previous losses had left them somewhat weakened, they were far from being unable to sustain themselves. Particularly, upon realizing that Ji Luoyao, the Empress of Great Zhou, was a being of the human emperor physique, the demon emperor himself remained entrenched at the front lines, continuously dispatching more formidable warriors and soldiers to bolster their ranks. Thus, Ji Luoyao found herself increasingly reluctant to depart. Should she abandon her post now, the demon forces would undoubtedly unleash an all-out assault on the fortress. With the might of the demon emperor at their helm, no one else could withstand their onslaught. If the demon army were to breach the fortress and invade the central plains, the consequences for Great Zhou would be catastrophic, akin to an avalanche cascading down a snowy mountain, triggering a series of disastrous reactions that could lead to complete disintegration. It was in this precarious situation that she received the harrowing news from the imperial capital. Upon learning that not only had her trusted confidant, Tai Wuqiu, met a tragic end, but her royal uncle, the Duke of Duan, had also fallen victim to foul play, Ji Luoyao felt an overwhelming surge of rage that caused her to cough up blood. This was no mere exaggeration. She was genuinely incensed to the point of hemorrhage. Never did she imagine that a mere case could result in such significant losses in such a short span of time. Among the casualties were not only the heads of the three major departments of the court and the exceptionally talented Tai Wuqiu, but also the hidden pillar of the Ji royal family, Duke Duan. The loss of such a pinnacle figure at the celestial realm was unfathomable. Who could possibly be behind this sinister plot? Was it the machinations of the surrounding great powers? The Xinjiang Khanate? The Western Buddhist kingdom? Or perhaps the Southern Witch clan? Ji Luoyao gritted her teeth. At that moment, she yearned to grasp the human emperor's sword and return to the imperial capital with vengeance. It was no wonder she considered these several factions. Aside from them, she could hardly conceive of anyone capable of eliminating a peak celestial realm powerhouse like Duke Duan. Even the motives behind such actions led her to a series of conclusions. It was likely an attempt to ignite chaos within her domain, compelling her to retreat. Once she left the border fortress, the demon army could swiftly invade the central plains, providing whoever orchestrated this scheme with the perfect opportunity to fulfill their nefarious ambitions. The more she pondered, the more resolute she became in her decision not to return. Ji Luoyao's determination solidified. However, she could not return, yet the affairs in the imperial capital required someone to manage them. With Cao Xiaoping and his trusted aides no longer present, and even the Duke of Duan, a pillar of the royal family, having unexpectedly fallen, she found it difficult to conceive of anyone capable of resolving this predicament. Inevitably, her thoughts wandered to a particular individual. If that person were willing to take action, perhaps no, I cannot possibly seek his assistance. Ji Luoyao immediately shook her head. In the absence of anyone who could navigate this chaotic situation, she could only arrange for several court officials to collaborate diligently, at least to maintain stability in the imperial capital. Since the adversary had exclusively targeted key figures, it indicated that their numbers were not substantial. A small number of foes also meant they could not accomplish grand schemes. As long as she could uphold a semblance of stability in the capital, it would not be too late to personally return and confront the mastermind behind it all once she had repelled the demon army. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that the death of the Duke of Duan had instilled fear in the hearts of numerous court officials. Far away at the eastern border fortress, Ji Luoyao was locked in a battle of wits with the very air around her. In truth, after alerting Tao Gongwang to the changes in the external situation, Jiang Hao had cast this matter from his mind. He was presently engaged in discussions with Dong Zhuo and others regarding their next destination. You may head to Jizhou. The Zhang Jiao brothers are well acquainted with you. And the current momentum of the Taiping Dao in Jizhou is robust. If you join forces, the neighboring provinces could be swiftly conquered, he proposed, pointing to a specific location on the map. Dong Zhuo and his companions exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before shaking their heads. The Zhang Jiao brothers held no affection for them, and there was considerable animosity. After all, they had played a part in the suppression of the Yellow Turban Army in the past. Now, encountering the Zhang Jiao brothers in this alternate realm, they could not be certain of a warm welcome, nor did they wish to impose themselves upon those who might not want them. Noticing their reluctance, Jiang Hao swiftly indicated another location on the map. If you are unwilling to go to Jizhou, then Jiangnan could also be a viable option. The situation there is currently tumultuous, presenting an opportunity for you to showcase your talents. Should you choose to ally with Chunsheng and Wu Guang, they would undoubtedly welcome your support. Dong Zhuo and his companions found themselves in a state of indecision once again. Jiang Hao's explanation highlighted the chaos in Jiangnan, where uprisings were rampant, indeed offering ample opportunity. However, being from the north, they were uncertain if they could adapt to the environment of Jiangnan. Most importantly, after making the arduous journey to this world, they yearned to carve their own path rather than relying on the victories of others, and they were loath to be dependent on someone else's success. My lord, may we lead an army of our own? Dong Zhuo articulated his thoughts candidly to Jiang Hao. He desired to take command independently, rather than relying on others. That Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. It was not that he was unwilling, but such opportunities were not easily found. The reason the Zhang Jiao brothers were able to rise in Jizhou was due to the foundation laid by the Yellow Turban Army. Although the Yellow Turbans had previously been inconsequential, they had nonetheless endured for many years, earning a reputation far and wide. Subsequently, the leadership of the Zhang Jiao brothers facilitated a swift breakthrough. In contrast, the circumstances surrounding Chunsheng and Wu Guang mirrored this situation. In recent years, the Jiangnan region has suffered immensely from disasters, while the imperial court continued to impose heavy taxes, inciting widespread discontent among the populace. It only required a spark to ignite a widespread conflagration, thus enabling them to rise effortlessly amidst the turmoil. However, the opportunities for Dong Zhuo and his companions were far less favorable. When one surveys the vast expanse of the map, it becomes evident that the prime locations are firmly under the control of formidable powers, making them difficult to destabilize. Conversely, the more vulnerable areas, though easily shaken, are not particularly appealing. At least, Jiang Hao does not regard them highly, as they are merely obscure corners. Aside from the imperial court's stronghold, only the territories of the border troops warrant consideration. Yet, it would be imprudent to send Dong Zhuo and his 3 companions to seize control of the border troops' territories single-handedly. But perhaps there exists a genuine possibility? A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated Jiang Hao's mind. The other 3 border troops are currently unified under singular leadership, making them less susceptible to interference. However, the western border troops present a different scenario. A few years prior, the general of the western town unexpectedly passed away, and the court has yet to appoint a new successor. This situation has resulted in chaos, with numerous small warlords emerging, each governing their own territories and frequently engaging in conflict. Had it not been for the abundance of martial virtue, they may have long since been subdued. When Jiang Hao conveyed this situation to Dong Zhuo and his companions, their eyes brightened with newfound hope. They hailed from the border regions and were most familiar with such circumstances. Given the opportunity, they could undoubtedly rise amidst the chaos. Coincidentally, that area is also known as Liangzhou, reminiscent of their previous lives, Jiang Hao remarked with a smile. Then let us proceed to Shiliang. Dong Zhuo and his companions echoed in unison, no longer hesitating. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Should Dong Zhuo and his companions indeed find success in Shiliang, coupled with the Zhang Jiao brothers from Jizhou and Chunsheng and Wu Guang from the south, only the north would remain. It is rumored that, with the support of the Golden Horde, the 7 kings of the north seem to be rising once more. The formidable individuals sent by the Golden Horde are apparently led by the king of Samo. How fortuitous, is it not? Unbeknownst to them, an intricate game had been set in motion. Chapter 104. Where's my son Fengxian? The formidable figures of Dong Zhuo and his companions acted with remarkable urgency. Upon receiving the directive from Jiang Hao, they hastened their journey towards Shiliang. Though lacking exotic mounts, each possessed extraordinary prowess. Even Li Ru, the weakest among them, was a transcendent warrior and moved with commendable speed. Thus, within a mere 5 or 6 days, they traversed from the imperial capital to the territory of Shiliang. My esteemed father-in-law, ahead lies Jinyuan City, one of them announced. Jinyuan City had long been the domain of the Western Army's officer, Dan Yihu, a minor warlord of Shiliang. His temperament was notoriously brutal, often deriving pleasure from the suffering of the common folk. Previously restrained by the presence of the General of the West, he had become increasingly unbridled following the general's demise, inciting deep-seated animosity among the local populace. Given their recent arrival, targeting the notorious Dan Yihu seemed most opportune. The only challenge lay in the fact that this individual commanded an elite force of 30,000 soldiers, and being aware of his unpopularity, he was always accompanied by a significant number of guards. Coupled with his own formidable strength and his habitual residence in the military encampment, subduing him would not be an easy feat. As the strategist of the group, Li Ru took on the task of formulating a plan after diligently gathering intelligence. 30,000 elite soldiers indeed present a formidable challenge, he conceded, prompting a frown from Niu Fu. Although they were powerful beings in their own right, the distinction between ordinary soldiers and seasoned warriors was glaringly apparent. While Shiliang was in turmoil, this very chaos had birthed many a strong man, and frequent skirmishes had honed their martial prowess. Ultimately, they were but 4 individuals. Excluding Li Ru, the scholar, they were reduced to a mere trio. To confront 30,000 elite soldiers with just 3 men seemed utterly reckless. Yet, Dong Zhuo and Elbu remained unfazed. With Fengxian and myself here, what is there to fear from a mere 30,000 soldiers? Let us proceed directly to the gates and summon Dan Yihu to meet us, Dong Zhuo proclaimed boldly. Hearing this, Niu Fu sighed in resignation and rode forward. The newly appointed General of the West is present. Let Officer Dan Yihu come forth to greet us, he called out at the city gate. The guards atop the walls were taken aback. Since the passing of the previous General of the West, the court had not appointed a successor for many years. Why, then, had there been such a sudden announcement of a new appointment? Soon, a voice rang out. Where is the newly appointed General of the West? Do you possess any proof? Of course, they had no tangible evidence. The title of General of the West was based solely on their words. However, Dong Zhuo boldly rode forward, exuding an imposing presence as he declared, I am the newly appointed General of the West, and as for the documentation, you are not yet worthy to peruse it. Summon Shan Yihu to me at once, lest his life be in peril if we delay. One must admit, Dong Zhuo's aura was indeed formidable, befitting one who had once served as a prime minister. Despite his lack of tangible evidence, the gatekeeper could not help but be swayed by his commanding demeanor. Please wait, General of the West. I shall promptly notify Captain Shan. Before long, Shan Yihu arrived with his men. However, Shan Yihu was no stranger to the world and was not easily deceived like the gatekeeper. Although Dong Zhuo's presence was intimidating, Shan Yihu had never encountered him before. According to convention, the appointment of a General of the West typically involved selecting someone known within local military circles, rather than an unfamiliar figure. Moreover, with only 4 solitary individuals outside the city, it was implausible for the court to appoint a General of the West with such a meager display. Frankly speaking, these few men, far from being candidates for the general, would likely struggle to even reach the city of Shiliang. The fierce spirit of the Shiliang people was not merely a saying. Who is this old fool, audaciously claiming to be the General of the West? I could just as easily proclaim myself Duke of Wei. Do you believe that? Shan Yihu laughed boisterously. Dong Zhuo, not one to possess a temperate disposition, could scarcely contain his fury upon hearing this. Had Shan Yihu chosen to surrender meekly, Dong Zhuo might have spared him for a moment. However, with such an attitude, Dong Zhuo immediately resolved that this man must not be allowed to remain any longer. Seeking death, Dong Zhuo bellowed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he spurred his steed, leaping into the air and charging towards the city wall. Shan Yihu, witnessing this, widened his eyes, feeling the unmistakable might emanating from Dong Zhuo, and his expression shifted dramatically. Yet, Despite his astonishment, he remained composed. Stepping back swiftly, he shouted, "All together, let us slay him." One must commend the valiant spirit of the warriors from Shilyang. In other regions, ordinary soldiers might instinctively falter in the presence of a formidable being. Yet in Jinyuan City, upon hearing Shan Yihu's command, the soldiers fearlessly formed ranks to confront him. Some bore shields, others wielded spears, some drew bows, and others readied crossbows, all working in perfect harmony. Though Dong Zhuo was a powerful being, as he fell into the midst of this formidable army, the overwhelming pressure of their formation rendered even the might of heaven and earth difficult to summon, causing his countenance to change. He was gaining a more profound understanding of the ferocity of this foreign army. Nevertheless, Dong Zhuo remained unperturbed, for he possessed a trump card. "Where is my son, Fengxian?" Dong Zhuo called out, unveiling his secret weapon. While his martial prowess was commendable, it was not unparalleled, and after a period of neglect, he needed time to regain his former strength. In stark contrast, Elbu remains in an unparalleled state of peak prowess, exhibiting an astonishing capacity for learning. Having descended into this realm for merely a few days, he has already managed to unleash the full extent of his formidable skills. "Do not fear, my adoptive father. Elbu has arrived." With a resounding battle cry, he swiftly plunged into the ranks of the army, wielding his war spear with an unmatched ferocity that far surpasses the capabilities of Dong Zhuo. Like a relentless force of nature, he carved through the enemy as if they were mere straw. Though he faced them alone, he seemed an incarnation of death itself, with no one daring to stand in his way. Whether armed with a spear or a shield, all were swept away under the sweeping arc of his weapon. Who are these ruthless killers that have emerged? Such a scene left Dan Yihu's eyes wide as saucers, filled with an incredulous shock. He had thought Dong Zhuo's power was formidable, only to find that Elbu, who appeared subsequently, was an entity beyond human comprehension. Even in the vast expanse of Shilyang, he could find no one to rival Elbu's might. The former general of the West, once a formidable figure, now paled in comparison to this fearsome warrior. At that moment, Elbu's gaze fixed upon him, radiating a murderous intent that compelled Dan Yihu to tremble in fear. Without a second thought, he turned to flee. However, before he could escape Elbu's line of sight, Elbu remained stationary, effortlessly hurling his war spear. Like a bolt of black lightning, it pierced through Dan Yihu's body, propelled by tremendous inertia, pinning his lifeless form to the gatepost. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, even the seasoned veterans present were momentarily rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Each individual involuntarily halted, gazing upon Elbu as if he were an invincible deity. Clang, clang. One by one, they discarded their weapons and knelt before him, unable to rise. Soon, someone took the lead, and others followed suit, shouting in unison, "We pay our respects to the General of the West." At this juncture, the absence of an imperial decree became inconsequential. Chapter 105. Half a year time passed day by day. Although the situation on the continent was tumultuous, it maintained a fragile equilibrium amidst the unrest. Take the demon god empire as an example. They harbored a deep desire to eliminate the Empress of the Great Zhou, the human sovereign, to prevent future troubles. To this end, they even gathered a formidable army at the border. However, simultaneously, they were filled with trepidation, fearing that pressing too hard might provoke the Empress into wielding the human sovereign's sword in a desperate fight. After all, they had just witnessed the terrifying power of the sword. Should the Empress unleash it with reckless abandon, its might would surpass imagination. Even if they succeeded in vanquishing her, their own losses would be considerable, likely sacrificing several powerful demon kings in the process. Thus, they dared not gamble everything. Ultimately, this was not solely a matter for the demon race. It would not be fair for them to make sacrifices while other factions on the continent remained inactive. Conversely, other forces on the continent indeed entertained the notion of watching the conflict unfold from a distance. After all, cultivators of the celestial realm were the backbone of any faction, and no one wished to see such invaluable assets lost in vain. If the demon god empire and the great Zhou were to engage in mutual destruction, it would be an ideal scenario, allowing others to reap the benefits. For instance, the Golden Tent Khanate merely dispatched strong individuals to join the Seven Kings camp without mobilizing their army, deliberately avoiding drawing the attention of the great Zhou at this critical juncture. Other factions on the continent had not even shown their heads. patiently awaiting the outcome of the conflict between the demon race and the great Zhou before making their next move. As for Empress Ji Luoyao, she was eager to swiftly resolve the threat posed by the demon army. At the very least, she aimed to drive them back to their homeland, allowing her to focus on other pressing matters. The dilemma lay in the fact that the demon race consistently evaded direct confrontation, opting instead to dispatch elite warriors for small-scale raids, clearly intent on dragging out the conflict to see who could outlast whom. This left Ji Luoyao in a state of extreme frustration, unable to advance or retreat. Of course, while the overall situation appeared stable, certain regions remained chaotic. For instance, the Seven Kings of the North, bolstered by the support of the Golden Tent Khanate, engaged in lively skirmishes with the imperial army. Additionally, the Taiping Dao and regions such as Jizhou continued to expand rapidly, despite the imperial forces being dispatched to suppress them. They simply could not stifle the growth of the Yellow Turban Army. The uprisings in the Jiangnan region were gaining momentum, with the imperial authority no longer able to exert control there. In the West Liang region, under the self-proclaimed title of General of the West, Dong Zhuo and his companions were thriving. After incorporating the elite troops of the Single Tiger, they were free to act with abandon. Especially Lu Bu who, while unmatched in one-on-one combat, truly excelled on the battlefield. Now, with a newly acquired elite army under his command, Lu Bu had transformed into the invincible flying general. Under Dong Zhuo's comprehensive leadership, and with Li Ru providing strategic counsel, Niu Fu was equally capable of leading troops into battle. This family of four quickly established a foothold in Xianyang, continuously subjugating local warlords and enhancing their overall strength through warfare. In stark contrast, the capital remained embroiled in the prolonged turmoil of the Seven Kings Rebellion, unable to redirect its attention to the chaos in Xianyang. The unexpected demise of Prince Duan and others only intensified the fears of court officials regarding the looming threats. Coupled with the Empress's directive to exercise caution and maintain stability within the capital, they were even more reluctant to provoke the unseen puppet master. As for the case, what case? At this juncture, no one dared to broach the subject, each choosing to emulate the indifference of the Minister of Justice. As the saying goes, as long as I do not seek trouble, trouble shall not seek me. Indeed, in the absence of provocations, Jiang Hao too was disinterested in stirring the pot. A harmonious coexistence prevailed. Thus, the capital gradually regained its tranquility, reminiscent of a time of peace and prosperity. Jiang Hao, apart from occasionally indulging in culinary adventures, spent his days either resting in the dungeon or immersing himself in books, embodying a life of leisure. In such circumstances, daily rewards for his idleness were inevitable, and his cultivation steadily progressed. Ding! After 7 months of leisure, a special reward is granted. Congratulations, host. You have received a transformation elixir. The special reward for July was a transformation elixir, a potion utilized by ancient qi refiners for refining essence into qi and qi into spirit. Even in ancient times, such a precious elixir would be worth its weight in gold. While Jiang Hao focused on martial cultivation, this invaluable elixir would undoubtedly prove beneficial, significantly enhancing his spiritual perception. The advantages of such a profound enhancement were evident. Heightened awareness to anticipate crises, mastery over the forces of nature to greatly elevate combat capabilities, and crucially, an improved comprehension of the laws of power. It could be said that his strength was augmented from every conceivable angle. Ding! After 8 months of leisure, a special reward is granted. Congratulations, host. You have received a set of soft armored shell. The special reward for August was equally remarkable. Having witnessed firsthand the immense advantages of Prince Duan's inner armor, Jiang Hao had long coveted such protection. Regrettably, the inner armor was destroyed by his sword, and even if repaired, it would be of little use. A fine set of precious armor is akin to a second life. Despite one's vigilance, there are moments of carelessness. In critical situations, possessing such armor can be a lifesaver. At present, the soft-shelled armor acquired by Jiang Hao contains a total of 48 inscribed runes, marking it as an exquisite piece of treasure. When compared to the inner armor of the Duke, it surpasses it in every aspect. Even the Azure Flood Dragon sword he previously obtained only bore 46 runes, rendering it inferior to this soft-shelled armor. Ding! After lying flat for 9 months, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Millennium Vermilion Fruits. The special reward for September was rather unremarkable, akin to the one received in May, consisting of the same millennium vermilion fruit, albeit in doubled quantity. Once, a single vermilion fruit had propelled Jiang Hao's cultivation to perfection in the law image realm. Now, in the realm of the celestial being, the fruit's effects were not as astonishing. Nevertheless, consuming two still significantly elevated Jiang Hao's cultivation, effectively saving him several years of arduous effort, which was quite commendable. Ding. After lying flat for 10 months, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a legacy of an alchemist. The special reward in October was indeed exceptional, as it directly granted a legacy of alchemy. This legacy encompassed the discernment of herbs, the processing of medicinal materials, alchemical techniques, mastery of fire, and various formulas, among other alchemical knowledge. This astonishing memory melded into Jiang Hao's mind, as if he suddenly possessed decades of alchemical experience. With some practice, he estimated he could swiftly become a highly skilled alchemist. An accomplished alchemist is revered wherever they go, making this legacy invaluable. However, the assistance it provided Jiang Hao was not as substantial as he had envisioned. The primary issue lay in the complexity of alchemy. Whether it was gathering herbs, crafting alchemical furnaces, or seeking suitable locations for refining, the endeavor was laborious and time-consuming. Moreover, the fruits of his own labor could not compare to the ease of rewards granted by the system. Therefore, he resolved to continue his leisurely existence. For this lying flat system was designed to free him from the burdens of toil. Ding. After lying flat for 11 months, you have received a special reward. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a thread of the profundity of spatial laws. By November, he finally unlocked a grand prize, the law of space. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly rare and precious force of law. The 5 elemental laws that Jiang Hao currently mastered seemed trivial in comparison. Even though his grasp of the spatial law was but a mere thread of profundity, its value was immeasurable. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao chose to accept this reward. In the midst of these seemingly mundane days, nearly half a year had quietly elapsed. As Jiang Hao's prowess escalated remarkably, the world outside was also undergoing tumultuous changes. The situation on the continent soon began to shift dramatically. Chapter 106. The Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Regions, Shiliang Prefecture. The banner of the Great King has transformed atop the city walls. 2 months prior, this place acquired a new master. Indeed, the current lord of this domain is none other than the newly appointed General Dong Zhuo of the West. Over the past 6 months of relentless campaigns, a substantial portion of the vast Shiliang territory has already fallen under his command. He now commands an army of 300,000 elite soldiers. Although the region is somewhat impoverished and lacks sufficient provisions, he has undeniably established the capacity to rule over this territory. Achieving such remarkable feats within a mere 6 months speaks volumes of Dong Zhuo's prowess as a formidable figure destined to become a major player in the Three Kingdoms saga. Of course, this accomplishment is not without the unwavering support of his allies, particularly El Bu, who has captured a significant portion of the territory, earning him the esteemed title of the God of War in Shiliang, rivaling even Dong Zhuo's reputation. At this juncture, the official appointment by the court as General of the West has become irrelevant, for they have effectively assumed the role. Given the current state of the imperial court, even if they are reluctant to acknowledge this reality, they must begrudgingly accept it. Otherwise, the great Zhou might very well face the emergence of yet another rebellious stronghold. A source of turmoil. General, several monks have come seeking an audience, reported a loyal soldier within the Lord's residence, where Dong Zhuo was engaged in discussions with El Bu and others. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. What significance do a few monks hold? Do not let them in. However, the soldier remained, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Noticing this, Li Ru inquired, "Is there a problem?" The soldier promptly replied, "These monks appear to possess an extraordinary background. Perhaps it would be wise for the general to meet with them." Intrigued by this statement, El Bu leaned in and jested, "What could possibly be remarkable about a few monks? You dismissed those from the noble families without a second thought due to their arrogance." The soldier chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he explained, "But, General, you yourself commanded this. Those noble families hold little weight in Liangzhou. Yet these monks are entirely different. They hail from the Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Regions." The Buddhist Kingdom of the Western Regions? Upon hearing this, El Bu's gaze sharpened, Li Ru's feather fan came to an abrupt halt, and Dong Zhuo slowly raised his head. Even Niu Fu could not suppress his curiosity. Rising to attention, the four exchanged glances, a somber expression settling upon their faces. They were no longer the newcomers unaware of the world around them. Through their time of integration, they had come to grasp the general layout of this realm. The term Buddhist Kingdom of the Western regions does not refer to a singular nation. Rather, it encompasses a collection of 36 nations collectively known as the 36 Kingdoms of the Western regions. All these kingdoms reverently uphold Buddhism, and even the succession of kings is dictated by the will of the monastic order. It can be said that the Buddhist realm is akin to the celestial domain of the 36 kingdoms of the Western regions. Thus, these 36 kingdoms are collectively referred to as the Buddhist nations of the West, where all matters, great and small, are governed by the Buddhist order. The Buddhist nations of the West stand as one of the paramount forces on the present continent. Although they reside in a remote area and may not rival the Great Zhou in comprehensive strength, they are certainly not to be underestimated. Let them in. Faced with such a formidable entity, Dong Zhuo hesitated to assert his dominance, wary of provoking a formidable adversary without first ascertaining their intentions. Before long, 3 monks were escorted before them by his guards. Honored to meet the general of the West, the leading monk, clad in yellow robes, greeted with hands clasped in reverence. In the Buddhist tradition, a luohan is not merely a title, it signifies immense power. Each luohan is a formidable being of the celestial realm and the one before them. The tiger subduing luohan is a master of physical cultivation at the pinnacle of this realm. His prowess is such that even among the celestial beings, he would be considered of the highest caliber. The presence of such a powerful envoy speaks volumes about the depth of the Buddhist nations of the West. Dong Zhuo, donning a broad smile and shedding his earlier nonchalance, welcomed the monk with unparalleled enthusiasm. "Ah, so you are a distinguished monk from the Mani ancient temple. No wonder you exude such grace. I have heard that the Mani ancient temple is the foremost temple of the West, and it truly lives up to its reputation." Flattered by his praise, the tiger's subduing Lan's countenance brightened with a smile, yet he humbly responded, "Those of the Buddhist path devote themselves to enlightenment. Such accolades are but illusions." Haha, well said. Indeed, Master possesses great wisdom, unlike us rough-hewn individuals, who are all too often consumed by greed and desire, utterly mundane. Dong Zhuo laughed heartily, then turned to the luohan and inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed master? Your humble servant does not presume to offer counsel. It has come to my attention that a hero has emerged from this land of Shuliang. Given our proximity, the Buddhist order wishes to foster goodwill and has prepared a modest token of our esteem," he replied, as a monk beside him promptly presented a gift list. Upon receiving it, Li Ru's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately passed it to Dong Zhuo. While Dong Zhuo was well versed in many matters, the contents of this list astonished him as well. Goodness, truly remarkable. Setting aside the treasures of gold and silver, the quantities far exceed expectations. Furthermore, there is a staggering offering of provisions, an entire 10 million stone of grain. Though Dong Zhuo was already aware of the West's wealth, he had not anticipated such an abundance. Especially as a mere token of goodwill, this was likely due to their awareness of his need for supplies. However, the magnitude of this gift was astonishing. Enough provisions to sustain his 300,000 troops for over half a year. Initially burdened with concerns over supplies, the bounty from the Buddhist nations of the West alleviated any such worries entirely. In addition to the other treasures of gold and silver, it was sufficient for them to live a prosperous year. When Dong Zhuo presented this list of gifts to El Bu, the latter also exhibited a hint of unease. The father and son exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice. A father knows his son well, and a son knows his father even better. They were two of a kind, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. If they could seize the Western region's Buddhist kingdom, no, even capturing a fraction would likely alleviate their future concerns regarding provisions. However, upon reflecting on the disparity in their strengths, they momentarily suppressed this ambition. They simply could not prevail. At least for now, they were not a match. "Master, you are overly courteous. How can we accept such kindness?" Dong Zhuo rubbed his hands together, and after receiving the list of gifts, his gaze toward the Buddha of the tiger grew increasingly fervent and sincere. "Might there be anything our humble selves can assist you with?" Please do not hesitate to speak. He understood the principle of taking a person's wealth to avert calamity. He certainly did not believe that the other party was offering such substantial provisions merely to cultivate goodwill. His influence was not that significant. Seeing Dong Zhui's understanding, the Buddha of the Tiger could not help but smile. He promptly remarked, "Our Buddhist sect seeks nothing in return. However, General Dong, you are a hero of great renown. How could you be confined to the region of Shiliang? Thus, we are willing to assist you, hoping you can advance further. For instance, capturing the imperial capital of the Great Zhou and instigating a change of dynasty. If General Dong truly harbors such intentions, our Buddhist sect would be inclined to offer even greater support. What are your thoughts on this matter?" After speaking, he fixed his intense gaze upon Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo was no fool. With such words spoken, he grasped the underlying implication. It was evident that the Western region's Buddhist kingdom wished to meddle in the affairs of the Great Zhou without directly engaging. They sought to empower him as a proxy in the internal strife of the Great Zhou. While he held disdain for the Zhou court, he equally looked down upon the ambitions of these foreign powers from the Western region. In his previous life, he had never engaged in treasonous acts, and in this life, he would not willingly fall into depravity. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he prepared to refuse resolutely. However, at that moment, Li Ru stepped forward to halt his decision, whispering in his ear, "The Western region's Buddhist kingdom harbors grand ambitions to intervene in the affairs of the Central Plains, and we cannot hope to obstruct them. Even if we refuse, they will seek alliances with other forces, potentially complicating our situation. It would be prudent to consult with our Lord on how to proceed." Days later, Jiang Hao's reply arrived, containing only 8 characters. "Take advantage of the situation. Use a chicken to lay eggs." Dong Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, but then seemed to grasp the meaning, bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, our Lord sees through it all. First, we shall use a chicken to lay eggs, and then let them reap what they have sown. Ha, splendid." Soon, Dong Zhuo dispatched a messenger to inform the Buddha of the Tiger of his willingness to acquiesce to their demands. However, the specific list of assistants requires further discussion. Chapter 107. Movements from all sides. After nearly half a year of silence, various factions began to stir. It was not merely the clandestine dealings between the Western region's Buddhist kingdom and Dong Zhuo. The witch clan from the southern borders had also surreptitiously sent emissaries to the Central Plains. However, their choice of allies fell upon the duo of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, given that the Jiangnan region had largely been subdued by these two. With even the remaining minor factions pledging allegiance to them, the witch clan found no other suitable partners. Naturally, considering their ambitions and stature, lesser powers were hardly worthy of their attention. "This is a modest token of goodwill from our witch clan. We hope you will graciously accept it." The envoy from the witch clan was a woman clad in black. Although she appeared frail and delicate, an aura of danger enveloped her. This was not solely due to her status as a formidable being of the celestial realm, but also because of the unpredictable and arcane methods associated with her clan, which rendered her an enigma to those who crossed her path. Nevertheless, both Chun Sheng and Wu Guang had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm and comprehended the laws of power, rendering them impervious to ordinary tactics. Thus, they felt no trepidation. Over 100 rare medicinal herbs, dozens of extraordinary spiritual treasures, and an abundance of healing potions. "We shall graciously accept this gift." In contrast to the opulence of the Western region's Buddhist kingdom, the witch clan was undoubtedly less affluent. However, many of the items they presented were rare treasures that could not be acquired even with wealth. Particularly, the medicinal herbs and spiritual items were invaluable, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Therefore, the worth of this gift was not insignificant. It was entirely fitting as a token of their first meeting. Exchanging glances, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The witch clan's sudden presentation of such a substantial gift undoubtedly came with ulterior motives. "What does the witch clan seek?" they inquired directly, eschewing any ambiguity. "Both of you are renowned heroes of this age. I shall not mince words before you," the witch clan envoy replied with a slight smile, her striking phoenix eyes glinting with an intimidating brilliance. "Our intention is straightforward. We wish to join forces with you to pursue great ambitions." "To pursue great ambitions?" Chun Sheng replied, maintaining his composure. "Is our current endeavor not substantial enough?" The Jiangnan region is now our domain. Your dominance in Jiangnan is indeed extraordinary. And even within the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, few can compare to your stature, the witch clan envoy continued, her tone laced with persuasion. Given this, why not strive for even greater heights? Just as you have proclaimed, noble lords and ministers, are they not born of flesh and blood? Our esteemed ancestor Ji emerged from humble beginnings, yet founded the Great Zhou dynasty, a legacy that has endured for millennia. If the two of you could advance further, there might indeed be a chance to replicate the deeds of that illustrious ancestor of the Zhou dynasty, becoming legendary figures revered by future generations. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged glances, and then inquired, "What is it that your witch clan desires?" The witch clan woman replied, unperturbed, "Our demands are quite simple. We seek only to leave the southern borders, ensuring that our descendants do not remain confined to that impoverished and remote land. That would suffice for us. If it were merely this, their request would not be considered excessive." However, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang were acutely aware that the witch clan's ambitions could not be so modest. Their current stance was merely to alleviate suspicion, allowing for a smoother negotiation in the future. "Let us contemplate this matter, and we shall provide you with a response in a few days." They did not act unilaterally, promptly sending a message via carrier pigeon to Jiang Hao, who was imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Meanwhile, in the heart of Jizhou, located to the east of the Zhou dynasty, visitors had also arrived at the grand encampment of the Yellow Turban Army. Unlike the straightforward emissaries from the Western Buddhist nations and the Southern Witch clan, these individuals were shrouded in voluminous black robes. Their attire appeared particularly unique, concealing not only their presence, but also making it nearly impossible to probe their consciousness. Within the tent, Zhang Jiao held a scroll of Taoist scriptures, a gift presented by the visitors. Had it not been for this valuable token of goodwill, he would not have consented to meet with these enigmatic figures. Prior to their arrival, he had taken various precautions, summoning his brothers Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, and surrounding the tent with numerous yellow turban warriors. Moreover, he himself was a peak celestial realm expert, having comprehended the forces of the Tao. Anyone attempting to replicate his assassination of the Yan King would surely find themselves facing dire consequences. However, the visitors showed no inclination towards such nefarious intentions. Upon entering the tent, they swiftly removed their hoods, revealing their true identities. Though their appearances were unremarkable, the aura of their profound cultivation became unmistakable. "You are from the demon clan?" Zhang Jiao's gaze sharpened as he instantly discerned their origins, for the overwhelming demonic energy they exuded could belong to no other. "Esteemed teacher, you may call me the Deer King," proclaimed one of the visitors, renowned as one of the strategists of the demon clan. Although the border fortifications had thwarted the advance of the demon armies, as a demon king-level powerhouse, infiltrating the Zhou territory was not a formidable challenge for him. "Why does a demon clan warrior come to me? Do you presume that I would hesitate to eliminate you?" Zhang Jiao inquired coldly, his demeanor reflecting his disdain for the demon race. As a legitimate human powerhouse, he consistently upheld the belief that those outside his kin could not be trusted. With the formidable prowess of the great sage, it would indeed be a simple task to extinguish my life. However, what benefit would such an act confer upon the great sage? What advantage would it yield for the yellow turbans? On the contrary, the demise of my being would not only offer no benefits, but would instead result in significant detriment. The Deer King stated calmly. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Jiao's gaze turned icy. "Have you come merely to flaunt your strength before me? I can unequivocally assure you that, despite the formidable power of the demon race, I do not regard them as a threat." Sensing that Zhang Jiao's bravado was not mere bluster, the Deer King felt a pang of apprehension within. He dared not continue his ostentation. Soon, he took the initiative to speak. "Great sage, do not be hasty. My purpose in visiting is to seek collaboration with your esteemed faction. There is no need for such overtures. Before I am compelled to unleash my wrath, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly." Zhang Jiao replied with a stony expression. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, ever obedient to their elder brother, stepped forward immediately, positioning themselves protectively before the Deer King. "Our brother has spoken. You are requested to leave." Upon witnessing this, the Deer King's lips twitched slightly, clearly taken aback by Zhang Jiao's unwavering resolve. He had not anticipated that even his promised terms of cooperation would be disregarded in favor of expulsion. Acknowledging this, He dared not conceal his intentions any longer and proclaimed loudly, "To be frank with you, great sage, a monumental upheaval is imminent for the great Zhou. Will you simply stand by and watch? To speak candidly, if the way of peace cannot partake in this forthcoming feast, your faction may find itself facing inevitable doom." At these words, Zhang Jiao's gaze sharpened, halting the movements of Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, and inquired gravely, "What upheaval do you speak of?" The dear king, sensing a glimmer of hope in the possibility of negotiation, exhaled a silent sigh of relief and articulated deliberately, "A grand banquet where various powers unite against the great Zhou." Chapter 108. King Lu, is destiny on my side? It appears that the major factions can no longer remain idle, judging by the current circumstances. They have likely formed a tacit alliance. In the imperial capital's prison, upon receiving the intelligence just conveyed by Jiang Hao could not help but murmur to himself. He then cast his gaze upon several other sealed letters on the table. The Western Buddhist kingdom had approached Dongzhuo. The southern shaman tribe had sought out Chunsheng and Wu Guang, and the demon god empire had reached out to Taiping Dao. When considering the support from the northern seven kings backed by the Golden Horde, it truly felt as though he was surrounded on all sides. It seemed that the great Zhou dynasty was indeed in peril this time. Jiang Hao squinted slightly. At this moment, his dark eyes revealed a hint of complex emotions. After all, it was he who had single-handedly rescued the great Zhou dynasty from the quagmire of war. Little did he expect to witness its decline with his own eyes once more. Naturally, this stirred profound sentiments within him. However, he was merely touched. The notion of stepping in again to turn the tide had not crossed his mind. Although he possessed the capability, some endeavors are best left as singular achievements. No one would stumble in the same place twice. Others may differ, but he would never engage in such folly. The Western Buddhist kingdom, the southern shaman tribe, the demon god empire, and the Golden Horde seemed intent on seizing this opportunity to thoroughly divide the Central Plains. After all, the Central Plains constitute the heart of the entire continent. In the heyday of the great Zhou dynasty, these surrounding factions dared not make a move, relying instead on the breath of the great Zhou for survival, with none bold enough to challenge its dominion. Now, however, the great Zhou dynasty, having endured for millennia, faced severe internal strife and a continuous decline in overall strength. This presented these factions with a rare opportunity they were unwilling to let slip by. Who would prefer to remain in the corners of obscurity when the fertile lands of the Central Plains beckoned? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Should they wish to play the role of the oriole, they might be celebrating prematurely. Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh. While he held no sentimental attachment to the great Zhou dynasty, he would not permit these foreign forces to encroach upon the Central Plains. Just as he had promised the old sage, as long as he remained, he would never allow foreign iron hooves to trample upon the people of the Central Plains. However, there was no need for haste. Let the bullets fly a while longer. In truth, it was not only the factions beyond the great Zhou that were taking action. Many internal forces were also stirred into motion. The time-honored factions, with legacies spanning millennia, possessed a far keener sense of smell than one might presume. Unlike those external forces, they were not driven by desperation and would not align themselves with just any faction indiscriminately. For instance, in the eyes of the people, Dongzhuo from Shiliang is merely a band of chaotic forces. Similarly, Chunsheng and Wu Guang from the Jiangnan region are perceived as mere brigands. Furthermore, the Taiping Dao and Jizhou are regarded as insignificant country bumpkins. When one gazes across the vast expanse of the great Zhou, the only potential force capable of usurping the court is the Northern Seven Kings. On one hand, the Northern Seven Kings were the first to rise in opposition against the Empress, commanding a formidable army of 1,000,000. Their might and prestige are truly formidable. On the other hand, the Northern Seven Kings hail from noble lineage, their status exalted, far surpassing those disorganized bandits and peasants. Should they reconstruct the court, all factions would readily accept them. Consequently, various forces swiftly made their decisions, placing their hopes upon them. Reports came in. The deputy sect leader of the White Lotus sect, accompanied by his disciples, arrived to provide assistance. Reports arrived. The sect leader of the Divine Martial sect, leading his disciples, came to aid. Reports came in. The Grand Elder of the Yellow Springs sect, along with his disciples, arrived to lend support. Reports continued. The deputy leader of the Qingyang Demon sect, leading his disciples, came to assist. Reports flowed in. The sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect, accompanied by his disciples, arrived to aid. In Yongshui city of the north, these successive reports reached the ears of King Lu. Following the assassination of the Yin King, the northern 7 kings emerged under his leadership. Naturally, Yongshui city, once the stronghold of the Yin King, transformed into his territory. Upon hearing of these factions rallying to his side, King Lu could not help but feel a surge of emotion. In the realm of martial arts, the most powerful sects are the 3 sects and 6 gates. The 3 sects consist of the White Lotus sect, the Dragon and Tiger sect, and the Kunlun sect. The 6 gates include the Divine Martial sect, the Xiantian Sword sect, the Yellow Springs sect, the Qingyang Demon sect, the 100 Flowers sect, and the Heavenly Mechanism sect. Presently, among these 3 sects and 6 gates, aside from the Dragon and Tiger sect, the state religion of Great Zhou, the Kunlun sect located overseas, the Xiantian Sword sect, which remains aloof from worldly matters, and the elusive Heavenly Mechanism sect, the remaining 5 major sects have all aligned with them. As for the multitude of ordinary sects, they are countless. What does this signify? It signifies that the various forces of the world have placed their hopes in them. Coupled with the support from the Golden Horde during this period, they have turned their fortunes around, successfully pushing back the imperial army at every turn. How could King Lu not be filled with exhilaration? If this trend continues, it seems that the world may soon entirely fall into his grasp. Could it be that the mandate of heaven is with me? King Lu could not help but ponder. To be honest, when he initially joined the Yin King in this uprising, his intentions were purely for self-preservation. After all, his niece insisted on diminishing the fiefs, which undoubtedly threatened the very roots of these noble lords. How could he, as an uncle, tolerate such a fate? In his view, should they emerge victorious from this great battle, it would undoubtedly bring joy to all. Even in defeat, the outcome would not be overly dire. After all, they are all family. Could that great niece truly have the heart to kill him? At most, he might face imprisonment, a fate that has long been a tradition within the royal family. It was only upon the demise of the Yin King that he was abruptly awakened to the grim reality. Rebellion could indeed lead to death. In that fleeting moment, a tinge of regret washed over him. Yet, by then, it was too late to lament. There was no retreat to be had. Even after the Yin King's passing, as the most esteemed vassal king, he was compelled to rally the banner and lead the other vassal kings in a desperate struggle against the imperial court's million-strong army. He had thought his fate was sealed, but unexpectedly, a twist of fortune awaited him. The situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better, and not just marginally, but exceedingly so. Now, he had not only the full backing of the Golden Tent Khanate, but also the assistance of numerous vassal lords and noble families, alongside countless sects eager to rally to his cause. Across the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, who could possibly stand against him? The imperial court was no match. The chaotic forces of Shiliang were inadequate. The bandits of Jiangnan were powerless. The peasantry of Jizhou were even less formidable. In the entirety of the Great Zhou, he found himself devoid of a worthy adversary. Indeed, destiny favored him. It was ordained that he should ascend as the sovereign of the Great Zhou. The Duke of Lu murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented confidence. He then summoned his troops and issued commands. The entire army was to advance, swiftly vanquishing the imperial forces and thereafter, directing their might straight toward the imperial capital. Chapter 109. The siege of the imperial capital. With a commanding decree from King Lu, the 3 armies swiftly mobilized. Under the support of various factions, his forces could now truly be deemed formidable and well-equipped. Initially, he had but a single transcendent warrior under his command. However, the Golden Horde subsequently dispatched 4 transcendent champions, led by the esteemed Master Sumo, to bolster his ranks. In a display of goodwill, the 5 prominent sects also contributed a transcendent warrior each. Consequently, King Lu now commanded a total of 10 transcendent warriors. Though transcendent warriors typically held themselves in high regard and seldom engaged in direct combat, their involvement on the battlefield proved overwhelmingly impactful. Each of them was capable of contending with thousands of foes single-handedly. Should these 10 transcendent warriors unite in an assault, they would indeed be an unstoppable force, capable of overwhelming any army. While the imperial forces also boasted numerous formidable warriors, they lacked such an illustrious assembly and could never withstand the combined onslaught of 10 transcendent beings. Moreover, King Lu's forces were not limited to transcendent warriors. The sheer number of extraordinary fighters at his disposal was astonishing. Many of the various sects and clans, though devoid of transcendent champions, possessed a considerable number of ordinary extraordinary warriors. These ordinary fighters, without the pretensions of their transcendent counterparts, were often more amenable to engaging in covert operations, assassinations, and capturing banners, making them far more practical in the heat of battle. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. When all factions converged, their collective strength was indeed awe-inspiring. Thus, upon King Lu's command, they swiftly advanced with the momentum of a runaway train, driving the imperial forces into retreat, with reports of victory streaming in from the front lines. I recall when the court summoned 1,000,000 troops to suppress us. Dividing their forces to advance with such ferocity, it felt as if a dark cloud loomed over the city. I was quite apprehensive at the time, but now, in hindsight, they seem hardly formidable at all. King Lu boisterously declared within the military tent, "This is all thanks to your strategic brilliance, Your Highness. They say Duke Wei is a reincarnation of the Sage of War, but in my estimation, he pales in comparison to you," one of his followers remarked. Indeed, Duke Wei may possess a certain notoriety, but how can he truly be compared to Your Highness? When Duke Yin was unexpectedly ambushed, we were genuinely alarmed. Had it not been for King Lu's valiant intervention, we might have found ourselves as prisoners of that Empress. Today, however, the tables have turned. It is not we who tremble, but that corrupt court and the tyrannical Empress. Soon, we shall settle the score. With a host of powerful allies gathered under King Lu's banner, the three armies were poised to lay siege to the imperial capital. The dawn of a new era was imminent. My friends, I believe it is time we extend our early congratulations to His Highness. The tent erupted with laughter and applause as all present vied to praise King Lu. If Lord Lu were to ascend to that exalted throne, they, as original shareholders, would undoubtedly reap the rewards of high office and substantial wealth. At that moment, they would emerge as the first new aristocrats of the court, their power and status unquestionable. Why did they risk their lives to join the rebellion? Was it not for these very gains? A gamble, where a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. As the grand endeavor of rebellion approaches fruition, their impatience grows. They yearn to drape the yellow robe upon Lord Lu, hastening his ascension to the throne. However, Lord Lu manages to maintain a semblance of composure, for he has yet to truly occupy that position, and before the public eye, he cannot afford to be overly indulgent. Such praise is unwarranted, esteemed guests. This is not solely my accomplishment, but the result of our collective efforts, bolstered by the unwavering support of the national master and the Khan of the Golden Tent. Seemingly struck by a thought, Lord Lu swiftly turned to the silent Simo Fa Wang beside him, extending his gratitude with a smile. Simo Fa Wang, having observed the myriad states of existence with a detached gaze, shook his head at the words, his expression unyielding as he replied, "I merely follow the Khan's orders, dedicating myself to assisting Your Highness in achieving your aims. All else is of no concern to me." Having spent considerable time together, Lord Lu understood that Simo Fa Wang was a true ascetic, devoted primarily to rigorous self-discipline. Thus, he did not take offense at the monk's aloof demeanor. Rather, he held him in higher regard. Even among the powerful of the celestial realm, there exist distinctions in strength. Simo Fa Wang, as the national master of the Golden Tent Khanate, undoubtedly stands out as a paragon, a top-tier figure even among his peers. Furthermore, the other three celestial realm experts from the Golden Tent Khanate are no weaklings either. In addition, a multitude of extraordinary beings and military leaders also hail from the humanitarian aid of the Golden Tent Khanate. Ultimately, Lord Lu began as an ordinary feudal prince. His reputation perhaps commendable, with some degree of strength, yet the talents beneath his command could hardly compare to those of the court. This was the true reason why the 8 feudal princes, when united, could not contend with the court. Thus, his current ability to succeed is indeed largely attributed to the robust support of the Golden Tent Khanate. Rest assured, National Master, I shall fulfill all the promises made to the Khan once the time is ripe. Lord Lu vowed emphatically, regardless of his inner thoughts at this moment. He remains reliant on the support of the Golden Tent Khanate. We naturally trust that Your Highness will uphold your commitments. Simo Fa Wang nodded, his face sincere. Yet, He was acutely aware that the Khan of the Golden Tent cared little for whether the promises would be honored. For the Khan's ambitions and appetites far exceeded what Lord Lu could fathom. If he were not mistaken, the Khan might already be covertly assembling the cavalry of the steppe. As soon as the grand order of the Great Zhou collapses and plunges into utter chaos, he will personally lead the cavalry of the grasslands into the central plains, thereby fulfilling the long-cherished dream of establishing dominion over the central plains. With the formidable alliance of the Khan of the Golden Yurt as his ally, what cause for concern could there be regarding the success of such grand ambitions? In the future, the Great Zhou and the Golden Yurt Khanate shall undoubtedly be akin to brotherly nations, bound in eternal camaraderie. The Duke of Lu immediately burst into laughter, prompting others to shower him with further praise. Those who achieve success are invariably met with adoration. At this point, even if the Duke of Lu were to let out a mere flatulence, they would likely proclaim it to be fragrant. As the days unfolded, the mighty army advanced steadily while the imperial forces faced relentless defeat. After several days, the commander of the imperial troops fell in battle, leading to the complete disintegration of their forces, scattering like birds and beasts in flight. The Duke of Lu did not expend time or energy to hunt down these fleeing soldiers. Instead, he commanded the three armies to march forth directly towards the imperial capital. They encountered numerous obstacles along the way, for the heartland of the Central Plains had always been the stronghold of the imperial court. Nevertheless, given the might of their army, these impediments were but feeble attempts to halt their advance, proving utterly futile as they swept through with relentless force. In less than half a month, the army successfully reached the gates of the imperial capital. With a single command from the Duke of Lu, hundreds of thousands encircled the city. The capital was besieged. Upon the announcement of this news, the world was thrown into turmoil. Even when the former emperor met an untimely demise, leading to widespread disorder. Such an event had never transpired. In that moment, all understood that the Great Zhou dynasty had indeed arrived at a critical juncture of life and death. However, considering that the Duke of Lu belonged to the Ji royal family, even amidst a change of dynasty, the realm would still be governed by the Ji lineage. Thus, to be precise, it was the dynasty of the Empress that now stood at the brink of existence. Chapter 110. The Empress's return. The impact of King Lu leading hundreds of thousands of troops to besiege the imperial capital was beyond imagination. Although the Great Zhou was in turmoil, the central region surrounding the capital remained under the court's control, preserving its status as the heart of the empire. As long as this foundation was intact, the court would continue to reign over the realm. However, with King Lu's full military deployment, his forces advanced relentlessly, swiftly reaching the gates of the capital and surrounding it completely. This effectively stripped away the court's facade, revealing to the world that the Great Zhou dynasty had unwittingly arrived at the brink of collapse, seemingly on the verge of a regime change. Yet, despite the upheaval, the capital itself was not in utter chaos. Perhaps there was still a flicker of hope. On one hand, the capital, with its towering walls, stood as the mightiest city in the Central Plains. Furthermore, it was defended by a formidable contingent of 200,000 elite imperial guards, making any assault far from simple. These guards were the finest troops of the Great Zhou, drawn from veteran soldiers across various frontiers, boasting an unparalleled combat prowess. Moreover, the structure of the Imperial Guard had remained intact, even during the turmoil of the Eight Kings Rebellion, and the court had refrained from deploying this essential force lightly. On the other hand, the return of Empress Ji Luoyao to the capital further bolstered the city's defenses. Days prior, upon hearing news of the army's defeat, she had hastened back from the eastern frontier fortress. Her presence was not only a response to the threat posed by the demon god empire. The stability of the rear had also allowed her to remain stationed at the frontier. However, the situation had shifted dramatically. Reports indicated that various factions were mobilizing, and King Lu was advancing his army toward the capital. This was intolerable. If the capital fell, she would be left homeless. Even if she managed to fend off the demon forces, what would it matter? Thus, upon receiving the news, she promptly returned to the capital with 3 powerful celestial beings under her command, moving with utmost urgency. The defense of the eastern fortress was entrusted to General Zhendong, with instructions to delay the enemy for as long as possible. The promise of hereditary succession had already been made, and the extent of his capabilities would be determined by his own merit. Am I to entrust the affairs of the court to you? only to receive such a report? Empress Ji Luoyao thundered in the Taishan Hall, her eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury and murderous intent. The courtiers, sensing her wrath, fell to their knees, too fearful to even draw a breath. Although they believe it is not their responsibility, how can certain matters be clearly articulated? You all deserve to perish. Ji Luoyao gritted her teeth. If it were not for her inherent nature, she would undoubtedly have taken a few lives to appease her rage. However, given the dire circumstances, with the court teetering on the brink of collapse, any internal discord would render their efforts futile. Hence, she suppressed her murderous intent with great difficulty. What do you propose we do now? If you cannot devise a comprehensive strategy today, do not expect to return. Kneel and perish here. Ji Luoyao, seated upon her dragon throne, surveyed the civil and military officials below, her voice cold as she spoke. The officials felt a chill run through their hearts. They sensed that the Empress was not jesting. In this tense atmosphere, they dared not be perfunctory. They racked their brains, beginning to contemplate strategies for repelling the enemy. Your Majesty, one minister began, I propose we immediately conscript soldiers within the imperial capital. With a population of millions, we can easily summon 300,000 troops. And in addition to the 200,000 imperial guards, that would amount to 500,000 soldiers. The Duke of Lu commands only about 500,000 troops himself. With proper defense, they cannot breach the capital. Defending passively for too long may lead to a further deterioration of the external situation. Therefore, I advise that we take the initiative. Indeed, while the Duke of Lu is formidable, a closer examination of his forces reveals that many of his senior commanders hail from the Golden Horde, and those from influential clans are merely opportunists. Thus, if we dispatch elite forces to infiltrate their central command, they will undoubtedly disintegrate in a short time. I concur with this opinion. The Duke's so-called 500,000 troops are hardly a concern. Even without additional conscripts, the 200,000 guards are sufficient for an assault. The only headache lies in their numerous strong warriors, but the capital is also home to many formidable individuals. If your Majesty issues a decree, we can defeat these strong foes, and the Duke of Lu will be easily subdued, thereby resolving the capital's peril. The officials quickly pooled their ideas, presenting one suggestion after another. Although not every proposal was viable, many were indeed sound strategies, prompting Ji Luoyao to nod in satisfaction. After all, those who ascended to the court were not fools. Their previous ignorance stemmed from fear of responsibility or a desire to shirk their duties, resulting in their appearance as mere idle bystanders. However, the current situation was different. Compelled by the Empress and experiencing the siege of the capital firsthand, they could no longer afford to feign ignorance or evasion. Listening to these suggestions, Ji Luoyao felt both gratified and enraged. She was pleased to discover that these individuals did possess some abilities. After considering their proposals, she realized that the Duke of Lu was not insurmountable. At least there were feasible methods to counter him. The roots of anger lie in the same vein. Had these individuals devoted themselves with equal fervor in the past, the great Zhou would not have descended into such a plight. Yet upon deeper reflection, can all the blame truly rest upon their shoulders? As the saying goes, a bear leads a den of bears. Oftentimes, if the leader falters, even the most talented subordinates cannot yield significant results. And this leader undoubtedly refers to herself. Is it possible that all of this is my fault? In that fleeting moment, Ji Luoyao found herself grappling with such doubts. After all, in a mere span of time, the great Zhou has fallen to this state. If she, as the sovereign of the great Zhou, claims to bear no responsibility, even she cannot find it within herself to believe such a notion. However, dwelling on these thoughts is of little consequence now. The paramount concern at hand is to alleviate the peril threatening the imperial capital and thereafter devise a strategy to mend the aftermath. She swiftly quelled her tumultuous thoughts and regained her haughty demeanor. Therefore, in accordance with the counsel of her esteemed ministers, she resolved to enlist 300,000 troops, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the enemy, preparing to mobilize elite forces for a proactive strike. When the time comes, they must decisively crush the rebel forces. After her recent experiences at the border stronghold, she has become well-versed in the matters of war, speaking with newfound confidence. Even if the King of Lu commands 10 celestial beings, with the Emperor's sword in her grasp, she can single-handedly withstand half of their might. Furthermore, the imperial capital is well stocked with troops and provisions, the king of Lu's 500,000 soldiers cannot pose a lethal threat to the capital. Yet, before her plans could take shape, a series of grim tidings swiftly arrived. Reports indicated that the esteemed sage of Taiping Dao in Jizhou was leading 400,000 troops towards the imperial capital. Another report revealed that the leaders of the Southern Revolutionary Army, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, were also advancing with 500,000 elite forces straight for the capital. Furthermore, the general Dong Zhuo of Shiliang, with 30,000 iron cavalry, was also heading directly towards the imperial capital. More critically, they were now alarmingly close to the city. Within a matter of days, they would reach the very gates of the capital. And if the king of Lu joins them, it would result in an onslaught from all directions. At this moment, the imperial capital found itself utterly encircled. Despite Ji Luoyao, the empress of the Great Zhou, wielding the emperor's sword, she could not suppress a surge of panic. Chapter 111. The sole solution if it were merely the king of Lu. Ji Luoyao possessed ample confidence in her ability to resolve the situation. After all, the troops under the king were not particularly elite, his generals were limited in number, and he himself was rather ineffectual. Even if he had a multitude of formidable allies, she currently wielded the emperor's sword, rendering her most unperturbed by these martial masters. However, the scenario changed dramatically with the addition of the three formidable factions, the Taiping Dao of Jizhou, the Jiangnan rebel army, and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry. Setting aside other considerations, the combined might of these four forces amounted to a staggering total of 170,000 troops. What does a force of 170,000 signify? The Imperial Guards currently safeguarding the capital number scarcely 20,000, which is but a fraction of the opposing forces. Even if these 20,000 elite guards were exceptionally skilled, could they truly contend with 170,000? Even if an emergency conscription were to rally an additional 30,000 soldiers, totaling 50,000, the disparity in numbers alone would exceed threefold, disregarding the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Furthermore, according to the intelligence she had received, the three major powers harbored numerous strong warriors. For instance, the three generals of Taiping Dao, the Tiangong general, the Digong general, and the Rungong general, were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. While there was no direct evidence to confirm it, various accounts suggested that they were likely the very same three Taoists who had previously assassinated the king of Yin, the leading Tiangong general, who publicly claimed the title of Great Virtuous Teacher, had even summoned lightning from the void before numerous witnesses. This clearly indicated that he had comprehended the power of the laws, marking him as a peak celestial realm expert. With such prowess, even if others harbored suspicions, no one dared to speak of avenging the king of Yin. After all, regardless of the king's noble status, he had become a mere specter. Provoking such a terrifying force for the sake of a deceased individual was utterly unworthy. Additionally, there were Chun Sheng and Wu Guang from Jiangnan. When they first rose in rebellion, they inadvertently entangled themselves with a top-tier family in Jiangnan, which boasted extensive connections. This family swiftly rallied friends and summoned numerous sects, gathering over 1,000 formidable martial artists to ensnare the two in a deadly trap. Yet, the outcome was that these 1,000-strong warriors were vanquished entirely by the duo, without sustaining a scratch, and the entire affair unfolded in less than an hour. Such a feat was indeed terrifying. Following this confrontation, it became widely known that Chun Sheng and Wu Guang possessed extraordinary strength, and no one dared to provoke them lightly again. At the very least, they would not attempt any further assassination schemes against them, for such endeavors would likely result in nothing but a futile endeavor. Lastly, in Shiliang, there was Dong Zhuo. While he himself had not participated extensively in combat, his adopted son, Elbu, was an unparalleled warrior of invincible prowess. Not only did he slay commanders and enemies with the ease of a mundane task, but he also frequently performed astonishing feats of breaching cities single-handedly. He single-handedly conquered the entirety of Shiliang, earning the title of the God of War of Shiliang. He commanded cavalry with an unparalleled fervor, invading with the ferocity of fire, moving like the wind, and leaving no opposition standing in his wake. Such prowess instilled in Ji Luoyao a sense of peril that surpassed even that posed by King Lu. More critically, these three formidable forces seemed to converge upon the imperial capital simultaneously, as if they had conspired in advance. If one were to suggest that there was no ulterior motive at play, she would refuse to believe it, even at the cost of her life. It appeared that these factions had long been in clandestine communication, or perhaps the powers behind them had already forged a covert agreement. The Demon God Empire, the Golden Yurt Khanate, the Western Buddhist Kingdom, and the Southern Shaman clan. What roles did these entities play, and were they all involved? Faced with such a dire situation, even the proud Ji Luoyao could not help but feel a profound sense of despair. If indeed all these forces were in collusion, she would confront not merely 4 local factions, but also formidable powers from beyond the Central Plains. The number of their strong warriors would undoubtedly exceed her expectations. With the current strength of the imperial capital, it was utterly impossible to contend against such an overwhelming array of forces and their champions. In a sense, the imperial capital had become a veritable dead end. What to do? What course of action remains? Was the great Zhou dynasty truly destined to fall at her hands? As night descended and the court officials departed, Ji Luoyao found herself alone upon the dragon throne in the Taishan Hall. She had aspired to achieve great ambitions, yearning to become an unparalleled empress of the great Zhou, even seeking to emulate her ancestor of the Ji clan in establishing a legacy of greatness. Yet now, it seemed she was not destined to become a legendary empress, but rather to become a ruler of a fallen nation. The staggering descent from a timeless emperor to a monarch of a fallen state had transpired within merely a year. In just 1 year, she had suffered defeat, bringing ruin to the legacy her family had nurtured for generations. Every time she contemplated this, her heart felt like ashes. In the end, she had overestimated her own capabilities. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the distant starry sky, her expression vacant, her eyes devoid of any luster. She appeared as a mere puppet, motionless for an extended period. Even as the cold night breeze stirred her long hair, her eyes remained unblinking. In that moment, she was no longer the arrogant and self-important empress of the great Zhou, but rather resembled a frail and helpless ordinary girl, abandoned and forlorn. The maidservants and eunuchs who had once attended her had been dismissed, leaving only Shang Wanqing, her sole confidant since childhood, by her side. Witnessing Ji Luoyao in such a state, Shang Wanqing felt a deep pang of empathy, her heart aching. As the night deepened, she hesitated briefly before stepping forward and softly calling out, "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Ji Luoyao lifted her head, her eyes vacant as they met Shang Wanqing's gaze. Upon witnessing the situation, Shang Wanqing inhaled deeply and remarked, "Your Majesty, please awaken and gather your strength. You are the cornerstone for all of us. We cannot continue down this path." "Gather strength?" Ji Luoyao scoffed. "What good would that do? Does rallying our spirits compel the enemy to retreat?" She gently shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. "It is impossible. Those ambitious fiends have long set their sights on the great Zhou and the Central Plains. They will not relinquish their claims easily. Only by utterly destroying our great Zhou dynasty will they find satisfaction. As long as I live, they shall never relent." In that moment, Ji Luoyao perceived the situation with profound clarity. She understood all too well that only her demise, only the disintegration of the great Zhou dynasty, would bring this war to a halt. Shang Wanqing opened her mouth, yearning to offer counsel, yet she remained merely a female official, lacking any extraordinary talent. At that moment, she found herself bereft of grand philosophies or solutions. However, despite her limitations, she was aware of one person who might possess the means to assist. "Your Majesty, perhaps you might consider seeking the aid of the Duke of Wei?" After a moment of hesitation, Shang Wanqing could no longer contain her thoughts. Seek his help? Ji Luoyao's heart jolted at the suggestion, and she lifted her gaze, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Yet, almost immediately, a look of hesitation crossed her face. In normal circumstances, her character would have led her to reject such an idea without a second thought. But this time, she hesitated, for she understood well that this might very well be her sole avenue of salvation. Chapter 112. The Empress returns to the prison after a lapse of 10 months. Empress Ji Luoyao found herself once more at the threshold of the prison. Unlike her previous visit, which had been marked by great fanfare, this time she was accompanied solely by Shang Wanqing. Under the veil of night, she stood before the seemingly unchanged prison, yet in stark contrast to her last visit. Her circumstances and mindset had undergone a profound transformation. On her previous journey, she had sought the counsel of Jiang Hao amidst the upheaval of the 8th Prince Rebellion, only to be met with refusal. Following that encounter, she had not returned to the prison, despite the old minister's repeated encouragements, which she had resolutely dismissed. Deep down, she understood the reasons behind Jiang Hao's rejection. However, bowing her head in submission was a challenge fraught with difficulty. Reflecting on her past demeanor, it seemed only reasonable that Jiang Hao would decline her request. After all, were she in his position, she would likely respond similarly. Moreover, it appeared that the disintegration of the Great Zhou's stability began around that time. The Eighth Prince Rebellion seemed to be the catalyst for the ensuing chaos. At this moment, she could not help but ponder whether, had she humbled herself before Jiang Hao and sought his guidance, perhaps the present turmoil could have been averted. Or even earlier, had she not imprisoned him, allowing him to orchestrate matters on her behalf, would the Great Zhou still have thrived in peace and prosperity? Would her status as Empress remain unassailable? Alas, there are no what-ifs in life. Everything had transpired as it was destined to, and no remedy for regret exists, nor is time reversible. The last time she stood at this prison's gates, she had vowed to herself never to return, yet here she was, confronting her own hypocrisy. Ji Luoyao chuckled softly, then abruptly turned to Shang Wanqing, expressing her thoughts aloud. Shang Wanqing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. She could sense that the Empress was engaging in self-mockery, and any response from her seemed inadequate. "Qinger, tell me, if I were to bow to him now, would he consent to assist me?" Ji Luoyao inquired suddenly. Shang Wanqing hesitated, meeting Ji Luoyao's anxious gaze. After a brief moment of contemplation, she replied, "I cannot say. For the Duke of Wei has been imprisoned here for a year now." "Indeed, a year has passed. Perhaps he has changed," Ji Luoyao murmured to herself. She lifted her gaze to the sky, reflecting on the passage of time and the inexorable changes it brings. Just as their relationship, once harmonious, had now devolved into enmity. Ultimately, she recognized that this singular course of action remained her only recourse. Regardless of the outcome, she was determined to make the attempt. Even if not for her own sake, she would do so for the sake of preserving the legacy of the Ji family, which had endured for countless years. With this in mind, she took a deep breath, finally resolved, and stepped forward towards the dungeon. Compared to before, there were indeed some changes in the dungeon. For instance, the number of inmates had decreased. Both prisoners and guards were fewer in number. Given the chaos in the world and the diminished strength of the court, the three major departments had lost their former authority and could no longer apprehend as many prisoners. The reduction in guards was due to the army surrounding the city. The tension in the imperial capital necessitated the reassignment of personnel from various court departments to assist in the city's defense, and the dungeon was no exception. However, Tao Gongwang, the warden of the dungeon, remained unchanged, still bowing his head submissively and acting obsequiously. Although he was taken aback by the Empress's late-night visit, he quickly welcomed her and, with a fawning expression, inquired, "Your Majesty, are you here to see the Duke of Wei on the 18th level of the dungeon?" The moment the words left his mouth, he noticed a change in the Empress's expression. The attendant, Shang Wanqing, glared at him fiercely, admonishing, "If you hadn't spoken, no one would have thought you mute." Realizing his blunder, Tao Gongwang hastily acknowledged his mistake, and then said, "I apologize, Your Majesty. May I ask where you wish to go? I will lead you." Ji Luoyao found him rather bothersome, and pondered why a different warden had not been appointed for the dungeon. Under Tao Gongwang's guidance, the two of them soon arrived once more at the 18th level of the dungeon. As before, Shang Wanqing and Tao Gongwang stood guard outside, while Ji Luoyao entered alone. It was the dead of night, and Jiang Hao was sound asleep. Although the shadow demon had discreetly informed him of Ji Luoyao's arrival, Jiang Hao chose to ignore it, as he could surmise her purpose for visiting at such an hour. He preferred to sleep undisturbed rather than engage in empty pleasantries with her. Ji Luoyao noticed he was in a deep slumber and refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to stand quietly nearby. She remained there throughout the night. The following morning, when Jiang Hao awoke, he was surprised to find Ji Luoyao still present. He feigned surprise, asking nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" Ji Luoyao, her expression impassive, retorted, "Have you no intention of addressing me as Your Majesty?" Jiang Hao shrugged, appearing indifferent as he replied, "So, are you going to accuse me of a grave disrespect? This time, it might not be unfounded. I would be willing to accept it." Seeing Jiang Hao's nonchalant demeanor, Ji Liao's pupils constricted slightly, a surge of inexplicable irritation washing over her. However, recalling the purpose of her visit, she suppressed her unwarranted anger, took a deep breath, and spoke. I have come to seek your assistance. Seek my help. Jiang Hao raised his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired. How do you intend to ask? Ji Luoyao was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for his question. How indeed would she ask? She had already humbled herself to such an extent and waited in silence for an entire night. Is this not sufficient? Surely, she should not be expected to kneel and plead. If that is truly the case, it would be far more merciful to end her life outright. Jiang Hao, you wish for me to bow my head. I have already done so. What more do you desire? Ji Luoyao said with a grim expression. Jiang Hao let out a derisive laugh and shook his head, saying, I do not wish for anything from you, nor is there any necessity for you to act in a certain way. If you find discomfort in this situation, you are free to leave. You can continue to be the Empress of the Great Zhou, while I remain a prisoner in the heavenly prison. We can coexist without interference. And that would be the wisest choice. Upon hearing this, Ji Liao's gaze narrowed, and after gritting her teeth, she took the initiative to speak. Jiang Hao, I understand your grievances, but this matter is of utmost importance to the survival of the Great Zhou. I beg you, help me just this once for the last time. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze and surveyed her from head to toe, seemingly surprised that Ji Luoyao would genuinely come to him in supplication. It was evident that she had been driven to a desperate corner, for she would never have sought his aid otherwise. However, Jiang Hao felt no sympathy or pity, nor did he hesitate for even a moment. He looked at her intently and replied, enunciating each word. I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Chapter 113. Unable to assist. I am truly sorry, but I cannot help. Jiang Hao's response fell upon Ji Luoyao like a bucket of icy water, instantly chilling her to the core. In that moment, not only was her body cold, but her heart trembled with an even deeper chill, as if she had inadvertently tumbled into a frigid cellar or been abandoned in a desolate, snow-laden world. She stood there, momentarily transfixed, gazing at Jiang Hao, seemingly unable to process the reality of the situation for what felt like an eternity, though she had harbored such fears while waiting outside the prison gate. Dreading that the outcome of her visit might not mirror her hopeful imaginings, the actual occurrence left her in a state of disbelief. She had never anticipated that after shedding the airs of the Empress of the Great Zhou and forsaking her past pride to humbly plead, Jiang Hao would remain so resolute and unyielding. Throughout the entire exchange, he had exhibited no hesitation, answering almost instinctively. Yet the response he provided was far from what she had desired. Jiang Hao, you have changed. Ji Luoyao suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze upon him, and softly remarked, You were not like this before. I did not expect that in just a year, you would transform to the point where I scarcely recognize you. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow slightly, casting her a brief glance before responding with a measured tone. As you mentioned, a year has passed, and in this world, no one remains unchanged. Just as everyone must move forward, no one will remain stationary, waiting for you. Hearing his utterly plain words, devoid of any emotional embellishment, Ji Luoyao felt an involuntary shudder ripple through her. A torrent of conflicting emotions surged within her, accompanied by an unprecedented pang of sorrow that seemed to threaten an outpouring of tears. Yet, she bit her lip firmly, determined to restrain her tears, unwilling to display such vulnerability before Jiang Hao, and even more reluctant to relinquish the last vestiges of her dignity. At that moment, her heart brimmed with confusion, her eyes clouded with uncertainty, yearning for a place to hide, to retreat until the end of time. She found herself murmuring, thinking back, we were indeed childhood companions. Growing up together, how carefree and joyous we were, unburdened by the trivialities of life. Not so. Before Ji Luoyao could continue her bittersweet reminiscence, Jiang Hao interrupted her without delay. What? She was momentarily taken aback. I mean to say, we were never truly childhood companions. Jiang Hao explained with an impassive expression. You are the illustrious 11th princess of the Great Zhou, whereas I, though a scion of a noble family, occupy a vastly different social strata. Moreover, you resided within the confines of the palace, while I lived outside its walls. We scarcely crossed paths as children, so how could we be considered childhood companions? As she spoke, Jiang Hao cast a peculiar glance at Ji Luoyao. Some matters are merely the ramblings of onlookers, mere echoes of popular opinion. Do you truly take them to heart? Jiang Hao's unyielding jab left Ji Luoyao momentarily stunned. She was instantly incensed, her lips twitching in suppressed fury. Clearly, she had not anticipated Jiang Hao to be so unabashedly forthright. Certain matters require a touch of artistic embellishment to render them beautiful, akin to those poignant tales that gain their emotional depth through artistic refinement. To her surprise, Jiang Hao insisted on being so resolute. Taking a deep breath to quell her unnameable ire, she chose to disregard him and spoke for herself. Do you recall that mid-autumn banquet? Back then, my father was still alive, and my brothers were all in harmonious spirits. Everyone was joyous, and all was well. How wonderful it would be if time could forever linger in that moment. During that occasion, my father invited numerous talented youths to gather, providing everyone an opportunity to showcase their talents. You were among them, yet compared to those illustrious young talents of noble lineage, you hardly stood out. And no one recognized who Jiang Hao was. When my brothers called out names, none were inclined to mention yours, until I, unable to bear it any longer, spoke your name. Frankly, my decision was primarily influenced by your striking appearance and the pity I felt for your solitary state. Little else crossed my mind. Yet, what I did not foresee was that not only were you the most handsome among them, but your talent also eclipsed your peers. That mid-autumn banquet ultimately transformed into a stage solely for your performance. I wonder if you noticed the astonished gazes of the others, their eyes nearly popping with disbelief. Even my mother later inquired if I wished to take you as my consort. As Ji Luoyao recounted her memories, Jiang Hao's thoughts drifted far and wide. He had only recently arrived in this world, still unfamiliar with its intricacies, and everything felt profoundly alien. Shortly thereafter, his parents succumbed to illness, leaving their family in dire straits. He found himself utterly alone, in a time of utmost desolation. Particularly distressing was his lackluster talent for cultivation. In this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, he, a mere outsider without any means of defense, felt an overwhelming absence of security. Attending that mid-autumn banquet was merely a gamble for him. Later, he learned that the banquet, ostensibly a chance for young talents to display their skills, was, in reality, a stage for the princes to showcase their subordinates' abilities. Indeed, it was a performance for their imperial father. Winning his favor could potentially bring the coveted position of crown prince within reach. Thus, each prince exerted themselves diligently. As for the so-called young talents, they had already pledged their allegiance to various princes, which afforded them the opportunity to shine. Reflecting on Jiang Hao, he was utterly naive back then, foolishly rushing into situations where he was a stranger, bereft of any opportunity to showcase himself. Ironically, there was another equally foolish individual at that time, who, similarly oblivious to the true nature of the gathering, also intruded with unwarranted boldness. Together, they wreaked havoc on the entire event, leaving all attendees with a sense of embarrassment. Recalling that moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly. Everyone has their moments of folly. Everyone has experienced youth. Everyone has known innocence. Alas, those times are but memories now. He is no longer the Jiang Hao of yore. Nor is Ji Luoyao the same 11th princess he once knew. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao sighed and turned to Ji Luoyao, his expression serious and composed as he spoke. Ji Luoyao, I do not deny that you aided me greatly in the past, providing me with opportunities for growth and recognition. However, I too have reciprocated in many ways. The specifics, I trust, are not lost on you, so I shall refrain from elaborating. In short, our accounts are settled. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Hao continued, You may leave now. I will not assist you, nor am I capable of doing so. This assertion, unlike his previous emphatic declarations, was delivered with a calm demeanor. Yet, beneath this tranquility lay an unwavering resolve. Ji Luoyao stood frozen in place. Chapter 114. Your Majesty, was this not your own choice? Jiang Hao, are you truly so unyielding? Ji Luoyao suddenly raised her head, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hao as she asked in a voice laden with anger. Yet, in the face of her inquiry, Jiang Hao remained unfazed, like an unyielding boulder, impervious to the tempestuous storms of emotion. Unyielding, perhaps. Ever since you cast me into the dungeon, I have become thus. At this juncture, Jiang Hao lifted his gaze, calmly retorting, Your Majesty, was this not your own choice? Upon hearing these words, Ji Luoyao was rendered speechless. The title Your Majesty struck her as if from another realm, leaving her with a profound sense of powerlessness to refute him. Ultimately, it was not Jiang Hao who had wronged her. Rather, it was she who had betrayed him. She had erred first, leading to this cascade of dire consequences. The crux of the matter now was that she could not amend this dreadful outcome on her own. She required Jiang Hao's assistance. Only he possessed the capability to aid her. With this realization, she took a deep breath and lowered her posture, saying, "Jiang Hao, I admit that I was in the wrong. I should not have doubted you, nor should I have imprisoned you in the dungeon. You have suffered greatly this past year. I only hope that, considering our past bond, you might help me once more." After speaking, she gazed at Jiang Hao with a face full of hope. However, Jiang Hao remained unmoved, shaking his head once again. "We have all grown up. We are no longer the children we once were. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. In this world, there is a remedy for everything, except for regret." Ji Luoyao's expression darkened, as if she had made a resolute decision. She immediately offered, "Jiang Hao, if you assist me in defeating the enemy and resolving the crisis in the imperial capital, I will restore your former identity and status, grant you your freedom, and even promote you to a king, bestowing upon you a state as a fief, ensuring your royal lineage remains unbroken. From now on, you shall be truly one beneath the heavens, above all others. What say you?" To be fair, the terms she proposed were not insignificant. Even to this day, there have been no precedents in the Great Zhou dynasty for bestowing titles of nobility to those of different surnames. All lords were members of the Ji royal family. Should this promise be fulfilled for Jiang Hao, he would indeed set a historic precedent in the Great Zhou dynasty, where non-royals had never been granted such honors. Furthermore, the direct promise of a state as a fief was unprecedented. After all, while the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty is vast, it comprises only a few dozen states. The notion of an unbroken royal lineage is immeasurable in value. Those 4 simple words alone could incite envy and jealousy among countless regional governors. One beneath the heavens, above all others? What an enticing temptation. But then what? Jiang Hao seemed to ponder something and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What then?" Ji Luoyao asked, her expression perplexed. "Once everything is resolved and the crisis is averted, can I not retire with honor? The birds have flown and the good bough is hidden. The cunning hare has died and the hunting dog is cooked. Then, with a single command from your majesty, I shall be cast back into the dungeon, and this time, my very life hangs in the balance. Your majesty, do you not agree?" Jiang Hao spoke calmly and deliberately. "How could that be?" Ji Luoyao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, suddenly agitated and pacing, with incredulity etched on her face. She stared at Jiang Hao and declared loudly, "How could I possibly kick you when you're down? After all these years of acquaintance, do you not trust me still?" Jiang Hao scoffed softly. "In the past, it was my excessive trust in you that led me to this dire strait. Do you truly believe I would be so foolish as to trust you a second time?" Ji Luoyao was momentarily rendered speechless. She opened her mouth to counter, yet the words eluded her. After all, she had indeed committed acts that tarnished her credibility, and she must now face the consequences of her actions. Taking a moment to calm her tumultuous emotions, Ji Luoyao finally spoke again. "Very well, Jiang Hao, you may choose not to believe me. But I must make one thing clear. Aiding me is also aiding yourself. You remain in the dungeon, unaware of the current state of affairs outside. Presently, the imperial capital is besieged by over 1 million rebel forces, and various factions have united against the court. Should the capital fall, these forces will undoubtedly pour in. And when that time comes, they will unleash a massacre. Not only will I perish, but you too will find no escape, for you are the renowned Duke of Wei. In both pacifying the realm and governing thereafter, you have offended too many. In truth, your enemies far outnumber mine. Once the imperial capital is breached, those adversaries will not show you mercy." After her impassioned speech, Ji Luoyao fixed her intense gaze upon Jiang Hao. She spoke not of empty promises, but of stark reality. If the situation remained unchanged, Jiang Hao, regardless of his power and status, might at least ensure his survival. Conversely, if the capital were to be overrun, he would not only meet his demise, but would suffer a most gruesome fate. Such a simple truth, Ji Luoyao believed, Jiang Hao's keen intellect would surely grasp. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Jiang Hao remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly indifferent to life and death. "If this is indeed my fate, then let them come. I shall await them here in this dungeon." In that moment, Ji Luoyao truly understood the meaning of being impervious to persuasion, the futility of both soft and hard approaches. Since her imprisonment, she had exhausted every conceivable tactic to sway Jiang Hao, appealing to his emotions, tempting him with benefits, even threatening him with her life. Yet, regardless of her efforts, Jiang Hao remained unmoved, as resolute as a stone embedded in muck, stubborn and unyielding. Do you truly fear not death? In that moment, Ji Luoyao was engulfed in a tempest of fury, her entire being aflame with anger. She fixed her gaze intensely upon Jiang Hao, her eyes betraying an unmistakable glimmer of suppressed murderous intent. If you genuinely fear nothing, then allow me to grant you your wish. It would spare you from falling into the hands of others, where you would suffer torment and be left with nothing but a shattered remains. Ji Luoyao nearly spat this declaration through clenched teeth. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze to Ji Luoyao, his dark eyes flashing with a piercing light. Before he spoke in an expressionless tone, "Go ahead, show me how you intend to kill me. Do you think I lack the courage?" Ji Luoyao's eyes blazed with rage, her murderous intent materializing as a palpable force that surged around her. As a powerful being of the celestial realm, her formidable aura swiftly filled the dungeon. She raised her right hand, a chilling and terrifying energy rapidly coalescing within her palm. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had long since cast aside the notions of life and death, utterly unafraid. Yet, at that moment, Ji Luoyao seemed to recall something, and her inner fury quietly receded. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately refrained from striking. Instead, she cast one last penetrating glance at Jiang Hao, as if to imprint his visage upon her memory. Without another word, she departed from the dungeon, not once glancing back. "Master, what does this signify? Was she not going to attack?" I had prepared to block her escape, yet she suddenly hesitated. The shadow demon emerged from the shadows, a perplexed expression adorning its face. Who can say? Jiang Hao silently dispersed the internal energy he had been subtly manipulating, his brow furrowing slightly, mirroring the confusion in his eyes. Both the shadow demon and he had been prepared for a confrontation. Chapter 115. The conference of all directions in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. Although the Empress Luoyao had not achieved the desired outcome from Jiang Hao, she was far from ready to abandon her resistance. On the contrary, upon her return to the imperial palace, she swiftly convened the civil and military officials, implementing a series of strategic arrangements. The court soon began to operate like a colossal machine, mobilizing the entirety of the capital's human and material resources. They forcibly conscripted large numbers of civilians to serve as auxiliary soldiers, and preparations for war commenced in earnest. This was clearly a strategy to staunchly defend the capital and engage in a protracted conflict. During this time, the other three factions gradually arrived at the capital, establishing their encampments. They surrounded the capital from the east, west, and south, completely encircling it. The combined forces of the four factions amounted to a staggering total of 170,000 troops, an astonishing figure indeed. The tents appeared like an unbroken chain of mountains, stretching endlessly in all directions. Despite the capital being the center of the Great Zhou and possessing vast expanses, it was now besieged to the point where not even a drop of water could escape. Subsequently, the four factions soon commenced discussions. No, it was not merely four factions. More accurately, it was 8 factions. At dawn, the first to arrive were the forces of King Lu, along with representatives from the Jinjiang Khanate, including the esteemed Samofa Wang. Having first reached the gates of the capital, they had attempted to seize it several times over the past few days without success. Nevertheless, they regarded themselves as the strongest in combined might and considered themselves half-hosts due to their familiarity with the surroundings, thus arriving first at the prearranged negotiation site. Following closely were the Zhang Jiao brothers from the Taiping Dao of Jizhou, alongside representatives from the Demon God Empire, including the Deer King. Upon seeing Zhang Jiao leading the way, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in King Lu's eyes. After surveying the 6 other vassal kings behind him, he suddenly stood and inquired boldly, "Might I ask if the esteemed teacher hailing from Taiping Dao is present?" Zhang Jiao halted his steps and turned to King Lu. Although he did not comprehend the motive behind the question, he courteously clasped his hands and replied, "Indeed, it is I." However, King Lu did not reciprocate the courtesy. Instead, he became somewhat confrontational. "May I inquire whether the esteemed teacher recently visited the city of Yongshui in the north?" Upon hearing this, many present began to harbor suspicions. Their gazes fixated upon Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao, too, had his own conjectures, yet he had no intention of evading the matter. Indeed, I did visit Shui recently. Might your highness wish to ask if the death of Prince Yin is related to me? Indeed, Prince Yin was a dear friend of mine. His untimely demise necessitates that I provide an explanation to his family. King Lu stated expressionlessly. Zhang Jiao nodded, then willingly acknowledged, correct. The death of Prince Yin was indeed orchestrated by my brothers and me. Each man must bear the consequences of his actions. We have never concealed this matter from anyone. They were indeed not concealing anything. It was merely that others had not dared to investigate them. Or rather, few had the audacity to do so. After all, the vast army under the banner of the Taiping Dao numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Did they truly believe that these individuals were merely idle? Without waiting for the Duke of Lu to speak, Zhang Jiao boldly declared, if the Duke harbors any thoughts, or if others seek vengeance for the King of Yin, today the three of us are here to receive it all. As soon as Zhang Jiao's words fell, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang stepped forward in unison, unabashedly revealing their formidable prowess at the celestial realm. The three of them exuded an aura akin to towering mountains, instantly suffocating the breath of those around them. The Duke of Lu's expression darkened. He had intended to seize the opportunity, while the other factions had yet to arrive, to suppress Zhang Jiao and his brothers, thereby solidifying his own dominance. However, he had not anticipated the brothers' directness, demanding confrontation from the very onset. Though your strength is formidable, we are not to be trifled with. The Duke, caught in a precarious position, could only grit his teeth and endure. As his voice faded, all those behind him rose in unison. After all, the King of Yin had once been one of their own, and now met with untimely death. They naturally felt compelled to avenge him. In the past, they could feign ignorance regarding the identity of the murderer. Yet now, with the culprit standing before them, should they remain passive? Who would regard them with any respect in the future? This included representatives from the 5 major sections. The Duke's faction, comprising 6 celestial realm experts, soon revealed their own imposing presence. However, the ensuing scene left everyone in astonishment. One side boasted 6 celestial realm warriors, while the other had 3. Yet in this clash of auras, the 6 from the Duke's side found themselves unable to gain an advantage. Rather, they were the ones being suppressed. This was partly due to Zhang Jiao's extraordinary strength, which alone could rival several ordinary celestial beings. Furthermore, the 3 brothers were in perfect harmony, their energies intertwining seamlessly, their combined force far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. This left the Duke of Lu in a most awkward position. Despite instigating the conflict, he ultimately found himself outmatched. In exasperation, the Duke turned to his esteemed allies, the representatives of the Golden Tent Khanate, including King Samo. The Khanate also possessed 4 celestial realm warriors, and King Samo, in particular, was a top-tier expert. Should he be willing to side with them, they could easily turn the tide. Yet when faced with the Duke's beseeching gaze, King Samo appeared indifferent, as if he had not seen him at all, completely ignoring his plight. Harmony is of utmost importance. Fortunately, at that moment, the dear king from the demon clan stepped forward, smiling as he offered counsel. We all gather here for a significant purpose. Why should we resort to violence over trivial matters? Let us sit down calmly and discuss, for perhaps a better solution may emerge. The once fiercely combative demon clan has now assumed the role of peacemaker, a development that even the dear king finds quite peculiar. Fortunately, the Lu King, quick to seize the moment, realizing he could gain no advantage, promptly decided to back down. Since the dear king has spoken, I shall grant him this courtesy and refrain from pursuing the matter for now. However, we require an explanation, otherwise I shall not acquiesce. Though his words were forceful, his body betrayed a more honest reaction. The Zhang Jiao brothers, observing the situation, chose not to press further, for they were not brutish individuals. Seeing that the Lu King and his companions had ceased their provocations, they too settled down swiftly. At that moment, the urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed, shaking the very earth beneath them. Soon, a troop of iron cavalry thundered forth like a tempest. The arrivals were none other than Dong Zhuo and his entourage. Whether it was the imposing figure of Dong Zhuo or the striking presence of El Bu, both were undeniably formidable characters. Accompanied by a battalion of elite cavalry, they instilled a sense of awe, resembling a black dragon descending with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they had ridden up to the front of Zhang Jiao and his companions, halting in a tense standoff, both parties exchanging glances in silence. At that instant, the atmosphere seemed to crystallize. Only the Liu King and his cohorts secretly applauded, eagerly anticipating a clash between the two factions. Yet, rather than engaging in battle, they unexpectedly broke into laughter. Great sage and virtuous teacher, it has been far too long. General Dong, indeed it has been an age. Their reunion felt like a relic from a past life. The Liu King and his allies were left in dismay at this turn of events. Before long, representatives from Chunsheng and Wu Guang of Jiangnan, the witch clan of the southern borders, and envoys from the Buddhist kingdoms of the western regions arrived in succession. With powers from all directions converging, the conference aimed at the division of the great Zhou dynasty officially commenced. Chapter 116. The dividing of the great Zhou. Although the Empress has made a series of ill-advised decisions and squandered resources recklessly, one cannot deny that the foundation of the great Zhou dynasty, built over millennia, remains remarkably solid. Even at this juncture, the great Zhou court still stands as the most formidable force within the Central Plains. While the capital is currently safeguarded by a mere 200,000 elite troops, numerous local armies are still willing to heed the court's command. This willingness is one of the key factors that emboldens the Empress in her intent to wage a protracted war. If she can prolong this conflict and rally the armies of the realm to march towards the capital in defense of the throne, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Moreover, the court boasts an impressive roster of top-tier experts. Even though the losses of the Celestial Realm Masters, Chang Ji Dao and Tai Wu Kei, have been felt, along with the hidden presence of the peak Celestial Master, Prince Duan, the capital still hosts at least 10 Celestial Realm experts. Among them is the great Zhou Empress, Ji Luo Yao, who wields the unparalleled Human Emperor's Sword. When considering the heritage embodied by artifacts like the Human Emperor's Sword, the comprehensive strength of the great Zhou court becomes alarmingly formidable. This level of power and confidence cannot be countered by any single faction alone. Only through the united efforts of all factions can the capital be breached in a short time, thereby securing the ultimate victory in this grand conflict. At present, the 8 factions have gathered here, each possessing at least 2 or 3 Celestial Realm experts, with countless extraordinary beings among them, coupled with 170,000 elite soldiers. Such strength ensures that if we work together, breaching the capital should pose no insurmountable challenge. Dong Zhuo gazed at the assembly and proclaimed loudly. Originally, King Lu aspired to take the lead in this endeavor, yet he could not outmaneuver Dong Zhuo. With Dong Zhuo's domineering and unyielding nature, he was far less amenable than Zhang Jiao and showed no regard for the feelings of others. Additionally, the presence of El Bu and Niu Fu flanking Dong Zhuo exuded an aura of intimidation. This time, the Celestial Realm experts from the 5 major sects chose to remain discreet, avoiding any public embarrassment. Though the strengths of Celestial Realm experts vary, they generally fall short compared to their peers from the major sects, whose abilities are often rather average. This is partly due to the limitations inherent in their sect's teachings, and partly because top-tier talents are seldom inclined to join these sects when they could align themselves with more prestigious powers. For a master of El Bu's caliber, who is at the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm, they are easily dismissed as inconsequential. While the joint effort to breach the capital is assured, the critical question remains: how will the spoils be divided once the capital is taken? King Lu, unwilling to concede, spoke up. Subsequently, he turned to the assembly and, after a moment of reflection, could not help but speak. As the legitimate heir of the Ji lineage, it is the will of the people for me to inherit the great Zhou dynasty. If you are willing to serve me, I assure you, high offices and generous rewards will be abundant, and titles of nobility will not be out of reach. What say you? Indeed, even at this moment, the Duke of Lu remained ensnared in his imperial fantasies. He believed that among those present, only his noble lineage qualified him to be the sovereign of the great Zhou. As for the others, they were either leaders of disarray, brigands, or mere commoners. How could they possibly compare to him? Yet, in response to his self-aggrandizing declarations, the others retorted, "You may be ill-favored, but your aspirations are indeed lofty. The legitimate Ji lineage? Huh, I have come to overthrow the Ji lineage." Dong Zhuo declared menacingly, "You are neither learned nor martial. Do you presume to recruit us?" Chun Sheng was equally unreserved, having little patience for those who fancied themselves of noble birth. "Let us discuss the division of spoils after the battle," Zhang Jiao suggested with a hint of politeness. though his intent was unmistakable. The Duke of Lu's countenance darkened perceptibly. However, faced with the declarations from the three factions, he dared not react impulsively. He had believed that the strength of his forces, boasting 6 celestial realm warriors, would lend him the most authority. Yet, after the initial clash of wills with Zhang Jiao and his companions, he began to grasp the reality of the situation. The celestial realm warriors could not merely be assessed by their numbers. Their quality was paramount. As for the 4 major factions beyond the Central Plains, they remained uninvolved, as they had no armies to accompany them. Even if granted vast territories, they would struggle to maintain control. Nonetheless, each harbored their own schemes. The primary objective remained the annihilation of the Great Zhou dynasty, for only through its downfall could the Central Plains descend into utter chaos, thereby creating opportunities for them. Thus, their immediate aims were aligned. However, what lay beyond that was uncertain. The assembly engaged in spirited discourse, swiftly arriving at a consensus regarding the partitioning of the Great Zhou. Just as the Duke of Lu had proclaimed, this was a grand feast of division. Only those seated at the table held the right to partake. Otherwise, they would merely become lambs to the slaughter following this battle. The divisions were generally allocated according to the 4 cardinal directions, while the imperial capital, the core, remained without a definitive claim to be determined by individual strength. Though the Duke of Lu was somewhat reluctant to accept such an outcome, he acknowledged its viability. He believed his overall strength to be the most formidable. With an army of 500,000 at his disposal, he remained hopeful of seizing the imperial capital. Once he captured the capital, he could ascend the throne, consolidate power, and systematically eliminate those present before him. King Lu cast a cold glance over the assembled crowd, pondering in silence. It would be prudent to discuss the timing of the siege and the specifics of our strategy. Yet, the others remained oblivious to King Lu's subtle thoughts. In truth, who among them was devoid of ulterior motives? Each individual present harbored their own clandestine intentions. Even the factions led by Dong Zhuo exchanged glances, secretly scheming among themselves. Like a mantis stalking its prey, the true players awaited the opportune moment to reveal their prowess. Suddenly, the earth trembled with a resounding roar, as an unfathomable and terrifying pressure erupted from the imperial capital. The very fabric of celestial laws manifested, and an array of bizarre phenomena pervaded the sky. The vast imperial capital appeared to be shrouded entirely by this overwhelming spectacle. Even the encampment where they resided felt the chilling impact of this formidable force, leaving all present astounded. Even those among them who were transcendent beings found themselves momentarily unable to maintain composure, overwhelmed by a sensation of sheer dread. It was as if they had been reduced to mere insects, powerless against the grand expanse of creation, compelled only to bow in submission. More ominously, this astounding display was merely a prelude. As they exchanged apprehensive glances, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips, and a singular thought emerged collectively in their minds. Could this commotion once again be the handiwork of the Emperor's physique? Chapter 117. A Year of Rewards, the Fruit of the Sage's Path. As the sun rose anew, awakening all of nature, Jiang Hao stirred from his slumber. Surveying the confines of his cell, he was acutely aware that, with the escalating turmoil outside, his tranquil days were numbered. Despite being imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, Jiang Hao possessed a keen understanding of the external circumstances, perhaps even more so than the Empress herself. Currently, various formidable factions had allied, amassing over 1 million troops outside the imperial capital, with countless extraordinary beings among them. To be candid, Jiang Hao harbored little faith in the capital's ability to withstand the siege. The sheer number of powerful allies was overwhelming. Even without the intervention of figures like Dong Zhuo, the tide would remain unchanged. Under the command of King Lu alone, there were 6 beings at the celestial realm. Each of the other factions, including the demon god Empire, had dispatched at least 3 celestial realm warriors. Collectively, this amounted to no fewer than 18 celestial realm experts. While the 6 under King Lu might be somewhat lacking in strength, the celestial realm warriors from the other factions were formidable, with some possessing astonishing power. Thus, the conclusion was inescapable. The capital could not be held. From the moment these factions reached a tacit agreement to unite, the fate of the Great Zhou dynasty was sealed. However, Jiang Hao was not particularly anxious about his own safety. Although, as the Empress had remarked, he had undoubtedly offended many in previous years. It was likely that some would seek retribution when the time came. Yet, he was certain that he would not be among the deceased when that day arrived. Having spent nearly a year in this dungeon, it was time to conclude certain matters. Jiang Hao lifted his head and murmured to himself. A year had passed almost imperceptibly, leaving him with a sense of dislocation. This was primarily due to the ease with which he had lived during this time. Each day, he reclined in indolence, unfettered by worries or inquiries, devoting himself to self-cultivation, and his mental state was far superior to what it had once been. Compared to the days of toil and labor, this was a world apart. Most remarkably, even in his state of leisure, he received a salary, disbursed daily, ensuring a steady income. On special occasions, there were even extraordinary rewards. Such was the life of a celestial being, replete with divine treatment. Thus, on this momentous anniversary, Jiang Hao found himself pondering the nature of the special reward awaiting him. Indeed, today marked the one-year anniversary of his imprisonment, as well as 1 year of his leisurely existence. This anticipation was the reason he rose earlier than usual today. Before long, the system's melodious notification resonated in his mind, invigorating him entirely. Ding! After a year of leisure, a special reward has been granted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fruit of the sage's path. The fruit of the sage's path? What might that be? In that moment, upon hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hao could not help but display a look of utter astonishment. He considered himself well-versed in various matters, especially during the past year since acquiring the system, which had bestowed upon him a plethora of peculiar artifacts. However, the concept of the sage's Dao fruit was something he had never even heard of before. Yet, from its name alone, it seemed to signify something extraordinary. Reflecting on this, Jiang Hao refrained from hastily drawing conclusions and instead immersed his consciousness into the system space. Soon, a mysterious orb of light appeared before his eyes. Despite being referred to as a Dao fruit, it bore no resemblance to any kind of fruit. Rather, it felt akin to a heroic spirit card, not in appearance, but in essence. It appeared to be a crystallized manifestation of the power of rules. He could faintly sense that this Dao fruit contained an extraordinary force within it, even resonating with the fluctuations of the power of laws, far surpassing the rule power he currently possessed. Whether this was a mere coincidence or specifically tailored for him remained uncertain. The Dao fruit emanated the energies of 6 distinct laws, the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the law of space. Thus, what exactly was this sage's Dao fruit? With this question in mind, Jiang Hao directed his spirit to attempt contact with this unfathomably mysterious sage's Dao fruit. Merely grazing its essence brought forth an enigmatic stream of memories into his mind. In no time, Jiang Hao comprehended the significance of this Dao fruit. It turned out that this Dao fruit was intrinsically linked to the long-desired realm of immortality. The so-called realm of immortality was merely a broad designation. It implied that upon entering this state, one could pursue true longevity. In contrast, those of the extraordinary realm, even if they reached the celestial human stage, could only expect a lifespan of a few hundred years at most. Once that time elapsed, regardless of one's might, they would meet their end. Only by transcending this boundary could one hope to seek genuine immortality. However, the number of individuals capable of breaking through this threshold was exceedingly rare. Particularly in this era, it had been many years since such a formidable being had emerged. It seemed that due to the drastic changes in the world and the increasingly sparse essence of heaven and earth, the birth of such beings was no longer feasible. Even the information pertaining to this realm was scant, often reduced to mere whispers, with much being hearsay. Yet, after engaging with this sage's Dao fruit, Jiang Hao unveiled numerous secrets about this realm, feeling as if a veil of mystery had been lifted, revealing a world of clarity. It became apparent that the true name of this realm was not the realm of immortality, but rather the realm of sage entry. Indeed, the realm of sage entry. First came the corporeal realm, then the extraordinary realm, followed by the realm of sage entry. Extraordinary to sage. First extraordinary, then sage. The corporeal realm is divided into 6 thresholds, while the extraordinary realm is segmented into 5 stages. The realm of sanctity is similarly divided into 4 grand tiers: semi-saint, saint, saint king, and saint emperor. The so-called fruit of the saintly path represents the crystallization of a saint's laws. In simpler terms, once one fully refines and absorbs this fruit, the path to the saint realm shall be unobstructed, opening wide its gates. Therefore, by refining this saintly fruit, can I endeavor to transcend to the realm of immortality? No. It is the saint realm, isn't it? Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that I have not even broken through to the semi-saint realm. How can I leap directly to the saint realm? At this moment, Jiang Hao found himself somewhat bewildered. If he were presented with a fruit of the semi-saint, that would be comprehensible. However, receiving a fruit of the saint is an entirely different matter. Regardless, whether it be a fruit of the semi-saint or of the saint, the priority is to refine it first. It matters not whether the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao hesitated not, immediately channeling his spiritual power to truly engage with this saintly fruit. In the next moment, this fruit radiated immense brilliance, transforming in an instant into a dazzling streak of light, akin to a celestial star from the 9 heavens, and directly merging into Jiang Hao's mind. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Hao felt a sudden expansion in his mind, akin to consuming an entire cow in one breath, instantly stretching his being. Following this, an incessant flow of cosmic energy was drawn to him, surging into his body in a frenzied rush, propelling his cultivation ever upward. Chapter 118. The Semi-Holy Realm. Nirvana's 9 Transformations. At present, Jiang Hao's cultivation has yet to reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm. After all, it has only been a mere 6 months since his breakthrough into this realm. Despite having consumed numerous precious elixirs along the way, including 2 millennium-old crimson fruits, which significantly accelerated his progress, he still finds himself a considerable distance from complete mastery of the celestial realm. Under normal circumstances, it would likely take him several more years to attain true perfection. However, at this moment, as the saintly Tao fruit begins to take effect, his body transforms into an immense black hole, voraciously absorbing the ambient celestial energy. To be precise, it is the celestial forces that are eagerly converging into his being. With this process, his cultivation surges at an astonishing rate, akin to a rocket's ascent. In the blink of an eye, his progress could equate to an entire month of previous training, and it shows no signs of abating. It feels as if he is operating under divine favor. At this moment, he is the favored child of the heavens. In mere moments, his cultivation effortlessly reaches the peak of the celestial realm. Should the seasoned celestial realm practitioners, who have toiled endlessly yet remain stagnant, witness this, they would likely be driven to madness, their hearts shattered by despair. To compare oneself to others can be a source of great frustration. In a certain sense, Jiang Hao's current cultivation stands as a testament to the apex of this world, the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Yet he does not rest on his laurels. Fueled by the saintly Tao fruit, he strides boldly forward, launching himself toward the even loftier heights of the saintly realm. As Zhang Jiao once articulated, the power of the laws serves as the key to transcending to the next level. However, one must genuinely master the power of the laws to achieve this. The comprehension of the laws and the mastery of them are distinctly different concepts, reminiscent of the difference between the law-image realm and the celestial realm. Practitioners of the law-image realm merely invoke celestial energy through their consciousness, akin to tempting a cat with cat food. In contrast, those in the celestial realm can truly command celestial forces, enticing the feline to dance within the palm of their hand without any bait. Only by firmly grasping that key can one unlock the great door to advancement. Thus, for Jiang Hao, he finds himself not only lacking in cultivation but also deficient in the mastery of the power of the laws. In just half a year, even relying on the human emperor body, or the 5 elements and 5 virtues body, he is yet to genuinely master the 5 elements laws, which he initially comprehended. The subsequent insights into the spatial laws are even further out of reach. Yet, at this very moment, he disregards these discrepancies entirely. This legendary saintly Tao fruit has effectively bridged those gaps, elevating him to an unprecedented level. His mastery over these laws has reached an extraordinarily high level. In such circumstances, with both his cultivation and the power of the laws meeting the necessary conditions, all that was left was the favorable wind, granting Jiang Hao the qualifications to strive for a higher realm. Thunder rumbled as the emperor's body operated at full capacity, with 360 acupoints radiating brilliant light, each avatar of divinity surrounded by resplendent halos. The surging primordial energy flowed incessantly like a mighty river, while the formidable power of consciousness was fully mobilized. Even the enigmatic technique of the sleeping dragon began to operate autonomously. At that moment, he transformed into an immense orb of light, enveloped not only by the forces of heaven and earth, but also suffused with an overwhelming presence of law. In this context, the rules of the universe were once again stirred, and terrifying phenomena manifested above the imperial capital, more intense and astonishing than ever before. However, Jiang Hao was not preoccupied with the escalating celestial disturbances. In this moment of chaos, his strength had significantly increased, allowing him to abandon the caution he once exercised and to cease being perpetually vigilant. To speak candidly, with his current prowess, what could anyone do even if they discovered him? Who in the realm could challenge him? Thus, Jiang Hao was wholly absorbed in his personal breakthrough, transitioning from the perfected realm of the celestial being to the semi-saint level. The process of breaking through was, of course, no simple feat. Otherwise, a superpower at the saintly level would not have remained elusive for so many years. Yet for Jiang Hao, aided by the saintly fruit, everything unfolded seamlessly. He faced no obstacles and effortlessly ascended to the semi-saint realm. This signified that he was no longer merely a celestial being, but had evolved into a formidable semi-saint. However, the transition from semi-saint to saint was markedly more complex. This process, known as the 9 transformations of nirvana, requires a special spiritual object called the saint source to cleanse the body, enabling a complete metamorphosis and the forging of a saintly body and soul. This transformation occurs in 9 stages, hence the term 9 transformations of nirvana, after which one can truly be deemed an extraordinary saint. With this transformation, one's lifespan would extend to a remarkable 10,000 years, and this was merely the foundational longevity. As one's cultivation continues to ascend, the upper limit of this lifespan would also elevate, ultimately leading to true immortality. Yet, a pressing question arises. Where could one procure the saint source? Jiang Hao had indeed heard of the saint source, even having glimpsed it himself within the treasury of the great Zhou dynasty. It was said to be a special spiritual object, a highly crystallized essence of the energies of heaven and earth. At that time, a piece no larger than a palm was regarded as a treasure by the elder of the Ji clan guarding the treasury, and common folk were not even granted the privilege of a glance. It is said that the sacred source possesses myriad wondrous uses, rightfully regarded as one of the most precious treasures in existence. In bygone days, it was not uncommon to find such marvels. However, with the great upheaval of the world and the waning of vital energy, the sacred source has gradually become extinct. Only the supreme power of the great Zhou dynasty retains a meager stock. Yet, even their inventory is exceedingly limited. According to the hints from his memory, in order to complete the process of the 9 transformations of rebirth, he would require at least 1,000 pounds of sacred source. Even with the foundation of an emperor's body for the first transformation, Jiang Hao harbors doubts. Even if he were to scour the treasures of all the factions across the continent, would he be able to amass the requisite 1,000 pounds of sacred source? After successfully refining the saint fruit, his mastery of the laws has reached a saintly level. Under normal circumstances, with his power already at such a height, one would expect the ascent and cultivation to be relatively straightforward, given that the greatest barrier has been transcended. Alas, external conditions do not permit this, creating a rather awkward predicament. Thus, his current situation is quite peculiar. While the most challenging aspect of his power, the mastery of the laws, has attained saintly status, his cultivation level remains stagnated at the semi-saint tier, hindered by the lack of sacred source, making further progress exceedingly difficult. It is no wonder that there are so few superlative beings who can enter the saint realm in this world. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally comprehends the crux of the issue. It is not the fault of any individual, but rather a flaw inherent in this world. Faced with this predicament, Jiang Hao finds himself bereft of immediate solutions, compelled to proceed cautiously, step by step. Regardless, having successfully broken through to the semi-saint realm, he is now without rival in the vast expanse of the world. Chapter 119. She must be stopped. As Jiang Hao fervently focused on his breakthrough, chaos erupted in the outside world due to his actions. The terrifying and monumental phenomenon that enveloped the skies above the imperial capital was so profound that even the blind could sense its presence. The palpable might of the heavens and earth permeated every corner of the region, as if an ancient deity, long dormant, was gradually awakening. instilling a profound sense of dread in countless hearts. In the high skies, the laws of nature continuously evolved, with various strange phenomena flashing in succession. Thunder roared like a tumultuous tide, and the winds and clouds perpetually shifted. The scope of this disturbance expanded exponentially, its magnitude far exceeding the imaginations of the onlookers, resembling the very act of creation itself. While breaking through to the celestial realm would indeed evoke the forces of nature, it paled in comparison to this spectacle, which was on an entirely different scale. Under the oppressive weight of this staggering heavenly pressure, not only ordinary individuals trembled, but even those once exalted celestial realm cultivators felt an unshakable fear, a sense of intimidation that rendered them hesitant to confront it. Yet, due to the enigmatic nature of the divine artifact, although the outside world was in turmoil, the source remained elusive, and even the application of special secret techniques yielded no clarity regarding its origin. From the external perspective of the celestial prison, all appeared tranquil. Hence, no one could associate this terrifying uproar with the seemingly mundane prison. People could only indulge in their speculations, gazing at the increasingly intense and horrifying phenomena above, their minds racing with conjectures. It must be the Empress of the Great Zhou. At that moment, the dear king from the demon god empire declared with unwavering conviction. Facing the astonished and skeptical gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward and assured them with utmost certainty. The fact that the Great Zhou Empress possesses the human emperor's physique has been corroborated by the lives of several demon kings. Moreover, her commanding of the human emperor's sword in battle at the border is something countless witnesses can attest to. It is widely recognized that only one with the human emperor's physique can wield the legendary human emperor's sword. Thus, her identity is beyond question. I assure you, these phenomena are undoubtedly the result of the Great Zhou Empress's actions. Such unprecedented and formidable power can only be wielded by one with a human emperor's physique. If I am not mistaken, she is most likely attempting to break through to a new realm. Upon hearing the dear king's words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Though they were deeply reluctant to believe it, the dear king's reasoning was sound, leaving them with no choice but to accept it. More crucially, the Great Zhou Empress was already at the celestial realm. What would it mean if she were to achieve another breakthrough? Could she possibly be attempting to transcend to the legendary eternal realm? The mere thought instilled a profound sense of anxiety within them. Although such legendary figures had not graced the continent for many years, the myriad tales surrounding them were well known to all. It is said that those of such formidable prowess can directly manipulate the forces of the laws, with a mere strike rivaling the might of divine powers, effortlessly traversing the heavens and earth. The strength they possess is indeed unfathomable. Should the Empress of the Great Zhou truly transcend this realm, she might single-handedly alter the course of destiny, even transforming the very fabric of existence, a feat that could very well be within her reach. Impossible, exclaimed the tiger-subduing Arhut from the Western Buddhist realm, his disbelief palpable as he interjected. To my knowledge, she has spent less than a year breaking through to the celestial realm. In fact, it has only been about 6 months. No matter how extraordinary her physique, the path of cultivation within the celestial realm is exceedingly arduous. Achieving perfection in the celestial realm in a mere half-year is utterly inconceivable, let alone breaking into the legendary realm of immortality. Upon hearing these words, the crowd could not help but nod in agreement. They were acutely aware of the challenges posed by the cultivation of the celestial realm, which far surpassed those of previous stages. It is not uncommon for one to make no progress for a year or more. In their view, even the most gifted individuals would require at least a decade or more to reach perfection in the celestial realm. Thus, the notion of completing this process within a mere 6 months seemed implausible, especially when considering ascension to even higher tiers. Indeed, this appears rather improbable, they concurred. Though the physique of the emperor is formidable, it does not reach such a level of abnormality. The cultivation of the celestial realm is exceedingly difficult. There must be other underlying factors. The dear king furrowed his brow at this juncture, yet soon his thoughts shifted. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed unlikely. However, the Great Zhou dynasty has a legacy spanning millennia, inherited from the esteemed Ji ancestors. There may be some special taboo methods at play. Ordinarily, she might refrain from utilizing such techniques due to the immense cost. But at this moment, with the impending collapse of the Great Zhou, She would surely spare no effort and resort to every means available to make a desperate gamble, even if she does not ascend to the fabled realm of immortality. Given the current overwhelming momentum, her methods should not be underestimated. And with the Emperor's sword in her possession, should she succeed, what chance would we have left? With this, the dear king stepped forward, addressing the assembly with urgency. Esteemed colleagues, we can no longer afford to wait. If we delay any further, it may very well be too late. We must thwart her. We absolutely cannot allow her to succeed. Otherwise, we shall be the ones to suffer the consequences. Let us act now and launch a full-scale assault to penetrate the imperial capital and stop the Empress. In response to the dear king's fervent call, the crowd exchanged glances. Understanding the gravity of his urgency, the demon race had already incurred the wrath of the great Zhou Empress, having forcibly delayed her at the borders for 6 months, which led to the collapse of the great Zhou situation. Should the Empress advance further, it was likely she would seek retribution against the demon race first. If she would not spare the demons, would she show mercy to them? It was evidently impossible. When the time arrives, none shall escape. They will face reckoning one after another. Contemplating this, the crowd's gazes swiftly solidified with determination. Since they must breach the imperial capital, it is better to act sooner rather than later. Given the present circumstances, taking the initiative is prudent. I concur with the opinion of the dear king. We must seize the moment and act immediately, for we cannot allow her schemes to succeed. The king of Lu, visibly anxious, was the first to voice his thoughts. As the leader of the 7 kings of the north, he was acutely aware of the hatred his niece harbored towards him. Should an opportunity arise, she would undoubtedly ensure his demise without a trace, and thus, he dared not be complacent. Time waits for no one. Let us act together. The formidable Arhat from the Western Buddhist kingdom, Fuhuo, solemnly echoed. Regardless of whether she breaks through, today she cannot escape her fate of downfall. The saintess from the witch clan spoke with an icy tone, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. After a moment of contemplation, the king of Samo from the Jinjiang Khanate quietly stated, I shall heed your counsel. At last, only Dong Zhuo and his companions remained. They exchanged glances, fully aware of the underlying truths that set them apart from the others. They understood that the Empress of the Great Zhou was not a true sovereign. If they were not mistaken, the astonishing scene before them was likely orchestrated by the powerful figure behind the curtain. However, witnessing the righteous indignation of the crowd, they found themselves unable to voice an explanation. Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. After a brief exchange of glances, they silently nodded in agreement. With such fervent martial spirit among the others, they could only flow with the tide. Let us proceed. They all expressed their assent. No sooner had the words left their lips than hesitation dissipated. On one front, they dispatched their forces to launch a full-scale assault from 4 directions. On another, they summoned their elite transcendent warriors to charge directly towards the imperial capital. Chapter 120. The Empress's resolve to eliminate him. The terrifying phenomenon triggered by Jiang Hao's breakthrough not only instilled panic among the various factions outside the city, but also left the powerful officials within the court equally shaken. However, unlike those outside, the court's strong figures did not attribute these events to the Empress's machinations. This was partly due to the absence of the blind confidence exhibited by the demon race, which had been fervently promoting such beliefs. Additionally, the Empress was presently in their midst. How could she possibly orchestrate such occurrences? In their eyes, this dreadful phenomenon, which appeared precisely when the external army gathered, was undoubtedly the handiwork of those outside the city. The human emperor physique. It seems there truly exists a human emperor physique, and it is just beyond the city walls. On the Taishan Hall, Ji Luoyao murmured to herself. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, and her clear, cold eyes erupted with overwhelming fury and hatred. In her mind, the plight of the great Zhou and her current predicament were all ignited by this human emperor physique. Had it not been for the existence of the human emperor physique, she would never have been so resolute in her decision to diminish the feudal lords. If not for the reduction of the lords, the 8 Kings Rebellion would never have transpired. Without the 8 Kings Rebellion, she would not have had to mobilize 1,000,000 troops, leading to the emptiness of Jizhou, which allowed the Taiping Dao to rise. Nor would she have imposed heavy taxes in Jiangnan, resulting in widespread uprisings. One could assert that had the human emperor physique not emerged, even if her capabilities had been slightly inferior, she would not have seen the great Zhou dynasty deteriorate to its current state within just a year. Thus, at the root of it all, this elusive human emperor physique was the primary culprit behind it all. In Ji Luoyao's heart, her animosity towards this human emperor physique surpassed that directed at the Yin Wang, the instigator of the rebellion, and even exceeded her disdain for the Lu Wang, who had first led the charge against the imperial capital. It was also greater than her resentment towards the demon race, which had persistently dragged her to the border, leading to the collapse of the domestic situation. As for the Taiping Dao of Jizhou, the Jiangnan uprising, the Shiliang army, and the Buddhist nations of the western regions, they were utterly insignificant by comparison. Certainly, if given the opportunity, she would not spare any of these factions. However, if one were to inquire about the object of her deepest hatred, it would undoubtedly be this human emperor physique. Who, then, could this human emperor physique be? Could it be the Lu Wang? Ji Luoyao furrowed her brow slightly. The Lu Wang, being of the Ji clan's direct lineage, indeed had the potential to awaken the human emperor physique. Although he was now well over 50, who could assert that age precluded the awakening of such a physique? The true issue lay in the fact that the Lu Wang had always demonstrated mediocre talent in cultivation, even when the imperial army pressed against him. He had not showcased any related abilities. Had it not been for the Golden Tent Khanate's intervention, it is likely that the Seven Kings Rebellion would have been quelled long ago by the court. In this regard, the Lu Wang did not seem to embody the traits of one possessing the human emperor physique. Could it be another feudal lord? One who had remained concealed behind the Lu Wang all along? Or perhaps the Lu Wang was merely a puppet secretly supported by the opposing faction? Was it a member of the Ji clan from another faction who secretly awakened the emperor's body? In that moment, Ji Luoyao found herself unable to determine which speculation held the truth. The emperor's body had concealed itself so adeptly, lurking in the shadows, that aside from the occasional celestial phenomenon, it had never made an appearance before the public eye. Otherwise, with the court's extensive intelligence network, it would have uncovered some clues during its prolonged investigation, leading them to the source. At that juncture, a figure burst into the grand hall, exclaiming urgently, "Report! From the north, King Lu commands an army of 500,000 advancing towards the imperial capital. Report! From the east, the Taiping Dao of Jizhou is sending forth 400,000 troops to assault the capital. Report! From the west, the Shiliang army, numbering 300,000, approaches the imperial capital. Report! From the south, the rebels from Jiangnan, 50,000 strong, march towards the capital." Each report sent a wave of panic through the court, causing both civil officials and military generals to gasp in astonishment. Although they had anticipated this day would come, they had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. A staggering 1,700,000 troops were launching a simultaneous offensive, while they had not witnessed the spectacle firsthand. One could easily imagine the terrifying force akin to a surging tide. Despite the capital's towering walls, against such a formidable army, it resembled a fragile vessel adrift upon the ocean, teetering precariously. Yet the grim news did not cease there. Before the officials could regain their composure, another individual rushed in, breathless, declaring, "Report! Beyond the city, over 20 celestial realm powerhouses and thousands of extraordinary beings are converging upon the imperial capital, and they have already breached the outer city walls." At this revelation, not only the officials, but even Ji Luoyao, the Empress of the Great Zhou, could not help but rise abruptly. Over 20 celestial realm powerhouses, thousands of extraordinary beings. More crucially, they had taken the lead in storming the outer walls of the capital. Typically, such elite warriors would refrain from leading the charge, particularly without knowledge of the enemy's specifics. Their esteemed status placed them at the core of their respective factions. Even hundreds or thousands of ordinary soldiers could not compare to the value of their lives. Yet here they were, without hesitation, spearheading the assault. This was evidently a gamble, a desperate attempt to seize victory in one fell swoop and capture the imperial capital of Great Zhou. The pressing question remained: how could the court's forces withstand such a multitude of elite adversaries? Though the court boasted its own share of powerful individuals, they paled in comparison to the combined might of the 8 great factions. They had hoped to engage in a protracted struggle, to delay the conflict incrementally while devising a strategy for retreat. Little did they anticipate that the enemy would initiate an all-out assault from the very outset. This left everyone present feeling somewhat at a loss, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Could it be that the great Zhou was truly destined for ruin? In that moment, despair took hold of all within the Grand Hall, including Empress Ji Luoyao. However, Ji Luoyao quickly gritted her teeth, shattering the dragon throne beneath her with a forceful strike, and proclaimed loudly, "If they desire my empire, they shall have to claim my life first. Yet, to take my life, they must consider how many celestial beings they are willing to sacrifice." Did they truly believe that the great Zhou dynasty lacked defenders? Upon hearing her words, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The great Zhou, with its long-standing legacy, still harbored loyal subjects. Soon, expressions of resolve lit up their faces, and they collectively voiced, "We are willing to fight to the death alongside your majesty." Excellent. The Empress inhaled deeply, swiftly mobilizing her troops for the final preparations. She then grasped the human emperor's sword and led a group of formidable warriors, ready to intercept the opposing celestial beings. Yet, at that moment, she seemed to recall something and abruptly halted. Turning to the elderly eunuch who had been trailing behind her, she commanded, "Eunuch Hai, go and eliminate someone on my behalf." This eunuch had served 3 successive emperors of the Great Zhou and now held the position of chief eunuch in the imperial palace, as well as being a peak celestial being himself. Upon hearing the Empress's command, he was momentarily taken aback. At such a critical juncture, she wished to divert this key combat force. Though perplexed, the steadfast expression of the Empress left him little choice but to inquire, "Might I ask whom your majesty intends to eliminate?" Ji Luoyao's eyes revealed a hint of complexity as she paused for a moment before finally parting her lips to utter coldly, "The one in the celestial prison." Duke Wei Jiang Hao. Chapter 121. Lord high above the imperial capital, a figure soared through the air like a fleeting shadow, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed numerous estates and courtyards. Ordinary individuals could scarcely discern his features, only feeling the fierce rush of wind as he passed. This man was none other than Lord High, dispatched by the Empress with the urgent command to hasten to the prison. The rationale behind the Empress's decree eluded Lord High. To his mind, the Duke of Wei had languished in confinement for such an extended period, though he had not meticulously noted the precise date of the Duke's incarceration. He estimated it had been nearly a year. In a span of a whole year, the opportunity to eliminate him could have arisen at any moment. As far as he was aware, the Duke, Jiang Hao, was merely an ordinary man, devoid of any martial prowess, and confined in a prison where even a common guard could easily send him to his demise. If he was not to be executed, did that imply a reprieve? Yet why, at this juncture, was he specifically tasked with ensuring the Duke's departure from this world? Was the Empress concerned that, should the city fall to chaos, the Duke might suffer indignities, prompting her to grant him a swift end? Or perhaps she harbored a desire for vengeance, resenting the Duke for not aiding her, and sought to have him accompany her to the grave? Alternatively, had she long contemplated his demise but lacked the resolve until now, when the prospect of hesitation had vanished? Lord High was neither the sovereign nor a woman. He was merely a man with physical limitations, finding it challenging to empathize with the tumultuous thoughts of the Empress. Nevertheless, having lived a considerable portion of his life and having served the emperors of the Great Zhou for 3 dynasties, he possessed the invaluable trait of not fretting over matters beyond his comprehension. Regardless of the Empress's intentions, he needed only to grasp one essential truth. Her desire was for the Duke to die. His singular task was clear: to personally escort the Duke on his final journey. That sufficed. He had always been obedient, refraining from engaging in unnecessary endeavors. This trait had earned him the trust of emperors throughout the ages. The Duke was a figure of great renown, deserving of his personal attention. Although merely a eunuch, he was a peak expert in the realm of celestial beings, and thus a pivotal figure within the Great Zhou dynasty. While most individuals lacked the merit to warrant his direct involvement, Jiang Hao undoubtedly stood as an exception. Despite being an unremarkable mortal, his immense reputation justified Lord High's personal endeavor. To eliminate such a prominent figure was hardly a disgrace to his stature as a peak expert. Ahead lay the prison. With a swift descent akin to a great rock unfurling its wings, Lord High swiftly landed before the gates of the prison. Compared to a few days ago when the Empress visited, the number of individuals in the dungeon has significantly dwindled. Many prisoners have been taken away to serve as cannon fodder in a suicidal mission. Additionally, a considerable number of the dungeon guards have been summoned to assist in the city's defense. Thus, The once bustling dungeon now hosts only a few stray souls. At this moment, the chief jailer, Tao Gongwang, stands vigilantly at the entrance, not out of loyalty, but because he is acutely aware of the perilous situation in the imperial capital. He remains stationed outside, eager to ascertain whether the invading forces will indeed breach the city walls. If chaos were to engulf the capital, he would be prepared to make a swift escape. Indeed, this is the true reason for his presence at the gates. At that precarious moment, Eunuch Hai unexpectedly descended from above, startling him to the core. Who is this insolent fool? No, wait. Is that you, Eunuch Hai? Upon recognizing the visitor, Tao Gongwang stifled the expletives that threatened to escape his lips, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although he does not hold a high rank, he has navigated the capital's corridors of power for many years and is familiar with many figures, including Eunuch Hai, who has served 3 emperors and is a veritable stalwart of the imperial court. However, he did not expect that at such a critical time, this esteemed figure would abandon the palace and the Empress to arrive at his dungeon. Without further ado, take me to Duke Wei, Eunuch Hai commanded, his face stern. Tao Gongwang had not made out the words spoken by the eunuch, but he surmised they were not complimentary. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on that. He immediately issued his orders. Duke Wei, that's not possible, Your Majesty once explicitly instructed. Before Tao Gongwang could finish his protest, Eunuch Hai struck the wall beside him with a resounding slap. Instantly, the surface of the wall cracked, splintering into a web of fissures radiating from the point of impact. The intended refusal died on Tao Gongwang's lips as he swallowed hard, contemplating the consequences had that blow landed upon his own head. Would his skull crack like the wall or burst apart like a watermelon? Regardless, he feared he would not survive either scenario. Such brutality. Truly, what has become of people these days? It is either intimidation, coercion, or outright violence. Why can't they engage in civilized discourse? Tao Gongwang, though inwardly disdainful, found his body responding honestly. He quickly altered his demeanor, adopting a fawning smile and assuring, "Of course, Eunuch Hai, since you have commanded it, there shall be no issue whatsoever. Allow me to guide you to Duke Wei at once." As he spoke, he turned and began to shuffle deeper into the dungeon. Observing his slow, faltering steps, Eunuch Hai frowned and swiftly moved forward, lifting him effortlessly. As he hurried towards the dungeon, he commanded, "You lead the way." Tao Gongwang felt as if he were soaring through the air, his spirit nearly lost in fear, and dared not to play tricks, promptly directing the path. In their seamless cooperation, they swiftly arrived at the 18th level of the dungeon. With a clatter, as Tao Gongwang unfastened the chains of the grand door, Hai Gonggong paid him no further heed, striding directly inside. Upon entering the 18th level, Hai Gonggong soon spotted Jiang Hao, who was the sole occupant of this level at that moment. Anyone with functioning eyesight would easily notice him. At that precise moment, Jiang Hao had just concluded a breakthrough and was in high spirits. The sudden appearance of Hai Gonggong took him by surprise. "Hai Gonggong, what brings you here?" Jiang Hao inquired, puzzled. In truth, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Hai Gonggong hesitated briefly before responding. "To be frank, we have come at His Majesty's behest. To escort you, Duke Wei." "Escort me?" Jiang Hao's expression faltered, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. Like Hai Gonggong, he found it difficult to comprehend. When he was cast into the dungeon, Ji Luoyao had not ordered his execution. Recently, after he had firmly rejected her propositions, she had similarly refrained from taking action. Yet, at this moment, she had dispatched Hai Gonggong to take his life? If it had been anyone else, Jiang Hao might have suspected that they were acting under the pretense of Ji Luoyao's authority. However, he knew Hai Gonggong well, though not necessarily a good man. He was unwaveringly loyal to the royal family and always spoke plainly. Moreover, there was no need for concealment in such matters. While it was indeed surprising, upon reflection, it seemed characteristic of her style. After all, she had previously imprisoned him without warning. How touching that she still thought of him at this juncture. Even sending you to escort him? How moving, indeed, ha ha ha. Jiang Hao suddenly erupted into laughter. Yet, as he laughed, his gaze turned icy. Raising his head to meet Hai Gonggong's eyes, he inquired expressionlessly, "Does she have any message for me?" "No," Hai Gonggong replied, shaking his head. "The Empress merely instructed me to escort you. There are no further commands." He then looked directly at Jiang Hao and asked, "Duke Wei, do you wish to end this yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Chapter 122. You strike me, I return the favor. Is the Duke of Wei intent on taking matters into his own hands, or shall I intervene? Grand Eunuch Hai inquired directly, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao lifted his head to meet Hai's earnest expression, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. Must we resort to violence? Jiang Hao questioned, observing the seriousness etched upon Hai's face. To this query, Grand Eunuch Hai offered no second thoughts. Although he and Jiang Hao shared a certain familiarity, their relationship remained superficial at best. Beyond that, there existed no other ties. His unwavering loyalty to the Empress rendered him incapable of granting Jiang Hao any leniency. Nor could he contravene the Empress's commands simply due to their acquaintance. To speak frankly, Jiang Hao held no significant sway in his eyes. Duke of Wei, time is of the essence, and I possess little to squander. If you are unwilling to take decisive action, then it falls upon me to do so, he continued unflinchingly. Rest assured, given our past connection, my actions will be executed swiftly and cleanly, ensuring you suffer not a moment's pain. As he spoke, a deadly glint flickered in Hai's eyes as he advanced toward Jiang Hao, an astonishing energy coalescing within his palm, exuding an aura of peril. Observing this, Jiang Hao shook his head. At times, he harbored no desire to take a life. Yet, some individuals simply refused to heed counsel, leaving him powerless to alter their course. Grand Eunuch Hai was indeed anxious, his thoughts consumed by the task at hand, eager to assist the Empress. After all, with so many formidable adversaries converging upon the imperial capital, even the Empress and her allies might struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The presence of an additional ally could tip the scales of power. It is undeniable that his loyalty to the Empress was profound, or rather, his fidelity to the royal lineage of the great Zhou was unwavering. Duke of Wei, may you remember this lesson in your next life. As subjects, we must remain cognizant of our duties. The Emperor is the supreme sovereign, bestowing both blessings and punishments. None among us may dare to offend him. If the Emperor declares you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. If he decrees your death, then you must meet your end. In his final moments, he undertook to impart a lesson to Jiang Hao, a culmination of wisdom gleaned from serving 3 emperors and the result of a lifetime of toil. Without lingering to see if Jiang Hao might awaken to enlightenment, Grand Eunuch Hai executed his strike, palm extended toward Jiang Hao. Instantaneously, the energy within his palm transformed into a silver wave of light, surging toward Jiang Hao's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Should this trajectory continue, Jiang Hao's heart would soon shatter, and his life would be irrevocably extinguished. In this, he would fulfill his earlier promise, ensuring a process both swift and devoid of suffering. Jiang Hao stood still, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden assault, utterly at a loss as to how to evade it. Observing this, Grand Eunuch Hai's confidence swelled, a triumphant smile gracing his features. In his view, with his peak cultivation at the realm of transcendent beings, it was utterly superfluous to deal with an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. At that moment, he was even prepared to turn and depart. He believed that under the force of his palm, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, contrary to expectations, his palm did not descend upon Jiang Hao's chest. At that instant, a faint luminescence unexpectedly emerged on Jiang Hao's body, though it appeared inconspicuous, merely a gossamer layer. The power of the old man's palm met it without effect. It merely stirred a barely perceptible ripple, which then vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Even Jiang Hao's robe remained undisturbed, let alone his life being extinguished. Everything seemed like a jest. The old man, who was poised to turn away, abruptly halted upon witnessing this scene. His pupils involuntarily dilated, and an undeniable shock flickered across his previously impassive visage, testing the defensive capabilities of the soft-shelled armor. It appeared that this exquisite treasure was indeed reliable, with satisfactory results, Jiang Hao casually remarked. He then regarded the old man with a calm demeanor and stated, "I am a person of fairness. You strike me once, and I shall return the favor. Is that not reasonable?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Hao's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In that instant, the old man was engulfed by astonishment and confusion, unable to comprehend why his strike had no effect on Jiang Hao. He could not fathom how an ordinary person like Jiang Hao could suddenly emanate such a terrifying aura. Yet, at the moment Jiang Hao disappeared, he felt as though an unprecedentedly fearsome beast had fixed its gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine and raising the hairs on his body. Even his voice seemed to falter, leaving him utterly speechless. Years of combat experience enabled him to react swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man retreated with all his might, propelling himself to the entrance of the celestial prison in a mere breath. Just as he was about to escape the 18th layer of the prison, Jiang Hao's figure appeared, eerily blocking his path with an expression of calm. "We agreed on a strike for a strike. Why the haste to flee?" Before his words could fully resonate, Jiang Hao had already made his move, delivering a palm strike that seemed remarkably ordinary. There was neither a violent surge of elemental energy nor any invocation of celestial power. Yet, the speed of this strike was unparalleled. Before the old man could react, the palm had already struck him. The force contained within unleashed the power of spatial laws, causing the old man's body to disintegrate and rapidly extend from the point of impact to other locations. As the power of the spatial law spread, his body crumbled in its wake. In that fleeting moment, almost frozen in time, the old sea master's eyes widened in horror, filled with an unprecedented terror. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as his form gradually dissipated. Within mere moments, the old sea master had completely vanished before Jiang Hao, leaving no trace behind. Such is the might of the spatial law. Such is the power of a saintly level law against a formidable being like the old sea master. Even one at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, Jiang Hao perceived no distinction between him and an ordinary mortal. "You strike me, and I shall return the blow. You vow to spare me pain, and I shall likewise ensure you feel none. Indeed, I pride myself on my sense of fairness." Observing the now non-existent body of the old sea master, Jiang Hao spoke with a hint of indifference. Alas, the old sea master was gone. Unable to respond to Jiang Hao's satisfaction, nor could he leave a commendation. Not far away, Tao Gongwang trembled in fear at the spectacle. This was, after all, his first true witnessing of Jiang Hao's prowess, far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He had heard whispers of the old sea master's strength, reputedly a peak celestial realm expert. With such power, one would think he ranked among the most elite in the empire, if not the entire world. Yet, a being so formidable had been effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Hao in a single strike. And indeed, he was utterly gone. Tao Gongwang's legs quaked uncontrollably, and he dared not raise his gaze to Jiang Hao, terrified that a mere glance would provoke the same fate upon him. However, Jiang Hao was preoccupied, lifting his head to peer beyond the confines of the prison. His dark eyes gleamed with a chilling light, as if piercing through the prison's barriers to glimpse beyond, to a certain individual within the imperial city. "Since you are so concerned for me, sending someone to escort me at this moment, then it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. How could I refrain from paying you a visit?" Jiang Hao remarked coolly. With that, he began to stride purposefully towards the exit of the prison. Chapter 123. The old man goes to kill someone in truth. The 8 major forces united and acted with a swiftness far exceeding the expectations of the imperial court. Influenced by the astonishing phenomenon, they were filled with urgency, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Hence, they dared not delay and exerted their utmost efforts. Moreover, their collective strength, having joined forces, was indeed formidable beyond measure. Though reports claimed they had over 20 celestial beings, the actual number was far greater. Upon careful calculation, under the command of King Lu, there was one original celestial being, complemented by representatives from the 5 major sects, totaling 6 celestial beings. The Jinzhong Khanate, led by King Samo, boasted 4 celestial beings. The Western Buddhist kingdom, under the leadership of the Buddha of the Tiger, had 3 celestial beings. The Demon God Empire, led by the Deer King, also had 3 celestial beings. The Southern Shaman tribe, guided by their holy maiden, possessed an additional 3 celestial beings. Adding to this were Dongzhua, the 3 Zhang brothers, and Chensheng and Wu Guang. Altogether, these 8 factions amassed 27 celestial beings, including the likes of El Bu, Zhang Jiao, Chensheng, and Wu Guang, who had comprehended the power of laws. Though figures such as King Samo, the Buddha of the Tiger, the Deer King, and the Shaman Maiden had yet to grasp the laws, they nonetheless wielded the strength of top-tier celestial beings. Furthermore, this was merely the celestial beings. The number of extraordinary beings under their command was astonishing. After all, celestial beings were not easily recruited due to their limited numbers, each requiring a dedicated position. Unless one genuinely pledged allegiance, they could easily escape without consequence. In contrast, extraordinary beings, while powerful, did not possess the same level of autonomy as celestial beings. Almost every moderately sized faction had extraordinary beings stationed. Even under the command of figures like Zhang Jiao and Dong Zhuo, they had recently managed to attract numerous extraordinary beings. Thus, the collective might of so many powerful individuals unleashed was indeed beyond imagination. Even though the capital boasted tall, thick walls, it offered little in the way of resistance against such formidable top-tier beings. They effortlessly breached the city walls. Despite the valiant efforts of the soldiers defending the city, led by their officers employing various tactics and launching arrows, they were ultimately unable to maintain their formation. The primary reason lay in the overwhelming strength of the celestial beings. They harnessed the forces of heaven and earth, rendering blades ineffective and arrows impotent, each one an unstoppable force. Moreover, at that moment, there were a full 27 celestial beings acting in concert. No matter how formidable the military formation, it could not suppress so many celestial beings. Consequently, after breaching the city walls, they faced fierce resistance but continued to advance with unstoppable momentum, making their way toward the imperial palace to confront the Empress. With a commanding shout from the dear king, he led the charge toward the great Zhou imperial palace, with others hastily following in his wake. They paid no heed to the vast army trailing behind, for they had arranged for a deputy to oversee the command. Moreover, with 170,000 soldiers assailing from all directions, their concerns lay with the defenders of the city, not themselves. Their immediate focus was on confronting the formidable forces of the court, led by the Empress of Great Zhou. Each moved with the swiftness of lightning, harnessing the power of heaven and earth to soar through the skies above the imperial capital, like meteors streaking across the firmament. Their terrifying presence instilling a profound sense of dread. Before the Empress could rally her forces, they had already taken the initiative to strike. The thunderous clash of their might resonated as the energies of heaven and earth collided, quickly giving rise to tumultuous winds and shifting clouds. Dark, ominous clouds enveloped the palace, heralding the impending arrival of a catastrophic storm. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the court was not lacking in powerful figures. In addition to Empress Ji Luoyao and the two commanders of the Tiger and Feather Forest, there were 9 other celestial realm cultivators. These individuals either served within various governmental departments or were secretively nurtured by the great Zhou royal family. In total, there were 12 celestial realm experts. If one were to also consider the deceased Qianji Daoist, Tai Wuqiu, and Duke Duan, along with the eunuch Hai, dispatched by the Empress to the dungeons, the total would rise to 16 celestial realm cultivators. Furthermore, these were the experts directly affiliated with the court. In the heyday of the court, when the central plains were stable and all factions submitted, those celestial realm cultivators in the provinces would heed the court's commands. For instance, representatives from the 5 major sects might grumble or resist if the court were to conscript them, yet ultimately, they would likely comply. Thus, the number of celestial realm experts that the great Zhou dynasty could mobilize would be even greater. This was indicative of the dynasty's strength at its zenith. Regardless of how ambitious powers like the Golden Tent Khanate might be, they would not dare to act when the might of Great Zhou was at its peak. Otherwise, should they provoke the full wrath of Great Zhou, they might not face total annihilation, but significant losses would be inevitable. However, that was merely a reflection of the Great Zhou dynasty at its height. Presently, it was evident that the dynasty had reached a critical juncture. While 12 celestial realm experts were formidable, they were starkly outnumbered by the 27 opposing celestial realm cultivators. Yet at this moment, Empress Ji Luoyao exhibited no sign of fear or retreat. Instead, her murderous intent soared to the heavens. Traitors and usurpers shall perish, she declared, wielding the emperor's sword. Standing tall in the skies, her presence exuding an overwhelming aura, as if she were the very center of the universe. In that instant, she transcended the role of the distant empress, embodying the essence of an invincible female general. Perhaps, given her prowess, she was more suited to the role of a general than that of an empress. Kill. Under her leadership, the celestial beings aligned with the court exhibited no hesitation, simultaneously unleashing their formidable powers and invoking the forces of nature. They surged forward like blazing stars, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Witnessing such fervor, the powerful figures from various factions could not help but be awed. Particularly striking was the Empress of the Great Zhou, wielding the Emperor's sword. Her potential to unleash this devastating weapon at any moment instilled a palpable sense of trepidation among them. Despite their numerical superiority, they hailed from 8 disparate factions, each harboring ulterior motives and scheming, unwilling to sacrifice their own interests for the sake of others. Nevertheless, they boasted a total of 27 celestial beings. As such, their mental fortitude was exceptional, enabling them to swiftly quell their inner doubts. After exchanging glances, they resolutely advanced to engage in battle. A fierce confrontation ensued, revealing the disparities in strength among the celestial beings. The representatives of the 5 major sects, without a doubt, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, feeling momentarily sidelined as they could only watch from the periphery. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect recalled a crucial matter. He lifted his gaze toward a certain direction in the imperial capital, a terrifying killing intent suddenly flickering in his aged eyes. Please wait a moment. I must first attend to a personal matter. Chapter 124. Let us go together. The Grand Elder of the Hades sect suddenly spoke, causing the crowd to momentarily freeze in surprise. Soon, skepticism flickered in their eyes. Although the Grand Elder claimed he was setting out to eliminate a foe, who could ascertain the truth of his intentions, it was equally plausible that he sought to seize certain advantages beforehand. For instance, the Imperial Library of the Great Zhou dynasty housed countless martial arts tomes accumulated over the years, possessing an unparalleled allure to any faction. These texts represented true heritage, the very foundation upon which a power's growth and prosperity rested, and thus were priceless. Furthermore, the royal treasury contained innumerable rare treasures, each rumored to be worth a fortune, capable of ensuring a lifetime of comfort for anyone fortunate enough to possess even one. The thought of such riches was enough to provoke envy. Additionally, places like the alchemy chamber, the sword-forging workshop, and the military arsenal were equally extraordinary, warranting a visit. Logically, these spoils should belong collectively to all of them. If the Grand Elder of the Hades sect were to sneak away and hoard a portion for himself, who could they hold accountable? Noticing the doubtful gazes of the crowd, the Grand Elder understood their thoughts and became increasingly agitated. With nothing left to conceal, he declared, "I do not seek any gain for myself. Rather, I am driven by the desire to avenge my unfilial son." He was a benevolent soul, merely engaging in playful antics with friends, yet he became the target of Duke Wei and met a cruel demise. This grievance shall not go unpunished, I swear it. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, quickly recalling the tale of the Grand Elder's son. While they were unaware of his kind nature, they did remember the playful companions. If their memories served them right, the young man had lacked sound judgment, having stirred up trouble by killing an official, which led to his execution ordered by Duke Wei. At that time, the Grand Elder had been too intimidated by the Duke's power to seek revenge, even avoiding the subject entirely and remaining hidden within the Hades sect for a considerable time, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Now, however, he suddenly proclaimed his intent for vengeance, clearly emboldened by the imminent downfall of the Great Zhou dynasty, daring to confront Duke Wei. In truth, I have a junior disciple who is also a figure of heroism. He is generous and noble, renowned as the leader of the righteous alliance in the martial world. Yet he too was falsely accused by Duke Wei and met with a brutal end. As his senior, I have failed to avenge him, and for that, I am deeply ashamed, the master of the divine martial sect lamented. Indeed, Duke Wei Jiang Hao has always reveled in slaying the innocent and usurping their glory, relentlessly targeting those of us from the martial realm. Countless heroes have fallen victim to his treachery. He is truly deserving of the harshest fate. Indeed, in the absence of the Duke of Weigua, we, the formidable members of the sects, once roamed freely and without restraint. It is precisely his imposition of rigid regulations that has confined even our noble quests for justice. His subsequent imprisonment by the Empress truly serves him right. Presently, chaos reigns in the imperial capital. The prison is surely neglected. Thus, we might as well join the Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect in his endeavor to obliterate this faction, avenging our fallen friends and family. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the gathered individuals sparkled with intrigue. They had harbored thoughts of vanquishing the Empress of the Great Zhou, yet felt powerless to intervene. With so many powerful figures present, it appeared that this task was far beyond their reach. However, targeting the Duke of Weigua, Jiang Hao, seemed a worthy pursuit. On one hand, Jiang Hao's reputation was formidable. He was no mere insignificant character, but rather an adversary deserving of their efforts. On the other hand, his prior oppression and massacre of various sects had earned him many enemies. Should they succeed in eliminating him, it would serve as a cathartic release for the grievances of their fellow practitioners, with substantial hidden benefits to gain. Without further hesitation, they resolved to accompany the Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect, who welcomed their presence. He had already discerned the precise location of the prison and swiftly led them there. The speed of a transcendent being is unmatched. Within the span of mere moments, they arrived at the prison's entrance. At that very moment, just as they were about to storm the prison, a figure emerged from its depths. They found themselves face to face with none other than their sought-after target, the Duke of Wei. Jiang Hao. Truly, I have traversed arduous paths only to find my quarry without effort. Jiang Hao, do you recognize me? The Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect erupted in laughter, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Hao, his teeth clenched in a display of seething hatred, as if he wished to devour him whole. Who are you? Jiang Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. While he was acquainted with many, he was unfamiliar with even more. After all, with countless souls in the world, it was unreasonable to expect him to remember each one. The Grand Elder's expression twisted in response to Jiang Hao's words. In the past, when Jiang Hao had ascended to power, he had felt fortunate to remain unrecognized. Yet now, Jiang Hao's failure to acknowledge him filled him with profound humiliation. I am the Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect. Years ago, you took the life of my son. Had I not been entrenched in critical cultivation at the time, I would have sought retribution long ago. However, it is not too late. I have come today to avenge my son's death. The Grand Elder proclaimed with fervor. The Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect? Jiang Hao pondered, finally recalling the name. So you seek vengeance for your foolish son? However, I recall that your words were quite different back then. It seems you even penned an apology letter, vowing with the utmost sincerity that you had severed all ties with him as father and son. Pray tell, has this relationship been rekindled? Jiang Hao inquired with a peculiar expression. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect's countenance stiffened, especially as he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. A wave of mortification washed over him. Enraged and humiliated, he bellowed, "Do not indulge in such nonsense. Everyone, do not be deceived by his fabrications. What sort of person do you think I am? I would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior, nor would I ever bow so low before him. It is utterly inconceivable." Jiang Hao, disinterested in further debate, turned his gaze to the others and asked, "What are your identities? Are you also here to seek revenge for your sons?" "I am the sect leader of the Divine Martial Gate, and I seek vengeance today for my dear disciple, the leader of the Justice Alliance, who met a tragic end at your hands. I am the vice sect leader of the White Lotus sect, here today to hold you accountable for your past transgressions on behalf of all righteous practitioners. I am the vice leader of the Qingyang Demon sect, and I have come to enact divine justice, to eradicate you, a notorious villain. I am the sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect, Jiang Hao. Do you still remember me? I am not here for any trivial matter. It is because I offered myself to you all those years ago, and you deemed me unworthy. I have endured this grievance for a full decade, and today, I must reclaim my honor." One by one, they spoke up. Jiang Hao nodded slightly, matching their words with the memories in his mind. Finally, his gaze landed on the leader of the 100 Flowers sect. After a moment's hesitation, he could not help but utter, "Esteemed leader of the 100 Flowers sect, it is not that I hold disdain, but truthfully, your appearance leaves much to be desired. Frankly, I am at a loss as to how your sect selects its leaders. Do you not consider looks at all, focusing solely on strength?" Upon hearing this, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect trembled with rage, her eyes turning crimson, unable to contain herself any longer. "Jiang Hao, today I shall end your life." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she unleashed her power, and the colorful ribbons in her hands shot forth, transforming into a fearsome whip, hurtling towards Jiang Hao's head with lightning speed. The others gasped in shock. How could he be allowed to perish so easily? Chapter 125. Let you all go together. To be candid, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect is not as unattractive as one might presume. Though she is somewhat advanced in age, it is quite natural for a formidable being in the celestial realm to possess a few more years, as not every individual possesses the extraordinary talent to ascend to such heights in their 20s. However, The leader has mastered the art of maintaining her youthful appearance. And with the prolonged lifespan granted by her celestial status, she still exudes the allure of a charming young matron. With her decent looks, elevated social standing, and mastery of numerous skills, including music and performance, she certainly holds more appeal in the eyes of certain admirers than a naive young girl. It was this self-assuredness regarding her own beauty that emboldened her to approach Jiang Hao, seeking to share his bed. Believing that she could leverage his influence to elevate both herself and the Hundred Flowers sect. To her dismay, Jiang Hao held her in disdain, which dealt her a blow of unprecedented humiliation. Originally, she had come here with the intention of mocking Jiang Hao, eager to show him the fickleness of fortune. Yesterday he disregarded her, and today she would make him regret it. Yet, she never anticipated that upon her arrival, she would become the target of ridicule herself. Had Jiang Hao remained the powerful Duke of the state of Wei, she might have accepted her fate. However, he had now fallen into the depths of despair, reduced to a mere prisoner in a celestial prison, entirely devoid of power or influence. And with the great Zhou dynasty on the brink of collapse, what audacity did he possess to dare mock her? The patience of the leader was at its limit. With indignation swelling within her, she could no longer contain herself, her fury igniting like an inferno. Without further ado, she unleashed her power. As a formidable being of the celestial realm, her strength was formidable, and the colorful ribbon in her hand was no ordinary object. It was a treasured weapon, a legacy of the Hundred Flowers sect. As she infused it with her essence, the ribbon transformed into a terrifying streak, exuding an overwhelming force that surged toward Jiang Hao's head, as if poised to shatter it. Yet, she had not completely lost her composure, unlike what others feared. She had no intention of killing him outright. After all, having ensnared such a significant catch, she would not allow him to escape so easily. Such a fate would be far too lenient. Her intention was primarily to intimidate Jiang Hao. To see the once mighty Duke of Wei reduced to a quivering, sobbing figure, begging for mercy at her feet, that would bring her the satisfaction she craved. However, contrary to her expectations, Jiang Hao faced her thunderous assault with unwavering resolve. He did not flinch, nor did his expression betray any sign of fear. In that fleeting moment of electric tension, the leader of the Hundred Flowers sect found herself in a predicament. Suddenly, a faint glow enveloped Jiang Hao's body, signaling the activation of the exquisite soft armor in response to the impending attack. Not only did the soft armor effortlessly deflect the leader's assault, but it also sent the high-quality treasure ribbon hurtling back. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were instantly struck with astonishment, particularly the leader of the Hundred Flowers sect, who was left in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Jiang Hao would remain unscathed from her strike. Conversely, she found herself staggering backwards several steps due to the astonishing recoil, leaving her in a rather disheveled state. He possesses protective armor. To so easily withstand an attack from a high-quality treasure weapon, he must be donning an exquisite piece of armor. Even in the depths of the celestial prison, he has managed to retain such a remarkable treasure. The assembled individuals were not mere ordinary folk. They were seasoned and discerning, quickly deducing the implications of the situation. Greed flickered in their eyes as they contemplated the rarity of such armor compared to weapons, especially this exquisite armor, which was worth its weight in gold and, though valuable, was virtually irreplaceable. With such exquisite armor for protection, they would not need to worry about defense in battles against rivals of their level. They could focus entirely on offense. The advantage was insurmountable. Jiang Hao, you a mere pawn of the court, a prisoner of the celestial jail, how dare you possess such a treasure? Hand it over at once. The vice leader of the Qingyang demon sect was the first to lose his composure. After all, those of the demon sect were accustomed to violence and misdeeds, treating robbery as child's play. With a righteous shout, he hastily sprang into action, extending his hand to seize Jiang Hao with great force. To ensure a swift capture, he summoned the power of heaven and earth, leaving Jiang Hao no chance for resistance or escape. Regardless of the exquisite armor, without formidable cultivation to back it, even such armor could not guarantee substantial protection. Against the full might of a celestial realm powerhouse like him, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand with mere armor. Have you all had your fun? Upon witnessing the vice leader's attack, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with impatience. Did they truly think this was a game? With a cold huff and without any semblance of courtesy, he raised his hand in a sweeping motion. What appeared to be a casual gesture, under the influence of the laws of power, instantly summoned an unimaginable force of nature. Although the vice leader of the Qingyang demon sect also channeled the power of heaven and earth, the two forces were not even on the same level. A thunderous explosion resounded, reminiscent of two titanic waves crashing together, sending forth a spray of tumultuous waters. In the wake of events, not only was the attack from the vice master of the Qingyang demon sect effortlessly neutralized, but he himself was also sent flying by the force of the onslaught. His body traced a long, graceful parabola through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, resembling a defenseless human sandbag, stirring up clouds of dust. The resounding thud reverberated, causing the remaining onlookers to feel a sudden jolt of shock, leaving them momentarily bewildered. If the earlier assault from the leader of the Hundred Flowers sect had been deflected by an exquisite piece of armor, they could have rationalized it. However, Jiang Hao's display was utterly unexpected, leaving them grappling with disbelief. The vice master of the Qingyang demon sect was a formidable figure of the celestial realm. Although his prowess may not have been the most distinguished among his peers, anyone facing his full might would surely approach with caution. Yet, Jiang Hao, by all accounts, should have been an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. How could he, with merely a casual wave of his hand, as if brushing away dust, send the vice master of the Qingyang demon sect hurtling away? The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity and simplicity, akin to the mundane acts of eating and drinking, far exceeding the imagination of all present. At that moment, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Hao, disinterested in their confusion, took a step forward and declared, "There is no need to waste time. You may all come at me together." As his words echoed, a chilling and formidable aura began to emanate slowly from within him. Chapter 126. The Might of a Semi-Saint. Everyone, exercise caution. The terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Hao sent shivers down their spines, reminiscent of a legendary beast awakening from an age-long slumber. The Grand Elder of the Huangquan sect, initially poised to strike, could not help but change his countenance. No longer daring to act hastily, he retreated with utmost speed, maintaining a safe distance from Jiang Hao. His eyes flickered with vigilance as he warned aloud, "Everyone, be wary. This individual is far from the ordinary man we once perceived. His concealment is profound. Had we not sought him out today, he may never have revealed his true strength. If I am not mistaken, he is likely a formidable being in the celestial realm, perhaps even a top-tier celestial expert." The Grand Elder's expression reflected sheer astonishment as he articulated his assessment. It was not merely a reflection of his limited experience. In truth, his estimation of Jiang Hao was already quite generous. After all, considering Jiang Hao's youth and his meteoric rise to prominence, excelling both in governance and martial prowess, he could have easily become a legend had he not been imprisoned by the Empress. Moreover, how many celestial experts exist in the world? Each of them has traversed a grueling path of cultivation to break through to this realm. Even among them, most are merely ordinary celestial experts, not the elite. Figures like the Empress of the Great Zhou, possessing unique attributes and supported by an entire dynasty, are but rare exceptions who achieve such heights in their 20s, wielding the imperial sword to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. To immediately classify Jiang Hao as a top-tier celestial expert was indeed a considerable compliment. Yet, how could this be possible? This fellow is insidiously cunning, harboring such formidable strength while masquerading as an ordinary man for years. Truly a deep-seated scheme. It is no wonder they say the Duke of Wei is as sly as a fox, witnessing it firsthand today. I finally grasped the reason behind so many falling into his trap over the years. Everyone was profoundly shocked, but none more so than the former lover of Jiang Hao, the leader of the Baiwa sect. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. She never anticipated that the Jiang Hao, whom she regarded as powerless and utterly fallen, harbored such a terrifying trump card. No wonder he had disregarded her. A top-tier celestial expert, regardless of his current lack of power, embodies the utmost authority. Such a person could live freely and comfortably even if the Great Zhou dynasty were to collapse, receiving privileges wherever he might go. Had she known this, she certainly would have. No, perhaps she could not have acted differently. Yet, it was precisely this revelation that intensified her inner turmoil, causing her chest to heave with rage and her eyes to glimmer with deadly intent. Since he has spoken, let us advance together. And there is no need for anyone to hold back. We shall collectively bring him down. After all, We have already incurred his wrath today. Given his historical manner of conduct, he will undoubtedly not let us off easily. If he successfully escapes today, he may very well come to seek vengeance upon each of us in the future, and at that time, none of us will fare well. The leader of the divine martial gate urgently declared. He seemed to have an intricate understanding of Jiang Hao, comprehending his character thoroughly. As he spoke, he immediately unleashed his full power. His internal energy surged like a relentless river, and his spiritual force was entirely activated, drawing upon the vast energies of heaven and earth to bolster his being, causing his aura to ascend dramatically. Indeed, no matter how strong he may be, could he possibly withstand the combined might of us five? This predicament is entirely of his own making. There is no need to speak of chivalry with a treacherous scoundrel like him. Let us join forces. The Grand Elder of the Yellow Spring sect echoed loudly. This operation was originally led by him. If Jiang Hao were to escape, he would likely be the first to face the consequences. With this thought, anxiety gripped his heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword. As his power erupted, a chilling aura immediately radiated outward in all directions. The vice-head of the White Lotus sect and the leader of the 100 Flowers sect exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly summoned the forces of heaven and earth. Even the vice-head of the Qingyang Demon sect, who had just been sent flying by Jiang Hao, rose once again, filled with resentment as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Hao. Without hesitation, he summoned all the energy from his meridians and employed secret techniques, causing a layer of burning black flames to flicker ominously around him, transforming his aura into something particularly perilous and terrifying. Kill him. With a furious roar from the Grand Elder of the Yellow Spring sect, he was the first to strike, with the others swiftly following suit. The five of them unleashed their most formidable skills simultaneously, and a torrent of terrifying attacks surged forth towards Jiang Hao like an unstoppable tide. Even the sturdiest dam could not withstand such an onslaught. Although their combined strength may be considered average among the Celestial Realm experts, even a decrepit ship still possesses 3,000 nails, and moreover, these Celestial Realm practitioners each have their own unique skills, especially in the case of their united front. The energies of heaven and earth enveloped the entire celestial prison, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically and presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. While there may be disparities in strength among Celestial Realm experts, they ultimately belong to the same grand tier, and the gap is not as vast as one might imagine. In a one-on-one confrontation, victory or defeat could be swiftly determined. However, in a 5-on-1 scenario, even a top-tier Celestial Realm expert must tread carefully, for a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. This is precisely the source of their unwavering confidence. Individually, they may not be Jiang Hao's match, but together, how could they possibly falter against him? Absolutely impossible. At this very moment, a glimmer of intrigue undeniably flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes, as he finally felt a surge of vitality. Initially, he perceived the individuals before him as lacking in prowess, thus deeming them unworthy of his time. However, it now appeared that they possessed a modicum of capability, albeit limited. Given their deference, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss them too casually, as it would come off as excessively dismissive. Therefore, he resolved to showcase his true strength. As his words resonated in the air, Jiang Hao fully unveiled his formidable prowess. He stood at the threshold of the semi-holy realm, a level of strength unseen on this continent for many years. In comparison to those of the celestial realm, semi-holy beings do not merely excel in one aspect. Rather, they surpass in every conceivable dimension. To be precise, they exist on entirely different planes of existence, one in the heavens and the other upon the earth. Setting aside the disparities in cultivation levels, the sheer pressure exclusive to the semi-holy realm was unleashed, akin to detonating an atomic bomb at the very spot. It instantaneously ignited the elemental forces of the surrounding area, causing both the sky and earth to tremble violently. In that moment, it seemed as though all the elemental energies of the imperial capital were fervently converging towards Jiang Hao. The five individuals, including the elder of the Huangquan sect, found themselves utterly unable to harness the elemental forces they had summoned. Even those engaged in battle high above the palace in the distance experienced a sudden loss of control over the elemental energies, leaving them bewildered. The elder and his companions felt this phenomenon most acutely. They had yet to comprehend the nature of the situation. Under the overwhelming pressure of the semi-holy might, they were rendered completely powerless to resist. Not only did they lose control over the elemental forces, but their spiritual senses were also thoroughly suppressed, as if they had been transformed from adults into infants in an instant. In the next moment, an unprecedented terror surged forth, crashing violently against their bodies. They were propelled backward, spewing blood uncontrollably, and this time, they could not even muster the strength to rise. Chapter 127. The arrival of Jiang Hao. How could this be possible? The great elder of the underworld gate and the other four shouted in unison, their eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. Despite dedicating the majority of their lives to cultivation, they had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The five celestial realm powerhouses joined forces, exerting their utmost effort and unleashing their most formidable skills. Logically, even a top-tier celestial realm expert would avoid confrontation against their full-scale assault. However, Jiang Hao not only stood his ground, but also absorbed every single one of their attacks, without faltering. Then, in that fleeting moment, an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure descended upon them, leaving their minds blank. At that instant, they seemed to completely lose their capacity for thought, as well as their ability to resist. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they were all severely injured and sent flying back. No, it was not merely a matter of being thrown back. They felt an inexplicable force within them that was relentlessly eroding their vitality. They found themselves devoid of the strength to rise, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of dread and unease. What just transpired? What have you done to us? What is this power, and why can I not suppress the energy within me? Jiang Hao, what level of cultivation do you possess? The group screamed in disbelief, grappling with the implausibility of their situation. It seemed as if their long-held beliefs had been shattered by Jiang Hao, and everything they experienced was utterly illogical. What level of cultivation do I possess? Did you not just feel it? Jiang Hao replied calmly. Though the five had some skill, they were insignificant to him. The energy that invaded their bodies was the power of the laws. Among celestial realm experts, those who could comprehend the power of the laws were exceedingly rare, and even fewer could master it. For the individuals before him, the power of the laws was an unattainable distance away. In your next life, live well, and do not wander the martial world again. Those who lead a life of chaos must eventually pay the price. With that, Jiang Hao did not grant them the opportunity to speak further. He raised his hand and waved it. The law of gold transformed into a beam of sword light, swiftly encircling their necks and instantaneously severing their heads from their bodies. One must strike decisively. This is a lesson passed down from countless ancestors. Jiang Hao would not commit the folly of letting them escape. Although he did not regard them as a threat, once he had taken action, he was determined to eradicate them completely. For if one does not uproot the weeds, they will surely regrow with the spring breeze. Five formidable beings of the celestial realm, renowned in any other context, appeared as ordinary mortals before Jiang Hao. In the blink of an eye, they all lay dead. Just as Tao Gongwang, who had hurried from the 18th level of the celestial prison, arrived, he was met with this scene, causing his eyes to bulge in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. In that moment, he longed to find a hole to burrow into. Wasn't he always the one to dive into trouble? He quickly retracted his head and shut his eyes, playing the game of burying his head in the sand. Observing Tao Gongwang's demeanor, Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head, a look of exasperation on his face. He had encountered many who feared for their lives, but never had he seen someone as terrified and unfortunate as Tao Gongwang. Fear not, I shall not silence you, Jiang Hao reassured him. Upon hearing this, Tao Gongwang finally exhaled in relief. Yet, as if recalling something, he hurriedly inquired, Lord Wei, are you departing? Jiang Hao paused at his words and raised his gaze to survey the celestial prison before him. Although the environment was deplorable and the inhabitants scarcely worth mentioning, having spent a year in this place, which had brought about the most significant changes in his life, he felt a certain attachment, however faint. The experiences he endured were indeed unforgettable. However, given the current circumstances and his present strength, it seemed unnecessary to remain hidden any longer. Nodding, he replied, Indeed, it is time to leave. As he spoke, he retrieved a pill from the system space, the antidote to the three corpses brain god pill, and tossed it casually to Tao Gongwang. From this moment forth, you are free. With that proclamation, Jiang Hao soared into the air. Watching Jiang Hao's retreating figure and glancing at the antidote in his hand, Tao Gongwang hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision. Although he was free, an inexplicable emptiness lingered within him, a reluctance to part ways. Am I being foolish, wishing to follow this harbinger of doom? He slapped himself sharply, gathered the prepared bundle beside him, and without a second thought, turned to flee. This wretched place, let whoever desires to remain do so. This celestial prison, let whoever wishes to serve endure it. With threats looming every few days, living 9 lives would not suffice. He vowed never to return. As for Jiang Hao, he paid little mind to Tao Gongwang's departure. After taking to the air, he swiftly expanded his consciousness in all directions. Compared to beings of the celestial realm, the enhancement of a half-saint's consciousness was exponentially greater, allowing it to extend significantly, effortlessly enveloping the entire imperial capital. In an instant, he became acutely aware of the situation throughout the capital, whether it was the panicked crowd seeking refuge, the armies clashing upon the city walls, or the formidable beings battling within the royal palace. None could escape the scrutiny of his probing consciousness. Jiang Hao did not depart from the imperial capital. Instead, he made his way directly to the palace. For the individual he sought was, at that moment, within the palace walls. Meanwhile, the two factions engaged in fierce combat above the palace were acutely aware of an extraordinary surge of spiritual power sweeping over them. Coupled with the recent bizarre upheaval of celestial forces, an unsettling apprehension took hold of their hearts. In an instant, both parties felt as if they were pricked by needles, causing them to involuntarily halt. They then descended upon the palace's grand plaza, collectively lifting their gazes towards a particular direction. To their eyes, it seemed as though the very essence of the universe had coalesced there, resembling the very center of existence, continually shifting closer to them. It felt as if an unimaginable tempest was advancing, akin to a multitude of tumultuous waves roaring towards their vicinity. As each second slipped away, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Though nothing was visible, an intangible pressure enveloped their hearts, rendering them nearly breathless. At long last, after a brief interval, a figure emerged within their sight. Clad in white as pure as snow, with cascading black hair and eyes that sparkled like stars, his imposing form resembled a majestic mountain. He hovered above the crowd, outshining even the sun and moon, his radiant brilliance rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly upon him. Chapter 128. Eliminate him. Why does this person seem like Duke Wei Jiang Hao? As the figure clad in white steadily approached from the sky, it was unclear who spoke first. Yet, the utterance rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the silence that enveloped the scene. Upon hearing that familiar name, dozens of celestial realm experts in the palace square appeared to awaken from a deep slumber. One by one, their eyes widened in disbelief, filled with an astonishment that was almost unfathomable. Duke Wei Jiang Hao. How could it be him? Who is Duke Wei Jiang Hao? They certainly had not remained ignorant. Whether they hailed from the homeland of the Great Zhou or were formidable beings from foreign lands, the name of Duke Wei Jiang Hao resonated like thunder in their ears, and they were all too familiar with his numerous exploits. After all, prior to being cast into the celestial prison by the Empress, Duke Wei Jiang Hao was the true sovereign of the Great Zhou dynasty. Whether it was supporting the Empress's ascension, quelling unrest, or governing the realm, Duke Wei Jiang Hao had personally taken the reins. For nearly a decade, he had been the driving force behind the Great Zhou dynasty's progress. In a sense, the Empress had been more of a puppet standing on the stage of power, while Duke Wei Jiang Hao was the true master of the Great Zhou. The only criticism leveled against Duke Wei Jiang Hao was perhaps his lamentable talent for cultivation. Despite wielding immense power, he himself was merely an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess. In a world flourishing with martial arts, such a shortcoming made him an easy target. This was undoubtedly the reason the Empress could easily subdue him and imprison him in the celestial prison. Many pondered at the time, if only Duke Wei Jiang Hao possessed extraordinary martial strength, would the outcome have been different? But ultimately, there were no ifs in reality. All of this remained mere conjecture. Yet now, what were they witnessing? Duke Wei Jiang Hao traversing the air with an astonishing presence, setting aside the incredible spectacle. The mere ability to walk upon the void with such ease unequivocally indicated that he was at least a celestial realm expert. Duke Wei Jiang Hao was also a celestial realm expert? In that instant, everyone felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel jest upon them. Regardless of who was deemed a celestial realm expert, Even the most unassuming street sweeper claiming such status would not have elicited such shock. Only Duke Wei Jiang Hao, because he was undeniably known as a cultivation failure. This was common knowledge, recognized by all under heaven. It was almost an accepted fact. Yet now, they were abruptly informed that this was false. Duke Wei Jiang Hao, like them, was indeed a celestial realm expert. This revelation astonished them more than the sun rising from the west. How could this be possible? If he truly was the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, one could not fathom how he had concealed his prowess for so many years. If he possessed such formidable strength, how then was he effortlessly imprisoned in the celestial dungeon by the Empress? Soon, someone could not contain their skepticism and voice their doubts. Many nodded in agreement, expressing their unequivocal endorsement. This was evidently illogical, and they could not comprehend it at all. Almost instinctively, everyone's gaze shifted to Empress Ji Luoyao, eager to discern her reaction. Yet, at that moment, Ji Luoyao stood motionless, akin to a statue, seemingly entranced or perhaps enveloped in silence. From her exquisitely cold and beautiful visage, no one could decipher her thoughts at that moment. Unable to attain the clarity they sought, the crowd reluctantly diverted their gaze. In comparison, they were now more curious about Jiang Hao's sudden emergence and the extraordinary display of his cultivation. What intentions could he possibly harbor? Or more pressingly, which side did he align with? If he stood with the Dezhou court, it would certainly spell bad news. However, if he were to ally with them, it too would not bode well. The Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, commanded an undeniable prestige that far surpassed that of the Empress. Within the realm of Dezhou, few could rival his standing. Should he choose to step forward, others would inevitably have to yield. To speak candidly, if the Duke were to declare his intention to ascend the throne, many would likely applaud in approval, expressing their willingness to follow. Such was the influence of one who once reigned supreme over the world. The king of the demon god empire and the Arhat from the Western Buddha kingdom, along with the holy maiden of the witch clan, exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Their intent in this venture was to witness the collapse of the Dezhou dynasty, plunging it into chaos, thereby allowing them to act freely. However, if Jiang Hao were to emerge at this juncture, their aims would likely be thwarted. In their eyes, a deceased Duke of Wei was the ideal duke. A living one represented a multitude of troubles for their ambitious factions. None wished to revert to the era when the Dezhou dynasty was at its zenith, suppressing all beneath its might. As the crowd indulged in their speculations, each harboring ulterior motives, Jiang Hao descended from the air. Yet, before he could utter a word, someone interjected with a loud cry. "Duke of Wei, submit to me." This unexpected proclamation not only left Jiang Hao bewildered, but also rendered the others equally perplexed, their expressions marked by confusion, as if questioning the source of such folly. As they looked up, they soon spotted the king of Lu, who had somehow made his way to their vicinity. Under the protection of several formidable warriors, he swiftly approached Jiang Hao and, gazing at him intently, proclaimed, "Lord Wei, should you submit to me, I can assure you a position of unparalleled authority, second only to myself. Once I ascend the throne, you shall become the prime minister of the new dynasty, entrusted with all matters of state, both great and small. Unlike others, I shall not sever the bridge once crossed. If you assist me in my rise, I guarantee you will enjoy everlasting wealth and honor. Your son shall serve my son, and your grandson shall aid my grandson, ensuring that your Jiang clan becomes my most loyal allies. What say you?" The Prince of Lu, brimming with confidence, extended his invitation to Jiang Hao. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Hao's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. "So, what you mean is that not only must I labor for you, but my son, my grandson, and indeed the entire Jiang clan for generations to come are to serve you as well?" Jiang Hao inquired with a bemused expression. The Prince of Lu furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Jiang Hao's response. In his view, he had already offered the most favorable terms. If he were to become emperor, would it not be an honor for Jiang Hao to serve him? After all, how many desired the chance to be in such a position? As this thought crossed his mind, the prince's expression soured. Is it that Lord Wei is unwilling? Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion of further dialogue with this individual. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Execute him." "Understood." As soon as the words left his lips, someone bowed in acknowledgement. Before the Prince of Lu could react, a terrifying figure appeared before him, weapon in hand, striking down with blinding speed. Chapter 129. The Death of King Lu. Kill him. Jiang Hao waved his hand, calmly issuing the command. Upon hearing this, King Lu erupted in a fit of rage, his fury palpable. He was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Hao had long since lost all patience with the Ji clan royalty, from the Empress to King Yan, then to King Duan, and finally to himself. Each of them believed themselves to be of noble blood, inherently superior, entitled to wield life and death over others. In contrast, they deemed those beneath them as mere beasts of burden, slaves to be honored for their servitude. Such individuals were utterly inhumane. What purpose would it serve to let them live, other than to invite one's own misfortune? King Lu, unaware of Jiang Hao's thoughts, laughed in anger and defiantly declared, "I shall see who dares to kill me." In his mind, with 6 formidable celestial beings at his command, numerous extraordinary warriors, and a robust army of 500,000 at his back, who could possibly challenge him? At that very moment, someone indeed stepped forward to accept the challenge. This figure, towering at 8 feet and possessing an imposing physique, wielded a battle spear, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was none other than Bu, the legendary god of war from Western Liang. Known for his straightforward demeanor, Bu was not one to mince words, although he held himself in high regard. He had little patience for subterfuge. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's order, he reacted instantly, stepping forth and appearing before King Lu in a heartbeat. Without any hesitation or regard for King Lu's illustrious status, Bu swung his battle spear with lethal precision, aiming to cleave the king in two. King Lu, taken aback by this sudden onslaught from the fierce warrior, found himself momentarily paralyzed, his spirit shaken to the core, utterly at a loss for how to respond. However, the 4 guards stationed behind him, all of formidable strength, quickly sprang into action. Having successfully escorted King Lu into the city, these guardians were no ordinary warriors. Each was a powerful practitioner at the law manifestation level. One of them yanked King Lu backward with great force, while the other 3 unleashed their abilities, brandishing their weapons in a desperate attempt to block Bu's attack. Yet, Bu was no ordinary celestial being. As the foremost warrior of the 3 kingdoms, he was not easily deterred. Previously, under Dongzhu's secret orders, he had been holding back, not revealing his full strength. Now, with Jiang Hao's emergence, he unleashed the pinnacle of his martial prowess, rendering the few law manifestation warriors utterly incapable of opposing him. His battle spear flew through the air with breathtaking speed, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. The guards barely had time to react before they were dispatched to the underworld, one after another. "Stop!" a celestial being bellowed, charging toward Bu with astonishing speed. Under the command of King Lu, there were originally 6 formidable beings of the celestial realm. Among them, 5 were representatives of various sects, all of whom have perished at the hands of Jiang Hao. The elderly figure before us is the last remaining one. Known as the Elder of the Snowy Mountains, he is a seasoned celestial expert from the Northern Territories. Although he has followed King Yan for some time, his loyalty cannot be deemed unwavering. However, he cannot bear to witness the demise of King Lu right before his eyes. In his perspective, Bu's assault on King Lu is a blatant affront to his dignity. His prowess surpasses that of the 5 sect representatives, placing him among the ranks of seasoned celestial beings. As he channels the unique techniques of the Snowy Mountain sect, the temperature around him plummets, and ethereal white snowflakes begin to dance in the air. With a swift palm strike, he unleashes a terrifying wave of cold, capable of freezing a man solid, akin to a white silver dragon, which swiftly hurtles toward Bu's back. Bu furrows his brow, as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head. He sidesteps in an instant, narrowly evading the onslaught of the chilling gale. Simultaneously, his war spear erupts with a fearsome might, slicing through the air with an uncanny arc and descending upon the Elder of the Snowy Mountains at a breathtaking speed. With a resounding crash, the Elder finds himself unable to evade and must absorb Bu's spear strike, which resembles the sharp horns of an antelope. The collision of their powers results in him spitting out 3 pints of blood, his visage paling instantly. Before he can catch his breath, Bu's spear strikes again with relentless ferocity, launching a continuous assault that leaves no room for respite. Despite his utmost efforts, he can only barely defend himself, and after merely a dozen exchanges, he finds himself utterly exhausted. A sense of dread envelopes him. He had presumed that Bu, the so-called god of war from Shiliang, was on par with him in strength. However, the reality of their confrontation reveals his inadequacy, and his defeat becomes glaringly apparent after just a few exchanges. At that critical juncture, a fearsome figure, reminiscent of a demonic deity, quietly materializes behind him. Before the elder can react, two colossal iron hammers come crashing down. This mountain-like figure is none other than Dong Zhuo. Unlike the indulgent Dong Zhuo of the Three Kingdoms era, in this world, he has not only regained his peak physical condition, but, through 6 months of rigorous training, his martial prowess now matches his cultivation. In that fleeting moment, both hammers descend simultaneously, leaving the elder of the snowy mountains with no opportunity to evade. One hammer strikes his body while the other crashes upon his head. Even a powerful celestial being cannot withstand such merciless blows. The impact on his body is bearable, but the blow to his head, in an instant, it shatters like a watermelon, blood and matter splattering everywhere. To make matters worse, in the fleeting moment before his demise, he witnesses King Lu being pierced through by Niu Fu's spear, succumbing right before his eyes. He could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have taken the lead. Not only did he fail to alter any outcomes, but he also sacrificed himself in the process. However, at this juncture, it was evident that remorse had come too late. He soon found himself devoid of time to ponder the matter, plunging entirely into darkness. The alliance of El Bu and his companions was a force to be reckoned with, executing their plan with ruthless efficiency. In a mere moment, King Lu and his entourage were utterly annihilated. As they beheld the carnage strewn across the ground, a palpable chill gripped the hearts of those present. None had anticipated that the formidable King Lu would meet his demise in such a manner. The irony lay in the fact that prior to this, King Lu had harbored grand ambitions of ascending the throne and becoming the new sovereign of the great Zhou dynasty, fervently seeking to rally others to his cause. Yet, before the capital had even fallen, he had already paid the ultimate price, becoming the first casualty among the competing factions. In that instant, varied expressions flickered across the faces of the onlookers, not merely due to the demise of King Lu and his allies, which they were largely indifferent to. What truly captured their attention was the astonishing prowess displayed by El Bu and his companions, as well as the connection between El Bu and Jiang Hao. To their astonishment, the Shiliang army was revealed to be under the influence of Duke Wei, demonstrating his strategic foresight, even orchestrating matters from within the confines of the dungeon. Such acumen was beyond their reach. The stoic figure of the Fuhu Arhut from the Western Buddhist kingdom stepped forward, his expression betraying his displeasure. Despite his impassive demeanor, it was evident to all that he was far from pleased. After all, they had invested heavily in Dong Zhuo, providing both funds and provisions, believing they could turn him into their mouthpiece and quietly gain control over the entire Shiliang army. However, they had never anticipated that Dong Zhuo was aligned with Jiang Hao, which undoubtedly meant their previous investments could be rendered futile. Simultaneously, the king of deers from the demon god empire emerged, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he remarked with a hint of amusement, "It appears Duke Wei has firmly decided to side with the court, opposing us all. Yet, I find myself curious about one matter. Have you reconciled with Her Majesty the Empress?" At these words, the gazes of those present instinctively turned towards Jiang Hao and the Empress Ji Luoyao. Even Ji Luoyao herself seemed to awaken from her reverie, unable to resist the urge to look up at Jiang Hao. Chapter 130. The net is cast. Faced with Ji Luoyao's subtly anticipatory gaze, Jiang Hao refrained from casting even a fleeting glance in her direction, as if she were entirely inconsequential. This was not a mere act of disregard. On the contrary, she was the individual Jiang Hao held in the highest esteem. However, adhering to the customary dining etiquette, one typically begins with appetizers, reserving the main course for a leisurely indulgence at the conclusion. With the net being cast, it was imperative that none escape, be they large or small. All must be gathered into the net. Jiang Hao soon lifted his gaze, directing it first towards the representative of the demon god empire, the Deer King. Upon meeting Jiang Hao's seemingly emotionless, jet-black eyes, the Deer King felt an involuntary jolt in his heart. It was as though he were being scrutinized by an unprecedentedly terrifying entity, sending a shiver down his spine, with every pore in his skin sounding an alarm. Despite his many years of existence, he had never encountered such a situation before. Instinctively swallowing hard, he discreetly stepped back 2 paces. remaining acutely vigilant while loudly proclaiming, "What is it, Duke Wei? Have I spoken incorrectly? The dear king is our ally, united in blood oath among the various factions, having agreed to jointly eliminate the tyrant Empress to liberate the common folk. Yet, you come forth to strike at the dear king, ruthlessly ordering his demise, evidently seeking to assist the oppressor and align yourself with the great Zhou court. Are you not thus positioning yourself against us all and the people of the world?" His intentions were transparent, aiming to incite hostility among all present, prompting a united front against Jiang Hao. Even with the three formidable warriors from Shiliang standing by Jiang Hao's side, they amounted to merely 4 celestial beings. In contrast, should they consolidate their efforts, even if Jiang Hao did ally with the Empress, they would harbor no fear. Rather, they could seize this opportunity to eradicate the calamity that was Jiang Hao once and for all. The venerable tiger of the Western Buddhist kingdom promptly grasped his ulterior motive, stepping forward to vocally concur. Indeed, the world has suffered under Zhou for far too long. Duke Wei, over these years, you have acted as a henchman to tyranny, inflicting harm upon countless loyal subjects and virtuous individuals. Though I hail from the Western regions, I can no longer remain indifferent. Today, we must unite to uphold justice. The holy maiden of the Witch clan likewise spoke coldly. Duke Wei, are you aware of the adage, "Those who commit wrongful deeds shall meet their end"? Ultimately, there are still more enlightened souls in this realm. Your collaboration with the Empress, wreaking havoc upon the loyal, has led to this day of reckoning for you both. In an instant, the assembly erupted with righteous indignation, voices raised in fervent outcry. Had the dear king not been slain by Niufu's lance, he might well have stood to voice his own perspective amidst this fervor. Only the forces of the Taiping Dao remained silent, which left the dear king and his companions in a state of anxiety. They exchanged glances, frequently conveying their thoughts through subtle gestures, while secretly transmitting messages. Great sage, with Jiang Hao's manner of action, should he gain power today, you treasonous ministers will inevitably face retribution. Why not hasten to join us in our retreat and unite to eliminate this wicked villain? Yet, their messages fell upon deaf ears, unacknowledged as if cast into the depths of the sea. In response to their verbal onslaught, Jiang Hao not only remained unperturbed, but appeared to relish the spectacle. Watching with keen interest, "Have you finished your tirade?" Jiang Hao inquired with a light chuckle. "I am surprised that these foreign powers are so concerned for the safety of the common folk of the Central Plains. It seems rather commendable of you. However, do you not find it rather presumptuous to meddle in matters you cannot even manage within your own domain?" The dear king and his companions stiffened at his words. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the dear king, a sly smile playing on his lips. "By the way, it seems your demon god empire sent 3 demon kings to the imperial capital in secret half a year ago. Was that also an endeavor to rescue the common folk of our Central Plains?" The dear king was taken aback, his mouth opening in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, a sudden epiphany struck him. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Hao, wide-eyed with realization. Could it be that the 3 of them were harmed by you? Initially, he had not considered this possibility, attributing it solely to the Empress's machinations. After all, only the Empress possessed the capacity for such actions within the imperial capital. However, given Jiang Hao's recent display of strength, coupled with the support of figures like El Bu, it was entirely plausible. Furthermore, Jiang Hao's words hinted at an even greater likelihood of this being true. Are you referring to the Peng King, the Demon Rock? If that is the case, then indeed, I tore off 2 of his wings and subsequently vanquished him. The same fate befell the other 2. Jiang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, a carefree demeanor masking the gravity of his words. His tone suggested that he had simply squashed 3 insignificant insects rather than slain 3 formidable demon kings. He then turned to the dear king, a serious expression replacing his earlier levity. "In my great Zhou, trespassing into private residences is a capital offense, so is there an issue with my actions in slaying them?" Faced with Jiang Hao's piercing inquiry, the dear king's eyes reddened, seething with fury. He felt as though a conflagration raged within his chest, threatening to consume him whole. It was not that he held a particularly close bond with the Peng King and the others. Rather, Jiang Hao's actions were a blatant affront to the dignity of their entire demon race, trampling upon it mercilessly. If they could tolerate such indignities, could they still consider themselves the fiery-tempered demon kin? Jiang Hao. The dear king spat the name through clenched teeth. As he roared, A surge of demonic energy enveloped him. His blood-red eyes fixated fiercely on Jiang Hao. The other two demon kings by his side mirrored his expression, their faces contorted with rage, seemingly eager to pounce and rend Jiang Hao asunder. However, in the face of their fearsome countenance, Jiang Hao remained entirely unfazed. He merely waved his hand, his expression one of indifference, and said, "Do you truly believe that the great Zhou has no defenders, despite your repeated incursions into our territory? For now, let us collect some interest. Since you three have arrived, there is no need for you to depart." As soon as his words fell, Jiang Hao made no move to strike. Instead, it was the Zhang Jiao brothers, who had originally stood behind them, who unhesitatingly unleashed their powers, brandishing their weapons as they charged towards the three members of the Deer King. "Have you lost your minds?" the Deer King exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden betrayal from what should have been allies. He let out a frantic roar of rage. Yet, the Zhang Jiao brothers paid him no heed, displaying no mercy whatsoever. Particularly Zhang Jiao, who, wielding his 9-section staff, shouted, "Thunder God, assist me!" In an instant, thunder roared, and electrical serpents surged forth, descending upon the Deer King and his companions like a torrential downpour. Witnessing this spectacle, the others could not help but change their expressions dramatically. Though they were uncertain why the Zhang Jiao brothers had turned against them, the three arhats from the western regions prepared to lend their assistance. Despite the historically strained relations between the Buddhist sect and the demon clan, they found themselves in the same boat at this moment. Only by joining forces could they navigate the perilous waters ahead. However, before the arhats could act, Elbu, Dongzhua, and Niufu had already positioned themselves before them. "You three bald donkeys, we have tolerated you for long enough. Prepare to meet your demise." Dongzhua snarled fiercely, swinging his two massive hammers as he charged forward. As for Elbu, he remained silent, directly channeling the power of heaven and earth. Like a wild stallion breaking free, he galloped straight towards the arhats. The priestess of the witch clan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly turned to Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, urging, "Gentlemen, we can no longer hesitate. Delay will lead to disaster." Indeed, hesitation was no longer an option. However, it was Jiang Hao who responded. He turned his gaze towards the priestess of the witch clan and, with a cold demeanor, remarked, "Your clan is not without its own faults. Let us all engage in battle together." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged grins. "Our Lord has commanded. How can we refuse? Let us demonstrate our prowess." With that, they each manifested the powers of the laws of wind and rain. In an instant, a tempest of wind and rain converged, creating a unique domain that enveloped the three members of the witch clan. Although it was 2 against 3, they held the upper hand, leaving the witch clan priestess and her companions without a shred of defiance. Ultimately, the only remaining faction among the various powers was the 4 members of the Samo Law King from the Golden Tent Khanate. However, their actions were rather peculiar. Instead of intervening in the ongoing battle, they dispersed at a wave of Samo Law King's hand, taking to the air as if to prevent anyone from escaping. The forces of the court were left utterly perplexed. At this moment, Jiang Hao also turned around, for the first time directing his gaze towards the Empress Ji Luoyao. We meet again. Chapter 131. A special farewell following the recent fierce battle. Only 9 of the 12 formidable celestial beings from the court remain. They had faced a coalition of 8 major forces, comprising a total of 27 celestial beings. Even after accounting for the 5 representatives from the major sects who had managed to escape, there were still 22 celestial beings, nearly double their numbers. Each of these 8 forces boasted exceptional prowess, showing no mercy in their assault. The survival of 9 individuals on the court's side can be attributed to the timely arrival of Jiang Hao. Had he arrived even a moment later, their numbers would likely have dwindled further. Despite their dwindled ranks, these 9 celestial beings still stand as illustrious figures at the pinnacle of the continent's power. Together, they exude an extraordinary aura. However, as they face Jiang Hao's advancing figure, an involuntary trepidation grips their hearts, akin to that of sheep confronting the king of beasts. A lion. They dare not bare their teeth nor provoke him further. This fear stems not only from Jiang Hao's formidable reputation within the Great Zhou court, but also from the astonishing power he has just displayed, along with his ability to turn the tide of battle with remarkable ease. The 8 major forces, which had previously overwhelmed them, were swiftly dismantled upon his arrival, shifting the dynamics entirely. Such identity, such power, such skill. How could they not feel a sense of dread? If there remained one unperturbed by fear, it would be the Empress Ji Luoyao. Yet, even she gazes at Jiang Hao with a complex expression, as if meeting him for the first time despite their long-standing acquaintance. Until now, she had been utterly unaware of his astonishing capabilities, which seemed to have appeared overnight, leaving her utterly bewildered and incredulous. Are Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu of the Shiliang army also under your command? After a moment of silence, Ji Luoyao finally inquired, looking at Jiang Hao. Indeed, Jiang Hao replied, his expression unyielding, offering no denial. At this juncture, there was no need for prevarication. And are Chen Shang and Wu Guang also your subordinates? Ji Luoyao pressed further. Yes, Jiang Hao affirmed once more. And what of the three from the Taiping Dao of Jizhou, Zhang Jiao and his companions? Ji Luoyao paused, her eyes reflecting a deeper complexity. Taking a deep breath, she continued. So, the death of King Yen was orchestrated by you as well? Correct. Jiang Hao responded calmly. This matter was indeed orchestrated by him, with Zhang Jiao and his associates carrying out the act. However, the one who ultimately bore the brunt of the blame was none other than Ji Luoyao, the Empress of the Great Zhou. As Ji Luoyao reflected on the prolonged burden she had borne, she initially anticipated a surge of anger. Yet, in truth, she found herself less enraged than she had envisioned. The myriad of tumultuous events that had transpired in such a brief span overwhelmed her, rendering her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. In comparison to everything else, shouldering the blame seemed trivial. It was often said that Duke Wei possessed remarkable foresight and strategic prowess, frequently achieving victory from afar. While this notion had never resonated with her before, today she bore witness to his formidable capabilities. Ji Luoyao exhaled deeply, her tone imbued with significance as she spoke, which could be interpreted as either praise or sarcasm. Regardless of her intent, Jiang Hao remained impassive, his expression unchanging throughout their exchange. His gaze directed at Ji Luoyao devoid of warmth, purely indifferent rather than unfamiliar. Jiang Hao halted before her, fixing his eyes upon her, and for the first time, he initiated the conversation. After all that has been said, do you not wish to inquire about the current state of Master Hai? If memory serves, he has typically been by your side. At these words, Ji Luoyao's body jolted as if struck. The notion had crossed her mind, yet her subconscious had instinctively evaded it. Now, with Jiang Hao's overt mention, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What had Master Hai gone to do? No one understood the situation better than she did, for it was under her command that he had ventured to the dungeon. She had anticipated his timely arrival to lend her support, yet instead of Master Hai, it was Jiang Hao who appeared. His unscathed presence and extraordinary prowess left little room for doubt regarding Master Hai's fate. Has Master Hai met his demise at your hands? Ji Luoyao ultimately confronted the question, as her current predicament left no room for evasion. Indeed, he not only fell by my hand, but his remains are utterly obliterated. Jiang Hao emphasized the final words with deliberate weight, enunciating each syllable to Ji Luoyao. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's head shot up, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Though Master Hai was merely a eunuch, he had served the Ji family across 3 imperial reigns with unwavering loyalty, never once faltering in his duties. Even a cat or dog, nurtured over the years, would elicit affection, how much more so for a human being? Furthermore, Master Hai, a pinnacle expert in the celestial realm, had been her martial mentor, playing an instrumental role in her achievements. To her, he was not just a loyal servant but a revered teacher. Yet now, the reality that he had perished at Jiang Hao's hand, reduced to nothingness, was a truth she found intolerable. It appears that you too can experience heartache. Yet, upon witnessing the anguish etched upon Ji Luoyao's face, Jiang Hao could not help but break into a grin. How naive I was to believe that you, the Empress of the Great Zhou, had long since forsaken personal sentiments and embraced solitude. It seems I have overestimated you. However, the demise of that individual cannot be laid at my feet. The blame lies squarely with you. After all, he acted upon your orders. Were it not for your command, he would not have ventured to the dungeons, nor would he have met his end at my hands. Wouldn't you agree? At this juncture, Ji Luoyao could no longer maintain her composure. Trembling with rage, she lifted her head abruptly and, with a voice hoarse from fury, bellowed, Jiang Hao, what exactly do you desire? Haraha. What is it that I desire? My intentions are rather straightforward. You dispatched the esteemed eunuch Hai to escort me. And since you were so concerned for my well-being, how could I fail to express my gratitude? Thus, I have come specifically to see you off. With that, Jiang Hao took another step forward, his gaze fixed intently upon Ji Liao's eyes, nearly face to face, and enunciated deliberately, "Indeed, I have come precisely to escort you. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 132. The master of the emperor's sword. The words of Jiang Hao resonated like the whispers of a hellish demon, imbued with an indescribable, terrifying power. Not only did they penetrate the ears of Ji Luoyao with crystal clarity, but they also reverberated incessantly within her mind. This caused her expression to shift rapidly, as if she had suffered an unprecedented blow, her entire being staggering backward. Simultaneously, she laboriously lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hao, filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Hao, though she did not voice it, deep within her heart, she had harbored a flicker of hope regarding Jiang Hao. After all, upon his arrival, he had first dealt with the king of Lu, followed by his assaults on the demon god empire, the western Buddha kingdom, and the southern witch clan, swiftly dismantling the coalition of forces. This led her to entertain the illusion that Jiang Hao was indeed on her side. At this critical juncture, his sudden appearance, revealing hidden strengths and strategies, seemed to signal his intent to assist her in turning the tide, much like he had once done. However, it was only at this moment, upon hearing Jiang Hao speak, that she was jolted into the harsh reality that all of this had merely been her fantasy. Jiang Hao had come not to aid her, but rather to condemn her to death, unperturbed by her awareness of his secrets. In that instant, a tumult of emotions, anger, humiliation, hatred, and frustration overwhelmed her mind, pushing her to the brink of despair. "Very well, so you intend to kill me? Come on, come on," she screamed in a fit of hysteria. Yet, Jiang Hao did not act immediately. Instead, he smirked and said, "Hold on, we're just getting started. I have yet to finish my words. After all, even in death, one ought to understand the reasons behind it, wouldn't you agree?" Observing Ji Luoyao in such torment, Jiang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. To strike at her heart was the ultimate form of punishment. "What else are you concealing from me?" In that moment, Ji Luoyao was seized by an ominous feeling, her desire to hear Jiang Hao's words evaporating. However, he offered her no chance to refuse, continuing swiftly, "In truth, not only did the grand eunuch perish by my hand, but your trusted subordinates, Chao Xiaoping, Wu Anbong, Qinji Daoist, and even that half-demon overseer, they too met their end at my hands." Ji Luoyao abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. "They all died by your hand." "No, it is not just them. There is also Tai Wuqing, and even the Duke of Duan." Jiang Hao revealed another name. "Uncle," Ji Luoyao cried out in shock. Her heart shattered, her body swaying as if she might collapse. Others might be one thing, but the Duke of Duan was her dearest elder, the protector of the Ji clan. His recognition and support had been crucial for her ascent to the throne. In her heart, although they were both royal uncles, 100 Wang of Yin could not compare to a single Wang of Duan. Over the years, the Wang of Duan had silently safeguarded the Ji clan, selflessly dedicating himself to their well-being. She had witnessed this with her own eyes and engraved it in her heart. Thus, when she first heard of his untimely demise, she wept bitterly. However, she could never have imagined that all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Hao. Old grievances and new enmity surged within her heart, and Ji Luoyao could no longer contain herself. A fierce desire for vengeance ignited in her eyes. "Jiang Hao, I shall kill you. Even if it costs me my life today, I will end you." Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her cultivation as a human king body. Though her breakthrough into the celestial realm had not been long, her strength was unparalleled. In terms of foundational accumulation and overall prowess, she was far beyond an ordinary celestial realm cultivator. Even after the previous battle, she retained the vast majority of her combat power. Now, however, she held nothing back. All her essence, all her consciousness, all her might erupted at once. Accompanied by the full operation of her royal lineage's cultivation technique, a golden radiance faintly emanated from her, and her aura surged to a formidable intensity. Without a trace of hesitation, she charged toward Jiang Hao with astonishing speed, intent on annihilating him. Overconfident, Jiang Hao's gaze turned icy as he vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Ji Luoyao had only just rushed halfway when she felt an incomprehensibly terrifying force strike her chest with a thunderous impact. Despite her wearing an exquisite protective armor, she could not withstand the onslaught of this dreadful power. In the next moment, she was sent reeling back at an even greater speed. However, Jiang Hao had no intention of letting her escape. Instead, he accelerated forward, catching up to her and seizing her dragon robe. Without a hint of mercy, he showed no compassion, treating her as if she were merely a human punching bag, and slammed her fiercely into the ground. A tremendous crash resounded as the earth was forcibly dented into a human-shaped pit, dust and debris swirling into the air. Even though Ji Luoyao possessed immense physical strength, this blow left her dazed, blood spurting uncontrollably from her mouth. Such brutality made onlookers shudder with horror. At that moment, Jiang Hao even shook his head and sighed. Too weak, truly unable to withstand a single blow. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's eyes widened in fury, her heart filled with indignation, plunging her into utter madness. What she took the most pride in was her innate talent. After all, a celestial realm cultivator in their 20s was a rarity throughout history. She understood well that in governance, she was inferior to Jiang Hao. In command of troops, she was also outmatched by him. Her only advantage lay in her human king body, granting her exceptional aptitude in martial arts. Yet now, Jiang Hao had demeaned her in the very aspect she held most dear. This was, without a doubt, the most intolerable affront for Ji Luoyao. You shall die? Her eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, infused with a murderous intent that surged like a tempest. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned the imperial sword, channeling its formidable power with utmost urgency. Given her current cultivation level, unleashing the full might of the imperial sword would yield but a single strike. Thus, even when besieged by over 20 formidable beings of the celestial realm, she had refrained from wielding this divine weapon, opting instead to utilize it as a mere deterrent. Yet now, she resolved to employ this lethal ace against Jiang Hao without a second thought. The imperial sword, in turn, did not betray her faith. As she exerted her full strength, it swiftly revealed its terrifying prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary treasures. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Jiang Hao remained composed, standing firm as he beckoned with a hand towards the front. In that instant, the imperial sword, propelled by Ji Luoyao's fervent energy, returned to Jiang Hao's grasp as effortlessly as a fledgling returning to its nest. Witnessing this spectacle, Ji Luoyao was left utterly dumbfounded, and every individual present wore an expression of sheer astonishment. What manner of sorcery was this? Who truly possessed the imperial sword? Chapter 133, The Human Emperor's Body. Witnessing such an astonishing scene, all present were rendered speechless. It is widely acknowledged that the sword of the human emperor is a relic left by the ancestors of the Ji clan, serving as both the most formidable treasure of the Ji royal lineage and their greatest reliance. Once unleashed, the sword's power is beyond imagination. Even the most exquisite weapons in existence pale in comparison. Not even those at the celestial realm can guarantee their safety when confronting this sword head-on. Previously, on the battlefield at the border, Ji Luoyao had secured an unprecedented victory through this very sword, claiming countless lives among the demon race with a single stroke, instilling such fear in the demon god empire that they dared not act recklessly thereafter. Even during the recent palace conflict, everyone was acutely aware of this sword's fearsome reputation. While they might strike hard against others, they hesitated to pressure Ji Luoyao, who wielded the sword of the human emperor, for no one wished to experience its terrifying might firsthand. Upon seeing Ji Luoyao summon the sword once more, even Zhang Jiao and others, despite their unwavering confidence in Jiang Hao, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Meanwhile, the struggling deer king and his companions gazed eagerly, wishing they could take her place and strike down Jiang Hao themselves. However, what they never anticipated was that this awe-inspiring sword would not descend upon Jiang Hao as expected. Instead, the sword of the human emperor, like a fledgling returning to its nest, flew willingly into Jiang Hao's grasp. It felt as if the sword had betrayed its master. Could a sword really betray? Hey, sword of the human emperor, open your eyes and recognize your true master. In that moment, everyone could not help but shout in madness. How could this be possible? Ji Luoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and astonishment. Though the sword of the human emperor is powerful, Mastering it is an exceedingly daunting task. Under normal circumstances, it merely serves as a divine weapon capable of slicing through iron, failing to unleash its true potential. Even with her human king body and the Ji bloodline, she could only harness a fraction of the sword's power. Otherwise, during the battlefield confrontation, those 5 demon kings would have certainly perished. Yet, despite this limitation, she believed herself to be the most suitable master of the sword of the human emperor in the world. But what was happening now? As Jiang Hao summoned the sword with his divine sense, the sword of the human emperor began to hum joyfully, swirling around his body in a dance. It resembled a child seeking affection or a devoted admirer, completely shedding its previous aloof demeanor. The human emperor's body. I understand now. You are the human emperor's body. You are the one who has been hidden in the shadows all along. In that instant, Ji Luoyao seemed to grasp a revelation, akin to discovering a new continent, and she immediately began to shout excitedly. Upon hearing these words, the dear king, who was engaged in combat with Zhang Jiao, momentarily froze, caught off guard and struck by a bolt of lightning upon his head. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixated upon Ji Luoyao, exclaiming in bewilderment, "What did you say? He is the human sovereign body. Then what are you? Are you not the human sovereign body? When have I ever been the human sovereign body? I am the human king body." Ji Luoyao responded without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing her reply, not only did the dear king stand there in shock, but also the Buddha-like warrior and the holy maiden of the witch clan, who were utterly astounded, could not help but curse at the dear king. "The demon race has misled me. It is impossible. How can you not be the human sovereign body? You must be mistaken. We, the demon race, cannot be wrong." But what is happening now? The dear king was instantly engulfed in despair, as if struck by an unprecedented blow, rendering him dazed and confused. However, Zhang Jiao showed no mercy, instead unleashing the full force of the lightning laws. As bolts of lightning continued to rain down, despite the dear king's formidable strength, enduring such relentless and ferocious strikes proved too much for him to withstand. Until the moment of his demise, he remained incredulous, murmuring incessantly, unable to find peace in death. At this very moment, Ji Luoyao had no time to concern herself with his fate. Her attention was entirely focused on Jiang Hao. Upon realizing that Jiang Hao was indeed the human sovereign body, many things swiftly fell into place, and she finally had an epiphany. "So you are the one I have been searching for all along, the human sovereign body." No wonder every time an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, it manifested above the imperial city, for you reside within it. No wonder my searches among the Ji clan yielded no one fitting the description. The human sovereign body is not one of the Ji clan, but you. It explains why you possess such astonishing power while remaining inconspicuous, likely due to the mysteries of the human sovereign body, allowing you to evade everyone's scrutiny. Everyone assumed you were merely a powerless cultivator, myself included, never connecting the human sovereign body with you. This is what they call being blind to what lies beneath the lamp. Jiang Hao, you have concealed yourself so deeply. In this moment, Ji Luoyao's heart was filled with unprecedented regret, not for having imprisoned Jiang Hao in the celestial prison, but for having let her guard down, underestimating him. She thought Jiang Hao, stripped of power and influence, would pose no threat as long as he was confined. Had she simply executed him publicly from the start, she would have avoided all this trouble. Simultaneously, she regretted not heeding the advice of Prince Duan. Had she listened and discreetly dealt with Jiang Hao, regardless of the outcome, at the very least, she would not have remained in the dark throughout this ordeal. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. At that moment, Jiang Hao opened his right hand anew, and the human sovereign sword flew back to him autonomously. Without even requiring his command, the emperor's sword revealed its extraordinary might. Layers of radiant halos shimmered, and the figure and the blade seemed to merge into a singular entity, emanating a terrifying aura that soared into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, even the very principles of the universe appeared to retreat in its presence. "This sword is remarkable. I shall graciously accept it. To express my gratitude for your gift, allow me to grant you a swift end, for after all, we have known each other for many years." Though he spoke of their long acquaintance, Jiang Hao harbored no intention of sparing him. Instead, he swiftly summoned the inner energy within him, infusing it into the emperor's sword. The already formidable blade surged with even greater power under Jiang Hao's influence. "Lord Wei, One should show mercy when possible. His Majesty has already learned his lesson. So why pursue total annihilation? At that moment, the two commanders of the tiger and the feathered forest stepped forward, gritting their teeth. The other 6 hesitated for a moment, but ultimately positioned themselves in front of Jiang Hao. They may have held a deep respect for Jiang Hao, yet their loyalty ultimately lay with the Empress and, by extension, the Great Zhou dynasty. Had it been otherwise, they would not have fought alongside Empress Ji Luoyao in this desperate battle. At this critical juncture, they could not bear to witness the Great Zhou Empress perish at Jiang Hao's hands. Lord Wei, you are a rare and virtuous minister, a distinguished general whose contributions ought to be celebrated for generations, enshrined in the halls of literature and martial prowess, honored with eternal sacrifices. Why tarnish your name with the label of regicide due to a moment's anger? History has shown that those who commit regicide do not meet favorable ends. The crowd implored earnestly. Chapter 134. The final trump card. Stand aside. In the face of the earnest entreaties from the crowd, Jiang Hao remained utterly unmoved, coldly uttering just 2 words. The chilling murderous intent conveyed in his tone caused the 8 formidable celestial realm experts to shudder involuntarily. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, they did not budge. Jiang Hao lifted his gaze, his icy stare fixed upon them, and reiterated his warning. I shall say this one last time, stand aside. As he spoke, Jiang Hao raised the emperor's sword in his hand, exuding an overwhelming and palpable sword pressure that penetrated the hearts of the onlookers. Though these 8 individuals were undeniably powerful celestial realm beings, at that moment, they appeared as helpless as bullied children standing before him. Confronted by the soul-piercing dread of the sword's aura, they could not suppress the gulp that rose in their throats, their eyes betraying their fear. After exchanging glances with one another, they gritted their teeth, summoning all their strength. They invoked the power of heaven and earth, casting intricate defensive spells or wielding their weapons to create layer upon layer of protective barriers in front of Jiang Hao. Observing their actions, Jiang Hao comprehended their choice. His gaze grew even colder, and he refrained from further words, instead directly swinging the emperor's sword. In the next instant, a brilliant golden sword light erupted forth, cleaving the very void as if it were a mere curtain. A sound akin to tearing fabric echoed, as the layers of protective barriers shattered instantaneously. The defensive formation constructed with all their might, formidable as it was to an ordinary person, now seemed as fragile as paper before the unleashed power of the emperor's sword. They quickly found themselves completely exposed to the sword's radiance. Following this, their protective armors detonated one after another. The 8 were sent careening backward, blood spraying from their mouths as they fell like severed kites, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. Yet Jiang Hao did not cast a single glance in their direction. His objective remained singular and clear, the Empress Ji Luoyao. Without granting Ji Luoyao sufficient time to react, Jiang Hao, without hesitation, swung the emperor's sword once more. Previously, when wielded by Ji Luoyao, she had to channel all her internal energy into the sword for it to unleash its true power, limiting her to a single strike. However, in Jiang Hao's hands, the circumstances were markedly different. Possessing the emperor body, he was in perfect harmony with the emperor's sword, and his cultivation far surpassed that of Ji Luoyao. Thus, he did not need to expel all his energy into the sword each time. He could manipulate the amount of energy infused at will. Even a mere wisp of internal power could activate the emperor's sword, merely differing in the magnitude of its might. In summary, as long as his energy was not fully depleted, he could command the emperor's sword to battle indefinitely. Consequently, his speed in wielding the sword was astonishingly swift. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant golden sword light surged forward with a fierce howl. This time, no one stood in its path. The radiant blade struck down upon Ji Luoyao in an instant. Little did she anticipate that the emperor's sword, a treasured heirloom of the Ji clan, would ultimately fall upon her, a descendant of that very lineage. Accompanied by a series of explosive crashes, the protective talismans adorning Ji Luoyao shattered one after another. Even the exquisite armor, renowned for its formidable defense, succumbed to the overwhelming force and erupted into fragments. Like the 8 formidable beings of the celestial realm, she too was flung away by the sword light, tracing a long parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, Ji Luoyao, possessing the physique of a human sovereign, was endowed with resilience far exceeding that of an ordinary celestial warrior. Though the sword light had sent her sprawling, she regained her footing, albeit in a state of utter disarray, her countenance twisted in fury as she fixed a vengeful glare upon Jiang Hao, as if she wished to devour him whole. Jiang Hao, do you truly believe you have secured victory? Even if you conceal your cultivation, even if you awaken the body of the emperor, even if you seize my emperor's sword, do you think this guarantees your triumph? In response to her vehement outcry, Jiang Hao remained silent, choosing instead to brandish his sword once more, a decisive answer. With a resounding boom, the sword light cascaded like a waterfall, moving with a swiftness that eclipsed lightning. Despite Ji Liao's desperate attempts to evade, she was once again struck by the blade, forcibly propelled away. This time, blood poured forth like rain, staining the ground a deep crimson. Even with her human sovereign physique, after enduring 2 successive strikes from the emperor's sword, she could no longer rise, her aura dwindling to a frigid whisper. Yet, the hatred blazing in her eyes remained undiminished, intensifying to a bone-deep loathing. Jiang Hao, I will see you dead, Ji Luoyao screamed in a fit of despair. At this juncture, she recognized Jiang Hao's merciless nature. Thus, without a word of superfluous dialogue, she summoned her final trump card. The small pouch, which had hung at her waist, was yanked free, revealing the imperial jade seal of the Great Zhou, a legacy preserved for millennia. Few were aware, including Jiang Hao, who once dominated the Great Zhou court, that the imperial jade seal was not singular. There existed 2. One served everyday purposes as a symbol of authority, while the other, traditionally kept in the hands of the royal guardian, symbolized the protectorate role of the Ji clan. However, in the chaos that ensued, the guardian entrusted this concealed seal to Ji Luoyao, instructing her that in the event of an existential crisis for the Great Zhou dynasty, she could activate it with the bloodline of the Ji clan, thereby unveiling the final card of her lineage. However, once this trump card is deployed, the order of the Great Zhou dynasty shall be irrevocably reshuffled, and even Ji Luoyao, the sovereign of the Great Zhou, would find herself at an impasse. It is precisely due to this reason that Ji Luoyao has refrained from utilizing this card until now. Yet, at this very moment, she would not hesitate for an instant to sacrifice her identity as the sovereign of the Great Zhou, nor even her very life. For in this fleeting moment, a singular thought occupies her mind. Jiang Hao must perish. The cost of this endeavor is of no consequence. With a thunderous roar, as Ji Luoyao expelled a mouthful of blood that completely stained the imperial seal crimson, the seal ascended into the air. A resplendent radiance illuminated the surroundings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble as if in response. Chapter 135. The pillar of heavenly light, once immaculate and pristine, the imperial seal, now marred by the blood of Ji Luoyao, swiftly transformed into a blinding crimson hue, resembling a seal forged entirely from blood. Following this metamorphosis, the unremarkable imperial seal seemed to acquire a formidable sorcery, levitating effortlessly in midair. Simultaneously, a myriad of intricate and esoteric runes began to materialize upon the seal, increasing in number until they appeared countless, subtly forming a mysterious magical array. The scarlet radiance soon illuminated the entire sky, enveloping the grand palace in its glow, while all present felt an acute sense of discomfort, as if they had abruptly transitioned from their world into the depths of hell. Though this process could be described at length, it transpired in but a fleeting moment, from the instant Ji Luoyao summoned the seal to the emergence of such changes. The entire sequence was remarkably brief. Jiang Hao, possessing a relatively swift reaction time, to sense the disquiet, and would not grant Ji Luoyao the luxury of slowly enacting her spell. He immediately swung the emperor's sword with all his might towards the seal. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, the formidable sword light struck the seal without producing even the slightest ripple. The fearsome sword energy was directly absorbed by the seal, transforming into a different form of energy, causing the seal's brilliance to intensify. It was futile. Once the seal was fully activated, no action could thwart its power. At that moment, Ji Luoyao remained seemingly lifeless upon the ground, struggling to move. Yet the seal above her served as her finest shield. No longer intimidated by Jiang Hao, she coldly laughed and spoke. Jiang Hao, naturally skeptical of her claims, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Even channeling the power of the laws to elevate their potency, to semi-saint levels. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Reluctantly, Jiang Hao ceased his assault and inquired, "What on earth is this? Are you afraid?" Ji Luoyao retorted with a chilling laugh. "It matters not. I shall divulge this much. I too am unaware of its nature. It was bestowed upon me by my imperial uncle, and only he could elucidate its true essence. Alas, he has already perished at your hands. Jiang Hao, I care not for the consequences. Even if it leads me to hell, I shall take you with me. If death is our fate, let us perish together," Ji Luoyao declared, her face a mask of madness. At her words, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. He had no intention of becoming a doomed couple with Ji Luoyao. Contemplating Prince Duan, he involuntarily recalled the extraordinary prowess of the man. Given Prince Duan's innate talent, it was indeed rather abnormal. Unless, like him, Prince Duan possessed a system. However, the likelihood of such a possibility was exceedingly slim. Without delving into further details, if Prince Duan truly possessed a system, he would not have so easily succumbed to his fate. Consequently, the authenticity of Prince Duan's peak prowess at the celestial realm now invites considerable skepticism. Initially, Jiang Hao speculated that the Ji clan might possess some extraordinary means, perhaps a potent elixir to forcibly enhance their cultivation, or some arcane secret techniques, or even practices that involve the consumption of human essence for power. However, it now appears that the reality is likely more complex than his assumptions. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao's expression grew increasingly grave. At that moment, before he could take any action, the forces of nature from all directions surged violently towards him, causing the entire palace to tremble. Following this, palatial structures began to collapse, revealing the hidden depths beneath the ground. Upon closer inspection, an enormous formation was unveiled, distinctly different from the earlier Qian Kuan Bagua array constituted by the trio of heroes and 5 tigers. This formation was a grand array in its truest sense, intricately crafted from countless runes and lines of power. The bloodstained jade seal appeared to be the very core of this grand formation. As the crimson light of the seal radiated, the formation was swiftly activated. A thunderous rumble resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This spectacle left everyone present, including Ji Luoyao herself, utterly astounded. Despite having lived in the palace for over 20 years, she had never imagined that such a secret lay hidden beneath its foundations. As this unimaginable grand formation was set into motion, boundless energies from the cosmos converged frantically, manifesting as dazzling beams of light that shimmered incessantly. Reminiscent of the myriad stars in the night sky, soon coalescing into a resplendent galaxy. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, this infinite radiance transformed into a towering beam of light that shot directly into the vast expanse above, seemingly connecting to another realm. Surprisingly, those immersed in this celestial beam felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, all present experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Not only did the cosmic energies become extraordinarily vibrant, but even the elusive principles of lightning, which had long evaded the ascetic's grasp, appeared suddenly lucid, as if they could be mastered with ease. Zhang Jiao could not help but exclaim in wonder. The young monk had been unable to advance his cultivation for many years, yet now he sensed that the bottleneck had remarkably loosened. Samo the Dharma King also displayed signs of astonishment. Indeed, beneath this celestial beam, the environment for cultivation was far superior to any they had previously encountered. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang nodded in agreement. Elbu boldly declared, "If I were to cultivate here for a month or two, I might very well advance another step forward." Elbu, already at the pinnacle of the celestial realm and possessing an understanding of the laws of power, coupled with his martial prowess reaching its zenith, could be considered a truly formidable force. If he were to take another half step forward, would he not be able to pierce through that ceiling and launch an assault toward a higher realm, that of the semi-saint? Jiang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. In truth, he was the one who felt the most deeply affected. The emperor's body resembled a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly circulating vital energy and practicing techniques, regardless of day or night. Thus, prior to this moment, whether Jiang Hao engaged in cultivation or not, his prowess had been steadily increasing, albeit at varying speeds due to differing realms. However, upon attempting to transcend to the semi-saint realm, it appeared that he was constrained by the natural environment and perhaps hindered by the absence of sacred essence to facilitate his rebirth and transformation. This incessant growth abruptly ceased. Yet, at this very moment, his cultivation began to rise once more. Although this increase was negligible and exceedingly slow in comparison to his original prowess, it ignited a glimmer of hope within Jiang Hao. Could it be that this celestial pillar truly connected to another world? Just as Jiang Hao was lost in contemplation, a figure exuding a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from within the celestial pillar. Upon closer inspection of its visage, all present could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Jiang Hao could not conceal his astonishment, muttering to himself, "This old fellow, is he not already dead?" Chapter 136, The Late Emperor? At this very moment, the palace is surrounded by a multitude of formidable beings. The preceding battle had been extraordinarily intense, given that dozens of celestial realm warriors were engaged in fierce combat. This not only rendered the elemental forces in the vicinity exceedingly turbulent, but also unleashed a pressure so immense that it was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Even a typical transcendent being entering this area would find themselves ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, severely hampering their movements. Such a level of conflict is indeed not one that average individuals can partake in. Thus, the onlookers dared only to linger nearby, neither bold enough to depart nor to venture closer. At this juncture, a startling development suddenly unfolds, captivating the attention of all present. They beheld a terrifying figure emerging from a towering beam of light, clad in a dragon robe and crowned. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the late Empress, save for the distinction of gender. Moreover, the regal authority emanating from their every gesture surpassed that of the Empress herself. Yet, this was not the most significant revelation. The most crucial aspect was that this figure seemed familiar to them. Could it truly be the late Emperor? Finally, one individual could no longer restrain themselves, articulating the unuttered thoughts that lingered in the minds of the others. The late Emperor? Is it truly him? Yet, how could this be? Hadn't he, the late Emperor, perished? In that instant, astonishment washed over everyone. It was precisely the unexpected demise of the late Emperor that had plunged the great Zhou into chaos, inciting fierce battles among the princes vying for the throne, while opportunistic warlords emerged amidst the turmoil, seeking to carve out their own legacies. Were it not for Jiang Hao stepping forth to stabilize the situation and support the ascent of the Empress, the great Zhou would have likely succumbed to utter disarray, possibly even being devoured by the surrounding powers. Since that fateful day, the name of the late Emperor had become a taboo in the great Zhou, with no one daring to utter it, nor understanding the circumstances surrounding his sudden death. Yet now, the late Emperor appeared before them, alive and well. Who then had truly perished? Or was it possible that the late Emperor had never died at all, but rather faked his demise to escape? In a moment of collective contemplation, the minds of the onlookers raced with myriad thoughts. One cannot deny that the occurrences of today have been overwhelmingly abundant, leaving them somewhat bewildered. First, the celestial realm warriors from the 8 great powers united in a fierce assault on the imperial capital, clashing with the court's defenders within the palace. Then Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, emerged from the sky prison, effortlessly subduing the surrounding forces, leading to the Empress's utter inability to retaliate. Just as it seemed Duke Wei was poised to commit regicide, the long-deceased late Emperor miraculously reappeared, descending from above. What day is it truly? Has the sun risen from the west? Indeed, it is not merely their hearts that are perplexed. Jiang Hao finds himself equally bewildered by the sudden resurrection of the late Emperor. At that time, his status was rather ordinary, and he was not privy to the highest echelons of power, leaving him unaware of the specific details surrounding the unexpected demise of the former monarch. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that there are significant undercurrents at play. Could the strength of the Duke be intertwined with this matter? This thought suddenly flitted through Jiang Hao's mind. At that moment, the figure within the celestial beam of light slowly made its way into the imperial palace. He gazed down upon the assembly from his elevated position, akin to a supremely exalted monarch surveying his subjects, every gesture reflecting an air of superiority, with his countenance revealing unabashed arrogance and dominion. "What, do you not recognize me?" He spoke with an air of haughty confidence. His words undeniably confirmed the suspicions of those present. He was indeed the long-vanished Yuan Wu Emperor, who had unexpectedly passed away over a decade ago. Though Yuan Wu Emperor had been absent for more than 10 years, he had once commanded the Great Zhou for decades, his formidable presence still lingering. Many of those present had served as his vassals, and regardless of his current status, an instinctual reverence welled up within them. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Finally, an elderly minister could no longer contain himself and knelt first. His act of submission was akin to the tipping of the first domino, triggering a cascade of similar responses. "We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your majesty." The others hastily followed suit, kneeling in unison. In that moment, joining the throng seemed the safest option. After all, kneeling alongside others would likely go unnoticed, but standing aloof would certainly attract attention, the consequences of which could be dire. However, there remained a handful who did not kneel, among them Jiang Hao and the likes of Zhang Jiao and Elbu nearby. Ji Luoyao also refrained from kneeling, as she lay on the ground, utterly incapable of such a gesture. The gaze of the Yuan Wu emperor swiftly fell upon them, first landing on Ji Luoyao, whose body was drenched in blood, prompting him to furrow his brow in disapproval. His initial reaction was not one of compassion or concern. Rather, a distinct displeasure flickered across his face. "How could you govern the great Zhou in such a manner, after your elder brother praised you before me, urging me to entrust the empire into your hands?" The Yuan Wu emperor chastised, his expression impassive. Ji Luoyao bit her lip, her eyes glinting with defiance. Yet in the presence of her father, she could only lower her head, exclaiming, "It is my inadequacy that has disappointed you, father." "Humph. If you cannot fulfill the role of emperor, then there is no need for you to continue," he retorted. "By the way, where is your elder brother? I entrusted you to his care before my departure, and he promised me faithfully. Where is he now?" The Yuan Wu emperor inquired once more, referring to the duke. "He is the brother of Emperor Yuan Wu, ranked as the 8th among his kin, which is why he is subsequently referred to as the 8th Prince of Virtue. I fear, your majesty, that you will not meet Prince Duan again, for I have already taken his life." At this moment, before Ji Luoyao could utter a word, Jiang Hao stepped forward voluntarily to respond to Emperor Yuan Wu's inquiry. "You?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan Wu's countenance abruptly turned icy, his gaze locking onto Jiang Hao in an instant. Having ruled as emperor for several decades, he was not one to be compared to Ji Luoyao's amateurish caliber. His extensive knowledge and experience allowed him to assess the situation with a mere glance. "If I recall correctly, your name should be Jiang Hao, am I right?" Emperor Yuan Wu did not immediately erupt in anger. Instead, he spoke in a low tone, posing the question. "I am surprised that your majesty still remembers my name." "Indeed. I am Jiang Hao," Jiang Hao affirmed with a nod. "Since you are a subject of the great Zhou, why do you not kneel before me?" Emperor Yuan Wu inquired forthwith. As he spoke, his eyes became piercingly sharp, and a terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Jiang Hao with an oppressive force that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 137. Kneel, and I shall spare your life. In the face of the stern interrogation from the Emperor Yuan Wu, accompanied by an oppressive aura that loomed like a dark abyss, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. His tranquil gaze resembled a frozen pond, impervious to the howling winds and torrential rains that threatened to stir even the slightest ripple. At that moment, he even smiled. "Why do you laugh?" The Emperor Yuan Wu's countenance darkened abruptly as he coldly inquired. "Your Majesty, why feign ignorance? It is said that the sword of a prior dynasty cannot sever the officials of the current one. Though your status is esteemed, you are merely the former emperor. What right do you possess to command my kneeling? Moreover, do you naively believe that the great Zhou remains as it once was? At this juncture, allow me to reveal the truth. After today, the great Zhou shall likely cease to exist." As he spoke, Jiang Hao regarded the emperor, then gestured towards Dong Zhuo and the others. Dong Zhuo immediately comprehended the cue, breaking into a wide grin before ascending into the air, wielding a colossal hammer in each hand, resembling a tyrant of chaos. In the next instant, his thunderous roar reverberated across the land. "Western Liang troops, heed my command. Charge forth, breach the imperial capital, and annihilate the great Zhou." From the western direction, 300,000 iron cavalry of Western Liang thundered in response, a cacophony of hooves shaking the earth. Zhang Jiao followed closely, his robe billowing as he raised his 9-section staff aloft, embodying a deity. "Yellow Turban Army, heed my command. Charge forth, breach the imperial capital, and annihilate the great Zhou." From the eastern front, 400,000 Yellow Turban soldiers rallied as one, their battle cries echoing like thunder. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged determined glances, unwilling to concede, and let out a piercing roar. Jiangnan army, heed my command. Charge forth, breach the imperial capital, and annihilate the great Zhou. From the southern expanse, 500,000 Jiangnan rebels surged forth, an unstoppable force, advancing with the might of a thunderstorm. At that moment, King Samo inhaled deeply and proclaimed, Northern forces, heed my command. Charge forth, breach the imperial capital, and annihilate the great Zhou. Though King Lu had perished, many of the commanding generals hailed from the Golden Tent Khanate. Upon hearing King Samo's command, they too hesitated not, leading their troops into the fray. In an instant, from the four cardinal directions, a staggering 170,000 troops unleashed their full might, launching an all-out assault on the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. The terrifying spectacle of war, the formidable formation of the advancing armies, and the countless valiant soldiers surged forth like relentless waves upon the sea, rising and falling in a seemingly endless tide. In stark contrast, the defenders atop the walls of the imperial capital appeared as a solitary boat adrift on the vast ocean, swaying precariously, seemingly destined to be engulfed by the impending tempest at any moment. Faced with this unprecedented offensive, even the lofty and sturdy walls of the capital could scarcely withstand the onslaught for long. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Yuan's expression darkened profoundly. Even though he believed he had sufficiently underestimated the situation, the reality clearly exceeded his expectations. He had thought this was merely a ploy of rebellion and palace intrigue. Yet it was evident that the great Zhou dynasty had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of collapse. With just one final step, it would utterly disintegrate. Recognizing this, he cast a fierce glare at Ji Luoyao, his eyes filled with a scornful disappointment, as if he wished he could strike her down with a single blow. In a mere moment, she had brought the great Zhou to such ruin, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Although Ji Luoyao longed to explain that she could not be solely blamed, she could only endure under the piercing gaze of her father. Emperor Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and turned his attention back to Jiang Hao. He was taken aback that a once inconspicuous youth had, in just over a decade, grown to such an extent. He had to concede that Jiang Hao indeed exceeded his expectations. In some respects, he could be considered a rare talent. I have always valued talent, and today I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Kneel, and I may spare your life. Emperor Yuan pronounced arrogantly, looking down at Jiang Hao as if this were an immense privilege bestowed upon him. Upon hearing these words, even Jiang Hao, who prided himself on his experiences, found himself momentarily bewildered, looking at the emperor in disbelief. Did I mishear, or did your majesty err in your words? You wish for me to kneel, and then grant me mercy? Surely, you have reversed our roles. Should it not be you who kneels, and I who spares your life? Jiang Hao inquired earnestly. Preposterous. What manner of being am I, that I would kneel to a mere junior like you? Even if I were to kneel, could you endure such an honor? I repeat, you shall kneel, and I shall spare your life. Emperor Yuan snorted coldly. Jiang Hao was momentarily rendered speechless, shaking his head as he unreservedly mocked. Your Majesty, have you aged, or are you still in slumber? Perhaps you should take a nap, and when you awaken, we can converse again. At this, the onlookers could not help but stifle their laughter, while others managed to restrain themselves. The audacious Dong Zhuo and his cohorts showed no restraint, bursting into hearty laughter. Emperor Yuan, witnessing this, felt his temper flaring. Yet, as if struck by a thought, he soon shook his head in amused disappointment, saying, I had overestimated you. It appears your vision is exceedingly narrow. Indeed, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness beyond. From your perspective, you have reached your limits. Yet you remain oblivious to the true expanse that lies beyond what you can perceive. For those truly great individuals, your petty tricks are nothing more than a mere jest, utterly inconsequential. Initially, considering your modest talent, I was inclined to grant you an opportunity to behold the true vastness of the world, provided you were willing to submit to me and pledge your unwavering loyalty. Alas, you fail to appreciate the gravity of this chance. What is there to discuss with a mere frog at the bottom of a well? Since you are oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, I shall personally instruct you. As he spoke, the Emperor Yuan Wu's eyes suddenly emitted two piercing beams of fearsome light. A chilling aura, capable of instilling dread, surged forth from his being, enveloping the entire imperial palace in an instant before swiftly radiating throughout the entire capital. In that moment, every soul within the capital distinctly sensed an overwhelming pressure that pierced directly into their very essence. I can unequivocally inform you now that I am a half-saint. And in this realm, I have no rivals. Chapter 138. How could you also be a half-saint? A being of such caliber? Could this be the fabled realm of eternal life? The former emperor was indeed a legendary figure of that realm. Had the former emperor's disappearance over the years been a quest to transcend into that mythical state of existence? The power of a celestial being is already unfathomably formidable. What then can be said of the terrifying presence that is a half-saint? With the former emperor's prowess, who in the world could possibly rival him? In an instant, countless individuals were struck with disbelief. No one had anticipated that the former emperor, who had vanished for over a decade, would re-emerge having ascended to the legendary realm of eternal life, now a transcendent half-saint. A palpable aura of dread enveloped the imperial capital, weighing heavily upon all, akin to a colossal mountain, rendering them acutely aware of the formidable power he possessed, making disbelief an impossibility. In that moment, their gazes toward Jiang Hao transformed, tinged with an unspoken sympathy. The Duke of Wei was indeed extraordinary, not only for his exceptional abilities and astonishing tactics, but also for his remarkable strength. Having rectified his final shortcoming, he was nearly flawless. Yet, he had encountered the variable that was the former emperor. No matter how powerful the Duke of Wei might be, it was inconceivable that he could match the might of a half-saint like the former emperor. Consequently, the former emperor need not concern himself with the million-strong army outside the city. By eliminating him, the crisis of the Great Zhou would naturally resolve itself. It appeared that the world still belonged to the Great Zhou. The crowd could not help but sigh in lamentation. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yunwu's gaze also fell upon Jiang Hao, his demeanor haughty and disdainful, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he spoke. Surely, you have sensed the disparity in our strengths. Do you now regret your earlier decision? Alas, I only grant others a single opportunity. Thus, even if you regret it now, it is far too late. The Emperor's gaze bore down on Jiang Hao as if he were nothing more than a foolish jester, his derision unmistakable. Jiang Hao's expression was somewhat peculiar. He paid no heed to the Emperor's mockery and instead inquired immediately, "Pray tell, Your Majesty, how many stages of half-saint have you attained?" 3 stages of half-saint. The Emperor Yuanwu replied almost instinctively. However, as the words escaped his lips, he sensed something amiss. In this world, half-saints were already legendary figures, and due to this, much knowledge regarding this realm had become scarce. The vast majority referred to this stage as the realm of eternal life. Yet few knew that its true name was the entry into sainthood. Even a half-saint was unaware of such intricacies, let alone the nuances of the 9 stages of half-saint. Yet, Jiang Hao had promptly asked him how many stages of half-saint he had achieved, which undoubtedly astonished the emperor. It appears you are not entirely a frog at the bottom of the well. At the very least, you are aware of the vast chasm that separates us. Indeed, I am a half-saint of the 3rd transformation, and to deal with a being of your celestial realm, a mere finger is sufficient to crush you. The Yuanwu emperor declared with a proud countenance. I initially anticipated that your prowess would be astonishing. However, I find myself perplexed that you are merely a trifling half-saint of the 3rd transformation. With such limited strength, what audacity do you possess to be so arrogant? Or to put it more directly, what pretense are you putting on? A mere half-saint of the 3rd transformation, is all? In response to Jiang Hao's derision, the Yuanwu emperor, in a fit of anger, could not help but smile derisively, sensing Jiang Hao's ignorance of the world's vastness. You, a mere celestial realm cultivator. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed the aura surrounding Jiang Hao rising steadily. It was as if a seal had been lifted, and in an instant, he shattered the limits of the celestial realm, ascending to an unimaginable level. In that fleeting moment, the imperial capital, once dominated solely by the Yuanwu emperor's oppressive presence, was swiftly invaded by an equally terrifying aura, forcing the emperor to retreat and reclaiming half of his dominion in the blink of an eye. Realizing this shift, and feeling Jiang Hao's chilling, formidable presence, the Yuanwu emperor's expression transformed, astonishment flooding his eyes. How could this be? You too are a half-saint? In this world, how could you possibly have achieved a breakthrough to the half-saint realm? His 3 consecutive questions revealed the depth of his shock. As for the others, upon hearing the Yuan Wu Emperor's words and sensing Jiang Hao's unimaginable aura, they too were left in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. What? The Duke of Wei is also a half-saint. Although they had already encountered numerous shocking revelations that day, this moment pushed their astonishment to new heights. Especially the Empress Ji Luoyao, whose emotions were tumultuous. She had thought she regarded Jiang Hao highly enough, believing she had discerned the depths of his capabilities. Yet what she witnessed was still not the zenith of his power. At the very least, she had never imagined that Jiang Hao was also a half-saint. Even based solely on the swirling aura around him, Jiang Hao seemed to rival her father. If one were to judge solely by cultivation, Jiang Hao was indeed slightly inferior. Having only recently broken through, and lacking the holy essence to undergo a transformative rebirth, not yet completing even the first transition. However, possessing the physique of an emperor, he was innately stronger than others, and not by a trivial margin. With such a foundation, even as a recent breakthrough, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary half-saint. Thus, in comparison, the aura Jiang Hao exhibited was no less formidable than that of the Yuan Wu Emperor. At that moment, the Yuan Wu Emperor's expression grew particularly grim, especially when he recalled the series of performances he had just displayed, filling him with an inexplicable sense of shame, wishing he could simply find a hole to burrow into. Ah, how astonishing it is to discover that you possess such hidden prowess, truly unexpected. Yet, this is indeed favorable. As a mere celestial being, I find it hardly worth my while to impose my might upon the lesser. Since you too are a semi-saint, I shall not hold back, allowing you to witness that even among semi-saints, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The Emperor of Yuanwu, enraged and embarrassed, wasted no time in concealing his discomposure and took immediate action. With a mere gesture, the forces of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen miles surged towards him in a frenzy. It was as if an invisible hand could effortlessly alter the very fabric of day and night. Under his command, these celestial energies swiftly coalesced into a golden spear, several zhang in length, pulsating with a terrifying aura of sharpness, and in an instant, it hurtled towards Jiang Hao. Even legions of warriors would seem powerless to withstand the onslaught of this golden spear. Amidst the deafening roar of its approach, the onlookers could not help but feel a tremor of fear. Even the most elite among the celestial beings, once targeted by this golden spear, would likely meet with a grim fate. In this tense moment, all gazes turned towards Jiang Hao. Yet, instead of retreating or evading, Jiang Hao chose to confront the challenge head-on. He raised his hand, conjuring a shield of earthy hue, positioning it directly in front of the oncoming golden spear. In the next heartbeat, the spear and shield collided with a resounding clash. Chapter 139. The disparity of laws unlike the celestial beings. The semi-saint practitioners have truly mastered the power of the laws. Even a casual strike from them typically carries the force of the laws, thereby significantly enhancing its potency. Consequently, their confrontations transcend mere displays of cultivation prowess. They are also contests of the mastery and application of the laws. The degree of comprehension of these laws, the finesse in their application, and the interplay of their opposing forces are all of utmost importance. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Hao, who has just recently broken through, indeed falls short. However, when it comes to the power of the laws, forgive me, but having refined the fruit of the sage's path, he not only commands 6 types of law powers, but has also elevated each to the level of a sage. For instance, the earthy shield he has effortlessly materialized embodies the essence of the earth's laws. Logically, with the cultivation strength of a third transformation semi-saint, coupled with the enhancement of the sharpness law, the golden spears should be sufficient to obliterate a small city. Yet, against this seemingly modest shield, it is firmly halted. The disparity in their law powers is too vast. The sharpness law affixed to the golden spear is swiftly eroded by the earth law's strength. These two law powers, one offensive and the other defensive, counterbalance each other perfectly, leaving the outcome to the greater strength, which is all too evident. Ultimately, as the golden spear shattered, Jiang Hao's earthy shield remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly capable of enduring yet another onslaught. Witnessing such a result, the Yuanwu Emperor's expression darkened considerably. Once more, he bellowed through gritted teeth, launching another attack. This time, he did not act with the same casualness as before. He fully mobilized his cultivation and exerted all his law power. Even the oppressive aura emanating from him intensified, resembling a blazing sun, radiant and dazzling, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze upon it. As the forces of heaven and earth surged tumultuously, numerous golden spears swiftly materialized in midair. A rough count revealed that there were no fewer than 100 of these golden weapons, each radiating an aura of piercing sharpness and encapsulating an extraordinarily formidable offensive potential. It was evident that the Yuanwu Emperor was no fool. Having discerned a clue from their previous clash, he resolved that if quality was lacking, he would compensate with quantity, a significant advantage of his formidable cultivation. Go. Under the command of his immense consciousness, the 100 golden spears surged forth, hurtling towards Jiang Hao with a terrifying momentum, resembling a torrential downpour of gold, the sound echoing like the harbingers of an apocalypse. Yet, Jiang Hao's expression remained unyielding. As he beheld this tempestuous scene, excitement flickered in his eyes. He had initially thought that after breaking through to the semi-saint realm, finding an opponent would be arduous. Yet here was one delivered to him. Since you are so fond of golden spears, allow me to return the favor. With a thought, Jiang Hao's immense consciousness surged like boiling water, rapidly expanding in all directions. A tremendous surge of celestial power surged forth, and golden war spears swiftly took shape. Although they were merely manifestations, under the influence of the golden principle, their might was formidable. More crucially, the number of golden war spears he commanded surpassed that of the Yuanwu Emperor. After all, the 360 acupoints within Jiang Hao's body were no trifling matter. The disparity in cultivation between the two was not as significant as one might assume. Boom, boom, boom. Unlike the previous clash of spear and shield, this round was a direct confrontation. Setting aside the difference in cultivation, the attacking force of the golden principle, especially at the saint level, clearly exceeded that of the Yuanwu Emperor by several magnitudes. The outcome of their encounter soon culminated in Jiang Hao's victory. The remaining golden war spears did not dissipate, but relentlessly advanced toward the Yuanwu Emperor. His expression shifted dramatically, and he was compelled to deploy various divine abilities to fend them off, barely managing to hold them at bay. However, at that moment, Jiang Hao pressed his advantage mercilessly. A true battle is not a matter of turns. It does not wait for the opponent to strike simultaneously. On the contrary, exploiting every opening and striking decisively is the norm. Countless explosive fireballs, empowered by the force of the fire principle, surged forth like burning stars from all directions toward the Yuanwu Emperor. Even though he erected a defensive shield at the earliest opportunity, he was still caught off guard by the relentless bombardment, leaving him in a state of disarray. How many types of principal powers does this individual command? The Yuanwu Emperor's shock spread within him like an unrelenting tide. Mastering the forces of principles is an arduous task. Typically, successfully grasping even one is a stroke of immense fortune, a key to transcending the semi-saint realm. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao had not only broken through to the semi-saint realm at such a young age, but had also mastered several types of principal powers. From the recent exchanges, he had showcased the earth principle, the golden principle, and the fire principle, which far exceeded the expectations of the Yuanwu Emperor. What was particularly disconcerting was Jiang Hao's apparent ease in wielding these formidable abilities, showing no signs of struggle. Entirely unlike a novice who had just broken through the semi-saint realm. What on earth is going on with this individual? The Yuanwu Emperor was engulfed in trepidation. Under the relentless barrage from Jiang Hao, he found himself resorting solely to defense, increasingly appearing beleaguered. This predicament caused his previously proud demeanor to shift involuntarily. No longer could he underestimate Jiang Hao. Instead, thoughts of retreat began to surface. For him, subduing Jiang Hao might prove challenging, yet ensuring his own escape seemed relatively straightforward. After all, he was a 3-turn semi-saint, and more importantly, he held complete dominion over the interdimensional passage. However, being forced to flee in disarray before a younger opponent was a blow to his pride that he found difficult to accept. On the other hand, should he choose to depart, the illustrious Zhou dynasty, once belonging to the Ji family, would undoubtedly require a change of name and identity. A resounding cacophony of attacks surged forth, and the Yuanwu Emperor acutely sensed the instability of his protective shield intensifying. At that moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Although reputation and the Zhou dynasty held significant weight, They paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Young one, I currently have pressing matters to attend to, and thus I shall spare you for now. However, do not think you are free. We shall meet again soon. With those menacing words, the Yuanwu emperor seized Ji Luoyao from the ground and plunged into the towering beam of light, intent on departing without further ado. Yet, at that very instant, Jiang Hao unexpectedly positioned himself before them, the emperor's sword in his grasp emanating an unparalleled brilliance. Chapter 140, Three Swords. Youngster, what do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Jiang Hao's sudden movement, Yuanwu emperor's heart sank, an unsettling feeling rising within him. He immediately activated the teleportation portal with all his might. As the grand formation illuminated once more with an array of runes, a profound and enigmatic force was reawakened, instantly enveloping both him and Ji Luoyao. Simultaneously, Yuanwu emperor's visage tightened as he exerted his full cultivation and the power of laws, continuously deploying defensive spells to thwart any potential ambush from Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao appeared oblivious to his frantic maneuvers, solely focused on channeling the essence of his Yuan power into the human emperor's sword. With the energies from all 360 acupoints within him mobilized and swiftly infused into the sword, its might surged to an unimaginable level. In an instant, the blade's fierce radiance seemed poised to cleave the very heavens, evoking a sense of trepidation even in a semi-holy being like Yuanwu Emperor. Should this strike land unimpeded? Even with his formidable strength, the likelihood of sustaining unprecedented injury was alarmingly high. A small fraction of probability suggested he might even perish. Yet, Jiang Hao's gaze was fixed not on him, but rather on Ji Luoyao beside him. Cursed be it. Yuanwu Emperor's complexion changed abruptly as he keenly sensed this shift. At this moment, he realized with clarity that Jiang Hao's true target was not himself, but Ji Luoyao. In fact, from the very beginning, Jiang Hao's aim had been Ji Luoyao. Simultaneously, Ji Luoyao's expression also faltered. The usually proud and aloof glimmer in her eyes was now tainted with fear for the first time, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. The series of events had instilled a sense of dread within her, even with her proud disposition. She could hardly fathom that the Jiang Hao she once regarded as feeble had achieved such prowess. Not only had he successfully slain the peak transcendent, Grandfather High, but he had also rendered her powerless to retaliate. Now, even her father, who had ascended to the semi-holy realm, was no match for him, necessitating a strategic retreat. Yet, she refrained from pleading for mercy, for she understood all too well that even if she did, Jiang Hao would show her no leniency. Alas, she found herself utterly powerless, forced to watch as events unfolded before her. At this juncture, Jiang Hao finally spoke. I have vanquished numerous formidable foes for your sake, clearing every obstacle to aid your ascension to the throne, yet you repay my loyalty with betrayal, casting me into the dungeon. Thus, I strike my first sword against you. I have quelled turmoil and governed the realm, truly earning my place in history. Yet you have unjustly framed me and tarnished my reputation. Hence, I deliver my second sword. After a year of imprisonment, I had resolved to let go of my vengeance, yet you summoned Grandfather High to see me off. Tell me, with such favor bestowed upon me, how could I not repay it in kind? Upon hearing this, facing Jiang Hao's calm gaze, Ji Luoyao could not help but tremble violently within. Even the Yuanwu Emperor, aware of the deep-seated enmity between the two, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, at that instant, Jiang Hao smiled, a smile that was chillingly cold, exuding an unmistakable aura of lethal intent. Thus, I now bestow upon you the third sword, as a token of my gratitude for your overwhelming affection. As he spoke, the human sovereign sword in Jiang Hao's hand seemed to be propelled to its utmost limits. Without hesitation, he unleashed the sword entirely. Stop! The Yuanwu Emperor's expression changed dramatically, with no time to untangle the intricate relationship between them. He gritted his teeth and shouted in fury. Simultaneously, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. He swiftly grasped the blood-red imperial seal, biting his teeth as if steeling his determination, and forcibly extracted a thread of mysterious and extraordinary power from it. It was not that he wished to draw more, but the energy was exceedingly difficult to harness. Given his current strength, this was the pinnacle of what he could achieve, though it was but a minuscule fragment. The quality of this energy was remarkably high, swiftly manifesting extraordinary effects. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into layers of golden shields, enveloping Ji Luoyao with formidable protection. Each layer of shield boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, amounting to a staggering number of layers. Having accomplished this, the Yuanwu Emperor finally exhaled in relief. At the same time, the interdimensional passage was officially activated, enveloping the two in a mysterious energy, seemingly on the verge of departing this place entirely. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the human sovereign sword had already appeared before Ji Luoyao. Supported by the terrifying energy, the sword transformed into a streak of golden lightning, reaching unprecedented speed. However, it did not collide directly with the impressive golden shields. Even though the human sovereign sword wielded immense power, it would be gradually depleted by the layers of formidable shields, ultimately leaving little behind. At least in terms of time, it was undoubtedly too late. In that moment, the power of the spatial laws suddenly came into effect. Among the various laws, space and time are the most uniquely profound, often regarded under the adage that time reigns supreme, while space holds its respect. With the assistance of the spatial laws, the human sovereign sword appeared to become intangible, effortlessly piercing through the layers of golden shields. Thus, it traversed through Ji Luoyao's dantian, shattering her foundation and causing her life force to swiftly wane. Even with the mystical resilience of the human king body, it was as if she had become a sieve riddled with holes, leaving her with no hope of recovery. No. Ji Luoyao's eyes widened in disbelief, her captivating gaze filled with a sense of unwillingness. Yet, this could not halt the rapid decline of her vitality. In but a fleeting moment, it felt to her as though centuries had elapsed. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to utter something, yet in the end, not a single word escaped her. Gradually, her body succumbed to weakness, collapsing gently to the ground. Witnessing this tragic scene unfold before her eyes, the Emperor Yuan, filled with despair as he beheld his dearly beloved daughter perish before him, widened his eyes in fury, their pupils suffused with blood. He too let out a resounding roar of anguish. Grasping Ji Luoyao's shoulders tightly, he infused her with his own vital energy, desperately attempting to prolong her life through this means. Alas, his efforts bore no fruit. The Emperor Yuan abruptly raised his gaze, fixing an intense stare upon Jiang Hao, as if he wished to convey something. However, at that moment, a brilliant light erupted, and they were swiftly transported away, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Even the colossal interdimensional array seemed to have fulfilled its ultimate purpose, as countless runes shattered, leaving behind nothing but a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 141. The Saintess of the Witch Clan before the once majestic palace, now reduced to mere ruins. Jiang Hao stood motionless, resembling a statue carved from stone. He seemed ensnared in silence, perhaps lost in the reverie of bygone days. As the saying goes, humans are not mere wood or grass. Who can remain devoid of feelings? Having resided in this world for over a decade, he had truly experienced life here for more than 10 years. Initially, he toiled tirelessly for stability, subsequently exerting every effort to save the realm, and ultimately, he became consumed by the pursuit of both reputation and legacy. The entangled history between him and Ji Luoyao was far too intricate to be articulated in just a few words. Until today, everything had finally reached a resolution, allowing him to relinquish a burden that had weighed heavily on his heart. Although the unexpected appearance of the Yuanwu Emperor caught him off guard, the Emperor's formidable prowess surpassed his expectations. Yet, this was hardly a significant concern. After all, he was a man endowed with a system. If lying low for a month proved insufficient, he could simply extend it to a year, and if that too failed, he could afford to wait a decade. In the worst-case scenario, he could outlast his adversaries with the passage of time. Once they had all succumbed to age, he would celebrate upon their graves. In essence, he vowed to create no anxiety. The prospect of returning to the relentless toil of his previous life was utterly out of the question. From the extraordinary array before him, it was evident that its formation had been no simple task. Otherwise, it would not have been deliberately concealed beneath the palace for so long. The human and material resources expended, along with the rare materials and specialized talents required to establish such a grand formation, could not be easily assembled. With the teleportation array now utterly destroyed, it implied that the Yuanwu Emperor would find it challenging to return. Contemplating this, Jiang Hao felt an even greater sense of relief. As time progressed, his strength would only continue to amplify. Furthermore, The adversary's escape had been facilitated by their knowledge of cross-dimensional passageways, an advantage Jiang Hao was yet to master. Should the Yuanwu emperor dare to return, the outcome of his escape would remain uncertain. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Presently, those who had once knelt in submission were still on their knees, yet their object of reverence had shifted. Indeed, the crowd surrounding the palace now bowed before Jiang Hao, for he was the ultimate victor. Submitting to the conqueror was entirely justified. Jiang Hao chose not to dwell on their previous actions. They were but insignificant figures. His attention swiftly turned to the powerful beings of the celestial realm. Despite a brief pause in the conflict, the battle was nearing its conclusion. With the death of the dear king, the remaining two demon lords could not hold out much longer and soon fell one after another to the hands of the Zhangjiao brothers. One of them, attempting to escape in the form of a monstrous bird amidst the chaos, was swiftly brought down again by the vigilant Simo Law King, who guarded the skies. In the western regions of the Buddhist kingdom, only the fierce tiger Arhut remains steadfast, as the other two Arhats have succumbed one after another. The reason the fierce tiger Arhut has managed to endure until now is not solely due to his formidable strength. Rather, it is largely attributed to his robust physique, honed through rigorous training, and his indomitable vitality, essentially, his resilience in the face of adversity. Nevertheless, it would be an oversight to dismiss his strength entirely. Indeed, the fierce tiger Arhut possesses capabilities that rival those of the esteemed King Sumo, placing him among the elite ranks of transcendent beings. Unfortunately, the opponent he currently faces is none other than El Bu, a veritable pinnacle of combat prowess within the realm of transcendent beings. He finds himself devoid of any opportunity to flee, let alone catch his breath. In Jiang Hao's perspective, El Bu seems to be utilizing this encounter as a means to refine his martial skills, which is why the fierce tiger Arhut is barely able to hold his ground. The moment El Bu loses interest in him or perceives him as no longer beneficial, it is likely that the demise of the fierce tiger Arhut will soon follow. The fates of these two formidable factions appear all but predetermined. However, the situation regarding the Witch clan is somewhat unexpected. Jiang Hao initially assumed that with the prowess of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, they would effortlessly dispatch their opponents, much like others had done. Although the Witch clan boasts 3 transcendent beings, both Chun Sheng and Wu Guang possess peak transcendence and have comprehended the power of the laws, making their collaboration extraordinary. Yet, the outcome has proven otherwise. As Jiang Hao focused intently, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. The 3 maidens of the Witch clan did not engage in a direct confrontation with Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, nor did they opt to flee. Instead, they positioned themselves back to back, forming a triangular formation, and collectively erected a defensive shield. However, this protective barrier was not solely composed of pure elemental force. It was intricately interwoven with a multitude of Witch clan runes, interconnected by divine consciousness and elemental energy, subtly outlining a mysterious magical array infused with distinctive Witch clan characteristics. Despite the tempestuous onslaught from Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, their efforts were rendered ineffective against this remarkably unique magical formation. All attacks that struck it were significantly weakened and dissipated, the residual force evenly distributed among the 3 maidens, failing to pose any substantial threat to them. Thus, the situation reached an impasse. Under the stormy pressure exerted by Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, the maidens of the Witch clan found themselves unable to retreat. Yet, fortified by this exceptional magical array, they appeared to bear the weight of a protective shell, making them impervious to the advances of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. It seems you are encountering some difficulties. Do you require my assistance? Jiang Hao inquired as he approached them. Upon hearing his words, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged glances, momentarily feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Their defensive strategy was indeed quite ingenious, and the 2 brothers realized they presently lacked effective solutions, ultimately concluding that it was perhaps necessary to solicit their lord's intervention. With resigned expressions, they conceded, "It appears we must trouble you to take action." Jiang Hao nodded slightly, offering no further words, and swiftly advanced step by step. As the 3 priestesses of the Witch clan beheld Jiang Hao approaching them, a palpable tension gripped their hearts. After all, they had just witnessed the terrifying extent of Jiang Hao's power. Even the descending Yuanwu emperor had been forced to flee in a state of panic. and it was crucial to note that he was a genuine half-saint powerhouse. Now, confronted directly by Jiang Hao, they felt an overwhelming pressure closing in from all directions, nearly suffocating them. Exchanging glances laden with determination, the three acted without hesitation, each expelling a mouthful of vital blood onto the witch clan's formation. In an instant, the runes of the witch clan radiated with brilliant light, not only amplifying their defensive capabilities, but also exuding an uncanny aura that deterred any unwarranted contact. Yet, Jiang Hao remained unfazed. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed downwards. Where his palm passed, the power of the fire principle surged forth, resembling a blazing inferno. Both the runic barriers and the strange forces within them were consumed by the flames of the fire principle, reduced to nothingness. The once indomitable formation crumbled in an ephemeral moment, and within it, the three witch priestesses promptly spat blood, collapsing to the ground in agony. As Jiang Hao showed no intention of relenting, the flames threatened to engulf them entirely. In a desperate struggle, the witch priestesses cried out, "Do not strike. I possess knowledge of the celestial realm." Chapter 142 News from the Upper Realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his descending hand halting abruptly in midair. The roaring flames, which had been on the verge of engulfing the three figures, ceased with his motion, swiftly dissipating into nothingness, as if the preceding events had merely been an illusion. Yet, the three priestesses of the witch clan dared not dismiss it as mere deception. The utterly shattered formation and the searing sensation that pierced their souls unmistakably conveyed that they had indeed brushed perilously close to the gates of death. In that fleeting moment, their hearts had leapt into their throats. Had Jiang Hao hesitated even slightly longer, they would have likely been consumed entirely by the inferno. Now, as the flames receded, they finally found relief, their faces reflecting sheer gratitude for their survival, while they gulped in fresh air. Never before had they realized how blissful the act of breathing normally could be. However, Jiang Hao did not afford them much respite. He promptly inquired with unwavering directness, "What news from the upper realm?" The witch clan's priestess hesitated momentarily, but could not restrain herself from speaking. "Lord Wei Guogong, could you first grant us a promise? After I finish speaking, you must immediately allow us to depart without pursuing us. Indeed, you people from the Central Plains are notoriously untrustworthy. It is imperative that you swear an oath, or we cannot place our faith in you. Furthermore, those two must be taught a lesson. You must first break a leg of each, as a prerequisite, or else we shall reveal nothing." The other two powerful individuals from the witch clan immediately echoed her sentiments, evidently feeling confident in their leverage over Jiang Hao. As they spoke, their glares were fixed on Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, clearly resentful of the betrayal they had suffered. Upon hearing these demands, the priestess's expression shifted, her instincts warning her of impending danger, but it was too late to intervene. Jiang Hao was momentarily stunned by their audacity. He then regarded them with a bemused smile, shaking his head. "It seems you remain blissfully unaware of your current predicament. Very well, let us awaken your senses." As he spoke, he took a step back. In stark contrast, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, who had initially stood behind him, advanced forward, rolling up their sleeves and fixing the two with cold, menacing glares. Witnessing this turn of events, the two witch clan warriors finally grasped the gravity of their situation, their faces paling as they instinctively sought to flee. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the peak celestial beings, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, escape was an impossibility. In truth, without the hindrance of their formation, they were no match for the duo, and in mere moments, they were easily apprehended. Then, two anguished cries pierced the air as each of the witch clan warriors had their legs broken in accordance with their own demands. Once all of this comes to a close, Jiang Hao turned his gaze back to the holy maiden of the witch clan, his expression solemn as he spoke. "Whether they live or die now hinges on whether your response can satisfy me." The holy maiden of the witch clan immediately wore a bitter expression. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head, faced with Jiang Hao's formidable demeanor. She possessed no right to refuse, nor did she dare to seek any assurances, promptly disclosing the information she possessed. "Regarding the upper realm, I only know fragments, derived from certain ancient texts of our witch clan's core lineage. It is said that our world is merely a small realm, overshadowed by a vast expanse known as the primordial sacred realm. The grandeur of the primordial sacred realm transcends our world by 100-fold or more. Not only does it hold a higher station, but its cultivation environment surpasses ours, thus facilitating the emergence of various formidable beings. Initially, I believed this to be mere conjecture from an unreliable elder of our clan. However, given the circumstances surrounding the Yuanwu Emperor, it seems that this so-called primordial sacred realm may indeed exist. At this point, the holy maiden paused, lifting her gaze to Jiang Hao. The primordial sacred realm? Jiang Hao murmured to himself, a contemplative look crossing his face. If the primordial sacred realm truly exists, it could elucidate why the Yuanwu Emperor mysteriously vanished, and why he has suddenly reappeared, achieving a breakthrough to the semi-saint realm in just over a decade. One cannot compare Jiang Hao's year-long ascension to the semi-saint level. After all, his case is an exception. For the vast majority of individuals in this world, even a lifetime spent in pursuit would rarely yield a breakthrough to the celestial realm. In contrast, the Yuanwu Emperor managed to elevate to the semi-saint level, attaining the third transition of the semi-saint in merely a few years, which is indeed remarkable. Moreover, Duke Duan, possessing peak celestial realm prowess, may also be linked to this phenomenon. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened. Unlike the celestial realm experts, who possess a mere 200 to 300 years of lifespan, upon breaking through to the saint realm, even if only to the semi-saint level, one is granted at least several thousand years of life. To attain the status of a true saint could grant a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. With such an extensive lifespan, it stands to reason that there should still be some saint-level beings present in this world. Yet, over the years, aside from the Yuanwu Emperor, Jiang Hao has encountered no other saint-level experts. Neither the court nor the martial world has whispered a single rumor regarding their existence. Where, then, have those who once transcended to the saint realm disappeared? Surely, they cannot have all perished? If the primordial sacred realm exists, everything would fall into place. Just as Jiang Hao felt the constraints of this world after his breakthrough, it is likely that other saint-level beings share a similar sentiment. Lacking a system, their cultivation stalling within this realm, they would naturally seek an alternative path. For the formidable beings of the primordial sacred realm, our humble world may seem insignificant. However, it is not entirely devoid of utility. At this juncture, the holy maiden of the witch clan hesitated briefly before speaking again. According to the ancient texts of our clan, this diminutive world serves a primary purpose, the collection of the power of fortune. The collection of fortune? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. In his perception, fortune had always appeared to be an ethereal concept. Could such a thing be harvested? With a look of astonishment, he turned to the holy maiden of the witch clan. Sensing his thoughts, she nodded in response to his puzzled gaze. Indeed, the power of fortune can be collected. The precise method eludes me, but if I am not mistaken, the jade seal once held by the Yuanwu Emperor was likely a special artifact for amassing fortune. The jade seal? Jiang Hao recalled it, and soon experienced a moment of clarity. A lightning bolt of realization struck his mind. Are you suggesting that they have been covertly gathering fortune? Is the decline in our world's cultivation environment a consequence of the extensive plundering of fortune? Most likely. The holy maiden of the witch clan nodded, her expression complex. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the existence of the great Zhou dynasty serves such a purpose? As the most powerful force in this world, could they also be its greatest parasite? If this is indeed the case, then the great Zhou dynasty may very well be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 143. The frantic Ji Yuanwu in the ancient sacred realm. There stood a resplendent palace far more opulent than that of the great Zhou. A multitude of fully armored elite guards stood sentinel outside the immense palace, creating a veritable fortress with their vigilance, ensuring that not a single intruder could breach their defenses. Within the palace, a myriad of runic prohibitions adorned the walls, arranged with the precision and beauty of stars scattered across the night sky, collectively forming a grand celestial map. Suddenly, this celestial map began to shimmer. The first rune glowed with a brilliant light, followed by the second, then the third. Before long, an increasing number of runes illuminated the space. In mere moments, every rune radiated its brilliance, casting the vast palace into a brightness akin to daylight, and a dazzling yet enigmatic galaxy emerged. Then, two figures, a man and a woman, materialized amidst this mysterious galaxy. It was none other than Ji Yuanwu and his daughter Ji Luoyao, who had returned through the interdimensional portal. Unlike the confidence they had exuded moments prior, The expression on the face of the Emperor Yuanwu was now shrouded in darkness. He could hardly fathom how, in the brief span of merely a decade, his once familiar great Zhou dynasty had transformed into an entirely unrecognizable entity. He had presumed that with his formidable strength as a third transformation half-saint, he would have no rivals across the realm, capable of resolving any troubles that arose. Yet unexpectedly, the anomaly Jiang Hao had emerged, having succeeded in breaking through to the half-saint realm despite being ensconced within a lesser world. More critically, this individual possessed such overwhelming power that even Yuanwu, a third transformation half-saint, found himself at a loss for a response, ultimately compelled to retreat through the interdimensional portal to narrowly escape calamity. Given the current energy levels of the Qianyuan lesser world, it should have been impossible to transcend into the half-saint realm. Otherwise, there would not have been such a prolonged period without anyone achieving a breakthrough to the saint realm. Even for him, had he not ventured into this ancient world, he would have never managed to succeed, let alone reach the level of a third transformation half-saint. Moreover, the mastery of laws he wielded was beyond comprehension. The laws of earth, metal, fire, and, intriguingly, an exceptionally unique law that, although unfamiliar to him, could evidently bypass the barriers of fate, indicating its superiority over other laws. How old was he? Regardless of his extraordinary talent, merely attaining a tenuous breakthrough to the half-saint realm would have been considered a stroke of fortune. How could he possibly command such a diverse array of extraordinary laws? Even as Emperor Yuanwu racked his brain, he could not unravel the mystery of these events. However, at that moment, he had little inclination to ponder this conundrum further. His gaze swiftly fell upon Ji Luoyao. In truth, he valued his daughter far more than he had anticipated. The reason was simple. Ji Luoyao possessed the rare human king physique, a lineage trait awakened by only a select few within the Ji clan. Though the human king physique may not boast the prowess of the legendary human emperor physique, it remained one of the rarest and most exceptional constitutions in existence. Especially after arriving in the ancient Holy Realm, he became acutely aware of the significance of innate talent. Like himself, he possessed no extraordinary gifts. Thus, after over a decade of relentless effort, he had barely reached the threshold of the half-saint realm. Although this pace might astonish the average person, he alone understood the immense resources he had expended to achieve this level. As time progressed, the required resources multiplied, nearing the limits of his potential. He estimated that, without any exceptional assistance, his future limitations might prevent him from even transcending to the saint realm. Having finally arrived in the ancient holy realm and glimpsed an extraordinary celestial path, how could he resign himself to the thought of never breaking through to the saint level? He aspired not only to surpass the saint realm, but also to traverse further along this path. Undoubtedly, his most promising support lay in his daughter, Ji Luoyao. Ji Luoyao not only possessed the physique of a human king, but also exhibited remarkable comprehension, managing to ascend to the celestial being realm by her 20s. Even within a lesser world, if nurtured within the ancient world, it was conceivable that she could reach not only the saint realm, but perhaps even the saint king or even the saint emperor realms. Eventually, she could reciprocate and elevate him, enabling him to advance further on this journey. However, he never anticipated that. Intending to allow Ji Luoyao to cultivate safely within a lesser world, she would unexpectedly ascend to the throne, becoming an empress, something unseen in the great Zhou dynasty for many years. This led to a series of chaotic events, culminating in her risking her own life. Truly, cursed. Ji Yuanwu could not help but curse vehemently, uncertain whether his ire was directed at Jiang Hao or his disappointing daughter, Ji Luoyao. Yet, despite his anger, he could not bear the thought of his daughter, whom he held in such high hopes, being lost. Without hesitation, he summoned his internal energy, generously channeling it into Ji Luoyao to heal and restore her. However, the results were minimal. Seeing this, Ji Yuanwu's expression darkened. He dared not waste a moment and immediately retrieved an array of healing potions from the spatial ring on his finger. Some of these were worth their weight in gold, ones he would normally hesitate to use himself. Yet now, he unreservedly applied them all to Ji Luoyao. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Ji Yuanwu's expression shifted repeatedly. He was not a trained physician and could not ascertain Ji Luoyao's current condition. Observing the ineffectiveness of the potions, he dared not delay any longer and shouted urgently toward the palace entrance. "Come quickly, someone." With a thunderous noise, the palace doors were pushed open from the outside. A general clad in black armor strode in. "Your Majesty, what are your commands?" Upon closer inspection, this armored general is undeniably a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The aura surrounding him suggests that he has even begun to comprehend the power of the laws. In the Great Zhou, he would stand as a pillar of the nation. Yet here, he appears merely as an ordinary military officer. Summon the imperial physicians, all of them, and do so with utmost haste. Ji Yuanwu commanded loudly. At once, the black-armored general wasted no time and promptly obeyed the order. Moments later, soldiers soared into the sky, racing in various directions. Even the most unassuming of messengers were extraordinary beings. In the Great Zhou, such warriors could easily hold the rank of a commander within the elite imperial guard. And in a typical army, they would undoubtedly serve as commanding generals. A glimpse through the narrow tube reveals that the disparity between these two worlds is indeed profound. Chapter 144. A Cureless Condition. Under the command of Ji Yuanwu, within a mere half hour, 2 to 3 dozen imperial physicians gathered outside the palace. Although the staff of the Imperial Medical Bureau had not yet fully assembled, Ji Yuanwu could no longer wait. He promptly summoned a few of the most skilled doctors to the forefront. Doctors Shun, Hu, Qian, and Tian, I beseech you to come and examine the situation. The physicians, upon being summoned by Ji Yuanwu, exchanged glances, momentarily caught in a state of bewilderment. Initially, they had presumed that a favored consort had fallen gravely ill, prompting the emperor's urgent summons. However, it appeared that the circumstances were far from such a notion. Given the emperor's temperament, even if his most cherished consort were in dire straits, it would not warrant such a grand display nor the assembly of all the physicians. Nevertheless, the emperor's command held paramount importance, especially considering his evident distress. Thus, they dared not voice their trepidations and obediently stepped forward. After a brief interval, they beheld Ji Luoyao, lying there with a pallid visage and devoid of any vital signs. An involuntary change flickered across their faces as an unsettling feeling stirred within them. The art of medicine relies on observation, inquiry, and examination. With their level of expertise, many times it sufficed to glean a diagnosis from a mere glance. Yet, the condition of the individual before them was decidedly grim. Despite their internal disquiet, with the emperor's vigilant gaze upon them, they refrained from being negligent and promptly approached in succession. "Your Majesty," the first physician declared, "upon my examination, this esteemed lady bears numerous wounds. However, while the other injuries are not fatal, the true peril lies within the sword wound to her abdomen. This injury is undoubtedly inflicted by a weapon of at least semi-saintly caliber. It has not only destroyed her foundational essence, but has also severed her life force. I regret to inform you that my medical skills are insufficient to remedy her condition." The physicians were indeed competent. The first physician swiftly assessed Ji Luoyao's predicament, yet lamented his inability to provide aid. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanwu's countenance darkened, though he refrained from uttering further words and summoned the second physician. Yet the second physician, too, shook his head in resignation. "My diagnosis mirrors that of physician Shen. Not only is this esteemed lady's physical condition irreparable, but her spirit has also succumbed to a profound silence. She is devoid of essence, energy, and spirit. It is truly beyond the reach of medicinal remedies." His implication was clear. She was essentially beyond salvation. Ji Yuanwu, suppressing his fury, gestured for the third physician to step forward. One by one, the physicians continued to approach for diagnosis. In truth, these physicians were well-versed, proficient in a myriad of ailments, both internal and external. Typically, they could effect cures with ease. Yet, at this moment, faced with Ji Luoyao's dire condition, they found themselves utterly at a loss, with no recourse available. In their eyes, she had already crossed into the realm of the deceased, beyond any hope of recovery. However, it would be inappropriate to express this directly, rendering the crowd hesitant to speak. Ji Yuanwu, not a fool, could discern the underlying sentiments. Although he understood that the imperial physicians were not to blame, the flames of frustration within him surged uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, might I suggest inviting Elder Xiang for consultation? He has recently returned from his travels and is currently in the city. His esteemed lineage from the medical sage valley endows him with unparalleled medical prowess. Perhaps he possesses a solution." At this moment, a voice unexpectedly proposed this idea. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yuanwu's eyes sparkled with hope. He recognized that this elder Xiang, known as Xiang Zhizhong, was a celebrated master of medicine. Instinctively, he prepared to summon him. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. This elder Xiang was not a mere ordinary physician. Unlike in the Great Zhou, where Ji Yuanwu held the title of monarch, here his authority was limited. In fact, he had many he could not afford to offend. For instance, Elder Xiang, whose extraordinary background and extensive connections were beyond imagination, wielded immense personal strength sufficient to overshadow Ji Yuanwu. Should he send someone to summon him? It was uncertain whether he would grant an audience. Since it is Elder Xiang, I shall personally extend the invitation. You all must tend to my daughter. Should anything go awry, heads will roll. With that declaration, Ji Yuanwu transformed into a streak of radiant light, soaring into the heavens. Approximately an hour later, he returned to the palace accompanied by an elderly man with chestnut hair. I appreciate your assistance, Elder. In the presence of this venerable figure, Ji Yuanwu's demeanor was markedly more respectful than it had been towards the imperial physicians. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty, the elder replied, waving his hand with a demeanor that was neither haughty nor aloof, but rather amiable. Moments later, he beheld the patient requiring treatment. Upon seeing Ji Luoyao, he too could not suppress a slight frown. Yet, being no ordinary physician, he merely furrowed his brow without displaying any further emotional fluctuation. Approaching her for examination, a mysterious green energy manifested in the palm of his right hand. Ji Yuanwu immediately recognized this as the power of the wood element. However, the energy in Elder Xiang's hand emanated a notably gentle quality, subtly undergoing a remarkable transformation. This involved the nuanced application of elemental power, a closely guarded secret among the various factions. Once this verdant energy entered Ji Liao's body, a faint luminescence soon enveloped her, her flesh rapidly regenerating. Witnessing this, Ji Yuanwu was overwhelmed with excitement. Had he not been concerned about disturbing Elder Xiang, he might have burst into laughter. Yet, his elation was short-lived, as this remarkable change lasted only a brief moment before abruptly ceasing. Ji Luoyao remained unresponsive, her entire being still enveloped in a pall of lifelessness. Meanwhile, the esteemed Elder Xiang rose to his feet and gently shook his head in dismay. Observing this, Ji Yuanwu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly approached and inquired, Elder Xiang, what do you mean by this? The techniques you just employed yielded no results? Please, continue. If there are any conditions or items you require, do not hesitate to ask. Your Majesty is mistaken, Elder Xiang replied earnestly. The previous reaction was merely a manifestation of the medical skills employed. In truth, the princess's body is devoid of vitality, and her spirit shows no signs of response. No matter how skilled the physician, there exists no remedy for this condition. It surpasses the capabilities of medicinal treatment. Although the imperial physician had conveyed a similar sentiment previously, Ji Yuanwu had refused to accept it at that time. Now, hearing such words from Elder Xiang, even Ji Yuanwu found it impossible to disbelieve. After all, the elder was a true master of the healing arts and the heir of the medical sage valley, possessing vast knowledge and experience. If he proclaimed that there was no cure, it was likely a grim reality. Contemplating this, Ji Yuanwu could not help but feel his heart sink into despair. Chapter 145. The true Ji clan in the ancient realm of the within the Eastern lies the renowned city of. This venerable city, steeped in history, is said to have witnessed a divine willow successfully attain enlightenment here hundreds of thousands of years ago, thus earning its illustrious name. The vast expanse of is beyond imagination, stretching over 10,000 miles, with throngs of visitors traversing its streets daily. Within the city, splendid architecture rises majestically, adorned with jade towers and exquisite palaces, bustling with the sounds of commerce and lively chatter, painting a picture of vibrant prosperity. At the heart of this ancient city stand towering sacred mountains, resembling magnificent swords piercing the heavens, while waterfalls cascade down like celestial rivers descending to the mortal realm. A glance around reveals a breathtaking panorama, suffused with radiant hues and divine brilliance, evoking the allure of a mythical paradise. Occasionally, formidable beings from the appear, either demonstrating their incredible powers or gracefully soaring on cranes, embodying the essence of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the faintest aura emanating from them instills a sense of awe and trepidation. Amidst this grandeur walks, who cannot help but feel a shiver of fear. Although this is not his first visit, each time he arrives, his heart races with trepidation. With his cultivation he is but a minor presence in this realm. Were it not for his surname, he would hardly qualify to tread here. Indeed, this is the ancestral land of the Ji clan, and the entire now belongs to them. This Ji clan is not merely another lineage. It is the very clan that established the great Zhou dynasty thousands of years ago. Compared to that dynasty, this place embodies the true essence of the Ji legacy. After millennia of development, the Ji clan possesses unparalleled strength, standing as a dominant force in the Eastern, rivaling ancient powers with lineages spanning tens of thousands of years. The dynasty currently governed by in both territory and might, rivals that of the great Zhou dynasty. However, in the context of the Eastern, it is merely a small corner, a subordinate force under the Ji clan's banner, and not even a particularly significant one. Otherwise, it would not be entrusted to a descendant from the lower realms like. His responsibilities include overseeing a domain linked to the great Zhou dynasty and gathering the power of fortune, yet within the vast Ji clan, his status is rather inconsequential. Nonetheless, the power of fortune is undeniably precious. And to avoid disturbing the subtle convergence of destiny, beings from the higher realms typically refrain from intervening. It is akin to the careful stewardship of fish in a pond, where human interference is minimized to ensure their survival. Additionally, origins from the ancestral land of the Ji clan lend him a semblance of distinction. However, despite this uniqueness, he ultimately remains merely in a world where the strong hold dominion. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, plays out in its most vivid form, permeating every aspect of life. Without the requisite strength, regardless of one's status, earning respect proves exceedingly challenging. It is precisely for this reason that Ji Yuanwu feels an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction and places such profound importance on his daughter, Ji Luoyao. Esteemed ancestor, I seek an audience, Ji Yuanwu proclaimed as he arrived beneath the towering sacred mountain. Taking a deep breath, he immediately knelt down and called out loudly, "Come forth." A moment later, a voice imbued with indifference resonated. Simultaneously, the grand doors of the temple began to open slowly, revealing a radiant bridge of light that manifested directly beneath Ji Yuanwu's feet. Witnessing such extraordinary phenomena, Ji Yuanwu could hardly contain his excitement. Wasting no time, he hastened up the ethereal path. Moments later, he found himself within the temple's interior, face to face with the esteemed ancestor of the Ji clan. Though this venerable ancestor had lived for millennia, he appeared to be in the prime of his life, possessing a robust physique reminiscent of a formidable warrior. Yet, compared to ordinary soldiers, he exuded an aura of power that was incomparably greater. Even without deliberately showcasing his presence, he instilled a sense of dread, as if one were standing before an immensely fearsome beast, where the threat of death loomed ever-present. His eyes sparkled like the stars, radiating a brilliant light that rendered direct gaze impossible. Even his casually cascading hair seemed infused with an inexhaustible vitality. Each breath he took reverberated through the very fabric of the cosmos, causing one's spirit to waver. Ji Yuanwu was profoundly shaken. This marked his second encounter with the Ji ancestor, and compared to the bewilderment of their first meeting, he now dared to truly observe the figure before him. He felt as though he stood before the entirety of existence, reduced to an utterly powerless insect. Just a mere wisp of the ancestor's aura was sufficient to easily subdue him. What realm had the ancestor attained, he wondered, though such a question was one he would never dare voice. Kneeling once more, he respectfully greeted, "I, Ji Yuanwu, unworthy descendant, pay my respects to you, esteemed ancestor." The Ji ancestor responded with a detached expression, acknowledging him with a mere utterance. Although Ji Yuanwu was his descendant, the passage of thousands of years had severed any semblance of familial bond. Furthermore, with countless descendants in sight, the Ji clan was vast. And if he were to foster feelings for each one, he would be left with little emotional capacity to spare. This is the fortune gathered from the Qianyuan small world. I humbly present it to you, esteemed ancestor. As he spoke, Ji Yuanwu produced a jade seal from his sleeve. The Ji ancestor raised a hand, summoning the seal into his grasp. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, an enigmatic force emanated from the jade seal, transforming into a mysterious orb of light. Was there something amiss? He raised his head, his expression tranquil as he inquired. In the face of his serene gaze, Ji Yuanwu felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. A chill gripped his heart, prompting him to hastily explain. An unforeseen circumstance arose this time, compelling me to extract a fragment of fortune for self-preservation, hence the outcome. I do not concern myself with the reasons, only with the results. Each family has its laws, and each clan its regulations. Since you have failed in your duties, a century's worth of your salary shall be deducted as punishment. A century's salary? Ji Yuanwu was instantly overwhelmed with anguish, finding it difficult to breathe. Though he managed the Qing dynasty on behalf of his clan and could extract considerable benefits, the true substantial income stemmed from the clan stipends. On one hand, the Ji family had grown prosperous and affluent, ensuring generous provisions for its members. On the other hand, he held two significant positions, resulting in an even more substantial salary. This was a primary reason for his remarkable ascent to the rank of a half-saint in a mere decade and a half. The abrupt deduction of a century's worth of salary felt akin to a brutal laceration. However, the matter was directed by the ancestor himself. It was evidently not a subject for negotiation. Whether he accepted it or not, this decision was irrevocable. Ji Yuanwu could only accept this punishment with resignation. He took a deep breath and then spoke again. I have come here for another matter that I wish to report to the ancestor. Chapter 146. The Immortal Elixir. Esteemed ancestor, according to the customs of our clan, the collection of fortune energy occurs once every 20 years. However, my descent to the mortal realm was not by my own volition. It was the clansmen who activated the interdimensional portal, compelling my early departure. What I could never have anticipated was that, after more than a decade of absence, the Qianyuan small world has undergone a tremendous upheaval. Not only is the great Zhou dynasty on the brink of annihilation, but a young man named Jiang Hao has also successfully transcended to the semi-saint realm, mastering various powers of law. Ji Yuanwu quickly articulated, "Is this the reason you felt compelled to wield the fortune energy?" Before he could finish his sentence, the ancestral elder of the Ji clan interjected directly. Ji Yuanwu was momentarily taken aback. Though he felt a mix of shame and indignation, he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Indeed. Jiang Hao's prowess far surpasses mine. Had I not forcibly activated the interdimensional portal, this journey could have ended in peril." For Ji Yuanwu, Jiang Hao's extraordinary capabilities were indeed astonishing. Yet, the ancestral elder's reaction was notably subdued, for their experiences and insights were vastly different. The elder had witnessed countless prodigies of exceptional brilliance, not to mention the vast expanse of the Eastern Tsang domain, where formidable beings abound. Even in the myriad small worlds governed by various powerful factions over countless years, geniuses continuously emerged. In the context of the Qianyuan small world, breaking through to the semi-saint realm, while rare, was far from sufficient to earn his regard. As for Ji Yuanwu being outmatched, that was even less noteworthy. After all, Ji Yuanwu had only recently ascended, and his cultivation had barely reached the third transition of the semi-saint realm. Frankly speaking, any random semi-saint from the Ji clan could easily overpower him. You need not burden me with such trivial matters. Since the Qianyuan small world has been entrusted to your care, it is your responsibility to devise a solution. If you are unable to resolve it, then seek assistance from those within the clan who are designated to handle such affairs. It is merely a small world, at worst. We can send someone to sweep through it and restore order, as there are established protocols for this. If I must handle every minor issue, what purpose do you serve?" The ancestral elder admonished with an impassive expression. To Ji Yuanwu, this was a monumental issue. Yet, to the elder, it was inconsequential. Given the current scale of the Ji clan, the number of factions under their banner was countless, and their dominion extended far beyond a mere handful of small worlds. If every minor inconvenience required his personal intervention, he would have no time for anything else, relegated to merely cleaning up after others. Ji Yuanwu's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Ancestor, there is yet another matter." Noticing that this fellow seemed to be interminable, the ancestral elder could not help but furrow his brow, a distinct sign of impatience crossing his features. In the heart of Ji Yuanwu, apprehension stirred. However, he found himself with no alternative but to grit his teeth and continue speaking. "Esteemed ancestor, I have a daughter named Ji Luoyao, who possesses the physique of a human sovereign and displays exceptional talent for cultivation. Previously, she was the ruler of the Great Zhou dynasty, but she has now fallen victim to the treachery of Jiang Hao. I am truly at my wit's end and implore you to assess her condition and determine if there is any hope for her recovery. The physique of a human sovereign? The ancestor of the Ji clan nodded slightly, his interest piqued. Subsequently, Ji Yuanwu retrieved an ice coffin from his spatial ring and placed it upon the ground. Within the coffin lay Ji Luoyao. Although the Ji ancestor was not a dedicated physician, his formidable cultivation allowed him to wield various methods that could seemingly transform decay into wonder, surpassing even the capabilities of specialized healers in certain respects. With but a sweep of his divine consciousness, he swiftly discerned Ji Liao's current state. Her physical form had sustained grave injuries, her cultivation was nearly obliterated, and her soul lay in silence. She was devoid of spirit, energy, and vitality. How could one possibly save her? The Ji ancestor turned to Ji Yuanwu and retorted. A chill enveloped Ji Yuanwu's heart, compelling him to divulge the truth. Prior to this, I consulted numerous imperial physicians, including the esteemed elder Xiang Zhizhong from the medical Sage Valley. They all declared her condition beyond salvation, with no remedy available. Although I am unfamiliar with Xiang Zhizhong, his origins in the medical Sage Valley suggest his medical prowess is commendable. If he asserts that her condition is hopeless, it is likely to be true. At least from my perspective, she is beyond saving. You should take her remains home and ensure she receives a proper burial. As these words left his lips, the Ji ancestor waved his hand, signaling Ji Yuanwu to depart. Were it a living human sovereign physique, he might have deemed it worthy of further consideration. However, a deceased human sovereign physique held little value. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanwu immediately knelt, tears streaming down his face as he beseeched, "Ancestor, I implore you to reconsider. Luoyao possesses extraordinary talent. If she could be revived, with just a modicum of nurturing, her future would be boundless. Surely, she would repay your immeasurable kindness and serve our clan with unwavering loyalty." Witnessing Ji Yuanwu's despair, the Ji ancestor's expression darkened. "It is not that I do not wish to save her, but rather that it is impossible. She is already deceased. How then can she be saved?" At these words, Ji Yuanwu raised his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Though Luoyao may currently be beyond conventional remedies, I have heard that the immortal holy medicine is an exception. It is a true divine substance with the power to grant life anew. It seems that we possess one within the clan." At this point, Ji Yuanwu gazed at the Ji ancestor with hopeful anticipation. "You truly dare to entertain such thoughts?" The Ji ancestor was both amused and exasperated by his audacity. He sprang to his feet, approached Ji Yuanwu, and fixed him with a piercing gaze, enunciating each word carefully. "Do you understand the true value of the immortal holy medicine?" Ji Yuanwu was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. He had only heard clan members mention its existence. Had it not been for his desperate circumstances, he would never have contemplated such a notion. He merely comprehended that the immortal elixir held immense value. However, the precise worth eluded him. This remarkable item was exceedingly rare, and no one would dare to bring it to the market for sale. This immortal elixir originated from a celestial paradise, where countless formidable beings contended fiercely for possession. It was through the perilous gamble of my own life that I managed to seize it. As for its value, consider the great Qing dynasty under your command. Even if one were to offer 100 or 1,000 great Qing dynasties in exchange, it would be impossible to acquire such an immortal elixir. Do you grasp this? Do you truly believe that your daughter's worth could rival that of 100 or 1,000 great Qing dynasties? The ancestral figure of the Ji family spoke coldly. Ji Yuanwu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. While he was aware of the rarity and extraordinary value of the immortal elixir, he never anticipated its worth to be so staggering. What might a single great Qing dynasty truly be valued at? Although it was somewhat difficult to measure, its total worth could not be trivial, as such a force could perpetually generate wealth, akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. To imagine the combined value of 100 or 1,000 great Qing dynasties was beyond comprehension. Even though he cherished his daughter dearly, he could not assert that her worth equaled that of 100 or 1,000 great Qing dynasties. Moreover, this immortal elixir was procured at the risk of my own life. Had I known this earlier, I would not have dared entertain any thoughts of acquisition. Furthermore, even if I were inclined to part with it, it would be futile, for I have already consumed the immortal elixir. At that moment, the cold voice of the Ji family ancestor resonated once more. Chapter 147. The sacred body of the moon, the immortal sacred herb, had long since been consumed by me. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanwu was utterly dumbfounded. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he could never have fathomed that the final outcome would be this. Naturally, he did not doubt the words of the ancestor, for there was no reason for the ancestor to deceive him. After all, even if the ancestor were to withhold it directly, he would have no recourse. If it was stated that it had been used, it was most likely true. Consequently, this implied that the last glimmer of hope had vanished, and Ji Yuanwu finally resigned himself to despair. He expressed his gratitude to the ancestor for the clarification, acknowledging that this must be her fate, and he could not blame anyone else. With a heavy sigh, Ji Yuanwu prepared to stow away the ice coffin, intending to take it back for a proper burial. The Ji clan's ancestor, witnessing this, sighed as well, feeling equally powerless. A human king body, as long as it was not utterly devoid of potential, could, with even a modest amount of nurturing, undoubtedly attain the realm of a saint. And there was considerable hope for reaching the level of a holy king. For the current Ji clan, this represented a promising seed. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred not to abandon it so readily. Alas, it was already deceased. No matter how exceptional a talent, once life has departed, all is rendered moot. Wait. Suddenly, the Ji clan's ancestor raised an eyebrow and immediately called out. Ji Yuanwu was taken aback, momentarily perplexed, and looked at the Ji clan's ancestor with a face full of confusion, asking, "Ancestor, what is it?" The Ji clan's ancestor, however, paid him no mind, placing a hand upon the ice coffin to prevent Ji Yuanwu from storing it within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he seemed to employ some arcane technique. His eyes suddenly radiated with brilliant light, akin to two suns, illuminating the entire palace. Within the palace, Ji Yuanwu felt as if he were engulfed in flames, his skin reddening and sweat pouring down in torrents. The Ji clan's ancestors' eyes sparkled with dazzling brilliance, interwoven with strands of profound laws. Under such scrutiny, he swiftly discerned something unusual. Though Ji Luoyao appeared devoid of life, her body had not entirely succumbed to silence. In fact, there remained a trace of unique energy swirling within her. This energy was concealed deeply and had not truly activated, which was why it had yet to manifest. The Ji clan's ancestor promptly extended a finger, and a strand of mysterious power instantly entered Ji Luoyao's body, making contact with the deeply hidden energy, quickly igniting a series of reactions. In an instant, Ji Luoyao was enveloped by a strange black energy, as though she were encased in a black shell. Her body temperature rapidly plummeted, and a chilling energy began to spread, causing the temperature within the grand hall to drop sharply. Observing this transformation, the Ji clan's ancestor wore a peculiar expression and turned to Ji Yuanwu, inquiring, "What did you previously say her trait was?" "The human king body, what of it?" Ji Yuanwu promptly replied, "Nonsense about the human king body. If I am not mistaken, she clearly possesses the nine sacred body. How on earth did you conduct your examination?" However, before he could finish his thought, he abruptly halted, for he suddenly recalled that neither of them hailed from the Ji clan of the ancient sacred realm, but rather from the Qianyuan small world, which seemingly lacked such means. Nevertheless, Ji Yuanwu disregarded these concerns, overwhelmed with joy. Does this imply that the ancestor believes there is still hope for Luoyao? Is she truly alive again? No. The Ji clan's ancestor shook his head. Regardless of whether she is a human king body or a Taiyan sacred body, death is death, and that fact remains unchanged. The assailant was exceedingly ruthless. That strike nearly claimed her life on the spot, leaving her no chance whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanwu's expression morphed into one of desperation. Unable to refrain from exclaiming, "Since she is dead, what difference does it make whether she is a human king body or a Taiyan sacred body?" However, unexpectedly, the Ji clan's ancestor began to chuckle at that moment. The distinction between the two is indeed profound. If she were merely a human king body, then her demise would be conclusive. Yet, if she were a Taiyan sacred body, even in death, there would be those willing to pay a hefty price to resurrect her. As he spoke, the Ji clan's ancestor promptly produced a precious mirror. Immediately, a strand of magical power struck its surface. The mirror's surface rippled with light, and moments later, the figure of an elder in black robes emerged. "How peculiar that you would contact me today. Speak, what is it?" The elder in black replied lazily, but I am quite busy at present and cannot attend to trivial matters." The Ji clan's ancestor chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is not a significant matter, merely. A junior from my clan seems to have awakened the Taiyin sacred body. I intended to inquire if your realm of the underworld has any interest. However, since you are occupied, I shall let it be." A mere Taiyin sacred body. The elder in black was halfway through his statement when his expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in acute urgency. "Wait, what did you just say? Taiyin sacred body. Is it truly the Taiyin sacred body? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Observing his anxious reaction, the Ji clan's ancestor smiled slightly and, without further ado, turned the mirror to reveal Ji Luoyao encased in the ice coffin. Upon seeing the numerous anomalies on Ji Luoyao's surface, the elder's eyes bulged in disbelief. "Is it genuinely the Taiyin sacred body? Impossible, how could this be? The Taiyin sacred body is exceedingly rare. How could it possibly appear within your Ji clan? No. Why does this young girl seem as though she is on the brink of death?" Remove the word seem, and it is not merely a semblance, the Ji clan's ancestor stated with utmost seriousness. Then, with a slight smile, he added, "Otherwise, what do you suppose I sought you for?" The corner of the elder's mouth twitched. He understood the Ji clan's ancestor's implication all too well. Nevertheless, even if he were to be extorted for a singular, unparalleled Taiyin sacred body, he would begrudgingly accept it. "I can procure an elixir of immortality to save her. However, as a condition, upon her revival, she must not only join our nether sacred land, but also take me as her master." The elder in the black robe inhaled deeply and made his decision without hesitation. While the worth of an elixir of immortality is undeniably immense, acquiring a disciple of the Taiyin sacred body in exchange would not be a loss. The ancestor of the Ji clan also did not hesitate. Of course, it would be her honor to be a disciple of the illustrious elder of the nether sacred land. "Very well, I shall fetch the elixir of immortality at once." As soon as the elder in the black robe finished speaking, he eagerly severed the connection. Witnessing the swift agreement between the two, Ji Yuanwu was left utterly astonished. He swallowed hard and could not help but inquire, was that esteemed elder truly the renowned elder of the nether sacred land? "Indeed, if all goes well, your daughter will become a disciple under the elder of the nether sacred land and receive the full support of the sect, paving her path to an extraordinary future." At this point, the ancestor of the Ji clan turned his gaze towards Ji Yuanwu, a glimmer of enigmatic light flashing in his eyes. It seemed he could see through his thoughts clearly, and with a half-smile, he remarked, "By that time, you too may rise to prominence through your daughter's success." Chapter 148. He is no longer worthy to be your adversary. The netherworld sacred land is not a force within the eastern Tibetan domain, but rather exists in a different domain, far removed from the divine Willow City where the Ji clan resides. However, upon learning of the news regarding the Taiyin sacred body, the esteemed elder of the netherworld sacred land hastened to arrive with remarkable speed. Traversing several domains, he journeyed with fervor, and, by the evening of that very day, he arrived at divine Willow City, breathless from his relentless endeavor. Given his formidable cultivation, the fact that he was out of breath after such a journey underscored the intensity of his haste. "To think you arrived so swiftly?" The Ji clan's elder could not conceal his astonishment upon witnessing the elder's prompt arrival. This also indicated the significance the other party placed on the Taiyin sacred body, which surpassed his expectations. In that fleeting moment, the Ji clan's elder felt a twinge of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he should have extorted a bit more benefit. Yet, he quickly cast aside that notion. If Ji Luoyao were indeed to join the netherworld's sacred land, the Ji clan would inevitably reap the rewards in due course. The trifling benefits he had considered were utterly insignificant in comparison. What if I hadn't rushed over in time? What if you had sold her to someone else? The elder of the netherworld's sacred land, upon arrival, was too eager to reminisce with his old friend, immediately inquiring about the Taiyin sacred body. The Ji clan's elder wasted no time and led him directly into the hall. Upon seeing Ji Luoyao within the ice coffin, or rather, witnessing the unique energy emanating from her being, the elder of the netherworld's sacred land's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, he did not immediately ascertain that Ji Luoyao was indeed the Taiyin sacred body. Instead, he approached to conduct a thorough examination. After all, an immortal sacred herb was incredibly precious, and should he later discover that she was not the Taiyin sacred body, he would face considerable loss. Indeed, it is the Taiyin sacred body. After a meticulous inspection, he nodded in satisfaction, yet could not suppress his astonishment as he queried. Such a prodigy. Did your Ji clan not assign anyone to protect her? How could she have been so easily harmed? The Ji clan's elder was momentarily at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that prior to this, they had no knowledge of her being the Taiyin sacred body. He could only respond vaguely. Let us not dwell on that. Saving her is of utmost importance. Yes, saving her is paramount. If we delay any longer, my precious disciple may be lost. As he spoke, he took out a special treasure box and meticulously unsealed the restrictions placed upon it. Upon lifting the lid, a pristine white ginseng emerged, strikingly distinct from ordinary ginseng not merely in color, but also in its astonishing vitality and medicinal potency, as if it were a living entity. Ji Yuanwu, standing nearby, merely inhaled the fragrant aroma of the herb and felt his cultivation surge, his eyes inexplicably reddening. This moment allowed him to truly grasp the extraordinary power and magnificence of the immortal sacred herb. If this immortal elixir were to be consumed solely by him, his cultivation prowess would undoubtedly ascend to an unimaginable level in a remarkably short span of time. However, a more likely outcome would be his catastrophic demise. With the assistance of the Grand Elder of the Underworld's sacred land, this priceless immortal elixir was swiftly refined into a pure medicinal liquid, resembling a source of life, continuously flowing into Ji Luoyao's mouth. Under the potent effects of the elixir, which could transform decay into vitality, Ji Luoyao's body soon underwent astonishing changes. Not only did the wound on her abdomen heal at a visibly rapid pace, but her bodily injuries also mended swiftly. And even her dormant spirit began to awaken under the stimulation of this energy. Ultimately, Ji Luoyao was merely a celestial being. In the eyes of the formidable ancestors of the Ji clan, she was no different from an ordinary person. Compared to the overwhelming medicinal power of the immortal elixir, it was more than sufficient to bring her back to life. In a matter of moments, Ji Luoyao reopened her eyes. How do you feel, Luoyao? Ji Yuanwu inquired immediately. Ji Luoyao appeared somewhat dazed, glancing at the ancestor of the Ji clan, then at the Grand Elder of the Underworld's sacred land beside her, and instinctively replied, I feel great, but it seems my cultivation has vanished. Her foundation had been obliterated by a single sword strike, causing her entire cultivation to dissipate into nothingness. Even if her foundation were to be restored now, her cultivation would not be able to return. However, the Grand Elder of the Underworld's sacred land seemed unfazed by this. What little cultivation you had is inconsequential, whether it is gone or not. Even if it were intact, I would render it void, allowing you to start anew. Our Underworld's sacred land possesses specialized techniques tailored for your own sacred body, which will help you forge an unparalleled foundation and illuminate your future prospects. Underworld's sacred land? In's sacred body. Ji Luoyao was utterly perplexed. Ji Yuanwu quickly interjected to clarify. This esteemed individual is the ancestor of our Ji clan, and this one is the Grand Elder of the Underworld's sacred land. Your resurrection is largely due to their efforts. As he spoke, he summarized the events for her. Only then did Ji Luoyao grasp the situation. She had not anticipated that she had traversed not only the ancient sacred realm, but also made a round trip through the underworld. Thank you, esteemed seniors, she exclaimed, hastily rising from the ice coffin to bow in gratitude towards them. The ancestor of the Ji clan waved his hand with a beaming smile, saying, no need for formalities. You are a member of the Ji clan, and at all times, the Ji clan will serve as your most steadfast support. Just now, I conferred with your master, and we believe that while the medicinal potency of the immortal elixir still resides within you, you should immediately accompany your master to the Underworld's sacred land to begin your cultivation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao was momentarily taken aback. Then she lifted her gaze towards the Grand Elder of the Underworld's sacred land. The Grand Elder of the Netherworld's sacred land smiled faintly and assured, rest assured. Once we arrive at the Netherworld's sacred land, I shall impart to you the finest techniques, provide you with the most exceptional training conditions, and offer the highest caliber of resources. Coupled with your innate nine-in sacred body, you will undoubtedly soar to great heights in a short span of time, becoming an unparalleled prodigy in the ancient sacred realm. Ji Luoyao took a deep breath. Although she had never set foot in the ancient sacred realm before and was unfamiliar with everything there, She discerned that these were indeed treasures that others could only dream of. However, after a moment's hesitation, she could not help but voice, "But I still wish to exact vengeance." Exact vengeance? The crowd was taken aback. The ancestor of the Ji clan pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Are you referring to seeking revenge on that individual named Jiang Hao?" Ji Luoyao immediately nodded, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Yet, the ancestor chuckled. "A mere nobody from a small world. Why would you squander such precious time on him? To put it bluntly, from the moment you awakened, he was no longer worthy of being your opponent. Your starting point is likely the pinnacle he could never hope to reach, no matter how hard he strives." At this, the Grand Elder of the Netherworld's sacred land laughed. "If memory serves me correctly, you also hail from a small world, do you not?" The Ji clan elder, rather than expressing anger, smiled and unabashedly revealed his pride. "Individuals of my caliber are rare to encounter. How can a small fry who emerged from nowhere be deemed worthy of comparison with me?" "Haha, you remain as proud as ever." The Grand Elder chuckled, acknowledging the truth in those words. Indeed, figures like the Ji clan elder, who originated from a small world, yet carved out a significant reputation in the ancient sacred realm and established a dominant power in merely a few millennia, were indeed few and far between. "Luoyao, you should heed the elder's advice and accompany your master to the Netherworld's sacred land. As for that Jiang Hao, leave him to your father. I guarantee he will capture him and deliver him into your hands, allowing you to deal with him as you see fit." Ji Yuanwu interjected at that moment. Ji Luoyao felt a surge of emotion, yet the memory of her previous hasty escape filled her with doubt. The three individuals present, all astute, could easily discern her inner turmoil. Ji Yuanwu's face flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, the Ji clan elder assured with a smile, "Rest easy. I guarantee that Jiang Hao will be delivered to you intact, and you may dispose of him as you wish." Chapter 149. The 9 Transformations of Nirvana, Achieving Sagehood. Beep. After lying flat for 1 year and 1 day, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 pounds of sacred source. Beep. After lying flat for 1 year and 2 days, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 pounds of sacred source. Beep. After lying flat for 1 year and 3 days, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 pounds of sacred source. After the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty, Jiang Hao did not ascend to the throne as many anticipated, embarking on a diligent reign characterized by tireless governance. In previous times, he might have entertained such notions, aspiring to be a conscientious emperor, to manage the realm wisely, conquer the 6 directions, and engulf the 8 wastelands, ultimately illuminating the annals of history as a paragon of emperors. However, having acquired the system, the past year of languid existence has proven too indulgently serene. Consequently, this promising youth found himself in a state of moral decline, unable to revert to his former industrious self. He entrusted the affairs of the state to figures such as Dong Zhuo and Qin Sheng, while delegating civil governance to Li Ru and Confucian scholars. Having successfully offloaded his responsibilities, he returned to his former residence in the Duke of Wei's manor, resuming his idle and carefree lifestyle. The system did not disappoint him, indeed fulfilling its promise that the more days he reclined, the more generous the rewards, although lacking in extraordinary bonuses. The daily acquisition of 10,000 pounds of sacred source was already immensely satisfying to Jiang Hao, due to the clandestine appropriation of substantial fortune by the Ji clan. The energy levels in the Qianyuan world have been steadily declining, with the concentration of celestial essence diminishing day by day. At this point, even achieving the semi-saint realm has become exceedingly challenging, let alone progressing beyond it. The world has become increasingly incapable of yielding sacred source, and without sufficient sacred source, the process of completing the 9 transformations of nirvana remains unattainable, thus hindering any advancement to higher realms. Originally, Jiang Hao was quite troubled by this predicament, even contemplating whether to venture into the so-called ancient sacred realm, if only to devise a means to acquire sacred source necessary for the 9 transformations of nirvana. However, he has since abandoned such thoughts entirely. There was no need for his exertion, for the system had already prepared ample sacred source for him. His foundation was indeed remarkably solid, whether due to possessing the human emperor physique or establishing a robust base through the slumbering dragon technique. He had opened a total of 360 acupoints, necessitating a far greater amount of sacred source than the average person to complete the 9 transformations of nirvana. Merely the first transformation required over 1,000 pounds of sacred source, and each subsequent transformation demanded an additional 1,000 pounds. Thus, he would require a total of 45,000 pounds of sacred source to successfully undergo the 9 transformations of nirvana. It is worth noting that each pound of sacred source is immensely valuable. 45,000 pounds is by no means a trifling sum. In the Qinyuan world, it is utterly impossible to gather such an amount, and indeed, even a fraction of it is unattainable. Even entering the ancient sacred realm would not make amassing such a quantity of sacred source an easy feat. This observation is evident from the fact that Ji Yuanwu has spent over a decade within the ancient sacred realm. Yet he has only recently attained the status of a half-saint in his 3rd transformation. This achievement is notably underpinned by the Ji clans serving as his support. In stark contrast, Jiang Hao, upon entering the ancient sacred realm, is likely to become a target of relentless pursuit from the Ji clan, making the collection of such an abundant amount of sacred essence exceedingly arduous. However, Jiang Hao is no longer burdened by this concern. He has effortlessly gathered all the sacred essence required for his breakthrough merely by indulging in a few days of leisure. With an ample supply of sacred essence at his disposal, Jiang Hao wasted no time and immediately set about enhancing his cultivation. He has always been one to elevate his cultivation the moment the opportunity arises, never delaying even for a second. And he has no inclination to suppress his own advancement out of fear of progressing too swiftly. In his view, no matter how formidable a celestial being may be, they cannot rival a half-saint, rendering the notion of suppressing one's realm entirely unnecessary. Cultivation is the foundation. It is the very premise of power. Only through formidable cultivation can one unleash their utmost potential. For any powerful individual, cultivation is of paramount importance. Thus, while other matters may be postponed, the enhancement of cultivation cannot be compromised. The process known as the 9 transformations of nirvana essentially involves utilizing the power of sacred essence to refine the body, culminating in a metamorphosis that ultimately forges the sacred body and sacred soul. Only by successfully forging these can one truly transcend and attain the esteemed rank of a sage. Nirvana, Transformation 1. Nirvana, Transformation 2. Nirvana, Transformation 3. During his days of repose, Jiang Hao's strength surged at an astonishing rate. With a sufficient amount of sacred essence, the combination of the human emperor body and the sleeping dragon technique yielded remarkable results, propelling Jiang Hao's cultivation to unprecedented heights. In scarcely 5 or 6 days, he successfully completed the 9 transformations of nirvana, directly rising to the level of a 9-turn half-saint. This remarkable speed is not only astonishing within the confines of the relatively modest Qinyuan world, but even in the ancient sacred realm, where prodigious talents abound. It is a phenomenon that leaves many in awe. This achievement is attributed not only to Jiang Hao's possession of the human emperor body and the extraordinary sleeping dragon technique, along with an abundance of sacred essence, but also to his prior refinement of an exceptional sage's Dao fruit. Following the successful refinement of this fruit, Jiang Hao had already attained the sage level in terms of realm. However, due to the limitations of his environment in the Qinyuan world, his cultivation had lagged behind. Now, with those constraints alleviated, his cultivation has soared, completing the 9 transformations of nirvana in a remarkably short span of time. Upon completing the 9 transformations of nirvana, Jiang Hao did not pause. Instead, he, as always, pressed forward with vigor, launching himself toward the sage realm. Having fulfilled the conditions necessary for the breakthrough into sagehood, he was ready to ascend. With his profound cultivation base, coupled with the effects of the saint fruit, the path to his breakthrough unfolded without any obstacles. Merely a day later, an astonishing phenomenon enveloped the entire imperial capital, subtly reverberating throughout the world. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes once more the following morning, he had successfully transcended into the realm of the saints, becoming a being whose lifespan extended for over 10,000 years. In comparison to a semi-saint, a true saint seemed to embody the essence of authentic strength in the sacred realm. As he sensed the myriad transformations within himself, a profound realization surged within Jiang Hao's heart. From this moment forward, he would no longer channel mere primal energy, but rather harness true magical power, an exquisite fusion of the forces of the laws and primal energy. In other words, even the slightest of his strikes would now effortlessly embody the power of the laws, rendering its potency incomparable to before. Furthermore, the 360 acupoints within his body subtly intertwined with the forces of the laws, transforming into elemental realms suffused with an extraordinary aura of law. Even his myriad incarnations seemed to undergo a wondrous metamorphosis. Jiang Hao sensed that should this transformation advance further, perhaps these incarnations could emerge from his inner world, truly becoming autonomous manifestations. The thought of potentially possessing 360 incarnations filled Jiang Hao with an exhilarating fervor. Chapter 150. A Million Iron Cavalry. The invasion of the prairie in this brief span of time. Not only has Jiang Hao's cultivation experienced astonishing changes, but the situation in the Central Plains has also undergone significant transformations. This upheaval primarily stems from the simultaneous surrender of the four most formidable rebel forces, the Yellow Turban Army, the Jiangnan Army, the Shiliang Army, and the Northern Seven Kings Army, to the imperial court. The other minor factions in the Central Plains were profoundly shaken and dared not continue their defiance. Particularly, upon realizing that the new ruler of the dynasty is the illustrious Duke of Wei, they instinctively recalled the blood-soaked scenes from when he led his troops to subdue the realm, leaving a trail of decapitated heads in his wake. In truth, this event is not long past. It occurred merely 7 or 8 years ago, leaving an indelible mark on many, some of whom are fortunate survivors from that tumultuous time. The news of the Duke of Wei stepping forth once more instilled a palpable fear among these individuals. While they had the audacity to oppose the Empress, they dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts against the notorious Duke of Wei. After all, he is a man capable of inflicting death and possesses the means to do so, prompting them to quickly adopt a more submissive demeanor. Most factions capitulated through proclamations, surrendering at the first signs of pressure. Some even took the initiative to present letters of submission to the court, expressing their willingness to contribute to the new dynasty. Although a few obstinate or deluded factions continue to resist, they no longer pose a meaningful threat to the overall situation. It is only a matter of time before the court can turn its attention to sweeping away these remnants, akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. However, while the factions within the Central Plains are manageable, those beyond its borders present a more formidable challenge. Take, for instance, the Golden Horde. During this period, the Khan of the Golden Horde has been clandestinely gathering 1,000,000 iron cavalry, poised to strike the moment the Great Zhou dynasty collapses and the Central Plains descends into chaos. His ambition is to march southward and penetrate the heart of the Central Plains, a dream held by every lord of the prairie, and the Khan is no exception. Yet, the Great Zhou dynasty has remained robust, its legacy spanning millennia without apparent decline. Even when faced with temporary setbacks, they have always managed to rectify their situation swiftly. In contrast, the prairie has often been suppressed, yielding little opportunity for dominance. The Khan perceives this moment as a rare opportunity, compelling him to summon his formidable army without hesitation. The wealth of the prairie pales in comparison to that of the Central Plains, and the overall strength of the Golden Horde is far inferior to that of the former Great Zhou. The ability to assemble 1,000,000 troops represents the zenith of their capabilities. The Khan is indeed gambling everything on this venture. Success is paramount, or he faces ruin. Nevertheless, as the Khan awaits news from figures such as King Samo, he remains oblivious to the fact that during the last envoy to the Great Zhou, King Samo had already discreetly allied himself with Jiang Hao. Even the formidable leader, King of the Golden Tent, has covertly betrayed, and the fates of his subordinates are all too predictable. One by one, they are compelled to swallow the three-corpse brain god pill and follow suit in their treachery. Those who dissent are summarily executed on the spot, leaving no opportunity for betrayal. Thus, time has elapsed, and the King of the Golden Tent has yet to receive any tidings. No longer can he afford to wait. Rising abruptly within the tent, the King of the Golden Tent spoke coldly. Although he remained unaware of the exact upheavals occurring in the Central Plains, the chaos that had previously engulfed the region was undeniably real, and the Great Zhou dynasty was indeed teetering on the brink of collapse. Given such circumstances, regardless of any immediate developments, it was improbable that he could draw forth significant forces to counter him in the short term. Nor could they possibly impede the advance of his mighty army of 100,000. Indeed, my lord, let us take action. I can no longer contain my eagerness," proclaimed one of his generals. "In my eyes, the common folk of the Central Plains are nothing more than mere sheep, while we, the sons of the grasslands, are the eagles soaring high in the heavens. Why should we fear these land-bound sheep? Should you command, I am willing to lead the charge, to be the first to reach the capital and seize it for you. At that moment, the entire Central Plains shall become our hunting ground." His subordinates echoed this sentiment, each one eager to take their place, their anticipation palpable. Observing their fervor, the king of the golden tent inhaled deeply, his ambitions no longer able to be restrained. Without further hesitation, he declared loudly, "Let it be known, by my command, that all troops shall assemble. At dawn tomorrow, we shall march forth and invade the Central Plains alongside me." Upon hearing this order, the generals immediately responded with enthusiastic assent, their faces alight with joy as they envisioned a promising future. The sight of 100,000 iron cavalry advancing was indeed awe-inspiring. As this formidable cavalry approached the Central Plains, the court swiftly received word of the momentous event. In light of such gravity, those presiding over the court, including Dong Zhuo, dared not act unilaterally. They hurried to the residence of Duke Wei to report the matter to Jiang Hao. Awakening to this news in the early morning, Jiang Hao could not suppress his astonishment. 100,000 cavalry? The king of the golden tent certainly has grand ambitions. Is he truly willing to wager all he possesses? Indeed, Jiang Hao was merely astonished by the scale of the king's undertaking, not by the fact that he would choose this moment to invade the Central Plains. In truth, even before the king of the golden tent dispatched the likes of Samo Fuwang to support the 7 kings of the north, Jiang Hao had anticipated this day would come. The timing of the assault was not only not premature, but perhaps a touch delayed. This, of course, was primarily due to the deliberate withholding of information by Samo Fuwang and others. Otherwise, the king of the golden tent should have launched his offensive a week or more prior. "Do you have any thoughts on this?" Jiang Hao inquired, turning to Dong Zhuo and the others without making an immediate decision. Dong Zhuo and the others exchanged glances, and he promptly spoke. "Since these marauding scoundrels dare to invade in such numbers, we cannot afford to let them escape easily. If they were to remain hidden in the vastness of the grasslands, it would indeed pose a challenge to confront them. However, now that they have boldly approached us, it is the perfect opportunity to eliminate them all at once." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Dong Zhuo immediately proposed, "My lord, I suggest we send Elbu to deal with the army of the Khan of the Golden Tent." Jiang Hao nodded slightly. Although there were many formidable warriors on their side, it was Elbu who possessed the greatest capability to contend with the 100,000 cavalry of the grasslands. After all, Elbu hailed from Shiliang and had forged his prowess through battles against the nomadic tribes, amassing invaluable experience in this regard. What about the western region's Buddhist kingdom? Weren't we planning to have Elbu lead troops there for defense? Jiang Hao inquired. While the Khan of the Golden Tent was indeed a significant threat, the Buddhist kingdom of the western region should not be underestimated either. In a comparative assessment, the overall strength of the Buddhist kingdom surpassed that of the Khanate. And if they were to mobilize, the danger would be even greater. For the time being, I will lead a contingent along with Niu Fu to hold the fort there. Dong Zhuo had evidently devised a strategy in advance. As for Zhang Jiao and his companions, they needed to contend with the demon race, while Chen Sheng and Wu Guang had to remain vigilant against the southern witch tribes. Jiang Hao nodded. Given that the court was newly established and the regions were still unsettled, it was essential to arrange defenses along the borders. With limited manpower, this arrangement was arguably the most optimal. Just as Jiang Hao was about to concur, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 151. The Twin Pillars of the Empire. Who can compete? At the break of dawn, Jiang Hao had already awakened. As per his usual routine, it was the moment when the system notifications would chime. However, this time, the system's reward was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Hao. Ding! After lying low for 1 year and 8 days, congratulations to the host for receiving a heroic spirit card. According to past patterns, heroic spirit cards typically manifested only during special rewards. Yet, today was evidently not such an occasion, and the appearance of a heroic spirit card was quite astonishing for Jiang Hao. Nonetheless, this was indeed a fortuitous occurrence for him. Not only was each heroic spirit card immensely valuable, but it also signified that as the days of lying low accumulated, the system's rewards were progressively improving. If even heroic spirit cards were becoming commonplace, then the days of wielding the Tai Chi clock in his left hand and the Excalibur in his right might not be far off. With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao found himself increasingly eager for future rewards. He took a deep breath and soon immersed his mind into the system space, his gaze settling upon the newly acquired Heroic Spirit card. Like the previous Heroic Spirit cards, this one bore a phrase: the twin pillars of the Empire, who can compete? These 8 simple characters exuded an unparalleled confidence and dominance. Jiang Hao could not help but feel invigorated, his spirits lifted. If all went as expected, this time's appearance should not be that of a rebel leader. After all, the previous 3 had all been antagonistic figures, and even Jiang Hao had grown apprehensive. If this continued, he felt his surroundings might soon resemble a den of insurgents. At present, the specific identity of the heroic spirit that had emerged was still unknown. But based on the evaluation, it was likely not an antagonistic character. After all, the Twin Pillars of the Empire was a significant title. The moment he heard this evaluation, various pairs of historical figures flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. For instance, the father-son duo of Wang Jian and Wang Bin from the Qin Empire, who, during the conquest of the 6 states, accounted for 5 of them. Wang Jian defeating Yin and subjugating Zhao and Chu, while Wang Bin vanquished Wei, Yin, and Qi. In a sense, they each claimed half of the glory. Similarly, from the Tang Empire, there were Li Jing and Li Ji, with Li Jing's contributions requiring no elaboration as he was renowned as the greatest general of the Tang, while Li Ji also boasted a formidable record, having decisively defeated the Eastern Turks and Goguryeo, expanding the Tang's territory. Moreover, from the Ming Empire, Su De and Chang Yuchen were instrumental in Zhu Yuanzhang's rise from humble beginnings to the ruler of the Ming. Together, they shared at least half of the credit, with Su De being an extraordinary military genius and Chang Yuchen embodying unparalleled bravery, their synergy rendering them invincible. Additionally, figures such as Yu Fei and Han Shizhong from the southern Song, Guizi and Li Guangbi from the Middle Tang, and Yang Su and Han Qintian from the Sui dynasty could also be loosely associated with such an evaluation. However, upon surveying the annals of history, the 2 who most aptly fit this designation were none other than Wei Qing, the flying general of Longqing, and Hui Zubing, the young prodigy who rose to fame and earned the title of the Wolf Fortress. The 2 men, uncle and nephew, have long been celebrated as the twin jewels of the Han dynasty. The mere thought of them ignites a fervor within Jiang Hao's heart, for their illustrious achievements in battle undoubtedly inspire every child of Huaxia. If one were to enumerate the 10 greatest generals over the span of 5 millennia of Chinese history, these 2 might well be the only pair to grace the list simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao instructed Dong Zhuo and the others to temporarily withdraw, and with palpable anticipation, he activated the legendary spirit card. Arise, my great wall. Cannon. In the next moment, the spirit card transformed into an ethereal force, instantaneously merging with another realm of time and space. Accompanied by a dazzling brilliance, 2 extraordinary figures soon materialized before Jiang Hao. One figure appeared middle-aged, exuding a sense of gravity and stability akin to Mount Tai, formidable and unyielding. The other, in stark contrast, was youthful, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, radiating vigor and vitality, reminiscent of a sword unsheathed. Upon beholding these 2, the names of the legendary figures instantly surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, unable to suppress the excitement and joy bubbling within. Wei Qing, the Marquis of Chongping. Hui Zubing, the champion Marquis. Truly, the twin jewels of the Han dynasty. As their forms solidified, the aura surrounding both men surged upward, swiftly reaching the celestial realm, and with a final push, attaining the pinnacle of that realm. Subsequently, an emanation of the power of laws began to radiate from them, further amplifying their already formidable presence. It seemed that due to the constraints of this world's energy levels, they could not ascend beyond this point, yet they had undoubtedly reached the zenith of this realm. Wei Qing embodied the law of the shield, rendering him invincible in defense, while Hui Zubing grasped the law of the spear, making his attacks unparalleled. Both laws were rare and exceptional, embodying the true essence of battlefield prowess. They not only significantly enhanced their own strengths, but also conferred extraordinary advantages upon their armies. One spear, one shield, one offense, one defense, truly a harmonious complement. Simultaneously, The two gradually opened their eyes, their memories flooding back, and they quickly comprehended their current situation. In contrast to Wei Qing's steadiness, Hu Zubing was undeniably more exuberant. Despite achieving fame at a young age, becoming a marquis at 17, commanding an army at 19, and reaching the pinnacle of his career by 22, he had tragically passed away at the tender age of 24. Fate indeed seemed to conspire against such exceptional talent, evoking a deep sense of lament. Now, reborn into this world, Hu Zubing's emotions were understandably tumultuous. After some time, he managed to calm his racing heart and exchanged a knowing glance with his uncle Wei Qing. Together, they approached Jiang Hao, bowing in greeting. "We pay our respects, master." "There is no need for formalities, my generals," Jiang Hao replied, his face aglow with a smile as he gestured for them to rise. His admiration for these two was indeed profound. However, Wei Qing and Hu Zubing were far from arrogant or conceited individuals. They immediately shook their heads, stating, "The sovereign has granted us, as uncle and nephew, a new lease on life, a kindness akin to rebirth. In both sentiment and reason, we cannot disregard such grace." As they spoke, the two stepped back and bowed once more in gratitude. Jiang Hao observed this with a silent nod, feeling an increasing sense of satisfaction within. He then spoke, "It is fortuitous that both of you have arrived, for I currently have a crucial task that I wish to entrust to you." During the Han Dynasty, at the height of its power, the Xiongnu were left in disarray by their hands. They could be considered the true nemesis of the grasslands. Now, with the Golden Tent Khanate's million-strong cavalry at our gates, I believe there are no commanders more suited than you two. As Jiang Hao outlined the current situation to them, Wei Qing and Hu Zubing showed no signs of trepidation upon hearing of the adversary's million-strong cavalry. Instead, their faces were alight with eagerness. "Please entrust this battle to us. We shall not disappoint the sovereign," they declared in unison, exchanging determined glances. Chapter 152, The Count of One Versus. "The champion marquis, my lord, I protest," a man exclaimed loudly at Jiang Hao's residence early the next morning. Given Jiang Hao's current stature and position, there were but a handful in the imperial capital who would dare to speak to him in such a manner. However, upon recognizing the intruder as El Bu, Jiang Hao felt no surprise. After all, El Bu, for all his strength, had always been somewhat lacking in common sense. Had it been otherwise, he would not have been deceived by Li Su into committing the heinous act of patricide. Any individual with even a modicum of rationality would understand that once one bears the stigma of killing one's father, it is a burden that cannot be shed throughout a lifetime, especially in the Eastern Han era, renowned for its emphasis on loyalty and filial piety. What was even more absurd was that this man, having fallen into the trap once, managed to stumble into it a second time. Under Wang Yun's seductive scheme, he repeated his tragic mistake, again committing patricide and earning the notorious title of a three-surnamed slave, living forever in disgrace. Thus, it could be said that regardless of El Bu's actions, Jiang Hao was never truly astonished. "El Bu, if you seek an official title, I shall grant you the position of a formidable general. If you desire nobility, I shall bestow upon you the title of Count of One. If you crave power, I will allow you to command hundreds of thousands of troops. If you seek wealth, I will reward you with vast estates and 1,000 beautiful concubines. In essence, I have offered you every conceivable benefit in terms of fame and fortune, and as for martial arts and weaponry, you may select freely. What more do you desire?" Jiang Hao regarded El Bu with a weary expression. He often found himself exasperated by this man, as he could never fathom what thoughts occupied El Bu's mind. "Let me be clear. As long as you do not acknowledge me as your adoptive father, everything else is negotiable. This matter, however, is non-negotiable." Despite Jiang Hao's confidence in himself, he could not help but feel a shiver at the prospect of confronting El Bu, the infamous slayer of adoptive fathers. El Bu was not a fool. He understood the implication of Jiang Hao's words, and his face flushed with indignation. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a defense. Or rather, he realized there was no defense to be made. After a moment, he could only exclaim in frustration, "My lord, how can you tarnish my reputation?" Jiang Hao glanced at him and internally scoffed. "What reputation do you possess that requires tarnishing?" Considering El Bu's pride, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts and shifted the conversation instead. "So what brings you here today?" Only then did El Bu remember the matter at hand. He hastily replied, "My lord, you are exceedingly biased. I have followed you longer, Yet now, with the Xinjiang Khanate mounting a significant invasion, you assign such a critical task to those two outsiders instead of me. What reasoning lies behind this? How can I be convinced? Jiang Hao then comprehended Elbu's intentions and could not help but inquire, are you not aware of their names and backgrounds? Elbu, a figure from the late Eastern Han, should have been well acquainted with the illustrious deeds of Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, legendary generals of the Western Han era. Elbu, of course, was well aware of the illustrious names of Wei Qing and Hui Zubing. It was not solely he who recognized their renown. Figures like Dong Zhuo and Zhang Jiao were equally cognizant. Thus, they harbored no objections to Jiang Hao's arrangements. However, Elbu was different. He had always been proud and contemptuous, and though he acknowledged the fame of Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, he held it in little regard. What did it matter? The two, merely fortunate to ascend through their familial connections, had the audacity to flaunt such disgraceful achievements. Had I been born in that era, I could easily have vanquished the mere Xiongnu with a mere flick of my wrist. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Wei Qing and Hui Zubing arrived at Jiang Hao's residence. Upon hearing these words, Wei Qing managed to maintain his composure, but Hui Zubing, brimming with youthful fervor, could not contain his ire. During the Western Han dynasty, the Xiongnu were formidable foes, and the two had fought valiantly on the frontiers, leading the charge in countless battles, risking their lives time and again to earn their substantial reputations. Yet, to hear Elbu dismiss them as nothing more than opportunists riding on the coattails of a woman was intolerable. If it were anyone else caught in the act, they would likely be filled with shame, but Elbu was unlike any ordinary man. Not only did he feel no embarrassment, but he boldly proclaimed, "Am I mistaken? Were it not for that Wei Zifu, would you have ever gained such favor? Especially you, Hui Zubing. Do you truly believe yourself a prodigy? Humph. Had I been afforded your opportunities, my accomplishments would undoubtedly rival yours." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could only facepalm, closing his eyes in resignation, abandoning any notion of mediation. While Elbu's words bore a semblance of truth, when uttered by him, they took on a distinctly unpleasant tone. As expected, Hui Zubing trembled with rage, and even the typically composed Wei Qing's expression soured considerably. "Scoundrel, you have gone too far." Hui Zubing glared at Jiang Hao, gritting his teeth as he implored, "My lord, this man is insufferable. Please permit me to teach him a lesson." Yet, before Jiang Hao could respond, Elbu stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he laughed heartily. "Come then. Today, I shall see just how much weight you, the champion marquis, truly carry. My lord, I ask for your witness. My demands are modest, should you lose. This task shall fall to me. After all, with 100,000 cavalry, this lad is still rather inexperienced. I fear he may falter." It must be said, Elbu's sharp tongue was not without its reasons for failing to win friends. His words ignited a fire within Hui Zubing, whose eyes turned red with indignation. Unable to suppress his fury, "Very well. If I cannot even handle a mere three-surnamed slave like you, I shall henceforth avoid your presence." Witnessing the escalating confrontation between the two, Jiang Hao found himself powerless to intervene further. "Since you are so insistent, I shall serve as a witness. However, it cannot take place in my residence. I fear that should a conflict arise, my abode would be demolished. It is better to convene at the Imperial Palace's training grounds, as that location has already endured destruction once, and another occasion would be of little consequence." Moments later, they arrived at the palace's training grounds, where an assembly of officials and military dignitaries rushed to witness the event. Among them, Dong Zhuo and his associates displayed particular curiosity. With a thunderous sound, Elbu and Hui Zubing engaged in battle without hesitation, akin to a comet colliding with the earth, unleashing their full might upon one another. Their myriad martial skills flowed effortlessly, and their combat techniques clashed with ferocity, accompanied by the chaotic intertwining of elemental forces. Both were formidable titans at the pinnacle of their prowess, and in this fierce engagement, it was akin to a needle meeting a grain of wheat. The vast training grounds resonated with their overwhelming presence, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Even Jiang Hao, who had attained the realm of the sage, was captivated by the spectacle. Elbu, known as the martial general of the Three Kingdoms, possessed unrivaled martial prowess. Hui Zubing, celebrated for his legendary feats, was a paragon of valor, renowned throughout history. Each was emblematic of their respective eras. This confrontation was, in essence, a pinnacle clash between the two Han dynasties. Even Jiang Hao could not suppress his curiosity about who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 153. Stalemate. The confrontation between Bu and Huotsubing can be likened to a cataclysmic clash of titans. If they were to engage in combat in their original timeline, Jiang Hao surmised that Bu would likely emerge victorious. In terms of one-on-one combat, Bu undoubtedly possesses the upper hand. After all, the legendary tale of the three heroes battling Bu is too well known to overlook. Among the three, not only are Zhang Fei and Guan Yu renowned as formidable warriors, but Liu Bei also boasts the prowess of a top-tier general. In contrast, Bu's ability to contend with three foes simultaneously, without succumbing to adversity, attests to his unparalleled martial might, rightfully earning him the title of the greatest warrior of the three kingdoms. Throughout history, aside from a select few like Xiang Yu, few can be compared to him. Conversely, Huotsubing, while equally valiant, is primarily celebrated for his military leadership. His remarkable achievement of conquering the Wolf Mountain is regarded as the highest honor for a general throughout the ages. Not only was he the first to accomplish this feat, but he did so at a remarkably young age, earning him widespread admiration. However, in this world, both warriors have undergone significant transformations. At this moment, they have both ascended to the extraordinary realm of celestial beings, each having reached the pinnacle of this state, even comprehending the laws of power. Every strike they unleash can summon the forces of heaven and earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and rivers, a feat they could scarcely have imagined in their previous lives. Thus, their current martial prowess has far surpassed that of their former selves. The only distinction between them lies in their arrival in this realm. Bu arrived 6 months prior, allowing him to become more adept at harnessing his newfound strength during that time. Huotsubing, though arriving half a year later, has benefited from a system that rewards greater power the longer one remains inactive, thus granting him a more substantial augmentation of strength. In many respects, they now find themselves on equal footing, both standing as peak experts who have reached the upper echelons of this world. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the world itself, their extraordinary talents might have enabled them to transcend into the realm of semi-saints directly. Yet, even at the pinnacle of celestial beings, when both unleash their full potential, empowered by the terrifying forces of heaven and earth, it is akin to two semi-saint warriors engaged in mortal combat. The ferocious clash of their combat techniques unleashes torrents of energy, their weapons infused with the power of the cosmos, resembling two supreme divine artifacts that collide repeatedly, showcasing their unparalleled martial arts in breathtaking fashion. Bu harnesses the laws of power, wielding immense strength, each move imbued with terrifying prowess. Huotsubing, guided by the laws of the spear, delivers unmatched assaults, his spear seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle. The two are akin to needles poised against each other, and in the blink of an eye, they engage in over 100 exchanges. Spectators nearby are mesmerized, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to fathom the sheer magnitude of the strength exhibited by these celestial beings. Truly, it is a spectacle of unimaginable terror. One final move. Bu bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as the long halberd in his grasp erupted with violet lightning. He seemed to transform into an exalted deity of thunder, wielding a halberd that morphed into a fearsome purple lightning dragon, charging fiercely towards Huotsubing. Bring it on. Huotsubing, undeterred, stood his ground, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. His spear too radiated a terrifying brilliance, striking with a speed that surpassed lightning, as he launched a formidable thrust toward Bu. At that moment, neither warrior could retreat. Their clash was destined to result in injury for one. The spectators were gripped with trepidation, fearing that both would perish in their reckless duel. Jiang Hao, observing the scene, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he yearned to witness a decisive victor, he recognized that the two were nearly evenly matched. If a victor were to emerge, both would likely suffer grievous wounds. Let us conclude this here, Jiang Hao declared. As his voice resonated, he took a single step forward. In that instant, he transcended several hundred zhang, appearing suspended in midair, positioning himself directly between Bu and Huotsubing. In doing so, he assumed the burden of their impending attacks. Both Bu's halberd and Huotsubing's spear surged toward him simultaneously, the culmination of their combined might. Even a peer of equal stature at the pinnacle of the celestial realm would find it daunting to withstand such a concerted assault without dire consequences. Upon witnessing this, Both Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, it was too late for them to withdraw their strikes. The moment their weapons were unleashed, they became akin to wild stallions, beyond the control of their wielders. However, what transpired next was entirely unexpected. Jiang Hao appeared to do nothing at all, simply standing there as the two weapons bore down upon him. The overwhelming energy crashed against him as if it were absorbed by an invisible black hole. Creating not even a ripple, Jiang Hao emerged unscathed. Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing were left in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting their conflict as they stared at Jiang Hao in awe, both in unison querying, "Is this the power of a semi-saint?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hao replied, "It is merely a slight enhancement over an ordinary semi-saint. Indeed, just a touch stronger, nothing more. After all, it was merely a significant leap in realm. With the instantaneous application of spatial principles and the cyclical transformation of the 5 elemental laws to counter their attacks, achieving such feats was rather simple. Surely, no one would find it beyond their capability? Let us consider this a draw, shall we?" Jiang Hao spoke up. Lu Bu and Hui Tsubing exchanged glances, and where their eyes met, sparks seemed to flicker. Both were evidently dissatisfied with the outcome of their encounter. However, they understood that given their current strengths, it would be challenging to determine a victor. "Once I break through to the semi-holy realm, I shall teach him a proper lesson. For now, I shall concede this opportunity to him," Lu Bu proclaimed with a proud demeanor. Hui Tsubing responded with a cold smile. "We shall see who breaks through to the semi-holy realm first. When I accomplish that, I hope you won't shy away from me." As a 22-year-old who had already reached the pinnacle of success, Hui Tsubing felt unafraid of anyone in terms of talent and aptitude. "Since there are no objections, let us finalize this matter. Champion Ho, prepare yourself and set out alongside Marquis Chongping. I shall await the joyous news of your triumphant return to the imperial capital." Having dealt with the obstinate Lu Bu, Jiang Hao wasted no time and swiftly reached a conclusion, entrusting the task of leading 100,000 iron cavalry into the Central Plains to Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing. Chapter 154. In the Central Plains. A child commands upon Jiang Hao's command. The imperial court swiftly rallied together in unwavering cooperation. Currently, the capital's forces are not insignificant, as the 4 major factions previously amassed a staggering total of 170,000 troops. Adding to this are the 20,000 surrendered imperial guards, along with a continuous influx of allied factions, causing the total military strength to escalate further. Nevertheless, a portion of the troops must remain to secure the capital, and sufficient forces are also required to guard the borders, leading to the decision to deploy 600,000 troops under the command of Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing to confront the enemy. Among these 600,000 troops, there are 300,000 cavalry, led by Hui Tsubing as the vanguard, while the remaining 300,000 elite infantry serve as the rearguard, commanded by Wei Qing. Although in comparison to the rumored 1 million cavalry of the Golden Horde, a mere 600,000 seems a considerable disparity. Both Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing exude unwavering confidence. On one hand, the actual quality of the so-called 1 million cavalry of the Golden Horde remains uncertain. Given the comprehensive strength of the Golden Horde and the intelligence provided by individuals like King Sarmatian, it is likely that only half of those can be deemed elite. Furthermore, the disparity in both the quality of soldiers and equipment is noteworthy. The vast plains grant the Golden Horde a significant advantage in terms of horse numbers, allowing them to easily assemble a large cavalry force. However, in other aspects, particularly when compared to the resource-rich Central Plains, they seem to be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, Wei Qing and Hui Tsubing possess immense faith in their own capabilities. Based on these 3 advantages, Hui Tsubing promptly led the 300,000 cavalry directly northward. Showing no intent to evade battle, he boldly charged head-on into the formidable forces commanded personally by the Khan of the Golden Horde. The 2 armies swiftly encountered one another on a vast plain, with scouts from both sides engaging in combat, instantly escalating the atmosphere to one of impending war. What? The great Zhou dynasty has dispatched 600,000 troops to intercept us, and 30,000 cavalry are already a mere 10 miles away. At this moment, the Khan of the Golden Horde remained unaware that the Central Plains had undergone a regime change, still believing that the great Zhou dynasty was in control. Consequently, his astonishment deepened. In his mind, even if the great Zhou were not completely disintegrated, They should be too preoccupied with their own affairs to muster such a formidable army against him in such a short span of time. Though 600,000 troops may appear modest, one must not solely consider quantity. Quality plays a crucial role as well. For instance, the 20,000 imperial guards could easily rival several times their number in an actual confrontation. Who commands the enemy forces? The Khan of the Golden Horde inquired gravely. This. The scout captain hesitated, caught in a quandary. Meeting the Khan's perplexed gaze, he cautiously replied. The commander of the opposing forces appears to be an unfamiliar young man, not a well-known general, and he is scarcely 20 years of age. Are you jesting? Upon hearing these words, the Khan of the Golden Tent abruptly rose, his eyes widening as he began to shout vehemently. The Central Plains are not akin to our vast steppes. This contingent of 300,000 cavalry undoubtedly constitutes more than half of their wealth. Such a vital mobile force could hardly be entrusted to a mere youth of less than 20 years. The Khan found this notion utterly incredulous. Matters of military and state are no trifling matter. How could the court of the great Zhou be so foolish? The fact remains that the commander of the opposing forces is indeed a young lad, a conclusion we have verified multiple times, and I would stake my life on it. The captain of the scouts hastily swore an oath, resolutely assuring the Khan. Observing the captain's apparent sincerity, the Khan paused momentarily, then glanced at the assembled company within the tent before erupting into hearty laughter. The crowd, puzzled, inquired as to the reason for his mirth. I find it laughable that the Central Plains would appoint a mere child as their general. The Khan bellowed with glee. With a forceful strike of his palm upon the table, he declared with unwavering confidence, "Truly, the heavens favor me. Since the enemy is so befuddled as to allow a mere child to command their army, I shall not hesitate to seize their 300,000 cavalry. Consequently, the Central Plains will lack the necessary mobile forces to thwart my million iron steeds, and my dream of dominating the Central Plains will be within reach." With this thought in mind, the Khan grew increasingly impatient and promptly commanded, "Relay my orders. The three armies shall advance and annihilate these 300,000 cavalry." At his command, the three armies mobilized. However, to his surprise, the enemy also marched forth to meet them. The two armies soon encountered one another on the boundless grasslands. The imposing figure of the Khan sat astride a magnificent beast, his fierce eyes fixed intently upon the opposing forces. It soon became evident to him that the enemy commander was not a renowned general, but rather a mere boy. It appeared that the great Zhou had indeed run out of capable leaders. The Khan beamed with delight, his worries dissipating. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned a warrior from his ranks to charge forth, boldly challenging, "Young lad of the Central Plains, dare you engage me in battle? If not, kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Upon hearing these words, the warriors of the grasslands erupted into laughter. In response, a cold glimmer ignited in the eyes of Hua Tsubing, who, without uttering a word, spurred his steed into a furious charge, moving with astonishing speed as if he were a flash of lightning. The warrior from the Khan's realm had not even comprehended the situation before Hua Tsubing's spear pierced through his chest. Lifting the lifeless body, Hua Tsubing, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Such a worthless fool dares to challenge me?" The laughter of the grassland warriors abruptly ceased, each one appearing as though they had been grasped by the throat. Their faces flushed with embarrassment. "You are far too arrogant. I shall fight you," declared a warrior of the celestial realm, charging forth on horseback. Yet the outcome remained largely unchanged. In the hands of Hua Tsubing, his opponent failed to endure even 3 exchanges before being pierced through the chest by a spear, following in the footsteps of the man before him. Could it be that the Golden Horde is filled with such inept individuals? Truly disappointing. Hua Tsubing circled around on horseback, his gaze defiant, laughing as he inquired. With the defeat of 2 formidable generals, the king of the Golden Horde found his vast army of 1,000,000 suddenly silenced in fear. In stark contrast, the 30,000 troops behind Hua Tsubing erupted in cheers, their morale soaring in an instant. The expression of the king of the Golden Horde darkened in an instant. Initially, he had presumed his adversary to be merely a young child, hardly worthy of concern. However, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. While the true capabilities of the opposing commander remained obscured for the time being, his formidable strength was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Hua Tsubing thrust his spear forward, directly challenging the king of the Golden Horde, boldly declaring, I have heard that you are the mightiest warrior of the Golden Horde. Do you dare to face me in battle?" The king of the Golden Horde was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to a fit of rage. Yet, inexplicably, as he beheld the imposing figure before him, along with the bloodied spear in his hand, a flicker of trepidation unexpectedly stirred within the heart of the otherwise fiercely courageous king. Chapter 155, The Execution of the Khan. Sealing the wolf at Mount Willow. What manner of identity do I possess that a mere child could dare to challenge me? Ultimately, the Khan of the Golden Tent was filled with trepidation. Yet, his words were cloaked in lofty rhetoric. Before Huotsubing could utter another syllable, the Khan waved his hand imperiously and ordered coldly, "Attack together, seize him." At his command, 7 or 8 warriors surged forth, each a seasoned champion of the Golden Tent. All formidable leaders, with several possessing strength that reached the celestial realm. They swiftly harnessed the forces of heaven and earth, charging like ferocious beasts unleashed from their cages, howling as they closed in on Huotsubing. Undeterred, Huotsubing summoned the same celestial forces, revealing his terrifying prowess at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. His overwhelming aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing a fearsome pressure that momentarily seized the hearts of the 7 or 8 prairie warriors, instilling a sense of dread within them. Yet, Huotsubing exhibited neither hesitation nor mercy. With a spear that struck like a dragon, he plunged into the fray. His extraordinary combat prowess erupted fully, and in a matter of mere moments, that band of warriors fell before him, leaving not a single one alive. As the ground lay strewn with corpses, the 100,000 troops of the Golden Tent fell silent, many pale with fear. Even the Khan's eyes betrayed a flicker of undeniable terror. How could this be? Indeed, how could this be? In such a short span, the Golden Tent had lost 10 of its finest generals, all vanquished by a nameless youth. Such a phenomenon was unfathomable, even to their most imaginative minds. However, Huotsubing afforded them no time for contemplation. With the decimation of the 10 generals, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. He pointed his spear and proclaimed loudly, "The entire army, advance with me, to drink from the vast sea and seal the wolf at Mount Willow." "Yes," roared the 30,000 iron cavalry behind him. In that instant, the morale of the entire army soared to unprecedented levels. All eyes fixated fervently on Huotsubing, each soldier akin to the most devout of believers, willing to place their unwavering trust in this youthful commander. In the next moment, under Huotsubing's command, the 30,000 iron cavalry launched a full-scale assault. The power of the spear's principles manifested fully, as if an invisible cloak of magic enveloped each warrior, enhancing their combat effectiveness exponentially. From a distance, they appeared as a fearsome black dragon, surging forth with overwhelming momentum toward the forces of the Golden Tent. 30,000 against 100,000. And they had the audacity to initiate the attack? No matter how one perceives it, this situation appears utterly bewildering. However, what is even more astonishing is that, in the face of the charge from their 300,000 iron cavalry, the million-strong army of the Xinjiang Khanate found itself utterly incapable of resistance. It was not due to a lack of will, but rather an overwhelming inability to withstand the onslaught. Like a fierce gale, they retreated step by step. Leading the charge was Huotsubing, whereupon he passed. There was not a single foe that could withstand him. Behind him, each cavalryman was equally a paragon of excellence. After all, the Central Plains suffered from a scarcity of horses, unlike the Xinjiang Khanate, where anyone could serve as cavalry. In contrast, the Central Plains, due to limited quotas, had only the bravest warriors qualified to become cavalry, many of whom had undergone the rigorous training of the 6 realms of flesh, their individual prowess far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. With the added strength of Huotsubing's martial principles, they appeared even more formidable. At this moment, the formation of the entire army evolved into an unimaginable spectacle, as formidable as a prison, as fierce as a raging fire. In this instant, even if a celestial being stood before them, they would likely be crushed into dust in the blink of an eye. Xinjiang Khan, prepare to meet your fate. Huotsubing's target was firmly set on the Xinjiang Khan. In that fleeting moment, the Khan's countenance transformed multiple times. Though he harbored a deep-seated fear of Huotsubing's terrifying combat prowess, he was ultimately the Xinjiang Khan. Not only was he the mightiest warrior of the Khanate, but he had also carved out his current standing through sheer valor on the battlefield. He understood all too well that if he failed to block Huitzubing today, the opposing 300,000 cavalry would become an unstoppable force, and his own million-strong army would collapse entirely, leaving his long-cherished ambitions devoid of any possibility of realization. Child, prepare to die. At this critical juncture, the Jinjiang Khan finally stepped forward, mounted on a fearsome beast and wielding a wolf-toothed club. His formidable physique erupted with a terrifying ferocity. In an instant, he led his elite cavalry into a charge against Huitzubing. Within a brief span, the two warriors engaged in fierce combat. Simultaneously, the formations of both armies collided head-on. Compared to the Khan's mountain-like stature, the youthful Huitzubing appeared significantly smaller. Likewise, the 300,000 cavalry were dwarfed by the million-strong army. Yet at this very moment, Huitzubing's aura completely overshadowed that of the Jinjiang Khan. The formation of his 30,000 cavalry decisively overwhelmed the disheartened forces of the million-strong army. Thus, this near-epic confrontation, merely a clash of wills, quickly determined its victor. Not only was the Khan's colossal form sent flying, but the ferocious momentum of his army was also instantaneously shattered. The iron hoofs pressed on, relentlessly charging forward. Like an unstoppable torrent of steel, amidst the throngs of the vast army, the Khan of the Golden Tent found himself bereft of any chance of escape. His colossal form, akin to a mountain, was soon trampled into a mere pulp beneath the weight of the military formation. With his tragic demise, the forces of the Golden Tent Khanate crumbled utterly, incapable of mounting any effective resistance. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty 100,000 troops disintegrated into a disordered rout. Nonetheless, this fierce battle persisted for an entire day and night. By the time Wei Qing and his men arrived, only the remnants of the aftermath awaited him. Although Huitzubing was a naturally gifted commander, Wei Qing was equally an unparalleled general. Had it been another individual, they might have harbored resentment. However, as they were uncle and nephew, having always maintained a harmonious relationship, Wei Qing was accustomed to cleaning up after his nephew in their previous life, and thus found himself adept at the task once more. He promptly mobilized troops to commence the concluding operations. In truth, among the million soldiers of the Golden Tent Khanate, only around 200,000 to 300,000 had met their untimely demise. The vast majority had transformed into fleeing soldiers, rendering the cleanup a formidable endeavor. As for Huitzubing, he had already led his elite forces straight to the heart of the Golden Tent Khanate's south-vacated royal court. Within a matter of days, he had breached the empty stronghold and subsequently ascended Mount Longju, performing the sacrificial rites to the heavens, thereby recreating the glories of his former life. He drank from the vast sea and consecrated the peak of Longju. Chapter 156, The Convergence of Destiny. The Shadow Demon's breakthrough at the moment when Huitzubing breached the royal court of the Golden Tent Khanate. A profound awareness seemed to awaken within Jiang Hao. Far away in the capital of the great Zhou Empire, he promptly set aside the scroll he had been studying and rose from the recliner in the courtyard. Gazing northward, an unusual hue flickered within his deep, obsidian eyes. He then raised his right hand, and a magnificent sword materialized from within him, swiftly hovering in the palm of his hand, pulsating with an extraordinary aura. This sword was none other than the Emperor's sword he had seized from Ji Luoyao. Although the Emperor's sword bore a great name, its true rank was not particularly high, especially when compared to Jiang Hao's current standing. This can be understood, as the Emperor's sword was born from the small world of Qianyuan. After thoroughly refining this sword, Jiang Hao had discerned its classification. It was merely a half-saint Dao weapon. Dao weapons are divine tools that surpass treasured weapons, imbued with special laws and patterns, and possess far greater power than ordinary treasured weapons. They are the standard armament for those of the saint realm. Dao weapons are categorized into 4 ranks according to the practitioner's realm: half-saint Dao weapons, saint Dao weapons, Saint King Dao weapons, and Saint Emperor Dao weapons. The Emperor's sword, being merely a half-saint Dao weapon, held little significance in the ancient sacred realm. This was precisely why the Ji clan had chosen to leave it behind in the Qianyuan world. However, while the Emperor's sword may be inconsequential in the ancient sacred realm, it held a rather unique status within the Qianyuan world. Not only was it rare to find sacred weapons in the Qianyuan world, but the Emperor's sword was also a half-saint Dao weapon born from the convergence of the realm's destiny. Indeed, this sword could be regarded as a treasure of fate. In the past, the Great Zhou imperial seal had covertly gathered destiny. This responsibility was irrelevant to the sword, but now that the seal had been taken by Ji Yuanwu, the Great Zhou dynasty was also in disarray. It was fortuitous that Jiang Hao had refined the emperor's sword. Although he had not ascended to the throne nor claimed the title of emperor, he was universally acknowledged as the uncrowned king of the Central Plains. Consequently, the fate of the Central Plains began to converge upon the emperor's sword. Initially, this process was not very apparent, on one hand, due to the brevity of time, and on the other, because the Central Plains had yet to stabilize, leading to a meager accumulation of destiny. However, with the combined efforts of Wei Qing and Hui Zubing in vanquishing the million-strong army of the Golden Tent Khanate, resulting not only in the beheading of the Khan, but also the breach of the royal court, Hui Zubing's ceremonial sacrifice to the heavens on Mount Wolf Jushu declared the complete annihilation of the Golden Tent Khanate. As a result, the destiny originally belonging to the Khanate swiftly converged upon the emperor's sword. Though the vast grasslands were sparsely populated, and their accumulated destiny was far inferior to that of the Central Plains, they had amassed a certain foundation over the years. Jiang Hao could distinctly sense a massive force of destiny rapidly gathering within the emperor's sword, transforming almost instantaneously into droplets of pure, golden-hued, mysterious liquid. Not a drop more, not a drop less, precisely 15 drops. Is this the accumulated fortune of the Ji clan that they have covertly gathered over the years? Jiang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely dispatched the imperial duo, Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, to address the threat posed by the Golden Tent Khanate, and he had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. More crucially, through a fortuitous turn of events, he had inadvertently grasped the method of collecting this power of fortune. Soon, he extracted a drop of this fortune from the emperor's sword. He could sense the extraordinary force contained within that small droplet of pure golden liquid. It seemed even more exceptional than rare celestial treasures. Whether for enhancing cultivation or assisting in training, this drop of fortune promised remarkable effects. No wonder the Ji clan tirelessly sought to amass this power. Its value was evidently greater than that of the holy source, Jiang Hao mused. It was precisely because the Ji clan had pilfered too much of this fortune from the Qianyuan world over the years that the world's energy level had been steadily declining. Jiang Hao, however, need not worry about this issue. As long as he did not carry this fortune out of the Qianyuan world and used it for the benefit of the people, it would not cause significant ramifications. With that in mind, Jiang Hao wasted no time and directly utilized a drop of fortune on himself. After all, he was also a denizen of the Qianyuan world. And as the saying goes, why let the fat water flow to outsiders? It was far more prudent to use it for his own gain. However, Jiang Hao had already attained the sage realm. While the fortune's effects were indeed remarkable, a single drop was insufficient for someone of his stature, merely providing a slight enhancement to his cultivation. Given the rate of improvement, even if he consumed all 15 drops, he could only hope to ascend from the first to the second layer of the sage realm. The power of fortune was rare, and Jiang Hao was not inclined to squander it. After all, he could easily substitute it with the holy source, which was comparatively less precious. Shadow Demon, come forth. Jiang Hao commanded, summoning the Shadow Demon. The shadow beneath him writhed, and the hidden entity emerged, gazing at Jiang Hao in confusion. Without further ado, he deposited a drop of fortune into the Shadow Demon's body. The Shadow Demon was a special entity, a creature of shadows that could not consume ordinary celestial treasures. Only the rare dark spirit fruit could enhance its strength. Thus, despite accompanying Jiang Hao for over a year, it had barely reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. However, as the drop of fortune entered its being, the aura surrounding the Shadow Demon swiftly surged. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the peak of the celestial realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. This drop of fortune acted as a key, instantly unlocking a new realm for the Shadow Demon. In an instant, it shattered the limits of the celestial realm, stepping into an entirely new tier, the half-saint realm. Although this semi-saint cannot be compared to Jiang Hao from the past, even the weakest semi-saint is still a formidable being. As he witnessed the celestial phenomenon gathering in the sky, Jiang Hao waved his hand to disperse it, ensuring that no one noticed the emergence of a new semi-saint within the imperial capital. Jiang Hao was equally surprised that the first to break through to the semi-saint realm under his command was not the earliest arrival, Zhang Jiao, nor the mightiest warrior, El Bu, and certainly not the recently accomplished Huotsubing, but rather the rather inconspicuous shadow demon. One could only say that proximity to fortune often leads to its favor. And indeed, the shadow demon was fortunate. Merely a single drop of fortune energy enabled the shadow demon to successfully ascend to the semi-saint realm. Through this experience, Jiang Hao gained a clearer understanding of the value of fortune energy. Gazing at the remaining 13 drops of fortune energy, he could not help but entertain other thoughts. However, at that moment, he sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted his gaze toward a certain direction in the imperial capital. Chapter 157. The alliance of the demon clans and the Buddhist sect in the southern part of the imperial capital amidst the squalor of the slums. It is a well-known truth that wealth and poverty coexist in every corner of the world, even in the bustling metropolis of the imperial capital. Historically, it has been said that the East is wealthy while the West is prosperous, the South is impoverished, and the North is desolate. The southern slum stands as a testament to this adage. The environment here is deplorable, littered with heaps of garbage, flowing with sewage, and permeated by a foul stench. It is notorious for its filth and disorder. Even the local officers and constables typically avoid this place. Yet today, this disheveled locale finds itself graced by a group of uninvited guests. Although they have deliberately donned tattered garments, presenting an image of destitution, an aura of sophistication subtly radiates from their every gesture, starkly contrasting with the surrounding squalor. Within a dilapidated temple, the former occupants have been ousted, making way for these unexpected visitors. Before long, another group arrives to join them, bringing the total to 20 individuals. Despite their varied appearances, a closer inspection reveals that each of them bears an unmistakable trace of the power of heaven and earth. To manipulate such cosmic forces to alter one's appearance is a feat not commonly achievable. It requires a mastery that even those of the law manifestation realm find challenging. Only those of the celestial human realm possess such capabilities. This undeniably signifies that all 20 individuals gathered here are formidable beings of the celestial human realm. Consider the magnitude of this assembly. 20 celestial human realm experts. It is a staggering notion. One must recall that during the peak of the Great Zhou dynasty, the number of celestial human realm experts directly under the imperial court was roughly equivalent. The fact that this unremarkable temple now harbors an entire cadre of 20 such experts is nothing short of astonishing. Upon their arrival, they swiftly sealed the temple's entrance and collaboratively cast a special barrier. Once this was accomplished, their true identities were revealed. Half of them exuded an oppressive, chilling aura of demonic energy, unmistakably identifying them as pure-blooded demon clan experts. The other half, in stark contrast, emanated a distinctly serene and righteous energy, revealing their affiliation with the Buddhist sect. Indeed, the Demon Empire and the Western Buddhist Kingdom, long-standing adversaries, have now clandestinely convened in the heart of the Central Plains. It is a curious twist of fate. Why would you choose such a wretched place? Was there truly no better option? Inquired the dragon-subduing Arhut, the leader of the Western Buddhist Kingdom, with evident dissatisfaction. They had spent several arduous hours searching for this so-called dilapidated temple, enduring the filth and stench. And now frustration boiled within him. Amongst the vastness of the imperial capital, this is the most concealed location. Even you took considerable time to find it. Others would be even less likely to stumble upon it. If you find this place unsuitable, you are more than welcome to suggest an alternative. However, the Fox King, the leader of the demon god empire, did not indulge him and immediately retorted without reservation. As soon as these words were spoken, the formidable beings of the Buddhist sect exchanged furious glances, while the powerful members of the demon race stood their ground defiantly. Tension escalated before any collaboration had commenced, as the long-standing enmity between them loomed large. Moreover, the conflicting powers cultivated by both sides rendered them unable to look upon one another with favor. Yet, they had not entirely lost their reason. Even if a fierce conflict were to erupt, they would refrain from doing so within the imperial city. Given the current precarious circumstances, they could only temporarily endure their mutual disdain. Let us set this matter aside for now. What is the situation regarding the human emperor body? The dragon-subduing Arhut inquired coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Prior to this, you demon race had solemnly guaranteed that the human emperor body belonged to the Empress of the Great Zhou. How do you explain this now? Upon hearing this, the Fox King's countenance darkened considerably. Unfortunately, this was a question they could not evade, as it was indeed their responsibility. The issue lay in the fact that no one had anticipated that the human emperor body was not the legitimate empress of the Ji clan, but rather Jiang Hao, the Duke of Wei, who had been imprisoned by the empress in the celestial dungeon. This was a complete inversion of reason. Whom could they turn to for redress? The most pressing matter at hand was not to assign blame or stir conflict, but rather to sit down and earnestly discuss how to resolve the issue. This was precisely the reason both parties had convened. Only through sincere cooperation could they hope to find a solution. Otherwise, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon themselves. The Fox King spoke in a grave tone. Although the dragon subduing Arhut felt dissatisfaction within, he had no choice but to accept this perspective. Noticing that he refrained from further provocation, the Fox King breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At this juncture, he wished to avoid prolonged entanglement. He continued, "The situation is now abundantly clear. The human emperor body is indeed Jiang Hao, the Duke of Wei. He has concealed himself for many years, and now he has finally bared his fangs. Not only has the Empress of the Great Zhou met her demise at his hands, but the entirety of the Great Zhou has also fallen under his control. The depth of this man's cunning and the ruthlessness of his methods are truly beyond imagination." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. In the past, they had regarded the Duke of Wei with caution, but their apprehension had merely stemmed from his talent and abilities, not fear. After all, he was unable to cultivate, which was his greatest weakness. A mere mortal, no matter how formidable, could only reach a certain limit. However, the situation had now changed. He not only possessed the strategic acumen to orchestrate victory from afar, but had also compensated for his greatest shortcoming, wielding an unfathomable and terrifying power that rendered him nearly invulnerable. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the recent battle in the imperial city had seen their dispatched experts fall, nearly all due to the machinations of Jiang Hao, the Duke of Wei. At present, the adversary has taken control of the entire Great Zhou, commanding an elite army of millions. What is even more alarming is that recently, the 1 million troops of the Golden Horde were annihilated in battle, and even the Khan of the Golden Horde perished at the hands of the opposing general. If this continues, the Golden Horde may not be far from extinction. This is compounded by their delayed intelligence reports. Had they known that currently, Huatsubing has breached the royal court of the Golden Horde and sealed the Wolf Mountain, their trepidation would have escalated further, robbing them of sleep. Nevertheless, even as it stands, their rest is already disturbed. After all, a deep-seated enmity has been forged between the two sides. Should events continue to unfold unchecked, once the adversary is fully unencumbered, both the demon god empire and the Western Buddhist kingdom may face retribution in turn. At that juncture, their fates, whether life or death, servitude or subjugation, would likely hinge upon a mere word from their foe. Such an outcome is intolerable for them. Thus, they swiftly reached a clandestine accord, reallocating the majority of their formidable celestial forces to converge upon the Central Plains' imperial capital with utmost haste. Their objective is straightforward: to execute a decapitation strategy. While this tactic may appear simplistic, its very simplicity renders it exceedingly effective. Given the current situation in the Central Plains, should they succeed in eliminating the Duke of Wei, Jiang Hao, the newly established court would inevitably crumble, restoring the region to the chaos they envision. To them, this represents the optimal resolution. They are prepared to pay any price for this outcome, believing it to be worth every sacrifice. Regrettably, the Southern Wilderness Witch clan is unwilling to ally with us. Had they chosen to join forces, our chances would have been significantly enhanced, lamented the dragon subduing Arhut. Those arrogant beings believe that by hiding in the marshes of the Southern Wilderness, they can escape unscathed. Such delusions. Once we have divided the Central Plains, they will certainly face our wrath, the Fox King exclaimed with indignation. He then asserted with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, even if our two factions unite, there will be no issues this time. I assure you, we have thoroughly investigated all circumstances. I can guarantee with my very life. This time, success is absolutely assured." Chapter 158. Decapitation Tactics. According to intelligence gathered by our demon race, the success of Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, can be attributed not only to his concealed, terrifying prowess, honed over many years, but also to the formidable assembly of top-tier warriors he has inexplicably amassed under his command. The Fox King promptly articulated that this elite cadre includes the three brothers of Zhang Jiao from the Yellow Turban Army, Chen Sheng, and Wu Guang from the Jiangnan Army, the three generals, Dong Zhuo, Lu Bu, and Niu Fu from the Shiliang Army, and the Grand Master of the Golden Horde, Smofwing, who has also been clandestinely bought. It is precisely because of their treachery that our initial plans have met with utter failure, allowing Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, to effortlessly seize the final fruits of victory while we were caught unawares. Oh, and let us not forget Huizubing, who recently vanquished the Khan of the Golden Horde in the north. Though still in his youth, he possesses an equally formidable strength at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, raising questions about his origins, truly perplexing. The dragon subduing Arhut furrowed his brow. This intelligence is not solely within the purview of the demon race. Our Buddhist sect has similarly conducted thorough investigations. Jiang Hao, possessing the physique of an emperor, is already a daunting opponent. With the assistance of these formidable warriors, even with our two great factions joining forces, having secretly gathered a total of 20 celestial realm experts, the probability of success in our actions would still be perilously low. Seemingly perceiving the Arhut's concerns, the Fox King soon smiled subtly. Rest assured, since our demon race dares to propose this decapitation plan, we are fully prepared. It is also due to Jiang Hao's hubris, believing he is in control of the situation, that he has dispatched many of his strong subordinates. He sent the three brothers of Zhang Jiao eastward to guard against us, Chen Sheng and Wu Guang southward to guard against the Shaman tribe, and Lu Bu and others westward to guard against your Buddhist sect, alongside Huizubing deployed against the Golden Horde. Now, he has lost 9/10 of his formidable warriors, leaving only a scant few. Moreover, he usually remains solitary in the Duke's residence, perhaps confident in his own strength, and has not even mobilized the Imperial Guard for protection, which undoubtedly presents us with an opportunity. Therefore, all we need to do is wait for nightfall, then strike together, leveraging the combined might of our 20 celestial realm experts to accomplish our goal in one decisive stroke, swiftly eliminating him and achieving resounding success. At this juncture, the Fox King raised his gaze toward the dragon subduing Arhut, confidence radiating from his demeanor as he queried, even if Jiang Hao possesses the physique of an emperor, no matter how formidable and astonishing his strength may be, can our 20 celestial realm experts not prevail against him, especially with our cunning strategy? Upon hearing this, the dragon subduing Arhut nodded emphatically, declaring with conviction, "Impossible. There is absolutely no way someone like that exists in this world. No one can withstand the combined assault of 20 celestial realm experts. Even if he were to truly transcend into the legendary realm of immortality, he would undoubtedly perish on the spot." The Fox King immediately clapped his hands and laughed, experiencing for the first time a sense of camaraderie with the illustrious dragon slayer Arhut. Indeed, this time, as long as both parties unite in purpose, the death of Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, is unequivocally assured. Subsequently, they exchanged further details regarding their specific actions, all while waiting for the night to descend. When darkness enveloped the sky completely, they all returned to their prime states, their eyes shimmering with brilliance, akin to volcanoes on the verge of eruption, brimming with a terrifying energy that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, the distant sound of the night watchman's bell resonated, prompting the Fox King and the Dragon Slayer Arhut to exchange a glance before rising in unison. The time had come to act. Without further ado, they swiftly concealed their auras and departed from the dilapidated temple, proceeding along the preordained route directly toward the Duke's residence. Although the Duke Wei's estate lay to the east of the city, far from the southern part where they were, the distance posed no obstacle to these transcendent beings. Even if they could not soar through the skies within the imperial capital, their pace was astonishingly swift. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the Duke's estate. They first concealed themselves in the shadows, observing for a while to ascertain whether any traps awaited them within the estate. Despite their belief in the unlikelihood of such a scenario, they remained vigilant in the presence of the renowned Duke Wei, Jiang Hao, exercising utmost caution. After a considerable period of time, having confirmed that no ambush lay in wait, they finally commenced their operation. 20 figures soared silently into the air, transforming into streaks of light that plunged with remarkable speed toward the estate. Simultaneously, Jiang Hao within the estate opened his eyes. Far from being astonished or flustered, he displayed a hint of impatience. After such a prolonged wait, Their action was, indeed, exasperatingly slow. Jiang Hao muttered in disbelief. He then instructed the shadow demon. We have guests arriving. Go and greet them. The shadow demon promptly emerged from his shadow, grinning widely as it inquired, Master, how shall I welcome them? Shall I serve the full course? Jiang Hao, taken aback, was at a loss for words. The term full course referred to the cryptic jargon the shadow demon had learned in the celestial prison. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are hunting rifles. You handle it as you see fit. Jiang Hao waved his hand nonchalantly, issuing his command. Understood, the shadow demon replied with renewed vigor, then loudly proclaimed its intent. It was uncertain what it comprehended, but it swiftly divided into multiple shadows, charging toward the 20 transcendent beings that had intruded into the estate. Before any breakthrough occurred, though the shadow demon possessed the prowess of a top-tier transcendent being, it could at most hold off 1 or 2 adversaries. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. With the aid of a single drop of fortuitous power, it has seamlessly transcended the threshold of the semi-saint realm. Although it currently occupies the weakest tier among semi-saint beings, even the most feeble of semi-saints still bear the title of a semi-saint. Now, in a mere span of 1 minute and 20 seconds, each shadow possesses the formidable strength of a celestial being, and with mastery over the laws of shadows. They effortlessly intercepted the 20 celestial beings that intruded upon the estate. What is this madness? Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, the Fox King and his companions could not help but widen their eyes at the phantasmal figures standing before them. Apologies, but you have misjudged. I am not a ghost. I am a shadow demon. The 20 shadow demons spoke in unison, causing a buzz of disbelief to resonate in the minds of the onlookers. They had never anticipated that, despite their cautious infiltration of the Duke of Wei's estate, they would be intercepted by these entities before even locating Jiang Hao. Regardless of whether it is a demon or a ghost, it is imperative to eliminate it first. The Fox King, at the forefront, was overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent and unleashed his full power. In an instant, brilliant white light surged forth as 3 fox tails erupted simultaneously from behind him. In that fleeting moment, the shadow demon standing in his path was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 159. The tenacity of the shadow demon as a representative of the demon god empire and one of its most formidable demon kings. The Fox King's prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. His sudden outburst of power was beyond imagination. In an instant, he obliterated the obstructing shadow demon, reducing it to mere fragments, rendering it utterly non-existent. So weak? The Fox King was taken aback. He had anticipated a greater challenge and had not dared to hold back, unleashing his full strength from the outset. To his astonishment, the adversary was merely a fade, fearsome in appearance yet utterly ineffective, gone with just 1 strike. The others, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished, and soon they too sprang into action. Predictably, as they unleashed their full might, the remaining shadow demons were swiftly annihilated. It appeared that this foe was nothing more than an empty shell, hardly a cause for concern, perhaps solely a diversion to buy time. We have thoroughly investigated. Jiang Hao resides in a cottage by the lake. Without further ado, let us eliminate him, the Fox King declared promptly. The others readily acquiesced, their primary mission still firmly in mind. However, before they could advance, they found themselves confronted by more ghostly figures suddenly blocking their path. How are you unscathed? Someone exclaimed, their eyes widening in disbelief. Are you foolish? I told you I am a shadow demon. What you encountered was merely my shadow. I can summon as many shadows as I desire, and the losses are inconsequential. How could I possibly be harmed? The shadow demon retorted, hands on hips, a scornful expression adorning its visage. My master has decreed, when friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves come, there are rifles. Judging by your demeanor, you hardly seem virtuous. Thus, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As it spoke, the shadow demon's form swelled dramatically. In the depths of night, its dominion was unquestionable, and with mastery over the laws of shadows, it swiftly transformed into terrifying monsters, lunging mercilessly at the Fox King and his companions, turning the tables. In that moment, the Fox King and his allies truly sensed the formidable strength of the shadow demon. Although the shadow demon was not particularly adept at direct combat, and was currently split into 2 entities, as a semi-holy creature, it exuded an astonishing aura of power. The two sides soon engaged in a fierce battle midair. Despite being outnumbered 20-1, the shadow demon maneuvered with remarkable ease, while the 20 demon and Buddhist elites found themselves struggling. To be honest, each of these individuals was renowned as a powerful figure in their own right. After all, those of the celestial realm stand at the pinnacle of existence in this world. Were it not for the gravity of this situation, impacting the survival and future of their respective factions, they would never have banded together for such an endeavor. Logically speaking, with so many illustrious and powerful beings joining forces, who could possibly withstand their united assault? Yet, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. They had not even caught a glimpse of Jiang Hao's shadow before being thwarted by a bewildering creature. No matter how desperately they fought, they could not breach the creature's formidable barrier. To speak candidly, the shadow demon was not particularly adept at direct combat, even after transcending to the semi-holy realm. It lacked any exceptionally potent divine techniques. In terms of sheer offensive power, it paled in comparison to renowned warriors like Bu and Huotsubing, who excelled in the art of warfare. However, a semi-holy being is still a semi-holy being. While the shadow demon's offensive capabilities may not be overwhelming, its elusiveness far surpassed that of Bu and Huotsubing. Especially amidst the nocturnal surroundings, it thrived, blending seamlessly into the darkness that seemed to amplify its presence. Regardless of the divine arts employed by the Fox King and his companions, breaching its defenses proved an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, the demon possessed no tangible form. Typical attacks merely dissipated against it like fists striking cotton, causing no harm whatsoever. This left the group in utter frustration, as if they were engaged in a battle of wits with the very air. "Get away from me," the Fox King bellowed through gritted teeth. "Demon, perish." The dragon subduing Arhut transformed into a wrathful figure. As time slipped away, both grew increasingly anxious. This was the imperial capital, and their commotion would undoubtedly attract a multitude of powerful beings. If they lingered too long, their chances would diminish further. Exchanging a determined glance, they swiftly dispensed with hesitation and unleashed their most formidable techniques. The Fox King summoned his innate divine power, and immediately, 3 radiant tails materialized behind him, streaking forth like resplendent galaxies. Not only was their speed unparalleled, but they also carried an aura of law's might. Simultaneously, the dragon subduing Arhut transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, merging with the ethereal manifestation behind him. Each of his 6 hands executed different combat techniques, channeling an overwhelming and terrifying force towards the shadow demon. Under the full force of their combined assault, the shadow demon appeared unable to withstand their onslaught and was swiftly shattered. However, before they could revel in their triumph, 2 identical shadow demons emerged from the darkness, seemingly unfazed, and continued to block their path. Come on. Your earlier moves were quite impressive. Let us see you try again." The shadow demon taunted with a mischievous grin, as though one encounter was insufficient, eagerly inviting a repeat performance. Hearing this, the Fox King and the dragon subduing Arhut were seething with rage, even grinding their teeth in fury. The shadow demon was not truly immortal. Rather, in the depths of night, it could manifest countless forms. Unless their energy reached a certain threshold capable of inflicting genuine harm, it would remain largely unaffected. This is precisely where its complexity lies. Setting aside its strength for the moment, its survival capabilities have indeed reached their zenith. It is quite astonishing to encounter the legendary shadow demon in this place. Just then, an aged voice suddenly resonated through the air. Everyone turned to see an elderly man, whose presence in the mansion had gone unnoticed until now. He was hunched over, with hair as white as snow, clad in a remarkably ordinary robe. At first glance, he appeared to be an unremarkable old man, even more frail and decrepit than the average elder. His thin, emaciated frame seemed as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, inexplicably, this elder emanated an aura that was more daunting than that of the most ferocious primordial beasts. He approached with deliberate steps, although his pace was not swift. He arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Upon his arrival, not only did the Fox King and other powerful beings of the demon clan feel a surge of joy, but even the formidable monks, such as the dragon subduing Arhut, were equally elated. For this seemingly ordinary elder was none other than the supreme demon king of the demon race. Chapter 160. The Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor. He is undeniably the sovereign of the demon god empire. Despite the inherent rebelliousness of the demon race, all hold him in profound reverence. For he has occupied the throne of the demon emperor for precisely several centuries. To some extent, the very existence of the demon god empire hinges upon his singular presence. Without him, given the nature of the formidable demon warriors, it is likely that they would have descended into chaos without external intervention, leading to the fragmentation of the empire long ago. Throughout these hundreds of years, he has cultivated numerous demon warriors and witnessed the demise of countless generations of the great Zhou emperors, all while observing the rise and fall of many illustrious figures across the continent. The phrase "I have seen him rise to the Jade Tower, host guests, and then watch as the tower crumbles," is perfectly applicable to his journey. Others have come and gone, yet he remains, steadfast as the demon emperor, continuing to thrive. No one knows precisely how many years the demon emperor has lived, just as no one truly comprehends the extent of his powers. Yet, all are acutely aware that he is undoubtedly one of the most formidable entities on this continent. However, his age has rendered him seemingly on the brink of collapse, leading to many years without witnessing him take action, and he himself appears hesitant to engage. For should he choose to act, it could very well signal the end of his life. Thus, even during his last encounter at the border battlefield against Ji Luoyao, who wielded the emperor's sword, he refrained from a genuine confrontation, acting solely out of precaution. No one anticipated that he would depart from the eastern wasteland and covertly accompany everyone to the Central Plains imperial capital, arriving at the residence of the Duke of Wei. The shadow demon paused momentarily, perplexed by the exuberance displayed by the Fox King and others. After all, it had only been over a year since it arrived in this world, and it was unfamiliar with the name of the demon emperor. Even if it had heard of him, it had paid little heed. Its sole focus was to thwart these unwelcome night visitors from disturbing its master. Halt! The shadow demon swiftly manifested another figure, instantly positioning itself before the demon emperor. Such an enigmatic and inscrutable ability indeed befits the shadow demon clan. If I am not mistaken, you must have ascended to the semi-holy realm, an extraordinary talent indeed. Unlike the Fox King and others, the demon emperor seemed to discern the shadow demon's current level at a glance. Although he expressed admiration, he remained unperturbed, exhibiting no intention to engage. With a mere shift of his foot, his figure became elusive and unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, he circumvented the obstructing shadow demon. Step by step, he continued toward the small cottage by the lake. The shadow demon, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the demon emperor could so effortlessly bypass its obstruction. It would naturally not concede defeat so easily, swiftly manifesting several more shadows, one obstructing the path of the demon sovereign while the others launched direct attacks. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The demon sovereign's movements were exceedingly elusive, akin to a slippery loach, evading capture effortlessly. Curiously, he showed no intention of engaging with the shadow demon, swiftly maneuvering around its blockade once again. This time, the shadow demon was on the verge of madness. It summoned all its avatars, charging towards the demon's sovereign with a singular purpose, as if determined to apprehend him that very day. Well, you cannot stop him. Let him come. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in its ears. The shadow demon paused in surprise and looked up to see Jiang Hao emerging from the small building. As usual, he was clad in white garments. The night breeze whispering through the fabric, his long hair casually tied back, exuding an air of effortless elegance. Observing the approaching demon sovereign, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of encountering an old friend, as he greeted him with a smile. The last time we met was over a decade ago. I did not expect your majesty the demon sovereign to grace the imperial capital this time, which is indeed quite surprising. The demon sovereign halted 3 paces away from Jiang Hao, raising his head to fix his gaze upon him. In his aged eyes, a complex emotion shimmered, difficult to articulate. I had no choice. The younger generation of my clan lacks ambition, leaving this old bone to take action. He then inquired, "Should I address you as Duke Wei or as His Majesty the new Emperor?" Jiang Hao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "You may call me by whichever title you prefer. Names are but mere designations, inconsequential and unable to alter anything. Indeed, let us stick with Duke Wei, as it is a more familiar title. Is your majesty here in the imperial capital with intentions akin to theirs, to take my life?" Jiang Hao gestured towards the Fox King and others, who were obstructed by the shadow demon. If possible, I would prefer to sit down and have a proper conversation with Duke Wei. The demon sovereign replied earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hao shook his head. The issue is, it seems we have little to discuss. Upon hearing this, the demon sovereign's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as he spoke sincerely. Though we have had our grievances in the past, there is no knot that cannot be untied in this world. If Duke Wei is willing, we can overlook the past, including the numerous powerful demons who fell at your hands, and simply wish to transform our conflict into reconciliation. Your Majesty, the demon sovereign, how can that be? Jiang Hao remained composed, yet the Fox King and others could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief, vocally expressing their dissatisfaction. Even disregarding the countless powerful demons who perished at the hands of the great Zhou over the years, the number of demon kings who had met their demise at Jiang Hao's hand alone had already reached 6. To ascertain the total number of formidable beings at the king level within the demon god empire, it is evident that the figure does not exceed 20, even when all are accounted for. These 6 king-level entities alone constitute nearly 1/3 of that total. Such profound enmity, steeped in blood, cannot simply be dismissed. Silence yourselves. Nevertheless, the demon emperor paid little heed to their sentiments, his countenance turning frigid as he reprimanded them without reservation. The Fox King was momentarily taken aback. After all, the demon emperor's formidable reputation inspired awe, and his wrath further instilled fear within their hearts. Despite their pent-up grievances, they dared not utter another word in the present moment. Observing this, Jiang Hao remained noncommittal, merely inquiring with a smile, "What is it that you require of me?" The Duke of Wei need only provide me with a promise, ensuring that within the next century, there shall be no proactive invasion of my demon god empire. What say you? The demon emperor asked with eager anticipation. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, then erupted into a bemused laugh. Your Majesty, it appears you may have misapprehended a crucial aspect. The matter at hand is not whether you will pursue accountability for the demise of those demon race strongholds. Rather, it pertains to whether I shall seek retribution for your race's repeated intrusions into the Central Plains, and even against myself. Some actions, once committed, must bear consequences. Do you not agree? Upon hearing this, the demon emperor's expression shifted to one of considerable displeasure. He clenched his jaw and spoke again. Should the Duke of Wei be willing to acquiesce to my request, I can facilitate your entry into the legendary ancient sacred realm as a form of recompense. How does that proposition strike you? Chapter 161. I have 3 requests. The demon emperor is aware of the primordial holy realm. Upon hearing those 4 words, Jiang Hao abruptly raised his head, his dark eyes suddenly radiating 2 piercing beams of light, sharp as unsheathed swords, strikingly fierce. They resembled the brilliant sun at noon, dazzling and resplendent, making it difficult for one to keep their eyes open even in the depths of night. The demon emperor felt a surge of astonishment. For a moment, he could not help but be taken aback, quietly assessing Jiang Hao's strength while responding with unperturbed composure. Living a bit longer does have its advantages, such as possessing knowledge that surpasses the average person. However, the demon emperor's grasp of knowledge was not merely a matter of having a little more. Ordinary individuals, even if they were somewhat informed, could not enter the primordial holy realm, let alone assist others in doing so. Yet, in the face of Jiang Hao's flattery, the demon emperor exhibited no reaction. From the ancient, unyielding visage of the other party, Jiang Hao discerned nothing. This was primarily due to the demon emperor's extraordinary calmness. Having lived for so many years, his disposition and cunning had reached a level unattainable by most, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover any flaw in him. Determined not to waste any time, Jiang Hao straightforwardly inquired, "Then why do you, your Majesty, not enter the primordial holy realm yourself?" The demon emperor's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. After a moment of silence, he replied, "The truth is, I have far too many attachments in this world, and at my age, I cannot compete with the younger generation. Rather than striving to force my way in, it is preferable to enjoy a peaceful retirement here, where I can perhaps live a few more years at this juncture." He lifted his gaze to Jiang Hao. "But you, Duke Wei, are different. You are still so young. If you were merely an ordinary person, that would be one thing, as the distance to that world would be too great. However, the situation has changed. You have awakened the human emperor physique, an extraordinarily rare constitution in this world. With your talents, remaining in the Qianyuan world is a waste of potential. Only by entering the primordial holy realm can you achieve the utmost development. Much like the ancestral figure of the Ji clan, who possessed the human emperor physique, he truly soared to great heights only after entering that world, becoming a significant figure even within the Qianyuan holy realm. Wait, are you referring to the ancestral figure of the Ji clan who founded the great Zhou dynasty? Jiang Hao keenly detected an inconsistency and immediately fixated on the demon emperor, asking, is it possible that this Ji ancestor is still alive? The demon emperor's expression faltered. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly responded ambiguously, perhaps he has passed away, or perhaps he has not. I am not entirely certain of his current status. Given that so many years have elapsed, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed with skepticism. He certainly did not wholly believe the demon emperor's words. He even harbored doubts about whether the demon race had a presence in the ancient sacred realm. Otherwise, how could they maintain their dominance over the eastern wilderness for so many years without being eradicated by the great Zhou to collect fortunes? As for the ancestor of the Ji clan, if he truly still existed, one could only wonder what heights he might have reached after thousands of years of cultivation, a judgment that Jiang Hao found difficult to ascertain at that moment. With this in mind, Jiang Hao felt compelled to reevaluate the threat posed by Ji Yuanwu. The demon emperor, oblivious to Jiang Hao's thoughts, continued to urge him incessantly, seemingly intent on persuading him to depart. Wei Guogong, what are you still hesitating for? With your innate talent, the ancient sacred realm is your ultimate sanctuary and the finest stage for your abilities. There, the cultivation environment far surpasses that of the Qianyuan world, and the variety of cultivation resources is incomparable to what the Qianyuan world can offer. Those rare treasures and divine medicines, the scriptures of profound techniques, and even legendary weapons. Only by venturing there can you aspire to attain that exalted realm. Otherwise, remaining in this Qianyuan world may lead you to squander your life as I have, with no advancement in your cultivation and the prospect of further progress completely extinguished. It would be too late for regrets then. At this moment, Jiang Hao perceived the demon emperor as akin to an insurance salesman. Although he had no intention of extracting money from Jiang Hao's pockets, he was indeed after his very life. As the saying goes, risk accompanies opportunity. Certainly, the ancient sacred realm may hold numerous opportunities, but correspondingly, it also harbors unimaginable dangers. In such a grand world, the competition is fiercely intense, far exceeding that of the Qianyuan world. The number of formidable beings is incalculable, and the perils are beyond reckoning. A moment's carelessness could result in death and obliteration. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Hao swiftly reached a decision. I fear I shall disappoint your majesty, for I am a person of humble aspirations, only wishing to lie back and take it easy, with no immediate desire to venture into the ancient sacred realm. Upon hearing these words, the demon emperor abruptly fell silent, as though someone had seized him by the throat, unable to utter another word. He could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Hao, filled with incredulity. He had assumed that such a transcendent world as the ancient sacred realm would undoubtedly captivate a young man of Jiang Hao's extraordinary talent. After all, what young person does not aspire to ascend to a higher stage, outshine their peers, or achieve unparalleled greatness? Youth is often characterized by an absence of fear in the face of challenges, brimming with dreams, and even when faced with harsh realities. They steadfastly believe they are the protagonists of the world, simply awaiting the right moment. Yet, Jiang Hao appeared remarkably different from the typical youth. Devoid of that fervor and lacking the spirited ambition, he resembled a retired senior citizen, having completely settled into a state of tranquility, with a singular desire to lie back and idle away the days. Is this truly a young person? It is utterly unreasonable. The demon emperor, unwilling to concede, sought to persuade him further, hoping to lead Jiang Hao to a moment of enlightenment. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Hao interrupted him directly. There is no need for your majesty to continue persuading me. My mind is made up, at present. I have no intention of venturing to the ancient sacred realm. Should I change my mind in the future, I will seek your counsel. Although Jiang Hao harbored a slight curiosity about the ancient sacred realm, it was merely a fleeting interest. For now, he had no plans to journey there. Even in the absence of threats from Ji Yuanwu and the Ji clan's ancestors, his stance remained unchanged. After all, Why would he not find comfort in lying peacefully in this genuine world? Why risk his life to travel to the ancient sacred realm, where he would have to shed blood and engage in fierce battles, filled with treachery and deceit, all for a handful of cultivation resources? To put it bluntly, he might expend half his life there and still earn less in a single day than he does by simply resting. This is akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. One would have to be quite foolish to consider it. He would indeed visit the ancient sacred realm, but only once he possesses sufficient capability for self-preservation. Even if he were to go there, he would do so as a figure of authority, not as a mere subordinate, subject to the whims of others. Very well, Your Majesty, let us discuss the grievances between us. It is possible to transform conflict into harmony, but I have 3 stipulations. Jiang Hao said earnestly, gazing at the demon emperor. The emperor, taken aback by his words, nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Jiang Hao to raise his first finger. Firstly, the demon empire must be disbanded. From this moment forth, the Qianyuan world shall no longer recognize the existence of the demon empire. The demon emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, barely containing his discontent. Yet, Jiang Hao raised a second finger. Secondly, all demons must submit to me. Everyone must recognize me as their sovereign. The emperor's countenance darkened further, akin to the bottom of a pot. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao paid no mind and swiftly raised a third finger, fixing his gaze on the emperor, enunciating each word with gravity. Lastly, Your Majesty, you must perish. Chapter 162. Fish may die, but the net will not break. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's third demand, the expression of the demon emperor reverted to normal. However, his gaze towards Jiang Hao grew chillingly cold, devoid of any warmth, as if he were looking at a corpse. Lord Wei, are you intent on erasing our demon god empire from existence? The demon emperor fixed his icy stare on Jiang Hao, articulating each word with precision. The entirety of his life's work had been invested in the demon god empire, making his attachment to it surpass that of anyone else, even himself. To Jiang Hao, the proposition of completely obliterating the demon god empire was, without a doubt, a challenge to his very limits. This demand was simply unacceptable to him. You wish for my demise. That is feasible and I can acquiesce, but the previous 2 demands are non-negotiable. The demon emperor spoke in a deep, somber tone. His unwavering gaze suggested that should Jiang Hao consent, he would willingly perish before him. Yet, Jiang Hao merely shook his head and began to elucidate. To be frank, I harbor no profound animosity towards Your Majesty the demon emperor. In fact, I hold you in high regard. However, your esteemed standing within the demon god empire is overwhelmingly significant, serving as the cornerstone in the hearts of all. If you remain alive, even if the demon god empire is ostensibly erased, it would still persist in reality. Therefore, your demise is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is merely a supplement to the 2 preceding demands. After speaking, Jiang Hao regarded the demon emperor with an expression of calm assurance. The corners of the demon emperor's mouth twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or weep. On one hand, Jiang Hao's honesty was striking, revealing no veils of concealment. Yet on the other hand, it was evident that he did not regard the demon emperor as particularly significant in his own eyes. After a prolonged silence, the demon emperor sighed deeply and took a step forward, looking earnestly at Jiang Hao as he spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Lord Wei, I am no longer young. To be precise, I am nearing the end of my days. Yet you are still in the bloom of youth, with a splendid future ahead. Whether in the Qianyuan realm or the ancient sacred world, you possess boundless prospects. Why must you contend with an old man like me? I only require a century, just 100 years. After that, regardless of the outcome, I shall not interfere. If you grant the demon race a reprieve during this century, I shall accept any other conditions. Is that agreeable? In that moment, the demon emperor gazed at Jiang Hao with an almost pleading expression. One could not deny that he had done everything within his power for the demon race and the demon god empire. However, Jiang Hao was not of the demon race. He felt no stirrings of emotion. On the contrary, he thought, what is a hero to one is a foe to another. I am sorry, but that is not possible. Jiang Hao's resolve was as unyielding as iron. The demon emperor's display of vulnerability did not sway him in the slightest. He had not forgotten the prior ambitions of the demon race, which sought to encroach upon the central plains. Now that he held the upper hand, the demon race naturally showed signs of submission. However, if one day he is no longer present, and the demon clan suddenly regains its strength, will they spare the people of the Central Plains? Jiang Hao does not believe that the demon clan would show mercy. If they were to adopt a vegetarian lifestyle, would they still be considered demons? Rather than facing regret when it is too late, it is far better for him to eliminate all potential threats at their inception. Duke Wei, are you truly forcing my hand? You should understand that once I take action, there will be no opportunity for reversal. The demon emperor stepped forward once more, speaking coldly. As he spoke, myriad runic seals began to faintly materialize upon his surface. It seemed that only a thin layer remained, as if a mere tug could shatter the seal into countless fragments. A chilling and terrifying aura began to emanate from the demon emperor's frail and aged form, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon poised to awaken at any moment. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fell into an uneasy silence, none daring to utter a word. Even the incessantly chattering shadow demon found itself involuntarily silenced. The powerful individuals who had rushed in from all corners of the imperial capital now appeared as if ensnared by a binding spell, paralyzed by the overwhelming and fearsome atmosphere, too intimidated to approach the two. Only Jiang Hao's expression remained unchanged, and he too refrained from speaking. His silence was, in itself, a form of response. The demon emperor felt a weight in his heart upon witnessing this. Then he advanced another step forward, now standing mere inches from Jiang Hao. Simultaneously, the demon emperor issued his final ultimatum. Duke Wei, I ask you one last time, do you truly wish to risk it all and leave no path for retreat? This question was nearly bellowed from his throat. At that moment, his eyes turned a fiery red, and his aura became akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even he could scarcely contain himself. At this juncture, Jiang Hao finally spoke, yet his response was, the fish may perish, but the net shall not break. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Jiang Hao said earnestly. Very well then, if that is the case, I have nothing further to say. The demon emperor inhaled deeply, choosing silence. He relinquished any lingering hopes. In that instant, his eyes gleamed with determination, and a murderous intent enveloped him. However, to have a paragon such as Duke Wei accompany me to my end, even in death, it would be worth it. Before the words had left his lips, he immediately tore apart the final layer of seal within his being. This seal had been set by himself, not to confine his powers, but to prolong his lifespan. Under normal circumstances, his life would have already reached its conclusion. Yet, he had endured year after year, until this very day, surprising even himself. Throughout this duration, he had never dared to engage in combat with others. Fearing that any engagement might unleash his powers uncontrollably, he was acutely aware that should his spirit dissipate entirely, his lifespan would inevitably reach its conclusion. In other words, any act of aggression would spell his demise. Yet, at this moment, he found himself with no alternatives, compelled to drag Jiang Hao into the abyss alongside him, believing that only through this sacrifice could the demon god empire weather the impending catastrophe. Thus, he would die with a sense of purpose. In a cataclysmic moment, it was as if a formidable volcano had erupted. Not only did molten lava surge forth, but a terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, causing the very air to ignite and boil in that instant. Simultaneously, the demon emperor's once decrepit and decaying form transformed remarkably youthful. No longer did he exude the scent of decay. Instead, he emanated a chilling aura of danger, akin to the most robust and flawless physique imaginable. A half-saint. The demon emperor was indeed a half-saint, and not one of those just having broken through, but a formidable entity of considerable strength. Particularly, the eruption of his accumulated power over the years was extraordinary, exuding a ferocity that was nothing short of terrifying. Brimming with volatile and unstable energy, his existence resembled a firework in bloom, transient yet resplendent. The overwhelming presence enveloped the entire imperial capital, instilling profound terror and tremors within the hearts of all. Perish. In that fleeting moment of blinding speed, the demon emperor acted without hesitation or mercy, channeling his full might towards Jiang Hao with unparalleled speed. The terrifying pressure locked onto Jiang Hao, leaving him no avenue for escape. An unfathomable torrent of magical energy converged upon his fist, striking with unmatched force, devoid of restraint or mercy. Such a cataclysmic force would not merely impact Jiang Hao's body. Even a towering mountain of 1,000 zhang would crumble to dust under such an onslaught. Yet, In the face of this unparalleled fury, Jiang Hao remained eerily calm. A closer inspection revealed not a trace of fear in his eyes, but rather a hint of disappointment. Was this all he could muster? Then, Jiang Hao raised his right hand and, with an effortless flick of his finger, punctured the buildup of power as one might pop a balloon. With a resounding thud, the tempest dissipated, and tranquility returned as if everything had reverted to a serene state once more. Chapter 163. The curtain falls on the demon clan. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to come to a standstill, and all things were abruptly frozen in place, including the demon emperor himself. He resembled a statue, standing motionless. Prior to this, he had exuded an aura as fierce as a tempest, akin to a raging sea, with winds howling and waves surging. In contrast, Jiang Hao seemed like a mere fragile boat amidst the vast ocean, seemingly insignificant, as if he might be entirely engulfed by the tumultuous tides at any moment. Yet, after Jiang Hao made his move, everything transformed dramatically. He seemed to become the legendary stabilizing pillar of the sea, and in an instant, calmness prevailed. It was as if the chaos that had just unfolded was nothing but an illusion. Not only were the onlookers dumbfounded, but even the demon emperor, who was close at hand, was filled with profound disbelief. The demon emperor possessed formidable strength, particularly within the realm of Qianyuan, where he was terrifyingly powerful. Although it was exceedingly arduous to enhance one's strength in Qianyuan, he had amassed his power over the years. Even if his annual gains were modest, they accumulated into an astonishing force over time. Moreover, he was currently unleashing all of his might without reservation, shattering the limits of this world. However, in comparison, Jiang Hao defied all logic, embodying an anomaly within this realm. No matter how profound the demon emperor's accumulation was, or how remarkable his current outburst, it could not bridge the inherent chasm between them. Ultimately, the demon emperor was merely a semi-saint. By rank, he did not even qualify as a high-tier semi-saint. After all, gathering sufficient sacred essence in Qianyuan to complete the process of Nirvana's 9 transformations was exceedingly challenging. In contrast, Jiang Hao was a true transcendent sage, having successfully completed the 9 transformations of Nirvana, forging a sacred body and soul, and elevating his lifespan to an extraordinary 10,000 years. Fundamentally, the two were worlds apart. Thus, when Jiang Hao struck, he not only effortlessly shattered the demon emperor's attack, but also extinguished the terrifying momentum in an instant. Especially with them now in close proximity, the demon emperor had nowhere to evade Jiang Hao's onslaught. What had only just begun was already quietly concluding. The demon emperor's eyes were filled with deep reluctance. Yet he could not control the rapid ebb of vitality from his body. I said, "The fish may die, but the net shall not tear." In response to his unwilling gaze, Jiang Hao merely uttered these words calmly. At last, the demon emperor closed his eyes, and his body fell backward with a thud. In the blink of an eye, he was devoid of life. The renowned demon emperor met his end at Jiang Hao's hands, in the heart of the Central Plains imperial capital, within this unassuming residence. In that instant, disbelief enveloped everyone present. The demon emperor, truly dead? Just like that. He had perished? Particularly the Fox King and others affiliated with the demon god empire were at this moment utterly shattered in spirit, their faces etched with disbelief as if the very heavens had collapsed. The demon emperor was their cornerstone, the stalwart pillar of the demon god empire. With this pillar now fallen, could the empire continue to endure? Contemplating this, the Fox King immediately lifted his head, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson. "Human, I demand your life as tribute for the demon emperor." As he roared, he morphed into his beastly form, becoming a terrifying fox of several meters in length, its numerous tails thrashing violently against the ground. The ferocious demonic energy surged uncontrollably, charging directly towards Jiang Hao. "Human, prepare to die." The other demon race, strongmen, followed suit, disregarding their safety as they unleashed their fury. Some even ignited their own demonic power, resembling burning stars, madly rushing towards Jiang Hao, seemingly resolute in their quest for vengeance for the demon emperor. This underscored the extraordinary status the demon emperor held in their hearts. Yet, the reality remained that even the full-force assault of the half-saint demon emperor had failed to inflict a single scratch upon Jiang Hao. How could these celestial beings, risking everything, hope to achieve their goal? Jiang Hao's gaze was frigid, devoid of any pity for their reckless charge. Nor did the demise of the demon emperor incite him to show them mercy. Those not of my kin harbored different intentions. From the outset, both sides had never been of the same faction. These individuals could not be swayed by his compassion into kneeling at his feet in gratitude or pledging eternal loyalty. Such notions were mere fantasies of one-sided desire. Jiang Hao's stance against enemies was clear. Regardless of their strength, the best enemy was a dead enemy. With a thought, he swiftly summoned the power of spatial laws, causing the very void to momentarily freeze, rendering the Fox King and his companions, who had charged with such fervor, forcibly immobile. Following this, with a mere flick of his hand, their bodies erupted uncontrollably, transforming into clouds of crimson mist in an instant. Not only did they perish, but their very bones were obliterated. Witnessing this scene, all onlookers could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, their scalps prickling. These were renowned demon kings, each capable of facing thousands alone, once feared across the land. Yet now, before Jiang Hao, they resembled mere ants, easily crushed beneath his might. No, judging by Jiang Hao's calm demeanor, it appeared even easier than crushing ants. With the fall of the demon emperor and the tragic demise of 10 demon kings, the upper echelons of the demon race had suffered catastrophic losses. Although the demon god empire had not yet disintegrated, the demon race had officially taken their final bow on the continental stage. With this in mind, Jiang Hao turned his gaze towards the Buddhist strongmen led by the dragon-chasing Arhut. As the demon clan has drawn its curtain, it seems the Buddhist sect no longer holds any necessity for existence. Herding a single sheep is akin to herding a multitude. Yet, confronted by Jiang Hao's frigid gaze, rife with murderous intent, even the resolute hearts of figures like the dragon subduing Arhut could not suppress an unspoken dread. They had witnessed the demise of the demon clan right before their eyes. Even a being as formidable as the demon king was rendered utterly powerless in Jiang Hao's presence, while the likes of the Fox King were annihilated with a mere flick of his sleeve. Such a ghastly spectacle unfolded before them. How could they not be afraid? Ultimately, they were not true Arhats, having failed to attain enlightenment, and thus could not completely rid themselves of the fear of life and death. Duke Wei, I believe we can sit down and discuss matters. Certain issues are entirely negotiable. The dragon-subduing Arhut stammered, struggling to swallow his unease. There is no need for negotiation, Jiang Hao replied, shaking his head. The mind control techniques of the Buddhist sect surpassed even those of the demon clan. He could trust no one, least of all these Buddhist powerhouses. Without allowing the dragon-subduing Arhut to utter another word, he employed his powers once more. The force of spatial laws enveloped them all, ensuring that these Buddhist strongmen met the same fate as their demon counterparts. Once he had completed this task, Jiang Hao turned his attention to the approaching court officials and commanded, "Please tidy up this place. By tomorrow morning, I expect to see a pristine environment." Having said this, he returned to his abode, as though nothing had transpired, leaving a group of individuals staring at one another in bewilderment. Chapter 164. The Art of Cloning, a Comprehensive Enhancement. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, awakening Jiang Hao from his slumber. He felt invigorated. The minor incident from the previous night had not marred the quality of his sleep. To be precise, ever since he acquired the Zhilong sleep technique, his sleep quality had never faltered. This technique not only facilitated profound rest, but also allowed for cultivation during slumber. The better the quality of sleep, the more remarkable the cultivation results, akin to an automatic mode. Truly, it was an unparalleled skill. Before long, the system's notification chimed in as expected. Ding. After lying flat for 1 year and 28 days, congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of cloning. The art of cloning? Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly rare mystical technique. Could it be that resolving the issues with the demon clan had brought him such fortune? He pondered to himself. With that thought, he immediately expressed gratitude in his heart for the sacrifices made by the demon emperor and others. Thank you, my friends, for your generous support that has enabled me to secure a home and a vehicle. I hope you continue your efforts to help me reach the pinnacle of my life. He chuckled inwardly before fully immersing himself in the study of this mystical technique. Jiang Hao had long coveted the art of cloning. For instance, the shadow demon's cloning technique, despite its limitations, proved to be incredibly useful on various occasions. Furthermore, with the lying flat system, he could not exert himself too strenuously. Yet there were numerous matters requiring his personal attention. Currently, although Dong Zhuo and others managed the court on his behalf, their authority lacked legitimacy. Many issues could not be resolved without consulting Jiang Hao, leading to frequent visits that exhausted both Dong Zhuo and himself. Such a situation was untenable in the long run. If only he had a clone to handle the trivial affairs, allowing him to relax and enjoy the fruits of his labor, it would be nothing short of perfect. The timing of this cloning technique could not have been more opportune. As Jiang Hao absorbed the related memories, he swiftly mastered this mystical technique. After all, he had attained the level of a sage, with his spirit undergoing transformations that rendered it immensely powerful, resulting in comprehension and learning abilities that surpassed the average person. This art of cloning was indeed extraordinary, especially as it could be integrated with the divine clones residing within his acupoints. Consequently, the 360 divine clones within his acupoints could be put to genuine use. With a mere thought, one of the divine clones within an acupoint emerged from his body, swiftly transforming into a lifelike replica. It appeared indistinguishable from Jiang Hao himself, at least on the surface. It was challenging to discern any difference with the naked eye. However, significant disparities existed beneath the surface. On one hand, the avatar lacks an independent spirit and is merely controlled by the deity of the avatar, thus its reactions are far slower than those of the primary body. However, it is quite capable of managing daily trivialities without much difficulty. On the other hand, the strength of the avatar is significantly inferior to that of the primary body. After all, it is devoid of flesh and blood and lacks the foundational essence of the Emperor's physique, being able to contain only 1/10 of the primary body's magical energy. Nonetheless, given Jiang Hao's attainment at the sage level, even with the limitation of holding only 1/10 of his magical energy, the avatar's power could still rival that of a semi-saint as long as this portion of energy remains unspent. Henceforth, you shall preside over the court and handle the routine affairs, Jiang Hao instructed. Understood. The avatar complied without complaint, immediately setting to work. It could be deemed the most exemplary worker in the world. With the avatar managing the chores, Jiang Hao felt thoroughly liberated and could finally indulge in leisure without any pretense. A few days later, summoned by Jiang Hao, Bu and others returned to the imperial capital, reconvening at the residence of the Duke Wei. My lord, what urgent matter necessitated our return? Bu was the first to inquire, with the others wearing tense expressions. Present were not only Bu, but also Dong Zhuo, Niu Fu, Li Ru, the Zhang Jiao brothers, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and the recently victorious Wei Qing and Hui Zubing, who had just defeated the Golden Tent Khanate. All of them were Jiang Hao's most trusted confidants, now gathered here in full. Thus, everyone assumed that something of great significance had transpired, and each bore a serious demeanor, as if war were imminent. Seeing their anxious faces, Jiang Hao waved his hand with a smile, reassuring them, there is no need for concern. This is good news for you all. Without further ado, he summoned the Emperor's sword. Immediately, droplets of fortune energy began to manifest within the blade. Indeed, Jiang Hao intended to bestow this fortune energy upon Bu and the others. They were all heroic spirits from another realm who, upon arriving in this world, had received a boon from heaven and earth, each possessing extraordinary innate talents. However, due to the current limitations of the world's power levels, they had been unable to transcend the bottleneck of the heavenly man realm. Now, however, the situation had changed. Even the shadow demon had successfully broken through with the assistance of a single droplet of fortune energy. Thus, applying it to them would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. In total, there were 11 individuals, with 13 droplets of fortune energy remaining. Aside from Li Ru, who was the weakest and had yet to break through the heavenly man realm and received 2 droplets, each of the others was allocated 1. As for the final droplet, Jiang Hao chose not to favor one over the others, but rather utilized it for himself. He did not use it to elevate his own cultivation, but to comprehend the newly acquired technique of avatar creation. Indeed, fortune energy could be employed not only to enhance one's cultivation, but also to expedite the understanding of mystical arts and secret techniques. Within a short span, all except for the shadow demon, who was tasked with protection, sat cross-legged, one after another entering a profound state of enlightenment. Jiang Hao was the first to awaken, for a single drop of fortuitous energy was indeed scarce for him. This scarcity was the very reason he refrained from expending all of it solely on himself. Even if he were to utilize all of those dozen drops, the benefit would be minimal. A few hundred drops would have made a significant difference. Upon consuming this solitary drop, Jiang Hao found his mastery of the art of creating avatars deepened considerably. Provided his internal magical energy was sufficient, it would no longer pose a challenge to manifest 3 to 5 avatars at once. As for the others, the first to break through their respective bottlenecks were Bu and Huotsubing. Undoubtedly, they were exceptionally gifted martial generals, and they almost simultaneously succeeded in transcending to the semi-saint realm. Following closely behind was Wei Qing, whose progress was not far behind. Next were Zhang Jiao and the trio of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, all of whom had already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, with only a mere step remaining to their breakthrough. Lastly were Dong Zhua, Niu Fu, Zhang Bao, Zhang Liang, and Li Ru among others. After their successful ascension to the semi-saint realm, Jiang Hao did not cease his efforts. Instead, he produced a substantial quantity of sacred essence, allowing everyone to utilize it to enhance their strength. At this juncture, disparities among the group once again became apparent. Bu and Huotsubing exhibited the fastest advancements, nearly completing the transitions from the first to the second stage in a brief span of time. Following them were Wei Qing, Zhang Jiao, Qin Sheng, and Wu Guang, who also faced little difficulty in their earlier transitions. However, the progress of the others was considerably slower. After all, with insufficient accumulation and inadequate realms, even an abundance of sacred essence would yield limited improvement. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the collective breakthrough to the semi-saint level brought about a transformative change in their capabilities. Just as their powers surged remarkably, a sudden thunderous explosion echoed from a distant direction, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Shortly thereafter, a towering beam of light pierced the sky, appearing on the horizon.